Family, look at me as the cool Thor. My body is crackling with electricity, and the ground beneath my feet is charred black. Where does this power come from? It all started a few days ago when I was walking home from school with Sasuke and saw his brother Itachi. As a poor soul who has crossed over to be a companion reader, I am about to experience a massacre. Fortunately, the traveling frog system sent me the thunder fruit. Let me tell you, I was standing there, and suddenly, boom, the entire forest lit up. Blue electricity crackled around me, and the ground beneath my feet was burned black. That feeling, I am Thor. I am the heavenly tribulation. Where does this power come from? This story has to start a few days ago. That day, I was with Uchiha Sasuke, the future brother of the clan. Just as we reached home after school, we saw his brother Uchiha, Itachi, standing there. Let me tell you, that guy had such a worried look on his face, his frown deep enough to squash a mosquito. But as soon as he saw Sasuke, he immediately smiled, radiating warmth and affection, reaching out to pat his head. Sasuke, too, was very attached to him, holding his brother's hand and chattering about his day at school, complaining about annoying girls and a silly blonde kid. I was standing there watching, and my heart sank. Does anyone understand? This touching scene of brotherly love will soon turn tragic. In a few months, that brother will raise the butcher's knife and slaughter everyone in the clan except for his brother, including me, my dad, my mom, and my sister. As for me, Uchiha Zongyan, a hapless traveler, currently serving as Sasuke's companion reader, which is basically a human shield, the kind that has to take a hit for him when the time comes. I've been here for less than a month, and it looks like I'm about to face a second reincarnation. Who can understand this anxiety? Back on Earth, when I read comics, I used to analyze things rationally, thinking the Uchiha clan brought this on themselves and deserve their fate. I even followed the trend of saying, I feel sorry for Itachi, and he bears everything for his brother. But now, haha, I am part of that everything. His burden of pain includes me, right? Thank you very much. Carrying this awful mood home, my mom had already prepared dinner. My little sister, Rika, a small bundle of joy, jumped up and hugged my leg, whining about me being home late. Looking at my parents' warm smiles and my sister's innocent and cute face, my heart felt even heavier. I really don't want this life to end so abruptly. That night, after putting my sister to sleep, I lay in my room, staring at the moon outside, feeling extremely emo. The night of the massacre hung over me like the sword of Damocles, ready to drop and chop me down at any moment, but I was unarmed. I had been practicing desperately for a month, but my strength was improving at a snail's pace, utterly useless. Just when I was feeling hopeless and preparing to give up and wait for death, suddenly, I heard a ding in my head. Ding. Host detected. Traveling frog system binding successful. Ding. Your traveling frog is online. First travel time 8 hours. Cooldown 7 days. Ding. Do you want to start traveling? I shot up from my bed, feeling like I was on the brink of death. My cheat. My dad. You finally came. I've been waiting for a month, and the food has gone cold. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Go, my frog. Bring me back some good stuff. I watched as a two-dimensional, cartoonish little frog with a small black backpack waved its paw at me and then hopped away. A countdown immediately popped up on the system interface. Even with my golden finger, I was still anxious. This thing is just like opening a blind box. What if my frog brings back a bunch of local specialties? Wouldn't I be disappointed? No, I can't rely solely on it. I quickly grabbed a pen and paper and began frantically recalling the plot of Naruto, hoping to find a way out. The next morning, still half asleep, I felt something cool and slippery brushing against my face. I opened my eyes, and lo and behold, my frog was back. It was blinking its big eyes at me. Coming back means bringing gifts. I was so excited at that moment. I watched as my frog slowly took off its backpack and pulled out a blue, oddly shaped fruit that looked like a lump of poop. It croaked once, shoved the fruit into my hand, and then vanished. Immediately, the system prompt in my head exploded. Ding! Your traveling frog has returned and brought you a gift. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained thunder fruit originating from the world of One Piece. Let me tell you, my mind was buzzing, and I almost crashed. The thunder fruit, the one that Enel from Sky Island had. One of the top-tier Logia-type devil fruits in the world of One Piece. It can transform into lightning, immune to physical attacks, and teleport, with a special move of 200 million volts that can obliterate everything. If I master this, not only can I protect myself, but I could walk sideways in this world. Without a second of hesitation, I bit into it. Oh my, the taste, it was like downing water from the Trisolar mixed with herring can soup in one gulp. My face turned green, but as soon as the fruit hit my stomach, an incredibly domineering energy surged into my body, transforming my cells, bones, and muscles. My chakra instantly skyrocketed dozens of times and became incredibly violent, crackling with electric sparks. Ding! Chakra detected the energy source of the thunder fruit has been automatically replaced with chakra. I focused my mind, wanting to test this power. As soon as I slightly manipulated my chakra bomb, the entire room was filled with electric light and fire, countless blue arcs of electricity darting around like snakes, leaving charred marks on the walls and furniture. It was like throwing an indoor rave party. Oh no, if I keep this up, it'll destroy my house. I quickly reined in my power. No, this power is too overwhelming. I need to find an uninhabited place to test it properly. I sneaked out of the house and ran straight to the death forest outside the village, finding an empty space. This time I wouldn't hold back, unleashing all my power. In that moment, countless dazzling arcs of electricity engulfed my entire body, and I felt like a blue light bulb. The currents spread out beneath my feet, and the grass around me turned to scorched earth in an instant. The sensation of this power was exhilarating. But that wasn't enough. The most crucial part was comminglmentalization. This is the life-saving skill of the Logia type. I held my breath, focusing all my energy. In the next second, my body, starting from my feet, gradually transformed into pure, rumbling blue lightning. In the end, I became a bolt of thunder. That feeling was incredible. I am thunder, thunder is me. I felt like I could freely traverse between heaven and earth. I enjoyed the thrill, but thinking about the situation at home brought me back to reality. I could escape using elementalization, but what about my parents and my sister? I had to find a way to take them with me. I went straight to find my dad and got straight to the point. Dad, are we going to have a conflict with the village? My dad turned pale and quickly closed the door, asking where I heard that from. I pretended to be scared and said, people could die in a fight. Dad, we can't win, right? Can we apply for a long-term mission outside to let our family escape for a while? But my dad's one sentence left me speechless. He said that half a year ago, the village's higher-ups had stopped granting any Uchiha ninja outside missions. Our entire clan had long been under a form of house arrest. As soon as we left the clan grounds, Umbu and Root ninjas would be watching us 247. We had no way out. I was furious at that moment. The village, the clan, Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage, and that Uchiha Itachi. You guys, one after another, are just hell-bent on extermination, right? What gives you the right? What gives you the right to exchange the lives of our entire clan for Uchiha Itachi's enlightenment, for the peaceful life of your brother? Damn you. The image of Itachi and Sasuke's brotherly bond flashed through my mind again, and the more I thought about it, the more nauseous I felt. My fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. I was trembling with anger, feeling a burning sensation in my eyes. Goodness, a black tomo suddenly appeared in my blood-red eye sockets. The next day, I forced myself to calm down and escorted Sasuke to and from school as usual. But once I got home, I locked myself in my room. I needed to strategize. If I wanted to survive with my family, there were only a few paths to take. First, go head-to-head. Before the night of the massacre, I had to surpass Uchiha Itachi in strength. But even if I mastered the Thunder Fruit with one of his Jinjutsu, I'd be done, for that's not reliable. Second, sneak away. Take my family to escape from Konoha. But now the entire clan is under 24-hour surveillance by the Umbu, and root the difficulty is akin to hell mode. Third, rely on my frog son. Wait for it to bring me some legendary equipment next time. But that's too random. It's like gambling, and I can't afford to lose. Fourth, take a risk and directly kidnap Sasuke. Use him to threaten Itachi. Goodness, isn't that like dancing wildly in Itachi's danger zone? Although it might buy some time, it's just a temporary fix. After thinking it over, none of these plans were foolproof. I felt like I was trapped in a cage, surrounded by iron bars on all sides, unable to escape. Forget it. Since there's no perfect plan, it'll prepare all the options at once. First, it'll train like crazy and improve my strength. Strength is the only hard truth. With a flash of lightning in my palm, I burned the paper filled with plans to ashes. If I wanted to train, I needed to choose the right place. Home was definitely out of the question. One jolt of electricity, and the house would be gone. The training ground in the village? The third Hokage's telescope technique crystal ball is broadcasting 247 in his office. I don't want to be on TV. Looks like I can only go to the Forest of Death. I quietly slipped out of the clan grounds, using the Thunder Fruit to turn into lightning, without alerting anyone. I sneaked into the Death Forest. After searching for a long time inside, I finally found a clearing by a small stream, which was big enough and safe from fire. I took out a few scrolls from my backpack, all borrowed from my dad's study. There were scrolls for the shadow clone technique, as well as fire release, lightning release, and water release. Let me tell you, ninjutsu is the most damn class barrier in this world. As children of the Uchiha clan, we have CH-nin parents teaching us from a young age, and in our clan's library, we can read everything except for S-rank jutsu and secret techniques for free. But what about the common ninjas? To learn a B-rank jutsu like Shadow Clone, they have to risk their lives to earn the credit for an A-rank mission. That's why fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although I've crossed over and become an Uchiha, and I'm about to face the clan's extermination, I have indeed enjoyed quite a few privileges. I spread out the scroll that records the Shadow Clone technique in front of me and began to study it carefully. Surprisingly, although it looks complex, the principle is quite easy to understand. I flipped through it several times, memorizing all the details, and then brought my hands together in front of my chest, shouting in an exaggerated manner, Shadow Clone technique. Bang! I have to tell you, that scene was something else. As the smoke cleared, there was an extra thing next to me, but how can I describe it? It looked like a deflated inflatable doll, standing there all crumpled up, its facial features almost squished together. Who understands? Family? This was the result of my first spell? I was completely stunned. I get it. Failure is the mother of success. I didn't lose heart, waved my hand to disperse that shoddy product, and continued. Bang, bang, bang. For the next hour, it was like an abstract art exhibition around me, with all sorts of bizarre clones appearing one after another. Finally, just as I was about to exhaust my chakra, a guy who looked exactly like me stepped out. That clone was quite smug, giving me a thumbs up. Not bad. You really are my original. Wow, praising yourself? Huh. Finally, it worked. Seizing the moment, I went bang, 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 and created a few more. Soon, there were 5 of me standing on the grass like Russian nesting dolls. Although I was exhausted, I felt incredibly satisfied. I don't know how long it takes others to learn this stuff, but in the original story, that kid Naruto was just a cheat, so I can't be compared to him. My 1-hour crash course has to count as a unique talent, right? Alright, I can't get too carried away. Time to get down to business. I cleared my throat and transformed into a ruthless boss, starting to assign tasks to these freshly minted laborers. Number 1. You. Go study the Thunder Fruit. Figure out Enel's moves as quickly as possible. Number 1 nodded, very eager to comply. Number 2, you. Go practice fire release, starting from the very basic Great Fireball technique. I threw the scroll over, and Number 2 pouted, seeming a bit unwilling. Number 3 practices lightning release. Number 4 practices water release. The other 2 also got their tasks. My chakra affinities are quite funny. Fire and lightning are standard for the Uchiha, while the water affinity probably comes from my mom's side, since she isn't from the Uchiha clan. After the 4 clones received their tasks, no one moved, just staring blankly at me. I raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. The second one, that troublemaker, directly questioned, we all have our tasks to do. What about you? What are you doing? I laughed at that moment and waved my hand at them. Me? Of course. I have more important things to do. You guys don't understand a thing. After saying that, I pushed them all aside, found a big tree, leaned against the trunk, stretched lazily, and felt great. I tell you, that feeling is incredible. The 4 of me were over there training hard, while my main body was lying in the shade of a tree, enjoying the breeze and life. Wow, is this the happiness of a capitalist? Just leave everything to the cattle and horses and relax myself. By the time I wake up from my nap, the sun is almost setting. Those 4 shadow clones had already disappeared due to exhausted chakra, but all their training memories and experiences were transmitted back to my mind like data packets. As soon as I received it, everyone laughed foolishly. Isn't this just automatic leveling up? People lie on the ground, their strength growing in their hearts. I don't have to do anything. The experience points just rise by themselves. This experience is simply too good. The sky isn't early anymore, so I tidied up and prepared to go home, estimating that I would just make it in time for dinner. As soon as I entered the house, a little meatball suddenly pounced into my arms. Brother, you're back. It's my little sister, Rika. She hugged my waist, tilted her little head up, and asked pitifully, where did you go today, brother? I haven't seen you all day. I miss you. Oh dear, my heart just melted. I quickly squatted down to apologize. I'm sorry. Brother was training today and didn't have time to accompany you. My mom poked her head out of the kitchen. Rika, stop bothering your brother. Let him wash his hands and eat. The little one looked even more grieved, her little mouth pouting high. I hurriedly pinched her little face. Don't be mad. Brother will play with you tonight and tell you a story to help you sleep. Okay? Really? The little girl instantly stopped crying and smiled. The speed of her emotional switch is amazing. Seeing her happy, I also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if it weren't for Rika, this little bundle of joy, I probably would have developed a psychological disorder from the Night of Annihilation. That feeling of helpless despair, watching the countdown to death while being powerless, is truly unbearable. But now it's different. I have the Thunder Fruit, and next, I want to become stronger. Strong enough to protect all of them. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During the day, I went to ninja school to accompany the prince with his studies, and at night, I secretly trained. Finally, I awaited the system's notification sound. Ding! Your travel frog skill cooldown is complete. Confirm travel. I didn't hesitate at all. The little frog waved at me and disappeared in a flash. I was filled with anticipation, wondering what good treasures it would bring me this time. Early the next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I heard the familiar croaking of a frog. The little green frog was squatting at my bedside, looking at me. When it saw that I was awake, it happily croaked a couple of times, then pulled out something glowing red from its little backpack behind it. It pointed at the glowing red thing and then pointed at me, indicating that I should touch it. I'm a little nervous, but thinking that the golden finger can't harm me, I reached out my hand. I tell you, as soon as my hand touched it, wow. An unimaginable burning sensation instantly exploded, spreading through my body. That feeling was like being thrown into the core of the sun for a hot pot. It was painful. So painful that I felt every capillary, every cell in my body was burning, screaming, just when I thought I was about to be cremated on the spot. That soul-crushing pain receded like a tide. Immediately after, a surge of information flooded into my mind. The Zanpakuto, flame king flowing blade like fire. The system's prompt also sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a souvenir. The Zanpakuto, flowing blade like fire from the world of Bleach. I was stunned, and when I looked down, I found myself holding an ancient black long knife. This isn't the so-called strongest Zanpakuto of Old Man Yamamoto, is it? How did this immense fortune fall into my hands? I quickly asked the system, bro, isn't this thing too powerful? I almost thought I was done for just now. The system coldly explained that since I'm not the Grim Reaper, if I want to use a Zanpakuto, I must first modify my soul to adapt it to the sword. So, there are no after effects, right? I'm still a bit nervous. There are no after effects. Instead, there are many benefits, the system said. This modification gives me the best compatibility with all Zanpakuto, and the flowing blade like fire can be stored in my soul, becoming the best barrier to protect my soul. As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up. Soul barrier? What does that mean? It means that all those flashy illusions, especially the perverse ocular techniques from the Uchiha clan that directly target the soul, will be greatly weakened against me. Tsukuyami, Kotoamitsukami. Try to directly attack my soul? Sorry, there's security at the entrance, and it's at the level of Captain Yamamoto. My biggest weakness has just been completely compensated for. I was so excited at the time that I rushed into the Death Forest with the secret manual of the Uchiha flow sword technique. When I arrived at the old spot, I released a few shadow clones to let them handle things on their own, while my main body prepared to try out this newly acquired divine weapon. I closed my eyes, and with a thought, the sword came. In the next moment, a hellish flame erupted in the palm of my right hand, gradually taking the shape of a blade. As soon as the flowing blade like fire was in my hand, I felt it was like an extension of my own arm, without the slightest sense of unfamiliarity. I whispered the liberation incantation. All things in the universe are but ashes. Flowing blades like fire. A terrifying flame ignited instantly at the tip of the blade, and the air within dozens of meters began to distort. I felt like a walking volcano. I practiced the moves I remembered and casually slashed out a strike. A flame sword aura shot out, and with a loud bang, a tree that 3 people could hug was directly cut in half. The power of this surprised even me. I decided to try the second move. Fire burning the city walls. A large amount of flames erupted from the blade, like a giant hand wrapping around another massive tree. In the blink of an eye, that towering tree was burned to charcoal. The power was simply terrifying. When I got home at night, I sat in the yard reviewing my training from the day. The memories relayed back by my shadow clone made me realize a problem. The practice of ninjutsu is both time-consuming and chakra-consuming, making it too inefficient. My current amount of chakra is barely enough to supply the thunderfruit techniques, and if I allocate some to ninjutsu, I fear I won't be able to last long in battle. After training for so long, I had only learned 5 ninjutsu techniques across 3 elements, which is even fewer than the techniques I've learned from the thunderfruit. This trade-off is too unbalanced. Therefore, I decided on the spot to pause my ninjutsu training. From now on, my training will focus entirely on the thunderfruit and the sword techniques of flowing blade like fire. Just as I made this resolution, my dad, Uchiha Zongyan, appeared behind me without me noticing. He looked at me with a pained expression, coming over to grip my shoulder, his voice tinged with tears. Zongyan, don't feel so much pressure. Everything will be fine with your father here. I will protect you. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Bro, what are you doing? It's a perfectly good night. And suddenly you're putting on a show in front of me? I think I understand now. He feels that I'm under too much pressure and that I'm pushing myself too hard every day. What can I do? I can only go along with what he says. All right, father, I'll leave everything to you. Hearing that, he became even more excited and pulled me into his arms, making it feel like a tearful farewell. After finally breaking free from my father's suffocating love, I hurried back to my room. But as funny as it was, I felt a pang in my heart. My dad, such a serious old-fashioned man, is starting to act like he's in a Xiong drama. What does that mean? It means that the hardliners in the family have already ramped up the atmosphere to the highest point. The night of extermination is probably really going to be on the agenda. I have to tell you, my heart sank at that moment, and I felt numb. The Weasel God is about to unleash his power, and what about me? I'm just a kid who just got a cheat not long ago. Isn't this just sending myself to death? No way, absolutely not. With my current strength, let alone fighting him. Even if he activates a high-grade Susanoo, I probably wouldn't even be able to scratch his foot, and I'd end up being ground into the shame of the Uchiha clan. What good is it to go to school with the prince and his friends in the village? Relying on playing house with a bunch of kids to improve my strength? That's just a pipe dream. I made a decisive decision. I need to go out and venture, find wild monsters to grind experience. No sooner said than done. That very night, I sneaked out. Our Uchiha clan security team? Sorry, family. I directly transformed into an element, became a flash of lightning, and vanished from the village in an instant. They didn't even see the taillights of my car. I ran to a nearby trading town, found a bar, and ordered a glass of lemonade. Let me tell you, it was all about the self-awareness of a minor. While I was sitting there, I overheard two drunken burly men boasting next to me, talking about how they had chopped off a pretty boy's head and went to a place called the Gold Exchange to claim 20,000 taels. Wow, isn't this exactly the practical experience and startup capital I need? When opportunity knocks, you have to answer. As soon as they stumbled out drunk, I blocked them in the alley. One of them tried to make a move, and I kicked him against the wall, knocking him out cold. I held a knife to the remaining guy's neck and coldly asked, "Where's the Gold Exchange?" The guy instantly sobered up, his legs shaking like a leaf, a warm stream flowing in his pants, and he spilled the address like beans from a bamboo tube. After getting the information, I vanished like a flash of lightning, keeping my achievements and name hidden. When I arrived at the Gold Exchange, I took on the simplest job to practice. The target was a rogue ninja from the Land of Water, named Yagyu Shisuke, with a bounty of 500,000 taels. I heard he was a coward. When I found him, he was in an alley preparing to visit a brothel. I walked out of the darkness, just getting into position, and let me tell you, as soon as I unleashed my thunder and lightning effects, that guy immediately broke down, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and without a word, he turned and ran. I was speechless at the time. Come on, dude, you're at least a CH Neen, put up a fight. With a loud crash, I fired a lightning cannon, sending him straight to meet the Sage of Six Paths, incinerated on the spot, a one-stop service. In the following days, I transformed into a model worker at the exchange, giving myself the codename Blue Dragon. Every night, I clocked in on time to work, specifically targeting those desperate fugitives. I made quite a bit of money, but most importantly, through life and death battles, my practical experience and control over the Thunder Fruit skyrocketed. Just when I felt myself getting stronger, but still running low on chakra, my golden finger, the traveling frog, came back. This time, it brought me something that my family would understand. A small cloth bag, and when I opened it, it was a bunch of green little beans. The system's prompt echoed in my head. Souvenir. Sins of bean from the Dragon Ball world. Sins of beans. The ones for Dragon Ball that heal any injury and restore full health and energy with just one. I jumped straight out of bed. ISNT this like giving me an infinite stamina cheat? What is there to worry about with my blue bar running low? Now I could unleash unlimited power. With Sins of Beans, what else is there to say? Let us get rolling. I ran to the Forest of Death, first using my chakra to summon a bunch of shadow clones, then crunched a bean, and my blue bar instantly filled up, continuing to summon. Crunch again, summon again. At my peak, hundreds of me were training in the forest at the same time. It looked like some large cloning training base. I crazily went nonstop for 5 days, feeling like I was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but the results were explosive. Now, I was incredibly powerful. The techniques of the Thunder Fruit, such as Electrocute and Divine Judgment, were all effortlessly executed. I even figured out 2 unique skills, one called Infinite Thunderclap, where I stand on the ground and create a thunder zone. Anyone who dares to step in becomes electric roasted chicken. The other was even crazier. I used shadow clones like C4, charging right up to the enemy S phase for a self-detonation. Boom. Art is Patrick Star. However, after 5 days of this training, to be honest, I was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Mentally, I was exhausted. I thought I couldn't keep grinding like this. I needed to find some fun to relax. What should I do? How about killing someone to relieve stress? So, I went to the exchange again under my Blue Dragon alias. Now, I was a VVP there, and the person in charge had to bow to me at a 90-degree angle. However, two clueless ninja extras nearby were mumbling, commenting on my height and suggesting I might be a dwarf. I shot them a death glare, and those two immediately knelt down, performing a soil-sitting bow right there. I laughed hard. This is what I call concentrated essence, you know? I couldn't be bothered to argue with them, so I casually took a big order worth one. 2 million, targeting a rogue jonin from the Mist Village named T. Kenshin. Speaking of which, the Mist Village had been ravaged by a Beto, with people fleeing every day. But coincidentally, the Mist Village also sent someone to clean up their mess. And guess who was leading the team? Terumi Mei, the future 5th Mizukage. That stunning beauty who possesses 2 bloodline limits. I arrived first at the target location, New Leaf Town, and found a hotel to stay in. Let me tell you, that hotel was something else. It had a musty smell mixed with foot odor that seemed like it had been there for years. The walls were covered in green mold, and the color of the sheets and blankets looked like they could be used to make biological weapons. This terrible environment was all about providing an immersive horror experience. I really couldn't stand the smell, so I opened the window to get some fresh air. As soon as I pulled the curtain open, to my surprise, I saw 4 people downstairs, getting ready to enter a hotel. The one leading the group, with her long, wavy reddish-brown hair and an unbeatable figure, was none other than Kaguya Shinomiya. This was going to be interesting. I tell you, my mind just went buzz. Mizukage, the future 5th Mizukage of the Mist Village. That beautiful and cool big sister. What is she doing in this godforsaken little town? In a flash, I realized that our target is definitely the same person. The rogue ninja named Tomashin. Goodness, this isn't just about stealing ahead anymore. This is about competing with the regular army for KPIs. The Umbu of the Mist have been dispatched, which means Tomashin must be carrying some incredible secret. I've waded into this messy situation, and there's no turning back now. I had just one thought. I must get to him before she does, and take Tomashin's head. Otherwise, am I going to suffer for nothing? I didn't want to stay in this room for another second. I was pondering when Mei Ming downstairs seemed to sense something. She looked up, and our eyes met. Of course, I was wearing a mask, so she couldn't tell who I was, and probably just thought I was some passerby. By nightfall, I didn't waste a minute and slipped away. This broken town only provided a rough range of information, like searching for a needle in a haystack. But we have high technology. I activated my Thunderfruit radar, covering the entire town. Xine Town is so poor that it doesn't even have streetlights at night. Dark as a ghost town. I wandered around, using my mind to sense the feedback from electromagnetic waves, looking for the brightest chakra. I must say, it felt quite wonderful, like I had activated a god's perspective. Just as I was about to finish exploring this broken town, a brightly lit building suddenly appeared around the corner. In this darkness, it shone like the sun in the night, incredibly eye-catching. People from all directions flocked to it like moths to a flame, creating an incredible bustle. I wonder what kind of place this was. Driven by curiosity, I leaned in for a closer look and saw 3 big characters on the sign, Spring Breeze Lodge. Looking again at the people coming in and out at the door, they were all men. Does anyone in my family understand? This is just an ancient version of a high-end club, right? At that moment, I wanted to turn around and leave. I, Uchiha Zongyan, have a very upright worldview. I genuinely despise such a wicked product of the old society. But then I thought, what if that guy is hiding in the most dangerous place? This kind of entertainment venue, with a huge flow of people, is simply a perfect hiding spot. I spent half a day mentally preparing myself, telling myself that I was doing this for the mission, that I was going in with a critical eye. It felt like a cyber penance. After convincing myself, I entered with great righteousness. The little attendant at the door was quite clever. Upon seeing me approach, he immediately bowed and welcomed me. Guest, please come in. He bent so low that he was even shorter than me. I only responded with one word. I'm pretending to be a master, you know? Too many words can lead to mistakes. The attendant led me into a quaint little private room, and the environment was quite elegant. As soon as he left, I formed a seal and, with a bang, created a shadow clone. I pointed at it and said, you go and search this entire building, top to bottom, and see if there's any sign of Tujin. To my surprise, this shadow clone actually threw a tantrum. It said, why should you get to enjoy yourself while I do the work? I want to see the world too. I was furious at that moment. If I asked you to go, then just go. Can't you see what I see? Don't you understand memory sharing? You old pervert. After cursing him, I froze. Damn, cursing him is like cursing myself. The shadow clone pouted and, with a displeased expression, climbed out the window, disappearing into the night. Just as I was feeling a headache, a voice that was charming to the bone came from outside the door. "Guest, may I come in?" I quickly sat up straight and cleared my throat. "Please come in." As the door opened, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and a charming middle-aged woman entered. She looked to be in her 30s, but her every frown and smile was captivating. She knelt before me and softly said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am a madam here. You must be a new guest, I presume?" Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Komi May arrived with her 3 subordinates. The young servant at the door saw a woman and quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Miss, please wait. Our rules prohibit female guests from entering." What kind of person was Komi May? With a glare, she emanated a chilling aura that made the servant tremble uncontrollably, struggling to speak. Noticing his odd reaction, Komi May used an illusion to incapacitate him. The servant's eyes went blank, like a wooden puppet. "Tell me, who is the owner of this establishment?" Komi May's voice carried a seductive tone. "It's Lord Zongyan." Komi May had never heard this name. He was likely just a local wealthy man. She continued, "Have you seen a man named Tokumachi Shin, or a tall, thin man with an X-shaped scar on his left cheek?" "No, I haven't. Have there been any strange occurrences in the establishment recently?" As soon as the question was asked, the servant's expression turned fearful and struggled. He stammered, "Many people have gone missing. Servants, girls, and guests. All gone missing. We wanted to escape, but the whole town is under Lord Jingchuan's watch. We can't get away." "Missing persons?" Komi May's eyes lit up. This was a clue. She knew clearly that this was definitely the work of the forbidden technique that Tokumachi Shin had stolen. She lifted the illusion, making the servant forget everything that had just happened, then turned to her 3 subordinates and said, "Tokumachi Shin is probably involved in this." Her subordinates, well aware of how sinister that forbidden technique was, advised her not to go in alone, as it was too dangerous. However, Komi May merely shot them a cold glance, her confidence and dominance as a strong woman radiating. "This is an order. A mere Tokumachi Shin can't possibly threaten someone like me, who possesses 2 bloodline limits. Before I become the Mizukage, I won't die in a place like this." Once she said this, her 3 subordinates dared not say another word, only accepting the order and dispersing to watch at various exits of the Spring Breeze Pavilion. At this moment, deep within the Spring Breeze Pavilion's basement, it was dark and damp, with rows of iron cages holding dozens of young people, each pale and filled with despair. In front of the cages, a thin man with an X-shaped scar on his face was resting his eyes. He was Tokumachi Shin. Let me tell you, this Taket Shin is also a poor guy. A pure grassroots reversal. He crawled out from a sea of corpses and blood to become a Jainin. But what happened? He found himself working tirelessly for those second-generation ninjas with bloodline limits. They enjoy the good life, while he works 996 and risks his life every day. This guy's mentality completely broke down, and in a fit of anger, he stole the village's forbidden technique and ran away. The technique he stole is called the Essence Gathering Technique, which, to put it simply, is a method of absorbing others' life force to extend his own life and replenish his chakra. This thing is quite sinister and requires a large number of young people as supplements. He teamed up with the dying power-hungry minister, Zongyan, and opened this Spring Breeze Pavilion as a front. In just half a year, he has harmed hundreds of people. He himself has seen a significant increase in strength because of this. Just then, the basement door was pushed open, and a man in black knelt on one knee. "Lord Taket, for ninjas have arrived." The leader is a woman. The man in black described the appearance of Terumi May and her group. Upon hearing this, Taket Shin's expression changed instantly. "Terumi May. It's her. This is bad. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be afraid with his current strength. But Terumi May is a formidable opponent, possessing 2 bloodline limits, which is no joke." He hesitated for a while, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Prepare according to the original plan. If we are discovered, let them stay here forever." "Yes." The man in black accepted the order and added, "There is also a masked one. Seems to be a ninja too, but he's chatting with a Maiko right now." Taket Shin frowned. "Ignore him. If a conflict arises with the mist ninjas, take him down as well. He'll be just the right nourishment for us." Poor me. Still unaware that I become a dish on their menu, smiling and joking with the courtesan named Maiko. Then find me a girl who looks most like Miss Maiko. On the other side, my unfortunate shadow clone was groping around in a dark secret passage. The interior of the Spring Breeze Pavilion is like a maze, winding and turning. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. "Wow, you heard that? Your ears are quite sharp." My shadow clone immediately changed its appearance, swaggering out from around the corner. grinning at the black-clad man in front of him. The guy wasted no time and pulled out a shuriken from behind, aiming it at me. Who are you? If you don't tell the truth, you'll stay here forever. Me? Just a lost guest, my shadow clone replied jokingly. However, the opponent didn't waste any time talking. 3 shurikens came flying at me, each aimed at vital points. My shadow clone wasn't a pushover either. He dodged with a swift movement and kicked back. But the opponent was no pushover either, launching a fire release. Great fireball right in midair. Damn, you're playing with fire in this passage? My shadow clone had no choice but to grit his teeth and use water release. Water barrier. With a hiss, water and fire clashed, filling the entire passage with steam, resembling a sauna. Just as visibility dropped to nearly zero, a cold light shot straight from my shadow clone's neck. Let me tell you, my shadow clone reaction is amazing. With a bridge posture, I bent my waist and swiftly dodged. Wow, the guy in black on the other side had his pupils shake. He must be thinking that the script is not right. My shadow clone is such a drama queen. After dodging, it even patted its clothes and complained, "Hey dude, don't go around touching me. I'm just a passing guest," aiming for friendly communication. The guy on the opposite side turned dark with anger and shouted, "Enough nonsense. You dare to lie after sneaking in here? Who the hell are you?" I made a shadow clone and innocently said, "I told you I'm looking for someone. A guy named Tosaka Shin. Do you know him?" That guy shouted that he didn't know him, but his eyes had already betrayed him completely. When he realized the conversation wasn't going anywhere, he took out something that looked like a remote control from his pocket and pressed it hard, shouting, "Explode." With a loud boom, the entire corridor was instantly engulfed in flames. He then crashed through a fake wall nearby and ran away, probably feeling quite pleased, thinking my shadow clone had definitely been eliminated. But what happened next? Just as he sighed in relief, my shadow clone appeared behind him silently like a ghost. The expression on his face was like seeing the king of hell in broad daylight. His mental state completely collapsed right there. I can't be bothered to act with him anymore, so I extend 2 fingers. You have 2 choices. 1. Honestly tell me where Takumo Shin is. 2. I send you on your way to Askiyama. The guy hesitated for a moment, but in the end he was quite tough, saying his family was being controlled and that he had to be loyal to his master. Who understands families? It's just the same old sob story. And even my shadow clone is tired of hearing it. Fine, since you want to be a loyal subject so much, I'll grant you that. In Inazuma, a flash of lightning struck, so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up, creating a hole right in his chest, cooking both him and his heart on the spot. After taking out this little minion, my shadow clone directly elementalized, turning into a current and starting a thorough search along the wall seams. On the other side, my teammate Koihime also took action. She was still grappling with the old madam over there, but upon hearing the explosion from our side, she sensed something was wrong. Immediately seizing the opportunity, she insisted on checking it out, only to be stopped by 2 servants at the door. Let me tell you, those 2 servants had chakra fluctuations, which practically wrote, "We have a problem on our faces." Without saying a word, Koihime cast an illusion, taking down both guards and the old madam in one go. She pushed the door open, revealing a dark passage. However, after just a couple of steps, there was a click and the door behind her closed automatically. Then, with a loud crash, a giant iron cage descended from above, trapping her inside. Goodness, this trap is like a Russian nesting doll, one layer after another. At this moment, the main character finally made his appearance. Takumo Shin was sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, looking at Koihime in the cage with a mocking expression. Koihime, who has a short temper, immediately unleashed her ultimate technique, dissolution technique, dissolve monster. A strong acid sprayed onto the iron cage. What happened? After sizzling for a while, only a layer of paint came off. Takumo Shin laughed wildly, saying this thing was a specialty of the Land of Iron, specifically designed to counter her dissolution technique. So she might as well not waste her effort. Then he began his classic villain monologue, talking about how he came from a poor background and was oppressed by those bloodline clans, making people's ears almost develop calluses from hearing it. Koihime shot back at him, saying that none of this justified his theft of forbidden techniques and the indiscriminate killing of innocents. He seemed quite proud, claiming that all those missing people had become the nutrients for his growth. I told you, my main body followed the location given by the shadow clone and arrived just in time to hear that inhuman remark. I got angry right away and walked in, coldly saying, I was wondering why it smelled so bad. Turns out there's a disgusting bug buzzing around here. When Tosaka Shinichi saw me, his face turned green. Kimi Mei was also stunned. Hey, aren't you that guy from the inn? I was too lazy to waste words with them, so I drew my sword and charged forward, surrounded by crackling lightning. That guy, Taketshin, really had some skills. He didn't need to form hand seals and just raise his hand to unleash several energy waves, which I blocked with a clang. Then I jumped up and executed the Uchiha Sword Leap Flame, borrowing the power of lightning to enhance my fire. As a result, a shockwave exploded in front of him, pushing me back. But that wasn't the end of it. He actually sprouted a pair of energy wings from his back and flew into the sky. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Wow, this guy has an air force too? He went crazy shooting from above like a mobile artillery platform, and I could only passively block below. Seeing that he couldn't take me down for the time being, and that the cage around Kagaya was about to be melted through, he decided to make a run for it. He unleashed a powerful move to force me back, left me with a "you wait for me," and then turned and slipped through a hidden door. Can I let him run? I was just practicing with him earlier, and when I increased the intensity, he really started to gasp. I transformed into a bolt of lightning and chased after him. Koizumi was still shouting from behind. "Don't be impulsive. Wait for me. Take your time, girl. I'll help you collect this fortune first." I followed him into a larger underground palace. Let me tell you, the moment I stepped in, I felt like I was blown apart. There were exactly 99 iron cages, each containing a person, all emaciated to the bone, their veins crawling like worms on their skin, their eyes vacant and their tongues cut out, only able to emit desperate gasps. This is no place for humans. This is a hell on earth. Tuchan Xin was sitting on a high platform, laughing wildly, and with great interest asked me, "How about it, my collection? Isn't it beautiful?" The fire in me at that moment burned straight from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. I threw the long knife in my hand to the ground, the sound as cold as ice. "You scum do not deserve to die by my blade." I looked at him and said word by word, "This world is dirty and ugly, emitting a nauseating stench everywhere. Only the blazing flames can purify all ugliness. Everything in the universe is but ashes, flowing like fire." As soon as I finished speaking, a knife engulfed in pure white flames took shape in my hand. The terrifying temperature distorted the air in the entire underground palace. Purify everything. Slash and cut. With a single slash, I unleashed a white flame sword chi that was utterly devastating. His so-called energy shield was like paper, shattering at the slightest touch. The sword chi was unstoppable, cleaving from his left shoulder to his right hip, leaving a deep gash that didn't even bleed. The wound was instantly carbonized. That scream was something else. Compared to the voices of those people in the cage below, it was quite harmonious. The captives, witnessing this scene, were first struck by a deathly silence, then erupted into thunderous roars, a release of pent-up frustration. Taketshin's eyes turned bloodshot from pain, his face filled with disbelief, still struggling. How is this possible? I refused to believe it. Multi-layered energy shockwave. Let me tell you, this guy was really anxious. Throwing out skills like money didn't matter. Dozens of shockwaves came at us, like a barrage. And guess what? Our old ancestor, Uchiha Zongyan, just looked at him like he was an idiot, not even changing his expression. His knife, flowing like fire, suddenly ignited with flames, and then with a fierce swing, wow, a massive fiery hand that blocked out the sky came crashing down. The scene was incredible. Those little shockwaves from Taketshin hit it like throwing a few pebbles into the sea, just a couple of splashes and they were gone. Then that big hand slapped down and grabbed Taketshin like he was a little chick. Taketshin was completely panicked now, frantically shouting Vitality Shield. Vitality Shield. Like a broken record, but what good was it? The temperature of that fire made my eyebrows feel like they were going to catch fire from a distance. Just then, family members who would understand, Kagaya Otsutsuki, also arrived. She had just come out of her cage, and upon seeing this scene, she was completely stunned. Her mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, probably thinking, "Who is this guy? Is he cheating?" The pressure from that fiery giant hand, let me tell you, you could feel it through the screen. Then her gaze was fixed directly on our ancestor. At that time, our ancestor was still wrapped in white fire and blue lightning, looking mysterious and powerful, his aura at its peak. Kagaya's little eyes shot out pink hearts, and I bet her heart was racing like crazy. She was just a step away from rushing over to ask the handsome guy about the Civil Affairs Bureau. Inside, Taketshin was nearly roasted and still talking tough, saying he was going to skin and eat him. Our ancestor sneered, saying the bug's cries were quite pleasant, then swung his knife again, and wow, a fire tornado appeared. The fiery giant hand combined with the fire tornado, a double roast, truly a crispy outside and tender inside. The people trapped underground went crazy, howling, probably shouting to burn him. Taketshin saw this and realized that if he didn't run, he would really become barbecue. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his hidden skills, pulling out all the vitality he had saved up for a long time, shrinking into a ball. And then boom, he self-destructed. This explosion was really powerful, directly blowing open the fire circle. Both our ancestor and I were pushed back by the shockwave. Then this guy's first move after escaping was not to counterattack, but to rush straight to the cage's underground. At that moment, I felt something was off, and sure enough, he shouted a spell to gather energy towards the people below. The next second, let me tell you, that scene is something I will never forget in my life. All the people who were locked up down there had their talismans light up, and then pop, pop, their blood vessels burst open. It was a rain of blood. All of it was absorbed by him. He removed the impurities from that blood, and then swallowed the remaining pure energy in one gulp. The whole person suddenly expanded into a ball of flesh. Folks, this was simply a walking human-shaped power bank, a vampire version. He was also particularly arrogant, shouting at the old ancestor, "You forced me. I'm going to turn you into food." Kanemitsu was dumbfounded beside him, feeling both angry and guilty. As for the old ancestor, he fell silent. I could feel that he was completely caught off guard by this scene. He might have truly realized how dirty the so-called ninja world was underneath. He mumbled to himself that this world smelled so bad. That nauseating feeling made me want to throw up from a distance. The meatball, Tokumitsu, regained his strength and started outputting crazily, with shockwaves like a barrage of bullets, leaving no place to hide. When Kanemitsu saw that the old ancestor was still in a daze, she panicked, and without thinking, she rushed forward to shield him, using a lava attack to cover both of us. Outside, it sounded like a demolition site with bangs and crashes. Kanemitsu shouted while holding on, "Wake up! If you don't wake up, we're going to be served here." She was even prepared to sacrifice herself to lure that monster away. Just as the lava wall was about to be shattered, the old ancestor suddenly moved, raised his hand, and sliced the incoming attack in half. He was awake. Then, very calmly, he told the still-dazed Kanemitsu, "Move aside. It will be over soon. I tell you, the moment of witnessing miracles is about to begin." Lao Zong raised his hand, and with a crackling sound, the entire ground was instantly covered in blue electric light. Tojiro Shin was still mocking him from the sky, saying that this move was useless. As a result, Lao Zong ignored him completely, plunged his knife into the ground, and with a whoosh, pure white flames merged into it. Then, wow, thunder and fire, they fused together. It transformed into a cyan, liquid-like substance flowing on the ground. At that moment, I felt that the energy level of this thing was completely different. Lao Zong was also taken aback for a moment, probably realizing something on the spot, and named this new move Qingyan. That fool Tojiro Shin still couldn't see the situation clearly and continued to shoot his attacks. But his shockwave hit the Qingyan shield with a sizzling sound. It was directly swallowed without even making a sound. Kagaya, Mei was beside him, her jaw almost dropped, probably unable to comprehend everything happening before her. At this moment, the ashes of those who had been killed were blown up, floating in the air. Lao Zong looked at those ashes, and his expression changed. It seemed he suddenly understood something, and said that this world was too messed up, but he could give everyone a fair ending. Family. He was going to act on behalf of heaven. With a hum, the knife in his hand was enveloped in that cyan flame. Tojiro Shin in the sky was completely terrified, screaming and attacking wildly. Lao Zong didn't even glance at him, just raised his knife and softly said, "Yenri Hell." Boom! The entire underground palace erupted with dozens of cyan fire pillars shooting into the sky. The scene looked like hell had truly been brought to the human world. Tojiro Shin's shield was like paper in front of those fire pillars, shattering with a crack. Then all the fire pillars merged together, and with a loud bang, Tojiro Shin was vaporized without a trace. The entire ceiling of the underground palace was blown apart. After Tojiro Shin exploded, a large amount of pure energy was released. The knife in Lao Zong's hand suddenly became excited, buzzing like a foodie spotting a buffet. Lao Zong was quite indulgent and directly threw the knife out, letting it feast on its own. Wow, that knife was like a vacuum cleaner, swiftly sucking up all the energy clean and even burping, flying back to Lao Zong to give him a boost, making him feel his mental strength surge. On the other side, Kagaya Mei had completely fallen, leaning against the wall, her eyes filled with stars. She was probably mumbling how handsome he was. After Lao Zong finished tidying up, holding the head he had deliberately left behind. After all, it was worth 12 million. He prepared to leave when Kagaya Mei called out to him. She wanted that head to complete her task. Lao Zong directly refused. She said she would pay him. Lao Zong calmly replied, You need to pay more. I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Such a contrast. Just a moment ago, he was a deity descending, and now he instantly turned into a money-minded worker demanding more. Kagaya May gritted her teeth. Double. Lao Zong agreed. After leaving the underground palace and returning to the above-ground den called Chunfeng Liao, Lao Zong cleared the area, giving everyone 10 minutes to scram. One foolish thug tried to act tough, but Lao Zong didn't even lift his eyelids. A bolt of lightning struck, and that person had a heart puncture, dying instantly. At this, everyone was terrified and scrambled out. Once everyone was gone, Lao Zong flew up, looking down at the magnificent den of iniquity below, sighed, and said he wanted to give the dead a common grave. Then, another Yenri hell. I tell you, a towering cyan fire pillar descended from the sky, and with a bang, the entire Chunfeng Liao disappeared from the map, not even leaving a trace of ash. This was true physical salvation. On the other side, Kagaya May met up with her subordinates, tossed the head, and after a few words, rushed back. Just as Lao Zong descended from the sky, she caught up and asked, "Wait, is there anything else?" Lao Zong frowned slightly, probably wondering if this girl was having second thoughts. "Are you leaving?" Kagaya May looked deeply into his eyes, hesitating to ask. "Yes." "Then where are you going?" "Where?" "I tell you, of course. I'm going to personally send those who need to be dealt with into hell one by one." As soon as I said that, Terumi May, this big sister, clearly understood that I was planning to make a big move in the capital. Her beautiful eyes stared directly at me, and she lowered her head to gently ask, "So, will we have a chance to meet again in the future?" Wow, my family, who understands this? This mature woman wouldn't really have her eyes on me, right? At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. I can't drive a big car. But then I thought, hey, this might not be a bad thing. Building a good relationship with the future 5th Mizukage is basically securing my future with a super insurance. If the night of extermination really comes and I can't hold on, wouldn't it be nice to take my family and escape to the land of water to seek refuge with her? After all, she will be the Mizukage, beautiful, kind-hearted, and capable. I need to latch onto that thigh. Thinking of this, my motivation soared. I quickly took off the broken mask on my face, revealing my incredibly handsome face. My name is Uchiha Zongyan, from Konoha. Just as I finished speaking, Terumi May across from me completely froze, standing there like a frame that has been paused. I was puzzled at the time. What was going on? Did I make her speechless with my looks? That can't be right. Although my transcendent appearance is indeed striking, her reaction was too exaggerated. How would I know that she was experiencing an 18-level storm in her heart? She was screaming like crazy. What the heck? So small. ISNT this, just a teenager? No way. The guy who just took down Tokiwa Shin like a god was actually a minor. She actually has feelings for a kid. And she's staring at him like a lovesick fool. Kozai may want to find a hole to hide in. It was social death, absolutely. Seeing her unresponsive for a long time, I had to take the initiative to break the ice. Ahem, you overpaid for that head earlier. So, I'll give you a piece of information for free. What? She was still stunned and instinctively replied. I lowered my voice and said slowly, you must also feel something is off, right? There's something wrong with your water shadow. Let me tell you, at that time, in the Hidden Mist Village, it was truly a dire situation. The 3rd Mizukage, Yagura, had long been controlled by Obito using his Mangeki Sharingan, turning him into a puppet. The entire village was engulfed in chaos, with Obito scheming behind the scenes. But the solution was incredibly simple. All we had to do was let that guy with the Byakugan named Niji take a look at Yagura, and he would notice that Yagura's chakra was all messed up, clearly under a Jinjutsu. I leaked this information to Mei Terumi in advance, just to help her rise to power sooner. The higher her position, the more stable my support would be when I eventually sought refuge with her. It was all about the information gap. What did you say? As soon as I said that, Mei Terumi instantly regained her composure, and her gaze pierced through me like a knife. I shrugged my shoulders, showing a believe it or not attitude. I've said all I need to say. If you don't believe me, consider it nonsense. I can't just tell her, hey, I know Obito controlled your Mizukage. I was there at the time. Wasn't I just that table? You need to explain it to me clearly. How do you know that? She got anxious, her tone taking on a commanding edge. I furrowed my brow, and my gaze instantly turned cold. Are you commanding me? No, that's not what I meant. She immediately reacted, her attitude making a complete turnaround, even bowing to me directly, pleading, this matter is too important for the Mist Village. I beg you, tell me more. Wow, this girl is really something. She could put everything on the line for her village. Her attitude left me at a loss, so I could only helplessly say a bit more. He was controlled by an illusion. Let your family member with the white eyes take a look. and he can tell the truth from the falsehood. As soon as I said this, Koan Mane began to tremble all over. Although I was an unknown leaf ninja, this piece of information hit her biggest suspicion like a bullet. Her mind was probably filled with the words the water shadow is a traitor, leaving no room for other thoughts. Seeing her deep in thought, I waved goodbye and turned to leave, keeping my achievements hidden. By the time I finished my work, the Bear Country was in an uproar. The streets were buzzing with news. Lord Jingchuan was struck dead by heavenly thunder. There were all sorts of theories, divine punishment, assassination, conspiracy theories, arguing endlessly. Meanwhile, the real Thunder God, I was already on my way back to the Leaf Village. When I got home, it was just in time for dinner. My parents had prepared the meal, and my little sister, Rika, rushed over like a little charm and hugged my leg. Although the relationship between our village and the Uchiha clan had reached a breaking point, with those radicals at the clan meeting shouting daily about storming the Hokage building, my dad was still trying hard to maintain the peace of our little family. After dinner, I played with Rika for a long time, until I finally coaxed her to sleep before returning to my own room. Let me tell you about the gains I made on this trip. I took out paper and pen, a habit I brought from my previous life. Writing it down is much clearer than just imagining it in my head. The first point, and the most explosive one, my thunder fruit and flowing blade of fire have finally fused. I gave this new power a somewhat edgy name, called Azure Flame. This thing is simply a bug. It not only retains the speed of thunder and the burning of fire, but its power has doubled. My newly comprehended fifth style, Hot Hell, has destructive power that is definitely at the shadow level. Now, if I encounter Itachi Uchiha again, even if he activates his Susen, I'm confident I can shatter him with one strike. Who lives and who dies is really hard to say. The second point is that I found a fallback with Terumi Mei. If I ever reach a dead end, I can take my family to the Mist Village. And with her protection, Konoha wouldn't dare to be too reckless. A few days later, my traveling frog skill cooled down again. This time, I watched it jump out of the distorted space. It left me a green seed the size of a grain of rice. Ding! Souvenir, seed of the world tree from an unknown world. I was stunned at the time. The seed of the world tree? What kind of fantasy development is this? I asked the system what it was and if it could grow a world, but the system directly replied, "Sorry, this system only knows the name." I then asked which unknown world it was, and it said, "Sorry, the level of that world is too high, and the relevant data has been deleted." Damn, what good are you if you don't know anything? So this system is just a decoration that can beep? I complained a bit, pondering that the things from that high-level world must be extraordinary, but I still didn't understand how to use it. So I could only throw it into the system space to gather dust for now. That day at the ninja school, I followed Sasuke around. Just as we arrived at the school gate, I saw that little yellow-haired Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, the usually aloof Sasuke's face changed the moment he saw him. Naruto deliberately shouted loudly, "What bad luck, running into such a conceited guy so early in the morning." Sasuke's little face flushed, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Idiot, stay away from me." Watching these two little kids act like they were in a sitcom, a bold idea suddenly popped into my head. That night, with a dark moon and high winds, I transformed into a streak of lightning, easily bypassing the surveillance of 3 teams of Umbu, and sneaked into Naruto's room. Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old man really is quite considerate in looking after Naruto. I looked at Naruto, who was sprawled on the bed with his belly exposed, and couldn't help but marvel. Then, the thought I had during the day could no longer be suppressed. If the one sitting in the Hokage position now were Minato Namake's, how would he treat his son? How would he handle the Uchiha issue? A plan instantly took shape in my mind. I directly infiltrated his spiritual world. "Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? I'm not tasty." Naruto woke up in a dark cave, looking at me with tears almost coming out of his eyes from fright. I was filled with black lines and could only bring up Sasuke's name. "I'm not a bad person. I'm Sasuke's brother." "Stinky Sasuke's brother?" He was taken aback for a moment. "Are you Itachi Uchiha?" "No, I'm his other brother." I squatted down, looked at him, and directly dropped a bomb. "Naruto, you are called the Nine Tails. You've had no friends since you were little, and you've been bullied. Do you know why?" He froze completely, lowered his head, and said quietly, I don't know." I looked at his pitiful expression and sighed in my heart, telling him word by word, "Because within your body is sealed a real demon fox. It almost destroyed Konoha, so the villagers hate it. But you are the vessel that seals it. You are a hero. You should not be treated this way. You should live in the sunlight and applause." Naruto suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with tears, staring blankly at me, completely not understanding. I shook my head, deciding not to beat around the bush with him anymore. I didn't want to passively wait for some annihilation night. I wanted to take the initiative. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo can't accommodate us in Konoha, let's get rid of those two old geezers. I want to pull Naruto, Kakashi, and Jiraiya all to my side. Let's hit them with a wave of childhood truth revelation, focusing on a shocking education. I looked at him and slowly began, let me tell you a story about a hero, about your real parents, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. This story, let me tell you, is full of ups and downs. In just a few moments, I recounted to little Naruto the incident 6 years ago when a Nine-Tails attacked the village. By the end, I changed my tone and stared intently at him. Who understands family? That little guy was dumbfounded, shivering all over, his eyes instantly turning red, trembling as he asked me that. That Nine-Tails fox, is it the one inside my body? I directly gave a nod and said, that's right, and you are the biological son of the fourth Hokage. I am. The son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto was completely stunned, repeating this sentence like a broken record, shaking his little head like a rattle drum. Impossible. This can't be true. I looked at his miserable appearance and felt a pang of sympathy in my heart. Goodness, this kid is so unfortunate that even if pies fell from the sky, he would instinctively dodge them. I sighed and said, don't believe me. Huh? All right. I'll take you to see the evidence. I pulled him up, and in this kid's spiritual world, it was completely chaotic. We followed the light of the torch for a long time and finally arrived in front of a giant iron cage. I pointed at the fiery red fur ball lying inside. Look, that's the Nine-Tails. Wow, so big, Naruto exclaimed, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. The next second, the massive creature in the cage suddenly lifted its head and let out a roar, its mouth opening wider than my entire body. Drool pouring out like rain. That overwhelming malice came rushing over, and it shouted at Naruto, damn human, I'm going to eat you. Naruto trembled in fear, gripping my hand tightly and shrinking behind me. I have to tell you, I was also shocked at that time. It looked a bit cute in the anime, but seeing it in person was like encountering a prehistoric giant beast capable of swallowing a child in one bite. But could I back down? No. I forced myself to stay calm and smiled, saying, Julama, don't be so fierce, you're scaring the kids. Shut up. Who are you? Its eyes were glaring like searchlights. I became directly impatient, furrowing my brow. With a buzz, the flowing blade of fire appeared in my hand, and the blue flames instantly warmed the entire space. You think you can provoke me, huh? Keep talking, and I'll cut you down. As soon as the blade appeared, the Nine-Tails' pupils shook. It could sense that this thing could take its life. That primal fear made it obedient on the spot. Naruto, that kid, was instantly captivated by my cool blade, his eyes sparkling with stars. So cool. Just a small scene. I humbly stepped forward to the iron cage, placing my hand directly on the ceiling symbol in the center. Human, what are you going to do? The Nine-Tails panicked again, probably imagining a dramatic scene in its head where it would be released and then kill me. I couldn't be bothered with it. With a light flick of my finger, I lifted a corner of the talisman paper. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A man wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe and sporting shiny blonde hair suddenly appeared, pressing down on my hand. Wait, don't do something so dangerous. It's Minato Namikaze. He finally showed up. I let out a sigh of relief in my heart. Thankfully, I had bet right. Otherwise, if I had really released the Nine-Tails, that would have been a big mess. No offense intended, fourth Hokage. Minato was taken aback for a moment, sizing me up. You are a child of the Uchiha clan? We can discuss this later. I waved my hand and pointed to the little kid behind him who was already in shock. You should take a look at your son first. He has been waiting for you for too long. Naruto? When Minato turned around and saw Naruto's blank little face, he was overjoyed and quickly walked over to give his son a big hug. Who would have thought that Naruto would suddenly take a step back, avoiding him? Tears streamed down his face as he choked out, Are you really my dad? This question left Minato in silence. He half squatted there, arms outstretched, looking completely at a loss. I couldn't bear to watch any longer, so I walked over and whispered an explanation. He has never known that his father is a hero since he was a child. After the Nine-Tails incident, the villagers directed all their hatred for the Nine-Tails at him. No friends, no family, bullied by others, unable to buy anything, eating nearly expired instant noodles and milk every day. 6 years have passed like this. As I finished speaking, I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The only warmth? It's just his grandfather, the third Hokage, coming to check on him from time to time. Huh. I watched as Minato's fist tightened more and more, his knuckles turning white, and his handsome face turning blue from anger. He saved the village, and this is how the village repays his son? Lord Fourth, do you know what your biggest problem is? I looked at him, speaking bluntly. You are too naive, and your political awareness is ridiculously low. The third Hokage you entrusted is already an old politician. In his eyes, nothing is more important than his own interests. He wants Naruto to live in darkness so that he can be the only light, thus keeping Naruto firmly in his grasp. What do you call that? Let me tell you, that's called a nurturing approach based on companionship. Minato was left speechless by my words. He wanted to refute, but the facts were right in front of him. He then asked, what about Jiraiya? What about Kakashi? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your teacher Jiraiya hasn't returned to the village in 6 years, busy chasing Orochimaru. What kind of chosen one are you looking for? Your student Kakashi is always busy with missions, so busy that he doesn't even have time to glance at your son? Do you believe that? To put it bluntly, it's that old man, the third Hokage, who won't allow it. My words pierced like knives, stabbing one by one into Minato's heart. He fell completely silent. Naruto, listening in a daze, didn't quite understand, but he could feel the warmth of the man in front of him. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore, dashed forward, and buried himself in Minato's embrace, crying out loud, Dad. That one word Dad was shouted with heart-wrenching pain, releasing 6 years of grievances, loneliness, and sadness. Minato's eyes also turned red, holding him tightly and repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. I quietly stepped aside to give this father and son, who had been separated for 6 years, some space. After Naruto cried himself out and fell asleep in Minato's arms, Minato held him and looked at me with a complicated expression. Thank you for letting me see Naruto. But your intentions aren't just this, right? Also, how did you know I left chakra in the seal? Sources of information. It's a secret. I smiled and quickly changed the subject. I indeed had my own purposes. Fourth Hokage, Konoha is about to go to war with the Uchiha. I objectively recounted how the Uchiha clan had been pushed to the brink over the past 6 years, how they were forced to prepare for a coup. After listening, Minato sighed deeply. I didn't expect that I'd only been dead for 6 years. Indeed, if you were still alive, there wouldn't be these troubles. He chuckled self-mockingly. But I'm already dead. What can I help you with? I had another matter to report to you. I changed the subject, my expression turning serious. It was about Shimura Danzo's crimes over the years. I then went all out, revealing one by one Danzo's heinous acts, establishing route for brainwashing, forcibly recruiting ninja from various clans to place cursed seals, standing by during the Nine-Tails incident without intervening, conducting human experiments with Orochimaru, and ambushing Shursui to steal his eyes. Each of these made Minato's expression grow graver. Although he was Hokage, his time in office was too short, and the third Hokage had always kept a tight grip on the Umbu, leaving him completely unaware of these dark matters. Once I finished speaking, Minato held Naruto, bowing his head in silence for a long time, as if digesting this enormous amount of information. After a while, he lifted his head, his gaze sharp. What do you want me to do? This indicated that he believed me. My plan was to look at him intently and say, infiltrate route, find ironclad evidence of Danzo's crimes, and then give everyone a little shock from Konoha, expose his crimes to the public, take advantage of the explosive public opinion to directly demand that the third Hokage, who protected him, resign in disgrace. Once the root cause is eliminated, the war will naturally cease. Minato was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by my bold plan to cut off the source. But he quickly pointed out the flaw. You are from the Uchiha clan. If you do this, it will only be seen as a coup. Exactly. That's why we need a leader. I smiled. Only you, Lord Fourth Hokage, can persuade him. Minato's heart stirred, as if he thought of someone. I directly mentioned the name. That's right, it's your disciple, Kakashi Hitaki. As your disciple and the son of Konoha's White Fang, he has the strength and qualifications. It is most appropriate for him to lead. In the end, Minato agreed. For the village, and especially for his son who has suffered so much. He could no longer stand by and do nothing. He gave me a code that only the 4 of us, master and disciples, know. With this, Kakashi will at least be willing to sit down and listen to me. Whether it works or not depends on my next moves. I greeted the 4th Hokage as a polite notice, saying not to worry, that I would take care of his son in the future. Minato Namikaze is also a straightforward person. He probably found me likable and directly sent me out of Naruto's spiritual world. As soon as I came out, I saw that Naruto had just woken up. Goodness, that little guy looked so confused, tears streaming down his big blue eyes, soaking into the pillow. He was mumbling to himself. Was it all a dream? Who understands my family? This kid must have suffered so much that he can't even believe a beautiful dream is real. He felt like a demon fox that everyone wanted to hunt down, unworthy of being the son of the Hokage. At that moment, I was leaning against the wall, unable to bear it any longer, and spoke up. Hey, it's not a dream, it's all real. Naruto turned his head sharply, saw me, and his mouth dropped wide open. I smiled at him and said, "Your dad is the fourth Hokage, the hero of Konoha, and that's absolutely true." At that, Naruto finally managed to catch his breath. Let me tell you, his expression was both heart-wrenching and funny. I patted him on the shoulder, painted a bright future for him, and said, "Naruto, starting today, your good days are coming. I promise. As long as I take down the third Hokage and that group of old geezers led by Danzo, Naruto's treatment won't be just a matter of my words. Letting him live like a rich second generation for 9 years in advance. Piece of cake." Guess what happened next? That kid smiled like a sunflower and said to me, "Thank you, Stinky Sasuke's brother. I don't care if life gets better or not. Just knowing who my dad is makes me very satisfied." Well, this kid really shines with just a bit of sunshine. I didn't say much more. Action speaks louder than words. I left him with a note saying to come find me anytime if he needed anything, and I disappeared in an instant. Just as I left, I could feel that kid pulling the blanket over his head, getting so excited in his bed that he twisted into a little worm, laughing foolishly to himself. I have a dad. My dad is the Hokage. The next noon, I started laying the groundwork for the second step, arranging to meet Kakashi Hitaki. This guy was currently having a barbecue outing with my guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and a bunch of other jonin. I used the special signal left by Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, to mark a spot outside the restaurant for him. Kakashi is really alert, just a casual glance, and his expression changed instantly. He was familiar with that signal, which was his teacher Minato's exclusive code. His DNA practically reacted. He immediately made an excuse to slip away. Even when Shikamaru called out to him not to skip out on the bill, he just tossed back in next time, for sure without looking back. Once he was out of the barbecue restaurant, he made his way to the little package I left for him. When he opened it, there was a note inside with a simple message, "Jonin Kakashi, entrusted by the fourth Hokage, a meeting at Naruto's home tonight." Signed, Uchiha Zongyan. I tell you, when Kakashi saw the words Uchiha, his face instantly darkened. The Uchiha clan used the fourth Hokage's code to arrange a meeting with me at his son's house. This buff stacking is simply as obvious as Sima Zhao's intentions. He must have been thinking at that moment, what kind of new telecom scam is this? No matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch my teacher's son will know why the flowers are so red. So, that afternoon, Kakashi followed Naruto like a shadow, closely tailing him throughout the entire time. Even the Umbu, sent by the Hokage, couldn't keep up with him. He didn't dare report it to the third Hokage. After all, this matter involved the fourth, and he knew all too well how that old man treated Naruto. When night fell and the wind was high, I calculated the time and slipped into Naruto's balcony in a flash. Kakashi followed closely behind, almost silently jumping in, his dead fish eyes filled with vigilance and killing intent. "Who are you? How do you know the teacher's code? What do you want to do to Naruto?" He opened with a deadly triple question. Naruto, who was sitting on the bed, curiously asked, "Hey, who is this white-haired person?" I smiled and calmly introduced them to each other. "Naruto, this is your father's student. Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, this is your teacher's son." Then I looked at Kakashi, and he froze completely, especially when he heard Naruto call out the word father. "You told Naruto? Why?" He questioned me. I directly curled my lips and switched to sarcasm mode. "Why not? Who his real father is still needs to be hidden. Is this something shameful?" With one sentence, I made Kakashi go silent. The third Hokage's excuse to protect him now sounds like a joke. He changed the subject and stared at me intently. "Don't change the subject. What exactly are your intentions? My teacher is already dead. How do you know the secret code?" I said this matter is a long story, and you wouldn't believe me if I told you. So let Naruto be your repeater. So, Naruto recounted everything about our trio meeting in the spiritual world last night to Kakashi in detail. Kakashi was shocked, especially when he heard about the remnants of Minato's chakra appearing. His eyes nearly popped out when I mentioned that the third Hokage had let down the fourth's trust. Naruto mimicked my tone, giving Kakashi a little sidelong glance, which made Kakashi's face flush with embarrassment, feeling so awkward he could probably dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. In the end, he couldn't help but apologize to Naruto with guilt. "Sorry, Naruto, I didn't take good care of you and let down the teacher's trust." Naruto, the little angel, waved his hand and forgave him. After settling the emotional card, Kakashi turned his focus back to me. "What about you? You're just an unknown kid from the Uchiha clan, hiding such strong power. What are you really plotting?" Next, it was my personal showtime. I laid out my plan, from the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha to Danzo's crimes, and then to my preparations to impeach the third Hokage, cleanse root, and avoid civil war. After listening, Kakashi was stunned, looking at me as if I were insane. You want to impeach the third Hokage? You have some nerve. How is that even possible? I lightly asked him, do you think my plan has flaws? He was in such pain and said, your plan itself is the biggest problem. He admitted that Konoha has serious issues, and the third Hokage and Danzo are both tumors, but he couldn't get over that mental barrier. Seeing him still struggling, I decided to go all in. I stared into his eyes and said word by word, furthermore, I'll give you another piece of information. Your father, Konoha's wife Fonsakamo Hataki's death, was orchestrated by the mastermind, Shimura Danzo. What? This sentence hit Kakashi like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. He instantly broke down, his voice trembling. Tell me everything you know. I had long anticipated his reaction, so I revealed how Danzo manipulated public opinion in the competition for the Hokage position, leading to his father's death. The more detailed I became, the worse Kakashi's expression grew, his fists cracking as he clenched them, and his eyes turned red. He recalled how his father was vilified by everyone and ultimately died in despair. It was a pain he carried for a lifetime. Shimura, Danzo. He squeezed those words through gritted teeth. But after all, he was Kakashi. Even with overwhelming hatred, he forced himself to calm down and said to me, I will investigate this. If it's true, I will definitely make him pay. But that doesn't mean I will help you overthrow Konoha. Well, even in such a situation, he remained stubborn. I could only escalate things, using Naruto as leverage, casting a sidelong glance at him. If you don't help me, Naruto will have to bear the name of the Nine Tails for life, controlled by the third Hokage as a tool. Is that the fate your teacher's son deserves? Can you bear it? Although Naruto claimed not to care, who couldn't see the longing in his eyes, Kakashi fell completely silent, caught in an inner struggle. After a long time, he finally lifted his head, looking at me with an incredibly sharp gaze. Prove that you have the ability to overturn everything. If it's just a pipe dream, then don't waste your efforts. He finally relented. Want to see my strength? That's easy. Good. I nodded with a smile, greeted Naruto to let him sleep first, and then transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting out of the window. Kakashi was surprised as well, but he didn't say much. He glanced at Naruto and quickly followed me into the night. We raced out of the village and into the death forest, one in front of the other. I transformed into lightning using the power of the thunder fruit, moving so fast that even Kakashi, who was behind me using body flicker technique, couldn't keep up. By the time I stopped in a clearing, he had just caught up, panting, and his gaze was already filled with caution. Kakashi, do you need some time to prepare? I asked kindly. No need, he replied decisively. All right, then I won't hold back, I said, ready to show off. Electric arcs crackled around me as I declared, lightning release bloodline limit, capable of elementalization, immune to physical attacks, and most ninjutsu. A full-powered strike can flatten an area of 10 kilometers. Kakashi's pupils shook. Then I ignited white flames in my right hand, and a black blade, flowing blade like fire, appeared out of thin air. This blade could enhance the soul, was immune to Genjutsu, and had destructive power even stronger than my lightning release. Kakashi was stunned. Immune to Genjutsu? Doesn't that counter your Uchiha clan Sharingan, especially Itachi's mastery of illusions? You probably understood why I said Itachi was just a nuisance. Finally, there was a new ability that fused these two powers. I smiled confidently as lightning and flames intertwined, transforming into a magma-like blue flame, Qinyin spreading beneath my feet, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Kakashi looked at my dazzling effects, likely thinking, is this another monster on Itachi's level? No, this is even more outrageous than Itachi back then. But he still needed to test my abilities himself. Your power amazes me, but talking without action is just bluffing. Let's see your strength in action. He pulled out a kunai and assumed a stance. Perfect. A chance to fight evenly against him was a dream come true for me. Then be careful, Kakashi. My fighting spirit soared as I shouted, Fujin. I swung the flowing blade like fire fiercely, unleashing a blue flame blade that sliced towards Kakashi. Fast as lightning. So fast, Kakashi exclaimed, narrowly dodging with a body flicker. However, the high temperature of the Qinyin still grazed his left arm, leaving a charred mark instantly. He looked at his injured arm, his expression more serious than ever. Great, when that look appeared, I knew something big was coming. Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector, and his Sharingan with 3 Tomo opened. Obito's gift to him was finally activated. I have to tell you, when Kakashi gets serious, he really is different. His movement is so fast that he almost leaves afterimages. Shadow clone, body replacement technique. He plays with them like a pro, knowing he can't win in close combat. He tries to create distance, jumping onto a tree and unleashing fire style. Grand fireball technique. A giant fireball shoots from behind him towards Zongyan. Hey, you can't deny it. That ambush was quite professional. But what happens? Zongyan doesn't even turn his head and counters with a knife. That black blade, engulfed in blue flames, slices through the massive fireball like cutting a cake. With a bang, it explodes on both sides, and the heat wave nearly singes my eyebrows. Kakashi gasps in shock. His expression seems to say, "Family, who understands this? Is this physical cheat even reasonable?" Zongyan doesn't give him a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of the explosion's light, a blue blade aura shoots out. Kakashi, frightened, quickly uses the body replacement technique. He escapes. But the poor wooden stump instantly turns into a piece of charred wood. The next second, Zongyan bursts out of the flames, raising his knife for a fierce slash. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding nearly deafens me. Kakashi tries to block with a shuriken, but guess what? As soon as the shuriken touches Zongyan's blade, it sizzles and melts into a puddle of molten iron from the intense heat. Kakashi's hand nearly gets burned, and he quickly drops it. Now, he can't fight back at all, only rolling around on the ground to dodge skills. The blue flame blade aura crisscrosses, and the entire clearing feels like a furnace. Every breath is scalding hot. Kakashi, unable to dodge anymore, slaps the ground with both hands, earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall with a dog-ass head carved on it rises from the ground. Come on, man. What are you doing with art at a time like this? Sure enough, that wall is cut through like tofu by the blade light. Just that moment of delay gives Zongyan an opportunity. In midair, he swings his knife violently, and the sky fills with a giant hand made of blue flames, reaching for Kakashi, who has no place to escape. Just as it seems he will be caught, Kakashi transforms into smoke with a bang. Another shadow clone. The real killing move comes now. Lightning cutter. I hear 1,000 birds screaming in my ears. And behind Zongyan, the real Kakashi grips a dazzling ball of lightning in his right hand, thrusting it towards Zongyan's back with the force of thunder. The timing is perfect. My heart is in my throat. But Zongyan seems to have eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly draws his knife to defend, and a circular blue fire ring unfolds instantly. The lightning cutter and the fire ring collide with a deafening bang. Kakashi is sent flying, leaving a deep wound on his hand. He is completely paralyzed and quickly raises his hand, shouting, "Stop, stop, stop. No more fighting." He pants heavily, looking at Zongyan, his eyes filled with helplessness and admiration. "I admit it, you're stronger than me. But just being stronger isn't enough. Your strength isn't enough to make the third Hokage and that old man Danzo bow down. You must show me a power that can instill fear, a power that can decide everything. Show it to me." "Good." Zongyan smiles, takes a deep breath, and leaps into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters high. He raises the blade engulfed in blue flames and slowly recites, "All things in the universe shall turn to ashes, flowing blade like fire." Hella flames. The next second, I will never forget that scene. Dozens of blue flame pillars, thicker than skyscrapers, erupt from the ground without warning, shooting straight into the sky. The land we just stood on, along with several kilometers around, is instantly engulfed and melted by these flame pillars, then converges into a massive explosion. The terrifying shockwave uproots all the trees in the death forest, and then everything turns to ashes in that blue flame. Really, it's like using an eraser. A large section of the death forest is wiped off the map. Kakashi is completely silent, staring at Zongyan, who looks like a god descending from the heavens, probably thinking only 4 words, terrifying indeed. He feels that this might only be dodged by his teacher, the 4th Hokage, using the flying thunder god technique. Now he is utterly convinced and immediately expresses his willingness to cooperate. Seeing the commotion too loud, the ninjas from Konoha rush over, and the two quickly flee in different directions. Back home, Zongyan sits alone in his room, pulling out a piece of paper filled with writing. I tell you, it contains several plans he came up with to survive, such as getting stronger than Itachi, fleeing with his family, relying solely on his golden finger, and one particularly ridiculous one, kidnapping Sasuke and forcing Itachi to delay his attack. Looking back now, the first few have been realized, but this 4th plan has given him a whole new idea. Now that he has strength, his ambition has also inflated. He no longer wants to be on the defensive. He wants to take the initiative. He wants to be the spokesperson for the Uchiha clan, to wrestle with the higher-ups of Konoha. But the Uchiha clan members all hold themselves in high regard, so why would they listen to him? Therefore, he needs a stepping stone, a token that can command respect from everyone. Is there a better stepping stone than Uchiha Itachi? Eliminating the current family-recognized #1 genius, he, Uchiha Zongyan, would naturally become the new god. Thus, the plan that was once treated as a joke has now become his primary goal: to kidnap Uchiha Sasuke and force Uchiha Itachi to come out for a fair fight. The next afternoon, in the alley where the ninja school lets out, Zongyan watches the bouncing Sasuke ahead and sighs. Sorry. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a weak current shoots from his palm, and Sasuke's eyes roll back as he becomes paralyzed and unable to move. The next second, Zongyan transforms into a flash of lightning, vanishing with Sasuke. When Sasuke wakes up again, he finds himself in the Death Forest. His face turns red with anger. Shouting at Zongyan, Zongyan simply looks at him calmly, then drops a nuclear-level piece of information. Sasuke, your beloved brother, Uchiha Itachi, is planning to kill our entire clan, including our parents, just to protect you. Sasuke explodes with rage, cursing, "You're talking nonsense. I want to let you insult my brother." Zongyan smiles lightly, completely ignoring him, and just says quietly, "Your brother is coming. You can listen for yourself." As he speaks, another current knocks Sasuke down, leaving him capable of hearing but not moving. Just then, a rain of shurikens falls from the sky, and Uchiha Itachi makes his entrance. The moment he appears, his gaze is cold enough to kill, and without a word, he casts a genjutsu. For a moment, I feel as if crows are cawing all around, cawing incessantly. It's so annoying. Zongyan isn't phased at all. He sneers, trivial skills. He directly pierces through Itachi's genjutsu, forcing him to reveal himself. Uchiha Itachi, stop pretending. Zongyan points his long knife at Itachi. Are you planning to wait for Sasuke to be away in a few days and slaughter our entire clan? For your so-called village, for your beloved younger brother, right? I have to tell you, Itachi's expression at that moment, although he still had a deadpan face, the shock in his eyes was undeniable. He fell silent. And for Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, this silence was practically an admission. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face, and his entire worldview was collapsing. Zongyan's verbal assault continued, each sentence more heart-wrenching than the last. Is this what you call protection? Did you ever ask Sasuke if he wanted this kind of protection bought with the blood of his parents and clan? It's all about your self-importance, isn't it? To protect your brother, you want to kill us all, but have you ever thought that our lives matter too? I have family too. Itachi could no longer hold back after being scolded. He lowered his head and said hoarsely, "This is the last resort. I will atone for my sins in hell afterwards." Atonement? Ha ha. Zongyan laughed loudly, his laughter full of disdain and anger. What will you use to atone? Your life? How disgusting. You, a lowly insect, charging at your own comrades with a butcher's knife. It's so twisted and ugly. Then what should I do? Itachi finally retorted angrily. Should I just watch my clan and village go to war, letting so many innocent people die? Ridiculous. Zongyan questioned word by word. Are we Uchiha not innocent? Or do you think the lives of the villagers are more precious than the lives of our clan? Zongyan fixed his gaze on the silent Itachi and delivered the final blow. I see, because you think your clan is foolish and arrogant. You've already sided with the higher-ups of Konoha, becoming their spy planted within us, right? Itachi fell into a dead silence once again. It's over. Who understands a family? At this moment, Sasuke, lying on the ground, listening to all of this, realized that his most admired brother not only wanted to kill his entire family, but was also a traitor. This was too much information. It practically burned my CPU. But let me tell you, it gets even more intense. Watching Uchiha Itachi standing there like a dull gourd. The guy named Zongyan next to him unleashed a barrage of attacks, crazily outputting at Itachi. I tell you, the things he said were like rubbing Itachi's face in the dirt. Who do you think you are? The man with the strongest fatherly aura in the ninja world? Do you think by sacrificing your whole family, Konoha will have peace? Do you think Sasuke can live according to your script? Don't be so naive. Let me tell you, that's not called foresight. That's called arrogance. You are more arrogant than any Uchiha. Wow, this was practically a public denunciation meeting right in front of him. Zongyan completely dismissed Itachi's plan, saying that the Konoha he wanted to protect was later visited by Orochimaru and Pain in succession, and that the brother he wanted to protect, Sasuke, almost handed himself over to Orochimaru as a vessel for power, and upon learning the truth, was the first to want to destroy Konoha. The funniest part? Itachi actually left a backup plan, intending to use Shursue's Kodoa Mitsukami to brainwash Sasuke, forcing him to love Konoha. Who understands this? Is this something a real brother would do? This level of control is explosive. The sage of Six Paths' two sons fought for thousands of years, and the old man just watched from the sidelines. But you, on the other hand, when your brother doesn't listen, you go straight to high-tech brainwashing. You don't love your brother. You love the puppet you can control. After all this, let alone Sasuke, even I was left stunned. Sasuke lay on the ground, his worldview probably shattered into a QR code, looking at Itachi with unfamiliar eyes, as if he were looking at a monster wearing his brother's skin. I tell you, this guy's already been pushed to his limits, but he's stubborn. He didn't say a word, but his gaze has changed. Deciding not to waste time, he's going to take action tonight and first deal with the troublemaker, Zongyan. Magical chains of Hangzhou technique. He starts with an illusion, try to control Zongyan. What a joke. I have Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, Rebin no Hai, residing in my soul. With your little mental attack, you think you can scrape me? Zongyan didn't even blink. The blade in his soul flashed with white fire, breaking the illusion in an instant. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's fight. Zongyan doesn't hold back either. With a thought, he counterattacks with a slash. All things in the universe turn to ashes, Rebin no Hai. A flash of white light cuts through, and with a swish, he splits Itachi in half. What happened? Well, the split Itachi didn't bleed. Instead, he went poof and transformed into several crows flying away. Crow clones. Even sneakier than the shadow clone technique. Zongyan sees this and thinks, okay, playing dirty, huh? He directly retaliates. Infinite thunder, earth fire, blue flame. In an instant, the entire ground is covered in blue lava flames, and the death forest suffers a second disaster, leaving not a blade of grass alive. Itachi is startled by the display, but he still keeps his tough demeanor. Indeed, once you gain some power, you start to act arrogant. You're still part of the Uchiha? While saying this, he joins his hands together. Boom! A massive crimson skeletal frame rises from the ground, enveloping him. Wow! He's panicking and directly summons a red Gundam. The blue flames scorch the Gundam, sizzling, even damaging the bones of Susanoo. Itachi's heart sinks. He knows this fire is problematic and must end it quickly. The red Gundam roars, and a fist the size of a cooking pot comes crashing down towards Zongyan. Zongyan isn't fazed at all. He swings his sword for a counter slash. The blue blade collides with the giant's fist, shaking the entire forest. Immediately after, Zongyan unleashes a fire tornado, a massive flaming hand desperately slamming against the Gundam. Itachi tries to endure, even putting armor on his broken skeletal frame, arming it with a mirror and sword. Trying to tough it out. Give it up. Itachi stands in the Gundam, looking down from above. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Nonsense. Zongyan flies into the air, unleashing all his power. You might be able to pilot a Gundam in this life, but you'll never learn my power in your next life. Take a look at this move. Hella flames. Boom. Oh my gosh, dozens of magma pillars thicker than his Gundam shoot up from the ground, completely wrapping Susanoo. Then, with a loud bang, dozens of fire columns explode simultaneously, creating a scene like a nuclear bomb leveling the ground. As the dust settles, his imposing Gundam has not only lost an arm, but half of its body as well, with blue flames sticking to it like a stubborn plaster. Inside, Itachi is even worse off, spitting out a mouthful of blood, barely able to stand. I thought it was stable now. Zongyan went up to persuade him to surrender. And from a distance, Sasuke was also praying desperately in his heart for his brother to surrender quickly. Guess what happened? This guy started acting. He wanted me to surrender. Fine. Itachi pretended to be on the verge of death, but you have to promise me one thing. You can't harm the village. His voice was so low, like a mosquito buzzing. Zongyan unconsciously leaned in a bit to hear clearly. In that instant, the triangular pinwheel in his eyes suddenly spun. Tsukuyami. Goodness, no honor in battle. A sneak attack. The next second, Zongyan found himself tied to a wooden post. And in front of him was that Itachi, but his expression was like an AI, holding a kunai, and without saying a word, he started stabbing right at his heart. A sneak attack, huh? You have no honor in battle. Zongyan grimaced in pain, but he didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. I tell you, in the Tsukuyami space, time and pain are infinitely magnified. The sensation is simply overwhelming. Itachi, with a blank expression, stabbed rhythmically, one knife after another. But he didn't know that Zongyan's soul had a connection. No matter how fiercely he stabbed, the healing on the other side was just as quick. The wounds on Zongyan's body healed in seconds. Soon, all the wounds were gone, his clothes were tattered, but he was completely unscathed. He lifted his head and shot Itachi a mocking cold smile. Is that it? Is this your entire plan? You don't really think this will make you win, do you? Itachi's pupils trembled. He couldn't understand why his Tsukuyomi was ineffective. Although he had 1,000 questions in his mind, he didn't stop and continued to stab. Zongyan couldn't be bothered to respond, directly provoking him. Come on, keep going. Let me see how weak you really are. After a while, Itachi finally confirmed that physical attacks were useless. He put away his kunai, narrowed his eyes, and changed tactics. The ultimate Sharingan technique, Amaterasu, a small patch of black flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly wrapping around Zongyan's body, turning him into a fiery figure. Let me tell you, that thing burns on the body and it really hurts, 10 times worse than being stabbed just now. Even the soul feels like it's smoking. This is Amaterasu, the Hellfire. Itachi coldly announced, "Do you have any last words?" As a result, Zongyan, wrapped in black flames, suddenly burst into wild laughter. Huh? Ridiculous. You actually used fire against me? Do you think your fire can burn me to death? Isn't this like a professional player falling into a fish pond? Flowing blade like fire. Zongyan shouted, and a burst of cyan flame suddenly erupted from the position of his heart. As soon as the blue flame appeared, the previously arrogant black flames of Amaterasu were instantly devoured like a mouse encountering a cat. Itachi's face finally showed not calmness, but sheer shock. Who exactly are you? He began to wildly speculate, saying that Zongyan could never be an ordinary Uchiha. He must be a spy sent from some village, most likely from the Cloud Village, because he simply couldn't accept that an ordinary clansman could be this strong. Zongyan laughed in anger after hearing this. Is this the excuse you found? You just don't want to admit that the Uchiha has produced a genius stronger than you. Uchiha Itachi. Zongyan suddenly stared at him intently. Let me tell you a secret. Everything you did today for the village, for your brother, is a huge joke. Because in the near future, it will be your beloved brother, Uchiha Sasuke, who will personally destroy Konoha. As soon as these words came out, Itachi's body shook violently, his face filled with uncertainty. He instinctively felt that Zongyan was telling the truth. Absurd. He was still refuting verbally. Whether it's a lie or not, the future will prove it. Zongyan sneered. On that day, I will drag you out of hell and let you see with your own eyes. What do you know? Tell me clearly. Itachi finally couldn't help but roar in anger. You don't deserve to know. Zongyan didn't want to waste any more words with him. The blue flame erupted violently, turning the stakes that bound him into ashes. Do you think this is your mental space? Do you think I'm under your control? In the next moment, the blue flames covered the entire Tsukuyomi space, turning it into a purgatory. This is your arrogance. Zongyan, wielding a flaming longsword, pointed at Itachi. You haven't even activated your Sharingan. You're not one of the Uchiha. Why should you be able to resist my power? Let me tell you, this kid was still trying to act tough with me. He pulled me into his mental space, trying to mess with my mindset using illusions. And what happened? Good grief. His little dark room was smaller than my bathroom at home, and I immediately hit him with a blazing hellfire. Dozens of pillars spewing green flames shot up into the sky. And let me tell you, the scene was like a volcanic eruption. His mental space crashed like a low-quality server. This really hurt him, and his screams were heart-wrenching, probably touching his fragile soul. Suddenly, I was back in reality, and when I looked at Itachi Uchiha, he was curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp, with black blood oozing from his eyes, looking absolutely pitiful. His brother Sasuke was nearby, almost going crazy, shouting for his brother, but unfortunately, he was paralyzed by my electric shock and could only watch helplessly. I was thinking that this matter should come to an end, so I picked up a knife and was ready to give him a quick end. But guess what happened? Just as the knife was about to fall, a crow suddenly flew in front of me with a caw to block the knife. I looked closely, and to my surprise, the crow's eyes had a kaleidoscope-like Sharingan. Then, the Itachi on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted 2 words at me. Don't. The next second, it felt like an EMP had been thrown into my head, and everything went blank. Let me tell you, this is truly impressive. Itachi struggled to stand up, coughing up blood, yet felt good about himself as he acted, saying he finally succeeded and added an important combat force to Konoha. He thought he had won. He believed that the ultimate illusion left to him by Sure Sway, known for its perfect brainwashing ability, had controlled me. He even started programming me, setting up an identity of inheriting the clan's strictness, being loyal to Konoha, and protecting Sasuke. It was as if he wanted to install a new system for me. Does anyone understand? He wanted to give me a little external shock. After dealing with me, he wanted to take care of his brother. He absorbed the current from Sasuke and put on a gentle older brother facade, saying it was okay, Sasuke. He thought Sasuke was unconscious and knew nothing. But he never expected that Sasuke was actually listening the whole time. As soon as Sasuke regained his ability to move, he exploded. Brother, why did you do this? Why did you kill everyone? His little mouth was like a machine gun, firing questions at him. Itachi was instantly stunned. His script of bearing everything for his brother was ruined because the audience already knew the plot. How could he continue? Sasuke cried and pleaded with him, saying that we could face this together as a family and talk it out. So naive, my foolish brother. If war could be resolved through dialogue, why would he need ninjas? Just as Itachi was left speechless and prepared to speak, Sasuke suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in terror, "Brother, be careful." It was too late. I had long been standing behind Itachi. Did he think that the Tsukuyomi controlled me? What a joke. A flash of blue light from my blade, and with a puff, a large head soared into the sky. My blade was engulfed in flames, instantly vaporizing his blood. The wound was charred, clean, and neat. Until the very end, Itachi's face was filled with question marks. Why? Why didn't the Tsukuyomi work? The answer is, he couldn't take it to the Pure Land. At that moment, Sasuke completely broke down. He watched in horror as his beloved brother's head and body parted ways. The next second, a flash of blood appeared in his eyes, and he activated his two-tomo Sharingan. I tell you, this was far more intense than in the original story, showing just how important his brother was to him, more than his parents and the entire clan combined. Then, this little brat went crazy, his eyes red, with a fierce expression as he shouted at me, "You killed my brother. I will kill you to avenge him." Saying this, he pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and staggered towards me. What can I do? I kicked him away with one foot. He got up and charged at me again. I kicked him away once more. He was like an indestructible cockroach, charging at me again and again, shouting that he wanted to kill me. I was really annoyed, so I added some force and kicked him about 5 or 6 meters away, causing him to spit out blood. To be honest, if I weren't afraid to kill him, he would have already reunited with his brother by now. Who understands this? My family? This little brat is the chosen one, a reincarnation of Indra, and has the old sage of the 6 paths backing him up. If I really kill him today, do you believe that old guy will crawl out of the Pure Land to take revenge on me? Reviving Sasuke would be a small matter, but my life would be at risk. This mess is really something. I can't kill him, and I can't let him go, like a sticky toffee that won't come off. I could only sigh and start reasoning with him. I said, "Kid, can we talk some logic here? Your brother wants to kill our whole family, kill your parents, and by killing him, I'm saving everyone. You could even say I'm your family's benefactor." I pressed on. Besides, your brother was driven mad by those 2 old schemers, Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. If you want revenge, you should be looking for them. And guess what? This kid's thought process is not like normal people. After a long silence, he finally spat out, "You killed Itachi? I'm coming after you for revenge." My anger flared up in an instant, and the knife in my hand seemed to be on fire. The little brat shrank back in fear, but the next second he straightened his neck, acting all heroic. Fine. If reasoning doesn't work, I'll have to make a big promise. I killed your brother. No doubt about that. I shook my head and decided to change my strategy, but you don't need to seek revenge on me, as long as you obediently listen. After a while, I'll revive your brother and give him back to you. How about that? To be honest, this tactic really worked. The little brat was originally in despair, but upon hearing this, his eyes instantly lit up, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he immediately believed me. Having dealt with this little trouble, it was time to get down to business. I looked at him and coldly said, "The matter about your brother is temporarily resolved. Next, it's our Uchiha internal affairs. Your father, Uchiha Fugaku, has failed too badly as the clan leader. He is weak and incompetent, which has brought the clan to this point. He must step down." As soon as Sasuke heard me mention his father, he got anxious. "You're talking nonsense. My father is a competent clan leader. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with him and directly issued the final ultimatum. I'm giving you 2 choices. First, when you go back, tell everything you saw and heard today and testify for me. Second, you can lie, but you need to think carefully about the consequences. You just lost your brother. You wouldn't want to lose your father right after, would you? Dealing with this little brat, threats are more effective than anything else." His small face turned pale as he glanced at his brother's corpse on the ground, and then thought about the knife I just used, completely losing his temper. He could only ask me in a low voice, "If I help you, what will you do to my dad?" I corrected him, "It's not helping me. It's helping you, helping the entire Uchiha clan. I will have him step down and go home to be an ordinary person, raise a family, and spend time with you." "Isn't that good?" Seeing he was still hesitant, I lost my patience. I directly sealed Itachi's corpse into a scroll, grabbed him by the nape of his neck, and transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the clan grounds. The plan had reached its most critical step. "Uchiha Fugaku!" I hope you can be sensible and not force me to take action. With a bang, I threw Sasuke to the ground. This kid's legs went soft, and he looked at me as if I were a ghost. Of course, with my speed, even in 2025, they would call it a superluminal particle collider. It's a miracle that a 6-year-old like him could withstand it. He trembled and asked me, What are you going to do? I pointed to the large bell in the shrine and grinned. What's up? Meeting, ring the bell, gather people. As soon as I finished speaking, I raised my hand and a bolt of lightning struck with precision. Dong. Zong. Zong. The deafening sound of the bell instantly echoed throughout the Uchiha clan grounds. Let me tell you, that effect was more effective than any loudspeaker shouting for people to take nucleic acid tests in front of a residential building. In an instant, the entire Uchiha household was in an uproar. A bunch of people, halfway through their meals, didn't even have time to put down their bowls, cursing as they rushed towards the shrine. In the clan leader's house, Uchiha Fugaku was staring wide-eyed at his wife, probably still puzzled why his 2 sons hadn't come back. As soon as the bell rang, his eternally cold expression finally cracked. After saying a couple of words to his wife and asking her to call Itachi over later, he rushed out the door. He still didn't know that his eldest son would never come back in this lifetime. Soon, the first wave of people rushed to the shrine. Goodness, it was a huge crowd. Leading them was a muscular man named Uchiha Tetsuharu, a typical Hawk faction member, probably only thinking about fighting. He didn't even regard me. Charging straight at Sasuke. Sasuke, where's your dad? Didn't he call us for a meeting? Sasuke shivered in fear, secretly glancing at me. And upon seeing me calmly meditating with my eyes closed, he hesitantly replied, It's not my father. Now they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Not the clan leader. Then who rang the bell? With just the 2 of them here. It must be these 2 little brats. You idiots. Do you think this is an amusement park? Ringing the bell casually. Are you looking for death? Who would understand the family dynamics? A bunch of adults instantly turned their anger towards me. There was nothing I could do. After all, Sasuke was the prince, and they didn't dare to scold him. So all the firepower focused on me, the little transparent. Sasuke was so scared he almost shrank into his clothes. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and coldly spat out 4 words. Are you done? The entire place fell silent in an instant. I guess they had never seen such a bold junior in their lives. That Iron Fire was the first to react, his face turning the color of pig liver in anger, pointing at my nose. Kid, whose family are you from? So disrespectful. Didn't your father teach you how to speak to your elders? Today I'll teach you. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly surrounded me, each one looking fierce and menacing. I laughed at that moment and let out a sneer. Rules? Am I going to talk to you about rules? With just a thought, the power of the thunder fruit erupted instantly. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the ground, and dazzling electric lights crackled around me. The terrifying heat and momentum causing the group of people surrounding me to retreat in fear, scrambling away. I slowly stood up and scanned the entire room. That feeling was exhilarating. From today on, I will tell you what rules are. My rules are the rules. I increased my chakra output, and the lightning on my body was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. The overwhelming pressure of a strong person pressed down on each of them, causing several to start trembling. What are you doing? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the scene before him. The ordinary clan member he had appointed to accompany my son now looked like a thunder god descending to earth, making the entire clan unable to breathe. And his beloved youngest son was crying with tears streaming down his face. He panicked. Sasuke, what is going on? Where is your brother? Goodness, he shouldn't have mentioned Itachi. As soon as he did, Sasuke's tears burst forth like a broken dam, and he rushed to hug Fugaku's leg, crying out, Dad, brother is dead. Boom. Everyone in the shrine was shocked, their minds blown, and an uproar ensued. What did you say? Fugaku grabbed Sasuke's shoulders, his eyes wide like copper bells. The force so strong that it twisted Sasuke's face in pain. I coldly replied for him. What he said is true. Uchiha Itachi is indeed dead. At that moment, everyone's gaze instantly focused on me. That was Uchiha Itachi, the hope of the entire clan, the pillar of the future. He just died like that. Who would believe it? If it weren't for Sasuke saying it himself, they probably would have torn me apart on the spot for spreading rumors. Fugaku pointed at my nose, the veins on his neck bulging. You're talking nonsense. What is your purpose in spreading such rumors? I helplessly pursed my lips, took out the sealing scroll from my tool bag, and threw it to the ground. With a bang, the smoke cleared, and Uchiha Itachi's dismembered body appeared clearly in front of everyone. Itachi! Fugaku's roar was heart-wrenching. He pushed Sasuke aside and scrambled over. looking at his eldest son's tragic state, tears instantly streaming down his face. Who did this? Who on earth did this? The entire shrine was in complete chaos. Some were crying, some were in shock, and others were shouting about seeking revenge from the Hokage, all in utter disarray. I coldly watched all of this, even finding it somewhat amusing. Now they're all crying like something out of drama, not realizing that if it weren't for me, it wouldn't be long before this genius on the ground would be cutting their throats one by one under the moonlight. Fugaku, with red eyes, looked like an enraged lion, turning to shout at Sasuke. Sasuke, quickly tell me, who is it? Sasuke instinctively directed his gaze towards me. At that moment, everyone's eyes in the room shifted and were fixed on me. I took a step forward, facing everyone's gaze, and decisively nodded. It was me. I killed Uchiha Itachi. You're talking nonsense. Fugaku suddenly stood up, spitting in my face. You can't even touch Itachi's clothes. Shut up. I frowned, and with a thought, the flowing blade of fire instantly appeared in my hand. The blue flames suddenly engulfed my body, and the temperature of the entire shrine soared, causing the air to start distorting. I held the knife, locking eyes with the furious Fugaku, my presence even overpowering him. Just with this knife, I severed Uchiha's head. Fugaku was momentarily shaken back a step by my aura, but the shock of his son's death had completely stripped him of reason. The tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, instantly transforming into a black, triangular windmill, kaleidoscope Sharingan. Since it was you who did this, I will kill you to avenge Itachi. Die for me. I looked at his crazed expression and laughed. Avenge him? When he has slaughtered the entire clan, who will you be avenging then? Sasuke, who was listening nearby, trembled even more violently. Fugaku's sanity had already burned out, and the kaleidoscope was spinning wildly. What nonsense are you talking about? I see you as a spy sent by the Sarutobi. Ha ha ha. I laughed loudly, foolish and absurd. That precious son of yours has long been the Hokage's dog. He accepted Danzo's orders and is preparing to personally send our entire Uchiha clan to the afterlife, all to protect his beloved Konoha. What a spirit of sacrifice. Except the sacrifice is all of us. The more I spoke, the colder my tone became, and the heavier the killing intent grew. My words detonated like a nuclear bomb in the shrine, leaving everyone stunned. Fujiyama was trembling with rage. A stream of black blood flowed from the corner of his eye as he roared. Amaterasu, a ominous black flame appeared out of nowhere and instantly wrapped around me. Goodness, it's no wonder they're father and son. Even their eye techniques are exactly the same. Sasuke shouted anxiously from his side. Father, no. He had witnessed firsthand that this technique was completely ineffective against me. I sneered contemptuously. Another trick? I can only say, thanks to my buddy for the nourishment. In front of everyone, that so-called indestructible Amaterasu black flame, as soon as it touched the azure flame on my body, was instantly devoured clean. Like a mouse encountering a cat. The azure flames on me even flared up a bit more. Fugaku was completely dumbfounded. You could devour Amaterasu, but can you devour my Susanoo? He roared, as crimson chakra erupted from his body, and a massive skeletal frame began to form around him. Just as he was about to unleash his full power, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. Enough. The crowd automatically parted, and an old man with white hair and a cane walked in. All the Uchiha present stood at attention like mice seeing a cat, respectfully calling out, Elder, goodness, the final boss has arrived. This old man is Uchiha Zongyan, the previous clan leader, an ultimate relic from the Warring States period who has lived to this day. As soon as he appeared, even the furious Fugaku abruptly halted his Susanoo formation. The old man first glanced at Itachi's corpse, sighed, and then slowly said to Fugaku, Itachi is dead, and I am sad too. But that is not a reason for you to abuse your power against your clansmen. What has allowed the Uchiha to remain united until today? It is rules. Fugaku clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and unwillingly shouted, But he is the murderer of my son. The old man ignored him and turned to me, his dim yellow eyes seemingly able to see through everything. Child, I was a bit dazed on the way here and heard you say something. I'm old. My hearing isn't good. Could you please repeat that? I looked at the old fox, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. He understood better than anyone else. All right, you want to hear it, then I'll say it again, right in front of the whole clan, and peel off Uchiha Itachi's skin once more. So, I repeated word for word about how Itachi was a traitor and planned to annihilate the clan. The crowd fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard. After I finished, the old man Uchiha Yoshiro nodded, his expression unchanged, and he spoke. I see. If what you say is true, then Itachi is indeed not worth mourning. But He changed his tone, his murky eyes fixed on me. This is only your side of the story. Itachi is already dead. Who can prove that what you said is true? I thought, isn't this simple? No need to look for the Hokage. Let me tell you. The ready-made witness is right here. The son of clan leader Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke, was right there watching at the time. Everything his brother Itachi Uchiha confessed, I tell you. This kid heard all word for word. As soon as I threw this out, it was like pouring cold water in a hot oil. It exploded instantly. In an instant, hundreds of pairs of eyes in the room all focused on little Sasuke, like searchlights shining on him. The kid shivered on the spot. His little face turned pale. Who understands the pressure on this elementary school student? If he nods, his brother will be nailed to the pillar of shame, and his father, the clan leader, can forget about it. If he shakes his head, can I let him off? I would have to find a Jinjutsu master on the spot to give him a deep hypnosis and get the truth out of him. Sasuke, his father Fugaku was furious, roaring like an agitated lion, saying, "You'd better speak up? How could your brother be that kind of person? Are you really going to help this murderer testify?" I tell you, when Fugaku shouted, it actually woke Sasuke up. He probably remembered the whispers I told him in the Death Forest. If you don't listen to me, your father will be gone too. That kid shivered at the time, then used all his strength, his voice cracking, and shouted yes. What he said is all true. Boom. In an Anha shrine, it became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Uchiha Fugaku, I watched him with my own eyes. His whole CPU seemed to overheat. His mouth was open wide enough to fit a fist, and his eyes were as wide as copper bells, just staring at his little son, unable to say a word. He was still mumbling, "How could this be? It's impossible," completely malfunctioning. But the clansmen around him weren't malfunctioning. They exploded. What the hell? Is this for real? That kid Itachi is really a traitor? Colluding with the Hokage and Danzo? Trying to turn against our own? What an ultimate white-eyed wolf. Ugh, don't even mention his name. He doesn't deserve the Uchiha surname. Oh no, he has practically a talent grown from rebellion. I'm telling you, that scene turned the South Shrine into a market. 1 second, Itachi was the pride of our Uchiha clan, and the next second, people were wishing they could dig up his grave and scatter his ashes. That kid Sasuke had his head down, tears streaming down like beads from a broken string. Probably feeling hurt inside, but he couldn't argue back because his brother really thought that way. Just then, a guy named Uchiha Tetsujiro jumped out, pointing at the still-dazed Fugaku, and started shouting, "Fugaku, your son did this. You need to give us an explanation. As a father, you can't escape responsibility." At this point, it split into two factions. One side criticized Fugaku for failing to raise his son properly, while the other defended him, saying it was Itachi's own problem. The two sides were arguing fiercely, spitting words everywhere. And Fugaku, he still looked like he had lost his soul, which made the elder Uchiha Shomei shake his head in disappointment. At this moment, that old man turned his gaze to me. "Zongyan, you child, there's fire in your eyes. After causing such a big scene, what exactly do you want?" I've been waiting for this sentence. I nodded and briefly explained that the conflict between the family and the village has reached its limit, and I don't want to fight, which is why I stepped forward. Maoming sighed, saying he knows that Konoha is now a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment, and that it would definitely be the Uchiha who would suffer if that happened. That's right. I raised my voice, saying that I have a plan that can help the Uchiha safely navigate through this crisis. But before that, I suddenly raised my hand, my fingers straight like a sword, pointing directly at the still dazed Uchiha Fugaku, and said word by word, "I demand, Uchiha Fugaku, step down. From today on, I will lead the Uchiha clan to restore its former glory." As soon as I said that, it was explosive, even more shocking than Sasuke's earlier admission. Everyone was dumbfounded, followed by a flood of mockery and angry scolding. "What do you think you are? You want to be the clan leader? That's outrageous. Do you even deserve it?" Whether they had just been cursing Fayake or supporting him, now all the criticism was directed at me. They started giving me a history lesson, talking about how amazing Madara was, how much contributions Elder Maoming made, and that Fayake had been the clan leader for 20 years, no matter how bad he was. They said I, a nobody, with a father who was just an unremarkable ch-nin, was simply like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Fayake was also roused by the insults, shaking with anger, pointing at me and shouting, "Arrogant. Do you think the position of clan leader is something you can just take? Just because you say so?" Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Elder Maoming stepped in to calm things down. He didn't scold me. Instead, he calmly asked, "Zongyan, tell me, why do you insist on having Fayake step down?" I let out a cold laugh, my gaze slicing towards Fugaku like a knife. "The reason is simple. My voice was not loud, but every word hit the crowd's hearts like a hammer. Because of him, Uchiha Fugaku, he clearly knew that his son, Uchiha Itachi, was not in harmony with the family. Yet he continued to indulge him. This led to our family's secrets being completely uncovered by the Hokage. He is, apart from Uchiha Itachi, the greatest sinner of our family. After I finished speaking, even the Grand Elder was stunned, looking at me with a serious expression and saying that slandering the clan leader is a grave sin. As for Fuyue himself, he was not angry at all, just looking at me with indifference. The people below were still clamoring, demanding that I provide evidence. I ignored them completely and directly focused on Fugaku. Increasing the intensity, Uchiha Fugaku, I ask you, when you sent Itachi to the Umbu, did you want him to be an undercover agent to steal information? He nodded. That's right, so what? But he never gave you any information, did he? He fell silent for a moment, then admitted, yes. You noticed something was off with him, and you two had a huge argument, causing your relationship to deteriorate, right? At this, Fugaku's expression changed. Are you talking nonsense? Or, did you spy on Itachi's memories? Did the family understand? His reaction was simply a confession without being asked. I ignored him entirely and continued to pile on, to win him back, in front of the stone tablet at the Southeast Shrine. You showed him the outcome of the coup with your Sharingan, yet he still rejected you, right? You really affected his soul. Fugaku completely lost his composure, the anger in his eyes turning into deep-seated hatred. At this point, everyone understood. Everyone could see that what I said was all true. Goodness. The entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar. The clan leader actually knew his son was a traitor and still let him attend all the core meetings? Didn't that mean inviting a spy into our own command center for meetings? Uchiha Fugaku, why did you do this? Even the elder was so furious that his beard trembled. The surrounding clansmen had red eyes, their Sharingan shining brightly, staring intensely at Fugaku, their demeanor suggesting they wanted to devour him alive. Once things reached this point, Fugaku completely tore off his facade. He glared at me fiercely, the fan patterns in his Manjiki Sharingan beginning to spin wildly. Don't you want to be the clan leader? His voice was filled with killing intent. Then let me measure whether you have what it takes. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from his body. Uchiha Fugaku, what are you doing? Do you still want to attack your clansmen? The elder shouted sternly. No need to say more. Fugaku was completely mad. If I don't kill him today, I swear I won't be human. I will use his head to honor my son. Boom. That crimson chakra instantly formed a massive skeleton, enveloping him completely. Susanoo, let me tell you, these Uchiha clan members are really something else. One moment, they were cursing Fugaku as a traitor, and the next they saw him summon such a giant mech, immediately switching sides with eyes full of fervor. Kill him. Fugaku, the clan leader. This is the power of the Uchiha. They might as well charge straight to the Hokage building. The elder was so angry he was stomping his feet, but could only urge everyone to run. Fugaku was laughing wildly inside Susanoo. Come on, UchihaZongyan. Let me show you the ultimate power of the Uchiha. That massive skeleton instantly grew flesh and armor, and in its hand, it wielded a gigantic katana, swinging it down at me. I looked at his crazy expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. TCH, fool. I said coldly, don't you know that your son, Uchiha Itachi, has eyes just like yours? And his Susanoo has already been destroyed by me? Everything in this world has turned to ashes like a blade of fire. Shut up. Don't mention Itachi's name. Fujitaka was completely driven mad by my words, and he swung his massive katana down with a devastating force, even hitting Sasuke, who was standing not far from me, without caring about his own son's life. Cut down. I let out a low shout, and the flowing blade in my hand instantly erupted with blue flames. A dazzling blade of light shot into the sky, precisely colliding with the chakra sword. Bang! A loud explosion. The invincible Susanoo was actually forced to retreat repeatedly by my strike. How is this possible? Fujiwara screamed in disbelief from inside. Susanoo is the strongest power. How can you possibly withstand it? Die for me. He went mad, swinging down another, even more ferocious strike. I made a backhanded hook and skillfully threw the stunned Sasuke towards the distant elder. Then, facing the blade's light, a blue flame tornado swept out from the tip of my sword. It forcibly held off that guy, Fugaku's Susanoo, like a tin can. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. That old guy, Fuyue, was piloting a Gundam, swinging down with a sword, and what happened? He got completely stuck by my little blue tornado and couldn't move at all. His face turned green, and he was screaming that it was impossible. Then he countered with a Tenzin. Hey bro, Did you forget that your black fire was just a snack for me from the start? My blue flame specializes in dealing with flashy stuff like yours. I directly swallowed that ball of black fire, then unleashed a larger tornado called Torch, wrapping his red Gundam in it like a dumpling. That Susanoo inside my blue fire was sizzling like a plastic model in an oven, and it looked like it was about to melt. He was getting anxious, blood starting to stream from his eyes, and he forcefully expanded Susanoo again, coating his sword with a layer of black fire and launching a heavenly imperial slash at me. Goodness, he actually split my fire palm. But what use is that? I stomped my foot on the ground and unleashed a powerful move, Blazing Hell. With a rumble, dozens of blue fire pillars erupted from the ground, surrounding him and roasting him fiercely. Then boom, the entire South Higu shrine nearly got blown away. Right at the center of that explosion, this old man still wouldn't give up and launched a mental attack on me. Suddenly, everything went dark, and I found myself in a creepy underworld place, standing over a river of blood with floating bones. Opposite me was a guy dressed like a human, looking just like Fujiwara, pointing at me and saying, "You still won't admit your guilt." I couldn't help but laugh. It's 2025, buddy, and you're still playing this game? Trying to mess with me in hell? Then I'll give you a live broadcast. Blazing Hell. I'll blow you up again in your mental world. Instantly, all illusions and underworld nonsense shattered. When I came to my senses, that guy Fujiwara was already lying on the ground. Susanoo was gone, and he was out cold. Goodness, the whole place fell silent. That little Sasuke's eyes were about to pop out, his 2 tomo spinning wildly, almost reaching 3 tomo, but unfortunately he was still a bit short. Everyone looked at me with the eyes of someone seeing an alien, as if to say, what kind of cheat is this guy using? The elder with the long beard was trembling, unable to utter a word for a long time. I kicked the lying down Fugaku and told them, "Don't worry, he's not dead. After all, he's the clan leader. It wouldn't be good to just kill him off. I'm all about the bigger picture." As soon as I said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke burst into tears and rushed over, looking utterly heartbroken. I thought to myself, your dad didn't think about you when he was trying to kill me. The elder also came over to praise me, saying I was calm and restrained. Of course, if I weren't restrained, it wouldn't be a corpse now. It would be a pile of ashes. Then I waved my hand, letting Fugaku's loyal followers carry him away to get treated, and Sasuke follow behind, running along. That little brat is of no use for now. Let him be. Once most people had cleared out, I cleared my throat and said, "All right, let us impeach Uchiha Fugaku and remove him from office. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Guess what? Silence. Come on. I just turned their clan leader into a pig-ass head. Who would dare to speak up? Then I casually asked, "How about I take over as clan leader? Is that okay?" This time the elder was in a dilemma, rubbing his hands together and saying to me, "Zongyan, your strength is undeniable, but Fugaku is a thin veil. However, to be clan leader, it takes more than just strength. You also need prestige and connections." When I heard this, I understood. I glanced at the people below, all of them with their heads down. Their faces clearly saying I dare not speak, but I disagree. All right then, these old stubborn ones. I won't waste words with them and will lay it all out. Fine. Whoever wants to be the clan leader can be. I don't care. But what time is it now? It's a matter of life and death. The 2 old schemers, Danzo and the 3rd generation, are thinking every day about how to eliminate us. And Itachi is a cautionary tale. So, starting today, until we determine the outcome with Konoha, all of you must listen to me. I guarantee I'll lead you to a happy ending. I thought I was done speaking, and they needed to think it over. But, good heavens, these people were like they had been injected with adrenaline, going crazy on the spot. Kill. Let's storm the Hokage building. Take down the 3rd Hokage, Lord Zongyan. Let us into battle. More than half of them were shouting and drawing their swords. The scene was like a wild party. I was dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. The Grand Elder was also shocked, constantly giving me hints with his eyes. I quickly went up to calm everyone down. Calm down. Family members, everyone stay calm. We definitely need to fight, but we need a plan. I will discuss it with the elder and then hold a meeting to notify everyone. After some coaxing and trickery, I finally managed to persuade this group of war fanatics to leave. Once everyone was gone, only Uchiha Shome and I were left in the entire Nain shrine. On my side, I revealed my entire plan to the old man from Maoming. Let me tell you, my elaborate maneuvers involved both supporting Naruto and utilizing Kakashi. By the end of it, the old man's brows were furrowed in a twist. He felt there were too many variables, and human hearts are difficult to gauge. This plan was too precarious. I'm very clear about what's going on in my heart. His worries are not unfounded. If it weren't for my script, I'd be even more anxious than he is. But now that the arrow is on the string, it has to be fired. In the end, the old man could only sigh and accept it. After all, if we don't fight back, are we really going to wait for those 3 generations of Hokage to put the knife to our throats? Whether you stick your neck out or pull it back, it's still a knife, just do it. After talking things over with the old man, I strolled back home. But as soon as I stepped through the door, wow, it's like a 3-way interrogation. My father, Uchiha Zongyan, my mother, and my sister, Uchiha Luwa, were all sitting there, their expressions incredibly serious. I'm back. I acted as if nothing was wrong and went over to pick up my sister. Brother, my little Luwa is simply an angel, soft and cuddly as she leaped into my arms. In that moment, I felt all the exhaustion from 2 epic battles today instantly vanish, and my health bar was completely filled. Father, mother, holding my sister, I nodded at them. The expression on my father's face was simply incredible, proud, unfamiliar, and fearful all at once. He probably still has a muddled mind right now, after all. His ordinary son first killed Itachi and then took down the clan leader Fugaku today. Anyone would be overwhelmed by such events. He looked at me. His lips moved for a long time before he finally managed to say, Zongyan, what are you really thinking? Why did you have to make such a big deal out of this? Holding Rika, I looked at my dad and said very seriously, I just want to protect you. To protect this family, that's all. But Itachi and Fugaku, the clan leader. I interrupted him directly. Itachi wants to annihilate the entire clan. Fugaku is an accomplice. And both of them deserve to die, one way or another. I'm not wrong. My dad sighed and waved his hand. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just worried about you. Those are all kaleidoscope Sharingan. You won today, but what if? What if something happens to you? What are we 3 supposed to do? Who understands family? At that moment, I really felt a bit vulnerable. He didn't ask me why I suddenly became so strong. He was just an ordinary father, concerned about his son's safety. I was about to say something else when Lu Huan, my arms became unhappy, tugging at my clothes and saying in a childish voice, Brother, don't argue with Dad. Be good, and I'll give you the candy I've hidden. As she spoke, she really pulled out a piece of candy from her pocket. My heart just melted in an instant. My mom quickly came over to mediate. All right, let's stop talking and get ready for dinner. That night, my dad never asked me about the source of my strength. He just silently looked at me, his eyes filled with complexity, but more than anything, there was a sense of affirmation. No matter what I had become, I was still his son. I just finished performing a heartwarming family drama on one side, while on the other, the higher-ups in Konoha were in complete chaos. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, received intelligence about the Uchiha internal conflict and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was still daydreaming, thinking it was Itachi and Fugaku who had fallen out. He urgently summoned Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai, the core forces of Konoha, to hold an emergency mobilization meeting. Itachi's whereabouts were a mystery. They had to find him immediately. Alive or dead, they needed to see him. Old Sarutobi was still hoping that Itachi, his pawn, could help him stabilize the Uchiha clan. Kakashi stood below, fully aware of the situation. He knew right away that this wasn't a fight between Itachi and Fugaku. It was clearly me who took care of both of them, but he had to maintain a serious demeanor on the surface, accepted the orders, and led a team of Umbu to monitor the perimeter of our Uchiha clan territory. After dark, every household in the Uchiha clan started drinking and boasting, creating quite a lively atmosphere. The Umbu outside were itching to know more, but couldn't make out the details. A younger member suggested to Kakashi, Captain, why not sneak in and listen? That was exactly what Kakashi was hoping for. He initially wanted to confirm the situation with me. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Kakashi replied and slipped in quietly like a cat. He was perceptive and knew he didn't need to search. I would definitely notice him. Sure enough, as soon as he landed, I appeared in front of him as if I had teleported. Kakashi, visiting at night? He didn't waste words and directly asked in a lowered voice, was today's fight between you and Fugaku? That's right, an Uchiha Itachi. I've already killed him. I can clearly see that the eye knot covered by his forehead protector slightly contracted at that moment. Although he had anticipated it, hearing the confirmation from me had a different impact. He was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. I understand. As agreed, I will cooperate with you fully from now on. After saying that, he disappeared in an instant. After sending Kakashi off, I returned to my room, feeling quite strange. I had 2 major events today, and logically, I should be exhausted, yet I felt so energetic that I could go take the 3rd subject exam. I didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. After pondering for half a day, I suddenly had a moment of enlightenment and concentrated my mind to look deep into my soul. Goodness, my soul-cutting blade was blazing like fire, as if I had taken a complete tonic. The flames on the blade were countless times more vigorous than before, continuously feeding me a pure source of energy. I just realized that this knife is actually a power bank. It has digested the Amaterasu flames and all sorts of chaotic energies it absorbed before, and now it's frantically replenishing my chakra. What's even better is that, due to the surge in my soul power when I looked in the mirror, my Sharingan had directly evolved to 3 Tomo. I said it, only by losing a loved one can one evolve. This setting is too twisted. After all the fuss, it turns out that the descendants of the Uchiha clan have lost the true essence of their ancestors' training in spiritual power, which led them astray. Now, with the dynamic vision enhancement of the 3 Tomo, my Thunderfruit speed can be upgraded to another level. I was happily feeling the growth of my strength when suddenly, my heart's radar sensed that 5 chakra signatures at the Jonin level were rapidly approaching my home. My heart tightened. No way is Danzo that quick? Has he already sent someone to deal with me? I suddenly appeared in the courtyard, waiting for them. After a few sounds of breaking air, 5 figures landed. When I saw who they were, I was momentarily stunned. Hey, familiar faces. Uchiha Zongyan and 4 other elite Jonin from the clan. As soon as these 5 people saw me, without saying a word, they knelt down on one knee in unison, their heads almost buried in the grass. Lord Zongyan, Uchiha Zongyan raised his head, his gaze fervent and frightening, and immediately began showering me with compliments. My lord, the power you displayed today is like a god descending to earth, and we are wholeheartedly convinced. We are willing to follow you and become the sharpest sword in your hand. Please allow us to pledge our loyalty to you. The 4 people behind him also shouted in unison. Please accept us, Lord Zongyan. Honestly, at that moment, I felt electrified all over. Just not long ago, these people couldn't even be bothered to look at me, and now they were crawling at my feet, offering their loyalty. This feeling was intoxicating. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and slowly exhaled. I understood that the Uchiha clan fundamentally recognized one thing: strength. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Today, I pressed the former clan leader to the ground, and they immediately turned around to pay their respects to the new authority. The logic here couldn't be clearer. So these people reacted absurdly quickly. As soon as they finished paying their respects, Uchiha Tetsu came with 4 Jonin, and they all knelt before me in unison. The scene was just short of shouting. Hail the sect leader. As soon as I saw them, I thought, okay, they're all sensible people. I directly laid it out. All right, from today onward, you 5 are my people. There will be plenty of tough battles ahead, so be sharp. These 5 individuals were so excited, it was like they had won the lottery, nodding their heads vigorously. Uchiha Zongyan, Uchiha Zongyan, Feng, Tianjin, and Yihua, 5 Jonin with 3 Tomo, all either deputy ministers or captains in the security team. At this moment, I had a solid elite squad in my hands. To be honest, this power could easily dominate small countries outside. I am well aware of the benefits of having a powerful fist. I don't even need to personally recruit anyone. Those who want to join will row over on their own. However, I'm not in a hurry. I first send these 5 freshly minted subordinates back home to stand by, and I return to my room to prepare to lie down. Just as I was about to sit on the bed, my Thunderfruit's radar suddenly exploded. Let me tell you, an overwhelmingly strong chakra appeared in my yard in an instant, as if teleporting. This startled me. My perception range now covers at least 1 kilometer, and when I'm fully focused, I can extend it to 3 kilometers. Yet this person crossed my defenses and jumped right in front of me. What kind of divine operation is this? Shadow level. My gaze instantly turned cold, and with a flash of lightning in my eyes, I jumped out of the window, staring at the dark figure in the yard, and coldly asked, friend, visiting at this late hour and not using the front door, are you here to loosen the soil in my yard? A cold laugh came from the darkness, followed by a hoarse voice. Huh, I really didn't expect that the one who took down Uchiha Itachi and defeated Uchiha Fugaku would be a little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. It seems the Uchiha clan is indeed getting worse with each generation. Immediately after, a tall, thin figure dressed in a deep blue robe with an orange whirlpool mask on his face stepped out. Family, who understands? This outfit, this vibe is too intense. An orange whirlpool mask, a throwback to 2025. This is a classic skin reappearance. Uchiha Bido, even if you turn to ashes, I would still recognize you. I have a clear mind, but pretend to be confused on my face, frowning with a murderous intent directed at him. Who do you think you are? Coming to my house in the middle of the night to point fingers at me? Uchiha? Do you really think that just because I'm young, my blade isn't fast enough? TCH, you have quite the attitude. Obito's Sharingan under that mask stared at me, completely disregarding me, and then he began his classic performance. I am Uchiha Madara. So, tell me, do I have the right to evaluate the Uchiha? I almost laughed out loud. Go on. Keep acting. I let out a cold sneer. Uchiha Madara, do you really believe your own lie? Madara's ashes have probably been scattered, and you, a sneaky little guy, dare to impersonate him? Is that so? Obito didn't waste words. His eyes behind a mask instantly transformed into a large black windmill. Do these eyes convince you enough? Mangeki Sharingan. I perfectly displayed a hint of shock. How do you have these eyes too? Now, is this enough to prove my identity? He retorted. Just a pair of Mangeki. I steadied my mind. I absolutely couldn't lose in momentum. 2 Mangeki had already fallen to me, so I'm not worried about this third one. Obito saw that I was unaffected and waved his hand, changing his approach. I don't care whether you believe it or not. I'm here to ask you a question. This guy must have seen Itachi's plan to exterminate his clan fail and wants to find someone else to collaborate with. Does he want me to be his new pawn? I'm too lazy to beat around the bush with him. So I said directly, spit it out if you have something to say, and let it out if you have something to release. I don't have time to play late-night interviews with you. TSK. Young people are just so impatient. Obito was caught off guard by my words, but he continued with his persuasive tactics, babbling on about how the Uchiha clan, the founding elders of the village, are now being trampled on by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, lamenting how oppressed we Uchiha are, to the point where they don't even want us to be slaves. They just want us to be wiped out. I listened to him stirring up trouble here, and I couldn't help but want to laugh. This kind of talk might work on some naive teenager, but do you think you can fool me, a 30-year-old corporate slave? I splashed a bucket of cold water on him. Is that all you have to say? So what if you said it? The reality is that they have the upper hand. Can your cursing change that? Obito clearly froze, probably not expecting that a 12-year-old kid like me could be so calm. He continued to push. Don't you want to make a change? Don't you want to trample those guys underfoot? Lead the Uchiha and reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to us. I have completely understood his scheme. This guy just wants to stir the pot and make us Uchiha and Konoha fight to the bitter end so he can reap the benefits. He puts it so nicely. I crossed my arms, wearing an expression that saw right through him. You want us to be cannon fodder while you sit back and take advantage? Your calculations are almost hitting me in the face. No. Obito quickly shook his head. Although I don't agree with the current Uchiha, I also can't stand Konoha. I'll lend you a hand. He finally revealed his cards. Are you satisfied with this kind of leverage? I was pulling in my limit with Obito under the moonlight. And in the end, this guy was satisfied as he used his technique, Kemui, to twist himself into a pretzel and disappear. Just as he left, that dark-colored carnivorous plant spirit, Black Zetsu, started to complain about me in the alley. Obito grumbled that I was too clever for my own good and wouldn't fall for his tricks. So in the end, he had no choice but to agree to make the first move and help me deal with Danzo from the Hidden Leaf Village as a show of cooperation. Once he succeeded, I would then take action against the Uchiha. He was furious. He had initially planned to take advantage of the situation, but instead, I turned the tables on him, and he had to step up as the vanguard. As for me, returning to my room, the entire plan became clearer with Obito's involvement. Since he had voluntarily come forward to be my muscle, I would leave the dirtiest and toughest bone, Danzo, to him. With his Kamui, Danzo's Sharingan wouldn't stand a chance. He probably wouldn't even be able to use Izanagi a few times before he bit the dust. This way, Danzo would be dealt with by Obito. The members of the Akatsuki would be handled by Itachi and the others, plus Kakashi, which would be sufficient for cleanup. And I just needed to do one thing, stand in front of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and wait for the results from the other two sides. These days, the entire Hidden Leaf was in turmoil. The old monkey couldn't find Itachi and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Danzo was pushing for action every day. Kakashi was caught in a struggle between the village and his teacher's wishes, nearly twisted up in knots. The reason I hadn't acted immediately was that I was waiting for my dad, my traveling frog, to come home. Finally, today, with a ding, the system notification came. My frog baby is back. Ding! Your traveling frog has returned from its journey, bringing you a souvenir. The Conqueror's Haki from the One Piece world. I stared at the energy floating in the air, glowing with a red light, completely dumbfounded. Conqueror's Haki. Let me tell you, this thing is basically a mental attack straight out of a physics sheet. A one-click screen wipe, you know? Conqueror's Haki. This thing can be said to be the ultimate clearing technique. Let me tell you, once this thing entered my body, it felt like an energy pump was installed inside me, crazily absorbing my spirit and physical strength, while it itself upgraded at lightning speed. In an instant, I realized that the Conqueror's Haki is essentially a manifestation of willpower. From now on, Anyone who stares me down with weak willpower will have to kneel on the spot. This gives me tremendous confidence. I was previously pondering how the people from Konoha relied on their numbers to engage in a sea of people tactics against us. But now, it's unbelievable. When I stand in the middle of the battlefield and unleash my Conqueror's Haki, the AoE will be maxed out, and those incompetent opponents will be wiped out instantly. I doubt there will be many left standing. After waiting all these days, my beloved travel frog has finally returned, and it has brought back everything in order. All right, everything is ready. Let us get started. I immediately did 3 things. First, I released Uchiha Fugaku and his precious second son, Sasuke. As for the second pillar, he still needs to go back to school. In my plan, he is an important bait. His father, Fugaku, has been rendered useless since I took him down, and with his elder son gone, he has completely shut down. Now he is just a waste, so there is no need to worry about him. Second, I contacted Obito. This guy had been lurking in the village for several days, probably close to growing fur, thinking I was playing him. As soon as I contacted him, he got excited and was just waiting to cause trouble. Third, I arranged things on Kakashi's side. I directly sent 5 newly recruited jonin from my team, Uchiha and the others, to coordinate with Kakashi. The plan is simple, as long as that old man Danzo dares to come out from his lair. Kakashi will lead my men to raid his place and expose all the dirty deeds he has done over the years. With this arrangement, my own task became simple, to deal with Danzo himself. I had a final meeting with the elder Uchiha Mei, who looked worried and asked if I was confident. I told him to rest easy. Next, we would be waiting to welcome the glorious era of Uchiha. Meanwhile, the second pillar, Sasuke, went to school with an emo face. With his brother dead in front of him and his father incapacitated, everyone he saw looked like they owed him $200. When he arrived in class, the girls were all very concerned, surrounding him to ask how he was doing. But then Naruto, who couldn't stand it anymore, jumped on a desk to provoke Sasuke, saying, "Are you pretending to be gloomy because you're afraid I'll surpass you? Hey, don't say it didn't work." As soon as Sasuke heard this, his pride flared back up, and he immediately started arguing back with Naruto, saying stuff like how a loser like him could never surpass him. The girls nearby saw this and thought, wow, the cool guy is back, with stars in their eyes. Finally, after school, Sasuke's mood improved a bit as he walked alone down a secluded path home. But then, the bait was taken. 3 guys dressed in Umbu uniforms swiftly surrounded him, saying that the Hokage wanted to see him. Who understands the family dynamics? This trick was obviously fake. Although Sasuke was young, he wasn't stupid and immediately became alert. Unfortunately, what could a 6-year-old do? The other side didn't waste any time, directly knocking him out with a hand chop and taking him away. When Sasuke woke up again, he found himself in a dark cave. In front of him stood an old man with a bandaged head, an X-shaped scar on his chin, and eyes sharp as a knife. This old man was Shimura Danzo. Danzo, the cunning old fox, knew how serious it was to kidnap the son of the Uchiha clan leader, fearing that we Uchiha would go crazy and directly uproot his base. So he deliberately brought him outside the village for interrogation. He got straight to the point, questioning Sasuke about his brother Uchiha Itachi and what had happened at our South Shrine that day. Sasuke, being a little brat, had some backbone and bit his lip, refusing to speak. Just as Danzo was getting impatient and preparing to use some methods, something strange happened. The space in the cave suddenly distorted like ripples on water, and then a guy wearing a yellow vortex mask walked out from the twisted vortex. The eye visible beneath the mask was a Sharingan. Wow, Obito really showed up, making a grand entrance directly from a void. When he spoke, his mocking skills were fully maxed out. A dignified elder of Konoha, kidnapping a 6-year-old child, Shimura Danzo. You're just as shameless and despicable as your teacher Senju Tobarama. Danzo's face darkened immediately, and without a word, he ordered his men to attack. In an instant, wind release, fire release, and earth release techniques flooded in from all directions to overwhelm Obito. What happened next? All the attacks passed through Obito as if hitting air, and he landed on the ground completely unharmed, looking completely at ease. Danzo was completely stunned and asked who he was. Obito crossed his arms and looked at Danzo with a trashy gaze, slowly uttering 4 words, Uchiha, Madara. Damn, this guy is really putting on a show. I give him full marks. Although Danzo said, "You think you can impersonate that man?" Judging by his serious expression, he probably believes it to some extent. After all, Obito's imitation has that arrogant air of contempt for the world. It's almost like the real deal. Just when the atmosphere in the cave was tense to the extreme, I received news from my side. At the Nanha Shrine, I was sitting with the elder when a clan member rushed in to report. Lord Zongyan, Sasuke is missing. He has already been taken towards the Death Forest. Just as planned. Everything is under my control. I nodded and ordered him. Go. Ring the great bell of the shrine and summon all our clansmen. Zong, zong, zong. The heavy sound of the bell echoed throughout the Uchiha clan land. In the next moment, one after another, clansmen dressed in Uchiha fan armor and carrying katana at their waists rushed toward the Nanga shrine from all directions. I stand at the entrance of the shrine, looking at the sea of over 400 elite Uchiha ninjas in front of me, each face filled with pride and fighting spirit. Among them, there are dozens of strong individuals with the 3-tomo Sharingan. This power is enough to make the entire Konoha tremble. Who understands what it's like holding such a trump card army? My heart racing with excitement. The wheels of history must be kicked to change direction today. I take a deep breath, feeling this power. Now is the moment for me to rewrite history. I shouted to the over 400 brothers below, Uchiha brothers, listen to me. The old era should be turned over. Follow me, and let's welcome a new era of Uchiha. Wow, my voice made the entire South shrine shake. The people down there, regardless of whether they were doves or hawks before, now had fire in their eyes that could lift the roof off. Family, who understands? The blood of the Uchiha flows with the DNA of battle. For years, we've been treated like grandchildren by those old guys in the village, enduring all that nonsense. And today I can finally let it all out. Lord Zongyan is amazing. Let's take down that old man Sandaime and that old schemer Danzo. Long live the Uchiha. The atmosphere was incredible. The shouts were deafening, and everyone was venting, wanting to roar out the grievances they had bottled up for over a decade. The veteran elder Uchiha Shomei beside me, witnessing this scene, probably recalled the days when he fought alongside Uchiha Madara, and his eyes were moist. I don't care what he thinks. I directly unleash all my chakra, and the aura instantly suppresses the entire crowd. Everyone falls silent and looks at me. Listen up, everyone. I'll say the action plan again. The plan is divided into 2 steps. First, I'll lead the main force and directly confront the Hokage building, forcing the 3rd Hokage to come out and talk to us. Remember, no one is allowed to act without my command. Second, Elder Mao Ming, you take a small team to stay behind. If our front line collapses, you immediately lead the old, weak women and children from the clan to retreat through the secret tunnel beneath the shrine. We need to leave a spark for the Uchiha. That's right. There is a tunnel beneath the shrine, which serves as our last insurance. I look at everyone, my voice cold as ice, for decades. We all know how this village has treated us. This is clearly the land our ancestors fought for. Yet we live like outsiders. They want to swallow us whole. Bones and all. Listen, we are not here to rebel. We are not here to destroy Konoha. We are the masters of Konoha. We are simply seeking justice, pulling out those who have bullied and plotted against us from their rat holes and judging them in front of the whole village. I scan the crowd, raise my fist, and with all my strength, I roar the final words. Victory will surely belong to the Uchiha. Brothers, may our martial fortunes flourish. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Our Uchiha clan is right on the edge of the village, and to get to the Hokage building, we had to cross most of Konoha. I deliberately slowed my pace, swaggering right at the front. Behind me were 400 armored and armed Uchiha elites, exuding an intense, killing aura. The sight was overwhelming, with red, Sharingan eyes glinting in the crowd like searchlights. The civilians by the roadside were terrified, running around in a panic, their souls practically flying away. My goodness, what is the Uchiha planning? Are they going to fight? Run. Close the doors, quick. One by one, they scrambled home, some daring enough to peek through the gaps in their second-floor windows, probably with their legs trembling. The Umbu watching us looked like their eyes were about to pop out. They must have never seen such a scene in their lives. Oh no, this is bad. We're in big trouble. Hurry and inform the Hokage. One of them, wearing a dog mask, looked familiar to me, and in a flash he disappeared. He must have gone to deliver the message. The scene shifted to the Hokage building, where the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already donned his armor, standing gravely by the window. Let me tell you, this old man is no longer the ninja hero he used to be. He has hunched over from age, and the armor on him looks like it was borrowed from a child, all empty and loose. Behind him stood the 2 old relics, Tsunade and Mito. Hiruzen asked with a serious face, has Danzo not been found? The most amusing part was yet to come. The Uchiha had come knocking, and what happened? The hawkish leader of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, who wanted to kill us the most, guess what? He was missing. It turned into a mystery, like a 2025 suspense blockbuster. Folks, no, he sent someone to the root base. There has been no news, Mito said, looking troubled. Tsunade began to shift the blame, sighing, "If only we had listened to Danzo and wiped out the Uchiha, we wouldn't have this mess today." Mito chimed in, "Yes, yes. It's because we were too weak that they dare to be so arrogant." I couldn't help but laugh. These two old geezers were typical backseat drivers, immediately pushing the blame onto the third Hokage as soon as things went awry. The third Hokage was well aware and didn't bother arguing with them. He directly shifted the topic. "Stop talking nonsense. Have we figured out who that leading Uchiha kid is?" Strangely enough, Mito pushed up his glasses and said, "His name is Uchiha Zongyan, a 6th grade student from the Ninja Academy with an ordinary background. I can't understand how he became the leader of the Uchiha. So, in their eyes, I'm just a war weapon secretly cultivated by the Uchiha, right? Their imagination is pretty strong." Tsunade started stirring trouble again. "What about Uchiha Itachi? He has shown up for so long. Hiruzen, don't you suspect he might have defected? After all, he is an Uchiha." "Absolutely not. Itachi would never." Hiruzen firmly rebutted. "He most likely sacrificed himself during the previous internal strife, killed by a strong Uchiha." Just as Tsunade was about to say something else, suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the entire Hokage building shook. An Umbu rushed in, his voice trembling. "Report to the Hokage. Up ahead, a fight has broken out." Our army pushed forward, and soon we encountered the first line of defense of Konoha on a main road. Goodness, there were so many Konoha ninjas standing on the rooftops across from us. Might Guy, Yugao Yuzuki, and Kakashi Hitaki. Quite a few familiar faces. Kakashi looked at us with a serious expression. "This is troublesome. If a fight breaks out, the village will suffer greatly. Here they come." Yugao fixed her gaze on me. I led our 400 men forward at a steady pace, and the pressure made many on the opposite side break into cold sweats. I wasn't worried at all because the show on Kakashi's side had already started. My job was to buy time here and draw everyone's attention. At that moment, a standout figure in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon headband dashed in front of me, arms outstretched to block our way. "Halt!" It was my guy. "Otherwise, the consequences will be irreparable." I raised an eyebrow and coldly looked at him. "Oh, you want to stop me?" "Absolutely," Guy said with determination, his eyes blazing as if they were about to ignite. "Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you harm the village. This is my youth." At that moment, I felt a jolt inside me. Wow, Guy, who understands this? If this guy gives me a night, Guy, my little body would go meet the sage of 6 paths for tea, right? You're playing with fire? Huh? All right, I won't clash with you head on today. I quickly calmed down and maintained a cool demeanor. Who said I wanted to harm the village? Guy was taken aback. You Uchiha are mobilizing. Aren't you planning to go to war? I countered with a soul-searching question. What do you mean we Uchiha? Are we not part Konoha? This village was built by our ancestors. Don't we have a stake in it? Or do you and those behind you think we've been expelled from Konoha? Let me tell you, someone as stubborn as Guy can't handle my roundabout reasoning. He was stumped, stuttering, and unable to respond. And that fierce fighting spirit of his instantly deflated. Stop making excuses. Kakashi couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward. Without a Hokage's order. What are you doing gathering so many people? To seek justice, I declared emphatically. To demand an explanation for the humiliation our Uchiha have suffered over the years. Nonsense. Yugao stepped forward, her expression cold. Even if there are grievances, they should be appealed through proper channels. What you're doing is provoking war. Hearing their back and forth, I couldn't help but scoff. These people truly didn't see us as their own. Before I could speak, the big brothers behind me exploded. Outrageous. A few trash dared to bark in front of Lord Zongyan. Lord Zongyan, give the order. Let me tear their mouths apart. Kill. Why waste words with them? In an instant, 400 Sharingan eyes glowed ominously, and the killing intent surged like a tsunami. Yugao and Kakashi turned pale, cold sweat dripping down. The Konoha ninjas across from us immediately surrounded us, forming a standoff. Everyone calm down. I raised my hand to suppress the voices behind me, then looked at the tense Konoha crowd and suddenly smiled. We Uchiha have never intended to go to war. I shifted my tone, my smile vanishing as my voice turned icy. But some have taken our retreat as weakness and our reason as cowardice. Are we Uchiha to be bullied at will for the sake of the village's peace? Is this world only allowing evil to set fires while forbidding us Uchiha from lighting lamps in resistance? What kind of nonsense is that? As soon as I finished, the opposite side seemed to short-circuit. Might Guy, Yugao, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew I was speaking the truth, but their positions were predetermined to side with Konoha. While the Uchiha were excluded from Konoha, I looked at their silent faces and sneered. Step aside. If you don't want Konoha to fall in a civil war. I threw the blame back at them, and they were stunned. Clearly, It was you who wanted to fight. How did it turn into us, not giving way and causing war? Might Guy, being stubborn, looked at me intently. Young man, this absolutely cannot happen. Great, he won't budge. I sighed internally, knowing that reasoning with these people would lead nowhere. After a moment of contemplation, I looked at Might Guy and sincerely said, Guy, I know you're a pure ninja. Like you, I don't want war to happen. On this point, our positions are aligned. Guy looked at me as if I were joking, pointing at the dark mass of troops behind me. I have my reasons for having to do this. What reasons? Not only did he ask, but everyone around perked up their ears. I immediately pulled out the prepared script, switching to a pained expression, gritting my teeth as I said, not long ago, our clan leader's youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, was kidnapped. The ones who kidnapped him were the subordinates of Konoha elder, Shimura Danzo. What? Guy was instantly stunned. Impossible. Kakashi looked skeptical. Yu Gao furrowed her brow. Please provide evidence. Slandering an elder is a serious crime. I shouted, evidence? My clansmen witnessed it with their own eyes. How could it be false? If you don't believe me, you can investigate. Where is Shimura Danzo now? Given his personality, if we made such a commotion, he would have jumped out to eliminate us long ago. Where is he now? P.S. Just a thief with a guilty conscience, afraid to show his face. As soon as I said this, the jonin on the opposite side furrowed their brows tightly. They could suspect anyone, but to say this was Danzo's doing, that instantly raised the credibility to the max. It fit his character too well. If you still don't believe it, I can have the Uchiha clansmen who witnessed it come out to testify. Let me tell you, this guy Zongyan really knows how to manipulate people's hearts. He directly shouted at Sunset Red and the others, saying that if they didn't believe him, he could even make his two brothers not resist and let them use illusion techniques to directly hypnotize them and extract memories. If there were any members of the Mountain family present, they could directly use the heart-turning technique as well, focusing on a live demonstration, just to prove that we weren't lying. Goodness, with words going this far, the Konoha Jounin directly believed about 80% of it. After all, this kind of thing can't be faked. Illusion interrogation and the heart-turning technique can directly view memories. It's no different from opening the heavenly eye. What does this indicate? It indicates that that old guy Danzo probably really did kidnap the Uchiha clan leader's son, but who understands the family's plight. Even if they know we are in the right, these people still refuse to let us pass. That deadpan face of Alien from the Mountain City is still there saying, even so, we must wait for Hokage-sama's orders. Trust that Hokage-sama will give you a fair judgment. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Zongyan directly exploded on the spot. Fairness? If the Uchiha clan was truly fair, the grass on Danzo's grave would be 3 meters high. It's precisely because he is unfair that we Uchiha have ended up like this today. This statement immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. The several Jounin shouted, accusing him of slandering the Hokage, questioning the Hokage's fairness, like cats whose tails have been stepped on. And guess what happened? The sickly-looking Moonlight Gale, who had been silent all along, suddenly coughed a couple of times, pulled out his sword, and charged forward. His sword technique, called the Dance of the Crescent Moon, was indeed flashy, and the blade gleamed as it approached Zongyan's neck. But in front of Zongyan, it was like a child playing house. So it happened. With a loud bang, the flowing blade of fire in Zongyan's hand instantly took shape, and with one strike, Moonlight Gale's sword was broken on the spot, and he was sent flying, crashing through the roof like a broken sack. Just as we had just taken down a Moonlight Gale, I tell you, the entire Konoha village was already in an uproar. The Uchiha clan, over 400 strong, armed to the teeth, set out, and this news spread like wildfire among all the ninja clans. On the Hyuga side, when the clan leader Hyuga Hizashi heard the news, he dropped his precious teacup with a clang, stunned, staring blankly at the clan member who brought the news, asking him to repeat it. Master of the clan, the Uchiha, has rebelled. Hyuga Hizashi was in a state of shock and quickly called all the old folks in the clan for a meeting. These old men were also in a panic. After all, Uchiha Madara was just one person back then, but now it was the entire Uchiha clan. The god of Konoha, the first Hokage, had long since passed away. They were arguing loudly in the room, some saying they must stand with the Hokage, that the Uchiha were seeking their own destruction, others saying they should compete with the Uchiha for the title of the #1 clan and benefit from the chaos. And one old fox suggested that they should remain uninvolved and let the Uchiha fight it out themselves, as whoever won would have to come to them for support. Look at this. This is what so-called prestigious families are like, all wrapped up in their own little calculations. In the end, Hyuga Hizashi decided to observe first. As the Hokage called for reinforcements, they would send a few people over to handle the situation and see what the Uchiha were really capable of before placing any bets. Not just the Hyuga clan, I tell you, apart from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were staunch supporters of the Hokage. Almost all the ninja clans were acting the same, playing dead and watching the show. But the third Hokage wasn't a fool. He had a trump card, which was the ninjas from commoner backgrounds. These people had no family burdens and were wholeheartedly dedicated to Konoha, making up about 60% of the numbers, a terrifying force. Before long, we made our way to the Hokage building. What a scene it was. Thousands of Konoha ninjas surrounded the building, making it impenetrable with layers upon layers. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old monkey, stood at the front, flanked by his two advisors, Mito Kazan and Uchiha Zongyan stepped forward, his voice carrying across the crowd, directly exposing the incident of Danzo kidnapping Sasuke. I tell you, most of the ninjas below looked completely confused, probably not even knowing who Danzo was. But those high-ranking officials, especially the third Hokage and the other two, their expressions were something else. It was as if they had it must be that old bastards doing written all over their faces. Mito Gate-in and T-Rin Kamaki must have cursed Danzo 1,000 times in their hearts. That bastard causes trouble and then disappears, leaving them to clean up the mess. But who is Sarutobi Hiruzen? An old politician. He remained calm and composed, with a righteous expression, and said, "I don't believe it. Danzo could never do something like this." I nearly couldn't hold back my laughter at that moment. His thick skin could serve as a city wall. Zongyan also let out a cold laugh. It seems Lord Hokage is determined to protect him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still acting. As the Hokage, I have always been fair and just. Then he changed the subject, starting to turn the tables, saying that the most important thing now is to find Sasuke. He definitely wasn't kidnapped by Danzo. Perhaps it was an enemy spy. You guys making a fuss here is just delaying the rescue, isn't it? TSK. What a dirty trick. Zongyan was too lazy to waste words with him and said directly, "All right then, let Shimura Danzo come out for a confrontation. If he didn't do it, he could just come out and explain, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even blink. Danzo is on an important mission and is too busy. Once his mission is completed, I will naturally give you an explanation. Isn't this just being unreasonable? The atmosphere instantly froze, and the brothers behind us activated their Sharingan, filled with killing intent. Just as a major conflict was about to break out, Zongyan suddenly smiled. He waved his hand, and two clan members walked out from our side, the same two who had seen Sasuke being kidnapped with their own eyes. "Lord Hokage, it's not that I don't trust you," Zongyan pointed at the two and said. "It's just that these two clan members saw with their own eyes that it was the Umbu of Konoha who kidnapped Sasuke. You say it wasn't Danzo. Then could it be that was your personal order?" This statement was too harsh, directly placing the blame on the third Hokage. The third's face darkened, and before he could figure out how to respond, Zongyan struck again. He glanced around and directly locked onto a yellow-haired uncle in the crowd. That person is Mr. Yamenkai, the clan leader of the Yamenka clan, right? Yamenkai was startled when called out and nodded blankly. Nearby, Nara shook aside and directly pointed out, "You want Mr. Yamenkai to use the clan's secret technique to verify the truth of your clan members' memories, right?" Mr. Shikaku is indeed clever. Zongyan smiled and said, "Lord Hokage, how about we verify the truth on the spot? Let's invite Mr. Yamenkai to use his mind-body switch technique to directly read the memories of these two clan members. Are you willing?" What a masterful play. This was a reverse stab, letting the Hokage's loyal confidant verify in public. Now, I'm curious how Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to end this. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He knew in his heart that this matter was most likely true. He was now in a dilemma. If he didn't agree, it would show his guilt. If he agreed, Danzo would have to bear the blame in public. After much internal struggle, he finally made a decision, probably thinking that no matter what, he couldn't let Konoha descend into civil war and could only stabilize us for now. "Yamenkai, do as he says." The old monkey issued the order, and specifically reminded him, "No matter what you see, you must speak the truth." Then he turned to Zongyan to clear the air. "Let me make it clear, even if it really is someone resembling Umbu, it could also be enemy spies in disguise, so don't be deceived." Zongyan smiled without speaking. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Yamenkai braced himself and stepped forward, placing his hands on the heads of the two Uchiha clan members, and shouted, "Mind-body switch technique." Before long, Yamenkai opened his eyes, and his expression was quite something. He must have cursed Danzo's ancestor 1,000 times in his heart, because he clearly saw that it was several root ninjas, acting under the banner of the third Hokage, who had kidnapped Sasuke. These incompetent teammates always shifted the blame to the Hokage every time they did something wrong. But could he say that? He walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a face full of constipation and sighed. Lord Hokage, the inspection is complete. Well, thank you for your hard work, Yamankei. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Then please tell us what you saw, without any reservations. You say not to have any reservations, but can I really take you at your word? I tell you, at that moment, Yamashiro Haichi's face turned pale, and he was sweating like it was raining. On one side was the old leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a look in his eyes that said only two words, lying. On the other side, there were over 400 red-eyed Uchiha who looked like they could swallow me alive right then and there. Who could withstand that? He was just an intelligence minister, a small clan leader of the Yamashiro family. If he said the wrong thing, wouldn't the blame for a Konoha civil war fall on him? Could he bear the responsibility? He panicked at that moment and instinctively looked at his best brother, Nara Shikaku, who understands family. In crucial moments, you have to rely on your brothers. And what happened? Shikaku slowly shook his head at him. At that instant, Yamashiro Haichi's heart sank, feeling cold. My best brother, actually making me lie with my eyes open. But he had no choice but to trust Shikaku's judgment. He steeled himself, cleared his throat, and said to our clan leader, "Those two Uchiha have no memories of the scenes you mentioned. They didn't see Sasuke, nor did they see the Umbu. I think you might have made a mistake." As soon as these words came out, the Uchiha side erupted. "Bullshit. You dare to lie in front of us? Is the graveyard selected? Let's go, Lord Zongyan. Don't waste breath with these trash." They roared, pumped up like they had taken stimulant, and with that momentum, it felt like even the King of Heaven would be pulled down from his throne. In our family, Zongyan completely disregarded this group of hotheads, just sneering slightly, his blood-red Sharingan deeply piercing into Yamashiro Haichi's eyes, then directly looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Is this also the intention of you, the third Hokage? The evidence is conclusive, yet you still lie in public. Is Danzo that important to you?" Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, the two old men beside him, Mizukage and Uchiha Kaoru, jumped up like cats with their tails stepped on. "Shut up. The truth has been established. Do you still want to argue? What do you mean by that?" Zongyan completely ignored the two of them and just stared at the old monkey. The old monkey took a puff of smoke and the mist swirled out, blocking his face, presenting a calm demeanor. "Kaichi has already given the answer. You are just trying to pin a crime on us. If you don't accept it, what do you want?" Sarutobi Hiruzen. Zongyan crossed his arms and directly called his name. "From the time the second Hokage died in battle, and you took over as Hokage until now, it has been decades, right? How do you think you have done as Hokage?" As soon as these words came out, the ninjas from Konoha on the opposite side were furious, feeling that Zongyan was being too rebellious. But over here, with 400 pairs of Sharingan glaring, they didn't dare say a word. The old monkey was stunned for a moment, probably not expecting the topic to jump here suddenly, feeling like he was about to have his coffin lid nailed shut. "My merits and faults will be judged by the villagers. Why do you ask this? I have studied you. Let me tell you, what Zongyan said next was like stripping Sarutobi Hiruzen of his underpants in front of all of Konoha. He first praised how you dealt with the mess when you first took office, how you regained power, how you promoted newcomers, making Konoha thrive. The three old men felt a bit pleased, but then the tone shifted sharply. Unfortunately, power truly goes to one's head. You, along with the people around you, have all become slaves to power. Your good brother Danzo, in order to strengthen his roots, is stealing other people's secret techniques ninja everywhere, and you don't care. He built orphanages, only to turn orphans into killing machines that only pledge loyalty to him, even placing a vicious curse mark, and you don't care. And these two beside you, Mizukage and Uchiha Kaoru, under your protection, do all sorts of bad things, yet still sit comfortably in high positions. The ridiculous part is that they secretly fight for power against you, hoping to take power from your hands. Did you think I didn't know? Danzo manipulated Kakashi, making him believe it was you who caused his father's death, leading to Kakashi's assassination attempt on you out of anger. These two old things are just fence-sitters between you and Danzo to make themselves more important, right? And you? On the surface, you're furious at Danzo, but inside you're overjoyed, right? Because as long as they keep making mistakes, you, as Hokage, will have to clean up after them, and your power will never fall. This series of shocking revelations completely stunned everyone present. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, which had previously pretended to be calm, was now truly pale and ashen. The two old men were even more anxious, jumping around, demanding Zongyan to shut up, but Zongyan didn't even look at them, and they didn't dare to come up and do anything. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were thrilled. Families who understands the feeling of eating a big scoop of gossip live. Isn't this more exciting than burrito? They had heard of many things already, And now, with Zongyan's string of revelations, everything matched up. Seeing the three old men hopping mad, one could tell this gossip was ripe. Zongyan sneered. It seems you don't intend to argue anymore. That's right. It's already an open secret. I tell you, history is written by the victors, and the old monkey understands this principle. As long as he wins today, everything Zongyan said is just nonsense. So those two old men beside him, shouting like clowns for him to take action, instead made him calm down. Shut up. The old monkey finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted at the two gatekeepers, leaving them stunned. Then he turned to Zongyan, his momentum fully unleashed. In my lifetime, I did not need your guidance. When I led Konoha to victory in 2 ninja world wars, you weren't even born yet. You think a few words can shake me? Tu navi. He pointed at Yamashiro Kai. The answer is already there. Now, tell me your answer. The old monkey was completely out of patience. He had to know what Zongyan really intended. Don't rush, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Zongyan shook his head. I already said, the mastermind is Danzo. If you don't admit it, then we'll wait for him to come out and confront you. As a Konoha elder, he wouldn't dare to avoid people, right? For the 3rd time, the old monkey's killing intent was almost overflowing. Danzo was on an important mission and not in the village. You keep pressing. Are you trying to rebel? He stepped forward, his finger almost poking Zongyan's face. Seeing the Hokage get angry, the two old men immediately followed up. Are you Uchiha planning to go to war for your own selfish interests by surrounding the Hokage? Who gave you the right to represent the Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku, hiding behind a kid? This statement ignited the anger of our 400 people, killing intent soaring. TCH. Zongyan disdainfully curled his lips, foolish and ugly old things, jumping around like cockroaches in a sewer, still daring to do so under the sun. Don't you know that cockroaches die in the light? He knew it was time to show his skills. These two old men were indeed too annoying. Considering they were from the same village, I won to kill you. I'll leave one hand each, so you remember. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of pale white flames suddenly ignited in Zongyan's hand, directly forming an ancient black long knife, with eerie white flames dancing on the blade, casting a cold light on his face. All things in the universe are ashes, flowing blade like fire. Purify everything. Slash. A sword chi, imbued with scorching flames, suddenly slashed toward those two old guys. Not good. The two old men instantly felt the breath of death, having not been on the battlefield for decades. Their reactions were as slow as snails, and they couldn't dodge at all. Insolence. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The old monkey reacted quickly, forming seals in an instant, and a wall of earth rose from the ground. But it was useless. With a bang, the sword chi shattered the earth wall. Immediately after, Zongyan transformed into a bolt of lightning, whooshing in front of the two old men, his gaze disdainful, casually waving his knife. Two screams rang out simultaneously as two arms, accompanied by scorched black smoke, flew out. In the blink of an eye, Zongyan fulfilled his promise. Bastard! Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned red. He couldn't react at all. This speed was even faster than the 4th Hokage, Minato Namake's back in the day. The battle had begun. Konoha ninjas, exterminate all these rebellious Uchiha. The old monkey no longer cared about the consequences and shouted loudly, charging straight at Zongyan. Kill. Protect. Lord Hokage. The Konoha ninjas on the opposite side also went crazy, surging towards us like a tide. Our Uchiha side is even more excited, shouting, "Ha! Lord Zongyan is awesome. Annihilate this bunch of scum." Even surrounded by dozens of enemies, these red-eyed folks are only excited, not afraid. The old monkey feels bitter inside. He knows that regardless of the outcome of this battle, he will suffer greatly. If his most valued civilian ninjas suffer heavy casualties, the other ninja clans will be even harder to control after the war. So he hates Zongyan to the core. Summoning technique. King of the Monkey. The old monkey is forced back by Zongyan and quickly calls upon his old partner. This is quite a problem. The King of the Monkey is shocked as soon as he appears. Transform into the golden staff. The old monkey doesn't have time to explain, grabbing the transformed iron rod, looking both comical and tragic. But Zongyan pays him no mind and instead looks at the chaotic crowd, suddenly shouting, "Conqueror's Haki! I tell you, an invisible and intangible force field that can crush your very soul suddenly exploded. This move directly caused the opposing server to crash. Even someone of Sarutobi Hiruzen's caliber could only withstand it, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him. But others couldn't handle it. The two elders who had their arms broken immediately rolled their eyes and fainted. The remaining leaf ninjas fell like wheat being cut down, a large number collapsing. The Jonin level, like Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Narashikaku could barely stand, but everyone below Jonin level, without exception, was down. Some of the timid ones were even scared to death by this overwhelming aura. In just a few seconds, out of the originally 1,000-strong Leaf Army, only a few dozen Jonin were left standing. On our Uchiha side, because of our inherently strong individual power, there are actually a few more people still standing than on the Leaf side. Want to use numbers to overpower us? Zongyan sneered, his blood-red Sharingan fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haha, now we have a numbers. Damn it, I must kill you. The old monkey was completely mad, knowing that if he didn't take out Zongyan today would really mean a change for the Leaf. He charged forward with his golden staff, engaging in a fierce battle with Zongyan. What kind of power is this? It's like a demon god. Yui Kurenai was in shock. It's over. Is a coup really going to succeed? Narashikaku gritted his teeth, feeling a chill in his heart. Only Narashikaku was rapidly thinking, what does this young man want to do? Yamashiro Aoi was filled with regret. It's over. It's all my fault. Meanwhile, Might Guy, this hot-blooded fool, had stars in his eyes. This terrifying aura, this powerful strength. It's making my blood boil. If it weren't for the battle, I would definitely want to have a good match with him. Let me tell you, as soon as Kai, that hot-blooded fool, shouted, the situation on the battlefield changed instantly. The third-generation old man and his spirit beast, the Ape Demon King, were already cornered by Zongyan's fireblade. That golden rod looked like it was about to be grilled into calamari. The Ape Demon King was howling in pain, and an eye appeared on the rod, yelling to the third generation, I can't take it anymore. If this goes on, my old bones are going to be burned as firewood. Good heavens. The third generation was also anxious upon hearing this, as this was his old partner. He quickly pushed Zongyan back with a strike and started frantically forming hand seals. Oh no, I mean forming seals. Composite ninja technique. Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Damn, a dirt dragon burrowed out of the ground and breathed fire. That scene was like Godzilla. And what happened next? Zongyan stood there without moving, just gave a cold smile and pushed the black knife, which was emitting green flames, forward. The next moment, I was dumbfounded. The overwhelming flames, upon touching the tip of the knife, were instantly sucked in. That knife acted like it was on a food show, gulping down the ninjutsu of the third Hokage in one bite. How is that possible? The third Hokage's eyes nearly popped out. Still not believing it, he immediately created 4 shadow clones, surrounding Zongyan completely, with the main body and the clones. 5 people unleashed ninjutsu of 5 elemental attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, like it was free, combining into a technique called 5 elements. Great bullet technique, attacking from 5 directions. It was like they were trying to summon the 5 elements to rescue Grandpa. In response, Zongyan simply laughed. Trivial skills. The knife in his hand danced like a whirlwind, executing a technique called Uchiha style. Sun Halo Dance. I couldn't even see how he moved, as the surroundings were filled with blue light from the knife, ultimately forming a small sun. It was so bright, I couldn't open my eyes. Boom! With a huge explosion, half of the Hokage building collapsed. We spectators were blown back several meters by the shockwave. In the smoke, the third Hokage's 4 shadow clones vanished on the spot, and his main body spat out a mouthful of old blood, flying out like a kite with its string cut. Just as Zongyan transformed into a flash of lightning, ready to finish him off with a knife, a green figure appeared, I tell you, as fast as lightning. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open. Open the door. Rest gate. Life gate. Injury gate. Death gate. View gate. Shock Gota. Open. My guy. This thick-browed fool, like he hit the nitrous boost. Opened 7 gates in a second with the 8 gates of Duinjia. That chakra, oh my god, it erupted like a volcano, far stronger than the third Hokage just now. Day Tiger. He punched out, and it wasn't just a fist. It compressed the air into a massive white tiger head. The tiger roared and charged at Zongyan. I can't believe it. Zongyan, who had just been acting all composed, turned pale with fear and transformed into a flash of electricity, awkwardly dodging. The day tiger grazed past him, turning an entire street of houses behind him into rubble. Seeing this, Guy exclaimed, "Oh, is 7 gates not fast enough? Can you still dodge? All right, I'll give you something big today." His eyes narrowed, and the green chakra on his body began to boil. He was about to open the 8th gate of death. For those who understand, my heart was in my throat. If he opened it, not just Zongyan, we would all be in trouble. Zongyan also couldn't hold it anymore. Losing the composure he had earlier, he changed his tone and shouted loudly, "Wait, my guy, let's talk." Guy didn't even acknowledge him, his momentum still rising. Zongyan panicked and revealed his trump card. Have you ever thought about why your best friend Kakashi hasn't shown up? He is already on my side. If you don't trust me, can you not trust Kakashi? As soon as he said this, Guy hesitated. Just then, the third Hokage, who had just been blasted away, poofed and turned into smoke. It was a shadow clone. The real third Hokage walked out from a pile of rubble, angrily cursing, despicable lies. How could Kakashi ever collude with you? I rolled my eyes at that moment. This old man has a dirty heart. Just now, when Kai was about to open the death gate, he hid behind, not making a sound, probably waiting for Kai to exchange one for another so he could reap the benefits. Kai saw that the third Hokage was fine and breathed a sigh of relief. Zongyan wouldn't let him off easily, sneering. Colluding with the enemy? What a statement. Kakashi is trying to restore order in Konoha and eliminate all you pests. Kai looked confused and asked where Kakashi had gone. Only then did Zongyan relax. He was really worried that Kai was a hothead who would kick him without thinking twice. As long as he could speak up, things would be easier. This matter actually started with a boy named Naruto Uzumaki. Zongyan then explained how he entered Naruto's spiritual space. When the third Hokage heard that he had come into contact with a nine-tails Jinchuriki, he jumped up like he had stepped on electric wire, angrily cursing the Uchiha for their treacherous ambitions. The surrounding Konoha Jonin looked like they wanted to eat someone. Zongyan completely ignored him and continued, saying he almost tore the seal of the nine tails, which forced out the chakra remnant of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato. The entire place exploded. Even our Uchiha side was taken aback. The third Hokage instinctively shouted, "You're lying. He is already dead." Zongyan nodded. That's right. He is dead. But to protect the seal, he left a portion of his chakra, which can be considered, a cyber ghost residing within Naruto. This explanation was reasonable, and the Konoha people calmed down. Then, Zongyan changed his tone, his eyes sharp as knives directed at the third Hokage. When the fourth Hokage appeared and saw his son, he wanted to hug him. What happened? Naruto was so frightened that he backed away. Minato was dumbfounded and asked me why. I told him it was because Naruto had never known he had a father, let alone that his father was a hero. He only knew he was the Nine-Tails, bullied by the entire village and isolated by everyone. He drank expired milk and ate instant noodles nearing their expiration date. And you, third Hokage, occasionally ran over to offer some warmth. What a performance. Keep acting. With every word Zongyan said, the third Hokage's face turned grimmer. However, the Konoha ninjas around us, let me tell you, most of them showed no change in expression, thinking it was normal to control the Nine-Tails. Seeing that the situation was still on his side, the third Hokage immediately put on a righteous demeanor, saying how he felt guilty towards Naruto and Minato, but this was for the safety of Konoha. And he also said he believed Minato and his son would be willing to sacrifice for Konoha. I spat. I almost threw up at the time. Zongyan directly started to lash out. Ridiculous. Hypocritical. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you really make me sick. You let others sacrifice while you take all the benefits for yourself. Back then, you could also use the dead demon consuming seal. So why didn't you, the old geezer, go seal the Nine-Tails and let the young fourth Hokage die? The third Hokage's old face turned stern. At that time, there was a barrier. I couldn't get in. Now, there's this opportunity. Zongyan pressed on. Didn't you say you were willing to sacrifice for Konoha? Fine, then, you can commit suicide in front of me. And I guarantee the Uchiha clan will go home immediately and won't cause any more trouble. Do you dare? The third Hokage's face turned green. You don't dare? I knew it. You old fool, cherish your life. Zongyan laughed. Then let me change the condition. If you don't want to die, let your good buddy Shimura Danzo die. That should be fine, right? If he dies, I'll also take my people back. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that his mustache stood up, shouting, Don't joke around. Konoha has never been a place that sacrifices the lives of its villagers for compromise. I almost burst out laughing at that moment. Zongyan's face was overflowing with mockery. Oh really? Did you forget about Hyuga Hizashi when you said that? To negotiate peace with the Cloud Village, you forced someone to take your brother's place and made Niji an orphan. Have you forgotten about that? The venue fell silent. Then Zongyan suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly in the direction of the distance. Am I right, Hyuga Hizashi? As soon as he finished speaking, I tell you, those Byakugan ninjas from the Hyuga clan. Oh no, the white-eyed ninjas really crawled out from the corners. And who was leading them but Hyuga Hizashi? The expression on this guy's face was something else, alternating between green and white, wanting to explode but not daring to. In the end, he suppressed all his emotions, lowered his head, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. That was my brother Hisashi's own choice, and it has nothing to do with Lord Hokage. Dying for the village is an honor. Goodness, I wanted to applaud him at that moment. Such acting deserves an Oscar. Actually, just now, the clash between Zongyan and the third Hokage was as loud as a demolition site, which had already alerted the surrounding families who were prepared to pick up the scraps. They were all hiding, waiting for us, the Uchiha, and the Hokage to fight to the point of mutual destruction before coming out to clean up the mess. And what happened? Zongyan's overwhelming presence directly reversed the situation. And now it was us Uchiha who had the upper hand. Now, the Hyuga clan couldn't sit still first, relying on their long-range vision. They were the first to rush over. Following closely were the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, a whole bunch of them. Zongyan looked at this so-called loyal army, and the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears, his mockery reaching its peak. Wow. The third Hokage's prestige is impressive. Even at this time, there are still so many people rushing to deliver their heads. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the reinforcements arrive, his spine instantly straightened, and he immediately resumed his pretentious demeanor, pointing at Zongyan and launching into a tirade. It is precisely because of these family members who love Konoha that Konoha can stand tall. Uchiha Zongyan, put away your dangerous thoughts. You cannot succeed. But he had no idea that this was exactly what Zongyan wanted to see. Putting on such a big show. It would be boring if there weren't enough audience members, right? However, before that, Zongyan had to deal with the fiery green watermelon head in front of him. He turned to face my guy, his expression serious. My guy, you are very strong. In all of Konoha, you are the only one who can make me feel pressure. You have the qualifications to dance in front of me. This sudden compliment left Guy utterly speechless. He looked at Zongyan, then at the third Hokage, momentarily unsure of what to say. Zongyan continued, you have great potential, so I don't want to kill you. But you must understand one thing. My not killing you does not mean I can't kill you. If you dare make a move again, just watch. Before he finished speaking, I tell you, Zongyan suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning and flew into the air above Hokage Rock, behind the Hokage building. That was the face of Konoha, with the heads of the past Hokages carved on it. Hellfire. Zongyan swung the blade of searing flames in his hand fiercely. And oh my, the blue flames on that blade exploded instantly, like a volcanic eruption, transforming into dozens of pillars of magma shooting into the sky, crashing towards those four heads. Boom! The terrifying high temperature instantly melted the stone, but that wasn't the end. Dozens of fire pillars converged in the air, and then suddenly, boom! A second explosion. The scene was incredible. A massive mushroom cloud rose, and everything around was instantly turned to scorched earth. In the blink of an eye, the symbol of Konoha, the statues of those four old men, evaporated right there, leaving not a trace. Meanwhile, over in the Forest of Death, the battle between Obito and Danzo was still ongoing. I tell you, that scene has long since moved from the cave to the woods. The cave where Sasuke was previously kidnapped has already turned into a pile of ruins due to the aftermath of their battle. That old guy Danzo stood on his summoning beast, the Dream Taper, with a serious expression, looking like a little ant. The Dream Taper opened its mouth and let out a roar, spewing out a large cloud of smoke, trying to attack Obito. But this was like a tickle to Obito, who possessed Kemui. He stood still, too lazy to even move. At this point in the battle, even Obito felt bored. Danzo's strength was indeed lacking. He couldn't even touch the edge of an Hokage-level power. Moreover, at this moment, he hadn't even obtained a full arm's worth of Sharingan. He only had one, which was taken from Shursui. Obito was well aware of this. Seeing he couldn't win, Danzo got anxious and started threatening. What do you want? Do you want to fight me, Konoha Elder, to the death? Let me tell you, if I die, the entire Uchiha clan will go down with me. Is that what you want to see? He thought this would intimidate Obito, but guess what? Obito almost laughed out loud. Oh, that's great. With that said, my resolve to kill you has strengthened even more. You better keep your word, and let the entire Uchiha clan accompany you. Danzo was so furious he almost had a heart attack, pointing at Obito, unable to say a word. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out. It came from the direction of Konoha, so loud that it could be heard clearly in the Forest of Death. Damn it, Konoha is in trouble. When Danzo heard this, his heart nearly jumped out. He prided himself on being Konoha's guardian. Trouble in the village was worse for him than dying himself. But Obito, on the other hand, reacted completely differently and even laughed. That kid Zongyan really didn't let me down. Now Danzo was completely anxious, but the old fox was still quick-witted. He suddenly calmed down and looked at Obito, saying, "My lord, since you claim to be Uchiha Madara, you must also hate the Uchiha clan deeply. How about we make a deal? You let me return to Konoha, and within 3 days, I guarantee I will wipe out the Uchiha clan for you. Let those traitors pay the price." Everyone could see that this operation was ridiculous, focusing on the abstract. He actually wanted to team up with Obito to destroy the Uchiha. After hearing this, Obito burst out laughing, rolling on the ground. "Ha ha ha ha, this is the village that I built with Hashirama. It actually raised a disgusting maggot like you. Senja Hashirama, you were indeed wrong." After laughing, Obito stopped talking, and his expression instantly turned cold as he attacked. His Kamui was simply cheating. His figure appeared and disappeared, emerging from Danzo's blind spots to stab him. This forced Danzo to jump around helplessly, and he quickly accumulated several wounds on his body. "Damn it, do you want to take us both down?" Danzo yelled angrily while hiding under the Dream Taper's belly. Obito completely ignored him, snorted coldly, and vanished again. This was completely a cat playing with a mouse. Obito didn't even use his full strength, not employing would release or anything, just torturing Danzo little by little. Enjoying the process of this massacre, Danzo knew in his heart that if this continued, he would be played to death. He steeled himself and made up his mind. The next time Obito appeared behind him, Danzo surprisingly didn't dodge. He let the kunai stab into his shoulder while quickly tearing off the bandages on his face, revealing his one and only Mangekyo Sharingan. "Kodo Tsukimi!" Danzo shouted angrily, and the fan in his eye began to spin rapidly. In an instant, Obito's figure froze, unable to move. "Got you!" Danzo felt overjoyed. This was said to be the strongest genjutsu, capable of directly altering another's will. He had already started planning to use this guy for himself, then deal with the Uchiha and even assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi to become Hokage himself. It was simply blissful. He immediately intended to use Kodo Tsukimi to rewrite Obito's will. But as soon as he entered, he was dumbfounded. The opponent's mental world was completely empty, with nothing inside. How is this possible? Danzo's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Before he could react, another identical Obito appeared behind him, and with a kunai, accurately pierced through his heart. What a foolish idiot. Obito's voice was as cold as a knife. "The Uchiha's Mangekyo is something scum like you can touch. Hand it over." Saying this, he swiftly reached into Danzo's eye socket and pulled out the Kodo Tsukimi. The Danzo who was controlled by Kodo Tsukimi instantly turned into a puddle of white substance and dissipated. It turned out that was just a white Zetsu clone. Danzo only realized he had been schemed against from the beginning when he was on his deathbed. He stared at Obito with unblinking eyes, swallowing his last breath. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, congratulating Obito on acquiring a new toy. Obito played with the eye and casually asked, "How's it going on the Konoha side?" Black Zetsu was incredibly excited. "That Uchiha Zongyan is simply amazing, leading 400 people to take on thousands of Konoha ninjas. I don't know what kind of trick he used, but he took down a large number in an instant, and then cleaved the Hokage rock in half." Now, even though reinforcements from various clans have arrived, judging by the situation, he still has a great chance of winning. Obito was a bit surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected the Uchiha to succeed. However, this result was even better than he had anticipated. The heavier the losses for Konoha, the smoother his Moon Eye plan would go. He prepared to put away Kodo Tsukimi and leave with Black Zetsu. But just as they were about to leave, Danzo's body, lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes again. "Damn it!" Danzo struggled to get up, gritting his teeth. Realizing that he had been pushed to this point, he sat cross-legged and began to unwrap the bandages on his body. Good heavens! Not only his face, but his entire upper body was wrapped up. Once the bandages were removed, the scene was truly terrifying. His entire right arm was as pale as a corpse, and there was a blurry human face growing on it. Even scarier was the black gap on his forearm. The trump card he had hidden for so many years was finally used today. Danzo extended his other hand to pry open the gap, revealing an eyeball inside. "Thank you very much, Uchiha Kagami." I tell you, at that moment, I was completely stunned. It turns out that this old guy didn't die just now because he used the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami to activate the Uchiha Forbidden Technique. Izanagi. This thing is just like a resurrection cheat, allowing one to reverse their death state at the cost of permanently blinding one Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami. That's Shirsue's grandfather. Goodness. This Danzo is really milking the whole family, taking the eyes of both the grandson and the grandfather. One was his close friend from back then, and the other was a loyal subordinate, both betrayed by him. This old man is simply a professional scapegoat and master backstabber. Oof. Although he lost 2 Sharingan. As long as he exterminates the Uchiha, he can get even more. Danzo stood up and found that all the root ninjas he brought were dead. And Sasuke was also missing. Forget it, Uchiha Itachi is probably dead too, so that little brat can be kept for experimental material. He steadied himself and rushed towards the direction of Konoha village. On the other side, Sasuke was desperately running through the forest, his little face pale with fear. Great. Danzo didn't catch up. He thought as he ran, but that Uchiha isn't a good person either. I need to hurry home. Just then, suddenly a voice called out, Sasuke. It scared him so much that he jumped up, his hairs standing on end, and without thinking, he threw shurikens in that direction. However, all the shurikens were blocked. Calm down, it's me. A familiar but somewhat weak voice came. Sasuke focused his gaze and immediately couldn't hold back, Dad. The person who came was actually Uchiha Fugaku. He rushed into Fugaku's arms and burst into tears, venting all the fear and grievances he had felt during this time. Fugaku stiffened for a moment, but ultimately gently patted his son's back, softly comforting him. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. I have to tell you, this is unprecedented. In the past, Fugaku only cared about Itachi, never paying attention to Sasuke's well-being. Now that his eldest son is gone, he suddenly remembers he has a younger son. After Sasuke finishes crying, Fugaku asks him what happened. It turns out a clan member informed him that Sasuke was kidnapped by Danzo. Fugaku, who was initially drowning his sorrows at home, instantly sobered up upon hearing this news. He cannot lose another son. After listening to Sasuke's account, Fugaku's brows furrowed tightly. A stranger claiming to be Uchiha Madara? His mind was in chaos, but he still took Sasuke home first. However, after sending Sasuke back, Fugaku came out again. After this incident, his heart that had been avoiding reality was completely shattered. He could no longer stand idly by, no matter what the clan elders want to do. As the clan leader, I must do something for the family. Even if he loses, I will do my utmost to leave the last spark for the Uchiha. With this determination, Fugaku quietly made his way towards the battlefield at the Hokage building. Speaking of which, if we rewind a little in time, just when the Uchiha army had just set out, our copy ninja Kakashi, as the leader of the surveillance team, quickly made an excuse to rush to inform the third Hokage and slipped away. Guess where he went? It was definitely not the Hokage building. He took a turn and entered a shabby little dark room. I tell you, as soon as I pushed the door open, there stood 5 Uchiha big guys inside like door gods. The leader, named Uchiha Tiewa, had an aura of nearly 2 meters tall, clearly a tough character. However, his underlings were quite chatty. One called Yeffin came up with a sarcastic tone. Oh, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you for ages. Quite a big shot, huh? Another named Zongyan got even more excited. Just you? The outsider who had our Uchiha Sharingan implanted? Make sure to keep your eyes wide open later. Don't embarrass us, Uchiha. You know, the atmosphere was so awkward it could have been cut with a knife. Kakashi's face darkened, but before he could explode, the leader, Tiewa, snapped. He pointed at the chatty ones and shouted, Shut the hell up. Do you dare question Lord Zongyan's orders? If you don't want to do it, get lost. Wow, that was some serious dominance, and the entire place fell silent. Then this big guy turned to Kakashi, forced out a smile that looked uglier than crying, and said, Hatake Jonin, shall we set off? Kakashi must have been thinking whatever in his heart, but seeing that these 5 guys were all elite Jonin with explosive combat power, he just went along with it, nodded, and said, All right, let us go. Then this group changed into Umbu gear, wearing animal masks, looking all professional. Kakashi cleared his throat and directly announced, Everyone, listen up. This time, I am the captain. He explained the situation, saying they were going to take down Danzo's old hideout, where there were over 100 dead men, all cursed with the cursed seal of silence, leaving no survivors. Lord Zongyan chose me to lead because I understand the route better than any of you. If anyone messes around and the mission fails, I'll have to explain to Lord Zongyan. So think carefully about what you do. As soon as he said this, the hot-tempered Zongyan was about to blow up again, but was silenced by Tiewa's shout. He was shouted back. Let me tell you, Tiewa is skilled in upper management. He directly pledged loyalty to Kakashi. Don't worry, Hatake Jonin, Lord Zongyan's orders are everything. If anyone dares not to follow orders, you don't need to lift a finger. I'll personally take off his head. Wow, this completely secured the command authority. The 6 of them quickly made their way to Danzo's secret base built outside the village. Just as they arrived at the door, 2 guards jumped out like robots. Stop. Password. Kakashi stepped forward calmly and said, On the orders of Lord Danzo. While speaking, he pretended to take something out of his pocket. The 2 guards reacted quickly. Sensing something was off, and without saying a word, they immediately cast fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Right at him. What happened? The Uchiha side wasn't to be trifled with either. Zongyan and Yefeng. One cast a Jinjutsu to hold them down, while the other drew his sword in a flash. And in just 2 moves, the 2 guards' heads flew off. The whole process was fluid, so fast that Kakashi was momentarily stunned, probably thinking, damn, these Uchiha guys are really fierce. Once inside the base, it was dark. As they entered a hall, suddenly, with a loud bang, the traps were triggered. Kunai and shurikens flew from all directions, and the walls and ground were covered in explosive tags, instantly turning into a sea of fire. Dozens of root ninjas emerged from the shadows, and the blonde leader pretentiously declared, "Intruders, kill without mercy." But when the smoke cleared, guess what? The 6 of them were completely unharmed. Uchiha Zongyan was so excited, his fervent expression couldn't be hidden. Since we've been discovered, let us start killing. Let these sewer rats witness the power of Uchiha. The nearby Yefeng also chimed in. Exactly. Kill everyone who sees us. Isn't that considered a successful infiltration? It's 2025, and they're still playing this physical infiltration game. It's all about the aesthetic of violence. Then, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. The 5 of them unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. Great Fireball, Flame Blade, Sharingan Jinjutsu. Like they were in a battle frenzy, slaughtering those dozens of root ninjas. Kakashi also remarked how impressive the Uchiha were, and then quickly formed a Chidori and rushed in. The first wave of minions was cleared out too quickly, and then came the second wave of elite enemies. Leading them were Yamanaka, Kirin, and Narashikaku, who were Danzo's right-hand men. Another fierce battle. This time, the opponents were tough, and after the fight, the Uchiha side suffered too. 2 were knocked down and couldn't get back up, and the other 2 were heavily injured, with only Uchiha still holding on. On the other hand, Kakashi, being the best at self-preservation, was the least hurt. With no choice, Uchiha could only leave 2 people watching the injured while he dragged his wounded body to continue sneaking in with Kakashi to find the dirt Lord Zongyan wanted. I tell you, what you're about to see is truly shocking. They sneaked into a laboratory, and inside were huge glass jars, each containing a living person. There were men, women, and children, with the smallest looking barely the size of a baby. These were the human experiments conducted by Danzo using the first Hokage's Hashirama cells. There were also those specifically researching the Sharingan and various bloodline limits, all treating living people as mere materials. Even someone as warlike as Uchiha Itachi was disgusted, cursing Danzo for being inhuman. Kakashi was even more stunned. The village he had always protected was behind such atrocities, causing his faith to shatter right there. Without a word, the 2 of them killed those researchers, people like that were a threat to society. Finally, they reached the data room. Itachi was going through Danzo's criminal records, while Kakashi was frantically searching for something. At last, he found a scroll. When he opened it, he was blown away. Shimura Danzo! A furious roar. It turned out that what was recorded on it was the truth about his father, Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, who had committed suicide. We all know that his father abandoned a mission to save his comrades and was subsequently bullied by the entire village, leading to his suicide. But this scroll clearly stated that all of this was orchestrated by Danzo. The most malicious part? Danzo had actually blackmailed and bribed those rescued comrades to turn against Kakashi's father. He even killed one of them and forged a suicide note, claiming that the person had taken their own life in protest of Tsukumo Hatake's actions. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back, leaving his father utterly disheartened, ultimately leading to his suicide. And Danzo did all this simply because he felt Tsukumo might compete with him for the position of Hokage over such trivial matters. He destroyed a hero of Konoha. Just how dirty is that? Itachi had packed all the evidence, and seeing Kakashi lost in thought, he called out to him. The 2 didn't leave immediately. Following the clues from the researchers' confessions, they found another place, the dungeon. It was definitely here. Itachi gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard Danzo has locked up all the people he gathered in this dungeon." These living beings, in his eyes, had no humanity whatsoever. Merely experimental materials that could be consumed at any time. Hearing Danzo's name, a murderous intent flashed in Kakashi's eyes, but he simply nodded calmly and then pushed open the dungeon door. Row upon row of cells were neatly arranged. Each cell was not large enough for an adult to fully stretch out. There wasn't even enough room to lie down. Let me tell you, it's a terrible scene inside this dungeon. Half of the cells are empty, and in the other half, some of the people are no different from the dead. They're all curled up, hugging their legs, not moving at all. who understand the families. It's that feeling of having no light in their eyes. It's simply overwhelming. When Kakashi and I entered wearing the ANBU uniforms, hey, not even a single eyelid was lifted. No wonder. Our attire looked exactly like those ruthless root members who usually come in to drag people off for experiments. Next to me is Uchiha Zongyan, who probably feels a bit out of place, but he still cleared his throat and started his long-winded speech. He talked about how Danzo treats you all as expendables, how the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi is also guilty, and how our Lord Uchiha Zongyan wants to rectify the chaos and needs you all as witnesses. Goodness, are you holding a lecture here? Just look at their condition. As expected, after he spoke for a long time, there was not a single reaction from the crowd below. The entire dungeon was so quiet you could hear echoes, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. Kakashi couldn't watch any longer and glanced at Tiewa, as if to say, "Buddy, how about we try a different approach? It would be strange if there was any reaction. Most of these people were kidnapped from other countries. They don't even know whether Konoha is round or flat. And you're talking to them about high-level internal strife? It's like playing a lute to a cow. Besides, who would believe you dressed like that?" Tiewa seemed to be getting impatient, frowning as it looked like he was out of patience. He shook his head and drew his sword. "Forget it, whether you want to or not. I'll just take you away." Just then, a tiny voice suddenly piped up from the darkness. "I'll go with you." Meanwhile, outside the Hokage building, let me tell you, that can no longer be called a battlefield. It's purely our Zongyan-esque personal showcase stage. Just think about it. He almost took out the third Hokage in one move. Though it was just a shadow clone, it was still scary. Then he unleashed his conqueror's haki, and whoa. Except for a few top experts, every single one of the thousands present went black-eyed and collapsed. The most explosive moment was when he flew into the sky and unleashed a fiery hell slash, turning the Hokage rock, which had the fourth Hokage's face carved into it, into a sea of ruins and flames. How could they fight like this? The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi himself knew very well that he was a hero in Twilight. If he continued to fight, he might lose his life. Moreover, Zongyan had already declared that the next /Wound T be aimed at the mountain, but would come straight to the city center. And the number of dead civilians Wound T just be 1 or 2. Could he bear that responsibility? He didn't dare to gamble. At this moment, the various ninja clans of Konoha also rushed over for support, thousands of them. But what's the use? Most of them were Chunin, and once Zongyan unleashed his dominance, they too would fall dead in a collective manner. The remaining less than 100 Jonin, along with the original 100 or so, what could they do together? Could they stop Zongyan, who was flying in the sky and moving faster than a ghost? Could they block his destructive slash? No way, don't even think about it. So, the current situation, on the surface, looked like 2 armies facing off, but in reality, it was just one person from our side, surrounding the entire upper echelon of Konoha. Everyone was stunned, just staring blankly at the Hokage rock ruins still burning in the distance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face was filled with sorrow. He knew this matter was completely beyond his control. He finally realized that this teenager, Zongyan, had a grand plan from the very beginning and was implementing it step by step. Might Guy, with his thick eyebrows, was also staring at Zongyan, and I guessed he was calculating furiously in his head. If he opened the 8th gate and risked his life, did he have the confidence to land a killing blow? He didn't have that confidence. If he messed up, Zongyan would retaliate with a slash, and Konoha would lose half its population. So he didn't dare to move. Then there was Nara Shikaku, the smartest brain in Konoha, who at this moment also had his brows furrowed into a knot. His previous calculations had all gone wrong. He had been thinking about how to take out our Uchiha clan with the least cost. But now he realized that this was not something that could be solved with strategy. This guy relied on sheer power, no matter how many tactics you had. He could just overturn the table. Nara Shikaku, let me tell you, this guy is quite interesting. Although he was a staunch supporter of the third Hokage, having always stuck with Hiruzen, the person he admired the most in his heart was actually the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. So when Zongyan said he had received Minato's recognition, Kakashi stood with us because of that, which had the greatest impact on Shikaku. He must have been wondering, does Minato really think this kid is capable? Just when the entire place fell silent, Nara Shikaku suddenly took a few steps forward and looked up at Zongyan in the sky, shouting loudly, "Uchiha Zongyan, can I ask you a question?" Goodness, with this shout, everyone was brought back to their senses. All eyes instantly focused on Zongyan. Zongyan was also quite polite, smiling as he slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Of course, you can. Speaking while looking up is quite tiring. The more relaxed he appeared, the greater the pressure on the people opposite him. Narashikako walked up to Zongyan, sincerely spread his hands, and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" "To be honest, I'm getting more and more confused. If you want to start a war, with your strength, we would already be lying dead in droves. If you want to usurp the position of Hokage, you shouldn't be doing it so openly. Even if you killed the third Hokage, no one would submit to you. So, what exactly do you Uchiha want?" I couldn't help but laugh when I heard it. This old fox, how could he not know? This wasn't a question for himself. It was clearly meant for the thousands of people present. He wanted Zongyan to state the purpose out loud for everyone to hear. Zongyan also smiled as he scanned the bewildered faces of the ninjas who had just woken up. "Well, since you asked sincerely, I'll graciously tell you." Zongyan cleared his throat and started with an introduction. "I am Uchiha Zongyan, and just a month ago, I was a 6th grade student at the Ninja Academy." At that moment, I was so shocked that my jaw almost dropped. As soon as those words were spoken, the other side erupted. What a joke. A elementary school student who just almost took out the third Hokage in one blow and shattered the Hokage rock. This is even more outrageous than the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. Zongyan completely ignored their commotion and continued. "I was originally just a companion reader for Sasuke, but then I discovered a shocking secret. Our family's genius, Uchiha Itachi, was threatened and manipulated by the third Hokage and Danzo, and he actually prepared to slaughter our entire Uchiha clan." Boom. This news was even more explosive than the previous blow. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was agape, doubting whether their ears were malfunctioning. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately got anxious and jumped out to refute. "Nonsense. I have never." "Shut up." Zongyan's roar directly interrupted him. "Even if the mastermind is Danzo, can you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wash your hands clean? Are you trying to say that as Hokage, you knew nothing about what he did? Or that you couldn't control him at all? Not knowing this, not knowing that, then what use do you have as Hokage?" Cool. That one sentence rendered the old man speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned pale. He knew very well that whether he was aware or not, the blame for not keeping control fell squarely on him. Zongyan didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and continued. "I discovered this conspiracy, and there was no other way. I had to act first and personally killed my brainwashed brother, bringing his head back to the clan. I thought that would be the end of it. As long as my family and clan were safe, I wanted nothing more. But the behind-the-scenes puppet master still wouldn't let us go. Today, Danzo actually sent someone to kidnap Sasuke. Tell me, can we endure this? Uchiha Shursui was blinded by Danzo. We endured. Uchiha Itachi was turned against you. And I personally cleaned up the mess. But one thing is acceptable, 2 things are acceptable, but 3 things are intolerable. Do you really want to force our Uchiha clan to the brink of extermination? Since death is inevitable, then why not die gloriously?" After saying this, he turned to Narashikako, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Now, let me answer your question. What do I, or rather, what do we Uchiha want? Very simple. I brought 400 clansmen here for 3 things. Fairness, fairness, and damn fairness." This shout made everyone's ears buzz. Since the founding of the village, how much have we Uchiha contributed? How many have died? But did the 4th Hokage include us Uchiha in anything? No. Is this fair? The 2nd Hokage sent us to guard the gate, formed a security team, and offended the entire village. To this day, which position of real power in the Hokage building has a Uchiha? None. Is this fair? During the Nine-Tails incident, just because of a shadow of a Sharingan, we were suspected of being the masterminds and were driven to the edge of the village. Is this fair? Our 2 most promising geniuses, Shursui and Itachi, were all turned against us by your higher-ups, becoming knives stabbed into our hearts. And now, you want to go after a child. Is this fair? Zongyan's series of questions struck at the heart. He stared intently at Narashikako and said word by word, "Mr. Narashikako, this is what I want to do. I want to change this tragic situation. I want to break this unjust chain, and I want to personally create a true fairness for Konoha. What do you think?" I tell you, after Zongyan finished speaking, those high-ranking Konoha officials, like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Narashikako, all had expressionless faces. Of course, Zongyan was criticizing them. The vested interests, what could they feel? They are part of this unfair system. Instead, those newly awakened Chunin showed signs of wavering on their faces. Shouldn't they waver? I tell you, the Chunin brothers down there are clear as day, but the old foxes up top, those Jonin, are standing there like wooden stakes, not saying a word. Why? Playing dumb. When our Uchiha clan fell, which family didn't come up to take a bite? Now asking them to speak a fair word is like asking them to spit out what they've eaten. Dream on. These people were all silent like statues. The atmosphere was awkward. I wasn't in a hurry, just coldly watching their performance. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He sighed deeply. Good grief, that expression, that posture, you wouldn't know it if you didn't think he had suffered some great injustice. Like Oscar owes him a little golden statue. He cleared his throat and began his performance. Uchiha Zongyan, what you just said, I have a few things I must mention. First, he started off by clearing himself of blame, stating that he indeed didn't know about Shusui's death or Itachi being coerced. If I had known Danzo dared to do such things, I would have been the first to stop him. Our bright Konoha will never allow such darkness to exist. TSK, listen to this, what righteous words. I couldn't help but sneer internally, too lazy to show any expression on my face. Then, the old man changed his tone and started playing the game of first suppressing and then raising expectations. Secondly, it is true that your Uchiha have been suppressed, and as Hokage, I have a responsibility. Oh, quite responsible. Don't rush. The big reveal is still to come. But, here it comes, the classic but. This is not an excuse for your reckless behavior. Why did the first Hokage and Madara establish Konoha? It was for peace. If you have grievances, you can hold a meeting to discuss it. What you're doing now is no different from starting a war. The village is a collective. You can't just think of yourselves. Is it only your Uchiha who have shed blood? Didn't the Senju clan sacrifice a lot? They integrated their entire family into Konoha for the village, even giving up their surname. Do they complain? Compared to the Senju, your Uchiha are just too self-centered. Who understands? This combination of reminiscing about hardships while stepping on others and inciting conflict is simply a textbook example of an experienced workplace veteran puang their subordinates. He attributed all the problems to our Uchiha being too narrow-minded, completely washing his hands of any responsibility. Finally, he showed his true intentions, beginning to paint a grand picture for me. As long as you withdraw now, I, in the name of Hokage, guarantee that your demands will be properly addressed. What do you think? I really almost couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh. I shook my head. This old fox, even at this point, was still using this bureaucratic tone with me. It was really disgusting. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Sarutobi's face darkened. I raised my hand. The flowing blade, ignited with blue flames, twirled in my grasp, and the tip of the blade pointed straight at him. Sarutobi Hizashi, do you think your old face holds any weight? That I would be grateful just for you casually issuing an empty promise? Or do you think my blade can't cut through your pathetic village? As soon as I finished speaking, I swung my blade in a reverse motion. Whoosh! A streak of blue flames sliced through the air, and a nearby abandoned building instantly split in half, then was engulfed in flames and turned to ashes. Uchiha Zongyan, stop right there. The group, led by Might Guy, panicked, shouting at me one after another. I glanced around, and the cold, killing intent slapped them right in the face. What now? Come and kill me. I'm standing right here. If you kill me, you can protect Konoha. Come on. They were all so angry their faces turned red and their necks thickened, fists cracking, but not one of them dared to move. It's a joke. Anyone who comes up will die, and they understood that. Only that green-skinned watermelon head, Might Guy, was staring at me like a beast. I pointedly warned him, Might Guy, I told you, Kakashi will be here soon, and he will give you the answer. Now, put away that gaze of yours, or I'll make you regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was trembling with rage, roaring, I've already given in. What more do you want? What more do I want? I laughed. I want you to see the reality. Times have changed, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha are no longer the soft persimmons you can squeeze at will. This Konoha is no longer a place controlled by a few old geezers. The green flames in my hand are burning even stronger. You want to use the Senju clan as an example to educate me? Fine. Then let me ask you this. The Senju clan is divided and weakened. The Uchiha clan is being oppressed to the brink of extinction. So what about your Sarutobi clan? In just a few decades, the population has exploded tenfold. In the fire release class in Konoha, not a single Uchiha is present. It's all your Sarutobi clan members. Don't tell me you're unaware of this. As the third Hokage, have you been using the resources of the entire Konoha to support your broken clan all these years? Huh. My series of questions directly tore off his hypocritical facade. This matter is a well-known hidden rule, but no one dares to speak of it. Today, I uncovered it for everyone. The old man was left speechless by my retort, his face alternating between red and white. And he could only stubbornly claim that the Sarutobi clan works hard and acts with integrity. I felt like throwing up just listening to him. Just then, Nara Shikahiza, That clever person stepped in to smooth things over, wanting me to make demands. But the people I was waiting for had finally arrived. I smirked and shouted towards the distance. Thank you, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Come out and end all of this. As soon as I finished speaking, my white-haired teammate Kakashi emerged from behind the crowd, accompanied by an Uchiha buddy, leading a bony little girl by the hand. The surrounding ninjas wanted to block the way, but I pointed my blade and released my killing intent, saying just once, clear the way. Instantly, those people retreated as if they had seen a ghost, quickly parting to create a path. Kakashi and the others reached my side, and Guy excitedly rushed up to ask him why. Kakashi merely patted his shoulder, telling him to watch. Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious, questioning Kakashi why he would betray the village. Kakashi lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. But the words he spoke were a heavy bombshell. I'm sorry, Lord Third Hokage. I have my reasons for doing this. Moreover, my teacher, the Fourth Hokage, also supports this. Wow. I immediately added fuel to the fire. Otherwise, do you think Kakashi would help me? It's because even the deceased Fourth Hokage believes that you parasites have sullied Konoha too much, and a thorough cleanup is necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to stubbornly deny. Impossible. Minato would never harm the village. Harm the village? I laughed, even colder. Harm this village that betrayed him and bullied his son after his death? Let me tell you, I am determined to eliminate all the parasites sucking the life out of Konoha and restore its glory. It is our duty. After saying that, I looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, tell us what you found. Kakashi stepped forward, staring directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice not loud, but each word struck everyone like a hammer. Lord Third Hokage. I just raided the root base. Boom! The venue erupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face turned pale in an instant. He knew the game was over. But just then, I suddenly sensed a chakra trying to slip away. I squinted my eyes and shouted loudly towards a corner outside the crowd. Fugaku, catch that old thief, Shimura Danzo. In the next second, I saw a figure darting out, and our clan leader Uchiha Fugaku also moved, shouting, Shimura Danzo, where do you think you're running to? Let me tell you, as soon as that voice fell, the leader of the Fujiwara clan shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Those middle ninjas might still be blinking in confusion, not able to see what happened at all, but in the eyes of us experts, the scene was crystal clear. It's just that old man Shimura Danzo running for his life in front, while our clan leader was desperately chasing after him. I turned my head at that moment and looked at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The mockery in his eyes was almost overflowing. Oh, Lord Third, is this what you meant by sending Elder Danzo on an important mission? Is this a 100-meter sprint? And guess what? The old monkey didn't even make a sound, just stared intently at Danzo's back. Family, who understands? I felt that he must be making a wish in his heart, praying for Danzo to grow 8 legs and run faster. As long as he got away, both of them would have a chance of survival. Uchiha Tetsubana, with his violent temper, got anxious right away, half kneeling in front of me. Lord Zongyan, give the order. I'll go help the clan leader. We must break this old bastard's legs today. I waved my hand calmly and said, don't rush, just watch the show. Uchiha Fugaku will take him down in no time. Well, let me give you a little background on why Danzo is running like this. He previously fought against Obito and managed to survive using the forbidden technique Izanagi with one of Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan. Now he only has one eye left. Plus, he had the cells of the first Hokage transplanted into him, which are extremely invasive. Normally, he relied on a bunch of Sharingan to suppress it, but now with just one eye, he can't control it at all. The Hashirama cells in his body started going wild, causing his chakra to be all over the place. How fast could he possibly be? He was originally sneaking around near the Hokage building, looking for an opportunity to jump out and rally the people of Konoha to take us Uchiha down. But what happened? Kakashi exposed his background with a shout, and when this old guy heard that the root base had been raided, he was so scared his soul almost flew away. Without a word, he turned and ran. As for my clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, he initially thought Sasuke had been kidnapped and went to the Forest of Death full of killing intent, only for Sasuke to return on his own halfway. He then sneaked over here to see how I would wrap things up. While I directly called him out, he reacted quickly, and with his overwhelming strength, he used a Jinjutsu to control Danzo in just a few moves. Before long, thousands of eyes in the audience were focused on Uchiha Fugaku, who was dragging Danzo like a dead dog, walking step by step towards me. With a thud, he threw him at my feet. The look Fugaku gave me was incredibly complicated. After all, I had personally killed his eldest son Itachi and had just beaten him in front of the entire clan. Logically, he should have wanted to fight me to the death. But now, the fate of the entire Uchiha clan was tied to me. So even if he was unhappy inside, he had to listen to me. I didn't think that much, smiling and nodding at him. You've worked hard, clan leader Fugaku. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi began his performance again, staring at Fugaku and questioning. Fugaku, are you also going to go to war with the village? Was this all your plan? Fugaku shook his head, sighed, and didn't say a word. I shot back directly. Now that it has come to this, what are you rambling about? Saying this, I flicked the back of my knife, lifting the still dazed Danzo, who was trapped in my illusion, into the air, showcasing him to everyone present like a vendor displaying freshly chopped pork at market, making sure to give a full 360-degree view. Everyone from Konoha, heads of various clans. I declared aloud, you all know who this guy is, right? I don't need to introduce him. Today, I'm making such a big fuss mainly for him. Now, he's in my hands, but how he dies is not up to me. I'll expose all the terrible things he's done, and let everyone here decide. After saying that, I turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, sorry for interrupting you earlier. Please continue. Kakashi nodded, his eyes filled with hatred, just about to speak when Nara Shikaku, the smartest strategist in Konoha, suddenly interjected. Wait a moment. Kakashi, do you realize what consequences your next words might bring to Konoha? Are you prepared for that? I tell you, Rugio is very shrewd. He is doing the final test. As a result, Kakashi was just stunned for a moment, then looked at him with unwavering determination. Senior Rugio, I have my reasons for doing this. As for the consequences, I already knew, and I welcome them. Once these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Kakashi took a deep breath and threw out the first bombshell. At the root base of Shimura Danzo, we discovered dozens of laboratories. Each one is conducting inhumane human experiments. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his face in anguish. Kakashi didn't stop and continued to escalate. Moreover, these laboratories are filled with various bloodline limits. Uchiha Sharingan, Hyuga's Byakugan. There's also the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan, the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan, and the parasitic insects of the Aburame clan. This elder of Konoha is secretly stealing the essence of our clans. Boom! Now, it was completely chaotic. Family members understood that this was equivalent to someone cracking the password to their ancestral safe and making multiple copies. Who could tolerate this? The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, who had been quiet like a closed gourd, now had red eyes and bulging veins. Hatake Kakashi. Is what you said true? He dared to study our Hyuga's Byakugan. The heads of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Aburame clans also had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. We Uchiha were also shouting in outrage, wishing we could tear Danzo apart on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, was hunched over. How could he not know about these matters? Acting, just pretending, Kakashi saw the atmosphere was right and threw out another nuclear-level bombshell. We also discovered the most important laboratory. Shimura Danzo, this guy, is actually researching the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He is attempting to artificially create new would-release ninjas. He is actually desecrating the ninja god who pacified the chaotic world and founded Konoha. My goodness, even I was a bit shocked. Researching the secret techniques of each clan was already outrageous enough, but this old man even dared to target the first Hokage? This was equivalent to dancing on the grave of the founding ancestor. The Konoha ninjas went crazy. Each one was filled with righteous indignation, shouting that Danzo should be sliced into 1,000 pieces and have his head offered to honor the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen buried his head even lower. What could he say? What dared he say? The results of that research, Tenzo, were now right in his own umbu. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, I erupted with an aura that subdued everyone, signaling Kakashi to continue. Kakashi took a scroll from Uchiha Tetsuho, spread it out on the ground, and with a bang, the sealed documents piled up into a small mountain. The physical evidence is all here. He kidnapped civilian ninjas, assassinated foreign political figures, instigated wars, ran orphanages to raise experimental materials, one case after another, beyond counting. Please verify this, Hokage-sama. At the same time, Kakashi also held a rescued little girl in his arms, letting her recount her tragic experience of being captured and imprisoned in front of everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to step forward, pretending to look through those documents. Then he sighed deeply. The performance was such that the Oscars would owe him a little golden statue. So that's how it is. Danzo actually did so many evil deeds behind my back. As Hokage, I was actually kept in the dark. It's truly ridiculous. This old man was smoothly shifting the blame. simply the ceiling of workplace blame shifting. He cleared his throat and wanted to quickly conclude the matter. Since Danzo is guilty of heinous crimes, I announce, I still have one thing I haven't finished. Kakashi interrupted him again, his eyes sharp as knives, regarding my father, Konoha White Fongataki Sakumo's true cause of death. The whole place fell silent again. I was a bit impressed by Kakashi. The rhythm he was creating was one wave after another, not giving the other side a chance to breathe. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also bewildered. Was T. Sakumo's death already a settled matter? Kakashi began to recount the events of that year in a voice suppressed with immense sorrow. His father gave up the mission to save his comrades, and as a result, when he returned to the village, he was not only blamed by the villagers, but even backstabbed by the comrades he saved, ultimately leading this renowned strong ninja to collapse internally and take his own life at home. However, I absolutely did not expect that. Kakashi changed his tone, his voice suddenly rising, filled with blood and tears of accusation. My father's death was completely planned by someone. Just because my father was powerful, had a remarkable reputation, and had the hope of becoming the fourth Hokage, he obstructed someone's eyes. This person is Shimura Danzo. It was he who incited public opinion behind the scenes, coerced and enticed those rescued comrades, step by step forcing my father to a dead end. He did all this to eliminate a competitor, for his filthy dream of Hokage. Now, the evidence is in my hands. Kakashi pulled out another scroll from his robe, held it high, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and roared, I want to vindicate my father and avenge this murder. The amount of information was too much. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were stunned. The village elders used such despicable means to force the village's great hero to death? How rotten has this Konoha become? Haha, what a joke. At that moment, a weak yet piercing voice rang out. Guess what? That old Danzo actually broke free from the illusion, although he couldn't move. His mouth was harder than a steel bar poisoned, coldly laughing at Kakashi. Hatake Sakumo was just a coward. A dignified shadow-level powerhouse could be killed by a few rumors. It's simply laughable. Uchiha Tetsuho exploded on the spot, drawing his knife and ready to strike. You old man, say that again. Danzo completely ignored him, instead glaring at us with hatred. Humph. Evil Uchiha. I should have exterminated you pests long ago. The killing intent on Kakashi was so thick, it was almost tangible. He stared at Danzo. Shimura Danzo, any excuse you make is useless. Today, I will definitely avenge my father. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there, his eyelids twitching madly. I could see the feeling of helplessness written all over his face. The current situation was already beyond his control. It seemed that Danzo's fate was already sealed. And as Hokage of Konoha, he couldn't intervene at all. Guess what happened next? This old man, facing death, didn't beg for mercy, but instead shifted the blame to the third Hokage. I tell you, his mouth was like a machine gun, firing off a barrage at Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's all your fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I told you the Uchiha were a disaster. You didn't listen. You treated teacher Tobarama's words like the wind. It's because of your weakness that things turned out this way. Good heavens. He was so furious, he directly washed his hands of all the dirty deeds he had done, as if he were the victim who had endured humiliation. He was still not satisfied, pointing at Uchiha Fugaku, cursing, pointing at Kakashi, cursing, pointing at our clan, Zongyan, cursing, his face twisted like a ghost. Simply a non-discriminatory AoE attack. I was standing right next to Zongyan when he frowned, and his expression was clear, annoying. He tilted his head at Kakashi, meaning it was time to send him off. Danzo was still going crazy, shouting, I am the root of Konoha. I have shed blood for Konoha. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Before his words even finished, I saw a flash of white light. Swish! Kakashi's blade was already there. The next second, an old man's head that was still chattering flew out like a deflated ball, blood spraying high. The entire place fell silent. Who understands? Just a moment ago, the proud elder of Konoha, and the next second, his head was on the ground. The scene was too shocking. The third Hokage watched his old friend's head roll on the ground, covered in dirt, probably feeling a mix of emotions, like a spice jar. He was about to say something formal, like death is a big deal, but Zongyan suddenly sneered and casually said, What's the rush? He is not dead yet. What the heck? Everyone was stunned. How could he not be dead after losing his head? This is not scientific. Zongyan completely ignored our shock and directly pointed out, Izanagi and Uchiha Kagami Sharingan. Am I right, Danzo? As soon as he said this, the Uchiha side erupted. What? He stole Kagami's eyes. Clan leader Fugaku was trembling with anger, his eyes turning red. Just when we were discussing this, something even weirder happened. The head on the ground, along with the surrounding blood, disappeared with a pop, like a lagging video. It was directly deleted from reality. When we turned back to look at the headless corpse, wow. A perfect head had grown back. Danzo, who had just been revived, turned pale. He probably didn't expect his ultimate trump card to be seen through. And his expression was more spectacular than seeing a ghost. Zongyan didn't give him a chance to babble, raising the knife in his hand. That previous strike was Kakashi avenging his father. He paused, his gaze turning cold, and now it was my turn. Go to hell, old ghost. I couldn't even see how he moved. The flaming knife in his hand swung violently, and let me tell you, the flames weren't red. They were blue. With a bang, Danzo was left with nothing, completely burned to air, evaporated from this world, emphasizing a physical exorcism. Now he was truly dead. After taking down Danzo, it seemed like a huge weight that had pressed on Zongyan's heart for over a decade was finally lifted. He immediately held his forehead with one hand and began to laugh wildly at the sky. That laughter, pure Uchiha flavor. Those who understand, understand. Once he finished laughing, he leisurely began to address the serious matter. First, he reassured everyone, saying, "Don't worry, we Uchiha are not here to start a war today, and we don't want the Hokage position." The Konoha folks sighed in relief, thinking that this matter could finally come to a good end. But then Zongyan changed his tone, and the classic "but" came. But my heart sank, knowing things were about to go south. I want to impeach the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Boom! The moment those words came out, the venue exploded. The Konoha J-nin were shouting, "On what grounds? You're too domineering. The Hokage position isn't something you could decide with just a word." Zongyan ignored them completely, his eyes fixed on the third Hokage, making it clear, today, whether you agree or not, you have to agree. Nara Shikaku, unable to accept this, shouted at him, "Uchiha Zongyan, are you even going to be reasonable?" Zongyan's reply left everyone speechless, and I swear, I'll remember that moment for a lifetime. He slowly raised a knife in his hand and said, "My sword is the way. My fist is the reason." Wow, that was so domineering. The moment that aura was released, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The third Hokage, under immense pressure, finally sighed deeply. He knew that if he didn't agree today, Konoha would be bathed in blood. He asked Zongyan one last question to confirm that he really didn't want the Hokage position. After receiving a positive answer, this old fox's performance began. He didn't say he was being forced. Instead, he delivered an emotionally charged retirement speech. He talked about being old, admitting his mistakes, apologizing to the village, and saying it was time to hand over to the younger generation. He even ended with a heartfelt "children," which made his loyal ninjas cry like babies, each one sobbing as if he was the one who sacrificed the most for Konoha. At that moment, I had one thought. This old man is truly a master of politics. He can make even the dead sound alive. In the end, it was decided just like that. Tomorrow, a high-ranking ninja conference will be held to vote for the new Hokage, while the third Hokage will go home and reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. A coup that almost turned Konoha upside down ended so dramatically like this. Zongyan took his Uchiha people back, and the third Hokage led his people into the Hokage building, leaving behind a scene of chaos. I tell you, the Hokage building is a complete mess. But over here with Zongyan, the atmosphere is completely different. Just moments ago, he was going wild in the Hokage building, like a demon descending to earth. And now he's back at the clan's territory, gently telling bedtime stories to his sister, Rika. It's like he's a different person, showcasing a striking contrast. Once the little girl falls asleep, his mother comes over to switch places with him, looking heartbroken and saying, "Son, you've worked hard." As for his father, Uchiha Zongyan, a middle-ranking ninja who has been invisible for half his life, he is incredibly nervous, dressed in formal attire, asking Zongyan, "Son, do I look all right? Is there anything off?" Of course, his son is now the savior of the entire clan, and as a father, he is about to make an appearance at the clan assembly. How could he not be nervous? Zongyan leads his father towards the Nanga shrine, and along the way, the clan members they encounter look at them as if they are seeing a deity, faces flushed with excitement. If it weren't for Zongyan holding them back, they might have dropped to their knees right there. Obviously, Zongyan's actions have pulled the entire clan from Danzo's slaughter. Isn't this like being reborn? Upon arriving at the shrine, the elder has been waiting, grabbing Zongyan as if he were his own grandson. Once everyone is gathered, the bell rings and the crowd falls silent. Zongyan doesn't waste words and gets straight to the point. Today, our Uchiha has won. The crowd erupts instantly, cheers nearly lifting the roof off the shrine. Some people even cry on the spot. They've been holding this resentment for decades, having faced exclusion since the time of the second Hokage. Finally, they can breathe easy. Long live Lord Zongyan. Long live the Uchiha. There are cheers of all kinds. Once Zongyan lets them cheer enough, he raises his hand to calm them down and continues. The Danzo who wanted to kill us is dead. The third Hokage, who has been suppressing us, will soon roll away to retire. He addresses his family. The glorious era belonging to our Uchiha is about to arrive. The atmosphere reaches its peak. The subsequent events unfold as expected. Besides announcing victory, another important matter at the meeting is the leadership transition. Uchiha Fugaku had previously been impeached by Zongyan, and now with Zongyan's prestige at its peak. Who would dare to say otherwise? The elder announces on the spot. Uchiha Zongyan is the new clan leader of the Uchiha. As for Fugaku, considering he captured Danzo, he is granted a position as the second elder. While the Uchiha are celebrating like it's the new year, the Hokage building is holding a memorial service. In the meeting room, apart from the Uchihas, all the prominent jonin of Konoha and leaders of various clans are present. The two old fellows whose arms were cut off by Zongyan, T-san Kamaru and Mito Min, miraculously wake up, and the first thing they do is scream, Hizashi, are you just going to accept this? Damn Uchiha. The third Hokage, hearing this, feels a headache coming and shouts back, shut up. What were you doing at the time? If you didn't want Konoha turned into ruins, this is the best outcome. Just thinking about Zongyan cleaving the Hokage rock still makes my legs cramp. That kid is as fierce as a monster, and I'm supposed to go head-to-head with him? Using the dead demon consuming seal? He is so fast that you can't even see his shadow. What is the use of that? As soon as these words were spoken, no one in the room dared to respond. Indeed, who would dare provoke that calamity? The third sighed and said, the most urgent matter now is to select a new Hokage. Who do you have in mind? Everyone looked at each other. Who wouldn't want to be Hokage? But the thought of facing Zongyan Blade made everyone calm down, each expressing their desire to live a few more years. Finally, it was Kurenai Yuhi who candidly stated, currently, the only qualified candidates are Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade. Besides those two, where else to find a strong enough candidate to take the position? The third nodded, thinking the same. However, his two disciples are either wandering around aimlessly or have long lost hope in the village due to psychological trauma. Who will want to come back to take on this mess? But there is no choice, he might as well try. He immediately points out Noera Hikari, Aoba, and two others, splitting into two teams to quickly find Jiraiya and Tsunade. For days past like this, on Zongyan's side, his golden finger, that traveling frog, has returned. This time, the souvenir it brought back nearly made me laugh to death. A torn piece of paper with just 3 words written on it. Save me. What new type of souvenir? Zongyan asks the frog, but it can't speak, just croaks and points at the paper, nodding, implying it's not a mistake. Zongyan is stunned, and when he looks at the system prompt, he finds that this letter actually came from the world of One Piece. At that moment, I thought, isn't this just cross-server chatting? The world of One Piece is so vast. Who knows who wrote it? Even if you knew, you couldn't get there. As a result, Zongyan was left speechless. The seed of the world tree inside him suddenly began to glow, seemingly ready to start growing, but it was incredibly slow. The source of this letter was actually the future Empress, Boa Hancock. At that time, she was only 13 years old, being tortured daily with her 2 sisters as slaves in the underground prison of Mariewa, nearly at the point of despair. Just yesterday, a traveling frog suddenly appeared in her cell and kept her company for a while. Before leaving, the little frog indicated that it wanted a souvenir. But Hancock had nothing on her, so she inexplicably wrote this letter asking for help. She didn't really expect a frog to save her. It was more of a thought to keep herself alive. The poor girl had to wait a whole 2 more years before Fisher Tiger rescued her. On Zongyan's side, after pondering over that letter for a long time, he decided to ignore it. He got out of bed, picked up a pen, and wrote another letter, sending it to the Hyuga family, specifically addressed to Hyuga Hizashi. That night, the two met in a small pavilion in the village park. Hyuga Hizashi, filled with questions, cautiously asked, I didn't expect clan leader Zongyan to summon me. Is there something important? Zongyan got straight to the point. I want to represent the Uchiha and form an alliance with the Hyuga. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi frowned. The Uchiha are already this strong. Do you still need ally with us? What's your game? Zongyan noticed his wary expression, smiled, and changed the subject. Hizashi, the new Hokage selected by the third, is either Jiraiya or Tsunade, right? Hyuga Hizashi nodded. Zongyan continued, look, the first died, and the second took over. The second died, and his student became the third. The fourth was the student of the third, and now the fifth is still a student of the third. Why is all this wealth and power just circulating in their small circle? Why must we great clans remain in the background? Hyuga Hizashi's eyes flickered, and he retorted, does clan leader Zongyan want to become Hokage? No. Zongyan shook his head, then suddenly pointed at Hyuga Hizashi, speaking each word clearly. Hizashi, have you never thought about that position? If you want to fight for it, the Uchiha will fully support you. With a clang, the teacup in Hyuga Hizashi's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At the same time, in an unknown tavern in a small town, Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba finally found Jiraiya. Could these two say anything nice? They exaggeratedly portrayed Zongyan as a world-destroying demon, and the third as a self-sacrificing White Lotus. Jiraiya was stunned, and when he heard that his teacher was forced to step down and would be in seclusion for 10 years, the cup in his hand clattered onto the table. After the boss left, Jiraiya's face regained its calm, a large hand resting on the table, gently tapping his index finger. This Konoha Sannin only appeared to be carefree and silly on the surface. In reality, he was a meticulous thinker, not lacking in wisdom. So, you came to find me to go to war with the Uchiha? Jiraiya said, smacking his lips and turning to ask Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba. No, that's not it. Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba were startled by his words and hurriedly shook their heads in denial. Are you kidding? We clearly saw how terrifying that Uchiha guy is. We barely managed to ease the conflict due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's concession. If you, Jiraiya, come in declaring war, isn't that just asking for trouble? Or do you think your strength makes you invincible? What about us small fries? Are we just going to our deaths? Although Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba harbored resentment and discontent towards Uchiha Zongyan, they had no desire to resist, only fear remained. Then why are you looking for me? Jiraiya observed their reactions and felt a hint of doubt rising in his heart. If, as these two claimed, everything was due to the Uchiha family's rudeness disrupting the order in Konoha, why were they so afraid? It's not just the two of us. It's the consensus of all the Jonin and Hokage-sama. Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba exchanged glances. The former took out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and respectfully handed it to Jiraiya, saying, at this critical moment for Konoha's survival, we all believe that only you, Lord Jiraiya, can save Konoha. This is a letter from Hokage-sama. We hope that you, Lord Jiraiya, can return to Konoha and take on the role of 5th Hokage. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyelids twitched. He took the scroll, but did not open it. Instead, he casually placed it on the table. Then Jiraiya poured himself a drink and took a small sip. No matter what, being Hokage was absolutely impossible. Chapter 136. Tsunade's refusal be Hokage? Don't joke with me. I have no desire to be Hokage. Get out of here. In another small country, in an inn, Tsunade and Shizune, who had just escaped from a gambling house, were staying in this inn. The empty room had nothing in it except for a small wrap package. At that moment, Hinata Kurenai and Yamashiro Aoi, who had come from Konoha, respectfully knelt on the ground, sincerely requesting Tsunade's help. But what they received was Tsunade's cold face and words that left no room for negotiation. But the village is in a critical situation. We need you, Lady Tsunade, to return and take charge. Hearing this, Kurenai's beautiful face was filled with anxiety. If Lady Tsunade refused, it would fulfill Uchiha Zongyan's intentions. The village had no capacity to resist, and if things continued like this, Zongyan's ambitions would be unstoppable. He wanted to become Hokage. Yamashiro Aoi clenched his fists, visibly anxious. Bastard, are you forcing me? Tsunade was angered by Aoi's reaction, the veins on her smooth forehead bulging. As a shadow-level powerhouse, her rage was terrifying, and her eyes fixed on Yamashiro Aoi made this relatively weak Jonin break out in a cold sweat. No, that's not what I meant. Yamashiro Aoi shouted in panic. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. Aoi's just too anxious. Kurenai quickly defended her companion. Facing the rarely seen, somewhat furious Tsunade, Shizune, holding a pink pig, discreetly shifted her position to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Forget it, I don't want to vent my anger on you. I'm absolutely not going back to Konoha. As for being the 5th Hokage, that's even more impossible. Just give up on that. It seemed that the phrase becoming Hokage was a taboo for Tsunade. Clearly, when Kurenai and Aoi first met Tsunade, although she was a bit surprised, she didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, because Kurenai had previously interacted with Tsunade, they could still chat for a while. When the two candidly stated that the situation in Konoha was very dire, with the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen being forced to step down and facing 10 years of seclusion for reflection, Tsunade also showed a hint of shock and hesitation. After this emotion was captured by the two, it also confirmed that Tsunade was not completely indifferent to the village. However, as soon as the two expressed their request to ask Tsunade to return and serve as the 5th Hokage, Tsunade's expression changed immediately, and she coldly told the two to get lost. The reason for this sudden change was unclear to Yugao and Aoi. They lacked the experience and did not know Tsunade's past. Tsunade was once a Konoha ninja who aspired to become Hokage herself. She came from a Senju clan, the first family of Konoha. Her granduncle and great-uncle were Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Growing up in such an environment, Tsunade set becoming Hokage as her goal. Later, her brother, Nawaki Senju, also dreamed of becoming Hokage. He found a girlfriend, and Dan Kato also shared the same dream. In this situation, as her brother grew up and became more independent, Tsunade gradually extinguished her desire to become Hokage and instead aimed to support these two. She vigorously promoted the training system for medical ninjas in Konoha and became one of the best medical ninjas in the ninja world. Perhaps if everything went smoothly, either her brother or her boyfriend would become Hokage, and Tsunade would be the best assistant to Hokage, the greatest contributor behind the scenes for the whole of Konoha. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. During the war, her brother Nawaki and her boyfriend Dan were killed in battle one after the other. Even the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world could not save their lives. On the battlefield, where corpses lay everywhere, Tsunade pressed her hands on the wounds of her beloved and desperately tried to help. In the end, her hands became stained with the glaring blood, and the person she absolutely did not want to lose vanished from this world. After suffering such a severe blow, Tsunade developed a fear of blood. Whenever she saw the bright red liquid, she would associate it with the battlefield, with her deceased loved ones and brother. The great medical ninja of the ninja world was afraid of blood. Konoha became Tsunade's place of sorrow. Before the war was completely over, she hurriedly left Konoha with her boyfriend's sister and began a wandering journey. So, under such circumstances, how could Tsunade possibly return to Konoha, let alone return to Konoha to become Hokage? Wasn't that asking for too much stimulation? In the original work, if it weren't for Prince Naruto Uzumaki possessing the strongest illusion technique in the ninja world, his words, based on Tsunade's past, she could never return to Konoha to serve as the 5th Hokage. Not to mention that Naruto Uzumaki had not arrived yet. Only two J-nin with whom she had a casual relationship were present. After coldly rejecting them, Tsunade immediately stood up and pulled Shizen to leave. Yugao and Aoi quickly got up to chase after her. Lady Tsunade, Konoha is on the brink of collapse. We really need you to save us. Yugao shouted. If that Uchiha Zongyan becomes Hokage, Konoha is finished. It will be buried by the Uchiha. That is the hard work of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Can you bear to let Konoha perish like this? Aoi shouted with red eyes. In an instant, Tsunade stopped in her tracks. Seeing this, Yugao and Aoi felt a glimmer of hope, thinking they had moved Tsunade. But unexpectedly, Tsunade suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with complete disgust and anger. Uchiha? Isn't the Uchiha one of the two founding families of Konoha? What difference does it make if Uchiha Zongyan becomes Hokage? Can't the Uchiha become Hokage? Tsunade's tone carried a hint of mockery. Because Uchiha Zongyan is backed by the powerful Uchiha clan, he can't become Hokage. And my Senju clan has long been completely extinct. So I should become Hokage. Is that how it works? Tsunade, after all, crawled out of a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. She was well aware of Konoha's situation. Although she had left Konoha for many years, considering the personalities of those old geezers, could they really have changed for the better? Given that you two are Konoha ninjas, I don't want to fight you. But if you continue to pester me, with a straightforward threat, Tsunade turned around decisively and left. Shizen could only nod apologetically to the two Konoha ninjas and quickly followed Tsunade with her backpack, leaving Yugao and Aoi staring at each other in the room. Chapter 137. The J-nin meeting again recently in Konoha, although dark currents still flowed underground. The surface had returned to calm. The two factions that were previously at the sharpest point of conflict had temporarily laid down their arms. On the Hokage side, with Danzo Shimura's death, Hiruzen Sarutobi was publicly humiliated by Uchiha Zongyan in front of most of the village's ninjas. The 3rd Hokage, who had held the position for decades, seemed to have shed the sacred and dignified exterior, exposing a rather unflattering reality within. After all, he was getting old. Being publicly ridiculed and retreating with gritted teeth formed a stark contrast to the aggressive Uchiha Zongyan. Even with all his past glorious achievements and deep-rooted prestige, at this moment, very few were still willing to blindly believe and follow him. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Zongyan shining like the rising sun, became intimidatingly brilliant. After receiving substantial benefits and freeing themselves from long-standing shackles, the Uchiha clan began to feel quite pleased with themselves. With my Uchiha clan's 400 members, we nearly crippled the entire Konoha. Who else but me is the boss? Do you dare to look at me? The previously arrogant Uchiha had now adopted an even more dismissive attitude. Fortunately, with Uchiha Zongyan and 2 elders holding them back, otherwise, these people would have been preparing for a civil war again. To be honest, if Uchiha Zongyan had changed his surname, whether it was among the families from the Naruto series or any ordinary family in Konoha, he would definitely look at these Uchiha with disdain. Perhaps when Danzo was plotting to destroy the Uchiha clan, he would have even been willing to lend a hand. After all, these red-eyed people were genuinely annoying. As a member of the Uchiha Zongyan was very well aware of what kind of people made up this clan. Therefore, during this recent period, he united with 2 elders to intentionally suppress the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. A series of measures were also prepared to ensure that this good situation would not be ruined by their own people. At Hiruzen Sarutobi's home, the old monkey felt quite exhausted after a series of blows, especially as the halo around him was stripped away one by one, and he saw that the ninjas who used to look at him with admiration and awe had now changed their attitudes. A pent-up frustration lingered in his chest, hard to dissipate, but reality could not be changed, and this old man nearing the grave had no choice but to accept it. Therefore, after sending out 4 trusted Nin to find a successor, Hiruzen Sarutobi locked himself in his home and ceased to go out. On one hand, it was hard for him to accept the disparity and did not want to face the strange looks of others. On the other hand, he wanted to show a posture to stabilize Uchiha Zongyan. Uchiha Zongyan told him to reflect in seclusion, and he locked himself away before the agreed time. This behavior should be considered very cooperative. Uchiha Zongyan, don't even think about finding an excuse to stir up trouble. Just obediently wait for the new Hokage to take office. Third Hokage, there is intelligence to report to you. Suddenly, a ninja dressed in Umbu attire appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, kneeling on one knee. In the current Konoha village, all Umbu members are Umbu ninjas, as the root has long been decimated. After that day, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively destroyed the entire root base. Don't call me that anymore. I'm about to step down and am a man burdened with sins. Sitting cross-legged in the living room, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes and bitterly said a sentence before continuing. Please speak. Yes. The head of the Uchiha clan and the head of the Hyuga clan have jointly summoned all elite ninjas of Konoha for a meeting. The time is set for 1 p.m. The Umbu ninja's tone was stiff, and it was unclear what they were thinking. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused his tea-drinking motion, then nodded and sent the Umbu ninja away. As expected, seeing the Uchiha clan in the spotlight, Hyuga Hizashi must not want to be left out either. It's a time of troubles. At 1 p.m., in the conference room of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived right on time and saw that the room was already filled with people. Although he was about to step down from the Hokage position, he would still remain an elite ninja of Konoha and thus qualified to attend the elite ninja meeting. According to Konoha's system, major decisions often require a vote from the elite ninjas, with all elite ninjas of the village participating in the decision-making process. Though after 2 generations of Senju and Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance, the Hokage's power has grown increasingly, and this so-called elite ninja meeting has gradually become a mere formality. However, once it is brought to the table, no one can deny the importance of the elite ninja vote. Third Hokage, Hiruzen. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped into the conference room, he immediately attracted reactions from many Konoha ninjas. The old man maintained a calm expression, waved his hand slightly to find a seat, and didn't say much. Instead, his gaze locked onto the 2 major groups sitting together, the Uchiha with their Sharingan and the Hyuga with their Byakugan. These 2 clans are among the top families in Konoha in terms of both numbers and overall strength. Under the guise of an elite ninja meeting, all the elite-level ninjas from both clans were present, with only a few retired or disabled members absent, such as the Uchiha's elder. Nearly 30 elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan and 20 from the Hyuga clan were present. Combined, these 2 clans brought 50 elite ninjas. Meanwhile, the other factions in Konoha collectively had no more than 100 elite ninjas. This shows the depth of these 2 clans' foundations and their strength. What made the ninjas of Konoha even more apprehensive was that the heads of these two clans were sitting closely together. Uchiha Zongyan and UchihaZongyan, one old and one young, sitting together seemed to indicate something. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated, no one spoke for a moment. Most of the gazes were focused on UchihaZongyan and Uchiha Zongyan, with the former being the initiator of this meeting and the latter being the strongest in Konoha at present. Moreover, the alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans must have some purpose, and Konoha could only watch and wait. Hizashi, this elite ninja meeting was initiated by you. Now that everyone is here, aren't you going to say something? Seeing UchihaZongyan still looking composed, someone couldn't help but ask. Chapter 138. What does UchihaZongyan intend? Upon hearing this, UchihaZongyan was slightly taken aback, and, while smiling, said, "Is it time already? Sorry, I didn't notice. Since that's the case, let me reveal the mystery to everyone." With that, UchihaZongyan stood up, his eyes gleaming with a blue light as he scanned the elite ninjas present and solemnly said, "The Hyuga clan has resided in Konoha since the time of the first Hokage. After the transitions of 4 Hokages, it has been over 50 years now. During this time, I have discovered a very serious problem. Yet this issue has not received attention or resolution for many years. Therefore, today I, UchihaZongyan, have taken the initiative to hold this meeting to address this oversight for Konoha and to contribute to our shared village." UchihaZongyan's words were vague, seemingly saying something, but actually saying nothing. Not a single elite ninja present was dull-witted, yet everyone failed to grasp the underlying meaning of UchihaZongyan's words. Even Nara Shikaku, known for his intelligence, felt confused. A riddle master? Riddle master, get out of Konoha. No one knew what the oversight that Hizashi referred to was. The elite ninjas exchanged glances, and finally, it was Tien Kamachi who broke the silence. This old woman and Mito had both lost an arm, and due to Uchiha Zongyan's flowing blade, their wounds had been carbonized in an instant, with nerves and blood vessels all dying out. With Konoha's current medical level, reattaching their arms was impossible. Thus, both had prosthetics. The technology tree in the Naruto world has significant issues, but the medical level, with the existence of ninjutsu as a form of black technology, is indeed not weak, although their prosthetics are not as flexible as normal hands. Hyuga's daily life is still manageable. However, this means they can no longer form hand signs to use ninjutsu. Without the ability to use ninjutsu, their strength has plummeted, and they could already apply for retirement. But these two power-hungry old folks are still unwilling to give up, insisting on continuing to shine. Since the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established Konoha, in order to quickly stabilize the situation, Hashirama signed a pact with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire in the name of Hokage. From then on, Konoha existed as a military force under the Land of Fire, obeying its laws and commands, and was required to fight for the Land of Fire. UchihaZongyan ignored Tien Kamachi's words and instead began to talk about past events. This history was well known to all the elite ninjas present, and it was unclear why Hizashi brought it up. Only Tien Kamachi asked a question but received no response, her old face darkening. According to the alliance established by Hashirama and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Konoha and the Land of Fire are supposed to be equal partners, with no nominal subordinate relationship. However, due to later developments, Konoha gradually became more reliant on the military funding and economic assistance from the Land of Fire, leading to a change in their relationship. In reality, Konoha is an independent entity, essentially a nation unto itself. This is also historical context. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, died on the battlefield, and after Sarutobi Hiruzen, entrusted with his last will, returned to Konoha, he couldn't immediately take office. This was quite normal, as at that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not possess particularly strong abilities or qualifications. There were a lot of old folks in Konoha who had been around since its founding. Would they respect Sarutobi Hiruzen? Therefore, at that time, Konoha was rife with internal strife. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply allied with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, using his support to ascend to the Hokage throne. It was similar to the situation of the puppet emperor Shi Jingtang. This could be said to have completely changed the ancestral laws of Konoha. It is important to note that when the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, took office, the feudal lord did not dare to intervene. He even rushed to Konoha to congratulate them immediately. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the situation reversed, although this was merely a stopgap measure for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once he was in power, he immediately began to distance himself from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, striving to maintain Konoha's independent status. But once the dam is opened, it is not so easy to close it again. Moreover, the Second Shinobi World War left the entire Shinobi world in tatters, and the economy of Konoha Village was on the brink of collapse. It was only through the economic aid from the Land of Fire that they managed to recover from the war. With the continued infiltration of the Daimy's power, Konoha had effectively become a subordinate of the Land of Fire. This is also why, when choosing a new Hokage, it is necessary to have the approval of the Daime of the Land of Fire. When a new Hokage takes office, they must go to the capital to meet the Daime, which stems from this situation. Hyuga Hizashi's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression very unnatural. The instigator of this series of changes was none other than him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Although it was all due to the circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen later did his best to make amends, so it wouldn't be fair to blame him entirely. But was Hyuga Hizashi really going to bring this up to criticize Sarutobi Hiruzen again? So what? Does the clan leader Hizashi mean that we should turn against the Daime and restore our previous independent status? Mito Kamen's eyes glinted coldly. If Hyuga Hizashi really wanted to do that, forget about whether the Jonin vote could pass. Even if it did pass, if the Daime cut off economic aid afterward, Konoha would immediately become passive. Once the normal lives of ordinary residents and ninjas were affected, Hyuga Hizashi could just wait to be assassinated. Don't say that the Hyuga clan is powerful enough to block everyone's path to survival. The Hokage would also have to die. Not necessarily. I just think it's time for Konoha to make some changes. How can the Hokage selection of the first great ninja village in the shinobi world be influenced by the Daime? It will be better to cut off the Daime's extended hand starting from this Hokage election. Otherwise, over time, Konoha will gradually lose its autonomy. If in the future it becomes the private army of the Daime of the Land of Fire, how can we face the first Hokage? Hyuga Hizashi's words sounded grandiose, but they always left people puzzled, because this had nothing to do with the Hyuga clan at all. It is true that the Daime of the Land of Fire has been extending their reach, and it is also true that they have been trying to exert influence over Konoha for years. But many people did not take it to heart after all. Strength speaks volumes. No matter how powerful a Daime is, they're still an ordinary person, and at most, they can exert some economic pressure. If it comes to a real confrontation, the Daime doesn't have the guts to do it. The atmosphere in the conference room was so strange that many people were looking around, trying to discern something from others' expressions. Because no matter what, Hyuga Hizashi suddenly convening the largest Jonin assembly raises questions about his intentions. Chapter 139. The power structure in the Hokage world and the nature of ninjas in the previous life on Earth. Many fans of Naruto often had a question. In a world with extraordinary martial power, why is there still a distribution of power like that of ordinary human society? Powerful ninjas who can move mountains and fill seas, and can cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, are completely like gods compared to those weak nobles who indulge in luxury and excess. Logically speaking, the ninjas who hold power should be the absolute protagonists of this world. However, that is not the case. In the shinobi world, it is still mortals who hold power and control the majority of resources and rules within the shinobi world. Meanwhile, ninjas are content to live in their villages, willingly becoming something akin to hired muscle. This isn't about the national characteristics of Neon, which are inherently subservient. The most realistic reason is money. Whether it's Konoha or other ninja villages in the shinobi world, the sources of financial income are the same, divided into three main categories. The first is the most typical, the mission system. Visitors from various countries in the shinobi world come to Konoha to issue missions due to its reputation. The missions include assassination, escorting, rescue, and so on. Konoha's ninjas carry out the missions, receive the mission rewards, and Konoha takes a portion as tax. It is important to note that the mission system is the only way for ninjas to generate income. After all, ninjas who only know how to fight cannot engage in business or farming, can they? However, Konoha has thousands of ninjas. How many can actually execute missions? Even if all ninjas could undertake missions, the number of tasks Konoha receives is not enough to distribute. Look at the original work. Why did Tsunegakure from the Land of Wind have a falling out with Konoha? Why did they join forces with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha collapse plan during the Chunin exams? A significant reason is that after losing the Third Shinobi World War, Tsunegakure signed an alliance treaty with Konoha, effectively becoming Konoha's subordinate. Since then, the number of missions Tsunegakure received sharply declined, and the money from the mission system could no longer satisfy the ninjas or the village. leaving Sunegakure's finances on the brink of collapse. To make matters worse, the daimyo of the Land of Wind continuously cut the military funding allocated to Sunegakure. This forced the 4th Kazekage to take desperate measures, as he had no other choice. Mission income is crucial for ninja villages, accounting for a significant portion of their financial revenue. The total number of missions in the shinobi world is limited. If Konoha takes a larger share, then other countries get less, and Konoha itself isn't taking in much either. The second category is taxes collected from civilians. This is a drop in the bucket, as Konoha can only tax the residents of the village and passing merchants. The number of civilians in Konoha is several times greater than the nearly 10,000 ninjas. In an ordinary human society, dozens of civilians should be able to support one soldier easily. But ninjas are different. A single explosive tag costs hundreds of ryo, and a standard kunai costs 50 ryo. A family of 3 in a civilian household cannot even afford a few explosive tags in a month. Even if Konoha were to squeeze every last bit out of its hundreds of thousands of civilians, it wouldn't meet the needs of Konoha's ninjas. Moreover, Konoha's tax rate is not high. It is relatively low compared to several other major ninja villages. The third category is the military funding allocated by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This is the bulk, often accounting for over 70% of Konoha's financial income. After discussing Konoha's financial income, let's talk about Konoha's financial expenditures, which can also be divided into 3 categories. The first is the commissions for ninjas, which is essentially their salary. With so many ninjas in Konoha, they can't all just line up waiting for missions to eat, right? Many ninjas are often assigned jobs, with the Hokage building being their employer. There are various departments like the Torture Department, Intelligence Department, Konoha Hospital, Barrier Class, Sealing Class, and so on. There are even prison guards in Konoha's prison and clerks in the Hokage building. These people all need to eat, and since they cannot participate in executing missions, how can the Hokage building afford to support them without spending money? The second category is the procurement of supplies. An ordinary Nin in Konoha receives all their equipment for free from the Hokage building. The green vest they wear, the sandals on their feet, the kunai and shuriken in their ninja tool pouch, explosive tags, sealing scrolls, and so on. All of these cost money. Moreover, every Konoha ninja can claim supplies once every quarter for free. In addition, there are the standardized equipment for the medical supplies for Konoha Hospital, and materials for repairing Konoha's barriers. A series of items continuously drain Konoha's financial income. The third category is investment in public facilities and education. Konoha Ninja Academy enrolls so many students each year. Does that not cost money? These students do not pay any tuition or fees. Otherwise, those children from commoner backgrounds, even if they're talented, cannot afford the tuition fees to attend school. Education is a major expense, while the maintenance and construction of various public facilities are relatively minor. These 3 categories of expenditures completely drain Konoha's financial income and often lead to a fiscal deficit. The Hokage building cannot make up for these deficits and can only rely on military funding and economic aid from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Over time, isn't it natural for the daimyo of the Land of Fire to extend their influence further? Ninjas are also human. They need food, clothing, and shelter. To live normally, one has to spend money. Those who wish to live well without spending money will have their heads chopped off. The current order of the ninja world has been established through the cooperation of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. The current 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages are beneficiaries of this order and will naturally uphold it. Anyone who attempts to disrupt this order will be crushed by the 5 great ninja villages. Ninjas and ninja villages are willing to become vassals of great nations precisely because of money. To be wealthy, one must rely on the nobility and daimyo. Only they know how to exploit the commoners. If a ninja, in a moment of recklessness, thinks, is it not right for a man to live under heaven and earth, and to be oppressed for long, and raises a flag to revolt, killing the daimyo and nobility, then his fate will likely be that he is viewed as a thorn in the side by other daimyo and nobility, and they will mobilize forces to hunt him down. If he is very strong and manages to subdue everyone else, he will then face the dilemma of having a large country but not being able to collect any money. If he trains a group of people to collect taxes and execute his orders for him, he will become the new daimyo, and his subordinates will become the new nobility. Once the nature of his identity shifts, he will no longer be a ninja. Chapter 140. The first law of Konoha Village in the conference room of the Hokage building. Everyone was staring intently at Hinata Hizashi, trying to read something from his face. Hizashi clan leader, are you joking? The current situation of Konoha is already the best outcome. If you intend to break this status quo, it could lead to the daimyo harboring resentment towards Konoha, and then they might choke Konoha's neck in terms of military funding and economic aid. Can you bear the consequences of that? After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only ask. The fragile balance between Konoha and the capital of the Land of Fire is something Sarutobi Hiruzen, is desperately trying to maintain. If Hisashi breaks this balance, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire gets angry and stops sending money, Konoha's economy would immediately collapse, and riots would erupt in the village. This is a situation that Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely does not want to see. I think the third Hokage is getting old, Hisashi said startlingly. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a slight smirk. It seems you have reversed the relationship of importance. It is not Konoha that needs the money from the Land of Fire to survive, but the Land of Fire that needs Konoha to send money. Without Konoha, who will protect the rich land and population of the Land of Fire? In the ninja world, the Land of Fire is blessed with wealth and abundant resources. Moreover, it has a livable environment and a population that is much larger than the other four great nations. In past ninja world wars, Konoha always had to face four enemies at once, falling into the predicament of multi-front warfare. The reason is that the Land of Fire is so rich that the other four nations are envious and want to take a bite out of it. In previous ninja world wars, if it weren't for Konoha repelling enemy nations with a 1-against-4 strategy, the Land of Fire would have long been divided up, and even the daimyo would become a prisoner. In this situation, how could the daimyo dare to turn against Konoha? This statement seemed to awaken many people present. Many Jonin's eyes lit up as they understood Hisashi's point. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, Konoha's status relative to the Land of Fire had gradually shifted. The root cause was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had actively opened a door, allowing the daimyo of the Land of Fire to gain an advantage and even wanting to continue to increase that advantage. Over time, Konoha became dependent on military funding from the Land of Fire and gradually forgot the equal, or even slightly superior, status it had during the first and second Hokage's eras. So you are blaming me, the old man? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew cold as he questioned. I dare not. I am merely dissatisfied with the declining state of Konoha and intend to correct it. Hisashi smiled slightly. The large conference hall fell silent due to Hisashi's words. Those who could become Jonin were not fools. Everyone's intelligence was at least on point. Previously, due to a narrow perspective and a lack of concern for these matters, they had tacitly accepted the relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire. Now, after Hisashi pointed it out, everyone instinctively felt that Konoha should not be subservient. Ninjas naturally have their pride and dignity. It is understandable to be polite when one is in need of your money. Now that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is extending their influence and even wants to interfere in the selection of the Hokage, how could the Jonin be willing? They are merely weak commoners, easily killed in the hundreds or thousands. If they want to sit on my head, sit on Konoha's head? Hisashi clan leader, please share your plan. Uchiha Zongyan had been observing coldly, and now that he saw Hisashi's words had some effect, he knew it was time to speak according to the plan. Uchiha Zongyan's sudden interjection drew everyone's attention. From the moment the Hyuga and Uchiha clans sat together, the other Jonin felt something was off. However, for a long time, it was Hisashi who was performing a solo act, while Uchiha Zongyan remained silent. Now that Uchiha Zongyan finally spoke, everyone felt a tension in their hearts. My idea is to establish relevant rules starting from this Hokage election. From now on, all Hokage elections must follow the rules set this time. Anyone who violates the rules will be regarded as a rebel. This is the only way to effectively ensure the fairness and independence of the Hokage election, Hisashi said steadily. Oh, what rules are those? First, candidates for the Hokage election must be Jonin of Konoha. Second, regardless of how many individuals announce their candidacies, only 2 can remain in the final voting phase. Third, the Hokage election must be voted on by all Jonin of Konoha. Only those who receive a majority of votes can become Hokage. Fourth, the term of the Hokage is 10 years, with only 1 re-election allowed. In total, Hisashi laid out about 10 rules. These rules were not significantly different from the previous customs of Konoha's Hokage elections, and everyone could understand and comprehend them. However, in reality, they were revolutionary. Konoha had never had anything resembling a legal charter before. It is important to note that the background of the Hokage world is a feudal society reminiscent of ancient Japan. Feudal societies inherently disregard laws, adhering instead to the will of the daimyo and nobility, especially with the existence of ninjas as extraordinary powers. In the ninja world, even the leading nation the Land of Fire, has not enacted any adequate legal provisions. Konoha is even more so, relying mostly on orally transmitted moral standards and some localized regulations. The so-called rules spoken by Hisashi, while appearing to be rules on the surface, are essentially a rudimentary legal template. If this can succeed, the impact will be enormous. However, many of the high-ranking ninjas in the meeting room did not keenly realize this. And even Hinata Hisashi himself was unclear about what results the laws he mentioned would bring. The high-ranking ninjas of Konoha listened with furrowed brows as Hisashi listed about 10 rules. After finishing, they felt somewhat relieved, even rising doubts in their hearts. Is that it? Uchiha and Uchiha joined forces to come up with this? Shouldn't there be more outrageous demands and more radical ideas? Why is everything mentioned just things everyone had previously accepted? Sarutobi Hisashi cast a worried glance at UchihaZongyan, whose face was calm and unreadable, showing no signs of joy or anger. The first rule seemed to be subtly directed at UchihaZongyan, as he was still a student at the Konoha Ninja Academy and had not yet graduated or even obtained the Genin certification. The rule stipulated that only Jounin could run for election, which directly excluded UchihaZongyan, right? Chapter 141. Uchiha has sacrificed too much for Konoha in the conference room of the Hokage building. The Konoha Jounin close to the Hokage all showed expressions of confusion. They did not understand that the Uchiha and Hyuga joining forces was just for such a trivial matter. Most felt there had to be more to it. Certainly some unspoken issues, or perhaps hidden within these simple regulations were secrets they had not yet discovered. However, Hinata Hisashi did not give them time to think quietly. After explaining all the Hokage election rules, he initiated the final Jounin vote. It had been mentioned before that the ninja world lacked substantial legal charters. Especially in the ninja villages where ninjas gathered, when a major decision was to be made, it was often the top-ranking ninjas who collectively made the decision. Most of the time, it was the Kage and the elders, and in formal situations, the authority of the Jounin vote was the heaviest. Therefore, when Hinata Hisashi announced the vote, even though many were suspicious, they still raised their hands. Since this was the case, the Hokage election rules submitted by the lower ranks received over 90 approval in the Jounin vote. From this moment on, the Hokage election rules went into immediate effect. There were a little over 100 Jounin present, and raising their hands during the vote represented approval. Thus, there was no need for a secretary to tally the votes. After scanning the room, Hinata Hisashi obtained the final result. As for why it received 90 approval on one hand, the rules submitted by Hinata Hisashi were already the customs established and accepted by all ninja villages in the ninja world, having been passed down for many years. To the Konoha Jounin present, this set of rules merely brought previously accepted customs to the forefront. Moreover, confirming that the Hokage election must be decided by a Jounin vote would create an impact favorable to them. In the past, Konoha's Hokage elections always claimed that decisions would be made through Jounin voting. However, in reality, this was only done during the first election. When the original Hokage candidate was decided during the establishment of Konoha, all Jounin participated in the vote. Except for the Uchiha clan's Jounin, all voted for Senju Hashirama. Who else could they vote for but Uchiha Madara? After that, this power belonging to all Jounin was stripped away. After the first Hokage died, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, ascended smoothly, like a piece of silk. Senju Tobarama himself was a founding figure of Konoha, and even the brother of the first Hokage. While Senju Hashirama was Hokage, he was not inclined to be involved in politics. During that time, all matters in Konoha were handled by Senju Tobarama, granting him significant influence. Subsequently, after the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama died, he also designated Sarutobi Hisashi to inherit the Hokage position through a deathbed order. The succession of two Hokages did not involve Jounin voting at all. When it came to selecting the fourth Hokage, it was directly designated by Sarutobi Hisashi. At this point, the matter of Jounin voting was completely forgotten until it was brought up again by Hinata Hisashi today. Deciding the Hokage's position in Konoha should inherently be the power of all Jounin. At this moment, Hinata Hisashi's proposal also aligned with the interests of all Konoha Jounin, and they had no reason to oppose it. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hisashi, who had originally suppressed Jounin voting and treated Konoha as his own domain, had already lost influence. If it weren't for the recent war, Sarutobi Hisashi wouldn't have found himself in such trouble due to Shimura Danzo's issues and the pressure from UchihaZongyan. Hinata Hisashi's proposal would never have appeared in the meeting. After Hinata Hisashi announced the results, he sighed with relief. This was a step he had planned with UchihaZongyan, and now that it had gone smoothly, The subsequent plans could be put on the agenda. Previously, Uchiha Zongyan had hinted in their secret conversation that he could use the strength of the Uchiha clan to push him into power. How could Hinata Hisashi not be tempted? Moreover, considering the current strength of Uchiha Zongyan and the Uchiha clan in Konoha, combined with the strength of the Hyuga clan, joining forces to push him into power was not a pipe dream, but had a certain chance of success. Seeing this plan had a successful start, Hinata Hisashi's steady heart also began to feel excitement. Ahem. After Hinata Hisashi finished his part, he sat down, and then a youthful, clear voice echoed in the meeting room. The matter of clan leader Hisashi has been concluded. Now it's my turn to speak. Uchiha Zongyan's words immediately tightened everyone's hearts. Since the last internal conflict outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Zongyan had been reclusive and stayed within the clan grounds. While the Uchiha clan members were all exhilarated by the victory in the war and even provocatively challenged Konoha ninjas, as soon as this momentum rose, it was swiftly suppressed by Uchiha Zongyan. This performance was so strange that Konoha ninjas could hardly believe this was still the proud Uchiha. Anyone with eyes could see that since the Uchiha had achieved victory, they could not possibly not reap the fruits of victory. If they hadn't won the war, Konoha dared to bully them. Now that they had won the war, Konoha still dared to bully them. Wasn't that internal conflict fought for nothing? Everyone focused their attention, straining to listen to Uchiha Zongyan's next words, which concerned all ninjas in Konoha. Since the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, entrusted the Konoha Guard to our Uchiha clan, it has been decades. During this time, we Uchiha have diligently maintained the peace and stability of Konoha, never slacking for a day. As enforcers, the Uchiha have naturally faced hostility from Konoha residents and ninjas, with many clan members suffering greatly. According to the information I have, many Uchiha members of the Konoha Guard have developed mental issues such as depression, anxiety, and agitation due to prolonged insults, attacks, and the misunderstanding and resentment of villagers. It can be said that for Konoha, the Uchiha have not only shed blood on the battlefield, but also endured immense pressure within Konoha. Uchiha Zongyan looked around, recounting the sufferings of the Uchiha. This speech immediately stirred discontent in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas present. What kind of state was the Konoha Guard in? What kind of character did the Uchiha clan have? Who in Konoha didn't know? Uchiha Zongyan actually spoke eloquently about the sacrifices and contributions of the Konoha Guard, making it hard for these Konoha jounin to bear to listen. Chapter 142. Reform of the Konoha Security Department. Sarutobi Hisashi frowned as he listened, contemplating the purpose of Uchiha Zongyan's words. Was his incessant complaining merely to gain sympathy? That was unlikely to succeed, as the Konoha ninjas would not believe Uchiha Zongyan's words. Where would the sympathy come from? Mito gave flame, and Tino Koharu's faces darkened as they listened. After being severely injured by Uchiha Zongyan, these two old fellows were filled with hatred and anger. However, the strength of Uchiha Zongyan had long been etched in their hearts, preventing them from harboring even a trace of vengeful thoughts. Yet now, hearing Uchiha Zongyan's words, their anger was reignited. How could there be such a shameless person? Narashikaku raised his right hand, rubbing his short beard with his thumb and index finger, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Uchiha Zongyan kept saying that the Konoha Security Department was a difficult job, which made the Uchiha clan very unhappy. On the surface, it seemed like he wanted to push away this job, but thinking deeper, it was clear that the Uchiha clan had just gained a great victory. How could they voluntarily give up their power? Upon further reflection, Uchiha Zongyan wanted to use his complaints about the difficulty of the Konoha Security Department to seek more power from Konoha. However, Narashikaku thought of a deeper layer. Was this a power struggle? No, he wanted to exchange. Sure enough, as Narashikaku anticipated, Uchiha Zongyan raised his head, and a divine light burst from his dark eyes as he solemnly spoke. Given that such situations were becoming increasingly common, the Uchiha clan could no longer bear the burden. Moreover, with the growing number of residents in Konoha village, the troubles generated each day were also increasing. Relying solely on the Uchiha clan was no longer enough to handle the responsibilities of the entire Konoha Security Department. I hope to recruit more personnel from within the village to join the Konoha Security Department. This statement sent shockwaves through the room. Many didn't expect that after all this time, Uchiha Zongyan's conclusion would be such. To open up what was originally entirely controlled by the Uchiha clan to allow people from other factions to join. How could that be possible? Since Senju Tobirama handed the Konoha Security Department over to the Uchiha clan, decades had passed, and no outsiders had been allowed in. Why would they voluntarily give it up today? especially after Uchiha Zongyan led the Uchiha to victory in the war. Everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Even Sarutobi Hizashi widened his cloudy old eyes, revealing an incredulous look. However, Uchiha Zongyan paid no attention to their surprise and continued speaking. Once other people are entrusted with part of the power of the Konoha Security Department, the Uchiha strength will also be liberated, enough to invest in other areas. The clan members have suffered hardships over the years, and now it is time for them to enjoy some leisurely positions. For those who want a more relaxed life, I would like to send them to the Ninja Academy. For those who seek a more thrilling life, I want to send them to the Umbu. And for those with wisdom and good decision-making skills, I want to send them to the Hokage building. Furthermore, the elder, that old man is aging but still refuses to admit it, insisting on doing his part for Konoha. With the elder's qualifications and abilities, taking on the position of advisor to the Konoha elders should be quite easy. What do you all think? This was an even bigger bombshell than before. The Jonin in the conference room immediately suppressed their earlier astonishment. This was the Uchiha style, retreating to advance, giving up part of their power to strive for greater and more important power. It had long been said that since the Uchiha won the war, how could they not seek more? And now their true intentions were revealed. No, this was impossible. Mito Gateflame and Tino Koharu, like mice whose tails had been stepped on, immediately stood up and shouted loudly. These two had spent most of their lives dealing with power. How could they tolerate the Uchiha clan controlling Konoha's power? Unfortunately, they lacked the ability to resist. Oh, you two old fools are still alive? Jumping around. Are you afraid I might forget about you? After Uchiha Zongyan laid out all his demands, he had to get what he wanted today. The opposition from these two old fellows was just the perfect target for Uchiha Zongyan to demonstrate his power. In the next moment, the temperature in the entire conference room suddenly soared. A terrifying aura weighed down on every Konoha Jonin, awakening their sense of danger. Please do not be anxious. Clan leader Zongyan, Nara Shikaku, immediately stood up, looking seriously at Uchiha Zongyan. These two were no longer elders of Konoha, but they were still Jonin and had voting rights. However, their attitudes did not represent others. Clan leader Zongyan, please remain calm. Seeing Nara Shikaku speak, Uchiha Zongyan snorted coldly and withdrew his aura. The Jonin present secretly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and exchanged glances. Logically speaking, they certainly did not want the Uchiha clan's hands reaching into the Hokage building, even important places like the Ninja Academy. However, the situation was stronger than the individuals. Who in Konoha village could resist Uchiha Zongyan and the Uchiha clan behind him? Moreover, Uchiha Zongyan was not completely unreasonable in his demands, as he had offered the Konoha Security Department as a bargaining chip. Some Jonin secretly glanced at Sarutobi Hizashi. This old man still held the title of third Hokage, but his fate was already sealed, and his expression was extremely grave. Finally, after a series of consultations and exchanges of interests, this meeting was declared completely over. Uchiha Zongyan got what he wanted and also gave up some benefits that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan. The Konoha Security Department had originally been entirely in the hands of the Uchiha clan, with no particularly strict plans. Generally, the clan leader also served as the head of the security department, and the number of people in the department was not fixed. However, after the exchange, the Konoha Security Department underwent a complete reform. A minister and 2 deputy ministers were established, and then broken down into 6 major teams. Each team would have 100 direct ninjas, plus administrative staff responsible for logistics, totaling 700 people. The minister would be from the Uchiha clan, while the 2 deputy ministers would be from Konoha. Each of the 6 team leaders would occupy 3 positions. In total, the Konoha Security Department would have 700 ninjas, with the Uchiha only occupying 300, while the remaining 400 needed to be recruited from within Konoha village. Thus, the era of the Konoha Security Department being solely controlled by the Uchiha clan had come to an end. However, after giving up exclusive control over the Konoha Security Department, the Uchiha clan received even richer rewards. Chapter 143. Hitaki Kakashi, trusted Umbu minister as the saying goes. One must give up to gain. Although Uchiha Zongyan and the Uchiha clan behind him, riding on the momentum of their great victory, could forcibly seize a large piece of flesh from the weak Konoha village Hokage faction. Such an approach, while seemingly gratifying on the surface, would inevitably lead to hidden injuries. Konoha would definitely not accept this willingly, and the seeds of conflict would be sown once again. Although the Uchiha were strong, they were still a part of Konoha village. If Uchiha Zongyan did not intend to lead the Uchiha clan to break away from Konoha and establish their own independent path, it would be best to gradually resolve the conflicts. After all, from the beginning, the greatest motivation for Uchiha Zongyan after arriving in this world was merely self-preservation and protecting his family, being able to live safely and stably, while having enough energy to pursue progress and strength was already enough. Family, power, these are all external factors. Therefore, it is a mature strategy to strive for the interests of the Uchiha clan within reasonable limits and to appease the people of Konoha in exchange for the Konoha Police Department. After this meeting, although the Uchiha clan gave up more than half of the Konoha Police Department, the benefits gained were even more substantial. Before the Civil War, under the third Hokage of Konoha, there were 3 elder advisors, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kazan, and Uchiha Koharu. After Shimura Danzo's death, Mito Kazan and Uchiha Koharu were severely injured by Uchiha Sajuro. Although these two were not stripped of their elder positions, they effectively lost this power. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication, these two, who were attached to Sarutobi Hiruzen, could only exit helplessly. Power abhors a vacuum. When someone withdraws, someone else will inevitably step up. After the exchange of interests, Uchiha's elder took the vacated elder advisor position. The remaining 2 positions were occupied by the Hyuga clan and Akimichi Choza, a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Akimichi Choza was a contemporary of Sarutobi Hiruzen and had a considerable reputation in Konoha. However, in recent years, after retiring, he had been living a leisurely life. Facing the joint pressure from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, Konoha's higher-ups had no choice but to bring him back. In Konoha's power structure, the Hokage is the highest position, followed by 3 elder advisors. Below them are the heads of various departments, including 8 major departments: Umbu, Konoha Police Department, Konoha Hospital, Intelligence Department, Torture Department, Logistics Department, Education Department, and Konoha Prison. Originally, all these 8 departments, except the Konoha Police Department, were under the control of the Hokage's faction. However, after the meeting, the Uchiha clan's influence reached into the other 7 departments for the first time. Although they did not obtain positions at the ministerial level, they gained many positions such as deputy ministers and captains. As a result, the closeness between the Uchiha and Konoha reached an unprecedented level. Interestingly, Uchiha Sajuro had previously appeared to want to swallow Konoha whole, but in the end, he merely took a taste and did not use his strength to consolidate all key departments. Instead, it left the people of Konoha shocked yet somehow comforted, because, on the surface, although Uchiha Sajuro had placed his clansmen in various departments, none had grasped the highest power. Instead, he released the Uchiha clan's hold on the Konoha Police Department, allowing Konoha's influence to extend into it. This outcome was not entirely unacceptable, and rather made the Konoha Jonin feel that Uchiha Sajuro was quite reasonable. This was indeed very strange. After the meeting in the Hokage building, all parties returned to their respective places. The Uchiha clan's Jonin were all excited and boasted to each other on their way back. As Jonin, they had all benefited from the earlier distribution of interests, becoming powerful figures in various departments of Konoha. This was an unprecedented advancement, enough to make these Uchihas leap with joy. However, Uchiha Sajuro did not return with his clansmen, but instead went to an izakaya. Inside the izakaya, a white-haired Jonin looked over. "Kakashi, you sure are quick. You didn't wait long, did you?" Uchiha Sajuro smiled and walked over to sit at the table. "We all attended the meeting together and left at the same time. How could I wait long? Instead, it's you, a 12-year-old boy who hasn't reached the drinking age. Why meet in this place?" The white-haired Jonin was indeed Hitaki Kakashi. He had headed straight to this izakaya after leaving the conference room. Uchiha Sajuro, on the other hand, had been delayed quite a bit by his excited clansmen. Kakashi's words made Uchiha Sajuro's expression stiffen. This world is truly strange. Clearly, a 6-year-old child can go into battle and kill, yet one must wait until adulthood to drink. This made Uchiha Sajuro recall his past life. In America, people must be at least 20 years old to buy alcohol in a supermarket. But at 18, they can legally buy guns and marijuana. "Boss, 2 bottles of sake." Shaking his head, Uchiha Sajuro casually called out to the izakaya owner, then smiled at Hitaki Kakashi. "I'm the head of the Uchiha clan. Who can stop me from drinking at my age? If I want to drink, I will drink. Why worry about so much?" The izakaya owner initially wanted to reprimand him, thinking that if he sold alcohol to a minor, he would surely be punished if the police department's patrol saw. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this boy was the terrifying one who had recently destroyed Hokage Rock. The izakaya owner was immediately taken aback and hurriedly brought 2 bottles of sake, then respectfully returned to the kitchen. Well, after all, the police department is made up of your Uchiha clansmen. Who would dare to stop you? The clan head? Hitaki Kakashi nodded, finding it amusing. It won't be like that anymore. The police department is recruiting 400 people who are not from the Uchiha clan. You weren't unaware of that in the earlier meeting. Uchiha Sajuro waved his hand. Yeah, I really didn't expect such a day to come. Not only is the Konoha Police Department changing, but the entire Konoha village has undergone earth-shattering changes. And I have also become the head of the Umbu. Hitaki Kakashi poured himself a glass of sake and slowly brought it to his lips, a complex expression flashing in his only visible eye. In the earlier meeting, Hitaki Kakashi was appointed as the new head of Konoha's Umbu. Before this, the position of Umbu leader had been vacant due to Shimura Danzo's presence. As the leader of the Umbu, Shimura Danzo had split the Umbu's power in 2 and even sought to further encroach upon the entire Umbu. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had indulged him, he still maintained his bottom line. Therefore, since the previous Umbu leader had died in battle, no new leader had been appointed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken over temporarily. Now that Shimura Danzo was dead and Sarutobi Hiruzen had stepped down, the position of Umbu leader became highly sought after. Many aspired to this position, but in the end, it was Hitaki Kakashi who secured it. Chapter 144. The Newcomers at Konoha Ninja Academy, A New Day. In the early morning, Konoha village was still shrouded in mist. Naruto Uzumaki had gotten up early and made himself a fairly sumptuous breakfast. Sumptuous compared to before. In reality, it was just that. Sandwiches and milk, along with some fruit. But this was already a treatment that Naruto had difficulty obtaining before. The milk he had previously drunk was expired. During this time, Naruto's status in Konoha village had undergone a tremendous change. Ever since Uchiha Sajuro revealed how Sarutobi Hiruzen had mistreated the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Umbu that had been assigned to monitor and protect Naruto had all been withdrawn. The ninjas of Konoha were well aware that Naruto was now under the protection of the Uchiha clan, although the villagers did not know this. They often saw the Uchiha clan's young master walking alongside Naruto, and they all understood that they could no longer treat this little brat with the same attitude as before. Naruto could finally buy decent products in various shops with money, no longer having to settle for inferior and expired food. On his way to school, Naruto spotted Uchiha Sasuke waiting ahead from a distance. 2 pillars leaned against a big tree, aimlessly sketching some patterns on the ground. Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto called out while quickening his pace towards him. Idiot, you're way too slow. Do you know we're going to be late? If you make me late, I definitely won't let you off the hook. Uchiha Sasuke looked up to see the familiar blonde hair and immediately showed a look of disdain. Ever since the last time Naruto stepped up in his own way to relieve Sasuke's stress, the two had become good friends in practice. Although the 2 awkward kids were definitely unwilling to admit this fact whenever they met, they still wore expressions that were neither here nor there. But every day on the way to school, no matter who arrived first, they would wait for the other. Today, Sasuke left home first, so he stood here waiting for Naruto. Come on, don't take it to heart. Let us go. Naruto flashed a brilliant smile, knowing it was his fault for leaving late, so he didn't argue with Sasuke. Thus, the 2 future saviors of the ninja world began to build a deep bond in their first year at the Ninja Academy. As soon as they entered the school gates, the perceptive Sasuke noticed something different from before. Is that a Hyuga with Byakugan? Why is he at school? Seeing an adult ninja from the Hyuga clan, a hint of doubt arose in Sasuke's heart. Then he saw several adult ninjas he had never encountered before, and his confusion deepened. However, Naruto didn't have such keen insight and simply pulled Sasuke towards the classroom. Once they entered the classroom, the love-struck girls in the class looked at Naruto with jealousy. How could that damn blonde kid get to go to school with Sasuke and sit next to him during class? It should be me who is more compatible with Sasuke-kun. The thoughts of the little girls were naturally disregarded. When it was time for class, Irika Yumino walked into the classroom. To the students' surprise, besides Irika, a tall ninja with black hair also entered. Most of the students didn't recognize this adult ninja, but Sasuke's pupils widened in disbelief. Uncle Zongyan? Sasuke whispered, catching the attention of Naruto beside him, who looked puzzled and asked, Do you know this new guy? Is he a new classmate? Hearing this, Sasuke shot him a fierce glare and quietly warned, Idiot, how can there be students this old? Show some respect and just listen quietly. Irika noticed some students whispering, so he pointed at the tall ninja and introduced, This is Uchiha Zongyan, a chunin from the Uchiha clan. From now on, He will be our class's teacher for the ninja tools throwing course. Let us welcome him. An Uchiha ninja, teaching the ninja tools throwing class. The students in the classroom immediately widened their eyes, looking intently at Uchiha Zongyan. The reputation of the Uchiha clan was well known in Konoha village, and the Uchiha skills in throwing ninja tools were famous for their excellence. Just look at how Sasuke scored full marks in every throwing class. Such an impressive person is going to be our teacher. Clap, clap, clap. The students responded with warm applause to welcome Uchiha Zongyan. Zongyan also smiled gently at the students. Introducing himself, "Hello, classmates, I will be your teacher for the ninja tools throwing course from now on. I hope everyone studies hard and strives to become excellent ninjas." After introducing the new teacher, Irika left, leaving Zongyan to start teaching the students. He had just received the notice yesterday that the ninja school would welcome a batch of new teachers. Moreover, all of these new teachers came from notable ninja clans, including members from both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. These people were certainly much stronger than Irika and other commoner chunin. After one class, the students greatly benefited and were captivated by Zongyan's advanced theories and techniques of throwing ninja tools. After class, Sasuke immediately rushed to Zongyan. "Uncle Zongyan, why are you at school? And why are you our teacher?" Sasuke was filled with surprise. It was the first time an Uchiha had become a teacher. He had never heard anything about this within the clan. Yeah, it was arranged by Zongyan, that kid. Our Uchiha clan is getting closer to the village, and sending clan members to teach is a good thing. Anyway, I have nothing to do at home, so being a teacher is a good job. Only Zongyan could casually refer to Uchiha Zongyan as that kid. He had a kind smile, showing no trace of being the Uchiha clan leader. The father of the boy who nearly destroyed Konoha. "What's wrong? Don't you want to be my student?" Seeing Sasuke still looking puzzled, Zongyan teased him. "No, not at all. I'm very happy to be Uncle Zongyan's disciple." Sasuke quickly waved his hands. With Zongyan becoming the clan leader, Zongyan's status within the clan also rose significantly. This man, who rarely left his home, became well known among the clan members. Zongyan was easygoing and approachable, quickly earning the recognition and respect of the clan. Sasuke was the same, immediately shaking his head in denial. "Haha, just kidding. Study hard. Not only our Uchiha, but also the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, and other ninja clans have sent members to teach. You little kids are in luck. You'll be able to learn even more and better things. Cherish this opportunity and strive to become strong ninjas." Zongyan patted Sasuke's little head and then left with a smile. Chapter 145. Let me teach you, the so-called exchange of interest was certainly not just between the Uchiha and the already powerless third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, the scope of the exchange of interests was very broad during the previous meeting. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things thrive. The whale that had perched atop the Hokage seat in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was now facing imminent death. His aging body could no longer protect the fruits he had cultivated with his own hands. The result was that he was completely devoured by a pack of wolves. In Konoha village, most of the power had been controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time. His close friends and longtime companions, the three elders, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Yin, and Tika Sh Rin, were all his confidants. The heads of the 8 departments, with the exception of the Konoha Police Department, were all Sarutobi Hiruzen's trusted aides. One could say the entire Konoha village was in his palm, including the Uchiha clan. All ninja clans could not stretch their hands into these domains. They also needed to be doubly cautious to protect themselves, lest they be swallowed whole by Sarutobi Hiruzen in one careless move. It must be known that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who inherited the will of the first and second Hokage, had always aimed to weaken the strength of the ninja clans to better integrate them into the system of Konoha village. However, the ninja clans, which had survived for thousands of years since the Warring States period, each had their own independence. They were not unwilling to contribute to the village. They just did not want to end up like the Senju clan. The entire family has completely integrated into Konoha, and there are no longer any heirs to the family name. One might ask, how can everyone possess the demeanor and capacity of the two brothers, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama? Thus, despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's efforts over the years, the results have been minimal. In fact, due to his actions, various clans have become even more cautious in protecting themselves. The Konoha Ninja Academy is a very typical example. This ninja school, established by Senju Tobirama, initially faced opposition from all ninja clans. They did not understand why the second Hokage wanted to spread ninjutsu to the common people. After all, ninjutsu is the foundation of ninjas and ninja clans, if learned by commoners, where would the ninja clan stand? However, no one could stop Senju Tobarama's will, and the Konoha Ninja Academy was created and continued to grow stronger. Seeing the unstoppable momentum, some smart ninja clans chose to pledge allegiance to Senju Tobarama, sending their clansmen to teach at the Ninja Academy. Although these individuals did not teach secret family techniques, their own experiences and insights were sufficient for commoner ninjas to learn. During that time, the Konoha Ninja Academy produced many outstanding talents. Notable figures such as the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, had all studied at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Later, figures like Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki also graduated from the academy. However, by the midterm of Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration, after long efforts, this ninja hero finally consolidated power, which led to the ninja clan's wariness, causing them to withdraw their clansmen from teaching at the Ninja Academy. The result is that now, only ninjas from commoner backgrounds are teaching at the Ninja Academy. This meeting has changed that status quo. Not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans all benefited significantly. To gain something, one must give something in return. This is the principle of exchange. Therefore, under the leadership of Uchiha Zongyan, all ninja clans in Konoha promised to send skilled members from their clans to teach at the Ninja Academy, contributing to the future of Konoha. Sasuke, do you know the new teacher well? His last name is Uchiha, just like yours. Could he be your relative? After Uchiha Zongyan left, Naruto Uzumaki sneaked up to Sasuke Uchiha's ear, his small face filled with curiosity. This kid had lived alone since he was young, and basically had no one to educate him about everyday life. As a result, Naruto was quite ignorant about many things, even having never heard of the Uchiha clan's name. Idiot. He's an elder from my clan. Sasuke Uchiha glanced at him and then turned away, heading back to his seat. Wow, so you have such a powerful elder. Can you ask him to teach me more? My throwing technique class has always been poor, dragging down my exam scores. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at the bottom. Naruto's eyes lit up, bending over and following Sasuke like a little tail, humbly trying to curry favor. You're at the bottom because all your subjects are poor. It's not just the throwing technique class. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and mercilessly attacked. Bastard Sasuke. Naruto blushed immediately after being called out. His foundation was already weak. Unable to compare with Sasuke, who had received elite education within the clan since childhood. Even due to the nine tails within him, his chakra was affected, making it very difficult to use ninjutsu, even worse than those from commoner backgrounds. Moreover, he was lazy and not very bright, often ranking at the bottom in theoretical classes. He was simply incapable of doing anything, but was unexpectedly very confident. Forget it. Uncle Zongyan is very busy and doesn't have time to give you special lessons. Just come with me after school tonight, and I'll teach you. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had said something wrong. At this time, Sasuke Uchiha was not like the version in the original work. In the original story, the entire family was exterminated, and it was his older brother who did it. Therefore, his personality became extreme and irritable, making it difficult for him to speak properly to others. But this Sasuke, although he showed agitation, hatred, and despair after his brother's death, still held onto the hope that Uchiha Itachi deserved to die, and that Zongyan promised to resurrect his brother, so he still had some expectations. Plus, he was still very young, only 6 years old, so his personality was more like that of a teenager, but with the unique pride of the Uchiha clan, preferring to maintain a cold demeanor and act aloof. Really? You're going to teach me? You won't be bragging, right? You're just a student too. Naruto looked at him in disbelief. Oof. Believe it or not, if you don't want to come, then don't, idiot. Seeing Naruto's expression, Sasuke immediately got angry, coldly throwing out a sentence before turning away. Witnessing Sasuke's reaction, Naruto quickly apologized. After a lot of coaxing, they finally agreed to go back to the Uchiha clan's territory together after school. Chapter 146. Konoha Police Department Recruitment. The Konoha Police Department's headquarters is located on the outskirts of Konoha, right next to the Uchiha clan's territory. For decades, the Konoha Police Department has been controlled by the Uchiha clan. Therefore, after the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha were forced to relocate their territory, which also led to the Konoha Police Department moving its headquarters from the center of Konoha to this area. Early in the morning, Uchiha Tetsuhan arrived at the Konoha Police Department building. Good morning, Director. Along the way, various Uchiha clan members greeted Uchiha Tetsuhan. Indeed, the position of head of the Konoha Police Department had changed hands. This position was previously held by the former clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, But now Fugaku had retired to become an elder. The new clan leader, Uchiha Zongyan, did not automatically take on the role of director. Instead, he promoted Uchiha Tetsuhan, who had followed him from the beginning. Uchiha Tetsuhan was an excellent candidate in terms of strength and qualifications, making him one of the best in the clan. This was also a reward for being a loyal subordinate. Haven't the two deputy directors arrived yet? Entering his office, Uchiha Tetsuhan asked the secretary who had arrived before him. The directors have already notified us that they'll arrive at 9 o'clock today. The secretary was also a member of the Uchiha clan, but due to poor combat ability, he took on a clerical role. TCH, what lazy people. What right do they have to be deputy directors of the police department? The Konoha Police Department's working hours started at 9 o'clock, and Uchiha Tetsuhan, as the new director, arrived before 8. Uchiha Tetsuhan muttered a few complaints under his breath, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his gloomy face. However, he knew that introducing other forces into the Konoha Police Department was Zongyan's decision. So he stopped after saying a few words. After sitting behind his desk, Uchiha Tetsuhan looked around the office environment. Huh, is this what it feels like to be the director? Choosing to support Lord Zongyan before anyone else was the wisest decision of my life. Uchiha Tetsuhan maintained a calm expression, but inside he was extremely excited. No one had ever sat behind this desk other than a clan leader, and he was the first. This was the director of the Konoha Police Department. The taste of power intoxicated Uchiha Tetsuhan. As time gradually passed, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. The clerk glanced at Uchiha Tetsuhiko, but did not dare to speak, while Uchiha Tetsuhiko squinted his eyes and said, I am Hugakimo. I am Oil Woman Shirui. We have met, Minister. The two who entered were the newly appointed deputy ministers, chosen in the previous meeting. Not only had the 3 positions of 1 head and 2 deputies in the Konoha Security Department been confirmed, but the 6 captains of the teams had also been determined. The positions of the captains were divided among the 6 major clans: Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Inazuka, Sarutobi, and Tsukikage. Only the remaining 400 vacant positions for team members needed to be recruited soon. It's an imperial decree, so to speak. The two were quite patient, even on their first day at the department, appearing so leisurely, which truly impressed Uchiha Tetsuhiko. After waiting for an hour in the office, he had already accumulated a belly full of frustration. He had never thought that he had come too early rather than the two coming too late, which was a typical Uchiha way of thinking. Hahaha, Minister, Uyist. Although he felt excited and thrilled inside, it was better to fill his stomach first. Hugakimo smiled faintly. The scheduled time was 9 o'clock. Work only began after 9, so coming early was meaningless. Oil Woman Shirui remained relatively indifferent, her voice flat. Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in Uchiha Tetsuhiko's eyes. It should be noted that not long ago, the Hyuga clan was still an ally of the Uchiha clan. The two great clans had united to pass the rules of the Hokage election and pressure Konoha into a series of benefit exchanges. But now it seemed that this deputy minister from the Hyuga clan was subtly aligning with Oil Woman Shirui. Uchiha Tetsuhiko couldn't understand why Hugakimo was behaving this way and didn't bother to think about it. After all, the Uchiha clan, which revered strength, believed in the knife in their hands. In that case, let us get started. The security department still had 400 personnel vacancies that needed to be filled as soon as possible. We 3 will go to 3 recruitment points to find suitable talents for the department. Uchiha Tetsuhiko stopped talking nonsense and directly stood up and walked out. Hugakimo and Oil Woman Shirui exchanged glances and followed. Since the day before yesterday, the village had already been publicizing the recruitment for the Konoha Security Department. Although the positions above captain had already been predetermined, there were still vacancies for squad leaders and team members. This gap of 400 people was not insignificant. For the Uchiha clan alone, there were only a little over 400 adult ninjas with combat ability. Adding those with low combat ability, unwilling to fight, or with disabilities, the total number was only around 700 to 800. In the past, when the Uchiha clan controlled the Konoha Security Department, the entire Uchiha clan were members of the department. At any time, any Uchiha clansman could enter. But now, there were only 300 Uchiha left in the Konoha Security Department, most of whom were non-combatant clerks and logistics staff. The remaining main combat forces could only rely on the entire Konoha to absorb them. Outside the Konoha Security Department building, 3 temporary recruitment points had been set up with tents. The 1 head and 2 deputies entered the recruitment points separately, waiting for applicants. What's going on? Why are so few people coming? And most of them are ninjas from various clans. What about the civilian ninjas of Konoha? Did they not receive any notification? Uchiha Tetsuhiko walked into the tent and glanced at the ninjas lined up outside, feeling puzzled. Minister, I don't know either. But it seems that those people might be afraid of us, Uchiha. After all, the reputation of the Konoha Security Department. Sitting beside Uchiha Tetsuhiko, the clerk assisting with the recruitment showed a hint of unease on his face, but under Uchiha Tetsuhiko's gaze, he could only express his thoughts. TSK. Uchiha Tetsuhiko clicked his tongue upon hearing this, but had no good solution. The reputation of the Konoha Security Department had been built over decades and could not be changed in a short time. Let's get started. First, gather the members, and then slowly solve this problem. The newly appointed minister of the Konoha Security Department, Uchiha Tetsuhiko, frowned and began the recruitment of subordinates. Chapter 147. Jiraiya returns. Conflict at the gates of Konoha in the forest outside Konoha village. A white-haired Jiraiya was moving swiftly. Behind him were two elite ninjas from Konoha, namely Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba. Not long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen was troubled by his impending abdication and wanted to quickly find a successor for Hokage. He sent out 4 trusted subordinates to find his 2 disciples and bring them back to inherit the Hokage position. Among them, Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba found Jiraiya. At first, Jiraiya did not want to return to Konoha, as he was enjoying his time outside. Moreover, hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted him to return to the village as the 5th Hokage only made him shake his head in refusal. It wasn't until Narashikaku took out a letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen that Jiraiya began to reconsider. In the letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unusually, did not take on the role of a teacher to admonish him or force him to return to Konoha. Instead, he used a pleading tone, lamenting the current crisis facing Konoha and expressing that he was getting old and could not save the situation even if he risked his life. He needed Jiraiya's help. Jiraiya, being a person of deep feelings, cherished Sarutobi Hiruzen's teachings and had a profound affection for Konoha. After much thought, he decided to return to Konoha to take a look. However, his bottom line remained unshaken. Burdened with the mission to find the prophesied child, he had no time to become Hokage. Jiraiya understood well the relative importance of Konoha's safety compared to the entire ninja world. Halt! The 3 arrived at the gates of Konoha, but the guards at the gate were no longer the familiar Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetetsu. Instead, 2 unfamiliar faces greeted them, one of whom had very prominent Byakugan eyes. Seeing this, Jiraiya was startled, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Who are you 2? Where are Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetetsu? Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba caught up and, upon seeing the situation, were immediately surprised and questioned. The familiar gate guards had been replaced by unfamiliar ninjas, one of whom was from the Hyuga clan. This change made the 2 of them shudder, fearing that while they were away, Konoha village had undergone drastic changes. First, show us your identification. Otherwise, we will not only refuse to answer, but will also arrest you immediately on the grounds of enemy attack. The guards at the gate had some impression of Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba. Moreover, Jiraiya, with his signature white hair, was unmistakable. However, they did not allow the 3 to enter and instead maintained a formal demeanor. This is the entry permit issued by Konoha. Hurry up and answer my question. Inuzuka Kiba stepped forward, tossing the entry permit into the guard's hand impatiently. So it's Narashikaku and Inuzuka Kiba. You 2 can enter. But who is this white-haired person? One of the black-haired guards looked at the entry permit in his hand, nodded, and tossed it back to Inuzuka Kiba before asking again. Because in the entry proof, there were only identity proofs for Noera Hashin and Ninjutsu Raiden, but not for Jiraiya. This is Lord Jiraiya. Are you looking for death? Noera Hashin said angrily, pointing at the guard's head like a sword. Never mind, this is my proof. On the contrary, Jiraiya did not show any offended anger, just shook his head lightly and tossed out his own proof. Jiraiya, the Jonin, please enter. The guard nodded respectfully to Jiraiya, but was questioned by Ninjutsu Raiden. Are you questioning me? What qualifications do you have to question me? The guard frowned at the words, a hint of killing intent appearing on his thin face, with 2 black tomo and blood-red pupils appearing in his eyes. It's a member of the Uchiha clan. Noera Hashin and Ninjutsu Raiden were immediately shocked. One from the Hyuga clan and one from the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Konoha had erupted in a civil war while they were away, and that the Hyuga and Uchiha had colluded to completely control the entire Konoha village? Otherwise, why would the guards have become members of the Hyuga and Uchiha? Bastards! What have you done? Damn it! I will kill you to avenge my comrades. Various bad thoughts emerged in the minds of Noera Hashin and Ninjutsu Raiden, leaving them extremely terrified, and then their anger surged in their chests, releasing a terrifying killing intent without reservation. Oof. Ignorant bastards. Although the Uchiha guard only had 2 Tomo Sharingan, he was not afraid in the face of 2 Jonin. He immediately drew his sword, a fierce expression on his face, ready to attack. However, the other guard from the Hyuga clan showed a worried expression, constantly signaling to Jiraiya with his eyes. Quickly stop them. Only Lord Jiraiya can stop this. Enough. Just as a fight was about to break out, Jiraiya suddenly shouted. He was also momentarily stunned by the bad thoughts caused by Noera Hashin and Ninjutsu Raiden's words. But after seeing the Hyuga clan member's expression, he realized he might have misunderstood something. So he spoke up to stop the impending fight. You two, as soon as you meet, you start yelling at each other. Is this the tone and attitude you use to treat your comrades? Just because you are 2 mere Jonin, do you expect your comrades to bow and scrape to you and let you scold them? Jiraiya first glared sternly at Ninjutsu Raiden and the others, mercilessly reprimanding them. But Ninjutsu Raiden, wanted to explain that they were just worried about the safety of Konoha. Enough. Do you still want to retort? Apologize to them. Jiraiya suddenly interrupted Ninjutsu Raiden's explanation and pointed at him, commanding. Faced with Jiraiya, a powerful and imposing figure, Noera Hashin and Ninjutsu Raiden had no room for resistance. Sorry, they said reluctantly in unison, then obediently lowered their heads. Gentlemen, I have already reprimanded them. Please forgive their recklessness and rudeness. Jiraiya slightly calmed down and spoke to the 2 guards. Lord Jiraiya, we came here to serve as gate guards because, after adjustments by the higher-ups, the responsibility of the gate guards falls under the jurisdiction of the Konoha Security Force. Both of us are members of the Konoha Security Force. As for Kamizuki Izumi and Tetsu, they have been assigned to other departments, but I'm not sure where. The Uchiha guard, seeing that Jiraiya had released enough goodwill, satisfiedly sheathed his sword. He then explained the situation of the 2 to Jiraiya. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Jiraiya understood the gist of it and realized that something might have happened in the village. Meanwhile, Noera Hashin and Ninjutsu Raiden first breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Kamizuki Izumi and Tetsu were not in danger, but then panicked upon sensing a more dangerous signal. Chapter 148. Meeting Jiraiya after registering with the gate guards. The 3 finally entered Konoha village. Noera Hashin and Ninjutsu Raiden were eager to find their comrades to inquire about the changes in the village. However, Jiraiya did not rush to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he wandered around the village out of curiosity. Arriving at a commercial street, Jiraiya saw a patrol team from the Konoha Security Force. Those 2 weren't lying. The Konoha Security Department really has opened up. In this team, there wasn't a single ninja from the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya quietly observed the patrol team passing by, feeling extremely surprised. The reason he could be sure that there were no Uchiha members in the patrol team was that the Uchiha clan was really too easy to identify. Not to mention the Uchiha clan's characteristic black hair and black eyes, and their eternally rebellious expressions. Almost every Uchiha member wore clothing with the clan emblem. Anyone who had some knowledge could tell a glance. Jiraiya casually walked into an izakaya, ordered a drink and some snacks from the owner, then sat at the door, continuously observing the passers-by. It doesn't seem to have changed much. The residents' lives were the same as usual, not affected or worsened by the war. Moreover, judging by their spirits, it seemed they had not been affected. This old man really exaggerates. It's as if once the Uchiha takes over, the whole Konoha will collapse immediately. Jiraiya took small sips of his drink and concluded in his heart, just looking at the scene of this commercial street. It was no different from when he left Konoha last time. And thinking about the description in Sarutobi Hiruzen's letter, it was completely different. Jiraiya began to regret his momentary soft-hearted decision to return to Konoha, and did not know what to do when he saw the old man. If the old man insisted on dragging him to be Hokage, that would really be troublesome. Boss, bring me 2 bottles of sake and some side dishes. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out as a young boy with a youthful face entered the izakaya. A child this young can drink alcohol? Is this a change that happened after I left? Jiraiya was taken aback. He then saw the izakaya owner, who initially wanted to reprimand the boy for being so young, immediately bowing respectfully after getting a good look at the boy's face, leaving him quite puzzled. Is this kid someone of great significance? While Jiraiya was still confused, the boy walked over and sat down across from him, sharing table. Nice to meet you, Lord Jiraiya. I am Uchiha Zongyan, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. The boy was, of course, Uchiha Zongyan. The Uchiha guard at the gate reported back to the Konoha Security Department after seeing Jiraiya and the others return, and the Konoha Security Department then passed the message to him. Therefore, upon learning of Jiraiya's return, Uchiha Zongyan interrupted his training and rushed over. Uchiha Zongyan, is this the person the old man mentioned in the letter? Jiraiya was taken aback, not expecting that such a young boy would become the clan leader. He remembered the instructions in Sarutobi Hiruzen's letter. However, he did not reveal his thoughts, and instead showed a hearty smile on his face. Ha ha, good kid. Drinking at such a young age? I can only say you truly are a hero born young. Uchiha Zongyan smiled lightly, shook his head, accepted the food and drink brought by the izakaya owner, and opened a bottle of alcohol, pouring a glass for both himself and Jiraiya. I've long admired Lord Jiraiya's reputation. This cup is first raised in honor of Lord Jiraiya, thanking you for your contributions to protecting the village. Without waiting for Jiraiya's response, I downed the drink in one go. After that, Uchiha Zongyan kept raising his glass to Jiraiya, with reasons flowing endlessly. Jiraiya couldn't directly refuse to drink. He wanted to observe what kind of person Uchiha Zongyan truly was first. Thus, unexpectedly, he ended up with half a belly full of alcohol. All right. If I drink any more, this sage is going to get drunk. You little brat, you come at me with so much alcohol, and I haven't even had a few bites of food. Seeing Uchiha Zongyan raise his glass again, Jiraiya quickly reached out to press down on his hand, repeatedly saying, I don't mean it. I just admire Lord Jiraiya's character. Seeing this, Uchiha Zongyan could only put down his glass and smiled. Although he had also drunk half a belly of alcohol, his face showed no reaction. You brat, do you think I'm back to cause you trouble? So you want to get me drunk first? Jiraiya quickly ate some food to settle his stomach before asking. That's not it. I believe Lord Jiraiya is not someone who can't distinguish right from wrong. He wouldn't form a bad impression of me and the Uchiha clan just based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's one-sided words, or even think about taking action against us. Facing Jiraiya's probing, Uchiha Zongyan generously shook his head. Oh, you have that much confidence? I don't have that kind of confidence. After all, the old man is my benefactor, and the Leaf Village is where I was born and raised. You led the Uchiha clan to start a civil war, not only killing the elders of Konoha, but also forcing my teacher to step down and even facing 10 years of imprisonment. Do you think I wouldn't be angry? Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched. A teasing expression appeared on his face, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. I'm not worried, not only because I know Lord Jiraiya's character, but also because I believe what I did was not wrong. Here is a document. After Lord Jiraiya reads it, he will understand. Uchiha Zongyan took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag, spread it out on the table, and pushed it in front of Jiraiya. This so-called document naturally recorded all the events that happened outside the Hokage building at that time, along with evidence of Shimura Danzo's crimes. As long as this material exists, it doesn't matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen described or even incited Jiraiya, because Uchiha Zongyan, having read the original work, clearly understood what kind of character Jiraiya was. Now I must take a good look. Jiraiya was taken aback, then smiled as he picked up the scroll to examine it carefully. After a while, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly angry, mixed with irritation and self-blame, his face turning red with rage. Bang! Jiraiya clenched his fists and slammed them on the dining table, directly smashing the entire table to pieces. Uchiha Zongyan activated his chakra and moved away just in time to avoid being splashed by the flying food and drink. That damn guy. I should have killed him when I had the chance. Jiraiya was full of fury, although he already knew Shimura Danzo was up to no good. He had no idea the extent to which the man would go, the level of anger that would provoke both gods and men. Chapter 149, Encounter outside the clan land in a fit of rage. Jiraiya didn't act impulsively. After all, Uchiha Zongyan had never interacted with him before. He couldn't choose to fully trust someone based solely on a document. So, after apologizing to Uchiha Zongyan, Jiraiya took the document and headed towards the Hokage building. It was easy to imagine that this famed Konoha Sannin was going to find someone to verify the information, most likely his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Zongyan certainly wouldn't stop him. There was no need to stop him, because everything in that document was true, not a single falsehood. And Jiraiya wasn't a fool. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to brush it off, it wouldn't be possible. So, Uchiha Zongyan watched Jiraiya leave, then got up to prepare to return to the Uchiha clan land. Uchiha-sama. Just as he was about to exit, the voice of the izakaya owner suddenly sounded behind him, sounding somewhat anxious. Is there something else? Uchiha Zongyan turned back, puzzled. And no, nothing. Uchiha-sama, please take care. The izakaya owner looked nervous, originally wanting to say something, but upon seeing Uchiha Zongyan turn around, he hurriedly sent him off. Uchiha Zongyan thought for a moment, but didn't dwell on it and lifted the door curtain to walk out. Phew! Those bastard ninjas actually dared to dine and dash. Truly outrageous. Seeing Uchiha Zongyan leave, the izakaya owner clasped his hands to his chest and took a deep breath, then quietly cursed. It turned out that Uchiha Zongyan and Jiraiya's table hadn't settled their bill yet. That guy Jiraiya rushed off, and Uchiha Zongyan didn't think of this either. The izakaya owner wanted to remind them, but remembering the fearsome reputation of the young man in front of him, he immediately became timid again. No need to look for them. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a large bill appeared at the izakaya owner's kitchen window. Before the izakaya owner could look up, Uchiha Zongyan had already disappeared without a trace. When Uchiha Zongyan emerged from the izakaya and returned to the Uchiha clan land, it was already evening. The boundless red clouds filled the streets of Konoha, the sun gradually setting. Along the way, many laughing boys and girls stopped in their tracks to greet him when they saw the adult. After all, he was the newly appointed Uchiha clan leader and the hero who led his people out of the predicament. At this moment, Uchiha Zongyan's prestige in the clan was unmatched. As Uchiha Zongyan strolled leisurely, two small figures appeared on the street. It was Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, Sasuke, that looks like your brother. Uzumaki Naruto had actually met Uchiha Zongyan once in the spiritual world. But because Uchiha Zongyan helped him see his father and resolve the conflict between him and his father, Uzumaki Naruto had a very deep impression of Uchiha Zongyan, thinking that this brother was a great person. Moreover, Uchiha Zongyan claimed to be Uchiha Sasuke's brother. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto spotted Uchiha Zongyan, he immediately reminded Uchiha Sasuke beside him. My brother? I don't have. Uzumaki Naruto's words caused a pang in Uchiha Sasuke's heart, and he immediately thought of his biological brother, Uchiha Itachi. After Uchiha Itachi's death, Uchiha Sasuke had no real brother left. Only some older boys in the clan could barely be considered his brothers, but he had never called them that. However, when Uchiha Sasuke looked up and saw Uchiha Zongyan, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A complex expression appeared on the youthful face of the second pillar. So it's him. Uchiha Sasuke murmured softly. Uchiha Sasuke's impression of Uchiha Zongyan was extremely complicated, because Uchiha Zongyan personally killed his beloved brother and defeated his father in front of all the clan members. Since then, Uchiha Sasuke not only lost his brother, but his father also fell into a state of despair, drinking all day long. From this perspective, Uchiha Sasuke undoubtedly hated Uchiha Zongyan and wished to take revenge for his family. On the other hand, Uchiha Zongyan was the savior of the clan. This brother, who was only slightly older than himself, had single-handedly pulled the Uchiha clan out of the abyss and directly led everyone from hell to heaven. After that battle, the entire Uchiha clan situation in Konoha had significantly improved. Even his father, Uchiha Fugaku, has struggled out of a despondent life and is now doing quite well in his position as an elder. His mother is also happy because of the changes in the family, although she sometimes misses her deceased elder brother. Everything seems to have gotten better. However, no matter what, witnessing Uchiha Tonari behead Uchiha Itachi has left a huge scar in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Clearly, reason tells him that it was all his brother's fault, that he brought this upon himself. But Uchiha Sasuke still resists this fact, so since then he's been avoiding Uchiha Tonari, not wanting to meet him. Today is no different. Uchiha Sasuke, returning to the clan's territory with his friends, just wants Uchiha Tonari to walk a bit faster and leave his line of sight as soon as possible. But what he didn't expect was that his friends would betray him so quickly. Sasuke's brother, slow down a bit. Naruto Uzumaki shouted excitedly, not waiting for Uchiha Sasuke's reaction. He didn't care, instead cheering and jumping, as this was his great benefactor. Since he hadn't met him before, how could he not greet him after meeting? Huh? Uchiha Tonari, from a distance, still had sharp hearing and immediately heard Naruto Uzumaki's voice. When he turned around, he saw the bouncing blonde and the fidgeting Uchiha Sasuke beside him. So it's these two little brats. How did they get together so early? Uchiha Tonari thought to himself, feeling that he hadn't disrupted the progress of the two future protagonists. But the scene before him indicated that changes were happening that he was unaware of, which was indeed quite interesting. Naruto, long time no see, and Sasuke too. Uchiha Tonari smiled and nodded at Naruto Uzumaki, then looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Brother Tonari, long time no see. Uchiha Sasuke instinctively reacted upon hearing Uchiha Tonari's voice, despite his inner struggle. Huh, Brother Tonari, I thought I wouldn't see you again. You don't know, during this time, I often asked the teacher where you lived, but the teacher never told me, saying he didn't know you. I was even preparing to treat you to ramen to repay you. Today, this guy Sasuke said he would take me home to teach me throwing techniques. Although this guy is indeed a bit stronger than me, he's still a student like me. So I don't know if he's reliable. Why don't you teach me instead, Brother Tonari? You're so strong. You must be much better than Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki jogged over and looked up at Uchiha Tonari, chattering away. Chapter 150. Teaching the future protagonist, this little blonde seems to have an endless stream of words. Not even realizing his neck is getting sore from looking up. In the original story, Naruto Uzumaki was only about 7 meters tall during the Shippuden arc. Now, Uchiha Tonari is about the same age as Naruto during that time, but has already grown to 75 meters. One can only say that the children in this world develop a bit too early. It is estimated that Uchiha Tonari won't grow taller in the next 2 years. 8 meters is probably his maximum height. All right, I know what you want to say. The incessant chatter from the little blonde was starting to give Uchiha Tonari a headache, so he immediately raised his hand to block Naruto Uzumaki's face, stopping this little horn. You want to learn from me? Huh? Well, you have to pass my test first. If you don't have enough talent, you won't qualify to learn from me. Uchiha Tonari thought for a moment and said to Naruto Uzumaki, Brother Tonari, don't underestimate me. I'm a genius. This genius has exceptional talent. There's no test I can't pass. The little blonde has always had a mysterious confidence in his abilities, even though he is indeed a genius. After all, he is the destined protagonist. All right then, if you want to learn, come with me. Uchiha Tonari smiled and nodded, then called out to Uchiha Sasuke, who was shrinking in the corner. Sasuke, you come over too. Uchiha Sasuke was startled by this, pointing incredulously at himself. Upon seeing Uchiha Tonari's smiling nod, he felt a sense of certainty rise in his heart, accompanied by a feeling of relief. After Uchiha Tonari became the clan leader, he was assigned a brand new residence. Originally, the house belonging to their family, where 4 people lived, was not crowded. A smaller place would feel even cozier. So Uchiha Tonari basically lived with his family and had never been to this residence. The clan would send someone to clean regularly, so it wasn't neglected, and now bringing these 2 little brats over was just right. The courtyard was large, with mountains and water, making it feel particularly spacious. Wow, is this Brother Tonari's home? It looks amazing. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed in surprise as he entered, then curiously looked around. This kid had lived in the apartment arranged for him by Hiruzen Sarutobi since he was little and had never lived in a standalone house like this. But thinking back, when his father Minato Namikaze was the 4th Hokage, he had a pretty nice house in Konoha. However, it was later confiscated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who never considered letting Naruto inherit the family property. If you like, you can come over to play often. You can even sleep here. After all, I don't come here often. Uchiha Tonari said with a faint smile. It's just a house. What can it count as? If I can build a good relationship with the future protagonist, or even bring him under my wing, then it doesn't matter if it's 1 house, 10 houses, or 100 houses. Really? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed in surprise, his azure eyes sparkling. TCH, such an uncultured guy. Uchiha Sasuke followed behind, pouting in dissatisfaction at his friend's embarrassing behavior. The young Sasuke still didn't understand the hardships of life and was unaware of what kind of life his partner had been living from the past to the present. Therefore, he didn't realize what kind of emotions Naruto Uzumaki felt when he heard he could live here. Never mind, I don't want to trouble Brother Tonari. After thinking for a moment, Naruto Uzumaki finally lowered his head and refused. Then he raised his head again, his face full of smiles as he explained, well, it's because the apartment is closer to school, and although it's small, I've gotten used to living there over the years. As you like, my door is always unlocked. Uchiha Tonari could roughly guess Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts, but he wouldn't poke holes in them. Uchiha Tonari led the 2 little brats to the pond in the courtyard. Now, I'm going to teach you a ninjutsu. If you can learn this ninjutsu and successfully use it within a week, you can study with me. Otherwise, that will prove your aptitude isn't enough to meet my requirements. Do you understand? Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other, both able to see the spark in each other's eyes. Uchiha Sasuke had really witnessed Uchiha Tonari's strength. Being able to learn from him would be a stroke of luck. In his world, his father and brother were already the strongest people. But this person before him had killed his brother, defeated his father, and taken the strongest throne. Naruto Uzumaki was simpler. This kid had never seen Uchiha Tonari in action, but his instincts told him that Uchiha Tonari was very powerful. Next, carefully watch the hand seals I make, and don't remember them wrong. Dog, pig, dragon, rat, pig, boar, snake, tiger. Shadow, Krun technique. Bang! With a crisp sound, a puff of smoke erupted beside Uchiha Zongyan. As the smoke dissipated, an identical Uchiha Zongyan appeared within it. Wow, Is this the shadow clone technique? Why is there smoke? Upon seeing this scene, Naruto Uzumaki immediately thought of the shadow clone technique he learned in ninja school. Idiot! This is not just a simple clone technique. The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the clones possess the same combat power as the original. This means that if you can create one clone, you have 2 people fighting the opponent. If you create 10 clones, that's 10 of you attacking the opponent together. Seeing his partner's ignorance, Uchiha Sasuke could only explain quietly to him. The shadow clone technique is not something trivial. Even Uchiha Sasuke only learned about it through his father and brother. His father and brother definitely know this technique, but they haven't taught him yet. Uchiha Sasuke was very happy to be able to learn such a powerful and practical ninjutsu. I see. That's amazing. Naruto Uzumaki pretended to understand, clenching his left fist and striking it against his right palm. But looking at his confused eyes, one could tell that he didn't really grasp it. Uchiha Zongyan found the 2 kids amusing and then clapped his hands. I have already taught you the hand signs. But before learning this ninjutsu, there are many basics you need to master. The shadow clone technique tests a ninja's chakra control ability. If your control is insufficient, you will never be able to perform this ninjutsu in your lifetime. Therefore, you first need to master a technique, which is to walk on water. Now, come to the river's surface. Chapter 151. Jiraiya meets Naruto Uzumaki. To be honest, Uchiha Zongyan has a good impression of the 2 main characters, Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke, from the original work. After all, he spent 10 years watching the original anime. He later watched countless related doujin and derivative works. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't have been able to keep watching. Now that he has crossed over to the world of Naruto and resolved the dangerous predicament that enveloped him, interacting with 2 of his favorite characters in his spare time and giving them some benefits is no big deal. In the courtyard, after Uchiha Zongyan finished guiding the technique of walking on water, he let the 2 kids practice on their own. This is where the difference became apparent. At first, Uchiha Sasuke fell into the water just like Naruto Uzumaki, but before long, he gradually became proficient. Although he still stumbled and occasionally dipped his feet into the water, he was able to maintain his balance. In contrast, Naruto Uzumaki performed much worse, soaking wet from head to toe. Especially since this kid had no idea how to learn from his failures. His mind was only filled with charge-in. The more he failed, the more anxious he became. And the more anxious he was, the more prone to failure he became. Lord Clan Leader, someone is here looking for you. It seems to be Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3. Uchiha Zongyan stood with his arms crossed, watching the 2 kids practice from a distance, observing them fail repeatedly without stepping in to correct them. At this moment, a Uchiha clansman quietly approached Uchiha Zongyan and whispered the report. Jiraiya is here? Uchiha Zongyan raised an eyebrow and casually nodded. Then please bring him over. Yes. Jiraiya probably found Sarutobi Hiruzen during this time to verify the information Uchiha Zongyan provided him. And it's unclear what his intentions are in coming to see Uchiha Zongyan. But looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who was struggling to crawl to the shore after falling into the water again and was angrily flailing his arms, Uchiha Zongyan felt a spark of interest, wanted to see what would happen when Jiraiya met Naruto. This is the child of prophecy that Jiraiya has been searching for his entire life. In the original work, Jiraiya only realized at the end of his life that the child of prophecy he had been looking for was right beside him all along. For decades, the Uchiha clan has followed a semi-closed policy due to their conflicts with Konoha. During this time, very few outsiders have been allowed into the Uchiha territory, let alone someone like Jiraiya, a renowned figure and a high-ranking ninja of Konoha. If it weren't for Uchiha Zongyan's rising fame, giving the Uchiha clan enough confidence, Jiraiya would have faced hostility from these warlike individuals the moment he approached the Uchiha clan, and it wouldn't have been surprising if they drew their weapons without a word. The Uchiha clansmen who reported earlier quickly returned to the entrance of the Uchiha territory after receiving Uchiha Zongyan's command, leading Jiraiya through the clan grounds. Along the way, they were surrounded by Uchiha clansmen with black hair and black eyes, all casting puzzled looks at Jiraiya, who had a head full of white hair. Some even shielded their children behind them the moment they saw Jiraiya, looking at him with wary eyes, making the legendary Sannin feel quite embarrassed. Lord Clan Leader, Jiraiya has arrived. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave. After leading Jiraiya to Uchiha Zongyan's residence, the clansman left on his own. Although he was worried that a strong person like Jiraiya would cause heavy losses if he acted in the Uchiha territory, he felt completely at ease with the clan leader present. Lord Jiraiya, you were looking for me? Uchiha Zongyan turned around and saw Jiraiya's awkward expression, smiling as he asked. Jiraiya nodded, about to say something when his attention was suddenly drawn to the two children in the courtyard. One had black hair and black eyes, while the other had blonde hair and blue eyes, seemingly playing in the water. The one with black hair and black eyes was definitely from the Uchiha clan, but the blonde-haired, blue-eyed one was certainly not of Uchiha blood. How can an outsider's child be allowed to play in the Uchiha clan? This made Jiraiya feel a bit curious. That child, is he also from the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya scratched his cheek and pointed at Naruto Uzumaki as he asked. Oh, that child? He asked not. Uchiha Zongyan shook his head, a sly smile appearing on his face. Speaking of which, that child has a deep connection with you, Lord Jiraiya. His parents wanted to entrust him to you before they died. Unfortunately, their plans fell through. How could a busy person like you have time to take care of a child? So, this child has been bullied and mistreated since he was little. It's really not easy for him to grow up. Naruto Uzumaki's father, Minato Namikaze, was Jiraiya's disciple. When Minato decided to sacrifice his life to seal the Nine Tails and save Konoha, he was full of confidence that his child would be treated like a hero. And, at the very least, he had his teacher and disciple to help take care of him, believing he could grow up carefree. Who would have thought that his teacher and disciple, whether out of pressure from Hiruzen Sarutobi or simply not caring, would lead to Naruto not receiving their care from birth until now, for 6 years? You mean he is Naruto? Upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan's mocking words, Jiraiya's heart tensed. He wasn't a fool. He could certainly pick up on the implications of Uchiha Zongyan's words. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid in front of him was the orphan left behind by his disciple Minato Namikaze. He never expected him to have grown up so much. Jiraiya stared intently at Naruto Uzumaki, murmuring to himself. Naruto's appearance was like a mold of his father, Minato Namikaze, especially that dazzling golden hair, which immediately made Jiraiya feel a wave of familiarity and warmth. Yes, it had been 6 years since they last met. Had he not grown so much? Uchiha Zongyan noticed Jiraiya's reaction and instinctively mocked him. Oh, come on. Jiraiya recognized the sarcasm in Zongyan's tone, but he had his own burdens and didn't know how to explain. When he learned that his disciple had sacrificed his life to save Konoha, he was heartbroken for a long time. And then, Minato left behind an orphan, becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. However, at that time, Jiraiya was busy wandering the ninja world, searching for the child of prophecy mentioned by the great sage Frog. This mission prevented him from staying in Konoha for long, and he had no time to take care of the child. Not to mention, he was a single old man for most of his life. How could he take a baby on the road with him? So, he could only ask his teacher, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, to take good care of him. Chapter 152. I want to take him away from Konoha. Jiraiya left Konoha around the time the Third Great Ninja War ended. From that point on, he completely set aside Konoha's affairs and devoted himself to finding the child of prophecy. In the following years, he rarely returned to Konoha. Therefore, his impression of his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi was still based on the time of the Third Great Ninja War. At that time, Hiruzen was still in his late prime, not yet having become a complete political creature as he was later. If it were the Hiruzen of that time, he would never have treated the son of a hero so harshly. The reason for everything was that Hiruzen's chosen successor had died, and he had returned to power in Konoha. But because of his age, Hiruzen was no longer the ambitious person he once was, nor did he have the confidence and capacity of his youth. He couldn't confidently believe that he could easily control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. To better control the situation, he could only resort to despicable means, ruining the childhood of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and spreading rumors that Naruto Uzumaki was the Nine-Tails Fox, causing Naruto to be met with hatred and disdain from the village. Only then could Hiruzen take on the image of a savior and gain Naruto's trust and dependence. Jiraiya had always been thick-skinned and never thought that power could change a person so thoroughly. So over the years, he never considered that his disciple's orphan would be treated so poorly. Instead, he believed he would receive good care. It wasn't until just now, hearing the mocking words from Uchiha Zongyan, that he realized something was wrong. It turned out that the orphan entrusted to him by his disciple was living such a miserable life. Jiraiya's face was filled with guilt and helplessness as he looked at Naruto arguing with Sasuke by the pond, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he said to Uchiha Zongyan, I want to take him away and take him as my disciple. Uchiha Zongyan was taken aback and looked at Jiraiya. This is what you want to see, right? You should have guessed that the old man called me back to make me the 5th Hokage. But I have never liked politics and am not interested in being Hokage. If you are willing to let me take that child away, then I won't have to stay in the village and compete with you. This should also be the purpose of you showing me that document, right? Jiraiya thought very simply, but also very profoundly. Hiruzen had called him back to have him succeed as Hokage to counter the increasingly powerful Uchiha. But Jiraiya had never thought of being Hokage. He had a more important mission. Now that he had seen Naruto and learned about his situation, Jiraiya was filled with guilt and sadness. He didn't want this child to continue staying in the village, whether under Hiruzen or Uchiha Zongyan's control. That wasn't the fate this child should have. After all, his task was to find the child of prophecy, which was related to the future fate of the ninja world. The matters in Konoha were trivial compared to the entire ninja world. Let it be whatever it wants, as long as it doesn't get destroyed. Having realized this, Jiraiya tried to negotiate with Uchiha Zongyan. He proposed to exchange his disappearance for Naruto's freedom. After all, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki appearing in Uchiha territory, it was obvious that he was under Uchiha's control. What Jiraiya didn't expect was that Uchiha Zongyan would shake his head with a faint smile and then turn to the two kids. "You are overthinking it, Lord Jiraiya." Uchiha Zongyan understood what Jiraiya was thinking, but he was disdainful of the transaction Jiraiya proposed. "First of all, I have no intention of controlling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Only a weak person lacking confidence in their own strength would want to control a 6-year-old child. It's just a Nine-Tails, it's not that important. This child simply agreed to come over to study with Sasuke today and happened to run into me." Regardless of whether Jiraiya believed what he was saying, Uchiha Zongyan continued. "Secondly, I am not afraid of you staying in Konoha. In fact, I will prefer you to stay in Konoha as a shadow-level powerhouse. Your presence in Konoha is beneficial for everyone in the village. It is one of the guarantees of safety. But I respect your thoughts, and whether you choose to stay or leave is up to you. Moreover, there is one thing you may have misunderstood. Neither I nor the Uchiha clan has ever had the idea of controlling all of Konoha. We only resist because we do not want to be harmed by conspirators. You say you don't want to be Hokage. Do you think I want to be one? Compared to the highest power, the position of Hokage is just a burden, consuming my time and energy. The Uchiha have already achieved their current situation. Self-preservation is sufficient. Going further would only lead to a downfall. The Uchiha are too difficult to control. The more they gain, the more it can harm them." Uchiha Zongyan's words left Jiraiya in shock. He instinctively felt that Zongyan was lying because the actions of the Uchiha clan could hardly be described as self-preservation. But upon further reflection and connecting it to the evidence in that document, he felt that it might indeed be true. The Uchiha clan had already faced a dire situation, and Shimura Danzo was constantly plotting to destroy this clan. Was it wrong for them to retaliate? It was just that later, in the distribution of interests in the village, they had gained more power for the Uchiha clan, which could hardly be called wrong. Did he really misjudge this guy? Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Zongyan saw Jiraiya's conflicted expression and did not expose him, but instead smiled lightly. Currently, Konoha's Ninja Academy has elites from various ninja clans teaching. Students like Naruto and Sasuke can learn much more and better in school. Moreover, they're only 6 years old, which is an important stage for building a foundation. If you rashly take Naruto away from the village, it would actually be detrimental to his growth. I am not rejecting your request. I just hope you can consider it carefully. If, in the end, you still believe that taking Naruto away is the best choice, I won't stop you. As long as you get Naruto's consent and let him come to me to say he wants to leave, then it is fine. After all, he is just a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Compared to being the son of the 4th Hokage, I believe that identity is far more important. After speaking, Uchiha Zongyan stepped towards the pond, leaving Jiraiya deep in thought with a conflicted expression. He glanced up at the pond's edge, where Uchiha Zongyan, with a serious face, called to 2 young children and began explaining various points about chakra control in detail, while the 2 kids glared fiercely at each other, awkwardly turning their heads away. Chapter 153. A different Uchiha. Jiraiya stood silently in place, watching Uchiha Zongyan educate the 2 young ones with a stern expression. The scene before him filled Jiraiya with an indescribable sense of astonishment. Is this really an Uchiha? Moreover, a genius boy whose strength overshadowed that of the entire Konoha, nearly crushing the village single-handedly during a war. Jiraiya had grown up in Konoha for decades and had seen countless Uchihas. Not to mention that during various wars, he fought alongside these Uchihas and even served as the commander of large-scale battles, with Uchihas appointed under his command. In Jiraiya's impression, the Uchiha clan was always incredibly proud, with everyone wearing an arrogant expression. Regardless of age or strength, they all had this demeanor. Even those 2 who were close to the Konoha Hokage, praised by Sarutobi Hiruzen for their open-mindedness and great character. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. These two geniuses appeared courteous on the surface, and Uchiha Shursui was even quite approachable. But Jiraiya could always see that, deep down, they still carried the inherent pride and fervor unique to the Uchiha. There had never been anyone like Uchiha Zongyan. Although he looked serious, even somewhat indifferent. The earlier conversation and his attitude towards the two young ones showed that this boy truly treated others sincerely and was not arrogant because of his great power. Jiraiya even sensed that Uchiha Zongyan was quite rational and handled matters with remarkable calmness. This made Jiraiya begin to re-examine whether his thoughts were correct. Was it truly a good thing to take Naruto away from Konoha? Jiraiya habitually rubbed his stubble on his chin, his eyes lingering on Naruto Uzumaki's dazzling blonde hair. Naruto was only 6 years old, just started to learn at the Konoha Ninja Academy. 6 years of independent living had given Naruto a certain level of self-sufficiency. But he lacked much more. After all, he wasn't like the children from those big clans, and he was even at a disadvantage compared to kids from ordinary families. Even children from common backgrounds had parents who continuously educated them, instilling many necessary common sense and knowledge as they grew. Naruto lacked this knowledge, and coupled with his one-track mind, he often appeared foolish. If Jiraiya were to take Naruto away from Konoha, it would surely be like before, constantly traveling across the ninja world in search of the legendary child of prophecy. In this process, as an old bachelor, what could he teach Naruto? Ninjutsu, taijutsu, even summoning techniques and sage techniques. These were all valuable abilities and knowledge that Jiraiya could offer. However, Jiraiya knew even better that teaching Naruto these things at this stage would be akin to pulling seedlings to help them grow. Not to mention whether Naruto could learn them. Even if he did, without a solid foundation, mastering these abilities would only be a castle in the air. To give an inappropriate example, take Kakashi Hitaki. This guy had top-tier talent and qualifications in the original story, graduating from the Ninja Academy early, becoming a jounin at a young age, and continuously breaking records in Konoha. However, his development afterward was not as smooth. He reached his peak strength as an adult, but remained stuck at the elite jounin level without further progress. Perhaps this was partly due to the Sharingan left by Uchiha Obito. But more importantly, it was Kakashi's rapid growth that left his foundation too weak. In this light, leaving now was indeed not the best plan. But Minato, I really don't know what to do. Jiraiya sighed softly, recalling his brilliant and talented disciple. That man, warm like a little son, trusted him and Konoha so much, entrusting his child to them. In the end, Jiraiya's heart was filled with many thoughts. Feelings of guilt and indebtedness towards Minato and Naruto, causing him to continuously blame himself in his heart. Yet, he didn't know where to start to make amends. That bastard Sasuke, how did he master it so quickly? Seriously, we started learning together, and he already got it while I... Splash! Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki stepped onto the water surface again. But not long after, Naruto felt his chakra slipping out of control, losing his balance and falling into the pond. He had already experienced many such failures, although there were small improvements each time, compared to his companion, who was still struggling to maintain balance on the water, and even trying to take steps forward, he was far behind. They had started learning together, yet such a vast gap had appeared in no time. This made Naruto feel a surge of frustration. He swam to the pond's edge, struggling to get up, and then sat down heavily, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with a hint of envy. This disparity made him feel dejected. After glancing a few times, he lowered his head, letting the water droplets from his blonde hair fall to the ground. Uchiha Zongyan saw this scene and naturally understood what Naruto was thinking. This couldn't help but bring a smile to Uchiha Zongyan's face, reminding him of his feelings when he watched the original animated series. At this stage, Naruto Uzumaki indeed had a significant gap compared to Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Zongyan was puzzled back then, wondering why the protagonist performed so poorly. But seeing Naruto repeatedly refusing to back down, gritting his teeth and persevering, he truly embodied the spirit of a passionate shonen manga protagonist. Uchiha Zongyan reached out and placed his hand on Naruto's head, gently ruffling his wet blonde hair. Naruto felt a strange warmth from the hand on his head. He didn't know why, but he felt a close connection to Uchiha Zongyan, whom he had only met once. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Zongyan had allowed him to see his father, revealing the truth about his origins. Or perhaps it was because he keenly sensed that Uchiha Zongyan's attitude towards him was friendly, a rarity in Konoha. Zongyan brother, am I really useless? Compared to Sasuke, I'm just too far behind. No wonder he's the top student and I'm at the bottom. Naruto whispered, never having admitted his incompetence in front of his peers. But he always kept in mind his identity as the underdog, only using extreme confidence and arrogance to cover up his insecurities. Chapter 154. Naruto Uzumaki gains a grandfather. Naruto, actually, you are a genius. Uchiha Zongyan paused upon hearing this, then spoke in a calm tone. A genius? Me? Naruto was taken aback, raising his head to look at Uchiha Zongyan with an incredulous expression, trying to discern whether he was lying or just comforting him. Genius had always been Naruto's catchphrase. He often used it to motivate himself, and although it might come across as arrogance or a lack of self-awareness to others, it was the only thing Naruto could do. Because he truly couldn't do more, he could only comfort himself. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Zongyan actually claimed to be a genius. And he seemed serious, not just try to console himself. Yes, you're a genius. It's just that the nine tails inside you has its chakra spreading throughout your body, interfering with your ability to refine and control chakra, which makes it difficult for you to manage your own chakra. The fact that you can persistently strive and put in effort under such circumstances is already a sign of great talent. Uchiha Zongyan was neither lying nor deliberately comforting. This is how it is in the original work. In the early stages, Naruto Uzumaki was a true underachiever, only able to show his extraordinary side when extremely angry. For example, in the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, Naruto failed all assessments of the shadow clone technique. He was then deceived by Mizukage into stealing the Forbidden Scroll. When he saw his beloved teacher Iruka Yumino about to be killed, Naruto erupted in anger and used the multi-shadow clone technique to beat Mizukage down. You have to know that at this time, Naruto had only just seen the hand seals for the multi-shadow clone technique. The multi-shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique, even more difficult than the basic shadow clone technique. Typically, a regular ninja would take days, months, or even years to learn a technique. But Naruto was able to successfully use it on his first try, showcasing his genius. Later, after training with Jiraiya, and with his seal stabilized by Jiraiya, the protagonist's brilliance began to shine through. But that's another story. Really? That stinky fox has been causing me trouble all along? What a jerk. It has been living in my body for so many years, and I never even asked it for rent, yet it still interferes with me. Naruto was shocked upon hearing this, and immediately showed an angry expression, wishing he could confront the Nine Tails. Thinking back to his time at the Ninja Academy, he always learned ninjutsu much slower than his classmates, and his taijutsu and weapon throwing were also at the bottom because he couldn't control his chakra. He originally thought it was due to his lack of talent, but it turned out to be because of the Nine Tails inside him. Now Naruto found a scapegoat and immediately pushed all his faults and shortcomings onto the Nine Tails. However, now that he knew the reason, Naruto wanted to resolve it immediately. But he instinctively glanced at Uchiha Zongyan, wanting to ask this older brother for help. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he fell silent again. Naruto couldn't bring himself to say it. Not to mention that he and Uchiha Zongyan didn't have a particularly close relationship. He was a stranger, so why would he help him? Moreover, Uchiha Zongyan had already told him the reason, and Naruto was very grateful for that. How could he ask for more? Seeing Naruto's conflicted expression, Uchiha Zongyan chuckled lightly, turned to Jiraiya, and said, Lord Jiraiya, could you come over here for a moment? I need a little help. Jiraiya, who was over there, was taken aback and nodded as he walked over. He had been deep in thought just now and hadn't noticed what was happening here. Although a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber has keen senses and could easily hear their conversation at this distance, Uchiha Zongyan was teaching knowledge, and even though it was trivial to him, he shouldn't eavesdrop. Naruto, I know where your problem lies, but I can't help you. However, this person is different. Lord Jiraiya is a master of sealing techniques, one of the best in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. If he steps in, he can easily solve your problem. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with curious eyes. After hearing Uchiha Zongyan's words, Naruto's eyes lit up, filled with infinite expectation as he looked at Jiraiya. Because Uchiha Zongyan's words undoubtedly indicated that the white-haired ninja in front of him could solve his problem. Sealing techniques? What problem does Naruto have? Upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan's introduction, Jiraiya immediately frowned and then turned to look at Naruto Uzumaki. After all, Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails. The sealing on him is meant to seal the Nine Tails, right? If there is a problem with the Nine Tails seal, that is a huge issue. Sasuke, come over here for a moment. Uchiha Zongyan called Sasuke over and introduced the two little ones to Jiraiya, saying, This is Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf. In the entire ninja world, Lord Jiraiya's strength is also among the best, on par with the Kage of various villages. The two little ones were shocked upon hearing this. Jiraiya's background was indeed impressive. Lord Jiraiya. X2 haha. It's just a hollow title, nothing to mention. Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed under Naruto's adoring gaze, but more so. He felt proud. The old white-haired man feigned modesty, scratching the back of his head with a hearty smile. And he is also a novelist whose fame echoes throughout the ninja world. Though he writes adult novels, and his greatest hobby is peeping at women in the bathhouses. He is a total pervert. You must not learn from him. Seeing Jiraiya's proud demeanor, Uchiha Zongyan rolled his eyes and immediately started exposing his shortcomings. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Jiraiya immediately panicked and began to scold him. This was his first meeting with the orphan of his disciple. And Uchiha Zongyan revealing these embarrassing stories made it hard for him to face anyone. Huh, old pervert. TCH, no respect for the elderly. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke immediately changed their expressions. Sasuke even reached out to grab Naruto's sleeve, pulling him a bit further away from Jiraiya. Naruto, be careful. This pervert is said to even target little boys. Jiraiya was completely devastated. He never thought there would come a day when the great sage of the toad would be treated as a pervert. As the jokes continued, Uchiha Zongyan raised a finger and smiled at Naruto, saying, of course, there is one more important point. Lord Jiraiya is your father's teacher, so according to seniority, you can call him Grandpa. Chapter 155, Strengthening Naruto Uzumaki's seal. Upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan's words, Jiraiya's face immediately showed some astonishment, because until now, he still didn't know that Naruto had already met his father, Minato Namikaze, in the spiritual space. According to the information Jiraiya had, Naruto had been kept in the dark and knew nothing. Originally, Jiraiya had planned not to reveal it to Naruto so quickly. He feared that Naruto would not be able to accept it, as his background had been hidden for too long. He was more afraid that once Naruto learned about his parents' identities, he would cry and want to meet them. What could he do then? He couldn't possibly use the reanimation jutsu to summon Minato and Kushina, could he? So Jiraiya intended to approach Naruto with the attitude of a first meeting. It would be best if he could take him as a disciple, establishing a bond between them in another form, making it more natural. This is how it was in the original work. Jiraiya never revealed to Naruto that he was his father's teacher until his death. But now the situation had unexpectedly changed, and Uchiha Zongyan had revealed his identity so easily. This was a disaster. How could it be so sudden? Jiraiya had no mental preparation at all. He frowned and looked at Naruto, already anticipating what kind of reaction Naruto would have and how he would explain it. But what Jiraiya completely did not expect was that the expression on Naruto's face was one of surprise and joy. It's completely different from what he thought. The reactions of shock and confusion. Really? Lord Jiraiya is actually my father's teacher? No wonder. It makes sense now. My dad became so strong because he was taught by Lord Jiraiya and eventually became the fourth Hokage. The time Uzumaki Naruto spent talking with Namikaze Minato in the spiritual space was not long. He only expressed some father-son feelings. Minato didn't have the chance to tell Naruto many things, including about Jiraiya. However, since Naruto was already mentally prepared, it was easy for him to accept new information. What? Naruto knows who his father is? Jiraiya was taken aback and quickly turned to look at Uchiha Zongyan, who nodded in response. That's right. Naruto has known for a long time. Moreover, the fourth Hokage left some chakra in Naruto's spiritual space, which I accidentally touched, allowing the fourth Hokage to meet Naruto. So Jiraiya need not worry. Is that so? Jiraiya sighed, roughly understanding the situation before him. Huh, Naruto, you are actually the son of the fourth Hokage. How come I've never heard of this before? Uchiha Sasuke was also hearing about his companion's background for the first time, leaving him utterly shocked. Given Naruto's difficult situation, it was clear from his experiences at the Konoha Ninja Academy, being isolated and ostracized, Uzumaki Naruto is actually the son of a hero. How could he have such a miserable situation? Huh, that's right, my dad is awesome, but I only found out not long ago. I thought I didn't have a dad before. Uzumaki Naruto beamed with a bright and proud smile, unable to help but cross his arms behind his head, looking somewhat smug. This little brat is indeed very happy and proud to have a heroic father. What the heck, the fourth Hokage is so powerful, yet you're at the bottom. Don't embarrass the Hokage. Seeing Naruto's proud demeanor, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but strike back. What did you say? Bastard Sasuke. I didn't embarrass my dad. I was just disturbed by the Nine Tails chakra. Didn't you hear what Zongyan said? Naruto immediately became angry and used Uchiha Zongyan's words as an excuse. The two little brats were playfully bickering, and Jiraiya watched with some comfort. He had always been unsure how to face his disciple's orphan. But now he saw that despite Naruto's hardships, he had grown up strong and optimistic, and he did not harbor negative emotions because of his father's identity and circumstances. This made him feel even guiltier, thinking he had let down his disciples' wishes. Lord Jiraiya, can you tell me about my father's story? That day he only talked to me for a little while before disappearing, and I still have a lot of questions for him. Jiraiya, still lost in thought, heard Naruto speaking to him, his bright blue eyes filled with anticipation. Sure, Jiraiya chuckled heartily, then began to recount past events to Uzumaki Naruto. After finishing the story, the image of Naruto's father became even more vivid and full in his mind. Especially the shining image of Namake's Minato made Naruto very satisfied. This was the father he dreamed of. Uchiha Zongyan, seeing that Jiraiya had finished, finally brought up the serious matter. Lord Jiraiya, there are still issues with Naruto that need your resolution. According to my observations, the sealing technique used by the fourth Hokage to seal the Nine Tails into Naruto has gradually become ineffective over time. Now, the Nine Tails within Naruto often leaks chakra through the cracks in the seal. This chakra interferes with Naruto's own chakra flow, making it difficult for him to master body techniques. Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu. I'm not skilled in sealing techniques, so I can only let Lord Jiraiya handle it. Otherwise, as Naruto grows, the cracks in the seal will become larger and could ultimately pose a significant threat to him. Uchiha Zongyan explained to Jiraiya, who listened with an increasingly serious expression. This is how it was in the original story. Uzumaki Naruto's seal was never repaired, which led to him being unable to control his chakra. This is just the secondary issue. More importantly, as Uzumaki Naruto grew, the Nine Tails chakra leaked out repeatedly. The Nine Tails also began to interfere with and affect Naruto's mind through this chakra, leading to Naruto's several instances of tailed beast transformation, which could even threaten his life at times. However, sealing techniques cannot perfectly resolve this hidden danger. Ultimately, Naruto must reconcile with the Nine Tails himself. I understand. Jiraiya nodded seriously, then approached Naruto after greeting Uchiha Zongyan, leading Naruto into the house. He needed to find a quiet place to reinforce Naruto's seal. Chapter 156, Perverted Old Man. What did you do to Naruto? The sealing technique used by Namake's Minato to seal the Nine Tails is the four-symbol seal. This sealing technique comes from the Uzumaki clan. The four-symbol seal leaves a mark on a human body or other objects, which can completely seal powerful enemies within the chosen object for a long time. The power of the sealing mark depends on the strength of the user. The stronger the user, the more enduring and solid the mark's power will be. However, over time, the mark's power will gradually weaken, and if no one reinforces the mark, once it weakens to a certain extent, the sealed target may break free from the seal. The problem lies here. Uchiha Obito deliberately chose to attack Konoha village when the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, was giving birth. On one hand, this was because Kushina was weakened during childbirth and unable to control the Nine Tails within her. On the other hand, it was also because the seal would have vulnerabilities during childbirth, allowing him to extract the Nine Tails. Although Namake's Minato later repelled Uchiha Obito with his immense strength and combat wisdom, and with Kushina's unparalleled sealing ability, he was able to confine the Nine Tails again. Kushina, who had already been opened up once, obviously could not put the Nine Tails back in. Therefore, whether out of selfishness or public duty, Namake's Minato could only seal the Nine Tails within his newly born son. Uzumaki Naruto went from a newborn crying baby to the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, the baby's body was incredibly fragile, making it extremely difficult to contain the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world. After Minato barely managed to seal it inside, he didn't dare to use too much power, because any increase in the strength of the four-symbol seal he used would cause great harm to Uzumaki Naruto. Originally, according to Minato's naive thoughts, after he and Kushina died, their orphan Uzumaki Naruto would not only be the new Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, but also the hero of Konoha village, as he resolved the great crisis of Konoha with his weak body. Although the fourth Hokage couple died, there was still the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and many elite jonin in Konoha village. Minato also had close relationships with his master Jiraiya, his disciple Hitaki Kakashi, and a group of Konoha ninjas who once followed him. Minato believed that Uzumaki Naruto would be well taken care of and that someone would regularly reinforce the seal on him. Unfortunately, Minato's naivety fell victim to reality. Naruto Uzumaki not only did not receive the treatment of a hero, but under the deliberate manipulation of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he gained the reputation of a demon fox, which was accompanied by the villagers' disgust and hatred. The seal on Naruto seemed to have been subconsciously overlooked. Hiruzen Sarutobi perhaps did not master the four-symbol seal, so he lacked the ability to reinforce the seal. Jiraiya, who mastered the four-symbol seal, did not even think of this, spending his days wandering in various corners of the ninja world. Jiraiya brought Naruto Uzumaki into a room. This residence, serving as the clan leader's home, was often cleaned by clan members, so the room was very tidy. Naruto, take off your clothes and let me see, Jiraiya said as he sat cross-legged on the tatami mat with Naruto. Take off my clothes? What? You perverted sage. What are you trying to do to me? As soon as Naruto heard Jiraiya asking him to undress, he immediately thought of what Uchiha Zongyan had just said about Jiraiya's unsavory character. He jumped up like a startled rabbit, hugged his chest, and shrank into a corner, shouting loudly, Zongyan brother, come save me, this perverted sage, boo-hoo. Just as Naruto was about to call for help, Jiraiya quickly covered his mouth and sternly said, Don't shout. I just want to see your seal. Didn't we agree to help you solve the Nine-Tails chakra problem? What perverted sage? What are you thinking, you little brat? Jiraiya was extremely embarrassed. Even such a thick-skinned guy as him turned red from Naruto's words. Although Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, was known for his lecherous nature, he had never had any thoughts toward the same sex. What a shame. After a commotion, Naruto took off his t-shirt, revealing the four-symbol seal on his stomach. Sure enough, the marks of a seal had faded a lot compared to 6 years ago. If it was not reinforced, it might fail in a few years. Once the seal failed, the Nine-Tails would definitely not miss this opportunity to break free. At that time, the Jinchuriki without the tailed beast would only have a dead end. Damn it, I only just found out about this. How could I? Jiraiya saw the seal on Naruto and thought of various unpleasant scenarios, grinding his teeth in anger. Naruto, I'm going to reinforce your seal. It might hurt, so you have to endure it. Okay, I'm not afraid of pain, Four-symbol seal. Jiraiya concentrated chakra in his right hand, and in an instant, it was placed on Naruto's belly. Just a moment ago, Naruto had confidently said he was not afraid of pain, but unexpectedly, an unprecedented pain swept over him, causing him to instinctively cry out in pain. The immense pain came in waves, and Naruto's self-protective mechanism made him lose consciousness, and he fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, Naruto seemed to hear a terrifying voice in his mind roaring. Damn it, who the hell dares to do this? Why get out? I will definitely kill you and eat you. Of course, Jiraiya could not hear the Nine-Tails roar, but when he saw Naruto pass out after the seal was placed, he hurriedly reached out to catch him and carefully laid him on the ground. This should be fine now. This seal can last at least 5 or 6 years. Jiraiya carefully observed the condition of the seal and came to a fairly good conclusion. Since Naruto was now 6 years old, his physical condition was different from when he was just born, allowing him to withstand a stronger seal. So, Jiraiya used more chakra, making the seal more solid. You bastard! You perverted old man! What did you do to Naruto? Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and Uchiha Sasuke rushed in with an anxious expression. Just outside, Sasuke had heard Naruto calling for help, followed by Naruto's cries. This made Sasuke think the worst, especially since Jiraiya was known to be a complete pervert. Therefore, Sasuke rushed in, and as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Naruto lying on the ground without clothes. Bastard! Perverted old man! What did you do to Naruto? Chapter 157. Information on the Akatsuki organization thus, although it was truly just a misunderstanding. The impression of Jiraiya as a perverted uncle was firmly etched in Sasuke's mind and could never be changed. To Jiraiya and Sasuke's surprise, after Naruto woke up, he immediately noticed the changes in his body. He had become an adult. No, it should be that Jiraiya had helped him unlock his potential. However, it felt strange to phrase it that way. Naruto realized that the chakra, which had previously been invisible and intangible, entangling him and preventing him from properly performing ninjutsu, was now gone. Naruto the Great has finally stood up. Naruto joyfully pulled Sasuke to the pond in the courtyard and stepped onto the water surface again without hesitation. TCH, even if their essay change, it can't be this quick, idiot. Sasuke watched from the side, his face showing a disdainful expression. Uchiha Zongyan taught the two how to walk on water as a way to train their chakra control skills and abilities. However, controlling chakra is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires a long process. Sasuke, recognized as a little genius, could stand on the water surface and even attempt to take steps in such a short time, which was already very impressive. But he was still a bit away from meeting the requirements for learning the shadow clone technique. Naruto was even worse off. The little blonde couldn't even stand on the water surface, getting wet countless times. I stood up. I am indeed a genius. Zongyan brother, Jiraiya grandpa look. And you too, idiot Sasuke, do you know how great I am now? After the hidden danger of Naruto's seal was resolved, his true talent was immediately revealed. He had previously studied with Sasuke, and although he could not succeed due to chakra issues, he had accumulated experience. Now that the chakra problem was gone, Naruto naturally stood on the water surface. Not bad. Impressive, huh? You little brat. Zongyan and Jiraiya praised in succession, having observed Naruto's efforts. TCH, you're still far behind me. Sasuke snorted coldly, but the next moment he smiled. Although Naruto's progress surprised him, seeing his companion finally showcase unprecedented talent made Sasuke feel a sense of joy in his heart. Next, the two little brats became increasingly proficient at walking on water and no longer needed supervision. Zongyan took Jiraiya into the house and sat down at the low table to drink tea. Thank you very much today, Zongyan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about the problem with Naruto for who knows how long. If something dangerous happened to Naruto, how would he know how to face Minato and Kushina after I die? Jiraiya sipped his hot tea and sincerely thanked Uchiha Zongyan. No need to say that. Naruto also indirectly helped me a lot. Moreover, his father, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to protect Konoha, so our Uchiha clan should also bear this gratitude. Zongyan waved his hand, stating it was just a small effort. So, Jiraiya-sama, do you still insist on taking Naruto away? After all, now that Naruto knows your identity, relying on this bond to take him away should have a higher chance, right? Sigh. Hearing Uchiha Zongyan's words, Jiraiya sighed softly and placed his teacup on the table. He turned to look at the two little kids playing in the courtyard, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, and sighed, I've been thinking for a long time, but the more I think about it, the more I feel that I shouldn't take Naruto away. After all, I'm a man over 50, with no experience in taking care of children. Even if Naruto really wants to leave with me, I'm not confident that I could take good care of him. Moreover, I have a heavy burden on my shoulders, destined to run around in the ninja world, and I'm afraid Naruto would suffer with me. In fact, after reinforcing Naruto Uzumaki's nine-tail seal with the four-symbol seal, Jiraiya had more or less come to a conclusion. The main reason he wanted to take Naruto away from Konoha was that the current situation in the village made him uneasy. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was about to step down, and the Uchiha clan was about to take control of Konoha. Such a change was unprecedented for Konoha, and Jiraiya didn't know how this Konoha would treat Naruto Uzumaki. Furthermore, 6 years ago during the Nine Tails incident, that masked man had used the Uchiha clan Sharingan to extract the Nine Tails from Kushina Uzumaki's belly, and after controlling it, he destroyed half of Konoha. Once the Uchiha completely took power, would Naruto Uzumaki, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, be used as a weapon of war by the Uchiha? Or would they directly extract the Nine Tails and control it with the Sharingan? Who could guarantee? However, Uchiha Zongyan's actions earlier dispelled Jiraiya's worries. Since Uchiha Zongyan could point out the flaws in Naruto's seal to Jiraiya and let him reinforce it, this was clearly an action that showed he had no greed for the Nine Tails. Otherwise, Uchiha Zongyan could have allowed Naruto's seal to gradually fail, and when the Nine Tails broke free, he could control it with the Sharingan without having to bear the responsibility of harming the Jinchuriki, and he would gain a terrifying tailed beast. Why would he want that? So at this moment, Jiraiya understood that at least Uchiha Zongyan, the clan leader of the Uchiha, had no bad intentions towards Naruto Uzumaki. On the contrary, seeing Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, this pair of happy enemies, Jiraiya felt that under the protection of the Uchiha, Naruto could receive better treatment. It's great that Lord Jiraiya thinks so. I also believe that Naruto should stay in the village. Not to mention that Naruto is still in school and needs a long time to lay a foundation and learn various knowledge. Moreover, with the current turbulent situation in the ninja world, I think if Naruto goes out with you, he would be more likely to face threats. According to the information I have received, there is a powerful organization in the ninja world that is plotting to seize the tailed beast from various ninja villages to gain unparalleled power to achieve their goals. After hearing Jiraiya's meaning, Uchiha Zongyan nodded and released goodwill. Informing Jiraiya about the Akatsuki organization's intelligence in advance gave the old white-haired man enough time to investigate. That way, it wouldn't lead to the same old path, with souls returning to the sea, right? What? An organization plotting to seize the tailed beasts? Jiraiya was immediately astonished. Tailed beasts are the weapons of war for each ninja village and are of extremely high importance. How confident must this organization be to attempt to seize them from the major ninja villages? What could their goals possibly be? At this point, A sense of urgency and threat rose in Jiraiya's heart. Chapter 158, Jiraiya's Invitation to Battle when I watched the original work in my past life. The Akatsuki organization had not yet revealed itself at this point in time. Uchiha Zongyan also had no relevant memories of what the Akatsuki was doing during this time. Therefore, there wasn't too much he could tell Jiraiya, and the rest would require Jiraiya to track and investigate on his own. I understand. I will pay more attention. Jiraiya saw Uchiha Zongyan's serious expression and roughly understood the importance of this intelligence. So he nodded earnestly and took on the task of investigating the Akatsuki's information. Then, the two fell into silence, with only the fragrance of tea wafting around. Uchiha Zongyan gently took a sip of tea and, seeing Jiraiya's conflicted expression, couldn't he help but break the silence. Is there something troubling Lord Jiraiya? Feel free to speak. Sigh. How should I put this? I hope Zongyan doesn't mind. Jiraiya shook his head, hiding the helpless expression on his face. It's like this. I was originally visiting a small country, but the old man sent 2 people to find me. In the letter he sent, he said many serious things, making me rush back in a panic. But clearly, the situation in Konoha is very different from what he said. I haven't seen anything that is drastically different from usual. Since returning to Konoha, Jiraiya had visited the entire village. In his eyes, Konoha had not fallen into a bad situation due to an internal conflict that hadn't truly broken out yet. Although the residents of Konoha were frightened, there were no other impacts. They continued to live as usual. Only the ninjas of Konoha had not yet gotten used to this change. But whether it was the newly added teachers at the Konoha Ninja Academy, or the Hinata Clansbikugan making surgeries at the Konoha Hospital smoother, or the many new faces in the Konoha Security Department, all these changes indicated that Konoha was moving in a better direction, completely different from the situation described in Sarutobi Hiruzen's letter. Jiraiya's reason for returning to Konoha was simple. He didn't want to take on the position of the 5th Hokage. This wayward man, used to a free life, returned just out of the desire to protect Konoha. If, as Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the Uchiha's rise to power caused chaos in Konoha, then Jiraiya would unreservedly stand up to stop it and strive to bring Konoha back to normal. But in reality, because of Uchiha Zongyan's presence, Konoha was better off. So what significance did Jiraiya have in staying? Jiraiya already had thoughts of leaving in his heart, which was why he had told Uchiha Zongyan that he wanted to take Naruto Uzumaki with him. However, what troubled Jiraiya was that if he just left, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the old monkey was his mentor, and he had a deep bond of gratitude and master-disciple relationship with Jiraiya. If he rejected without even reading the letter, it would still be acceptable at that moment. But if Jiraiya returned, did nothing, and then left, how would Sarutobi Hiruzen feel? Wouldn't it be equivalent to saying that Jiraiya thought it was correct for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down and that he acknowledged the rise of the Uchiha clan? I understand. So how does Lord Jiraiya plan to resolve this? Uchiha Zongyan understood Jiraiya's thoughts and lightly furrowed his brows. He had some fondness for Jiraiya's character due to the original work, but now that the anime had become reality, that little fondness could only make Uchiha Zongyan treat Jiraiya with a good attitude, but it couldn't make him yield to Sarutobi Hiruzen. So Uchiha Zongyan decided to listen to Jiraiya's thoughts. If it didn't align with his own, then it would be regrettable. What I want to say is, why don't we have a battle? It would serve as an explanation for the old man and for myself. If you really are stronger than me, then Naruto can grow under your protection, and I would feel more at ease. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He felt that his request was somewhat excessive and didn't want to provoke hostility from Uchiha Zongyan. Of course, even if you lose to me, I won't have any demands and will even tell others that you won. Jiraiya shouldn't have said that. As soon as he did, Uchiha Zongyan's expression worsened. What do you mean losing to you and still saying you won to others? Is this openly throwing a fake match? No problem, since Lord Jiraiya is interested. I'm happy to oblige. Uchiha Zongyan placed the cup on the table lightly, his expression calm as he spoke. Outside of Konoha, 2 graceful female figures were swiftly heading towards the village. The one in front had an extraordinary presence, with beautiful golden hair and a charming face. The one behind had black hair and eyes, cradling a pink pet pig. Lord Tsunade really is contradictory. She clearly sternly rejected the requests of Hinata and Aoyama, sending them away. Yet not long after, she secretly ran towards Konoha, obviously very worried about its safety. This Tsunder demeanor is really cute. Kato Shizen secretly watched Tsunade's back, silently thinking. Hinata and Aoyama, upon seeing Tsunade, were chased away without even being able to take out their letters. Fearing to anger Tsunade, the two could only treat it as a failed mission and return to Konoha. But unexpectedly, after chasing the two away, Tsunade used the excuse of going to another country, yet passed through Konoha. It's hard to understand how this convoluted route can be said to be passing through. Shizune, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and catch up. As if sensing Kato Shizune's internal comments about her from behind, Tsunade turned back and shot her a stern look, urging her on. Yes, Lord Tsunade. Kato Shizune dared not retort, obediently nodding and quickening her pace. Lord Tsunade is indeed very gentle. Although she says she doesn't care, she still cares about Konoha's safety in her heart. Over the years, whenever she passed through the Land of Fire, Lord Tsunade would come to places near Konoha to gather information and sometimes even gaze at the village from afar. It's a pity that Lord Tsunade has already been hurt too deeply. Returning to Konoha would only make her more sorrowful. Kato Shizune's older brother, named Kato Daku, was the only boyfriend Tsunade ever loved in her life. Unfortunately, this man died on the battlefield, just like Tsunade's biological brother, Senju Naruki. The deaths of these two individuals brought immense psychological trauma to Tsunade, making her unwilling to set foot in Konoha again. In the original work, if it weren't for the designated protagonist Uzumaki Naruto's strongest illusion mouth cannon, Tsunade would have no reason to return to Konoha, let alone become the 5th Hokage. Someone is fighting ahead. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Tsunade sharply heard sounds of intense battle coming from the forest beside her and quickly led Kato Shizune over. Chapter 159, 30 million volts. Thunderbird, since they decided to have a duel, UchihaZongyan and Jiraiya would not drag their feet. However, both are shadow-level powerhouses, and fighting in Konoha would cause massive destruction, so the forest outside Konoha is the best venue. Originally, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke also wanted to come along to join the fun, but they were refused by UchihaZongyan and Jiraiya. The reason is simple. They're just little kids who are not even genin yet, having just entered the Jonin school, and a casual burst of energy could take their lives. Although both are designated protagonists and future children of prophecy, they're still far from being able to withstand the aftermath of a battle. Observing from close range is too dangerous. Fortunately, both kids are quite sensible. After being rejected, only Uzumaki Naruto threw a little tantrum for a while, but soon gave up. UchihaZongyan and Jiraiya simply left the two in the courtyard to continue training and quickly rushed to the Death Forest. In the Death Forest, UchihaZongyan and Jiraiya casually found a relatively open area and stood facing each other. If Jiraiya had been thinking about challenging UchihaZongyan for a long time, then UchihaZongyan was completely unprepared. Although he was somewhat angered by Jiraiya's provocation, more so, he wanted to use Jiraiya to validate his own strength. After all, Jiraiya is a solid shadow-level powerhouse in his prime. The three shadow-level opponents UchihaZongyan had previously defeated cannot be said to be in their prime. Sarutobi Hiruzen, needless to say, has already entered his twilight years, his physical strength having declined significantly, and he is no longer as powerful as before. Uchiha Fugaku, the owner of the Mangeki Sharingan, is more like a beautiful vase that looks good but is useless. Since he became the clan leader, he rarely stepped onto the battlefield. The awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan dates back 20 years, and he has hardly used it since. Lacking combat experience and insufficient mastery of the Mangeki Sharingan's abilities, it's no wonder he couldn't win. As for Uchiha Itachi, he was completely restrained by UchihaZongyan. Uchiha Itachi's fighting style is primarily illusion-based and is among the top illusion masters in Naruto. But unfortunately, the ability of UchihaZongyan's flowing blade, Ruoho, suppresses the soul, rendering all soul-based illusions ineffective, which led to Uchiha Itachi's demise, beheaded in one stroke. In 3 battles, UchihaZongyan won decisively, but none were evenly matched until the end. Only Jiraiya, this man who is considered one of the best among shadow-level powerhouses, has enough ability to push UchihaZongyan to his limits. Zongyan, I am much older than you, so you can go first. I've heard about your abilities from the old man. They're quite impressive and very powerful. I am really looking forward to seeing them in action. Jiraiya gazed at UchihaZongyan, laughing heartily. At this moment, the arrogant aura exuded by Jiraiya was unmistakable, showcasing the demeanor of a madman. This middle-aged, white-haired uncle, back in the day, was also a strong man who stepped out of a sea of corpses. One step at a time. All right, let me show you little by little. UchihaZongyan smiled upon hearing this, and suddenly mobilized the chakra within him, instantly filling his body with countless arcs of electricity. Zzz. Dazzling lightning snakes appeared on Uchiha Zongyan's body, quickly spreading all over, wrapping around every part of his body. Even in Jiraiya's sight, it seemed that Uchiha Zongyan's body transformed into lightning for a moment, no longer resembling flesh and blood. Alright, is this your lightning release ability? It looks very much like the Lightning Shadow's lightning release body technique from the Cloud Village, but it feels to me more pure and aggressive. Jiraiya, well-versed in various techniques, had fought head-on with the Lightning Shadow of the Cloud Village during the Great Ninja War and was very familiar with its lightning release body technique. Seeing Uchiha Zongyan's Thunder Fruit ability now, he immediately made the connection, but in his perception, Uchiha Zongyan's aura was even more formidable. Limitless Thunder Prison. Uchiha Zongyan whispered, controlling his chakra to direct the lightning within him into the ground, quickly forming a massive electric net on the surface. He was constructing his electric field. As the user of the Thunder Fruit, his absolute speed cannot match the speed of light from the GoroGoro no Mi. But if he is within his own electric field, he can achieve speeds that rival light. Are you ready? Here I come. Feeling that the electric field was complete, Uchiha Zongyan looked at Jiraiya. Come on. Jiraiya watched helplessly as Uchiha Zongyan completed his preparations, also feeling the crackling sound of thunder on the ground. A surge of long-lost bloodlust rose in Jiraiya's heart, igniting his fighting spirit. Instant transmission. Just as Jiraiya's words fell, Uchiha Zongyan transformed into lightning, appearing before Jiraiya in an instant. Thunderbolt. The moment he appeared, Uchiha Zongyan's right wrist turned into electric light, shooting a thick bolt of lightning straight at Jiraiya's face, which was only inches away. So fast. Of course, Jiraiya's speed couldn't match Uchiha Zongyan's near-light speed. However, although Uchiha Zongyan's speed approached light, his neural and physical reactions were still unable to reach that level, allowing Jiraiya to perceive and react to his attack. Whoosh! Jiraiya quickly retreated to dodge the thunderbolt attack, then formed hand seals in front of his chest, unleashing a fierce flame from his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball. This technique was Jiraiya's unique skill, refining his chakra into oil, filling his mouth, and then igniting the oil with fire release chakra, resulting in far greater destructive power than ordinary fire release. Boom! The lightning collided with the fireball, producing a deafening roar. Before Jiraiya could catch his breath, he sensed danger approaching. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Uchiha Zongyan shouted, and a dazzling bolt of lightning transformed into a giant bird, darting towards Jiraiya at high speed. If it hit, it could be life-threatening. A dangerous warning flashed through Jiraiya's mind, but the more dangerous it was, the calmer Jiraiya became. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the Thunderbird. Boom! The earthen wall shattered like tofu, easily crushed by the Thunderbird, which relentlessly charged at Jiraiya. Earth release. Great earth flow wall. Seeing that one earthen wall wouldn't suffice, Jiraiya quickly increased his chakra output, forming a wall 5 times thicker than the previous one, successfully stopping the Thunderbird. Divine Judgment. Suddenly, Uchiha Zongyan's voice echoed before the broken earthen wall. Jiraiya's heart stirred, and he looked up at the sky, only to see a thick bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, striking straight down towards him. Ninja Art. Needle Earthworm. Chapter 160. The Stomach of the Rock-Summoned Giant Toad. Sage Mode Jiraiya. After Uchiha Zongyan constructed the electric field, within its range, no one could match his speed. Of course, Jiraiya couldn't, so he fell into a passive position, enduring relentless attacks from Uchiha Zongyan's terrifying lightning strikes. However, Jiraiya was strong, and his tough physique meant that as long as he wasn't directly hit by something as terrifying as the Thunderbird, he wouldn't sustain significant injuries. The situation was momentarily a stalemate, but as time passed, Jiraiya gradually adapted to the speed of Uchiha Zongyan's lightning and began to regain the upper hand. Ninja Art. Wild Hair Lion Technique. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, and the white hair behind his head suddenly elongated, curling towards Uchiha Zongyan. But unexpectedly, it missed, as Uchiha Zongyan did not dodge. At the moment of contact with the white hair, he transformed into lightning and instantly teleported back in front of Jiraiya. Now's my chance. Toad Mouth Binding Technique. Seeing Uchiha Zongyan easily evade his attack, Jiraiya was not disheartened, but rather delighted. This was the moment he had been waiting for. As soon as Uchiha Zongyan finished teleporting, he summoned the stomach of the rock-summoned giant toad from Mayaboka Mountain, enclosing both Uchiha Zongyan and himself inside. This rock-summoned giant toad was immensely large, and just its stomach could fit a small mountain. Enemies trapped inside had no chance of escape. Gotcha, Zongyan! Jiraiya grinned at Uchiha Zongyan, feeling proud after being pressed hard for so long, nearly losing his temper. Now, he finally found the opportunity to trap Uchiha Zongyan and laughed joyfully. Yes, you caught me. But then what? How can you harm me? Uchiha Zongyan looked around, observing the inside of a rock-summoned giant toad's stomach, then casually replied to Jiraiya's words. Hee hee, don't underestimate Sage Jiraiya. I'm going to use all my strength now. Jiraiya smiled, then slammed his hands on the ground, performing the summoning technique. Little Jiraiya, have you encountered an enemy that requires us to come out? As a cloud of smoke cleared, a toad appeared on each of Jiraiya's shoulders. One had a long beard, and the other had purple curly hair, both looking quite spirited and immediately showing signs of tension. Don't worry, Sannin Fukazaku and Sannin Shima, it's not an enemy. It's just a spar with a junior from the village. But this junior strength is a bit beyond my expectations, so I can only ask you two for help. Jiraiya explained the situation to the two toad sages with a smile. Oh, I thought we encountered some dangerous enemy. Little Jiraiya, you idiot. If it's just a spar, why did you have to call us? I was cooking bugs at home. After hearing this, Sannin Fukazaku and Sannin Shima grumbled at Jiraiya, but ultimately accepted his request for help. So this is your junior? Huh? Looks pretty young. How old is he? Sannin Fukazaku remarked in surprise upon seeing the somewhat youthful Uchiha Zongyan. This kid has frightening lightning. What exactly is he? Sannin Shima felt the terrifying aura of Uchiha Zongyan's lightning and wore a serious expression on her face. Hello, I am Uchiha Zongyan. Uchiha Zongyan was quite interested in the renowned sage of Mayaboka Mountain from the original work. However, in reality, seeing two green toads before him made Uchiha Zongyan feel somewhat disappointed. Ha! This kid is the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan and the strongest combat force in Konoha village right now. Don't underestimate him. After chatting for a bit, both sides entered a combat stance. Zongyan, don't think I'm taking advantage of you. I genuinely need the help of the two sages to enter sage mode. If I can't fight to my fullest in this rare and exhilarating battle, I would regret it. After explaining this to Uchiha Zongyan, Jiraiya had the two toad sages help him absorb natural energy and entered sage mode. In sage mode, Jiraiya's face exhibited clear signs of frog-like transformation, with two distinct streaks of oil paint, and his pupils turned rectangular, appearing quite peculiar. No problem. I'm also curious to see just how strong Lord Jiraiya is when fighting with all his might. Uchiha Zongyan shook his head nonchalantly, then summoned the flowing blade of fire. A black blade emanating a scorching aura appeared in Uchiha Zongyan's hand, causing the air inside the rock-summoned giant toad's stomach to heat up. This is the terrifying sword that the old man mentioned. It truly is extraordinary. Jiraiya silently marveled at Uchiha Zongyan's flowing blade of fire. Come on, Jiraiya suddenly shouted, and his white hair instantly swelled, shooting out countless white needles. Sage art. Hair needle 1,000 needs. Countless white needles poured out like a torrential storm, filling the entire space with not a single place to evade. Use elementalization to dodge? No, these hairs carry natural energy. They are not just simple physical attacks. Uchiha Zongyan initially planned to evade using elementalization, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that each white needle was accompanied by a faint green energy, clearly indicating it was natural energy. This is the first time Uchiha Zongyan has fought against a ninja who practices natural energy, and he is unsure whether natural energy can harm his elementalized self. However, according to the setting, once elementalized, one can be immune to physical damage, but cannot be completely immune to energy attacks. Natural energy is also a form of energy, so he cannot let his guard down. Flame wall. Uchiha Zongyan swung his black blade, and the scorching blue flames erupted, then gathered in front of him to form a thick flame wall. The white needles melted instantly upon approaching the flame wall, and although there were countless of them, none could break through the protection of the flame wall. Super Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya's voice sounded as he rushed over at incredible speed, with a massive sphere of light gathering in his right hand, pressing it against the rock wall. Boom! A huge explosion erupted as the flame wall could not withstand the attack of the Big Ball Rasengan and shattered. The chaos caused by the explosion affected Uchiha Zongyan's vision. After the Big Ball Rasengan destroyed the flame wall, it only shrank slightly and had not been completely negated, continuing to rush toward Uchiha Zongyan. Fire burned city walls. Uchiha Zongyan's eyes turned cold, and he swung his blade like flowing fire, releasing a massive amount of blue flames that gathered in the air into a giant hand reaching for Jiraiya. Boom! Jiraiya, caught off guard, was grabbed by the fiery giant hand, but in an instant, he exploded into a cloud of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Here, in the blink of an eye, Jiraiya's voice came from behind Uchiha Zongyan. He turned around to see the big ball Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand was now just a hair's breadth away from him. Chapter 161, Illusion, the Frogs Sing. The moment Jiraiya used Sage Art, Hair Needle 1000, the rain of needles attracted Uchiha Zongyan's attention. This forced Uchiha Zongyan to use the flame wall to block the attack. The range of Hair Needle 1000 is vast, almost covering all angles directly in front of Uchiha Zongyan. Therefore, when using the flame wall, he had to cover all the space in front of him. And it was at this moment that Jiraiya used a shadow clone. The shadow clone left in front used the big ball Rasengan to shatter the flame wall and attract Uchiha Zongyan's attention, while the real body quickly hid behind Uchiha Zongyan, also using the big ball Rasengan to launch a sneak attack. Both were masters among shadow-level powerhouses, and the intense battle was naturally ever-changing. Despite the lengthy description, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Fire Reject. If it were an ordinary enemy, there would be no need for Jiraiya to exert this much effort. Even for other well-known shadow-level powerhouses, they would need to flee in panic under Jiraiya's sneak attack. But Uchiha Zongyan was different. He possessed the power of the Thunder Fruit, and the radar formed by the electrocurrent could help him detect the enemy's position. As Jiraiya pounced from behind, Uchiha Zongyan instantly gathered a hot blue flame around his body and then detonated the terrifying blue flame in an instant, creating a giant firework right in front of Jiraiya. Watch out, little Jiraiya! Get away quickly! The two-toed sages on Jiraiya's shoulders sensed the imminent danger. The sudden explosion was so rapid, and the terrifying temperature of the blue flame had already instilled fear in the two-toed sages even before they could feel it. Sage Art, Needle Earth Store. Caught off guard, Jiraiya had no time to avoid the detonated blue flame and couldn't form seals to use a jutsu to defend. So in a rush, he could only allow his white hair to swell up again, wrapping himself and the two-toed sages within it. Unlike before, this time Jiraiya used the Needle Earth Store with natural energy, and the white hair was covered with a layer of light green energy, greatly enhancing its defensive power. Boom! A huge explosion echoed as Jiraiya was violently blown apart, like a white furball being smashed away, instantly flying backward and rolling several meters in the belly of the great toad of Mount Mayaboku. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya rolled around, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted, unable to stop coughing. The white hair of the Needle Earth Store that wrapped around him also retracted. But compared to its previous shiny appearance, it now looked ragged and dark. Whoosh! Before Jiraiya could recover and regroup, Uchiha Zongyan quickly pursued him. Holding the black blade wrapped in blue flames, Uchiha Zongyan coldly slashed down, and the scorching flames surged once again. There's no choice. Big guys, let's use that. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, narrowly avoiding Uchiha Zongyan's blade. Although the flowing blade of fire did not hit, the scorching blue flames still left him covered in soot. The situation once again seemed overwhelmingly in Uchiha Zongyan's favor, forcing Jiraiya to dodge left and right, unable to counterattack. How troublesome. Is it really necessary to go this far, just for a spar? Sage Shima was initially very nervous because Uchiha Zongyan's attack power was outrageous, and even a light touch could cause significant damage. But as the battle progressed, Sage Shima realized that Uchiha Zongyan did not harbor any killing intent. He was merely confined to the scope of a sparring match. Otherwise, the current scenario would not be Uchiha Zongyan pursuing Jiraiya with a flowing blade of fire, but rather swinging the flowing blade of fire to unleash endless blue flames. In such a case, Jiraiya would definitely have no way to avoid it and would have to face it head-on, significantly increasing the chance of injury. So once Sage Shima saw this, he became somewhat dissatisfied with Jiraiya's command, as using that jutsu would consume a lot of energy. Haha, don't complain, kid's mom. Little Jiraiya rarely has such high spirits. So help him out. Sage Fukasaku laughed heartily, exchanging glances with Sage Shima. Uchiha Zongyan naturally heard the conversation among the three, and the reason he did not pursue the victory, but instead gave Jiraiya a breather, was because he had no need to fight Jiraiya to the death. Secondly, he wanted to see more of Jiraiya's trump cards. After hearing Sage Fukasaku's words, Uchiha Zongyan sensed what the other party was planning, and thus he gathered his spirits. Torch! Suddenly drawing his sword, the blue flames on the flowing blade surged, forming a tornado-like flame in the air, rushing toward Jiraiya with suffocating, terrifying heat. Earth Release! Earth Flow, Thick Wall. Seeing that this tornado was unavoidable, Jiraiya had no choice but to stop dodging. Clasping his hands to mold chakra and forming a thick rock wall in front of him. Illusion, the frogs sing. Seizing this opportunity, the two-toed sages on Jiraiya's shoulders opened their mouths and chanted an eerie and mesmerizing frog croak. This is a powerful illusion called Frog Duet by the two-toed sages, which ranks among the top 5 powerful illusions in the entire original work. Unlike ordinary illusions, Frog Sing controls the opponent through sound. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. In an instant, Uchiha Zongyan felt as if he were at the edge of a summer pond. The endless croaking echoed in his ears, causing his mind to turn into a mush. Ordinary illusions are fundamentally different from the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan illusions. The Uchiha's Mangeki illusions actually belong to the category of ocular techniques. Simply put, ordinary illusions interfere with the enemy's chakra, trapping them in an illusion to achieve their goals. In contrast, the Uchiha's Mangeki illusions attack the enemy's soul, making them a more direct and efficient means. However, because Uchiha Zongyan had the protection of flowing blade like fire and a soul-cutting sword that had guarded countless souls over a millennium, all soul-targeting illusions were ineffective against him. On the contrary, ordinary illusions were more likely to harm Uchiha Zongyan. This is bad. It seems I may have overestimated myself. Amidst the croaking of frogs, Uchiha Zongyan was in a daze, completely unable to regain control of his body. At that moment, he was like a drowning person in the sea, with a sliver of clarity in his mind, yet unable to escape this predicament, only able to watch himself gradually sink. Meanwhile outside, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief after seeing the two-toed sages successfully land a hit. Previously, facing Uchiha Zongyan's storm-like attacks, he seemed somewhat at a loss and could only barely defend himself. Summoning technique, release. Forming hand seals, Jiraiya canceled the summoning of the Great Toad of IWA and sent it back to Mount Mayaboku. Finally, he had one. This kid was indeed difficult to deal with. If it weren't for this sage's superior skills, he might have truly been defeated. Jiraiya smiled at the dazed Uchiha Zongyan and approached, intending to end this sparring session. But it wouldn't end that easily. Master Jiraiya? Suddenly, the dazed Uchiha Zongyan's eyes regained their luster, and he smiled as he spoke. What? Not only was Jiraiya taken aback, but even the two-toed sages were startled. Since they learned the technique of toad singing, they had never seen an enemy escape from it. Let us go for the final blow, Master Jiraiya. After all, Uchiha Zongyan had undergone 2 transformations with the Thunder Fruit and Flowing Blade like fire, which greatly enhanced his resistance to illusions. Although he was temporarily bound by toad singing, he would soon break free. Chapter 162, Flowing Blade like fire versus Gomen, it's right ahead. Tsunade sensed the fierce battlefield in front of her and charged ahead. Around Konoha, battles between shadow-level experts were erupting, which made Tsunade anxious, as Konoha was also the homeland she cared about. Be careful, Lady Tsunade. The voice of Kato Shizen called out from far behind Tsunade. After all, she was just a medical ninja, barely stepping into the Jonin level. And after years of following Tsunade, her combat experience had diminished. It was already quite diligent for her to maintain her current strength. So after Tsunade sprinted at full speed, Kato Shizen couldn't keep up. Over there, Tsunade had no time to heed Kato Shizen's concern. She leaped dozens of meters, landing on a branch of a towering tree to overlook the battlefield ahead. It was an open space, but it looked quite tragic at this moment. There was a huge scorch mark on the ground, with black shadows and craters left by the raging fire and explosions all around. What caught Tsunade's attention were the 2 figures in the open space. Is that Jiraiya? Why is this guy here, still fighting an enemy? In an instant, Tsunade recognized the middle-aged man with white hair in the arena. He was the man she had grown up with and had been her companion and comrade for many years. After decades of bonds, Tsunade was very familiar with this person, and even though Jiraiya's clothes were tattered and his hair was burned beyond recognition, she recognized him at a glance. Yes, fighting a kid? Who is this person? Summoning 2-toed sages clearly shows he is a formidable opponent. Could this be the Uchiha genius who defeated the old man that Hong mentioned? Observing the situation in the arena, Tsunade had many thoughts and quickly deduced Uchiha Zongyan's identity. After all, in the current Konoha, apart from Uchiha Zongyan, there was probably no one else who could push Jiraiya to this extent. The only other person who might have that capability, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not possibly be in the form of a youth. Lady Tsunade, did you find him? As Tsunade paused to observe, Kato Shizen quickly caught up. But before she reached Tsunade's side, she saw Tsunade leap forward again, her golden hair shining brightly in the sunlight. Shizen, wait here, don't come over. Hellfire. After issuing the ultimatum for the final blow, Uchiha Zongyan gathered his strength and swung flowing blade like fire. As the blade was swung, the azure flames on the ground instantly boiled. Dozens of flame pillars shot into the sky, carrying terrifying heat, completely destroying the open space of this death forest. In the next moment, dozens of flame pillars converged and rushed towards Jiraiya. Of course, Jiraiya would not back down. He shouted to the two toad sages on either side, Boss Fukusaku, use wind style, and Lady Shima, use oil, I'll use fire. Let this kid see the most powerful technique of this sage. Sage Art Gomen. Under Jiraiya's command, the trio executed a brilliant combination. Wind, fire, and oil. 3 different substances spewed from the mouths of one man and 2 frogs. The fire ignited the oil, and the wind fanned the flames, creating an incredibly terrifying conflagration before them. This was Jiraiya's most powerful sage technique, formed through the collaboration of him and the 2 toad sages, creating a composite ninjutsu. This flame could create a massive burning area, incinerating all enemies, theoretically possessing the ability to devour some tangible substances like Amaterasu. Uchiha Zongyan and Jiraiya both unleashed their strongest moves, colliding directly. The towering flame pillars collided with the flames of Gomen, and all that could be seen was a roaring fire. The 2 flames clashed, intertwined, and converged, ultimately resulting in a massive explosion. Boom! 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 The roaring explosion echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, with both parties caught in the blast zone stunned, their ears ringing, and their vision filled with flames, making the area resemble hell itself. Jiraiya, Jiraiya, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Uchiha Zongyan and Jiraiya engulfed by flames, Tsunade's eyes turned red with anxiety. She shouted loudly and plunged into the sea of fire without hesitation. However, both Uchiha Zongyan and Jiraiya did not intend to kill each other, and they both knew they had to avoid the explosion. They couldn't be killed by their own ninjutsu, right? So as the explosion occurred, both sides quickly dodged, moving away from the inferno. Painful heaven's foot. Just as Uchiha Zongyan emerged from the sea of fire, he heard an angry female voice beside him, followed by the dangerous sound of air being sliced. Teleportation. Uchiha Zongyan instinctively used teleportation to evade the attack. At that moment, he finally had time to see who was attacking him. The earlier explosion had captured all his attention, and he hadn't noticed an enemy approaching. The sight before him startled him. It was a beautiful female ninja dressed in a green outfit, with a golden ponytail on her head and a fierce expression on her chest. Tsunade. Uchiha Zongyan instantly recognized the female ninja before him. In fact, apart from this legendary Konoha Sannin, the toxic monster, there was no other woman in the entire ninja world with such credentials. What are you looking at? Superhuman strength fist. Feeling Uchiha Zongyan's gaze sweep across her chest, Tsunade, already angry and worried about Jiraiya's danger, became even more furious. Without a word, she charged forward, her seemingly weak fist carrying the power to shatter all things, aiming directly at Uchiha Zongyan's forehead. If she landed a punch, it would probably be no different from being hit by a heavy sniper rifle. After all, both would result in a direct explosion of the head. Wait, Tsunade, it's not what you think. Stop. Jiraiya also quickly noticed the situation here and immediately shouted to Tsunade for an explanation. So, are you two just sparring? In the end, it was still Jiraiya who rushed over to stop the furious Tsunade. After a round of explanations, Tsunade finally understood that the two were not enemies, and that this terrifying scene was merely a spar. That's right, Uchiha Zongyan nodded. Hee, I didn't expect you, Tsunade, to be so worried about me that you jumped straight into action without a second thought. Jiraiya chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head. After this battle, although Jiraiya did not suffer any injuries, his clothes and his white hair were in tatters, making him look no different from a beggar. Just now, while dodging the sea of flames, he had already sent the 2 toads back to Mount Mayaboku to protect them from harm. On the other side, Uchiha Zongyan also had some of his clothes burned by the explosive flames, but fortunately, his hair was fine. Chapter 163. Is the Senju clan about to perish? Idiot. I wouldn't worry about you. I'm just worried that you, this bastard, would destroy the forest my grandfather painstakingly cultivated. The death forest outside Konoha did not exist before the construction of Konoha. It was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who wielded wood release to create such a lush forest around Konoha in order to provide a safe environment for the village. Therefore, the trees destroyed in the battle between Jiraiya and Uchiha Zongyan were the legacy left by Senju Hashirama. Seeing Jiraiya's goofy expression, Tsunade immediately felt her anger rise. She threw a punch, and knocked Jiraiya to the ground. Poor Jiraiya. He wasn't injured in that intense battle, but after it ended, he was left dizzy from being hit. Seeing the familiar scene from the original work, Uchiha Zongyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. But after seeing Tsunade's unfriendly gaze, he quickly lowered his head to hide it. "What are you laughing at?" Tsunade didn't speak, but Jiraiya jumped up and pointed at Uchiha Zongyan, his face showing embarrassment and shyness. "I didn't." Uchiha Zongyan denied it. "You clearly laughed. I saw it." Jiraiya wouldn't let go of Uchiha Zongyan. "I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. I wouldn't laugh." "I heard you deny it." "That was because I thought of something happy." After a bout of laughter, the earlier incident was naturally brushed aside. At this time, Cat Shizun also came to Tsunade's side, hiding behind her and quietly observing Uchiha Zongyan. This boy can actually fight with Lord Jiraiya, and the destruction caused by their battle is truly terrifying. No wonder Kurenai and Aoi said that this Uchiha has the ambition and strength to rule Konoha. Uchiha Zongyan's name had already been mentioned when Waihai Kurenai and Yamashiro Aoi found Tsunade. In their words, Uchiha Zongyan had almost become a demon with a wicked reputation. Not only did he possess terrifying strength, but what was even more frightening was his crazy ambition and bloodthirsty nature. At that time, Cat Shizun thought about what kind of horrifying appearance the demon they mentioned would have. She never expected him to be a rather youthful-looking boy. "By the way, Tsunade, how did you suddenly come back? Did the old man send you a message? So you're planning to return to take over as the 5th Hokage?" Jiraiya asked Tsunade while rubbing his face where he had been hit. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan's eyes moved. According to his understanding of the original work, Tsunade should not appear near Konoha. But now the facts prove that Tsunade had indeed returned to Konoha. He just didn't know what her mindset was. If Tsunade really intended to take over as the 5th Hokage, it would likely have a significant impact on his subsequent plans. The 5th Hokage? Why would I want to be that? What nonsense are you talking about, you idiot? I'm just passing by near Konoha, and I happened to hear the commotion from the battle here, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. If I had known it was you, I would have bothered to look. With Tsunade's proud attitude, she would never admit that she was worried about Konoha's safety, so she specifically came back. Not to mention that it was Jiraiya who asked. Therefore, after hearing this, Tsunade gave Jiraiya a fierce glare, as if blaming him for making baseless accusations against her. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan felt relieved. As long as Tsunade did not have the intention of becoming Hokage, it was fine. What the heck? Is my safety not important? After all, we've been comrades for decades. Don't you care about me at all? Jiraiya showed a rogue demeanor at this moment, questioning Tsunade. It's really strange for this guy to say such things. Having secretly loved Tsunade for decades without the courage to confess, he just chose to silently protect her like a lapdog. That aside, Jiraiya's personality was particularly annoying. He always acted like he deserved a beating when he met Tsunade, which led to him constantly being battered by her powerful punches. Idiot! Bang! With a heavy punch, Jiraiya was sent flying and crashed into a nearby giant tree. There's really no point in talking to such an idiot. Shizun, let's go. Since they encountered Jiraiya and Uchiha Zongyan here, Tsunade definitely had no reason to continue toward Konoha. So she decisively turned around to leave with Cat Shizun. Oh, okay. Cat Shizun stared blankly at the downed Jiraiya, then secretly glanced at Uchiha Zongyan, whose expressionless face made her feel uneasy, and she quickly followed Tsunade's footsteps. Lord Tsunade, just as Tsunade and Cat Shizun were about to leave, Uchiha Zongyan suddenly spoke from behind. What do you want, kid? Tsunade stopped and turned to look coldly at Uchiha Zongyan. After Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade certainly knew the identity of the boy before her. But since Jiraiya was fighting with Uchiha Zongyan with the mindset of sparring rather than as enemies, it clearly indicated that Jiraiya did not intend to get involved in Konoha's internal affairs. Since Jiraiya wasn't getting involved, Tsunade naturally didn't care either. So she ignored whether Uchiha Zongyan was the so-called demon stirring up Konoha, as Waihai Kurenai had said, and just wanted to leave quickly. However, she didn't expect Uchiha Zongyan to take the initiative to call her, not knowing what his intentions were. I am Uchiha Zongyan, the leader of the Uchiha clan. So, what does your identity have to do with me? Because Lady Tsunade is the last surviving member of the Senju clan. With this one sentence from Uchiha Zongyan, Tsunade's brows instantly furrowed, and her eyes flashed with anger. The demise of the Senju clan was something Tsunade did not want to mention. It was a decision made by her two grandfathers, and it was not for her, as a descendant, to comment on. But the once prominent Senju clan in the ninja world was now left with only her all alone. How could such a situation make Tsunade feel happy? So what? What exactly do you want to say? Tsunade impatiently questioned. What I mean is Konoha Village is the result of the joint efforts of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Decades have passed, and Konoha and even the ninja world have gradually forgotten the prestige of the Senju clan, with only the names of the first Hokage and the second Hokage still being praised. The Senju clan, which has lasted for thousands of years since the Warring States period, is about to vanish. Isn't it? That would indeed be a great pity. Uchiha Son sighed with feigned emotion. Chapter 164. Let Tsunade branch out and revitalize the Senju clan. In the Forest of Death, Tsunade turned to leave with Kato Shizune. She originally did not want to return to Konoha and still had not changed her mind. However, because Konoha held significant meaning for Tsunade, upon hearing about the tremendous changes happening there, she could not ignore it and decided to take a look while hiding from her gambling debts. But now, having encountered Jiraiya and the rumored Uchiha Son outside the village, Tsunade felt relieved after deducing from Jiraiya's attitude that the changes brought by Uchiha Son would not anger someone like Jiraiya, who loved Konoha. Thus, she dismissed the thought of going into the village and intended to leave. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Son, whom she had just met, said something so jarring from behind her. You little brat, do you even know what you're saying? Tsunade spun around, her eyes glinting coldly as she stared fiercely at Uchiha Son. The extinction of the Senju clan was a thorn in Tsunade's heart that she could not remove. However, the culprits behind this outcome were her two beloved grandfathers, which left Tsunade in a state of confusion and conflict. On one hand, she loved the Senju clan and cherished her kin, genuinely enjoying the atmosphere of a large family gathering. On the other hand, the clan's extinction was the result of the continuous efforts of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, who sought to integrate the Senju bloodline into the entire village of Konoha. Hashirama Senju seemed warm on the outside, but was cold at heart. He appeared carefree and indifferent. Yet if anyone harmed what he treasured most, Konoha, which he built with his own hands, even his best friend, Uchiha Madara, would not hesitate to strike. Tobirama Senju, on the other hand, was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He seemed unapproachable and rarely spoke kindly. However, his love for Konoha was undoubtedly equal to anyone else's. Because of the existence of these two brothers, the Senju clan, which had stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world for thousands of years since the Warring States period, vanished overnight. Countless clansmen bearing the Senju bloodline concealed their surnames, completely merging into the land of fire like scattered stars. To be honest, if the two brothers had not acted this way, the Senju clan would still be one of the most powerful clans in the ninja world today, on par with the Uchiha. But that was not the kind of Senju they wanted to see. Compared to a powerful Senju clan, Hashirama and Tobirama preferred to see a strong Konoha. In the end, the brothers got their wish. Konoha, due to the selfless contributions of the Senju clan, produced waves of exceptionally talented civilian ninjas. This led to Konoha continuously winning the ninja world wars and becoming an undefeated victor. It is hard to say whether the powerful ninjas emerging from Konoha now carry the Senju bloodline. However, it is certain that Konoha's strength and prosperity are inseparable from the Senju clan. Yet, the brothers' wishes were fulfilled. They sacrificed themselves and their clansmen to forge Konoha. However, Tsunade, along with others who did not want to give up the Senju name, could only watch helplessly as the clan vanished, becoming isolated and alone. From being a member of a vast, overshadowing clan, she became a lonely individual who needed to shield herself from the storm. This transformation was extremely painful. Therefore, after losing her boyfriend and younger brother in the Third Shinobi World War, Tsunade passively severed her ties with Konoha, becoming solitary. Without a lover, family, or clan, what could Konoha possibly offer Tsunade to make her stay? Thus, after Uchiha Son lamented the fallen Senju, Tsunade felt as if her scars had been torn open, exposing a wound that could never heal. I certainly know what I'm saying, Lord Tsunade. Uchiha Son felt the waves of killing intent emanating from Tsunade, like a tangible pressure weighing down on him. After all, she was once one of the legendary three ninjas. Even without shedding blood and triggering her blood phobia, she remained a formidable ninja. However, Tsunade's killing intent could not stop Uchiha Son from continuing to speak. You seem very impatient, Lord Tsunade, so I want to say much more. I hope you can return to Konoha and add some powerful strength to the weakened village. I even hope you can continue the bloodline and recreate a strong Senju clan. Bastard. A powerful punch from Tsunade, accompanied by a fierce sound of air being torn, landed right in front of Uchiha Son in an instant. ZZZ. Uchiha Son did not dodge or evade. allowing Tsunade's fist to strike his head. However, to Tsunade's surprise, her fist seemed to hit nothing but air. Uchiha Son's head transformed into a flickering electrical spark, allowing her punch to pass through it. What ability is this? My fist feels numb. Tsunade was startled, but not afraid. Such electricity was trivial to her. Painful heaven foot. Tsunade's foot, clad in black high-heeled sandals, descended from above, tearing Uchiha Son in half. Yet he still transformed into electricity. Useless, Tsunade. This guy's ability is strange. He is immune to all physical damage. You must use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Jiraiya, who had somehow gotten back up from the ground, swiftly moved to Tsunade's side to block her. Let go of me. Do you want to die? Tsunade gritted her teeth and elbowed Jiraiya, but he blocked her with an outstretched hand. Calm down. Fighting will bring no benefit to us or Konoha. Jiraiya shook his head, looking at her with a rare and very calm expression. This side of Jiraiya was indeed quite uncommon. Lord Tsunade, please let me finish speaking. If you rush to fight, we won't be able to talk. Uchiha Son returned to his original appearance, undeterred by Tsunade's anger, and said blandly, I have nothing to say to you. How dare that little brat insult me? Flames flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Ever since her beloved man, Kato Dan, passed away, Tsunade's heart had shattered. Over the years, love and romance had never stirred in her heart. Her feelings were buried along with Kato Dan under Konoha's hero monument. Even though she knew Jiraiya's feelings, Tsunade had never considered responding. Now, Uchiha Son had the audacity to shamelessly suggest that Tsunade branch out, which was akin to asking her to find a man to marry and have children. How could she possibly tolerate that? Chapter 165. The Bug of the Six Paths Reincarnation. The Idea of Resurrection. I didn't mean to insult you. Lord Tsunade, please forgive me. Uchiha Son smiled nonchalantly, shaking his head and sighing. I just heard that you and Kato Dan were almost engaged, so I thought that if Kato Dan were revived, you would be willing to rekindle your past with him. I didn't expect that after all these years, your feelings have changed. That's quite normal. I was overthinking it. My apologies. Uchiha Zongyan pretended to bow slightly, expressing his apology. However, the words that came out of his mouth left the three people opposite him with expressions of surprise and disbelief. What the hell? What did you say? Revive Kato? Stop talking nonsense. Tsunade retorted loudly, looking completely disbelieving and even contemptuous. But from the glimmer in her eyes and her slightly trembling lips, it was clear that Tsunade was not being sincere. No, Zongyan, you actually have the ability to revive him? Jiraiya was even more shocked. He knew very well the position Kato Dan held in Tsunade's heart, and Kato Dan was also a good friend of his. After Tsunade got together with Kato Dan, Jiraiya had buried his feelings and turned to be happy for his two good friends. However, in the years since Kato Dan's passing, Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunade had reignited. But Jiraiya was well aware of his own personality and knew what Tsunade was thinking. He understood that Tsunade could never like him, so he could only use a lewd mask to hide his true thoughts. Now, hearing Uchiha Zongyan mention reviving Kato Dan, complicated emotions rose in Jiraiya's heart. Really? Can you really revive him? Kato Shizune, holding a small pink pig in one hand, instinctively covered her slightly open mouth with the other hand. Her bright eyes were fixed on Uchiha Zongyan, filled with urgent anticipation, hoping that he could confirm he truly had that ability. Seeing the reactions of the three, especially Tsunade's widened pupils, Uchiha Zongyan smiled inwardly. It seemed that Kato Dan's name indeed held special significance for Tsunade. The reason Uchiha Zongyan suddenly mentioned reviving Kato Dan was actually an idea he had long held. In his previous life, while reading the original work, he found some settings in Naruto to be incomprehensible, even quite distasteful. After all, the original author of Naruto, Masashi Kishimoto, came from Japan. Although Japan is part of the East Asian cultural sphere and has been influenced by Chinese civilization for thousands of years, much of the thought and culture in the country borrows or even directly copies from China. However, in many aspects, it still resembles a poorly done imitation. For example, the Pure Land setting in Naruto. In Naruto, the Pure Land is the place where the souls of all deceased beings rest. In the manga, from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to the later fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, etc., after these people die, their souls permanently reside in the Pure Land. There is no hell, no reincarnation, and no setting for souls to be reborn. This means that when a person dies, they are truly dead, and their souls remain in the Pure Land forever until one day the world is destroyed and the souls simply dissipate. Or they're summoned back to the living world by people through various means, such as the Edo Tensei technique. This is a major plot hole, as the original work fails to be self-consistent from beginning to end. For example, in Chinese civilization, after death, a person's soul must go through 6 realms of reincarnation, washing away memories of past lives before being reborn. Depending on one's actions in life, they are reborn in different places, becoming different species. A person can be reborn as an animal, a heavenly being, an asura, etc., while animals can also be reborn as humans. This is a cycle, using the 6 realms of reincarnation as a regulator of the human world. But if after death, souls are always stuck in the Pure Land, one has to wonder, with generations of deaths in the ninja world, wouldn't the massive number of souls in the Pure Land eventually cause it to burst? The key question is, if souls do not reincarnate after death, where do the souls of new births come from? Are they created out of thin air? Or was there some other reason? If you say that no one in the ninja world can reincarnate, then it could be explained with Japan's own mythological concepts. But why could the 2 sons of the Sage of 6 Paths, Indra Otsutsuki and Asura Otsutsuki, reincarnate? Is there a backdoor? Are the children of sages privileged over ordinary people? Furthermore, it's not like there isn't a reincarnation setting in Naruto. Both the name of the Sage of 6 Paths and the 6 paths that the Rinnegan produces correspond to the 6 realms of reincarnation in Chinese mythology. This creates a logical bug. The later events of the Edo Tensei chaos were born from this. Edo Tensei itself is also a significant bug, but that's another topic. However, precisely because of the bug in the Pure Land, Uchiha Zongyan conceived a unique idea. The Edo Tensei technique summons souls from the Pure Land and attaches them to a prepared vessel by the user. So, if a body that completely matches the soul is created and the traces of Edo Tensei are removed, wouldn't that be equivalent to reviving someone? For example, summoning the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If a clone identical to him is created using Hashirama cells, and then Hashirama's soul is placed into it, wouldn't that mean Hashirama has been revived? Of course, there are many issues involved. For instance, in the original work, those summoned through Edo Tensei exhibit a state of being living dead, lacking sensations such as consciousness, taste, and pain. Moreover, the Edo Tensei technique has a limited duration and will eventually dissipate. But these are all challenges that can be overcome. After all, if people have been pulled out of the Pure Land, what difficulties could there be? And while these issues may be tough for Uchiha Zongyan, they might not be as challenging for an expert. For instance, Tsunade, who is the top medical ninja in the ninja world. I am not talking nonsense, but rather presenting a feasible plan. As long as Lady Tsunade is willing to cooperate with me, reviving Kato Dan and even reviving Hashirama Senju is not impossible. Uchiha Zongyan looked at Tsunade, whose expression was a mix of shock and subtle anticipation, and spoke plainly yet earnestly. Chapter 166. A new journey begins in Konoha Village, Uchiha clan territory. At Uchiha Zongyan's home, the family was enjoying a harmonious dinner. With the rise of the Uchiha clan in recent times, the lives of the Uchiha people were developing positively. For instance, his father, Uchiha Zongyan, had become a teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy. This was an unprecedented attempt, representing the Uchiha clan's reach into the core interests of the Hokage system. It is well known that the Konoha Ninja Academy was founded by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The original intention of establishing this school was to cultivate more ninjas loyal to Konoha Village and the Hokage, rather than prioritizing family interests like those from ninja clans. Initially, various ninja clans in Konoha strongly opposed the existence of a ninja academy, but they could not resist Tobirama Senju, so they could only endure in silence. However, as time passed, the Ninja Academy continuously supplied fresh blood to the Hokage, and by now, many ninja clans in Konoha had shifted their allegiances to the Hokage. Many clan members also started attending the Ninja Academy from a young age, bearing the mark of the Hokage system. This transformation is quite interesting. The ninja clans went from initial resistance to begrudging acceptance of reality, and eventually began sending their clan members to the academy. This is a clear indication of being tied to the Hokage system. The previous Uchiha clan had no choice but to compromise, sending Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, the sons of the clan leaders, to the Ninja Academy for study. But now, things were completely different. After all, being a student and being a teacher are different. Students are educated at school, while teachers are educators. In the past, the teachers at the Konoha Ninja Academy were all loyal Konoha civilians and ninjas. Their education for the students was certainly biased, emphasizing loyalty to Konoha and the Hokage. This cannot be said to be wrong. After all, in a unified regime, loyalty to the regime itself and its highest leader's ideology is inherently correct and reasonable. However, in this world, correctness and reasonableness are not absolute. The position each person occupies determines the bias of their thoughts. For the Hokage, such education is undoubtedly correct. But for various ninja clans, they would prefer to incorporate their own elements. For example, under the premise of being loyal to Konoha and the Hokage, can they also promote the influence of their own faction? This is the goal that teachers from clans like the Uchiha, such as UchihaZongyan, aim to achieve. Perhaps they do not necessarily have the intention to do so, but each teacher from a ninja clan inherently represents the face of that clan. For instance, Uchiha Zongyan represents the Uchiha clan. As a teacher in the academy, the students he educates will naturally develop a favorable impression of the Uchiha clan. As time passes, the subtle influence gradually increases, and the impression and reputation of the Uchiha clan in the hearts of the next generation of ninjas may become completely different from what it is now. Aside from Uchiha Zongyan entering the Konoha Ninja Academy with a political mission, his mother and sister have felt the changes in the village more acutely. In the past, the reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha was often very poor. The existence of the Konoha Security Department, combined with the bad personalities of the Uchiha clan members, led to a negative sentiment towards the Uchiha clan from other ninja clans and civilians in Konoha. Moreover, under the severe suppression from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the root leader Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha clan often chose to keep to themselves, living their own lives in their clan's territory. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's territory was large enough, and there were many clan members. So even if they secluded themselves, the Uchiha clan members could still live normally. However, the situation has now changed. The Uchiha clan has participated in various matters in Konoha with an unprecedented ferocity. Moreover, due to the presence of Uchiha Zongyan, no one in Konoha dares to confront the Uchiha clan directly. As a result, many Uchiha clan members have had more contact with the outside world during this period, and the elderly, women, and children have all stepped out of the Uchiha territory to integrate into the environment of Konoha. The results have been quite good. Little Uchiha Luhua has made many new friends in the village. Her mother's smile has also increased. After finishing dinner, Uchiha Zongyan returned to his room. Finally, he could calm down for a while. He looked at the bright moon outside the window and felt a sense of relief. Previously, in the Forest of Death, Uchiha Zongyan had barely managed to reach a stalemate with Jiraiya. After all, they were not mortal enemies and did not wish to kill each other, so they controlled the intensity of their battle. Jiraiya's strength is naturally not to be questioned. Before the Akatsuki leader, Nagato with the Rinnegan, made his appearance, Jiraiya, with his Sage mode, was already one of the strongest in the ninja world. Uchiha Zongyan was quite satisfied with his current combat power after managing to reach a draw with Jiraiya. Although Tsunade's sudden arrival ended the battle, Uchiha Zongyan had already grasped the opponent's foundation. If they were to fight again next time, he would be more confident in achieving victory. He just didn't know if Tsunade would be able to listen to what he had to say. Uchiha Zongyan muttered to himself. In the Forest of Death, Uchiha Zongyan proposed using the resurrection of Delegated as a bargaining chip to persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha. However, in reality, Uchiha Zongyan himself has no ability to perform resurrection-type ninjutsu. He used this as bait, simply wanting to manipulate Tsunade into conducting related research and experiments. Whether he could ultimately achieve the desired results is uncertain. In any case, whether he succeeded or not, Uchiha Zongyan would not suffer any loss. If it succeeded, that would be great, and if not, it wouldn't matter. The key point is still to bring Tsunade back to Konoha. If Tsunade really returned to Konoha because she wanted to resurrect her lover as Uchiha Zongyan envisioned, then she would no longer have the idea of becoming Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's hopes would be dashed. After all, Tsunade had given up on becoming Hokage because she fell in love with Delegated, who also aspired to be Hokage. With a bond to Delegated lingering in her heart, Tsunade naturally would not tread that path. In comparison, having such a Tsunade is certainly safer than her always being scattered outside and becoming an unstable factor. Ding! Your travel frog skill cooldown time has ended. Would you like to start a new journey? Chapter 167. Brother's Room. A strange woman on a Konoha morning. A thin mist enveloped the entire city. The newly risen sun hung diagonally in the sky, and its rays had yet to penetrate the mist. The time was now 9 in the morning, and the sleeping city was waking up. Uchiha Luwa was in a small park within Konoha, preparing to say goodbye to her friends. Shinko-chan, Yumi-chan, Tachibana-chan, Ki-chan. Well, I'm off first. Everyone see you tomorrow. Standing in the small park were about 8 or 9 little girls, all around 4 or 5 years old. In Konoha, 6 years old is the age to start school, and except for rest days, they have to go to the Konoha Ninja Academy early every day. Young children, like those 2 or 3 years old, still need adult care and companionship and cannot play outside alone. Therefore, only children of this age have the opportunity to go out and make friends to play together. Goodbye, Leo-chan. We'll meet here again tomorrow. I'll bring the tempura my mom makes for us to eat together. I'll bring dango. The little girls standing opposite Uchiha Luwa also smiled and bid her farewell. Then both sides turned and left, with only Uchiha Luwa walking in one direction. This cannot be helped. After all, the Uchiha clan's territory is located at the edge of Konoha, occupying all the residential areas there. Naturally, Uchiha Luwa's friends lived far away from the Uchiha territory. After saying goodbye to her friends, Uchiha Luwa, with a happy smile, bounced her way home. These little girls are new friends she just made recently. In the past, the Uchiha clan situation in the village was quite concerning. Due to various reasons, the Uchiha clan was particularly unwelcome in Konoha. This was true for adult ninjas and also for children. Moreover, before Uchiha Zongyan's appearance, the Uchiha clan had been hovering on the brink of danger, at risk of falling into the abyss at any moment. So at that time, the Uchiha clan often stayed within their territory, rarely going out. In the entire clan, younger children generally could only play within the clan territory, aside from Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Zongyan, who needed to attend the Ninja Academy. Other underage clan members may not have stepped outside the clan territory at all, let alone making new friends to play with. This was something that would have been impossible in the past, regardless of whether they are from the Uchiha clan or civilian families. People often regard the Uchiha surname with deep apprehension, and some even display obvious aversion and wariness. Consequently, the children of these individuals are educated by their parents to keep their distance from anyone associated with the Uchiha family. The Uchiha, with their black hair and eyes, and clothing emblazoned with the prominent clan emblem, attract cold stares wherever they go. Fortunately, the current situation has completely changed, with Uchiha Zongyan serving as a formidable figure in Konoha. Uchiha Luwa, a little girl, can now freely roam around. During this time, she has been running around Konoha, exploring places she had never seen before. As a result, she has made many friends with people she would have never encountered before, including peers from various backgrounds, such as girls from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Yamanaka families in the small park. Apart from the children from ninja clans, the others are all from civilian families. These children had never seen Uchiha Luwa before and had no impression of this black-haired, black-eyed girl who always wore a smile. However, Uchiha Luwa has a great personality, being warm and cheerful, quickly bonding with them and becoming good friends. Leo-chan is back. Please send my regards to Lord Zongyan. Sister Luwa, can you take me with you next time? After entering the clan grounds, the passing Uchiha clan members greet her with smiles. As the younger sister of the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Zongyan, and being young with a friendly demeanor, Uchiha Luwa is naturally well-liked by the clan members. Even those who may not like her are compelled to smile, given her brother's status. Initially, Uchiha Luwa felt very anxious and uneasy about receiving such treatment, and was unaccustomed to the sudden warmth from the clan members, unsure why such a change had occurred. However, after some time, she became accustomed to it and responded warmly. Fortunately, the little girl has a good nature and has not developed an arrogant attitude due to this change. No way, that's a girls' gathering. How can I bring a boy with me? Uchiha Luwa shook her head, refusing the little boy who looked at her with hopeful eyes, pleading to join her. Huh? The little boy lowered his head in disappointment. Haha, but next time when it's not a girls' gathering, I might consider taking you with me. Thank you, Sister Luwa. Uchiha Luwa doesn't understand why her life has changed so dramatically. Even her parents and elders, who used to forbid her from leaving the clan grounds, no longer obstruct her. But she enjoys her current life and feels quite immersed in it. Luwa is back, so let's prepare for morning lessons. Upon returning home, her mother, who was busy cleaning in the living room, reminded her, although she is not yet of school age, being from the Uchiha clan, education is certainly not relaxed. Uchiha Luwa, at 5 years old, has morning lessons every day, either attending the clan school for unified learning or receiving lessons from her parents at home. Okay, but what about my brother? After casually agreeing, Uchiha Luwa immediately headed toward her brother Uchiha Zongyan's room. Zongyan hasn't gotten up yet. You can go wake him. Strange. He usually leaves for training by this time. Why hasn't he gotten up for breakfast today? Her mother muttered, as they usually have breakfast around 6 or 7. However, today, by 9 o'clock, Uchiha Zongyan still hadn't come out, and breakfast had already gone cold. He hasn't gotten up? Is my brother being lazy? Uchiha Yohua's eyes lit up at the mention. She remembered her brother was always very diligent and had never seen him sleep in. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Luwan knocked on the door and, without waiting for a response, opened the door and dashed inside. Lazy pig brother, wake up. Who are you? Uchiha Luhua was startled as she entered, finding a strange black-haired girl in her brother's room. Chapter 168. Welcome to my home as a guest. Uchiha Zongyan certainly does not sleep in. He is simply trapped in his room due to an unexpected situation. Setting aside the long-standing habits of this body, Uchiha Zongyan, as a shadow-level powerhouse, possesses exceptional vitality, mental strength, and recovery ability, even after exhausting all physical and mental energy through several battles. A good night's rest allows for perfect recovery. The physical and mental energy consumed during regular training is nothing in comparison. The reason he has not stepped out of the room from 6 until after 9 is simply that upon opening his eyes, he discovered an unfamiliar girl in his room. Time rewinds not long ago. As Uchiha Zongyan woke up, his traveling frog also returned from its journey. However, this time it was completely different. The little frog did not bring back any souvenirs or items, but instead brought back a living person. The suddenly appearing little girl looked to be around 10 years old, with black hair and eyes, pale skin devoid of color, and an unhealthy appearance likely due to long-term malnutrition. She was small in stature, wearing a faded prison outfit, and her exposed skin was covered in various scars. Looking quite shocking, the moment this little girl appeared, she startled Uchiha Zongyan. Then a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Your traveling frog has returned from its journey and brought back a guest. From the world of One Piece, full name, Boa Hancock. Ding! Your traveling frog has brought a guest home for the first time. Please treat her well. Ding! If the guest is satisfied with your hospitality, she may randomly grant you one of her abilities. Don't miss out. A series of system notifications left Uchiha Zongyan feeling dizzy. It wasn't the sound itself, but the content of the notifications. What does it mean that the traveling frog brought back a guest? The little frog can make friends while traveling? More importantly, why is it Boa Hancock, the renowned Empress of the Sea, one of the 7 warlords of the sea from the world of One Piece? To casually bring someone like that back to my home without asking for my opinion. I'm just glad it seems she hasn't fully grown into the Empress yet, but rather at the time when she was captured and turned into a slave by the Celestial Dragons. Otherwise, given Boa Hancock's notoriously bad temper, she could easily resort to violence over a trivial disagreement. The differences between the two worlds are so vast that I have never fought against the powerful figures from the One Piece world. So I truly don't know if I could subdue the Empress without injury. If a fight were to break out, the consequences could be quite troublesome. Just the thought of the adult Boa Hancock fighting me in my room made Uchiha Zongyan feel a wave of exhaustion. Fortunately, the Boa Hancock in front of him posed no threat. Hello, are you Boa Hancock? Uchiha Zongyan stood up and asked Boa Hancock, who still looked bewildered at the head of the bed. Huh? Boa Hancock, still in shock and confusion from the sudden shift in worlds, was startled awake by Uchiha Zongyan's voice, her mouth slightly agape as she let out a gasp. Upon seeing Uchiha Zongyan's expressionless face, which is primarily due to the Uchiha clan's bloodline, inherently cold, making them seem indifferent when expressionless, she immediately got scared. Huddling down on the ground with her hands over her head, curling up her small body, "Don't hit me," Boa Hancock, cowering under the bed to avoid Uchiha Zongyan's gaze, whispered for mercy, "I don't know anything, please don't hit me." This was purely an instinctive reaction developed over years of being a slave. After all, as a slave to the Celestial Dragons, Boa Hancock had endured countless hardships and abuses and had long since developed such habits. Uchiha Zongyan was a bit taken aback by Boa Hancock's reaction and quickly explained, "I won't hit you, so don't be afraid." However, Boa Hancock didn't seem to register his words at all, still shrinking under the bed and trembling uncontrollably. This response left Uchiha Zongyan in a dilemma. He got off the bed and tried to approach her, but she immediately retreated further, squeezing herself against the wall under the bed. "System, what should I do?" She seems completely unable to communicate. Uchiha Zongyan asked the system helplessly. "Beep. The system is powerless in this regard, but perhaps you can use the traveling frog." The system offered a bit of advice. Uchiha Zongyan thought about it and found it quite reasonable. After all, Boa Hancock had been brought back as a guest to the traveling frog. They should have some rapport, which might help gain her trust better than him, a stranger. With that in mind, Uchiha Zongyan summoned the traveling frog from the system space. As soon as the little frog appeared, it enthusiastically croaked twice. Ribbit! Ribbit! The frog's croaks startled Boya Hancock, who was hiding at the wall's edge, and she cautiously lifted her head to see the familiar green figure. It was this little green frog that had appeared twice in her cage, offering her some comfort. This also reminded Boya Hancock that just moments ago, she was indeed still in the celestial dragon's cage when the little frog suddenly appeared before her. At that time, her mind was filled with despair and fear, constantly wishing to escape from that hell. Yet after the frog appeared, a voice rang in her mind, asking if she would like to visit the frog's home. It was an absurd thing that made Boya Hancock initially think she was hearing things or had gone completely mad. But oddly enough, she agreed to the frog's invitation. Then, after a moment of confusion, when she regained her senses, she found herself in this room. A black-haired, black-eyed boy lay on the bed, who was momentarily stunned upon seeing her, then asked a question. Instinctively recalling the abuse from the celestial dragons, Boya Hancock reacted defensively, her mind a whirlwind. But the frog's reappearance helped Boya Hancock remember some things. Ribbit! Ribbit! Under Uchiha Zongyan's guidance, the little frog became a bridge for communication between the two. Hopping onto Boya Hancock's lap and meeting her gaze, her tense feelings relaxed a bit, and her mind cleared significantly. Feeling less tense now? Hello, my name is Uchiha Zongyan, and I am the owner of the little frog. Welcome to my home. Chapter 169. Make your wish after a long silence. Boya Hancock still did not respond. Not even looking up at Uchiha Zongyan, her entire focus on the green-skinned little frog squatting on her lap. Ribbit! Ribbit! The little frog croaked twice, finally breaking the silence. Hello. The young empress seemed to suddenly awaken, finally reacting to Uchiha Zongyan's words. She timidly mumbled, shrinking back like a fawn in the woods, stealing a quick glance at Uchiha Zongyan before quickly lowering her head again. The large, clear eyes reminiscent of a deer were filled with fear and confusion, making Uchiha Zongyan sigh. He maintained his smile for a bit too long, almost freezing, but at least the young empress had responded, which was a significant improvement, bringing some comfort to Uchiha Zongyan. If Boya Hancock continued hiding under the bed in silence, he really wouldn't know what to do. First, please believe me. I will not harm you, so there is no need to be afraid. I have a rough idea of where you come from and know about the despairing experiences and situations you've endured. I feel very angry about this. Those damned bastards even prey on a little girl. They are the worst of the worst. If I ever get the chance to go to your world, I will definitely slaughter all those damned celestial dragons. I will avenge you, a poor soul who has suffered countless injuries, and cleanse that world of garbage. Uchiha Zongyan sensed that although the young empress was curled up in the corner under the bed, her deer-like eyes were peering at him through the gaps between her arms. He felt that he needed to gain Boya Hancock's trust first. Otherwise, any further thoughts would be impossible. The best way to gain trust was to stand on the same side as her. This tactic seemed to work, upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan curse the celestial dragons. Boya Hancock was first surprised, then anger and hatred arose as he touched her wounds. In the end, although Boya Hancock did not believe that this boy, who seemed only slightly older than herself, could have the ability to kill celestial dragons, it did not prevent her from sensing Uchiha Zongyan's stance, giving her a bit of comfort and a hint of goodwill. No need. Those people are very fierce and brutal. They are the nobility of the world, ruling over everyone. You mustn't provoke them, otherwise there will be no good outcome. After thinking for a moment, Boya Hancock quietly reminded Uchiha Zongyan. As a slave to the celestial dragons, she wanted revenge more than anyone else, yet she feared the power and influence represented by the celestial dragons more than anyone else. They were an existence that could not be matched by individual strength. The Uchiha Zongyan before her shared her hatred for the celestial dragons, making the young and innocent Boya Hancock unwilling to watch him walk into danger. Hearing Boya Hancock's voice, Uchiha Zongyan secretly revealed a relaxed smile. Indeed, it was easier to persuade a girl. Just a few casual words could dispel her hostility. If it were the future empress, that would be impossible. Don't worry about me. I'm quite strong. Also, these are all matters for the future. The most important thing right now is your issue. Uchiha Zongyan forced a smile, squatting down to sit on the floor, ensuring that his eyes were level with Boya Hancock's. You are the first guest that my little frog has brought home. I can grant you one wish. As long as it is within my capabilities, you can ask for whatever you want. Just don't ask me to go to your world. I can't do that for now. When Boya Hancock first appeared in Uchiha Zongyan's home, the system had already prompted Uchiha Zongyan as a guest brought back by the little frog. If UchihaZongyan could fulfill her wish, he could extract one of her abilities. Initially, UchihaZongyan didn't pay much attention to this reward. After all, at this stage, Boya Hancock was still a slave of the celestial dragons and didn't even seem to have consumed the sweet fruit yet. At this stage, the young empress has no fruit abilities and has not cultivated any of the 3 types of haki: armament, observation, or conqueror's haki. She only possesses a bit of shallow combat ability taught by the Amazon Lily. Such abilities are undoubtedly useless to UchihaZongyan. What good are they? However, to his surprise, the system later informed UchihaZongyan that the extracted abilities were calculated based on Boa Hancock's peak form. Such a Boa Hancock possesses abilities that are treasures, which made UchihaZongyan quite interested. So, he simply let Boa Hancock make a wish and see if it could complete the system's task. Aside from being unable to cross the dimensional wall to the world of One Piece, most of the wishes Boa Hancock could think of, given UchihaZongyan's current strength and status in Konoha, were quite simple. Moreover, as a slave, Boa Hancock's greatest wish was likely to escape with her 2 sisters and return to Amazon Lily. Thus, UchihaZongyan declared in advance to eliminate this type of wish. Hearing UchihaZongyan's words, Boa Hancock was momentarily stunned. The young empress's mind was a bit confused. She had just suddenly appeared in this world and encountered unfamiliar places and the unfamiliar UchihaZongyan. After finally catching her breath, she heard UchihaZongyan say he would fulfill her wish. How absurd. It felt like the stories she heard as a child on Amazon Lily, where humans would occasionally meet deities and make wishes to live a happy life. This strange development made Boa Hancock wonder if she was dreaming. How could something that only happens in stories occur to her? It's real, so don't be afraid. Speak your wish out loud. UchihaZongyan noticed the surprise on Boa Hancock's face and comforted her with a smile. The boy before her, with bright eyes staring at his green-skinned little frog on his knee, made Boa Hancock secretly pinch herself, and the pain confirmed that she was not dreaming. After pondering for a long time, Boa Hancock gathered a bit of courage, looked directly into UchihaZongyan's eyes, and quietly yet firmly said, "Lord God, I want you to help me escape from the Celestial Dragon's prison so that I can return to my hometown. And of course, my sisters too." Chapter 170. How to help the young Empress. Boa Hancock's request was completely reasonable and expected. Although UchihaZongyan had previously reminded her that he could not go to the world of One Piece, at this moment, Boa Hancock only had the desire to escape hell in her mind, leaving no room for anything else. Besides, even if she made another wish, what good would it do? After returning, she would still end up in the Celestial Dragon's prison, becoming a lowly slave once again. I understand. Let me think about it. Boa Hancock's response was within UchihaZongyan's expectations, but he frowned. After contemplating, UchihaZongyan asked the system in his mind. System, how long can Boa Hancock stay as a guest? Ding. The maximum duration of the guest stay is 1 week. After the Travel Frog's travel skill cooldown is completed, it will leave with the Travel Frog. The system's voice echoed in UchihaZongyan's mind. This answer seemed reasonable, as it was just a visit. They couldn't just stay indefinitely, right? I can teach you some techniques to help you escape from prison. However, these techniques are unique abilities for my world, and I still don't know if you can learn them. UchihaZongyan had no choice but to speak to Boa Hancock. The method he thought of to help Boa Hancock escape from prison was, of course, ninjutsu. The worlds of One Piece and Naruto are completely different, with entirely different power systems. Comparing the 2 worlds, the top-tier powers on the Naruto side are undoubtedly stronger. After all, the ancestor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and even the bottom-tier characters in the 6 paths level, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, all possess terrifying powers capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The strength of the Otsutsuki brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura, displayed in the original work was absurdly high. The 2 brothers used the God Tree to seal their mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, becoming the moon of the ninja world. That was already star-level strength. On the One Piece side, the strongest characters are likely at the level of super shadow powers. Whether it's the strongest man Whitebeard from the old Yonko, invincible in single combat Kaido, red-haired Shanks with the face fruit, or Big Mom, along with the new Yonko Blackbeard Teach and Luffy, they all have strengths comparable to the Akatsuki leader Nagato. Uchiha Madara without the Rinnegan, and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the new and old admirals of the Navy, are similar. Moreover, some abilities from the Naruto world, if placed in the One Piece world, would leave pirates and Navy who have never seen ninjutsu completely unable to react, let alone know how to deal with it. Just like the Shadow Clone and transformation techniques, UchihaZongyan planned to teach Boa Hancock. unless faced with a strong person possessing observation haki. These two ninjutsu are nearly impossible to see through. If Boa Hancock learns these two techniques, she could leave a shadow clone of herself in prison and then find an opportunity to transform into a guard or someone else to escape, making the success rate quite high. If she were bolder and more meticulous, it would not be impossible to escape with her two sisters as well. However, Uchiha Zongyan's main concern was whether Boa Hancock could learn these two techniques. Although shadow clone and transformation techniques are basic in the ninja world, taught in the graduation exam of ninja schools, all genin can perform these two techniques. It should be noted that the reason ninjas in the ninja world can use ninjutsu is due to chakra. The source of chakra in the ninja world comes from the god tree brought by Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki, who were sent from the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. The original work states, the god tree is the source of all chakra. All chakra in the ninja world originates from the god tree. This means that only those from a ninja world can extract chakra, and whether Boa Hancock, a traveler from the One Piece world, can extract chakra is uncertain. However, these thoughts were in Uchiha Zongyan's mind, and there was no need to share them with Boa Hancock just yet. Great. Thank you, Lord God. Although the Lord God did not agree to help her, the fact that he could provide a method made Boa Hancock very satisfied. Having been imprisoned in the abyss for over a year, Boa Hancock had long lost hope. Now, the sudden appearance of the Lord God, willing to help her, felt like a heavenly blessing. What more could she ask for? The young empress rekindled her excitement and anticipation, quickly crawled out from under the bed, and then knelt before Uchiha Zongyan, bowing her head, her face filled with happy tears. Don't do that. We still don't know if this method will work. Uchiha Zongyan quickly got up to dodge as he witnessed the scene. In his mind, he had not yet adapted to being bowed to, so he couldn't accept Boa Hancock's gratitude. Moreover, the method he proposed still needed to be practiced. If Boa Hancock couldn't extract chakra or learn the two ninjutsu within a week, wouldn't that mean he was bowed to for nothing? Also, I'm not some divine being. I'm just someone from a different world than you. Uchiha Zongyan found it hard to accept Boa Hancock's spontaneous title of divine being. In my heart, you are a divine being. Only the divine beings from stories would descend at such moments to help me. As Boa Hancock spoke, she was about to bow again. All right, you can get up now. Uchiha Zongyan hurriedly stepped forward to pull Boa Hancock up. Having suffered a lot, Boa Hancock was physically weak and had no strength to resist Uchiha Zongyan's actions, so she could only obediently stand up. Since you are willing to learn, I will teach you how to extract chakra today. Just as Uchiha Zongyan was about to explain the meaning of chakra, a commotion suddenly came from the doorway. Knock, knock, knock. Lazy pig brother. Wake up quickly. Who are you? Uchiha Rokuka was startled as she entered the room and saw a strange black-haired girl in her brother's room. Chapter 171. The Hidden Cloud Village. Planning a new war, although the sudden appearance of the little Empress Boa Hancock startled both Uchiha Zongyan and Uchiha Rokuka, especially Uchiha Rokuka, who was completely dumbfounded to see a strange girl in her brother's room. In her confused little mind, her first thought was that her brother had found a girlfriend. Fortunately, after Uchiha Zongyan's explanation and deception, Uchiha Rokuka believed that this suddenly appeared girl was a victim who had originally been imprisoned in the root base belonging to Shimura Danzo. She was not from Konoha, but had been kidnapped by root organization ninjas from another country, leading to the death of her entire family. Having suffered so much at such a young age was somewhat similar to Boa Hancock's original situation. This not only made Uchiha Rokuka believe it, but also evoked her sympathy for the poor girl, making her tearfully ask Boa Hancock how she was doing. This made Boa Hancock feel quite awkward for a moment, not knowing how to respond to the little girl's enthusiasm. Uchiha Rokuka, being a 5-year-old girl, was easily deceived, but Uchiha Zongyan's parents would not be so easily convinced. Therefore, Uchiha Zongyan decided to temporarily place Boa Hancock in the house assigned to him within the clan, bringing her food and daily necessities every day. After temporarily settling Boa Hancock, Uchiha Zongyan began to teach this traveler from another world the techniques for cultivating chakra. On another front, the changes happening in the land of fire, Konoha, could not be hidden from others. On one hand, the disputes among the 5 great nations had never ceased. The brief peace was merely a preparation for the next war. Thus, for a long time, it was quite common for various nations to implant various insiders and spies into each other's territories. One of the basic functions of the umbu of each village was to search for and root out the mice in their territory. Over time, spies who could evade layers of scrutiny would often not act recklessly. They would wait for the most opportune moment to expose their identities and relay information. For example, this recent internal conflict that occurred within Konoha. At that time, Aside from the isolated water country's GoroGoro, which was too far from the center of the ninja world, spies from the other three great nations had infiltrated Konoha. Once the internal conflict broke out, they immediately sought opportunities to relay the information. Later, these exposed spies were naturally eliminated by Konoha's Umbu, and the Uchiha clan also contributed significantly to this effort. The shocking news was laid out on the table, and the reactions from various countries were different. In the Land of Lightning, at GoroGoro, the fourth Raikage was a towering figure covered in intimidating muscles, and his skin was darkened by the geographical environment of GoroGoro, exuding a healthy and robust aura. As the leader of GoroGoro, the fourth Raikage not only inherited the title of Raikage but also the name A. This title could only be obtained by the strongest in GoroGoro and had been passed down through generations. Interestingly, what was passed down was not only the position and title, but also the hot-tempered nature and stubborn mindset. Bang! What a great opportunity. The fools in Konoha have actually had an internal fight. This is a golden chance to attack the Land of Fire. Mabui, after reading the information in his hands, the fourth Raikage slammed his fist down on the office desk in front of him, instantly smashing the desk that had only recently been replaced. His dark face revealed an excited expression, and his eyes sparkled with burning fighting spirit. Raikage-sama, as the secretary of the fourth Raikage, Mabui rushed into the office at the first sound she heard. She respectfully responded, but upon seeing the damaged desk, her expression changed immediately. She could hardly count how many desks had needed replacing by now. Call Darui over. I'm preparing for war. This time, I will directly attack Konoha and swallow that fertile anthole. The fourth Raikage exclaimed excitedly. It should be noted that since the first Hokage, Senja Hashirama, and Uchiha ended the Warring States period and established Konoha, there had been 3 ninja world wars. Although the triggers for these 3 wars might have been different, without exception, GoroGoro always played the role of the aggressive invader in each war. Living on the barren plateau, the Land of Lightning longed for fertile soil beneath their feet, and the rich, vast plains of the Land of Fire had always been something every Raikage had dreamed of obtaining. The fourth Raikage was no exception. Furthermore, GoroGoro was a militaristic place, where the people inherently carried the seeds of aggression. They would never let go as long as there were visible benefits. Raikage-sama, what is happening? Didn't we already agree that our village needs to recuperate for a long time? After the Third Ninja World War, all nations, including GoroGoro, had exhausted their resources, and thus Mabui was very confused upon hearing the fourth Raikage's words. It was clear that during previous discussions with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the nobility, and the powerful figures of GoroGoro, they had already determined future policies that emphasized recuperation. So why not long after? Was the fourth Raikage wanting to stir up war again? I just received information that Konoha has erupted in civil war. The Uchiha clan has staged a rebellion, killing Shimura Danzo and forcing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to abdicate. Just a mere ninja clan dares to rebel against the higher-ups, although they may succeed for a moment. That old man, the third Hokage, will definitely not let this go, and those politicians in Konoha will not sit idly by. It is foreseeable that for a long time to come, Konoha village will be internally unstable, with continuous internal strife. Therefore, we must seize this best opportunity to obtain what we want. The fourth Raikage appears to be a big, rough man, but as the leader of a village, he is not an easy character. He coldly reveals his judgment, and Mabu nods slightly as he listens. The Raikage is indeed right. This is a rare opportunity. However, Konoha has always been the ultimate victor in previous shinobi world wars. Relying solely on our Union village may lead to a stalemate. And in the case of a prolonged siege, we might encounter situations similar to the surprise attack by Iwagakure. Therefore, we need to find other villages to join forces and divide Konoha. Chapter 172. Iwagakure and Sunagakure. One wants to backstab, while the other only wants money. In Union village, the fourth Raikage took Mabuyi's advice. After gathering Darui and other influential figures from Union village, they arrived at a final plan. First, they would prepare within the village, sharpening their weapons and gathering various supplies needed for war, such as marching equipment, food for the ninjas, tents, medical supplies, and so on. They also needed to design various tactics and formulate plans for all possible battle scenarios. The outcome of a war depends not only on the number and strength of the ninjas from both sides, but also on the preparation of logistics, as well as the formulation of strategies and tactics. War is a comprehensive contest of timing, geography, and human factors. a competition of the overall national strength of 2 or more countries. On Mabuyi's suggestion, Yunin village sent invitations to the 3 major ninja villages, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. They even extended an invitation to the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, from Amigakure. The goal was singular: to gather all forces during Konoha's internal strife and launch a decisive attack to break through Konoha's defenses and divide the most fertile land of the Fire Country on this ninja continent. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, the seasoned 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat cross-legged and floating in his office. Below him was a chair, and in front of him was a desk. However, this short old man with a huge, bulbous nose did not like to sit in a chair, as it would put great pressure on his lumbar spine. Floating in the air was much more comfortable. Inoki had a report from Konoha on his desk. This report was naturally sent by a spy that Iwagakure had planted within Konoha. It contained critical information about the recent shocking changes occurring in Konoha. However, unlike the 4th Raikage A from Yunin village, Inoki did not rush to respond after reading the report. Instead, he calmly held onto this information and did not disclose it to others in Iwagakure. He knew that there were people who would be even more restless than he was upon receiving such information. Tsuchikage-sama, a message from Yunin village. An Anbu from Iwagakure appeared in Inoki's office, kneeling on one knee and presenting a scroll. "It's here." Inoki's old face broke into a smile. The black stick from Yunin village was indeed unable to remain calm. "Good job." After taking the scroll from the Anbu's hand and waving him away, Inoki carefully examined the contents. As expected, the scroll contained a proposal from the 4th Raikage, inviting him to join in a war against Konoha, to break through Konoha and divide the land of the Fire Country together. Naive, truly naive. Inoki tossed the scroll onto his desk, a cold smile appearing on his face. "What I want is more than just the land of the Fire Country. I want to take this opportunity to eliminate both Konoha and Yunin, the 2 major threats, in one fell swoop, so that when I grow old and there is no successor, I won TC Iwagakure weakened because of it." The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, once again habitually thought of backstabbing his ally. It is worth noting that this was not the first time Iwagakure had a history of backstabbing allies. During the previous 3rd Shinobi World War, Iwagakure took advantage of Yunin's main forces being on the front lines and sent a large army to backstab Yunin. Fortunately, the then 3rd Raikage held the line and stalled an army of 10,000 ninjas for 3 days and nights, waiting until his subordinates had all retreated and Yunin had prepared its defenses before he perished from exhaustion. With his strength alone, he thwarted Iwagakure's conspiracy. This time, Inoki not only wanted to swallow the rich land of the Fire Country, but also aimed to cripple Konoha and Yunin, the 2 most threatening enemies to Iwagakure, to prevent a gradual decline after he became too old and weak, leaving his position to a successor he deemed unworthy. In the land of wind, Sunagakure. To be honest, Sunagakure has always been the weakest among the 5 major ninja villages. This is due to the environment of the land of wind, which has led to such a result. After all, being situated in a desert means that most of the country's land cannot produce food and is even unusable. The low arable land area has resulted in the land of wind having a huge territory but a population that ranks at the bottom among the 5 great nations, even less than that of the land of water. The direct consequences of having little arable land and a small population are that the economic strength of the land of wind is also at a low position. There is no food, no people, and no money. In this state of having nothing, the daimyo of the land of wind naturally lacks the economic power to maintain a large armed group like the land of fire, the land of earth, or the land of lightning. Thus, for many years, Sunagakure has had to implement an elite soldier policy. During the Shinobi World Wars, other ninja villages would often gather thousands of troops at a single battlefield, while Sunagakure could only muster a pitiful few thousand or even just 1,000 troops. If it weren't for the unique techniques of puppet masters and poison users in Sunagakure, which do provide certain advantages in large-scale wars, the land of wind truly would not deserve the title of one of the 5 great nations. Correspondingly, due to the economic issues of the land of wind, especially in recent years, the trust that the daimyo has in Sunagakure has been declining, leading to increasingly fewer military funds allocated to Sunagakure. As a result, this great ninja village has very few spies in training. Reflecting on this incident, Sunagakure received information about the Konoha Civil War 2 days later than Yunin and Iwagakure. Even after Yunin's alliance documents had already arrived, the intelligence from Konoha was still delayed. The 4th Kazekage's face turned red with anger when he first received the alliance documents sent by the 4th Raikage, he was initially clueless about the other party's intentions. Why would they suddenly want him to join in attacking Konoha? Was it a joke? However, when the Konoha intelligence arrived later, it hit him hard in the face. We must reform. I need more loyal ninjas. Money, money, money. I need to spend more time mining for gold. I can't rely on the daimyo anymore. Even as the leader of one of the 5 great nations. The 4th Kazekage often has to go into the desert to use his magnetic release technique to sift for gold to exchange for money. Go call Chiyo and Ebizo over. For now, put aside the idea of mining for gold. The 4th Kazekage summoned the Umbu to bring the village elders to the conference room. Chapter 173. The New Life of Uzumaki Naruto. Recently, Uzumaki Naruto enjoys visiting the Uchiha clan's territory whenever he has free time. As a first-year student at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Naruto, Uzumaki, and his classmates hardly ever have any time to rest. After all, in Konoha Village, or rather in this ninja world, there is no such thing as a 2-day weekend or an 8-hour workday. In a world where the exploiters hold absolute power and strength, and the exploited have no capacity for resistance, things like peasant uprisings or workers' movements are impossible. Even if some fools did attempt a rebellion, a group of ninjas could easily wipe them out in no time. Thus, in this brutal world, the exploited and oppressed civilians labor and contribute for their exploiters from birth to death, every year and every day. If the upper class has a bit of conscience, or happens to be in a good mood, they might at most smile kindly at you and generously allow you to keep a small portion of the harvest instead of giving it all away, so that you and your family can eat tree bark and continue to work for them. The tone of the world is set like this. And Konoha Village is no exception. At least compared to the outside world, life in Konoha can be said to be like heaven. Ordinary residents of Konoha have their income secured, and at least what they earn each day can support their families. Concepts like vacations and weekends are non-existent for them. Ninjas are always on call, year-round, not to mention the reserve ninjas at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Basically, students at the Ninja Academy get 1 day off every 10 days. However, considering the limited energy of young students, their school hours are not very long. Therefore, Naruto Uzumaki finishes school in the afternoon, which give him a reason to follow Sasuke Uchiha to the Uchiha clan compound for dinner every day. I have to say, Sasuke's mother cooks really well. Sasuke, wait for me. One day after school, as soon as Naruto heard the school bell, he rushed out the school gate, looking around for a familiar figure. Sure enough, as soon as he exited the school gate, he spotted the person he was looking for, Sasuke Uchiha, with his messy black hair, purple short sleeves, and black shorts, carrying a fan with the Uchiha clan crest on his back. For the past few days, Naruto had been following Sasuke to the Uchiha clan compound after school for training, and afterward, he shamelessly tagged along to Sasuke's house for dinner. 1 or 2 times was fine, but as it happened more frequently, Sasuke began to feel annoyed. Why you come to my house for dinner every day? And my mom is so nice to you. Sensitive Sasuke could feel that his mother seemed to take special care of this blonde idiot, always inviting him to stay for dinner, serving him food, and constantly checking on him with a warm smile. Damn it, my mom's smile is meant for me. How can she give it to this annoying guy? Sasuke's jealousy flared up, especially disliking the way his mother treated Naruto. So for the past few days, he rushed home as fast as he could after school, trying to shake off that pesky follower. However, what Sasuke didn't know was that his mother's special care for Naruto had its reasons. Back when the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was still alive, he took the initiative to contact Uchiha clan leader Fugaku Uchiha for the sake of Konoha's unity, quickly reaching a consensus. In this context, both of their wives, Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki, became close friends. When Kushina was pregnant, Mikoto was a few months ahead of her, and they had agreed to encourage their children to interact after they were born, fostering the friendship between their families for the next generation. Unfortunately, Minato passed away young, along with his wife Kushina, leaving behind a legacy of suspicion. The appearance of the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes at that time heightened Konoha's distrust of the Uchiha clan to its peak. As a result, the Uchiha clan's compound was relocated from the center of Konoha to the outskirts, and the whole clan bore even heavier shackles. In this situation, even if Fugaku and Mikoto wanted to help Naruto out of respect for Minato and Kushina, it was completely impossible. The previous host of the Nine-Tails had been killed by someone suspected to be from the Uchiha clan. How could a new Nine-Tails host be allowed to associate with Uchiha clan members? Therefore, in the original story, until the night of the massacre occurred, Fugaku and Mikoto never had any contact with Naruto. However, the situation is different now. The rise of Sasuke's older brother, Itachi Uchiha, has broken all shackles. Naruto, The host of the Nine Tails confidently enters and exits the Uchiha clan compound every day. Who would dare to speak against it? Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could only watch as the Jinchuriki he had painstakingly trained for 6 years was tamed by the Uchiha. No one around had the courage to intervene. Thus, when Mikoto Uchiha saw Naruto, she immediately thought of his parents. Out of respect for Kushina and gratitude for Minato, and most importantly, moved by Naruto's cheerful and optimistic demeanor even in darkness, Mikoto was thoroughly touched. During this time, Mikoto has been even kinder to Naruto than to her own son, Sasuke. It's no wonder that Sasuke felt jealous. Idiot, don't follow me. Hearing the familiar shout from behind, Sasuke immediately rejected Naruto with annoyance. What are you saying? Didn't we agree to go to Itachi's house to train together? Who agreed with you? Stop being so self-important, idiot. Hey, but Aunt Mikoto told me yesterday that she would prepare a feast for me today. Shut up. Shut up. You're not allowed to mention my mom. And you're not allowed to eat my mom's cooking. Naruto's casual remark only fueled Sasuke's jealousy, and he shouted loudly. His raised voice attracted the attention of those around them. At this time, the school day at the Ninja Academy had just ended, and most of the people on this road were students from the academy, along with some parents picking up their children. In the eyes of these people, Sasuke Uchiha, with his black hair, black eyes, and clan crest, was certainly very conspicuous. After all, he was an Uchiha, so when they heard Sasuke suddenly shouting, all eyes turned to the two of them. Sasuke quickly noticed the gazes on him and felt his face heat up. But Aunt Mikoto promised me that I had to go today. Naruto, not understanding why Sasuke suddenly got angry, began to explain in a daze. However, Sasuke knew that staying in place would only make them the center of attention, so he had no choice but to grab Naruto's hand and hurry away. Stop talking nonsense. Let us go, idiot. Chapter 174. Naruto Uzumaki and the Empress. After entering the Uchiha clan compound, their pace slowed down. The path was almost filled with Uchiha clan members, who were naturally familiar with Sasuke, the son of the former clan leader. Although the current clan leader, Itachi Uchiha, had publicly reprimanded and defeated Fugaku Uchiha at the Southie Shrine, causing Fugaku's reputation to plummet. With the later victories of the Uchiha, Fugaku had stepped down to become an elder, and the conflict with Itachi had been resolved. Those who still remembered Fugaku's leadership over the years would not hold on to that mistake. A considerable number of clan members hold a place for Uchiha Fugaku in their hearts. Naturally, they treat Uchiha Sasuke with great courtesy. Throughout the journey, clan members greeted him, and Uchiha Sasuke responded with great politeness. As for Naruto Uzumaki, who recently entered the public eye and was rumored to have received guidance from Uchiha Zongyan, he is seen as someone who cannot be offended by the Uchiha clan. Therefore, any form of difficulty or blame was out of the question. According to previous customs, at this time, Uchiha Zongyan would either be handling official business or training alone. Thus, there would be no one in Uchiha Zongyan's residence. With Zongyan's promise, the two little ones entered the residence with ease. They had been training here during this period, as the space was large enough. However, this time, as Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki stepped into the courtyard, they were met with an unexpected scene. A girl with long black hair, petite, and wearing slightly oversized clothes, was sitting cross-legged on the hallway floor outside the living room, eyes closed as if meditating. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke immediately questioned. Isn't this Zongyan's brother's home? Why are you here? Naruto Uzumaki also expressed confusion, but did so in a less aggressive tone than Sasuke. Hearing their questions, the girl sitting on the ground was startled and immediately opened her eyes. This girl was, of course, Boa Hancock. Since arriving in this world that morning, Boa Hancock had experienced quite a few shocks. First, she was startled by the sudden change of unfamiliar surroundings, then by Uchiha Zongyan, and finally by the sudden intrusion of Uchiha Rokuka into the room. After everything was explained, she was brought to this residence under Uchiha Zongyan's arrangement, where she had eaten, bathed, and changed clothes, wearing one of Zongyan's old outfits. After settling Boa Hancock, Uchiha Zongyan briefly taught her the method of chakra extraction. The basics of chakra extraction do not yield immediate results. It requires a careful process of understanding and realization. After teaching her, Uchiha Zongyan left to train in the Forest of Death. However, he did not expect that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki would return so early today. Who are you two? Seeing that the two who spoke were just young children, no more than 6 or 7 years old, and looked neither fierce nor aggressive, Boa Hancock felt slightly relieved. Yet, her long-standing habits made her instinctively retreat into the living room. showing only half her face at the door while staring at Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. You, in the Uchiha territory, don't recognize me? Although Boa Hancock was 13 years old, her long-term malnutrition left her physically weak, making her look small and not much larger than Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively regarded her as a peer, and his tone was naturally not very polite, carrying the unique arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Sorry to scare you, Naruto said. P.S. Uchiha Sasuke, and I'm Naruto Uzumaki. We are both disciples of Zongyan. What is your relationship with Zongyan? Naruto was much more polite, flashing a simple smile that eased Boa Hancock's tension. In Naruto's eyes, anyone appearing in Uchiha Zongyan's home must have a connection to him. Therefore, clarifying their relationship with Zongyan would help bridge the gap. A disciple of the Lord God? Boa Hancock murmured upon hearing this. She had been introduced to Uchiha Zongyan's name that morning, but the title Lord God was something she couldn't quite explain. It was just how she chose to refer to him, and she ultimately had to let it go. However, Naruto's words were quite effective. Knowing that the two boys in front of her were Uchiha Zongyan's disciples eased some of her wariness, and she began to explain, I am Boa Hancock, and the Lord God asked me to train here. Lord God? Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. This was the first time they had heard someone refer to Uchiha Zongyan in such a way. Lord God? That man indeed deserves such a title. Uchiha Sasuke recalled the scene of Uchiha Zongyan beheading Uchiha Itachi once more. Training? What are you training in? Learning some ninjutsu? Naruto, not thinking too much, was immediately drawn to the topic of ninjutsu. Ever since Uchiha Zongyan taught them chakra control techniques the other day, their progress had been rapid. However, Uchiha Zongyan had yet to teach them the shadow clone technique. Therefore, Naruto, who had been eager to learn new ninjutsu, instinctively thought that Boa Hancock must be learning some powerful ninjutsu from Uchiha Zongyan and couldn't help but ask. Ninjutsu? No. The Lord God taught me how to extract chakra. It's just that I haven't learned it yet. Boa Hancock hurriedly waved her hands to deny Naruto's assumption. However, as she spoke, her voice grew quieter. After finishing lunch and tidying up her personal hygiene that day, Boa Hancock had been instructed by Uchiha Zongyan on the method of chakra extraction. Yet, after several hours, she still hadn't grasped what Zongyan had explained. This feeling of failure left the young empress very frustrated. After all, Uchiha Zongyan had said that she could rely on this ability to escape from the Celestial Dragon's prison and even save her two sisters. Clearly determined to seize this divine opportunity, learn the Lord God's gift, and return to take her sisters away from hell back to the Island of Women, Amazon Lily. Yet, reality gradually extinguished Boa Hancock's hopes. Chapter 175, Failure. The Empress lacks the talent to be a ninja. It was entirely normal for Boa Hancock to be unable to extract chakra from her body. As mentioned earlier, everyone in the Naruto world has chakra seeds within them, a remnant from the time Kagaya Otsutsuki harvested the fruit of the god tree 1,000 years ago. Subsequently, Kagaya's son, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, also developed a series of methods to excavate and utilize this power based on its characteristics, known as ninjutsu. The chakra extraction techniques and hand seal methods known to ninjas today were originally created by Hagoromo Otsutsuki. After all, at the level of a sage, who even bothers with hand seals during a fight? Even the super strong Hashirama Senju could summon anything with just a clap of his hands. In any case, as a native of the One Piece world, Boa Hancock, although outwardly human like the residents of the Naruto world, had a completely different physique. This was a result of the world environment and history. In other words, people in the Naruto world cannot learn haki from the One Piece world either. Even physical techniques, such as the Marine's Rokushiki, are nearly impossible to master in the ninja world. Imagine if, in the world of ninjas, a new ability suddenly appeared that allowed one to recover from injuries and replenish mental and physical strength in a very short time, just by eating a lot. What would be the point of soldier pills then? Just to feed dogs. Even Akamaru wouldn't hesitate to eat that junk. Uchiha Zongyan initially thought that Boa Hancock's constitution was unlikely to be able to refine chakra. But in any case, he had to give it a try. If it didn't work out, he would think of other ways to make up for it. After all, the task rewards given by the system were quite tempting. The abilities possessed by the peak adult Empress Boa Hancock were indeed quite alluring. Most of Uchiha Zongyan's current abilities came from the world of One Piece, and these abilities had inherent connections with each other. If he could make up for them, his strength would see a significant boost. The Thunder Fruit ability, Conqueror's Haki. If he could obtain Armament Haki, his combat power would instantly rise to a new level. And if he got Observation Haki, combined with Uchiha Zongyan's radar ability. He could immediately monitor the entire Konoha village and even expand outward. The Conqueror's Haki of the Peak Empress and the Seed of Conqueror's Haki that Uchiha Zongyan obtained were completely different. Although the Seed of Conqueror's Haki that Uchiha Zongyan acquired allowed him to master this ability, it would still require long-term training and practice to further enhance it. However, the ability obtained from the Peak Empress would be of the same strength as hers. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Empress Boa Hancock was inherently a powerhouse, second only to the admirals. The haki she possessed was among the top in the entire One Piece world. Therefore, no matter what, Uchiha Zongyan had to attempt to see if he could complete this task. Even if Boa Hancock couldn't refine chakra, he would think of other methods. In Uchiha Zongyan's house, the 3 children had a preliminary understanding of each other. Since Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto did not make any dangerous moves and were related to Uchiha Zongyan, Boa Hancock lowered her guard and began to chat with them. As they talked, Boa Hancock formed impressions of the 2 little boys in front of her. The blonde-haired Uzumaki Naruto seemed like a good person, but he had a particularly evil aura about him, much more ferocious than those murderous pirates. It was strange. He was just a child. How could he have such an aura? Boa Hancock's perception was very sharp, although she had not yet awakened observation haki. She already had a nascent form of this ability, allowing her to sense the presence of the 9 tails hidden within Uzumaki Naruto. The aura of the 9 tails needed no further explanation. Its evil and terror were well known, leaving Boa Hancock deeply shocked. As for the black-haired boy, he seemed quite annoying. That kind of arrogance and self-importance reminded her of those damn celestial dragons, but without their cruelty and disgust. The unique arrogance emanating from Uchiha Sasuke, stemming from the Uchiha clan, was also noticed by Boa Hancock. A mere 6-year-old child, yet he carried such impudent arrogance, which made Boa Hancock dislike him immensely. Thus, during the conversation, she spoke more with Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke kept a cold expression, silently observing Boa Hancock. Why did this woman call Zongyan Lord God? What kind of background did she have? Moreover, she looked completely ignorant, like a stranger just arriving in Konoha, unaware of everything. Could she be a spy sent by another ninja village? No, if she were a spy, she wouldn't dare to come directly to the Uchiha household, especially not Zongyan's home. Furthermore, from her appearance, she seemed incapable of even the most basic chakra refinement. Was she an ordinary person without talent? Uchiha Sasuke sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, staring intently at the 2 chatting, deep in thought. Uzumaki Naruto, on the other hand, did not share such thoughts. Instead, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Boa Hancock. The despair and hatred that subtly emanated from her, having been enslaved by the celestial dragons for a long time, reminded him of the feelings he experienced when he was ostracized and bullied in Konoha. This made Uzumaki Naruto even more enthusiastic towards Boa Hancock, sharing everything he knew with her. Hey, you 2 are here too. At that moment, the sound of the door opening was heard as Uchiha Zongyan walked in. He and T expected Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to return from school so early today, so he was a bit late. However, seeing the 3 of them sitting together and chatting, it seemed they were getting along well. Brother Zongyan, Big Brother Zongyan, Lord God. Upon seeing Uchiha Zongyan, the 3 immediately stood up to greet him. Each of their addresses was different, and Uchiha Zongyan responded to them with a smile. Let me introduce you. This little girl is Boa Hancock, an innocent person brought back by Shimura Danzo from another country, who was imprisoned in the Route S dungeon as experimental material. Her background and experiences are quite pitiful, so you 2 must not bully her. Of course, Boa Hancock's identity as a visitor from another world could not be revealed, so Uchiha Zongyan fabricated a new identity for her, which was not too far from her actual experiences. Chapter 176, Seed of the World Tree. A new world, Uzumaki Naruto did not know who Shimura Danzo was, nor had he heard the root base. However, when he learned of Boa Hancock's tragic background, he felt a sense of empathy from the bottom of his heart. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, had heard the names Shimura Danzo and Root from his parents and clan members, knowing they were the greatest enemies of the Uchiha clan, who had now been eradicated by Uchiha Zongyan himself. Since Boa Hancock had such an identity, it explained the previous doubts, and he felt relieved. So, were you able to refine chakra? After introducing her identity, Uchiha Zongyan sat cross-legged and invited the 3 little ones to sit opposite him, then asked Boa Hancock with a gentle smile. Sorry, Lord God. Boa Hancock, as small and frail-bodied, trembled upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan's question, her eyes reddening as she lowered her head to apologize. Uchiha Zongyan had already predicted this outcome, so naturally, he wouldn't blame her for it. It's okay. If this method doesn't work, I have other ways to help you. Seeing the little empress tear up and look sorrowful, Uchiha Zongyan could only comfort her. What does this mean, brother Zongyan? Does that mean Hancock can't refine chakra? Uzumaki Naruto, upon hearing this and seeing Boa Hancock sob quietly, hurriedly asked Uchiha Zongyan. Yeah, it's quite a dilemma, Uchiha Sasuke coldly remarked. Why? Can't Hancock become a ninja? Without the talent to become a ninja, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. If she can't refine chakra, she might as well give up. Uchiha Sasuke's somewhat ruthless words sounded harsh to Uzumaki Naruto, who clenched his fists and retorted. So what if she doesn't become a ninja? Plus, it hasn't been long since she tried. Maybe she'll succeed with more effort. Uchiha Zongyan shook his head and explained, generally speaking, the possibility of becoming a ninja is determined by whether one can refine chakra. If one cannot extract chakra in an entire afternoon, the hope of becoming a ninja in this life is almost lost. Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock lowered her body even further, tears flowing down her small face and soaking the collar of her clothes. Naruto Uzumaki looked at her anxiously, wanting to comfort her, but not knowing how. System, do you have any way to help Boa Hancock master chakra? Seeing this, Uchiha Zongyan could only ask the system in his heart. Ding. In fact, the method is already mastered by the host. The system replied, I have already mastered it? Uchiha Zongyan was taken aback, not understanding what the system meant. Ding. If the seed of the world tree successfully sprouts, the host will possess a small world, become the ruler of this world, and can invite others to enter this world. Ding. In this small world, as the ruler, the host can connect with people from any world and grant their powers to others or reclaim the powers offered by others. The seed of the world tree. Uchiha Zongyan then recalled the souvenir brought back by the traveling frog. The system's reaction at that time had greatly surprised Uchiha Zongyan. The system had stated that the world from which the seed of the world tree originated was too dangerous to explain to Uchiha Zongyan, leaving him puzzled for a long time. However, after the world tree seed was planted in his body, it had remained dormant, and over time, he forgot about it. But now, looking at the system statement, this world tree seed is significant, able to form a small world that can accommodate him and people from any other world, and even connect across worlds? Wait, why does this sound so much like the source fortress of the Great Lord, above the gray mist? System, won't this infringe on copyrights? The system's description of the abilities of the world tree seed immediately reminded Uchiha Zongyan of a novel he had read in his previous life, giving rise to an unusual feeling in his heart. However, those were secondary. After hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Zongyan immediately focused inward, looking at the world tree seed planted in his dantian. A green seed floated in the sea of chi, various strange colors shimmering and glowing. But it showed no signs of sprouting, still exactly the same as when Uchiha Zongyan first got it. System, how can this world tree seed sprout? Uchiha Zongyan could only ask the system. Ding. The host needs to imprint their soul's aura on it to establish a connection. Following the system's prompt, Uchiha Zongyan gradually imprinted his soul's aura onto the world tree seed, and just at the moment of success, a brilliant light erupted. Countless shining beams filled Uchiha Zongyan's sea of chi, and then the light dissipated, revealing a circular small world. Is this the small world? It's truly marvelous. The small world formed by the sprouting of the world tree seed is not large, about 100 miles in circumference, but according to the system, this small world will expand with Uchiha Zongyan's increase in strength. If in the end, Uchiha Zongyan's strength reaches an incredible realm, then this small world might also become a vast world. Uchiha Zongyan was very satisfied with the newly acquired small world, withdrew his mind, and opened his eyes. By this time, some time had passed, and Uchiha Zongyan, Naruto Uzumaki, and Boa Hancock were all waiting for Uchiha Zongyan to speak. But suddenly seeing him close his eyes as if in deep thought, they hurriedly closed their mouths and waited. However, as time passed, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't sit still any longer and opened his mouth to wake Uchiha Zongyan, only to be reminded by Uchiha Sasuke's stern gaze. Boa Hancock stared blankly at Uchiha Zongyan. She already had a budding observation haki, seemingly sensing a tremendous change in Uchiha Zongyan, making him appear more divine. Lord God, what happened? Upon opening his eyes and seeing the three little ones staring at him foolishly, Uchiha Zongyan finally reacted. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Uchiha Zongyan smiled and then looked at Boa Hancock and said, I have thought of a way to help you master chakra and learn ninjutsu. Are you willing? Boa Hancock, who had been feeling sad and upset about her inability to extract chakra, immediately nodded upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan's proposal. I am willing. Lord God, that's great. Extend your hand and place in my palm. Uchiha Zongyan extended his hand, allowing the little empress to press her palm against his. Chapter 177, The Small World. The chat group arrives. The small world formed by the sprouting of the world tree seed is a world that belongs solely to Uchiha Zongyan. In this small world, Uchiha Zongyan is the ruler, the maker of rules. Like a creator, the ability to manifest his will is a basic capability. However, this small world has just formed. The corresponding rules have not yet been established, and the capacity of the world is limited, requiring a long time to continuously expand and take shape. So for now, Uchiha Zongyan's small world only has some of the simplest functions. This function is somewhat similar to the Great Lord's Source Fortress, those abilities above the gray mist at first. More specifically, it is like a chat group of all heavens, where Uchiha Zongyan, as the group leader, can control the entire chat group. Whether inviting other members to join the chat or sending powers to members through the chat group, it's all a matter of thought. Moreover, this chat group can span different worlds, allowing members in various worlds to have a timely communication platform, and transactions can also be conducted in the chat group, etc. These functions are secondary for Uchiha Zongyan. The most important thing is that all members entering the chat group will accelerate the growth and improvement of the chat group. The stronger the member, the greater their contribution to the growth of the chat group, and this is passive with no cost to the members. After understanding the small world formed by the world tree seed, Uchiha Zongyan immediately prepared to bring Boa Hancock into the small world. This is not only because after Boa Hancock enters the small world, Uchiha Zongyan can share some of his powers with her to help her achieve her wish of escaping from the Celestial Dragon's prison. More importantly, the future growth into one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress Boa Hancock, will significantly aid the growth of the small world. Since she is a perfect worker, why not bring her in to help? In Uchiha Zongyan's house, he and Boa Hancock were sitting in the living room, while Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were sent away to continue their training. This feeling, it seems like a strange power has emerged within me. Is this chakra? After imprinting Boa Hancock's soul aura into the small world, Uchiha Zongyan used the channels of the small world to send a portion of his chakra into Boa Hancock's body. The little empress suddenly felt a powerful force emerging within her, making her feel exceptionally invigorated. However, the difference is that the chakra Uchiha Zongyan gave to the little empress is consumable, unlike the chakra she cultivates herself. Once used up, it is gone. A ninja's own chakra is a product of the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy in the body, which cannot be stored and is used instantly. Differing from energy in the general sense, just like the energy of tailed beasts, although it is also chakra, it is fundamentally different from a ninja's chakra. Yes, this is chakra, considered a gift I'm giving you. However, you must remember that this chakra is not something you cultivated yourself. Once it is consumed, it will disappear forever, so you need to cherish it and use it carefully. Since Boa Hancock can receive her own chakra, it indicates that her mission has a considerable success rate, which made Uchiha Zongyan relax and smile. Thank you, Lord God. Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock stared blankly at Uchiha Zongyan, her small face filled with complex emotions. Then, the little empress knelt down with a thud, bowing deeply to Uchiha Zongyan. Lord God, Boa Hancock will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Once I rescue my sisters, I will repay your kindness, and I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Boa Hancock clenched her teeth, her words firm, as if she had already made up her mind. This was a scene she could only see in her dreams. After being reduced to a slave for so long, she finally saw a glimmer of hope, a way to save herself and her 2 sisters, and naturally, Boa Hancock was extremely excited. No need to be so serious. I'm just lending a hand. Uchiha Zongyan looked at the little empress before him as if she were a livestock willingly working hard for her boss to buy cars and houses, squinting his eyes and laughing while pretending to be sincere. Stop saying that. Since you already have chakra, the next step is to learn ninjutsu. Seeing that Boa Hancock was still excited and wanted to say something, Uchiha Zongyan interrupted her. Here, ninjas are trained from a young age. The 2 little brats in the yard are only 6 years old this year, but they have already started school to learn related knowledge. They won't graduate as qualified ninjas until around the age of 12. But you are different. You don't have that much time to learn and train. The time you can stay in this world is only 7 days, so you must learn the essential ninjutsu in this short time to save yourself and your 2 sisters. Time is precious, so don't waste it on gratitude. Generally, it takes at least a day for a ninja to learn a simple ninjutsu, and a more complex one might take a week, a month, or even several years to master. The speed of learning ninjutsu mainly depends on the ninja's talent, daily accumulation, and compatibility with the ninjutsu. Boa Hancock has just obtained chakra, and Uchiha Zongyan didn't know how long it would take this little girl to learn the basic technique of body double. However, considering that Boa Hancock later became a powerful pirate like the 7 warlords of the sea, she must have had both talent and effort. So it should be very promising for her to learn body double within a week. Let us go to the yard. I'll teach you how to learn body double. Uchiha Zongyan stood up and led Boa Hancock into the yard. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were still practicing walking on water, but compared to before, they had already made considerable progress, able to stand firm on the water surface and move their feet. Brother Zongyan, are you done with your business? When they saw Uchiha Zongyan and Boa Hancock approaching, the 2 little brats hurriedly walked over from the surface of the pond. Starting today, Boa Hancock will learn ninjutsu together with you too, so help her out more, Uchiha Zongyan said, patting Boa Hancock's little head, signaling her to speak. Thank you both. Please take care of me. Boa Hancock understood and immediately bowed to the 2 little brats who were slightly shorter than her. Got it. Ha. Of course, no problem. I'll teach you well. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, one cold and one warm, both nodded in agreement. Chapter 178, Homeless Uchiha Obito. Night. After the training in the yard, Naruto Uzumaki, like a tail, followed the impatient Uchiha Sasuke to his house for a meal. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock followed Uchiha Zongyan home for dinner. When her parents saw Boa Hancock, they were surprised, but after Uchiha Zongyan explained, they immediately accepted the poor little girl. The gentle mother even teared up because of Boa Hancock's tragic experience, constantly serving her more food during dinner, which made Uchiha Rika, who was watching, a bit jealous. However, Uchiha Rika was also a kind-hearted girl who didn't put on airs. After dinner, she arranged to take Boa Hancock out to play. It's essential to balance work and rest. After training all day, you need to relax. Come play with her. Facing Boa Hancock's troubled expression, Uchiha Zongyan smiled and said. Thus, the little empress was dragged out by Uchiha Rika, who was 8 years younger than her, to play with some younger Uchiha in the clan area. As for Uchiha Zongyan, he returned to his room, planning to spend some time studying the small world. Whoosh! Lord Clan Leader, here is a letter for you. It was brought by a merchant team from the Land of Water. The leader of the merchant team said that it was sent by the Jonin Terumi Mei from the Land of Water. At this moment, a sound of breaking air rang out. A serious-looking Uchiha ninja knelt on one knee before Uchiha Zongyan, holding out a letter with both hands. Terumi Mei. Hearing this familiar name brought back memories for Uchiha Zongyan. She was the leader of the Land of Water's Umbu he encountered while hunting down the rogue ninja Kijin Shin from the Land of Water during his time as a bounty hunter. In the original story, Terumi Mei later became the 5th Mizukage of the Land of Water. Could it be that the information disclosed last time had an effect? That guy Uchiha Obito, using his Mangeki Sharingan to control the 3 Tails Jinchurichi, Kyubi-Yagura, secretly manipulated the entire Kirigakure, turning it into a blood-mist village where fighting was incessant. In revenge for Kirigakure implanting 3-tailed beasts into Rin Noera, ultimately leading to her death. Uchiha Obito stirred up chaos in Kirigakure, reducing a great ninja village to a half-wrecked state. And I had informed Terumi Mei of this information in advance to set a trap for Uchiha Obito, and it seems it really had an effect. Uchiha Zongyan thought quickly, then calmly reached out to take the letter from the Uchiha ninja's hands, nodding to him and saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Is everything going well in the Umbu?" The Uchiha ninja before him was wearing the standard uniform of the Konoha Umbu, but he wasn't wearing a mask. This was a part of the benefits Uchiha Zongyan had obtained during the last redistribution of power. Although he had given up the Konoha Security Department solely owned by the Uchiha clan, it allowed Uchiha clan members to enter areas they couldn't access before, such as the Umbu. Before this, only Uchiha Itachi had entered the Umbu, and he was a double agent, a rebellious one. Now, due to Uchiha Zongyan's presence, more than 20 Uchiha ninjas had become part of the Umbu, each being an outstanding ninja capable of standing on their own, forming a force that could influence the Umbu very smoothly. All of this is thanks to Lord Clan Leader. The Uchiha ninja respectfully bowed his head, his words filled with a sense of fervor, as if he worshipped Uchiha Zongyan as a deity. "That's good. Report to me immediately if anything comes up. You may leave." Uchiha Zongyan nodded, allowing the Umbu in front of him to leave and rest, while he took the letter back to his room. Let us see what Terumi Mei wrote in the letter. Uchiha Zongyan tore open the seal of the letter and began to read. To Zongyan Jun, with sincerity, thank you for your information. The losses in the Hidden Mist Village have been contained because of it, and I will forever remember your kindness. If you need anything in the future, please contact me directly, and I will repay your kindness at any cost. Terumi Mei. It seems that Terumi Mei did not specify the details in the letter, likely fearing that others might open it, but Uchiha Zongyan understood everything clearly. From this perspective, the information Uchiha Zongyan provided led Terumi Mei to start suspecting the fourth Mizukage, Kurogane Yagura, and she confirmed through some means that the Mizukage was being controlled by someone. The changes in the Hidden Mist Village over the years became evident. The series of policies issued by the controlled fourth Mizukage, Kurogane Yagura, were abolished, and Yagura himself was also under control. The internal power struggles in the Hidden Mist Village might continue for a long time, and it remains uncertain who could seize the opportunity to rise to power after the Mizukage's fall. However, with the achievement of exposing the control over Kurogane Yagura, Terumi Mei's rise has become unstoppable. Who would have thought it would actually work? How will Uchiha Obito respond to this? Having lost the Hidden Mist Village as a stronghold, what will he do next? The other 4 great ninja villages do not have a Jinchuriki of the tailed beast for him to control, so he will likely have to develop in smaller countries. Uchiha Zongyan smiled in satisfaction and began to contemplate the possible responses from Uchiha Obito. The gap between the great ninja villages and the smaller ones is immeasurable. The benefits and resources gained from seizing control in Ninja Village are entirely different. Originally, as the man behind the fourth Mizukage Kurogane Yagura, Uchiha Obito intercepted a large amount of resources through Yagura to build the White Zetsu army, which allowed him to deploy hundreds of thousands of White Zetsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story. But if he loses the Hidden Mist Village, a vast breeding ground, building the White Zetsu army will require a tremendous amount of resources. What will Uchiha Obito choose? Forget it. It doesn't matter what he chooses. In any case, Uchiha Zongyan doesn't need to worry about Uchiha Obito for the time being. What I need to do next is to continue training to improve my strength while also managing Konoha Village well. After all, it's good to have a big tree to provide shade. With a light laugh, Uchiha Zongyan conjured flames in his hand, turning Terumi Mei's letter to ashes. After greeting his parents, he transformed into an invisible flash of lightning and sped towards the death forest outside the village, which had always been his training ground. Although most of his abilities were obtained through the traveling frog, Uchiha Zongyan was not the type to wait for opportunities to fall into his lap. He held himself to very high standards. Daily rigorous training was crucial for Uchiha Zongyan's rapid improvement in strength. Chapter 179. The dramatic change in the Hidden Mist Village. The road back to the village time rewinds to not long ago. The Umbu assassination team dispatched by the Hidden Mist Village arrived at the town of Shinya in the Bear Country to capture the wanted rogue ninja, Tobi. Coincidentally, Uchiha Zongyan, as a bounty hunter, also targeted Tobi. In the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei was the leader of this Umbu assassination team. Both parties launched an attack on Tobi simultaneously, and ultimately, it was Uchiha Zongyan who beheaded Tobi. She witnessed the fierce battle between Uchiha Zongyan and Tobi and was deeply impressed by the power and charisma demonstrated by Uchiha Zongyan, which stirred unusual feelings within her. However, when Uchiha Zongyan revealed his true identity after removing his mask, his youthful appearance dispelled Terumi Mei's thoughts. Unaware of Terumi Mei's changing feelings, Uchiha Zongyan, intending to build a good rapport with her and create problems for Uchiha Obito, informed her of the report regarding the fourth Mizukage Kurogane Yagura being secretly controlled by Uchiha Obito. At first, Terumi Mei found it hard to believe. After all, Kurogane Yagura, as the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, though not ranked high in the entire ninja world, still held a significant reputation in the Land of Water. As the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Kurogane Yagura inherited the position of Mizukage through his brave and powerful performance in war. The strong impression of Kurogane Yagura lingered in the hearts of every Hidden Mist ninja. So how could Terumi Mei easily believe that Uchiha Zongyan was saying he was being controlled? If what Uchiha Zongyan said was true, how powerful would the person controlling him have to be? The era of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, was long gone, and many of their deeds were buried in history books and the memories of the elders. The fact that the Uchiha clan Sharingan could control tailed beasts was unknown to most ninjas. In the absence of information, Terumi Mei had no idea who could control Kurogane Yagura, the Mizukage. So when she heard Uchiha Zongyan's information, she even suspected that he had ulterior motives, knowing how intense the political struggles in the hidden mist village were and wanting to sow discord. However, when Terumi Mei calmed down, she realized that Uchiha Zongyan had no need to do so. Firstly, as a boy from the Uchiha clan in Konoha, he had no connection to the internal political struggles of the hidden mist village. Who ultimately became the victor in the hidden mist village seemed irrelevant to Uchiha Zongyan. At most, he would use the internal strife of the hidden mist village to exhaust its power and that of the Land of Water. However, according to the information Terumi Mei had, the Uchiha clan in Konoha was in a situation of being excluded and suppressed. Who in the ninja world with some intelligence would not know this? In such circumstances, would Uchiha Zongyan still be eager to help Konoha exhaust the strength of the hidden mist village? On the contrary, helping the hidden mist village to quell the chaos early would allow it, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, to regain its strength and re-emerge on the ninja world stage, putting greater pressure on Konoha. As long as the external pressure on Konoha was strong enough, the Uchiha clan within might not take too drastic actions. After all, under the principle of unity against external threats, even the Uchiha clan was one of Konoha's forces resisting invaders. Secondly, Terumi Mei and her group arrived in a hurry, with their plan being more of a temporary one. If Uchiha Zongyan were truly a behind-the-scenes manipulator wanting to stir up chaos, he shouldn't have approached her, an ordinary jonin from the hidden mist village, at this time and revealed such important information. According to Terumi Mei's thinking, if Uchiha Zongyan really wanted to take advantage of the chaos in the hidden mist village, there would be many who would be willing to cooperate with him, such as those from the Kagaya clan, who were filled with muscle and had little intelligence, knowing only to crush their way through obstacles to win. If Uchiha Zongyan wanted to cause trouble, this group of fools would undoubtedly be the best choice, right? Of course, this alone could not convince Terumi Mei of the truth of Uchiha Zongyan's words. Ultimately, what swayed her belief was the seed of doubt she had planted in her heart all along. Terumi Mei had lived in the hidden mist village since childhood and had deep feelings for the village. In her memory, Kirigain Yagura, upon becoming the 4th Mizukage, initially had a very positive image. He was wise, decisive, powerful, and more importantly, had a heart willing to protect the village, making him a competent Mizukage. However, this image of Kirigain Yagura did not last long, and a shocking transformation occurred suddenly. From the once reliable Mizukage, he is transformed into a bloodthirsty, cold, and extremely controlling individual. Many people in the village say that this kind of Mizukage is the normal manifestation. Moreover, since Kakashi Yagura is the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, isn't bloodthirstiness and brutality the standard appearance of a Jinchuriki? Many have smoothly accepted Kakashi Yagura's changes. Perhaps they care more about whether the Mizukage transformation will disturb their own families and the associated power and interests. Only Terumi Mei feels that something is wrong. She has known Kakashi Yagura for a long time and knows many unknown secrets. Among them, the most important one is that Kakashi Yagura is just one step away from becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. How could such a Jinchuriki be influenced by the tailed beast to become bloodthirsty and brutal? But within the vast Kirigakure, there is no place or opportunity for Terumi Mei to voice her concerns. Faced with the increasingly bloody and cold environment within Kirigakure, as well as the high-pressure policies continuously issued by Kakashi Yagura, it feels like a pot of boiling soup that is about to explode at any moment. With the lives of villagers serving as firewood, it is unknown how many lives this pot will eventually burn through, and Terumi Mei can only choose to escape. Having spent a long time as part of the Umbu assassination team, running back and forth across the entire ninja world, is to avoid returning to that oppressive and despairing village. But today, the information revealed by Uchiha Zongyan made Terumi Mei finally clarify everything. If Kakashi Yagura isn't being controlled, how could he suddenly change like this? If he isn't being controlled, how could the 4th Mizukage issue such radical policies? If he isn't being controlled, how could Kirigakure become increasingly unfamiliar? Let me see whether or not there is indeed a mastermind manipulating all of this, as he said. If there is, I will definitely pull him out and kill him myself. If not, then I will also change all of this, no matter the cost. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and firmed her resolve. Chapter 180. Dramatic changes in Kirigakure. Request to see the sage, the Land of Water. As one of the 5 great nations of the ninja world, actually does not border the ninja continent. The isolated island nurtures a group of peculiar people. For thousands of years, it has never been the center of the world, even in those historical stories mixed with a lot of myths and nonsense. There are a few chapters where the Land of Water is the protagonist. It is said that in ancient times, the great island where the Land of Water is located was not inhabited by humans, but by a group of amphibious monsters or humanoid races. Unlike the prosperous human world of the ninja continent, this place is a paradise for beastmen and monsters. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that the sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, descended to the world, established the ninja religion, and spread it throughout the world. The holy sage of six paths led his followers to this monster paradise, clearing out the monsters that had taken residence here, allowing humans to set foot here. Thousands of years of reproduction and survival have made the Land of Water a normal human nation. Regardless of the truth of this myth, some of its content can still be verified today. For example, the fact that monsters and beastmen once lived in the Land of Water is likely not pure fabrication, because among the current residents of the Land of Water, many still bear traces of beastification, which are quite different from pure humans. For instance, shark-like sharp teeth, breathing holes on their faces, round beastly pupils, etc. Moreover, due to being isolated offshore, the Land of Water has a way of life and customs that are distinctly different from those of the ninja continent. Therefore, in this nation, having traces of beastification does not cause ordinary people to be surprised or regarded as monsters. The residents here seem accustomed to it, even showing a hint of envy, because those with beastly features often make good candidates to become ninjas. Returning to the Land of Water from the Land of Bears can only be done by water routes. Departing from the port at the border of the Land of Bears, it takes half a month by boat to reach the port of the Land of Water. So, many people often choose to stop at the small islands along the way for supplies and rest. But Terumi Mei and her four Umbu subordinates are naturally different from ordinary people. As powerful ninjas, their stamina and energy are drastically different from those of ordinary people, and their survival abilities are astonishingly high. Ordinary people need to bring many supplies, food, fresh water, vegetables, etc. for long journeys, and most importantly, alcohol. However, ninjas have it much simpler. When hungry, they can dive into the water and catch some fish. When thirsty, they can use water manipulation to get some fresh water to drink. A lack of vitamins wouldn't have too serious an impact on ninjas, if absolutely necessary. They can eat soldier pills, and which ninja would drink alcohol while on a mission? Especially an Umbu ninja. Lady Terumi Mei, we are about to reach the port. Terumi Mei and her 5 companions were on a small boat heading to the Land of Water and were now close to their destination. As the leader, Terumi Mei, of course, did not need to handle her own meals or water, so she had been staying in the captain's cabin during this time. To her 4 subordinates, it seemed like Terumi Mei was constantly focused on training. But in reality, Terumi Mei was deeply contemplating her plans for returning to Kirigakure. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. No need. Terumi Mei opened her eyes, smiled gently at her subordinates, and her beautiful face made the subordinate who came in to report immediately blush and quickly lower his head to retreat. We're almost there. Looking at the land that was faintly visible ahead, Terumi Mei sighed lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity and confusion. Kirigakure is not far from the border of the Land of Water. After disembarking, Terumi Mei and her companions returned to Kirigakure at the speed of a ninja's rapid march. You all go rest. I want to see Lord Sage. After handing over the village exit permit at the main gate, Terumi Mei entered the interior of Kirigakure and said to her 4 subordinates. In the past, when the 4 subordinates received the order to rest, they would definitely leave with joy, but this time it was different. The 4 subordinates looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, one of them spoke seriously in a low voice. Lady Terumi Mei, no matter what you want to do, please trust us for. Although our strength is not strong, we will never betray you, and we are willing to do anything. It turned out that Terumi Mei's behavior during the journey had been noted by the 4 subordinates. Her conflicted and confused expression was something anyone could see was problematic. But Terumi Mei had not said much to her subordinates, so they could only silently speculate in their hearts. Until now, seeing the determination in Terumi Mei's eyes, they knew something was about to happen, and the several subordinates could only take the initiative to express their feelings. That's right, I'm with you. Lady Terumi Mei, we swear to follow you to the death. The other 3 spoke one after another, their expressions very serious and earnest. Terumi Mei was slightly taken aback, and a smile could not help but appear on her face. But she did not relent. Instead, she shot a glare at the 4, scolding, "You idiots! We've already returned to the village. What else could happen? I didn't see you showing loyalty when fighting with Tima Shin. Now you're all stepping forward. Hurry up and get lost. I will notify you if there's something. Don't be drunk and unable to move when the time comes. Her heart was touched by her subordinate's loyalty, and the tension and pressure she felt eased a little. But since the situation had not been confirmed, Terumi May would not reveal anything at this time, so she could only give a hint. Yes, X-Force 4 subordinates were not fools. They understood Terumi May's intentions and turned to leave, returning to their long-lost home. Terumi May herself then retracted her smile and walked slowly towards a residence in the center of the Hidden Mist village. Halt! Outside the gate, a member of the Hidden Mist's Umbu suddenly appeared, blocking Terumi May's path, their voice cold beneath the mask. No one is allowed to intrude on the residence of the Elder. As a founding elder who established the Hidden Mist village alongside the first Mizukage and has survived to this day, the Elder holds an extremely high status within the village. Many times, even the leader of the village, the Mizukage, has to consider the Elder's feelings. Therefore, there have long been loyal Umbu ninjas guarding the area near the Elder's residence, and one must seek permission to enter. Please report to the Elder that Terumi May has an important matter to discuss. Terumi May said plainly to the suddenly appearing Umbu ninja. Chapter 181. The living fossil of the Hidden Mist village, the Elder was very old. So old that when he sat alone in an empty room, he would often lapse into a daze. His aging body was slowly succumbing to death, and the once wise and astute mind had become dull and sluggish, with few moments of complete clarity in a day. This man, born in the Warring States period, had once roamed the ninja world alongside his dear friend, the first Mizukage, Hakuro, believing arrogantly that their combined strength and wisdom were enough to leave a significant mark on the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, they were out of sync with the times, encountering true powerhouses who were rare in a millennium. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the demonic Uchiha Madara. Before these two godlike figures, the powers that the Elder and Hakuro once took pride in were utterly insignificant. Even under Hashirama Senju's grand vision of changing the era, their capabilities seemed minuscule. After witnessing such strength, both the Elder and Hakuro felt a sense of defeat. Fortunately, Hashirama chose not to unify the entire ninja world by force. Instead, he established a system of nations and villages, bringing stability to the ninja world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Elder and Hakuro founded the Hidden Mist village in their homeland, making it one of the 5 great ninja villages. At the 5 Kage summit, thanks to Hashirama's benevolence, the Hidden Mist village acquired the 3 Tails Isabu, which provided the village with the strength to protect itself. However, not long after that, both Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju passed away, plunging the ninja world back into the flames of war, and the distant Hidden Mist village became embroiled in greed and strife. Politics, war, death, interests, fire and sword, food and land. This world can never escape the vortex of conflict. Just as the peace Hashirama achieved through his own vision was merely an illusion. Having endured 3 great ninja wars, the Hidden Mist village still stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world today, firmly holding its title as one of the 5 great ninja villages. Thanks in no small part to the Elder's contributions. A man who has existed since the founding of the Hidden Mist village, he has steadfastly remained in this village, shrouded in mist for many years, witnessing the rise and fall of generations of Mizukage and villagers. How long has he lived? Perhaps the Elder himself can no longer remember. But as long as he can continue living, he must protect the Hidden Mist village. This is the homeland that he and Hakuro built together, and also the embodiment of their dreams. Elder. Suddenly, a guard gently knocked on the door and called out softly from outside. The Elder, whose mind was in a fog and unsure of his thoughts, was startled by the voice. However, his mind, as thick as paste, took a while to respond. Indeed, the aging man no longer had the quick reflexes of his youth. Elder, the Jonin Terumi May request an audience. Upon hearing the response from inside the room, the guard outside explained. It was as if an old phone that could be outperformed by 99.9% of computers took a long time to process the information. Finally, the Elder understood the guard's meaning. Jonin Terumi May? Upon hearing this name, the Elder felt a sense of unfamiliarity at first, then recalled a memory associated with the name. A young girl around 5 or 6 years old, with crescent-shaped eyes when she smiled. Very cute. This little girl has already become a Jonin? The young girl from the Terumi family. Please let her in. The Elder slowly spoke, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't had water in a long time, the sound of rusty metal scraping against each other. But the guard outside was already accustomed to the Elder's slowness and his somewhat strange voice, and respectfully replied, yes. Before long, Terumi May pushed the door open and walked in. This young female jonin, upon entering and seeing the elder, was first taken aback, realizing the stark contrast between the old man before her and the image she had in her mind. However, recalling the elder's age and the fact that she hadn't seen him for several years, the change wasn't too surprising. Elder, Terumi May respectfully knelt down before the man who had accompanied the hidden mist village through the years, slowly bowing her head in greeting. No need for such formalities. The elder smiled at the young jonin, gently raising his hand to signal her to rise. How many years have passed? The little girl from the Terumi family has grown so tall and beautiful, it truly makes one happy. Seeing the younger generation of the village growing up, the elder felt genuine joy in his heart. So, have you found a boyfriend yet? A beautiful girl, like you must have many admirers, right? Hee. If you have someone you like, then love well and have wonderful children. That would be a great contribution to our village. The elder smiled broadly, beginning with concern for Terumi May's marital prospects. This sudden interest caught Terumi May off guard, and she quickly felt her neck heat up, turning red to the tips of her ears. She lowered her head, unsure how to respond to the elder's concern. Just as the elder had said, the young and beautiful Terumi May, who was also very strong, had many admirers within the hidden mist village. She herself was not opposed to finding a boyfriend. However, she didn't know why, but every time she felt inclined to accept a suitor and start a relationship, that suitor would suddenly change their mind, finding various excuses to avoid her and staying out of sight. Her peers often said it was because Terumi May's temper was too fiery and her controlling nature made those who approach her feel lost and even develop avoidance tendencies after truly getting to know her. But how could Terumi May possibly agree with such assertions? Over time, her thoughts on this matter had faded. Today, the elder's sudden mention of it made her mind flash with the image of a youthful yet handsome face. Damn it, he's only 12 years old. What am I thinking? Terumi May instinctively shook her head, dispelling the thoughts in her mind, and then looked up at the elder, speaking seriously. Elder, these trivial matters can be discussed later. I have come to seek your audience today because of a significant matter, a matter concerning the fourth Mizukage and the safety of the entire Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 182. It's actually true. After Terumi May revealed her intentions, the elder's previously cheerful demeanor changed. With the warmth of his smile gone, the profoundly aged man before her displayed a solemn expression. Zhao Mei suddenly realized that the current appearance of Yuan Shi was almost identical to the powerful figure she remembered, who held the power of the mist hidden village in his hands, able to give life and death. At Yuan Shi's gesture, Zhao Mei slowly recounted how she led a team to pursue Takumashin and coincidentally encountered Uchiha Zongyan, sharing the information she obtained from Uchiha Madara during their parting. Moreover, she did not just simply relay this information. She expressed all her suspicions and thoughts regarding the changes in the fourth Mizukage, Kakashi Yagura. As Yuan Shi had grown older in recent years and rarely appeared in the village, Zhao Mei feared that he might not be aware of the changes in the mist-hidden village over the years. She even took the time to analyze a series of policies issued by Kakashi Yagura after taking office. Once she finished speaking, Zhao Mei lowered her head, waiting for Yuan Shi's final response. After all, although Zhao Mei came from a Zhao family, one of the powerful bloodline clans in the mist-hidden village, as a woman, she had not been able to enter the core decision-making level of her family, and her grasp of power was very limited. At this moment, being summoned by Yuan Shi as a jonin was already a very bold action. If Yuan Shi had not remembered her name, it would have been difficult for her to truly meet him. Moreover, the news Zhao Mei brought was indeed significant. A jonin from the mist-hidden village, upon encountering a Leaf Village ninja during a mission, immediately suspected their own Mizukage after hearing information from the other party. Such a thing sounded so unreliable that anyone else would surely be suspected of being a spy or having ulterior motives. If Zhao Mei were a sufficiently calm and rational person, she would most likely have first calmed down, sought evidence, and then approached Yuan Shi with the relevant information, along with proof to support her claims. However, Zhao Mei was not yet the future fifth Mizukage. Her political intuition was not sharp enough, and her mindset was not composed enough. So, after much thought, Zhao Mei could only hurriedly seek out Yuan Shi to confess. After all, in the entire mist-hidden village, if there was someone who could counterbalance the Mizukage Kakashi Yagura, it had to be Yuan Shi with no other candidates. On Yuan Shi's side, after listening to all of Zhao Mei's information and thoughts, the old man slightly lowered his head, hiding his facial expression in the shadows, remaining silent for a long time. So long that Zhao Mei, who was opposite him, even began to doubt whether Yuan Shi had fallen asleep due to his old age. Out of respect for Yuan Shi, Zhao Mei continued to wait quietly. But after a while, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and quietly raise her head to see if Yuan Shi was truly asleep. To her surprise, she saw a relaxed smile on the old man's face. I understand now, Jonin Zhao Mei. Don't worry. If it is indeed, as you say, that there is a hidden hand controlling the fourth Mizukage and disturbing the peace and tranquility of the mist-hidden village, I will not allow it to succeed. Although I'm already an old bone, I still have the resolve to protect this village. After speaking, Yuan Shi turned his head to look outside the door and called out, "Come in." Instantly, a masked guard pushed the door open and knelt on one knee before Yuan Shi. "Bring Aoi to me." "Yes." At this point, Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu were not in the mist-hidden village. These two, in order to weaken the strength of the Leaf Village, intended to take advantage of the internal turmoil within the Uchiha clan's rebellion to secretly stir up trouble. Therefore, in the mist-hidden village, only Shirazetsu was watching. As for the fourth Mizukage Kartachi Agura, although controlled by Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, it was not like a remote-control drone. It could not precisely manipulate Kartachi Agura as every move from so far away. So, whenever Uchiha Obito was not near Kartachi Agura, he would use the Sharingan to hypnotize him, keeping him hidden in the Mizukage's office. Externally, it was claimed that he was in seclusion, and when he truly needed to appear, Shirazetsu would disguise himself as Kartachi Agura to fool others. After all, Shirazetsu's disguise was almost impossible to see through. Only Naruto Uzumaki's Sage Fox Chakra could detect it on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Moreover, based on the persona Uchiha Obito had shaped for Kartachi Agura over the years, it was not unusual for him to occasionally stay hidden in the office without appearing, which would not attract anyone's attention. However, if someone had already begun to suspect Kartachi Agura, then the actions of this Mizukage would be full of loopholes. Byakugan. Directly opposite the Mizukage building was a shop, and on the second floor of the shop, a few people were quietly observing the Mizukage's office. Among these people were Yuan Shi, Zhao Mei, Yuan Shi's subordinate guards, and Aoi, a Jonin from the mist-hidden village. The middle-aged Jonin removed the talisman from his ear, and veins bulged around his eyes, making him look particularly terrifying. The Byakugan he possessed was the only one besides the Otsutsuki clan on the moon and the Hyuga clan in the Leaf Village. He had forcibly taken this Byakugan from a ninja of the Hyuga clan he killed during the war, allowing Aoi, who originally had ordinary talent and came from a civilian family that was destined to be overlooked in the mist-hidden village, to become an important force in the village. Moreover, due to the nature of the Byakugan, which could see through chakra, Yuan Shi, upon hearing Zhao Mei's information, immediately summoned him to verify its authenticity. Inside the office building, the Mizukage was indeed inside the office. But besides the Mizukage, there was also an unfamiliar chakra that had never been seen before. From the information seen through the Byakugan, the Mizukage chakra was unaffected. No, it was the three tails. The three tails within the Mizukage was being disturbed by an evil chakra. It was indeed like this. Aoi was simultaneously using his Byakugan to examine the situation in the Mizukage's office while explaining to Yuan Shi and Zhao Mei beside him. Originally, he had not noticed anything unusual when he saw Kartachi Agura, but after focusing his attention on the three tails within him, he realized something was wrong and immediately exclaimed, "It's true. It really is." Hearing Aoi's exclamation, Yuan Shi and Zhao Mei spoke one after the other. Then, the several of them exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness and complexity in each other's eyes. Chapter 183. Who is controlling the fourth Mizukage? Since the issue with the fourth Mizukage Kartachi Agura had already been discovered, it proved that the information Zhao Mei heard from Uchiha Zongyan was true. The leader of the mist-hidden village had been controlled by a hidden hand, and this had gone unnoticed for all these years. If it were not for the information Zhao Mei brought back, who knows how long this terrifying matter would have continued to exist. Instantly, everyone, including Zhao Mei, felt this thought arise in their hearts. After all, what happened to Kartachi Agura was simply shocking. Since the establishment of the era of one village for one country by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, there had never been an incident of a village leader being controlled. Unexpectedly, today the mist-hidden village took the lead in this regard. With this thought, Yuan Shi's frail body, made thin by old age, trembled slightly, and a myriad of complex thoughts surged in his heart. "I am truly sorry for you, Balian. You entrusted me to protect the mist-hidden village before you passed away, and I thought that over the years, I had done my utmost for the village. Even when I die, I could show off my accomplishments to you. I never expected that just before I die, such a horrifying scandal would happen right under my nose. And I remained oblivious while it continued for several years. Yuan Master lowered his head and muttered to himself, feeling deeply sorry for his close friend, the first Mizukage, Bai Lian, who helped establish the Hidden Mist Village. Lord Yuan Master, this is not your fault. Please do not blame yourself. Kimi spoke up immediately to comfort him, stepping forward to support Yuan Master's weary body, speaking with determination. You have protected the village for so many years and have already done your best. The current situation in the village is entirely our responsibility as juniors. Even if the first Mizukage has a spirit in the Pure Land, it should be us he blames. At this moment, Qing and others also reacted and began to comfort Yuan Master in a flurry. Before they could say much more, Yuan Master slowly pushed away Kimi as support and walked to the window, gazing in the direction of the Mizukage office. No need to say more. I bear responsibility for this matter, and your responsibilities cannot be shirked either. The first Mizukage entrusted the Hidden Mist Village to us for protection. Yet we repay him with this situation? Now, even if it costs me my life, I will drag out that bastard hiding behind the scenes and take him to meet the first Mizukage in the Pure Land. An uncontrollable anger appeared on Yuan Master's wrinkled face, and a cold, killing intent brewed in his eyes. As one of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world, the Hidden Mist Village, although not as renowned as Konoha, Kimobikure, and Iwagakure, has always played a supporting role in the various ninja world wars, never becoming the protagonist or shining brightly. However, being one of the dominant forces in the ninja world means it has its own depth. After Qing used his Byakugan to discover the problem with the 4th Mizukage, Kagaya, Yuan Master immediately devised a response plan and mobilized manpower and resources. Before long, the Mizukage office was surrounded by the elite of the Hidden Mist Village, locking Kagaya inside. This not only restricted Kagaya, but also led Yuan Master to dispatch all the reconnaissance ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village to search the entire village in a plowing manner, seeking out the hidden mastermind. However, at that time, Obito, Uchiha, and Kurozetsu were still on their way back from Konoha, so their search yielded no results. Yuan Master initially wanted to patiently wait for the search results, avoiding any rash actions against Kagaya to prevent alarming the snake. But since the search bore no fruit, Yuan Master decisively sent people to storm the Mizukage office, controlling Kagaya, who had been hypnotized by the Mangeki Sharingan. At that time, Kurozetsu was also hiding in the Mizukage office. Although it immediately reacted and attempted to escape when the Hidden Mist Village attacked, it too was captured. After the successful operation, Kagaya and Kurozetsu were brought to a secret room arranged by Yuan Master. Lord Yuan Master, the people have been brought in. The Hidden Mist Umbu pushed open the door of the secret room, bringing in the unconscious Kagaya and the struggling Kurozetsu. Inside the secret room were not only Yuan Master, Kimi, and Qing, but also other key figures from the Hidden Mist Village. The heads of other influential bloodline clans in the Hidden Mist Village had also been notified of this matter and called over, including the Kirigakure clan that produced the 2nd Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Is this really our 4th Mizukage? To be controlled like a child by others. Sneered a clan leader from a bloodline family at odds with Kagaya. Haha, I really didn't expect that such a dignified Mizukage, who treats the Hidden Mist Village as his own fiefdom, is actually just someone else's puppet. So, are all the policies after the Mizukage rise to power just the intentions of that person behind the scenes? Another voice chimed in. Ultimately, the reason Obito Uchiha sought to control Kagaya was that he was the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails, which was perfectly countered by Obito's Mangeki Sharingan, making him the best choice. Moreover, Obito harbored an irreconcilable hatred towards the Hidden Mist Village, as his beloved Rinoera was forced to death by people from the village. Therefore, having lost his beloved, Obito transferred all his hatred onto the Hidden Mist Village, and during the time he controlled Kagaya, aside from extracting resources, his greatest motivation was to stir up the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, raising the level of bloodshed in this Blood Mist region. Initially, Obito's actions were quite welcomed by the various bloodline clans occupying the Hidden Mist Village, as they had similar thoughts and goals. The two sides hit it off and facilitated many cruel policies. However, as Kagaya, under Obito's control, became increasingly unhinged, his actions gradually infringed upon the interests of the bloodline clans, leading to resistance. The conflict between the Mizukage side and the bloodline clans continued for a long time without resolution. Therefore, now that these clan leaders realized that Kagaya, whom they considered a thorn in their side, was merely a puppet of the mastermind behind the scenes, The confusion and helplessness that arose in their hearts need not be mentioned. Let us calm down. First, let us loosen that white guy's mouth and see what he has to say. Yuan Master listened to the surrounding discussions, subtly furrowing his brows, and ordered the Umbu holding Kagaya Yagura and Kurizetsu. The continuously struggling Kurizetsu had his mouth pried open and was strangely quieted down. "Huh, I really didn't expect you guys to discover it." Kurizetsu, tightly bound, twisted uncomfortably but wore a nonchalant smile on his strange face, with his pale yellow pupils showing no trace of human emotion. "This is so boring. I finally waited for those two guys to leave and wanted to experiment on my own in the village, figuring out how to get myself to defecate. I was planning to disguise myself as Kagaya Yagura and ask the ninjas what it feels like. This has been a secret I wanted to explore for so many years, and now you've obstructed me. It's really damn annoying. What should I do now? Looking at your murderous expressions, you probably want to spare my life, right? But then I wouldn't have experienced the feeling of defecation before I die. That kind of death is too regretful. No, please don't." Kurizetsu opened his mouth but said nothing related to Kagaya Yagura's control, instead rambling on about some nonsensical topics, appearing to everyone like a madman. "Enough. At this point, do you still want to play the fool? Talking about defecation is really annoying if you like it so much. I might as well throw you into a cesspool to drown." The head of the Kirigakure clan was clearly not a good-tempered person. Initially interested in mocking his opponent Kagaya Yagura, he became very impatient with Kurizetsu's raving and incomprehensible speech. "Lord Yuan Master, I think this guy doesn't want to give us any information. Let us just have the interrogation department take over and extract everything from his brain, then throw him into the cesspool, fulfilling his wish." The Kirigakure clan leader sneered and suggested to Yuan Master. Just like the Yamanka clan in Konoha, which possesses the mind transfer technique that allows them to view the memories of others without interrogating them, other major ninja villages also have similar abilities, which are not particularly rare. Therefore, the Hidden Mist village also has similar interrogation abilities. The Kirigakure clan leader's suggestion was to directly read Kurizetsu's brain to extract related memories to obtain information. What does everyone else think? Yuan Master nodded non-committally at the suggestion and asked for the opinions of others. "I agree. Anyway, this strange guy is full of crap. So let's just make him eat crap. The information obtained from the torture department is more direct and accurate." "I agree." The other clan leaders of the bloodline families also nodded in agreement with the proposal of the Kagaya clan leader, and Tsunade and the other Jonin had no reason to oppose. After all, compared to the fourth Mizukage Kagaya Yagura, White Zetsu is just an accessory. It is obvious that Kagaya Yagura is more important now. So let's take him to the torture department and keep a close watch so he doesn't escape. Yuan nodded and ordered, then two Umbu entered from outside and took White Zetsu away. "Hey, don't you want to chat with me? Why make a decision so quickly?" I said, "I know a lot of information, why not ask me? If you ask me, I might just answer you." Damn it. After those two guys left, no one talked to me for a long time, and now that I finally had a chance, it failed again. I really can't accept it. By the way, did that ugly guy really say he would make me eat crap? What does eating crap feel like? I've never eaten anything because I don't have a digestive system, and I can't poop either, which makes me very curious. Hee, eating crap would be don't cover my mouth, woo woo woo. White Zetsu kept chattering, but no one paid him any attention, and he was soon taken away with his mouth covered. However, the information revealed in White Zetsu's words made everyone in the Hidden Mist village look serious. No digestive system? Could this strange white creature possibly not be human at all? A humanoid creature? Or some kind of artificial being? Although it has a human-like appearance, its intelligence does not reach human levels. So it makes sense that it speaks nonsense and behaves crazily. Everyone in the Hidden Mist village watched White Zetsu leave, ignoring his struggles, each with many questions in their hearts. But as long as the torture department takes action, the information obtained will naturally answer their doubts. So no one took it to heart. The ninja world is vast and full of wonders. A low IQ humanoid creature is nothing new. Now only the fourth Mizukage remains. With White Zetsu taken away, the empty space in the secret room only had the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, being guarded by Umbu. Ching, please explain to the clan leaders about the issues with the Mizukage. Under Yuan's orders, Ching stood up and shared the information he saw with his Byakugan. So, the one being controlled is not the fourth Mizukage, but the Three Tails Isabu inside him? No way. The Three Tails Isabu is a tailed beast. Is there someone in this world who can control tailed beasts? Goodness, this mastermind has such terrifying power. What does he want to do? The clan leaders of the bloodline families were startled by the information Ching provided and began to discuss in a panic. This is not because these clan leaders are inexperienced. Rather, they are well-informed and thus more anxious. At first, they only thought the fourth Mizukage himself was controlled, although there is no precedent for such a thing. Kagaya Yagura's strength is not particularly outstanding. He simply possesses strong combat power due to his ability to control the Three Tails Aisabu. If a strong person suddenly appeared and controlled Kagaya Yagura, it wouldn't be that unacceptable. But according to Ching, it turns out that it is the Three Tails Aisabu inside Kagaya Yagura that is being controlled. My god, since the era of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the ninja world's Azura, Uchiha Madara, has there been anyone in the ninja world who can do such a thing? Even the invincible Third Raikage could only barely suppress the Eight Tails Gyuki and could not achieve such control. Why would a being with godlike abilities hide behind the scenes to control the Mizukage? This question lingered in the hearts of the clan leaders, difficult to resolve. Controlling tailed beasts is not entirely unbelievable. While everyone was discussing, Yuan suddenly spoke in a deep voice. The room immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned to Yuan. This living fossil who has survived since the Warring States period. It is normal for Yuan, who interacted with the ninja god and the Azura of the ninja world in his youth, to know many secrets that others cannot. In my memory, the only two who could easily subdue tailed beasts are the ninja god Senju Hashirama and the Azura Uchiha Madara. Both used their nearly godlike power to forcefully suppress tailed beasts, but apart from them, no similar examples can be found. Yuan sighed with emotion, recalling the terrifying appearances of the two he saw in his youth, which he still finds hard to forget. But besides brute force, I also know of a way to control tailed beasts. Have you heard of the Valley of the End battle? Yuan asked. Of course. That was the great battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, in which Senju Hashirama killed Uchiha Madara, but not long after, he also passed away due to severe injuries, leading to the decline of Konoha. Anyone familiar with ninja world history would know this part. So as soon as Yuan spoke, someone immediately answered. That's right. But from information I know, during the Valley of the End battle, Uchiha Madara was controlling the Nine Tails to fight Senju Hashirama. And a few years ago, I received information that someone in Konoha was also controlling the Nine Tails, resulting in the death of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. After the battle, rumors spread in Konoha that the Nine Tails' eyes shone with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Can you guess the relationship between these two? Yuan, being quite old, began to lose his breath as he spoke more. However, everyone present were Jonin-level ninjas, so they listened very clearly. Sharingan, Uchiha Madara controlling the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails attacking Konoha with Sharingan, represents that Sharingan can control tailed beasts? So it's like that? No wonder the Uchiha clan Sharingan has such a great reputation, known as the strongest dojutsu bloodline in the ninja world. The clan leaders are not fools. They immediately reacted, and someone began to praise the power of the Sharingan. But wait, if the Sharingan can control tailed beasts, then why are there so few historical examples, and they aren't even direct evidence? If the Sharingan is so powerful, wouldn't the Uchiha clan be invincible by directly controlling all nine tailed beasts? I heard that the Uchiha clan is currently being heavily suppressed in Konoha, and there was even information indicating that the Uchiha clan was plotting rebellion. If the Sharingan were really that powerful, how could they be forced into such a situation? There were also opposing opinions, arguing that the claim of the Sharingan controlling tailed beasts is exaggerated. Tsunade and Ching listened quietly to the clan leaders debating back and forth, not speaking, but exchanging glances, both seeing the meaning in each other's eyes. They both felt that the answer must be like this. Well, everyone has a point, but the truth still needs to be verified. Go and call the sealing team over. Prepare to seal the Three Tails Aisabu at any time. We need to ask the fourth Mizukage in person who the mastermind controlling him really is. Chapter 184. Uchiha Obito. In a marshland 100 miles away from the hidden mist village, Uchiha Obito was quickly traversing through the marsh, looking quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, under the ground where he was stepping, Black Zetsu was lurking, following closely behind. Uchiha Obito's sense of satisfaction primarily stems from the good results he achieved concerning Konoha Village. As the one who has taken the name Uchiha Madara and has been secretly contributing to the infinite Tsukuyami plan, Konoha has always been one of his imagined enemies, and indeed the most threatening one. After all, Konoha, with its deep history and long-standing reputation as the strongest ninja village in the ninja world since its establishment, is undoubtedly the biggest obstacle in his path. Otherwise, Uchiha Obito wouldn't have taken advantage of his teacher's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, about to give birth and the weakening of the Nine-Tailed Seal to infiltrate Konoha and orchestrate the devastating Nine-Tails attack. This even led to the death of his teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. However, the sacrifices brought rewards. After the death of the fourth Hokage, the aging third Hokage Hiruzen Tsurutobi returned to power, sweeping away the new era that Minato had worked hard to establish, and adopted a very conservative approach to balance Konoha's situation. If this had happened 20 years ago, when this ninja hero was still in his prime, his rise to power would have only made Konoha flourish further. But 20 years have passed, and the ambitious ninja hero has turned into a frail old man, poorly executing the balanced strategy and allowing Danzo Shimura to create chaos in Konoha, ultimately leading to the disunity of the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the contributions of Hiruzen Tsurutobi and Danzo Shimura, how could Konoha have suffered such a severe blow so easily? As Uchiha Obito continued on his way, he pondered in his heart, does Lord Madara seem very pleased? Suddenly, a dark mass emerged beneath Uchiha Obito's feet, a creature named Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito frowned. The subordinate's meaning is that perhaps Lord Madara is too early to be pleased. The developments within Konoha are not progressing as you anticipated, but rather have yielded unexpected results. Black Zetsu slowly spoke, and his words left Uchiha Obito feeling somewhat uncertain. From Uchiha Obito's perspective, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan within Konoha was something he had long planned. Months ago, Uchiha Obito had infiltrated Konoha with Black Zetsu, engaging with Itachi Uchiha while secretly fanning the flames and waiting for the final opportunity. However, unexpectedly, the Uchiha he had high hopes for, Itachi, was mysteriously killed by Zongyan Uchiha. And this Zongyan Uchiha was merely recorded in the data as an ordinary student of the Ninja Academy. This change created a significant problem for Uchiha Obito's plans, rendering his original expectations impossible to implement. Thus, he had no choice but to proactively contact Zongyan Uchiha. The good news is that the results of contacting Zongyan Uchiha were very favorable. Unlike Itachi, who had been brainwashed by the will of fire and deceived by the third Hokage Hiruzen Tsurutobi and Danzo Shimura, Zongyan Uchiha's stance was clearly completely on the side of the Uchiha clan and harbored hatred towards the Hokage faction of Konoha, making him even more dangerous and radical than Itachi. If it were Itachi, the best outcome would be the complete slaughter of the Uchiha clan. Yet, Zongyan Uchiha could potentially lead a larger-scale rebellion, directly leading the Uchiha clan in revolt and causing a civil war with the Hokage faction, which could very likely paralyze Konoha. This is also why Uchiha Obito could be so easily persuaded by Zongyan Uchiha to directly help him deal with Danzo Shimura, because the prospect of Konoha's destruction due to civil war is evidently more tempting. But at this moment, Black Zetsu actually said there was a change in Konoha's situation. What could that change be? Could it be that the rebellion instigated by Zongyan Uchiha was simply suppressed by Konoha? That would be too pathetic. Uchiha Obito's mind was racing with thoughts, but he did not show it on the surface, instead maintaining a calm demeanor. Lord Madara, according to the reply from White Zetsu, I left in Konoha. The internal conflict you anticipated has only just begun, and the outcome was a peaceful resolution between both sides. Only Danzo Shimura and his root ninjas died, while no other Konoha ninjas or Uchiha ninjas perished. By the way, it seems that Danzo Shimura was revived after you left, and upon returning to Konoha, he was killed on the spot by Zongyan Uchiha. The method he used to escape was apparently the Izanagi technique. Black Zetsu's pitch-black face had only a pair of differently colored eyes, which flickered with an unusual light, and his gaze towards Uchiha Obito carried a hint of mockery. Just moments ago, Uchiha Obito had been feeling triumphant, thinking he was returning with a full haul, but was suddenly slapped in the face. Moreover, he was thoroughly toyed with by Zongyan Uchiha, acting as the other party's pawn and even being deceived by Danzo, using a technique unique to the Uchiha clan. No matter how one looked at it, this was completely uncharacteristic of a figure like Uchiha Madara. He seemed like a fool who had been played with. Uchiha Obito froze for a moment upon hearing this, and then an endless rage surged in his eyes. Anyone would be angry after being played, especially someone like Uchiha Obito, who had a somewhat petty nature. That little brat. How dare he mock me like this? Uchiha Obito was filled with hatred for Zongyan Uchiha, wishing he could return to Konoha right now and kill him. But reason told him that since Zongyan Uchiha had done this, he would definitely be on guard. Moreover, Since the other party had resolved the internal issues of Konoha, Konoha would likely return to normal, and, as the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, it was not something that could be provoked so easily. I understand now. Although the best outcome was not achieved, the deaths of Danzo Shimura and his subordinates still count as a good weakening of Konoha, and I can take my time with it later. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, trying to find a way out for himself. But before he could gather his thoughts, he suddenly felt the kaleidoscope Sharingan he left in the fourth Mizukage Yagura's body disappear. This meant he had been discovered by the Hidden Mist Village regarding his control over the fourth Mizukage. And this also meant that the best hatching base for White Zetsu in the Hidden Mist Village was now rendered useless. Black Zetsu, I have something to tell you as well. Uchiha Obito gave a vague smile, lowering his head to look at Black Zetsu. We can't go back to the Hidden Mist Village anymore. Chapter 185. Hiruzen Sarutobi's Insight Konoha Village. Since the last time Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was forced by Zongyan Uchiha to strip away the hypocritical facade in front of all the ninjas of Konoha, revealing his disgraceful true self. Regardless of how much prestige Hiruzen had previously held in Konoha, or how many connections and wealth he had accumulated over decades of cautious management as Hokage, this incident can be said to have completely dissipated it all. Because as Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was compelled by Zongyan Uchiha, under the gaze of everyone, to admit his mistakes and take the blame for the various upheavals occurring in Konoha. From that moment on, Hiruzen Sarutobi's political life was effectively over. Not to mention that he had personally promised to take responsibility for those mistakes and would confine himself at home for 10 years to reflect. Even though many ninjas in Konoha still held him in regard as Hokage, if he truly lost his mind and attempted to overturn his previous statements, standing up once more to compete for power against Zongyan Uchiha and others, it is likely that very few would be willing to risk their lives to follow him. However, even though the overall situation is now settled, there are still some individuals who cannot see the reality and are secretly scheming to do something. For example, Midogate In and Uzumaki Koharu, who have lost their arms and cannot recover after being cut off by Uchiha Zongyan, and have also lost their positions. These two old-timers have always acted as the balancing force between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo during Hiruzen's administration, thinking of themselves as important figures in balancing the two sides. In reality, their role can be summarized as helping Sarutobi Hiruzen suppress Shimura Danzo, keeping this ticking time bomb under control within tolerable limits. And once Danzo's actions become too extreme and Hiruzen discovers them, they jump out to absolve Danzo. Beyond that, they have no other function. Therefore, as the core of power in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, regardless of whether their actions are good or bad, at least both have been doing things. And both believe they are benefiting Konoha. But these two troublemakers have always been maintaining their own status and power, drifting between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, neither fully aligning with one side, nor allowing one side to completely lose power. Because if Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly decides to reclaim Danzo's power once Danzo falls, they would have no space to survive. It's like workers in an automated assembly line factory. Once the boss realizes that you are not contributing to production efficiency, your job is over. Midogate In and Uzumaki Koharu have lived comfortably all these years relying on this balancing act. They never expected that one day. Not only would they completely lose power, but even their allies, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, would one retire and one die. How can this be? After tasting the flavor of power, who can let it go easily? Moreover, the situation in Konoha is constantly changing, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans continuously eroding the power that originally belonged to the Hokage system. This completely contradicts the political philosophy of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and has thoroughly interrupted the process of the ninjazation centered on Konoha that Tobarama proposed. This is reversing history. As disciples of Senju Tobarama, how can they just watch? Hiruzen, are you really going to just watch? Those people are continuously destroying the situation that Lord Tobarama painstakingly created. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, Midogate In and Uzumaki Koharu face Hiruzen with worried expressions. That's right. Ever since Lord Hashirama founded Konoha, what we have always wanted to achieve is to eliminate the barriers between the ninja clans and unify the entire village, right? To realize such a dream, Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama have physically acted, directly disbanding the Senju clan and integrating the Senju bloodline into the entire village. Such a great ideal. Such a spirit of complete dedication. Both Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama have sacrificed everything for the village. Can we really stand by and watch their hard work be destroyed? Minato, In, and Uzumaki Koharu spoke in succession, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting cross-legged on the ground, remained calm, simply lowering his head and smoking. What kind of reaction is this? Minato, In, and Uzumaki Koharu exchanged glances, not expecting Sarutobi Hiruzen to react so indifferently. It should be known that they are all disciples of Senju Tobirama and are very clear about his political philosophy, since they returned to Konoha with Tobirama's wishes. After experiencing various struggles and finally grasping power in the village, they have been implementing Tobirama's ideals, suppressing the major ninja clans, wooing the minor ninja clans, continuously cultivating Konoha ninjas from commoner backgrounds who are loyal to the Hokage. After decades of effort, Konoha's situation is gradually moving in the right direction. Even in their planning with Shimura Danzo, they were about to take action against the Uchiha clan next, completely eradicating this obstinate major ninja clan. If that happened, the power of the Hokage system in Konoha would grow unprecedentedly. However, no one expected that a Uchiha Zongyan would suddenly appear in the Uchiha clan. Bang! Hiruzen, say something. Uzumaki Koharu, looking at the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed his remaining hand on the low table and shouted loudly. Hearing this commotion, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head. Smoke swirled around his dim face, and Minato, In, and Uzumaki Koharu could only see the murky eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but in those eyes, there was a flicker of emotion that startled the two. Say something? What should I say? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his former comrades in arms, seeing the anger and hatred on their faces, and couldn't help but sigh. Decades ago, when they followed their teacher, Senju Tobirama, to quell the First Shinobi World War, everyone was still passionate youths, filled with dreams of strengthening Konoha, and confident that they could achieve this. Those were good times. In front, there was the upright and solid back of teacher Tobirama, and all he needed to do was follow Tobirama's words. With Tobirama's brilliance and wisdom under his leadership, Konoha had always been on the right path. But then everything changed. To protect these people, teacher Tobirama sacrificed himself without hesitation. And to inherit teacher Tobirama's will and fulfill his political ideals, after returning to Konoha, they experienced various struggles to seize power, thinking that this would lead to the desired results. But decades have passed. Why is reality completely different from what they imagined? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's murky eyes, complex emotions flickered. Just say whatever you want. You're the Hokage. Hiruzen, are you really going to give up just because of that evil little brat stirring up trouble in front of everyone? Danzo's ending was his own doing. We all know he committed so many atrocious acts, right? How can we bear the blame for his mistakes? Minato, In, complained about the deceased Shimura Danzo, as if his downfall was entirely the fault of Danzo and Uchiha Zongyan, and he was innocent. Hiruzen, have you forgotten Lord Tobirama's instructions back then? Lord Tobirama sacrificed himself for us. Isn't it to allow us to inherit his will and transform Konoha into his ideal vision? Things are clearly progressing step by step, and the village's current state is constantly changing towards the right direction. Are you really going to give up just because of a small setback? Uzumaki Koharu questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of disappointment. Is it really changing towards the right direction? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a bitter smile. If only Minato, In, and Uzumaki Koharu had come to him a bit earlier, right after the internal conflict in front of the Hokage building had just ended, he might have been moved by their words. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart has completely changed, having gone through too many changes. Although he still cannot let go of his desire for power and his sense of responsibility towards Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has recognized himself and accepted the reality that his body and strength are no longer sufficient to be Hokage. The aging Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer the ninja hero who once roamed the shinobi world, but merely an old man nearing the grave. What ambition, what desire to change Konoha, though still deeply buried in the heart, has already become powerless. If everything we did was right, why would the Uchiha rise up in rebellion? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, he asked this question. Minato and did not expect Hiruzen to ask such a question, and he was momentarily stunned. What kind of question is this? Isn't the answer obvious? Teacher Tobirama has long said that the Uchiha are an evil clan. Those guys have long been dissatisfied with the village's policies, and a rebellion was already a foregone conclusion. Hisashi, we anticipated this, didn't we? Ui, Danzo, the four of us have always been aware that the Uchiha clan would eventually harbor ill intentions, and we have made many preparations for it. Why are you asking such a question now? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Yes, he had indeed anticipated that the Uchiha clan would rise up in rebellion. After all, their dissatisfaction with Konoha was not a recent development. The intelligence obtained from spies Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi indicated that the Uchiha clan had long been openly discussing rebellion in their meetings. But the question is, why did it come to this? Why was the Uchiha clan pushed to the point of wanting to rebel? Have you considered this question? Mito gaped and was taken aback, and then asked in a somewhat exasperated manner, "Are you suggesting that the cause of all this is us too? Or have you surrendered to that damned brat Uchiha Sasuke, wanting to throw us under the bus as scapegoats to save your own skin?" Eating Mito get en les questions. Hizashi also showed an angry expression, even casting a wary and apprehensive glance at Hiruzen. After all, they had played the scapegoat card quite a few times. When the Cloud Village delegation attacked the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter Hinata, it was the Hyuga clan head Hayashi who killed them. The Cloud Village threatened Konoha with war to hand over Hayashi, otherwise they would launch an attack, but in the end, they decided to let Hayashi's brother Niji take the fall to quell the situation. To this, Hiruzen could only smile bitterly. He knew too well what was on the minds of his two close friends. Perhaps he once thought the same way. But this period of self-reflection had made Hiruzen much clearer-headed, and he began to grasp things he had never considered before. The Uchiha are indeed an evil clan. Tobirama's words were not wrong. The Sharingan of the Uchiha is a bloodline limit that can only be activated by intense emotional stimuli, and in pursuit of such power. The entire Uchiha clan are extreme individuals with volatile emotions. Furthermore, as a clan with a 1,000-year legacy, the Uchiha members possess an inherent pride, looking down on anyone who is not Uchiha, even including me, the Hokage. But with just this, how can one definitively conclude that the Uchiha must have ulterior motives? The Hyuga clan, in order to protect the Sharingan, divided into main and branch families, where the main family can decide the life and death of branch family members, treating them like cattle. The main family members look down on the branch family completely, while the branch family members suffer oppression and torment. And every clan member has various issues in their hearts. Isn't the current state of the Hyuga clan even more evil and extreme than the Uchiha Sharingan? As a proud clan, how is the Hyuga less than the Uchiha? So, why have Tobirama and we, for so many years, always viewed the Uchiha clan as a target to be cautious and wary of, while never considering the Hyuga as a threat? Hiruzen seemed to want to express everything he had been thinking during this time. However, Mito and Hizashi had never thought of this and were momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Hiruzen did not expect them to respond, and instead, he felt a sense of soliloquy and continued, "I thought about it for a long time and finally found an answer, though I don't know if it's correct. I think the reason Tobirama and we have been so wary of the Uchiha clan is simply because the Uchiha are too powerful enough to make us feel apprehensive. As a family that has continued since the Warring States period, the name Uchiha can only be matched by the Senju. The two clans have fought for countless years, and it was only during the era of Hashirama and Madara that they shook hands and jointly established Konoha. But even so, how could years of hatred be erased in an instant? Although Hashirama and Madara became close friends, the members of both clans still harbor animosity towards each other, just as Tobirama harbors animosity towards Madara. The powerful Madara, who can suppress the entire ninja world, could only be defeated by Hashirama. Having witnessed this man's strength, who would not feel fearful? It is precisely because of Madara's strength and the Uchiha's power that it leads to unceasing worry and fear. Therefore, Tobirama used various methods to prevent Madara from becoming Hokage and used the Konoha police force as bait to prevent the Uchiha clan from entering the core of Konoha's authority. That is why after we took over, we have always been wary of the Uchiha clan, and why Danzo sees the Uchiha as a thorn in his side. So, after the Nine Tails incident, we would be fearful of the fleeting Sharingan and push the Uchiha away from the center of Konoha, intensifying the suppression. It is because of these actions that the Uchiha clan has become estranged from Konoha, leading to thoughts of rebellion. And remember, they initially refused to leave Konoha with Madara. And from Tobirama to us, the reason for all this is simply the fear of the Uchiha's strength. Hiruzen smoothly expressed a lengthy monologue, and after finishing, he felt somewhat relieved. But Mito and Hizashi were not pleased. They could not understand how Hiruzen could have such thoughts. Was he not placing all the responsibility on their side? How did the Uchiha become a white lotus in your eyes? Hiruzen, are you questioning Tobirama's words? Tobirama sacrificed himself so that we could escape, even allowing you to become Hokage, and instead of being grateful, you're slandering him? The two old men were furious, constantly accusing Hiruzen. Hey, you two should go back and think this over, consider what I said. I'm tired, please leave. Seeing that his two close friends were still stubborn and completely disregarding his words, Hiruzen showed a somewhat disheartened demeanor and waved his hand at the two. You. X2 Hiruzen suddenly issued an eviction order, causing Minato, and Hisashi to stand up in anger, pointing at Hiruzen. Just then, amidst the tense atmosphere, applause could be heard approaching from a distance. I can't believe it. The third Hokage has such profound insights. This really opens my eyes. Hiruzen, Mizukage, and Hisashi reacted instantly to the sound of applause, but all they saw was a handsome young man in dark clothes. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 186. Those who follow the way have many helpers. Those who go against it have few helpers. It's you. Uchiha Zongyan. What are you doing here? Uchiha Zongyan. This is the residence of the third Hokage. How dare you barge in without permission? Are you trying to harm Lord Hokage? The moment Uchiha Zongyan revealed himself, Minato and Zangchi Xiaochun immediately stood up, their faces filled with anger and resentment, as if they wanted to skin Uchiha Zongyan alive and turn him into minced meat. After all, no matter how you look at it, Uchiha Zongyan could be considered the greatest villain responsible for their downfall, if it weren't for Uchiha Zongyan's sudden appearance. How would the Uchiha clan under Uchiha Fugaka dare to harbor rebellious thoughts? Clearly, so many years had passed, and since the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, took power, he had been suppressing and strictly controlling the Uchiha clan, and there had been no problems for decades. Even if those angry Uchiha clan members shouted and clamored for war and rebellion, the situation was still firmly under control. Even if the Uchiha clan was in turmoil, it wouldn't lead to any major issues. After all, they had long seen through Uchiha Fugaku's inherent weakness and tendency to surrender. As long as Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader, he would never allow the Uchiha to reach that point. Not to mention, they still held two cards. One was Uchiha Shursui, the only known Uchiha clan member who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The other card was Uchiha Itachi, the son of the Uchiha clan leader who secretly acted as a spy for the Hokage, with Uchiha Fugaku above and Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi below. How chaotic could the Uchiha clan really get? Even though Uchiha Shursui later mysteriously disappeared, and his body was found without the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shimura Danzo had already secretly given them a tip, using Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, as leverage. He forced Uchiha Itachi to make a final choice between family and village. Uchiha Itachi himself chose to protect his brother and the village, sacrificing the entire clan. When Minato and Zangchi Xiaochun received this news, they were so happy they could have jumped up, not to mention eliminating the stubborn burden of the Uchiha clan, which was a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, making the entire village's work much easier and stabilizing their power. Moreover, once the colossal Uchiha clan fell, the benefits that would flow out would be enough for them to become wealthy. When a whale falls, everything thrives. With the death of the Uchiha clan monster, everyone in the village could feast, and as high-ranking officials, they would get the biggest share. Why would they not want that? Who would have thought that in the Uchiha's dying struggle, Uchiha Zongyan would suddenly appear and forcibly pull the Uchiha back from the brink? Not only that, but he also directly caused chaos, completely reversing the situation, even injuring both of them, with one losing a hand. According to Konoha's unspoken rules, ninjas who lose their combat abilities would be directly retired, regardless of their rank or position. Minato and Zangchi Xiaochun, even his elder advisors, could not escape this rule. Decades of accumulated power and hard work could be lost in an instant. How could this not make them hate Uchiha Zongyan to the bone? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the two friends' outburst, just raising an eyebrow as he looked at the slowly approaching Uchiha Zongyan, pondering his intentions. According to the agreement he had with Uchiha Zongyan in front of the Hokage building, once the fifth Hokage of Konoha took office, the third Hokage, would completely retire, handing over all work and power before returning home to reflect. But now Konoha had just recovered from the chaos of civil war, and the two Hokage successors he personally chose had both refused the position. Neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade showed any intent to take on the role of Hokage. There's no need to mention Jiraiya. Fundamentally, his disciple did not have the capability to be Hokage. Whether in political acumen or work enthusiasm, Jiraiya lacked significantly. Only his personal strength as one of the legendary three and the prestige accumulated from various ninja world wars could support him as the fifth Hokage and be accepted by Konoha. So in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Jiraiya was just a backup option, one he would only choose in dire circumstances. He was very clear that Jiraiya would absolutely refuse this position, so he placed more hope on Tsunade. To be honest, deep down, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite confident that Tsunade would return to Konoha to become the fifth Hokage. Other reasons were secondary. The most important reason was that Tsunade was the last descendant of the Senju clan. As one of the two founding clans of Konoha, the Senju clan had contributed and sacrificed so much. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade was the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. How could she possibly watch Konoha fall into a bad situation? This was the most cherished treasure and the most important legacy of her great-uncle and grandfather. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that even if Tsunade was reluctant, she would ultimately return to Konoha out of a sense of responsibility to take up the position of fifth Hokage. But contrary to his expectations, Tsunade left without saying a word. According to the information Jiraiya provided before leaving, after Uchiha Zongyan said something to Tsunade in the Forest of Death, she left without a word, and he couldn't even chase her back. What exactly was said? Jiraiya had a conflicted expression, but never revealed it. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to drag Jiraiya to stay and take over the Hokage position, only to be dodged by this lazy, irresponsible disciple, who left Konoha in a flash. He only left behind a comment saying he would ask Tsunade's opinion again, and if she was willing, he would persuade her to come back. What a couple of ungrateful disciples. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again wore a troubled expression, a lump stuck in his throat. Oh, isn't this Elder Mizukage in and Elder Zanchi Xiaochun? What brings you to the third Hokage's home? Uchiha Zongyan wore a light smile, completely unconcerned about the anger on the faces of the two old men, cheerfully greeting them. Answer this old man's question. What does it matter to us why we are here? Leave now, or I will have to call the Umbu to arrest you. Mizukage and Zanchi Xiaochun shouted loudly. Hiruzen Sarutobi, hearing this, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Come on. You want to call the Umbu to arrest Uchiha Zongyan? Have you lost your mind? You must know that this seemingly young Uchiha ninja, after the recent power distribution, had become the most untouchable person in Konoha, not to mention his strength, which was already unmatched in Konoha. Which Umbu could arrest him? Is that so? Uchiha Zongyan initially thought the same, but when he looked at the expressions of Mizukage and Zanchi Xiaochun, he saw a hint of hatred in their eyes. Was it because they were unwilling to accept the current situation? Thinking that reigniting the conflict between the Uchiha and the Hokage would stir the waters and allow them to profit from it? Uchiha Zongyan speculated about the objectives of these two old men and then shook his head dismissively. As it stands, no matter how high the filthy bugs jump, it's all in vain. I say to you two, do you really think you are still the former elder advisors? Do you still think you hold great power, able to summon hundreds or thousands of Konoha ninjas with just a word to deal with me? Stop making such foolish jokes and face reality. You are merely two broken-back dogs. Konoha has long since left no room for you to speak. Get out of my sight. Uchiha Zongyan retracted his smile and coldly reprimanded the two old geezers, Mizukage and Tsukikage Koharu. You, how dare you speak to us like that? This is insubordination. Uchiha Zongyan, do you want to provoke war again? Faced with the barking of these two dead dogs, Uchiha Zongyan frowned, suddenly extending his right hand, gathering a ball of scorching flames in his palm. The dangerous aura instantly pressed down on the three in front of him, causing Mizukage and Tsukikage Koharu to break out in a cold sweat. Don't make a move. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly spoke up to stop it. He didn't want anything to happen at this critical moment, and even if something did happen, there would be no repercussions for Uchiha Zongyan. Responsibility would fall entirely on the three of them. As Konoha ninjas, regardless of whether their status was Elder Advisor or Genin, they automatically relinquished their positions the moment they became disabled. Don't you understand this rule? Mizukage and Tsukikage Koharu. Do you two still think you are high and mighty elders? How dare you trespass into the Hokage's home and disrespect the head of the Uchiha clan? Who gave you the courage? Uchiha Zongyan's aura grew stronger, even 3 points stronger than when he was at the Hokage building. This showed that Uchiha Zongyan was not at the peak of his strength back then. He had been improving all along. This realization made Mizukage and Tsukikage Koharu more anxious, their minds completely suppressed by the flames in Uchiha Zongyan's palm, unable to utter a word. "Get out of here, quickly. Otherwise, don't say I'll take one of your arms. I'll bury you here." Uchiha Zongyan shouted sharply, the flowing blade like fire gradually taking shape in his hand. "Hold on. You two, get out of here quickly." Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Uchiha Zongyan's expression and the flaming long knife in his hand, realized that this guy was not joking. So he hurriedly stood up and pushed the two old men away. Although Midogate and Tsukikage Koharu were unwilling, they also did not want to die here. So they reluctantly turned to leave, their hatred for Uchiha Zongyan deepening. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally managed to get the two old friends out of the door, and after closing it, he let out a sigh of relief and returned to the house. Unexpectedly, the previously fierce Uchiha Zongyan was now sitting cross-legged at the low table, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He had been somewhat dissatisfied with Uchiha Zongyan's arrogance and dominance. But now the situation was stronger than the person, and he had to bow his head. However, after this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more certain that he could not allow this guy, Uchiha Zongyan, to realize his ambition of becoming the 5th Hokage. If that happened, the entire Konoha could be in danger. Given Uchiha Zongyan's character, he was very likely to lead Konoha down a path of no return. A warmonger will perish. The now weakened Konoha village could not withstand any turmoil. If it fell into the quagmire of war again, the outcome would undoubtedly be extremely brutal. 3rd Hokage. Why the sigh? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's low sigh, Uchiha Zongyan asked leisurely. "This is none of your business, Uchiha clan leader." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coldly, then sat down opposite Uchiha Zongyan. "I made it very clear in our agreement that I would only start to close myself off after the 5th Hokage takes office. Now that the 5th Hokage has not even been chosen, you want to force me to close the door? Doesn't Uchiha clan leader think that your actions are somewhat aggressive?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in the mood to drink tea, his murky old eyes fixed on Uchiha Zongyan, questioning. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially thought that Uchiha Zongyan had come to take advantage of the situation and force him, the defeated Hokage, into closing himself off, preventing him from interacting with the villagers. However, Uchiha Zongyan's intention was not that. 3rd Hokage, you are overthinking it. My purpose in coming this time is not what you think." Uchiha Zongyan took a leisurely sip of tea, casually placing the cup on the low table, his clear eyes meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, appearing very relaxed. "Since the previous agreement has been made, I will never break it, nor will I allow others to break it. Before the 5th Hokage takes office, Konoha village still needs you, an experienced Hokage, to hold the fort and stabilize the situation. So it is quite normal to interact with the villagers. However, it is best to avoid contact with those who have already lost power, yet are still unwilling and want to secretly stir up trouble to disrupt the village's stability." Uchiha Zongyan said pointedly, his words piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, making the old monkey-esque face turn a little ugly. Uchiha Zongyan was clearly referring to Midogate and Tsukikage Koharu. Then if it's not that, what does it mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Logically speaking, although the two can sit at the same table and talk now, they had been mortal enemies before. One was the Uchiha clan leader who led a rebellion, and the other was the 3rd Hokage who suppressed the rebellion to protect Konoha and the village. The two could sit peacefully now only because of the outcome of the conflict. They had to accept the reality. But they had no relationship, nor any friendship. So why would Uchiha Zongyan suddenly come to visit? Speaking of which, let 3rd Hokage take a look at this letter first. Uchiha Zongyan revealed his intention, taking out a letter from his chest and gently placing it on the table in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly froze, and he looked up at Uchiha Zongyan with a somewhat ambiguous feeling. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he had misjudged. Did the old troops in Konoha village become dissatisfied with the current situation and want to conspire together to cause trouble, resulting in the letter being intercepted by Uchiha Zongyan? Or did someone bold write to the daimyo of the Fire Country, seeking help to regain power belonging to the Hokage faction? For a moment, various bad thoughts kept flashing through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, and the more he looked at Uchiha Zongyan, the more he felt that the other party was holding some incriminating evidence and had come to question him. This cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time, wanting to speak but feeling his throat dry, and he had a cough after uttering a word. What does this mean? What is the content of the letter? Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been Hokage for decades, and although he had various bad expectations in his heart, he still managed to calm himself and pointed at the letter. asking Uchiha Zongyan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zongyan revealed a slightly mocking smile. What? Does third Hokage think I intercepted some stubborn faction's private letter to conspire to cause trouble? Or do you think this is evidence that some conspirators are trying to create trouble? If you think that way, then third Hokage is overestimating himself. Uchiha Zongyan slowly extended his hand, ignoring the furious expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face due to his blatant sarcasm, and simply tapped his fingers on the table. Bang! The reality is that your approach has long lost the support of the people. For decades, you have suppressed other forces in the village to maintain your power and position. And the various disasters caused by letting Shimura Danzo run rampant have eroded your prestige to the brink of collapse. Third Hokage. The current state of Konoha village is what everyone would be satisfied with. Not just the Uchiha, but also the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, the Inuzuka family, the Yamanaka family, the Kurama family, and so on. These ninja clans are all extremely satisfied with the power they have gained. Those who gain the way have many helpers, while those who lose the way have few helpers. Wanting to hold on to power tightly forever without sharing with companions will ultimately lead to isolation. The reasoning behind this: I think the third Hokage may never understand in his lifetime, so there's no need to worry about it. The content of this letter is not what you think, but rather a matter that truly concerns the safety of the entire Konoha village and even the Land of Fire. Please open it and take a look. Chapter 187. The content of the letter. Does Uchiha Zongyan's analysis of power make sense? Perhaps it does, after all. It is a truth he learned from the history of Earth in his previous life, and it has been well validated in this world. The current state of Konoha is the best proof. Ever since the four old geezers, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kazumi, and the former Konoha ninja, were driven away, there has been a huge vacuum in the top power of Konoha village. And power hates a vacuum. Whenever there is a gap, someone will inevitably fill it. Therefore, at the previous Konoha Jonin meeting, Uchiha Zongyan proactively held a feast of sharing power. The various ninja clans of Konoha rushed in, dividing up the power that originally belonged to the four old geezers, and were pleasantly surprised to find that the taste of power was so enchanting. Perhaps when the fifth Hokage takes over, many of the powers belonging to the Hokage will be taken away. But that does not hinder the joy of the crowd at this moment. Moreover, the most important thing is that after tasting the flavor of power, how many people can easily let go? Thus, no matter who takes over as the fifth Hokage, they will inevitably have to engage in a long-term game of chess with these various ninja clans to regain their own power. However, if one wishes to reach the level of the first, second, and third Hokages, who could command hundreds with a single word and treat Konoha as their own fiefdom, that would be nearly impossible. Nevertheless, even so, it is much better than the deceased fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage? Merely a puppet. In the original story, it was also like this. Later, Tsunade, who took over as the fifth Hokage, was completely unlike her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could act as an autocratic Hokage. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen has been completely transformed by power. This once hardliner, who would draw his sword at the slightest disagreement, has been Hokage for decades, going from youth to old age, and the anger in his heart has long since vanished. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen is, at his core, a surrenderist. Otherwise, how could he have allowed the Cloud Village's envoy to attack the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in an attempt to seize Konoha's strategic weapon, the Byakugan, only to be killed in retaliation, and then be threatened by the Cloud Village into instructing the Hyuga clan to discard the body of Hyuga Hayashi in a ridiculous act of appeasement? Therefore, even when Uchiha Zongyan confronted him with his inner thoughts and ridiculed him to his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though furious and red-faced, managed to restrain his impulse and merely snorted coldly. The old monkey forced himself not to look at Uchiha Zongyan's cold face and snatched the letter from the table. But when he saw the content of the letter, his expression immediately changed. Is this true? Uchiha clan leader. After just reading the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale with shock, and after quickly skimming through the letter, he looked at Uchiha Zongyan with anxious and panicked eyes, as if hoping the latter would say it was just a joke. Of course, it's true. Who would make such a thing a joke? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Uchiha Zongyan felt a strange discomfort in his heart, and after sighing, he replied, "But this." Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the letter trembled slightly, making it clear how much shock and pressure the contents of the letter had caused him. It turns out that this letter, like the one Uchiha Zongyan received from the merchant group before, was sent by Terumi Mei from the Mist Village. But the difference is that the previous letter was highly confidential, disguised as civilian communication, and delivered to Uchiha Zongyan through a merchant passing through Konoha village. This way, although the letter took a long time on the road, it was unlikely to be intercepted or discovered. However, the letter in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand was sent through official channels from the Mist Village, delivered directly by a ninja from the Mist Village. This method is fast, but lacks confidentiality and cannot escape the eyes of the vigilant. Fortunately, the content of this letter does not need to be overly confidential. It won't be long before the entire ninja world will know about this matter. It is about the Cloud Village leading an alliance with the Rock Village, Sand Village, and Mist Village to take advantage of the internal chaos in Konoha Village and launch a new and shocking ninja world war. Just recently, the Mist Village used the intelligence sent by Terumi Mei to rescue the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, who had been controlled by Uchiha Obito, and killed the white Zetsu that had been lurking beside Yagura to monitor him. The fate of Yagura Karatachi goes without saying. Under the leadership of the Mizukage, the Mist Village held a high-level meeting, stripped Yagura Karatachi of his identity as the fourth Mizukage, and to ensure he would not be controlled again, imprisoned him in a heavily guarded prison. This was also a form of punishment. It is irrelevant to say that Yagura was controlled against his will. As the Mizukage, the leader of a village, being controlled and used by someone has caused irreparable damage and impact on the entire village. And just this alone is enough for Yagura Karatachi to spend the rest of his life in prison. After deciding Yagura Karatachi's fate, the Mist Village lost its leader and had to invite the Mizukage to take charge. At that time, many ambitious individuals came forward to contend for the position of the fifth Mizukage, including those prominent bloodline clans within the Mist Village. Unfortunately, all of these individuals were coldly rejected by the Mizukage, who stated that he would temporarily take on the role of Mizukage and wait for the emergence of a truly capable successor among the next generation of young people. This statement was clear. It was paving the way for Terumi Mei. After all, although Terumi Mei is powerful and experienced, she still needs time to consolidate her support before she can smoothly take on that position. However, at this critical juncture, the Mist Village unexpectedly received a state letter from the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village, proposing to unite with the Mist Village to attack Konoha, with the spoils divided according to the size of each family's contribution. Moreover, it included the reason for this sudden idea. Konoha is experiencing a civil war. To be honest, when the Mist Village received this news, everyone was very interested, as Konoha Village occupies the largest and most lucrative piece of meat in the entire ninja world. In past ninja world wars, the other four ninja villages have all wanted to take a bite out of Konoha to fill their stomachs. However, Konoha's strength is well known. It has emerged victorious in the last three ninja world wars. Now that such a huge internal disturbance has occurred in Konoha Village, isn't this a godsend opportunity? However, a single sentence from Terumi may extinguish the excitement of these people. It is indeed a good opportunity. The weakened Konoha is surrounded by wolves, and everyone wants to take a bite. But isn't Kirigakure also weak? If everything goes smoothly, it might be fine. But if the battle reaches a stalemate and the truth of our village's weakness is exposed, wouldn't we be stepping into the same fate as Konoha? Think about it. A broken ship still has 3 pounds of nails. No matter how weak Konoha is still filled with strong ninjas. But what about us in Kirigakure? Do we have to rely on that puppet called Mizukage? Chapter 188. Analysis. To be honest, Uchiha Zongyan had no idea he would receive such an intelligence report. The Cloud Village and the Rock Village were preparing to take advantage of Konoha's internal division, where the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction had led to civil war, and they actually wanted to invade Konoha. This is a major event not recorded in the original work. In the original, Uchiha Itachi united with Uchiha Obito and the Hokage faction to directly wipe out the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only his poor little brother. Konoha effectively cut off one of its arms, suffering tremendous losses. However, the original did not depict the reactions of other great nations after the Uchiha clan was slaughtered. Logically, the war-hungry Cloud Village and the opportunistic Rock Village would never miss such an opportunity. But in reality, no large-scale wars broke out because of it. This time, under Uchiha Zongyan's leadership, the Uchiha clan obtained what they deserved without bloodshed. Aside from losing the Dark Ninja Danzo Shimura and his root organization, Konoha suffered no other losses. It can even be said that after removing the troublemaker Danzo, Konoha's overall strength became even stronger. After all, without that old zombie who always viewed the Uchiha clan as a thorn in his side, constantly thinking of stabbing them in the back, The liberated power of the Uchiha clan is definitely immeasurable. Now, here comes the interesting part. In the original work, Konoha lost the Uchiha clan, and other great nations did not launch wars. Now, Konoha not only did not suffer losses, but actually increased its strength and foundation, while the Cloud and Rock villages were eager to jump in and stir things up. Why is that? Uchiha Zongyan thought carefully about this issue. His conclusion was that the original work did not describe the chain reaction that occurred after the Uchiha clan was annihilated. It simply skipped ahead 6 years, neglecting the details during that time. But if one thinks about it, how could Konoha losing the entire Uchiha clan and suffering a significant loss not attract others' attention? So there must have been some small-scale wars occurring. However, Konoha was still a broken ship with 3 pounds of nails, and after both sides fought a battle, seeing they couldn't gain much, they naturally retreated to lick their wounds and wait for the next opportunity. Additionally, Tsunagakure had suffered a crushing defeat against Konoha in the Third Shinobi World War and was supposed to pay a hefty war indemnity. However, Hiruzen Tsurutobi decided to waive these war reparations and instead signed an alliance treaty with Tsunagakure, making them Konoha's little brother. In this situation, the financially collapsed Tsunagakure had to rely on Konoha's support to survive in the short term. Otherwise, once Konoha cut off the supply, Tsunagakure would immediately collapse. Thus, in the original work, it is very likely that Konoha pulled Tsunagakure to counter the joint attack of the Cloud and Rock villages, while Kirigakure was too busy killing its own people to get involved. Both sides were evenly matched and had just emerged from the Third Shinobi World War, each preoccupied with their own issues. Seeing that local wars were about to turn into long-term attrition battles, they naturally did not want to continue fighting. However, this timeline is a bit different. First, when Uchiha Zongyan brought his clansmen to the Hokage building, this scene would certainly have been seen by spies from various nations lurking in Konoha. Such significant intelligence would have been immediately reported, stating that Konoha was experiencing a civil war with the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction clashing. However, at the moment this information was sent out, Konoha had already issued a high-level martial law due to the impending internal disturbance, so subsequent intelligence could not continue to be sent. In peacetime, Konoha might have given spies a chance to breathe, but after martial law was declared, there would be no opportunity for them to relay information. Thus, on the sides of the Rock and Cloud villages, without subsequent intelligence support, they could only rely on their own speculation to guess what kind of impact and consequences the internal rebellion in Konoha would have. After some deliberation, they concluded that if the entire Uchiha clan rebelled, Konoha would surely suffer heavy losses. Even if the best outcome occurred, and Konoha, under Hiruzen Tsurutobi's leadership, suppressed the Uchiha clan's rebellion, it would still mean Konoha had effectively cut off one of its arms. When is this not a godsend opportunity? Don't think about it. Just act. War is indeed the continuation of politics. This saying is absolutely true. The Cloud Village and the Rock Village both wanted to initiate war, naturally stemming from dissatisfaction with the status quo, wanting to bite off a piece of fat meat from the Land of Fire through war to gain sufficient benefits. Among the two, the Cloud Village was the most impatient. Always a military nation, it is the most warlike of the 5 great nations in the ninja world, with a fiercely combative populace, adhering to the principle that might makes right. The setbacks in previous Shinobi World Wars have driven the Cloud Village further down this path, leading to an increasing proportion of military spending in their annual budget. The people of the Land of Lightning support an ever-growing ninja army, which has gradually become a heavy burden. In this situation, they either have to cut military spending or hold their breath and wait for the next Shinobi World War to ignite. Therefore, no matter what, the Third Reikage AI would not easily let go of this godsend opportunity. On the other hand, the Third Tsuchikage Inoki of the Rock Village was much more cunning. Although he also had the idea of taking advantage of this opportunity to invade Konoha, he did not want to be the one to stick his neck out. Additionally, considering the historical grievances between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, Inoki also had to guard against a sneak attack from the Cloud Village, which meant he had to weigh many factors, so he was waiting for the Cloud Village to extend an invitation. In this situation, there was Konoha, which had just experienced a civil war and suffered heavy losses, and there was the Cloud Village, which was suffocated by high military expenditures and urgently needed to shift pressure outward. It did not need to do much. The Rock Village could naturally follow behind and reap the benefits, even letting the warmongers of the Cloud Village take the lead. When both sides were at a stalemate, the Rock Village could step in and pick the fruit. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, what could be more perfect? With this thought, Inoki's eyes were practically squinting with glee. Thus, there was no need to consider too much. The Cloud and Rock villages quickly came to an agreement and started discussing specific invasion plans. Initially, they intended to involve Tsunagakure and Kirigakure as well. Unfortunately, Tsunagakure had already become a little brother of Konoha, and Kirigakure was too preoccupied with its own matters, leaving only the two of them. But two were enough. What more was needed to deal with a heavily weakened Konoha? Chapter 189. Sarutobi's strategy regardless of how the Cloud and Rock villages planned to proceed. Uchiha Zongyan felt a surge of battle intent upon receiving the intelligence. It's not that this guy quickly awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline within him and inherited the warlike and arrogant personality of the Uchiha. It's just that with a sharp blade in hand, the killing intent arises. Once a person masters great power, it's hard to say they won't be influenced by that power. Not to mention that Uchiha Zongyan had only recently been a person desperately trying to survive, living under the shadow of death. When a person is suppressed for too long, they inevitably want to break out. So, as soon as Uchiha Zongyan had the capital to fight Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't help but take action. However, after killing Uchiha Itachi and moving the heavy burden off his heart, Uchiha Zongyan felt a bit lost, as if he had lost his goal. Whether it was criticizing Uchiha Fugaku at the Nana Shrine or clashing with Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the Hokage building. These were all plans that Uchiha Zongyan had long established. He was merely following the plan step by step. As his strength gradually increased, Uchiha Zongyan found himself with fewer opponents in Konoha, and even when he encountered someone like Jiraiya, who was a worthy adversary, he couldn't fight to the death due to their respective identities. Thus, despite having great martial power, he had no place to use it, leaving Uchiha Zongyan feeling a pent-up frustration, until he received information from Terumi Mei. Those audacious fellows from the Cloud and Rock villages actually dared to stir trouble at the head of the Taisho. Wasn't that the stage he had been waiting for? After finally digesting this shocking information, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to regain a bit of calm. He slowly folded the letter and placed it on the table, asking Uchiha Zongyan about his plans. According to the letter, the alliance between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth was already a done deal, and their target was undoubtedly Konoha. Furthermore, they wanted to win over the Land of Water and the Land of Wind. If the four great nations teamed up to attack Konoha, how are we supposed to respond? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke very seriously, but there was a hint of exaggeration in his tone, as if he wanted to use this harsh reality to warn Uchiha Zongyan, his words implying more than they stated. But if one thinks about it, since the Mist Village took the initiative to relay this information, they naturally wouldn't want to wade into this muddy water. So the Land of Water could be ruled out. Additionally, the Land of Wind was still in a phase of quietly recovering from injuries, even if they wanted to intervene. They didn't have the strength to do so. Therefore, the Land of Wind should also be excluded. The only confirmed enemies were the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's deliberate mention of a four-nation alliance was meant to warn Uchiha Zongyan that the enemy was formidable and that he shouldn't act recklessly. It seems that Uchiha Zongyan left a very vivid impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen, embodying the typical Uchiha personality, arrogant and proud. The old monkey was worried that Uchiha Zongyan couldn't see the situation clearly and would recklessly lead Konoha into battle. If that happened, Konoha wouldn't have even caught its breath from the Third Shinobi World War before being thrown into a new battlefield, and a defeat would have devastating consequences for Konoha. Of course, we should respond. Since they dare to extend their claws toward Konoha, they should be prepared for me to sever those claws. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Zongyan did not hide his intentions, but calmly expressed his thoughts. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that beneath this calmness, a terrifying killing intent was brewing. Are you crazy? Uchiha Zongyan, what capability does Konoha have to confront two great nations right now? Are you trying to drag Konoha to its death? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and stood up, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Zongyan, no longer even calling him the clan leader, but directly addressing him by name. The small figure exuded a powerful aura, and at this moment, the determination of the third Hokage to protect Konoha was not to be underestimated. Then what do you suggest we do? The alliance between the Cloud and Rock villages invading is already a foregone conclusion. With the fourth Raikage A's barbaric temperament and the third Tsuchikage Inoki's greedy shamelessness, do you think these two can be easily dealt with? If we don't strike them hard on the battlefield, how can they possibly be willing to give up the opportunity to devour Konoha? Uchiha Zongyan coldly shot a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and retorted. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively wanted to say something, but the words were swallowed back. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was essentially a pacifist at heart. His first reaction to war was not to respond immediately, but to think of how to ease the situation and resolve the conflict through other means. Just like when he faced the brazen threats of war from the Cloud delegation. He chose to quell the situation with the corpse of Hinata Hisashi rather than defend Konoha's dignity and the Hokage's authority. If it had been the old Sarutobi Hiruzen, who held great power, his immediate reaction would have been to call his good friends together to discuss how to avoid war without resorting to major conflict. But now the situation was completely different. Shimura Danzo was dead, and Mito Kazan and Uchiha Kamachi were both incapacitated, having lost their power. And as for him, the third Hokage, he was also about to face the outcome of self-imprisonment. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's character over the years, the first thought that arose in his mind was to pay some price and then avoid this war through reconciliation. However, the three scapegoats he usually relied on were all gone. Was he supposed to be the one to take on the role of the pacifist? Forget it, after all. I'm about to resign from this position anyway, so there's nothing much to fuss about. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed silently, sitting down on the tatami and began to share his thoughts with Uchiha Zongyan. As you said, the Cloud and Rock villages, these two hungry wolves, will never easily give up. Therefore, our first step is to send elite troops to take the initiative and strike the enemy hard, demonstrating our strength and attitude. But given Konoha's current situation, we can only support small-scale localized battles. Once the scale of the war expands, Konoha will definitely not be able to cope. So we need to control the scale of the war. The second step is to send delegations to the Rock and Cloud villages, enticing them with benefits to divide them. Both A and Inoki only want to gain from external wars to stabilize their villages, so as long as we are willing to offer benefits, they won't refuse. The third and final step is to promise great benefits to the Sand Village and bring them into our camp. This way, the situation will turn into a 2-against-2 scenario, and the Cloud and Rock villages will naturally have to weigh their options. Faced with the two choices before them, they can either choose to risk defeat by continuing to attack Konoha or withdraw back to their villages, gaining benefits without bloodshed. I believe they know what to choose. Chapter 190. Heart's Execution. Uchiha Zongyan quietly listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, and then an uncontrollable cold smile appeared on his face. As expected, it was like this again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had lost his blood and courage, filled with thoughts of how to maintain a stable situation, could only come up with ideas of this level. Thus, Uchiha Zongyan, who had long been mentally prepared, did not mock or criticize further. After all, the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen had already ended. For this old politician who had spent most of his life in schemes and intrigues, his vision was limited to this. How sad and lamentable. Heroes grow old easily. Time is always so cruel. Uchiha Zongyan suddenly sighed, and these words made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of a strategy in a hurry after speaking and waited anxiously for Uchiha Zongyan's response. What he never expected was that after waiting for a long time, Uchiha Zongyan would utter such an irrelevant exclamation. What does it mean that heroes grow old easily? Is he mocking me for being old and lacking the courage to face war, only thinking about surrender? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately had such thoughts. But after carefully observing Uchiha Zongyan's expression, he realized that the other party's words did not seem to be directed at him. Zongyan clan leader. What do you mean by that? I was just speaking casually. Please don't overthink it. Third Hokage. Uchiha Zongyan shook his head. Then please make a decision soon. Zongyan clan leader. With the great enemy at hand, the safety and peace of Konoha are the most important things. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan nodded, then placed his teacup down steadily. He gathered his strength and stood up from the tatami, walking outside while observing the scenery of the courtyard without speaking. As the Hokage and the leader of the prominent Sarutobi clan in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was certainly very wealthy. So his residence was even more spacious than the one allocated to Uchiha Zongyan in the Uchiha clan territory. There were ponds, rockeries, and greenery. Everything one could expect was present. At this moment, it was afternoon, and the sun was hanging low in the sky, casting warm rays of light into Sarutobi Hiruzen's courtyard, with a gentle breeze blowing, making it quite pleasant. Zongyan clan leader? After waiting for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Uchiha Zongyan silently observing his courtyard without responding, which made him anxious and asked, "Do you believe there can be true peace in this world?" Upon hearing the prompt, Uchiha Zongyan not only did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, but instead changed the subject. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and momentarily did not understand what Uchiha Zongyan meant by this question. However, as someone who had accompanied his clan to Konoha since its establishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had his own insights on this matter. The history of the ninja world is not long, only a little over 1,000 years recorded, much of which falls into the category of myth, making it insignificant compared to the thousands of years of civilization on Earth. Yet, in this short 1,000-year history, wars and killings have never ceased. During the long Warring States period, countries, clans, and people were always in a state of mutual hostility. True peace only briefly appeared when Konoha was just established a few decades ago, only to end with the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as well as the latter's death. With this historical evidence, asking whether there will be true peace in the ninja world is not obvious. As long as there are humans, there will be contradictions and oppositions. True peace is impossible to see, at least during my lifetime. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently thought, a complex expression flashing in his murky eyes. He then stood up as well, walked to UchihaZongyan's side, slightly tilted his head to look at UchihaZongyan's face, and seriously warned. It is precisely because peace cannot be taken for granted that we must protect Konoha. Only with Konoha stable and safe can we ensure that the villagers gain peace. Even if war rages in the ninja world, as long as the villagers of Konoha can live safely, that is enough. Uchiha Zongyan nodded. Yes, this is something that must be done. He then asked, so, third Hokage, since war will never be eliminated, even if we use surrender to exchange for a short period of peace, how long can this peace last? Uchiha Zongyan's expression was serious as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and questioned. This time, Cloud and Rock are trying to invade Konoha for their interests. Their goal is to eliminate Konoha and strengthen themselves. Even if you pause the war, as you say, the result will only weaken us and strengthen the enemy. While the immediate threat of war is resolved, in the long run, new and more dangerous wars are brewing. What price will Konoha have to pay to resolve that? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned by this series of questions. Just as he wanted to argue, he saw Uchiha Zongyan speak again. Moreover, Tsunagakure has been advocating attacking Konoha since the Second Shinobi World War, and has always been Konoha's mortal enemy. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha defeated Tsunagakure and signed an alliance. The Third Shinobi World War was also instigated by Tsunagakure, with the goal still being Konoha. Such a dangerous enemy, a wolf that cannot be raised, is always a potential threat to Konoha. Currently, Tsunagakure is facing significant internal issues, and their relationship with the daimyo of the Land of Wind is continuously deteriorating, their strength weakening day by day. Clearly, Konoha only needs to wait quietly. Let Tsunagakure weaken on its own, and then find the right moment to defeat them. Why do you still want to assist them? Don't you know that your assistance this time might just alleviate Tsunagakure's internal troubles, helping them get back on track, which is akin to raising a tiger to trouble us. If that happens, a few years later, Tsunagakure will once again become a thorn in Konoha's side. Is this the result you want? Third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat moved, wanting to say something, but was interrupted again by Uchiha Zongyan. If we yield this time, then next time we will yield again. When the enemy's troops reach the gates of Konoha, will we still have a place to retreat? Uchiha Zongyan's words were piercing. Although he did not curse, every word struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen, this third Hokage, not see this? Does he not understand the consequences of his actions? Of course not. He has been Hokage for decades, so he certainly has some vision and insight. However, it was just the ingrained surrenderism that made him subconsciously act in a way of yielding and compromising. Just like his yielding when facing Uchiha Zongyan's ultimatum at the Hokage building, the reason ultimately was to protect Konoha, to protect himself, and to maintain the current situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Uchiha Zongyan, whose young face was filled with seriousness and solemnity. This reminded him of his younger self, and he momentarily felt dazed. Zongyan clan leader, you may have misunderstood my intention. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly, placing his hands behind his back and straightening his upper body against his spine. Uchiha Zongyan's series of questions had left Sarutobi Hiruzen with no chance to speak, and naturally, he could not defend himself. Now that Uchiha Zongyan had finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and slowly said, "It is important to clarify that the Land of Fire is different from other countries, and Konoha is completely different from other ninja villages. The Land of Wind is situated in a desert region. The Land of Earth lacks arable land. The Land of Lightning is full of rugged mountains, and the Land of Water is located on the fringes of the ninja world. These four countries all have inherent disadvantages that cannot be compensated for, and this disadvantage restricts their development, which in turn limits the four major ninja villages, Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. The Land of Fire is completely different. Its land is fertile and rich in resources, with an environment and climate more suitable for survival. Consequently, Konoha Village has a stronger foundation than other ninja villages. This is also why, in every ninja world war, Konoha has been invaded by alliances of other ninja villages, as they seek to obtain what they lack from the land of fire and Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes reflected past scenes. He had witnessed every ninja world war. Yet, no matter how many enemies there were or how powerful they were, the ultimate victors were always Konoha and the Land of Fire. There are many reasons for this. The strength of Lord Tobirama, the blood and sweat of the various ninja clans in Konoha, and even more so, the foundation that Konoha possesses, which other ninja villages cannot match. We have enough people to continuously train and cultivate competent ninjas. We also have enough money to support Konoha in spending vast resources to cultivate its strength. Often, the amount of money Konoha spends to cultivate a competent ninja is enough for smaller ninja villages to train dozens or even hundreds of ninjas. This is why Konoha has been able to win since the first Ninja World War and has not lost up to now. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, a slight smile appeared on his face, revealing the pride and confidence of this old man. However, this is quite normal, regardless of what Sarutobi Hiruzen is like now. He has made indelible contributions to Konoha during his decades as Hokage. Just like the Konoha Ninja Academy, although it was established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he did not live to see it expand into the form he envisioned after establishing it, as he died in the Land of Lightning. The Konoha Ninja Academy has been able to continuously supply excellent ninjas to Konoha every year, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has played an indispensable role in that. So this time is no different. Your so-called surrender and retreat, from my perspective, is merely exchanging a bit of interest for time. Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his tone and began to explain his thoughts. Konoha, just emerging from the Third Ninja World War, is no longer the Konoha that once dominated the ninja world. As a member of Konoha and the head of the Uchiha clan, you should be very clear about this. The older generation of strong warriors has dwindled, and only a few remain with combat power, while the new generation is still growing and far from reaching their peak. In such a state of transition, are we really going to send these young, unformed individuals to the battlefield to sacrifice themselves? Just to save face. Are we going to completely jeopardize Konoha's future? Clan Head Zongyan, is that how you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuttal was sharp, and what he said reflected the true state of affairs. After the continuous trials of the Ninja World Wars, Konoha has indeed suffered heavy losses. Among the shadow-level strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to his age, is no longer at his peak, and of the legendary three, Orochimaru has defected, while Tsunade and Jiraiya have also left the village. The remaining shadow-level strong are only Zongyan Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. Both are from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, if we refer to the original work, without Zongyan Uchiha's appearance, and with Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha hiding their Sharingan, Konoha wouldn't even have a single shadow-level ninja. As for the Jonin-level ninjas, the situation is even worse. Among the 5 great nations, which ninja village besides Konoha has only a few dozen Jonin. Even if you add the Jonin from clans like Uchiha and Hyuga, Konoha only has about 60 or 70 Jonin. You mentioned Sunagakure? Does Sunagakure count as one of the 5 great ninja villages? It is precisely because of Konoha's weak state that Sarutobi Hiruzen has repeatedly been forced to compromise and retreat. The more he compromises, the more accustomed he becomes, and naturally, he turns into a faction that advocates surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth and hatred, directed at the enemy countries in the Ninja World War, at those bandits coveting Konoha and the Land of Fire. It is their repeated invasions that have turned Konoha into what it is today. But is all of this truly the Empire's responsibility? Third Hokage, if you had shown this level of patience when dealing with the Uchiha, perhaps I wouldn't have had to lead my clan to do such things. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were quite reasonable. Arguing with him about the pros and cons of war for Konoha would yield little result. Thus, Zongyan Uchiha simply changed the topic, casually throwing out a remark that left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling as if he had fallen into an ice pit. What does this mean? Zongyan Uchiha suddenly brought up the recent civil war, which raised a bad feeling in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. That incident was the most painful experience of Sarutobi Hiruzen's life, and it was also the most unpredictable one. The Uchiha, who had always been under control, suddenly made such a shocking move. Not only did they act, but they succeeded. They killed Shimura Danzo, forcing him to announce his resignation. What does Zongyan Uchiha mean by bringing this up now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes fixed intently on Zongyan Uchiha. Wanted to see what this guy was going to say. I mean, if you could have such thoughts of compromise and retreat when dealing with our Uchiha clan, how could you force us to take desperate measures? Zongyan Uchiha smiled slightly, but Sarutobi Hiruzen saw mockery in that smile, which pricked his heart. Don't say it was all led by Shimura Danzo. Such words might deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. Not only as Uchiha, but also the former Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. If you had not turned a blind eye at that time and had acted sooner to control public opinion, Konoha would not have lost such a general. And the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, clearly the son of a hero, was misunderstood and bullied by the villagers. Aren't these matters your responsibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled slightly. You keep saying that as long as there is enough time, Konoha can recover its vitality and the new generation of strong can grow, and only then will there be the strength and confidence to deal with strong enemies. But according to your and Shimura Danzo's methods, what use is it to give you more time? Even if new strong figures and new clans emerge in the village, as long as they do not meet your expectations, until you force them to either perish or defect. Zongyan Uchiha's words carried a hint of cold mockery. Just like us Uchiha, if I hadn't taken the risk and led my clan to resist, the final result would have likely been that Itachi Uchiha would team up with you to wipe us out, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. The Uchiha, who once founded Konoha village together with the Senju clan, would ultimately disappear like the Senju, leaving only one or two clan members behind. Is this the situation you want to see? No, I have never had such thoughts, nor have I ever wanted to harm the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen loudly refuted Zongyan Uchiha's words. Yes, you haven't, but Shimura Danzo has, and he is very determined. And you, quietly watching his actions from behind, neither affirming nor denying. Regardless of the final outcome, it has nothing to do with you, the third Hokage, right? Chapter 191. Umbu leader Kakashi Hateki Zongyan Uchiha walked out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence, leaving the old monkey standing there in a daze, staring blankly at Zongyan Uchiha's departing figure. Speechless, it can be said with certainty that Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood at this moment is quite terrible. After all, Uchiha Zongyan repeated his words over and over again, just to severely undermine Sarutobi Hiruzen's will. He pulled off the hypocritical mask of self-deception, forcing him to clearly see how ugly and filthy the face hidden beneath that mask truly is. With this step, Uchiha Zongyan's purpose for this visit was completely fulfilled. The reason he came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's home at this time was to prepare in advance. He believed that after this conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen would no longer stand his way to lead Konoha in the battle against the allied forces of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. As for how Sarutobi Hiruzen would cope after this blow, what does it have to do with Uchiha Zongyan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's house is not located within the Sarutobi clan's territory, but rather in the central area close to the Hokage building, most likely to avoid suspicion. After all, as the third Hokage, if Sarutobi Hiruzen lived within the Sarutobi clan's premises, it would have a detrimental impact. Just think about it. The highly regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, where he lives, must also attract attention. If Sarutobi Hiruzen lived within the Sarutobi clan, the villagers would definitely notice the rapid changes in the Sarutobi clan. Here, rapid changes refers to how, after Sarutobi Hiruzen became the third Hokage, the Sarutobi clan quickly expanded from a small ninja clan without bloodline limits and clan secret techniques to the largest and wealthiest family in Konoha over the decades. How would the villagers view this? What would other ninja clans think? Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to keep the Sarutobi clan low-key, not setting their territory in the central area of Konoha, but in a slightly more remote location. Lord Zongyan, X2 after exiting Sarutobi Hiruzen's mansion. The Konoha ninjas guarding on both sides hesitated for a moment upon seeing him, but still bowed and saluted. From being opposing enemies to now becoming a figure that needs to be looked up to, Uchiha Zongyan, still a young man, has a special impression in the hearts of all Konoha ninjas. However, the hierarchy among ninjas is strict. They must show respect when they see Uchiha Zongyan. Protect the third Hokage well. Uchiha Zongyan slightly nodded and then walked towards the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen still held the title of third Hokage, so he was entitled to the appropriate treatment. At least until the fifth Hokage took office, the Konoha ninjas assigned to guard Sarutobi Hiruzen must not be lacking. Even after the fifth Hokage takes office, it would be the same. It's just that at that time, the Konoha ninjas sent would not be for guarding Sarutobi Hiruzen, but more for surveillance purposes. Although there had been a civil war due to the restraint on both sides, the Hokage building had not been damaged during the battle. Only the Hokage rock not far away was still undergoing complicated repairs. After all, a solemn existence like Hokage rock cannot simply be fixed by having two ninjas skilled in earth release perform a couple of jutsu. The faces up there must be meticulously carved out by craftsmen. Therefore, after being destroyed by Uchiha Zongyan, the entire Hokage rock, from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama to the fourth Hokage Namica's Minato, would need to be recarved, which is quite a troublesome task. TSK, if I had known, I would have just completely destroyed Hokage rock back then, to avoid such a laborious repair. Speaking of which, why make it so complicated? If we want to commemorate our predecessors, can't we just hang a few portraits in conspicuous places? Engaging in such formalism is truly a waste of time and money. Uchiha Zongyan gazed at the busy craftsmen on Hokage rock, thinking some disrespectful thoughts. He also recalled that according to the original story, in a few years, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, would directly destroy the entire Konoha village with his Super Shinra Tensei, yet during the reconstruction, they still did not forget to restore these faces. How boring. Lord Zongyan. When Uchiha Zongyan reached the entrance of the Hokage building, an Umbu ninja suddenly emerged, respectfully lowering his head to ask, "May I ask what brings you to the Hokage building, Lord Zongyan?" The Hokage building is the power center of Konoha. In addition to the Hokage working here, most of the core power departments in Konoha also have their offices in the Hokage building for convenience. Therefore, generally, those who come to the Hokage building either have duties to perform inside or are there to handle matters. This Umbu ninja also wanted to know Uchiha Zongyan's purpose for being here, as Uchiha Zongyan currently only held the title of head of the Uchiha clan and had no other position, so he naturally was not there for work. "I'm here to see the Umbu captain, Itachi Kakashi," Uchiha Zongyan replied. Indeed, Itachi Kakashi had now become the captain of the Umbu. Speaking of which, Itachi Kakashi was once a candidate for the Umbu captain position. During the administration of the fourth Hokage, Namica's Minato, the Umbu directly controlled by the Hokage was not handed over to Minato, but remained under the control of the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. How much speculation there is about this is unknown, but it can be imagined that Minato must have been quite dissatisfied. A Hokage without the Umbu is like an arm without a hand. Therefore, as Minato's disciple, Itachi Kakashi, who is also known as a genius, naturally became one of Minato's means to control the Umbu. At that time, Minato's plan was to transfer Itachi Kakashi to the Umbu as a team leader. And as his grasp of power as Hokage gradually became complete, he would slowly promote Kakashi. Finally, at the right time, Kakashi would take over the position of Umbu captain, which would allow Minato to completely control this core combat department. Unfortunately, with Minato's passing, the originally planned Itachi Kakashi in the Umbu naturally lost his hopes of promotion. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen himself trusted Itachi Kakashi, it was impossible for him to make him the Umbu captain. However, with the outbreak of the previous civil war, Itachi Kakashi, who had destroyed the root base and stood up to identify Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen as the contributors, naturally had to receive a reward. The loyal Umbu captain fell alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, making it very reasonable for Itachi Kakashi, who had been rooted in the Umbu for years and had considerable strength and qualifications, to become a captain. Unfortunately, because of this, Itachi Kakashi's reputation among Konoha ninjas has severely declined. Many Konoha ninjas secretly referred to him as a traitor. Former friends turned cold towards him, and some even distanced themselves from him. One can only say that there are gains and losses. "Lord Zongyan, please wait here. I have already notified Captain Kakashi, and he will be here soon." The Umbu ninja led Uchiha Zongyan to a reception room, and then respectfully left. Before long, Itachi Kakashi knocked and entered. "Kakashi, it seems you haven't been doing well lately. You look quite haggard." As Uchiha Zongyan saw Itachi Kakashi holding a teacup, he couldn't help but laugh. Itachi Kakashi, who entered, had changed his clothing style, but his eyes, the only part of his face exposed, were surrounded by dark circles, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. At first glance, he looked as if he hadn't rested for 3 days and nights, appearing very worn out. "This is all thanks to Lord Zongyan. It's made me so tired, with not a moment of rest." Hearing Uchiha Zongyan's teasing, Kakashi Itachi rolled his eyes discreetly and weakly complained. He then plopped down in front of Uchiha Zongyan, collapsing onto the sofa. "Is there something important that you need from me at this time, Lord Zongyan? What does that mean? Can't I come to find you without anything important?" Uchiha Zongyan replied, "I thought after that incident we were already comrades in arms." The more Uchiha Zongyan looked at Kakashi Itachi in this state, the more he wanted to joke around. Comrades? Hearing this, Kakashi's mouth twisted under his mask, and he waved his hand weakly. It's not that I want to complain. It's just that I suddenly took over this position. And there's so much work to do. I've been getting less than 5 hours of rest every day, to the point where I want to sleep the moment I see my bed. If Lord Zongyan really doesn't have anything important, please let me go back to work. I won't have time to rest until I finish what's on my plate. Kakashi's words were not false. It should be noted that Konoha is a large organization, and the Umbu is one of the most important military departments. As a newly appointed Umbu leader, Kakashi's main task was to take over various documents left by his predecessor, whether they were spies from the Umbu embedded in various countries or highly classified information. He had to master all of this in the shortest time possible to be fully aware of it. Therefore, Kakashi Hitaki did not want to chat idly with Uchiha Zongyan. Not only was he busy with work, but he also felt awkward whenever he saw Uchiha Zongyan. It was because of Uchiha Zongyan's push that he made the decision to identify Shimura Danzo and the third Hokage. This contradicted his previous adherence to the ninja way, and he felt it was an act of betrayal. Although this was something he had to do to vindicate his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, it still left a shadow in Kakashi's heart. Is that so? That does sound tough. Uchiha Zongyan ignored Kakashi's dissatisfaction and didn't perceive his thoughts. Or rather, even if he did notice, he wouldn't care. He took a gentle sip of tea, set the cup on the table, and pulled out a letter from his pocket. However, this hardship is likely to continue for quite some time. I hope Minister Kakashi can stay spirited and persist a bit longer. What do you mean? Kakashi Hitaki was taken aback by Uchiha Zongyan's actions and sat up straight to ask. This letter is an urgent message from the Jonin Terumi, Mei of the Mist Village. You can see the contents for yourself. Upon hearing this, Kakashi took the letter and opened it, and his expression changed immediately, anger flashing in his eyes. Minister Kakashi, while I want to understand your current hardships, such a significant event happening outside poses a huge threat to Konoha, and the Umbu has received no word at all. This is very unacceptable. In this regard, it's not an exaggeration to say you are neglecting your duties. However, considering that you have just taken over as the Umbu leader, I think the people in the village can understand and forgive you. Seeing Kakashi Hitaki's reaction, Uchiha Zongyan smiled and stood up. Next, I'll trouble Minister Kakashi to inform those who need to know about this news. Also, let them know that I want to hold a meeting at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to discuss how to respond to the impending war and to confirm the candidate for the 5th Hokage as soon as possible. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! A puff of smoke suddenly exploded, and within the smoke appeared a somewhat dazed, black-haired little girl. Failed again. In the Uchiha clan's territory, in the house where Uchiha Zongyan resided, Boa Hancock once again attempted to use the Shadow Clone Technique, only to end up with a half-finished product that resembled nothing. Seeing the result, Hancock felt a surge of frustration and, somewhat angrily, squatted on the ground, biting her lip in silence. Clearly, I prayed so hard for a divine response, and the great deity was willing to help me. But I couldn't seize this heavenly opportunity and can't even learn the Shadow Clone Technique. At this rate, let alone mastering the Shadow Clone Technique. If I can't grasp the basic clone technique and transformation technique, I won't have any chance to escape that hell when I go back. Not to mention bringing my sisters along. Hancock gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, feeling extremely guilty. Since arriving in this world yesterday and meeting Uchiha Zongyan, the great deity, Hancock thought she had finally been favored by the heavens and could change her tragic fate. However, after being granted chakra by Uchiha Zongyan and being taught chakra control techniques and the basics of the Shadow Clone Technique, she still couldn't use the Shadow Clone Technique correctly after such a long time. This feeling of disparity left Hancock feeling very desperate. It wasn't just because she couldn't master the Shadow Clone Technique and Transformation Technique, but also because there was no hope of saving herself when she returned to the Celestial Dragon's prison in the world of One Piece. Moreover, she felt she was letting down the favor of the heavens and the trust of the great deity. Hancock, are you in there? I'm coming in. Just as Boa Hancock was lost in her thoughts, a boisterous voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, followed by someone barging in without knocking. Idiot! I told you to knock first. Do you not understand any manners? Along with the scolding of another somewhat cold voice, 2 boys ran up to Boa Hancock. Hancock was startled and immediately stood up, hastily wiping her face with her small hands, looking at the newcomers. What are you doing here? Are you training? Naruto Uzumaki, without caring about Uchiha Sasuke's shouts, first asked curiously when he saw Boa Hancock, then noticed the little girl's slightly red eyes and instinctively opened his mouth, only to be immediately covered by Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Why do you care about her? You're so rude with your questions. Then Uchiha Sasuke nodded at Boa Hancock. Sorry for the trouble. This guy insisted on coming here to train, and I couldn't stop him. The 6-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, being the son of the clan leader and the eldest son of the Uchiha family, naturally had no lack of manners. In the original story, he also behaved similarly, looking somewhat cool on the surface, but not lacking in courtesy. It was only later, after the tragic death of his entire clan and his brother's betrayal, that he became a figure despised by many. But Zongyan brother said we could train here. After pulling his hand away from his mouth, Naruto spat twice and said to himself, "It's fine." Boa Hancock lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with the two boys, and subtly waved her small hand, speaking softly. "This is the place of the great deity, not my home. As long as the great deity allows, you can come here anytime." Hancock had been living in this house for the past 2 days. The two boys fell silent at this, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Why are both of you quiet? Did something happen? Naruto, completely oblivious to the mood, immediately broke the silence by speaking. "It's none of your business. Hurry up and train. Didn't you keep shouting that you wanted to come here to train?" Sasuke Uchiha pulled Naruto Uzumaki's clothes in dissatisfaction, dragging him to another place. "Let go. You let go. Damn Sasuke, I can walk by myself." Naruto Uzumaki shouted angrily, but he did not resist Sasuke's pull. Looking at their backs, Boa Hancock sighed softly. In the past few days, she had interacted with Naruto and Sasuke quite a bit. However, due to her timid nature, she had not really spoken much to them, even avoiding eye contact. But deep down, she knew that the two boys in front of her were both brothers of the deity, one by blood and one not. And she was just a useless person who had suddenly come from another world, begging for the deity's help. Being able to stay in the deity's house was already relying on the deity's mercy. Yet the two brothers of the deity had to apologize to her for entering this place, which was simply unbelievable. One could only say that they truly were the deity's brothers, completely different from ordinary important figures. Thinking of the ugly faces of the celestial dragons in her original world, Boa Hancock couldn't help but think this way. After that, Boa Hancock stopped trying to use the shadow clone technique and instead sat on the steps under the eaves, quietly observing Naruto and Sasuke's training. The two saviors had just finished their training of climbing trees and walking on water. At this point, their chakra control had reached an average level. With this level of chakra control, they could attempt to practice most ninjutsu, except for those that required higher chakra control skills, like medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. So Naruto had started practicing the shadow clone technique, while Sasuke was training his fire release ninjutsu. Interestingly, although these two guys were enemies who would immediately turn away from each other upon meeting, when they trained together, the results were surprisingly good, progressing at a visible speed. One could only marvel at the magical bond of the Tsutsuki bloodline. Should I ask them for help? No, they're the deity's brothers. I can't disturb them. But both Naruto and Sasuke seem to be nice people. They shouldn't refuse me, right? What should I do? I don't want to go back there without learning anything. I also don't want to disappoint the deity. Unknowingly, Boa Hancock bit her lip, her eyes fixed on the two without any concealment. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was far away, sensed Boa Hancock's gaze and couldn't help but sigh softly. Really, I should just go and ask. Since the training began, Boa Hancock had been staring at them, and Sasuke initially planned to ignore her, but she had been staring without blinking for a long time, leaving him with no choice. "Naruto, you keep training. I'll go over there for a moment." After reminding Naruto, Sasuke slowly walked up to Boa Hancock. At that moment, the little black-haired girl was caught in a fierce struggle in her mind, constantly wavering on whether to seek help, completely unaware of Sasuke's arrival. "Excuse me, Miss Hancock." The boy's voice startled Boa Hancock awake. She looked up blankly and saw Sasuke's indifferent face in front of her. "It seems you have something you want to say to us. What is it?" Sasuke asked directly, without beating around the bush. I am." In an instant, Boa Hancock shrank back timidly, her hands hugging her chest and leaning back, displaying a practiced avoidance posture. But then, a surge of courage inexplicably welled up in her heart, and she raised her head to shout at Sasuke. "I want to ask you, no, I beg you to teach me how to learn the shadow clone technique. Please." Chapter 192. Guidance and Training After Informing the Umbu leader Kakashi Hitaki. Sasuke Uchiha left the Hokage building. However, he did not head home immediately. Instead, he went deep into the Forest of Death. After completing his daily training at a fixed spot deep in the forest, Sasuke hurried back to the clan compound just in time for dinner. Zongyan is back. Upon returning home, he happened to see his mother busy at the dining table. A sumptuous meal was already prepared. But his mother was packing the food into several large bento boxes. "Mother, what are you doing? Are you delivering food to someone?" Sasuke asked, puzzled. "Have you forgotten everything? The little girl you saved is still staying in the house assigned to you in the clan. If you don't deliver food to her, are you planning to let her starve?" His mother shot him a glare in response to his question. Of course, Sasuke could not tell his family the true origin of Boa Hancock, so he explained that she was a poor girl rescued from the root base, whose entire family had been persecuted to death by root ninjas, leaving only her to live in solitude. Although she would eventually be sent to a specialized orphanage in Konoha, the orphanage had previously been used by Danzo Shimura to train root ninjas and needed to be renovated before it could be used again. Therefore, Boa Hancock needed to stay in the Uchiha compound temporarily. Fortunately, Sasuke's parents and sister did not question his story. Instead, they felt very sympathetic towards Boa Hancock due to the tragic background he fabricated. In this situation, Sasuke, who had completely forgotten about the little girl after a whole day away from home, naturally had to endure his mother's criticism and glares. Saw thee. I was indeed too busy today." Sasuke finally remembered that there was a little empress waiting to be fed at home. "I'll go right now." After saying that, he grabbed the bento box his mother had prepared and turned to leave, leaving behind his mother's advice. "Your share is also inside. After dinner, comfort that little girl a bit. Be a gentle person, Zongyan." Although at this moment, Sasuke had already displayed formidable strength, holding a transcendent status and reputation both within the Uchiha clan and Konoha. In his mother's eyes, he was still a boy who needed constant reminders and education. Carrying the bento box, Sasuke quietly arrived at his residence. Without knocking, he walked straight in, only to be surprised by the scene before him. He saw himself standing face to face with Boa Hancock, while Naruto stood not far from them. Sasuke was pointing at Naruto while saying something to Boa Hancock. With his keen hearing, Sasuke easily caught what he was saying. Look closely, although Naruto is an idiot after this period of training, his shadow clone technique and transformation technique have reached a barely acceptable level. These two ninjutsu are very basic. As long as you can calm down and learn, you can definitely master them. I don't know what urgent matters you have in your heart that make you so eager to learn these two techniques. But my brother once advised me when he was teaching me to practice, haste makes waste. The more anxious you are, the less you can control your chakra. As a result, ninjutsu that you could have used might fail because of your impatience. Therefore, the urgent thing is to think more, train more, and try more. You will soon see results. Uchiha Sasuke habitually wore a cold expression and spoke seriously to Boa Hancock. It looked amusing, although Boa Hancock was a head taller than him. She listened attentively to Uchiha Sasuke's teachings with a very serious demeanor. Uchiha Sasuke's behavior was quite different from his usual image, showing a lot of patience. However, the idiot Naruto Uzumaki he mentioned was quite angry and shouted, "Bastard Sasuke, who are you calling an idiot? I've already mastered the body flicker technique to perfection. What do you mean, barely managing? Do you want to fight?" Uchiha Zongyan watched this scene, and a strange feeling arose within him. But he didn't interrupt immediately. Instead, he waited for Uchiha Sasuke to finish his speech and only approached when Naruto Uzumaki started their usual banter, smilingly saying, "Very good, Sasuke. It seems you have a talent for being a teacher. Are you going to pursue a career in education?" The three in the room were startled by the sudden voice and turned to see it was Uchiha Zongyan, each reacting differently. "Lord God." Boa Hancock briefly showed surprise on her face, then immediately changed to a respectful expression, deeply bowing to Uchiha Zongyan. "Brother Zongyan, you have to help me reason. That bastard Sasuke is talking bad about me again." Naruto Uzumaki waved at Uchiha Zongyan with a smile and immediately pointed at Uchiha Sasuke, shouting, "Being a teacher? I'm not interested. I only helped because Hancock asked me for assistance." Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, his face reddening from Uchiha Zongyan's teasing, and he quickly denied it. TSK, the three major working-class comics of the previous life. The dual protagonists of Naruto and the most popular female character in One Piece. This scene made Uchiha Zongyan feel a bit dazed, but it quickly faded away. "Don't be polite. Hancock, you've trained all afternoon and must be hungry, right? My mother has prepared dinner for you. Come and eat together." Uchiha Zongyan raised his hand, showing the bento box he was holding, and smiled as he walked into the house. "Dinner? So it's already time for dinner." Naruto Uzumaki was startled, quickly looking up at the sky, only then realizing it had become dim. It's all that bastard Sasuke's fault for going on and on, more verbose than the teachers of the ninja school, making us not even start dinner at this time. It's clearly your fault for being so dumb. How can you blame me? No way. It's all your fault anyway. I'm starving. Let's hurry to your house for dinner. Aunt Mikoto has probably been waiting a long time. Naruto Uzumaki lifted his foot and prepared to leave for Uchiha Sasuke's house. He had been mooching off meals at Uchiha Sasuke's house for some time, because Uchiha Makoto welcomed him very much and always prepared his favorite dishes. This made Naruto Uzumaki rarely feel the warmth. However, Uchiha Sasuke was very displeased with this, thinking that Naruto Uzumaki was too rude. Every time he saw his mother, Uchiha Makoto, smiling and taking care of Naruto Uzumaki, he felt a twinge of jealousy, as if his own mother was being taken away. "You idiot! Who told you to come eat at my house?" Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said angrily. "Aunt Makoto told me yesterday to come today. She said she would make tempura for me." Naruto Uzumaki seemed oblivious to Uchiha Sasuke's anger, replying playfully, "Bastard." The two started arguing again, with Naruto Uzumaki wanting to go eat, but Uchiha Sasuke blocking him, resulting in a standoff. On Uchiha Zongyan's side, after placing the bento box on the low table in the room and opening it, the delicious aroma of the lavish food immediately wafted out, making Boa Hancock, who was already starving, feel her stomach rumble. "Don't mind them. Let's dig in." Over the past few days, Uchiha Zongyan had long been accustomed to the bickering of the two saviors, so he smiled and urged Boa Hancock without concern. "Thank you, Lord God, but there is too much food. I might not be able to eat that much." Boa Hancock looked at the table full of bento boxes with a bit of difficulty, her face showing a hint of crimson. Before coming to this world, she had been suffering in the Tenryubido's prison, receiving very little food each day. Over time, this made Boa Hancock's stomach unable to hold much food. But the sumptuous dishes before her were personally made by Lord God's mother, and if they were wasted, wouldn't that be a kind of desecration? "It's fine. If you can't finish, it doesn't matter. It's just a bit of food." Uchiha Zongyan waved his hand. "I was thinking, can I share some of this food with your two brothers? I mean, they haven't had dinner either, so if we can't finish, it would be a waste. We might as well let them join us." Boa Hancock lowered her head and took a long time to finish her words. Her voice carried a plea and a hint of timidity, as if she was afraid that Uchiha Zongyan would be angry because of her request. Blinking, Uchiha Zongyan seemed to understand the little empress's meaning and nodded. "You have a point. We can't easily waste the food that mother worked hard to prepare." "Naruto, Sasuke." He then turned to the two little ones still entangled in the courtyard, calling out, "Do you want to eat together? We have too much food. Hancock wants to invite you to share." The friendship of youth is always pure. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki helped Boa Hancock, who then repaid them with food. This action seemed to break the barriers and allowed the previously unfamiliar boys and girls to form a friendship smoothly. Although Boa Hancock's personality was still a bit timid and introverted, by the end of the meal, she could already chat with Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. However, the conversation mostly revolved around Naruto Uzumaki. He boisterously bragged, while Boa Hancock chimed in. Uchiha Sasuke ruthlessly shot him down, and Boa Hancock nodded slightly. The two saviors started bickering again, while Boa Hancock watched with great interest as she took small bites of food. Soon, the meal was finished. "All right, since we've finished dinner, it's time to stretch a bit." Watching the three little ones clean up the bento boxes and the table, Uchiha Zongyan stood up. "Come to the courtyard with me." Before long, the three little ones followed Uchiha Zongyan to the courtyard, standing side by side in front of him. "Let me think." Uchiha Zongyan instinctively scratched his chin, carefully observing the three little ones in front of him. "First, Boa Hancock, you come forward." Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock immediately took 2 steps forward, but feeling Uchiha Zongyan's scrutinizing gaze, she shyly lowered her head. "Don't be afraid. Why return just now? I heard that you asked Sasuke for advice on the issues with your clone and transformation techniques, right?" Boa Hancock nodded. Sasuke's words were not wrong. "Your biggest problem is indeed that you are too anxious. I can understand your urgency, but it is truly your greatest obstacle. Ninjas are not berserkers or scions with wild, yellow hair dominating the universe. It's not about getting stronger the angrier you are, or being more powerful the more emotional you get. Apart from the Uchiha clan, who need intense emotional stimulation to activate and upgrade their Sharingan, all other ninjas in the ninja world often need calmness and rationality to overcome their enemies. A person's mind is singular. In battle, you need to think and use your mind to control chakra to perform ninjutsu. If your mind is filled with anger, tension, and urgency, how can you calm down and think? Naturally, controlling chakra becomes very difficult. On Boa Hancock's side, she seemed a bit disheartened by Uchiha Zongyan's words, which are not meant to be accusatory, and her eyes turned red. A person's emotions need to be mediated and controlled by themselves. It's hard for others to help. But I can help you experience the feeling of successfully performing ninjutsu. Perhaps after experiencing this feeling, you will have a clearer idea of what to do to succeed. And in your future training, you can follow this direction for better results. Do you want to give it a try? Uchiha Zongyan thought for a moment and said to Boa Hancock, I'm willing. Lord God. Boa Hancock immediately agreed without any hesitation. Behind her, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were a bit surprised by Uchiha Zongyan's words, as they had never heard of such a method to help Boa Hancock experience the feeling of successfully performing ninjutsu. Really? Brother Zongyan actually has such an ability. Can I experience it too? Naruto Uzumaki said with some excitement. Is this ability an illusion technique? But none of the illusion techniques I know have such a function. Could it be a technique he created himself? Uchiha Sasuke pondered in his mind. All right, I'll let you experience it later. Uchiha Zongyan nodded to Naruto Uzumaki and then looked at Boa Hancock. Don't try to resist. Completely relax and let go of your body and mind. At this moment, Uchiha Zongyan's eyes revealed 2-3 Tomo Sharingan, and the black Tomo began to spin rapidly. Illusion. Dream flower. As Uchiha Zongyan's voice fell, Boa Hancock suddenly felt her entire body tremble, and a thick white mist enveloped her. Now, try to release the clone technique. Suddenly, a figure resembling Uchiha Zongyan formed in the mist before Boa Hancock and said to her, Yes, Lord God, clone technique. Boa Hancock quickly nodded, recalling the technique for releasing the clone technique in her mind and trying to control the chakra within her body. Bang! With a crisp sound as the white mist dispersed, a clone identical to her appeared. Did I succeed? Boa Hancock covered her mouth with her small hand in disbelief, staring in shock at her clone. Good job, keep going. The so-called illusion technique, Dream Flower, was not created by Uchiha Zongyan. This illusion technique was actually a form of mental control that Uchiha Zongyan used by leveraging the power of his own chakra combined with his Sharingan. An enemy controlled by this illusion feels as if they have fallen into a dream, experiencing things that cannot be felt in reality. However, this illusion technique was still in its infancy and needed time to be perfected. Currently, it lacked control over opponents of the same strength as Uchiha Zongyan. Now it's your turn. Boa Hancock had completely immersed herself in the illusionary dream, standing dazed and motionless. Uchiha Zongyan did not pay her any mind, knowing that she would naturally exit the illusion once the power dissipated. Huh, is this it? It doesn't seem to have changed. Is this what being trapped in an illusion looks like? Naruto Uzumaki was very curious, having never seen someone affected by an illusion before, and approached to carefully observe Boa Hancock from all angles. Idiot, you're being too rude. Hancock is a girl. Uchiha Sasuke's veins bulged on his forehead as he angrily knocked Naruto Uzumaki's head, pulling him away. So what if she's a girl? Can't I look? Naruto Uzumaki argued incessantly, but could not break free from Uchiha Sasuke's grip. Now it's your turn, Naruto. Illusion. Dream Flower. Uchiha Zongyan felt a headache coming on from Naruto Uzumaki's noisy behavior and quickly used the illusion to control him as well. Now, 2 out of the 3 kids were immersed in the illusionary dream. Uchiha Zongyan took a breath and softly asked Uchiha Sasuke, how about you? Do you want to give it a try? Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head and quietly declined. I'll pass. I don't want to see. He had roughly understood the function of the Dream Flower illusion from Uchiha Zongyan's words, but he did not want to immerse himself in this illusion. Uchiha Sasuke was afraid that if he entered the dream, he would be unable to help but want to see his beloved brother, Uchiha Itachi. In recent times, Uchiha Sasuke had heard about everything happening in the Uchiha clan in Konoha, some of which he had even witnessed with his own eyes. Moreover, the Uchiha clan situation had significantly improved, and one could visibly see the smiles on the faces of his clan members as the atmosphere in the clan grounds became better. Compared to before, when the Uchiha clan felt like a powder keg, with every clan member showing deep worry and anger. Uchiha Sasuke felt that the current situation was truly rare. So after realizing this, Uchiha Sasuke understood the gravity of his brother Uchiha Itachi's crimes. Thinking deeper, if things really went according to his brother Uchiha Itachi's wishes, what kind of outcome would that bring? Having thought these things through, Uchiha Sasuke had been having nightmares frequently over the past few days. In his dreams, he saw his brother standing in a pool of blood, surrounded by clan members lying in various poses, blood flowing everywhere. So now, Uchiha Sasuke no longer blamed Uchiha Zongyan for his brother's death. He simply felt a sense of regret and remorse that he could not easily change in a short time. I see. Uchiha Zongyan noticed the expression on Sasuke's face and guessed his thoughts, nodding in understanding. It was evident that he had not made a mistake, as even Sasuke was beginning to recognize his actions in killing Uchiha Itachi. Then let's talk. Tell me what problems and troubles you are facing in your training. I'll see if I can offer some guidance. Uchiha Zongyan led Uchiha Sasuke back inside and began to address Sasuke's training issues. Chapter 193, Reactions from All Sides. In the land of lightning, Kyomogakure, the fourth Raikage was sitting alone in his office, with 3 letters marked as S-level confidential on the desk in front of him. These 3 letters came from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Tsunegakure. It was mentioned earlier that ever since Uchiha Zongyan led the Uchiha clan to rebel against the Hokage faction, causing a huge uproar within the village, spies hidden in Konoha immediately sent intelligence back to their respective villages. However, there are 2 points to note. First, Konoha, as the leading ninja village of the 5 great nations in the Land of Fire, although slightly weakened after several ninja world wars, still has a solid foundation. The internal operations of Konoha are not only handled by the Umbu ninjas, but also secretly assisted by Danzo Shimura's root ninjas. Therefore, other countries and ninja villages wishing to insert spies into Konoha often have to pay a heavy price, and they are likely to be discovered and killed by Konoha ninjas. This has led to the fact that when significant changes occurred within Konoha, there were not many spies who sent out intelligence at the first opportunity. Furthermore, there were no spies from Tsunegakure and Kirigakure among them. The former had significantly weakened and could not spare forces to insert spies. The latter was preoccupied with internal struggles incited by Uchiha Obito and could not focus on matters in the ninja world. As a result, very few people obtained internal information from Konoha at the first opportunity, and the fourth Raikage, was one of them. These bastards! What nonsense are they spouting? Do they think I'm a 3-year-old child who can be easily deceived? Damn it! One day, I will lead an army to wipe you all out. Boom! With a loud bang, the furious A slammed his fist on the table, instantly shattering the solid wooden table into pieces. The sound was heard by the Umbu ninjas waiting outside, who couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The fourth Raikage is great in every way, but his violent temper is inherited from the third Raikage. Every once in a while, he has to smash a few tables. I can't even remember how many tables this has been. After venting his dissatisfaction, I quickly calmed down. After all, he had been the Raikage for a long time and was no longer as emotionally uncontrollable as before. He picked up 3 letters from the wreckage of the wooden table, and with a flash of lightning in his palm, he destroyed the letters. The letter from Kirigakure mentioned that the village was undergoing great changes and was at a critical moment of changing the Mizukage, and thus had no energy to intervene in the affairs of the ninja world, so they politely declined my proposal for an alliance. These unambitious guys should spend their whole lives eating dead fish in the stinking ditch. Truly contemptible. After receiving the request for an alliance from Kyomogakure, Kirigakure was indeed tempted, but ultimately declined the request. The key role in this decision was played by Terumi Mei, who advocated that Kirigakure prioritize handling their own affairs and not meddle at such a time, as that would only bring extremely bad consequences for Kirigakure. Those fools from Tsunegakure. Each one of them is so greedy that they want Kyomogakure to pay for all military expenses, and then when it comes to sharing the spoils, they shamelessly claim 1/3 of it. They don't even consider whether they are worthy of making such unreasonable demands given Tsunegakure's current state. Tsunegakure was prepared to have their cake and eat it too. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, is an extremely ambitious man, and although the village elders, Chiyo and Chiyo's brother, felt that Tsunegakure should not get involved in this muddy water. Moreover, not long after the end of the Third Ninja World War, the treaty with Konoha had not been signed for long, and tearing up the treaty again to attack Konoha would severely damage Tsunegakure's international image. However, the fourth Kazekage Raza was determined to reverse Tsunegakure's current unfavorable situation, and when Kyomogakure sent a request, he immediately made exorbitant demands to profit from it. This guy even thought that based on his impression of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, that old man would likely agree to give benefits to Tsunegakure in exchange for their assistance. By then, Tsunegakure would benefit from both sides without having to lift a finger. Eating from both sides. What do you call this? This is called a win-win. And then there's Inoki from Iwagakure. That old guy is ambiguous, pretending to let us Kyomogakure take the lead while he follows behind with Iwagakure's troops. Old man, do you think I don't know that you are also very tempted? You just don't wear down our Kyomogakure's strength and then fantasize about reaping the benefits. Truly wishful thinking. The fourth Raikage, sat in his chair, his mind recalling the communications with the 3 ninja villages over this period, trying to form an alliance to attack Konoha together. However, the exchange of interest between countries is not something that can be easily achieved. Thus, the recent schemes and deceptions have caused a great deal of headache. wishing he could throw these political calculations aside and lead Kumogakure's forces directly to attack. Sigh. I've said for a long time that I can't handle these matters at all. I lowered his head and sighed, forcibly suppressing the impulse in his heart, and called out to the Umbu ninja guarding outside the door. Tell Mabui and the others to come to the meeting room. This is the final operational meeting. Before long, all the powerful figures from various departments in Kumogakure gathered, waiting for the rakeage sorters. Everyone, I believe you all understand what the village chief has been preparing for during this time. To take advantage of Konoha's heavy losses to invade and obtain the fertile land that Kumogakure has long dreamed of, I, along with the elders and advisors, have been racking our brains over the past few days. But the final results are not satisfactory. The news from Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure has all left me very dissatisfied. I stood at the head of the conference table, his tall and sturdy body standing straight like an iron tower, his dark skin and strong muscles showcasing the strength of this rakeage. He looked around the meeting room with a commanding gaze, taking in the expressions of everyone present. Kirigakure has rejected our alliance, wanting to close the door and play on their own, so I can't be bothered to deal with them. But Sunagakure actually wants us Kumogakure to provide all military expenses and then also share 1/3 of the spoils. Are you willing? I roared, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire. Not willing. Exin immediately. The previously quiet meeting room erupted with a loud roar, as if it were about to lift the roof off. I sensed the anger and dissatisfaction of the Kumogakure ninjas in the meeting room and nodded in satisfaction. And then there's that bastard old Inoki from Iwagakure, who wants Kumogakure's warriors to fight to the death while letting Iwagakure benefit from the fruits of our labor. Are you willing? Not willing. Exin the same response. And the voices of the Kumogakure ninjas were even more elevated, their emotions even more intense. This also has historical roots. The third rakeage of Kumogakure was worn down to death by Inoki's Iwagakure with an army of over 10,000 during the Ninja World War. Very well. I am prepared to give Iwagakure and Sunagakure one last ultimatum. Either obediently follow us to attack Konoha, or roll back home and do nothing. If you want to mess around while we are at war with Konoha, then you will have to bear the painful consequences. The fourth rakeage clenched his fists tightly and said to the nearest Mabui, Mabui, go and deliver my message to Sunagakure and Iwagakure. I will only give them 3 days to respond. Yes, Lord Rakeage, Mabui respectfully replied, but her eyes showed a hint of complexity. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, the third Suchikage, Inoki, received the final ultimatum sent by the fourth rakeage, the old man, short like a dwarf with a huge beer nose on his face, couldn't help but laugh. The dignified rakeage, a village leader, actually had no patience at all. He was just like his deceased father. Noki, that Suchikage, was saying things that would make all the hidden cloud ninjas' anger levels soar to max, then couldn't help but show a proud expression. After that, Noki thought for a moment and shouted to the Umbu guarding outside the door, go call everyone over. We need to prepare for the expedition. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, who originally hoped to profit from both sides, was struck by the ultimatum sent by the fourth rakeage, which immediately extinguished his self-satisfaction. Bastard, does this fourth rakeage want to give us orders like we're his subordinates? How arrogant and rude. The letter sent by the fourth rakeage was, of course, written in A's tone. Given A's temperament, it's easy to imagine how unpleasant the words were. No wonder Raza was so angry. Raza, it seems your little scheme has failed. Just then, the door to Raza's office was pushed open, and 2 elders, one male and one female, walked in. The woman was Chiyo, the wife of the first Kazekage and a living fossil who had survived to this day, while the man was her younger brother, Eyes. Chiyo elder. Suddenly hearing Chiyo's voice, Raza was startled. Upon seeing Chiyo's indifferent expression, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. For Sunagakure at this moment, stillness was better than action. The road to our reconstruction is long, and any reckless move could add more obstacles to Sunagakure's revival. As the Kazekage, you should understand this better than I. An old woman, Chiyo and Eyes disregarded Raza's reaction and casually found 2 chairs to sit down. Indeed, Sunagakure has been reduced to this state, and, as the leader, you must bear the weight of countless villagers. You should be more cautious when making any decisions. Eyes echoed his sister's words. Elders, I just want to restore the village faster. Raza forced a defense, feeling very aggrieved. He, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, was not even the highest authority in the village. The old woman before him, relying on her seniority and long-established reputation, was firmly suppressing him. Even Eyes often pointed fingers at him because of his sister Chiyo, stirring up trouble. This led to Raza having very little decision-making power on major village matters, often needing to refer to Chio and Ai's opinions, which over time made him feel very resentful. This time was no different. Raza clearly thought his plan was excellent and was for the benefit of the village. But the two old folks were leaning on their age and talking about putting the village first, which was truly annoying. While Chio and Ai's were still talking, Raza couldn't help but lower his head. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, the anger and disgust on his face would be hard to conceal. All right, let's end this here. I hope you can become more mature in the future. Chio left her last piece of advice, then stood up and left the office. Her brother Ai's followed closely behind her like a loyal old dog. These two damn old folks. After they left for a long time, Raza finally lifted his head again, his eyes flashing with deep hatred. Chapter 194, Orochimaru and Kabuto. In the land of rice, the Sound Village established by Orochimaru. Ever since Orochimaru was backstabbed by Shimura Danzo, who leaked his illegal human experiments to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and was caught red-handed by the furious Hiruzen, he could only rely on Hiruzen's compassion to spare his life. Since then, he has been wandering around the ninja world, searching for suitable places. Unlike ordinary rogue ninjas, Orochimaru is quite special. Generally, rogue ninjas, regardless of their strength, often live like stray dogs after leaving their village. On one hand, they lose their sense of belonging after leaving the place they have lived for many years. On the other hand, being a rogue ninja is a serious crime. Moreover, rogue ninjas usually possess important intelligence about their village to a greater or lesser extent, which is why every ninja village sends assassination teams to pursue rogue ninjas, attempting to recover or destroy that intelligence. Just like powerful rogue ninjas, such as Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza Momochi, and JZ Biwa, who all came from Kirigakure. These individuals are at least Jonin level strong, but after leaving Kirigakure, they no longer have a fixed base. However, Orochimaru is different. In fact, one could say that Orochimaru's reason for becoming a rogue ninja is very different from those of other rogue ninjas. Rogue ninjas often engage in actions that harm the interests of their village and are unwilling to wait for their village's judgment, hence they leave. But what Orochimaru did in Konoha hardly harmed the village, and even had benefits. Thinking back, did Orochimaru actively choose to conduct human experiments at first? No, he didn't. Initially, Orochimaru was still confused and lost regarding the meaning of life due to the cruelty of war, but had not yet taken the first step into the research of life advancement. However, his teacher, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, actively approached Orochimaru, hoping he could connect with the root to monitor its leader, Danzo. This was a disaster. Danzo immediately saw through Hiruzen's intentions and countered. If you want your disciple to monitor me, I'll drag your disciple down with me. Let's see who is monitoring whom later. Thus, not long after, Danzo took the initiative to allocate funds to help Orochimaru establish his own laboratory. So, fate plays tricks on people. In order to research the secret of immortality, Orochimaru did not hesitate to turn against his beloved teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. So even if he left Konoha, how could he give up on this ideal? Therefore, after leaving the village, Orochimaru's footsteps spread across the entire ninja continent, causing the Konoha Umbu assassination team and his close friend Jiraiya to follow him everywhere. In the end, Orochimaru established several laboratories and bases in various small countries. Among them, the Sound Village in the Land of Rice is the largest and the place where Orochimaru spends the most time. Here, he has all the experimental equipment he needs. The Sound Village also houses a large number of fanatical followers willing to dedicate their lives to Orochimaru, as well as a continuous stream of capture materials used for experiments. So after establishing this base, Orochimaru's life became increasingly comfortable. In a bright laboratory underground in the Sound Village, the experimental material on the operating table was unrecognizable, its face still showing extreme fear and hatred, unable to close its eyes in death. The 367th experiment had failed. Orochimaru, wearing a white lab coat, emotionlessly cleaned and disinfected the surgical instruments, placing them aside, and slowly took off his lab coat. At this moment, the laboratory door was knocked on. Orochimaru-sama, come in. The door was pushed open. A young man with round glasses and a silver ponytail walked in. He appeared somewhat immature, but he wore a slightly strange smile on his handsome face, and his bright eyes held an inscrutable meaning. Lord Orochimaru, I have the latest intelligence for you. It's about the joint attack on Konoha by the Lightning and Earth countries. This young man was, of course, Orochimaru's most powerful assistant and tool, Kabuto Yakushi. Since following Orochimaru, Kabuto had fully displayed his intelligence and potential, quickly becoming an indispensable important aid to Orochimaru. His importance in Orochimaru's eyes was far greater than that of others. Subordinates like the Sound Four, Sakan, Taiya, and Kin were insignificant compared to Kabuto. They were merely useful weapons that could be replaced at any time using cursed seals. Only Kagaya Kimimaro, who possessed the Shikatsumiyaku, could be compared to him. However, despite Kimimaro's high potential and unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, making him the most suitable vessel for Orochimaru, he carried a heavy bloodline disease that even a scientific genius like Orochimaru could not solve. So in careful comparison, he still fell short of Kabuto. Oh, is it finally starting? Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face as he took the scroll handed to him by Kabuto. Some time ago, Orochimaru had learned about the internal turmoil in Konoha through his hidden network embedded within the village, and he had been paying attention to this matter. No matter how much Orochimaru denied it, his origins in Konoha, where he grew up and eventually became one of the legendary three with countless admirers, made it impossible for him to erase the influence Konoha had on him. Otherwise, in the original story, Orochimaru wouldn't have attempted the Konoha destruction plan during the Chunin exams. Therefore, with such a significant event happening in Konoha village, Orochimaru would naturally keep a close watch on it. However, this did not mean that Orochimaru would assist Konoha at this time. How interesting. The Third Great Ninja War has just passed, and a new round of war is about to begin. Sarutobi-sensei, with your character, you must be trying every way to avoid war, right? But now the armies of Kyomogakure and Iwagakure have already begun to gather. How do you plan to respond? Orochimaru's gaze shifted, and the aging face of Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared in his mind, followed by a wave of disgust and anger rising instinctively in his heart. Clearly, during the Second Great Ninja War, he was a brave and decisive strongman, a sight to behold. But now, he had become a frail old man, completely losing his authority and courage, leaving only a sense of survival. Sarutobi-sensei, you are truly disgusting like this. Has the aging of your body also caused your spirit to decay? I really cannot accept you like this. After a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru casually placed the scroll aside and looked at the respectfully waiting Kabuto. Kabuto, you did well. So, has there been any response from Konoha? Hearing Orochimaru's question, Kabuto instinctively straightened his back. I haven't received any news yet. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. The state of emergency in Konoha is very high, and our hidden network has been unable to make contact. I suspect they have already been compromised. At these words, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Having spent decades in Konoha, he was very familiar with everything there and naturally knew what it would be like after a state of emergency was declared. In his view, it was only normal that those who had passed messages would have already been wiped out. I understand, then send more people to the Land of Fire. Do not rashly enter the range of Konoha. Just lurk in the towns of the Land of Fire. Once Konoha responds to the challenge, we will naturally receive the news. Kabuto nodded, but did not immediately turn to carry out Orochimaru's orders. He slightly lowered his head and adjusted his glasses. Lord Orochimaru, according to the previous information, Danzo Shimura has been executed. Should we go to retrieve his legacy? I remember that you had many important experimental materials in Danzo's possession. When Orochimaru fled Konoha in panic, he naturally could not take those experimental materials with him. Aside from a portion destroyed on the spot by Hiruzen Sarutobi, the rest were taken by the root ninjas under Danzo and stored in the root base. Of course, these materials have now been completely sealed by Konoha, awaiting the decision of the 5th Hokage after taking office. Kabuto's question made Orochimaru unable to help but chuckle. Extending his long tongue to lick his lips, Orochimaru revealed a half-smile and softly said to Kabuto, "It seems that there is something very important for you in those materials." Of course, Lord Orochimaru's experimental materials should be important to anyone in the ninja world. Kabuto seemed not to have caught Orochimaru's hint and replied in a formal manner. Is that so? Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto, then turned and walked deeper into the laboratory. Since you think it's important, then go try to see. I seem to have something important to attend to. As he walked, he pressed his left hand against the ring on his right hand, the symbol of the Akatsuki organization. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bent down and bowed until Orochimaru's footsteps faded away, and only then did he raise his head. A complex expression flashed in his bright eyes as he straightened up and left the laboratory. Chapter 195. The Movements of the Akatsuki Organization in the Land of Rain. A country shrouded in perpetual rain. Since the death of the former leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, this place has become the territory of the Akatsuki Organization. Nagato is the god here, and Konan is the goddess. Due to the Rinnegan, Nagato's body has deteriorated over the years and gradually lost the ability to move. Therefore, his main body has remained in the Akatsuki base in the Rain Village, relying on the power of the Rinnegan to control the 6 paths of pain to act outside. Konan is responsible for taking care of Nagato's main body, managing his daily needs. However, Nagato is now only one step away from being completely paralyzed, and it is unclear whether he needs to relieve himself. If he does, it can only be said that Konan has quite a hard time. Nagato. In a secret chamber of the Akatsuki base, a gaunt man leaned against a chair. He looked like he was suffering from severe malnutrition, his body reduced to skin and bones, appearing as if he was on the verge of death. This was naturally Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing sounds from outside the door, Nagato slowly opened his eyes, revealing his purple eyes, with large and small circles all over his pupils. Konan. Nagato softly called out, his voice extremely hoarse, sounding devoid of any spirit. The one who came to the secret chamber was indeed Konan. She entered with food and half-squatted beside Nagato. Nagato, it's time to eat. Thank you. Initially, when Nagato lost his ability to move and needed Konan's care, he had feelings of shyness and self-abandonment, but he had now completely accepted reality. Thus, the next step was for Konan to feed Nagato bite by bite, while Nagato completed the act of eating like a robot, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, treating it as a task to be accomplished. Thank you, Konan. Nagato habitually thanked her, then brought up a topic of concern. How are things outside? The outside, of course, referred to the war brewing in the ninja world, as Konan was responsible for intelligence gathering in the Akatsuki organization. Nagato mostly relied on her to understand what was happening outside. The other person, Zetsu, who seemed to be better at collecting intelligence, was not considered by Nagato. Zetsu had gotten too close to the mysterious figure who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, which made it impossible for Nagato to trust him. Therefore, in most cases, although Nagato listened to intelligence from both Konan and Zetsu, he unconditionally trusted only Konan's information. Konan first used a handkerchief to wipe the food crumbs from Nagato's mouth, and after setting the plate aside, she replied, "The armies of Kyungakure and Awagakure have begun to gather, but there hasn't been any movement from Konoha. It seems that Konoha has indeed suffered a severe blow." Nagato nodded in agreement, expressing his thoughts. Konan also nodded in agreement. After all, as the strongest village in the ninja world, Konoha's failure to respond promptly to the imminent threat of war spoke volumes. Then we should also react. I will use the body flicker technique to summon those people and make some arrangements. Konan, you come too. Orochimaru felt the ring on his hand suddenly stir, indicating that the leader of Akatsuki was summoning them for a meeting. Since Orochimaru had not yet defected from Akatsuki, he would not refuse Nagato's summons. That said, the reason Orochimaru eventually defected from Akatsuki, although a long-planned decision, was triggered by his defeat when he attempted to attack Itachi Uchiha and was easily countered. This incident made Orochimaru realize the power of the Sharingan and sparked his desire for that irresistible power. This led to Orochimaru's later visit to Konoha to give Sasuke Uchiha a bite of that power. However, at this point, nothing had happened yet, and Orochimaru was still unaware that his soul had been severely damaged due to the impure world reincarnation technique and the cursed seal, as he was happily preparing for his next reincarnation. Body flicker technique. After using the body flicker technique taught by Nagato, Orochimaru felt a sudden darkness before his vision returned, revealing a dim, large secret chamber. In front of him were shadowy figures, all existing as thought forms like him, which were the other members of Akatsuki. Everyone, a cold and authoritative voice rang out as Pain addressed all present. The reason for this gathering is the new war brewing in the ninja world. These great nations, overestimating their strength, completely ignore the existence of smaller countries, and just shortly after the Third Great Ninja War has ended, they are preparing to launch a new round of war. Since they want war, let us allow them to fully experience its brutality. Although Pain was merely a body-made clone, his words carried the emotional weight of a real person, filled with righteous indignation. Hearing this, Orochimaru's heart stirred. What does the leader plan to do? Are we going to participate in this war too? A low voice among the figures questioned. It's not that simple, Pain coldly replied. I have told you before, our Akatsuki's mission is to collect tailed beasts and create peace in the ninja world. Currently, besides Takigakure, the only ones holding tailed beasts are the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations are powerful and deeply rooted, To directly clash with them and seize the tailed beasts will require a long time of planning and arrangement. The stronger the 5 great nations become, the more difficult it will be for us to seize the tailed beasts. Therefore, this war is a good opportunity to weaken the power of the 5 great nations. Upon hearing this, the other thought forms created by the body flicker technique showed expressions of understanding, realizing pain's intention. So, the leader's plan is to promote the expansion of this war, allowing the participating great ninja villages to shed more blood, right? But how do we go about it? Orochimaru asked with interest, licking his lips. Yeah, this sounds very interesting. A youthful thought form excitedly exclaimed. I want my art to shine in the war, letting everyone in the ninja world appreciate my artistic talent. A figure that appeared to be lying on the ground coldly scoffed. Is that thing you call art? Hey, even you, Brother Scorpion, cannot mock my art. Do you want to try my explosions? The youth, who was Deidara, retorted angrily. Enough. Stop the noise. If you keep arguing, I will kill both of you. The low voice reprimanded. Kill me? Just you? Deidara sneered, his eyes flashing with danger. Quiet. Suddenly, like the wind sweeping through, everyone present felt a terrifying threat, as if crushed by a mountain. Pain's eyes, with their prominent purple rinnegan, exuded an intimidating authority and pressure as he coldly stated, Next, I will assign tasks, and everyone must follow my orders. Otherwise, try to escape from these eyes. Chapter 196. The Meeting of All Jonin in the Land of Fire. Konoha Village. To be honest, the ninja world is not that big. A somewhat powerful ninja can travel from the Land of Fire to the Land of Wind in just 3 days. Therefore, any slight disturbance will quickly reach the ears of those who are paying attention. For example, many people in Konoha have already learned through various channels about the joint invasion attempt by the Lightning and Earth countries. This news struck many like a thunderclap, causing their hearts to race. Subconsciously, people wanted to find a reliable leader to help stabilize their emotions and plan their next steps. In the past, at such a time, the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would have already stepped forward. Whether to fight or negotiate, he would ultimately inform everyone of a strategy to respond. But now, Konoha's situation is different. Although the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had not yet abdicated, he could no longer stand in the spotlight after that blow. Meanwhile, 2 of the 3 advisory elders were dead and 1 was injured, leaving the 2 remaining ones marginalized from the center of power. This state of affairs left many loyal ninjas of Konoha feeling anxious. Fortunately, today, news finally came from Hokage Tower that a meeting of all Jonin would be held to decide important matters. The largest conference room in the Hokage Tower has always been the venue for the meeting of all Jonin. Since the first Hokage Senju Hashirama established the village of Konoha and set up the Jonin voting system, this conference room has been used for significant village matters. The interior of the conference room is not in a round table format. Instead, there is a podium at the top. Below the podium are rows of benches where the participating Jonin sit. Sorry, I'm late. Yuhi Kurenai pushed open the door to the conference room and entered, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Kurenai felt a bit flustered and quickly bowed an apology before hurrying to where her teammates were gathered. There were Might Guy, Aoba Yamashiro, and Kakashi Hitaki, all loyal Jonin of Konoha. There used to be Kakashi Hitaki here, but now this newly appointed Umbu captain has no reason to continue sitting with them and chooses to find a remote corner to sit. Yuhi, you finally made it. I thought you were going to be absent. Yamashiro, Aoba sighed in relief as he saw Yuhi Kurenai hurriedly take a seat. I'm sorry. Kurenai didn't explain why she was late, but immediately began to apologize. It's fine. The meeting hasn't started yet. No need to be so nervous. Might Guy comforted her with a bright smile. After chatting a bit with her companions, Kurenai's group naturally fell silent. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat serious. Many familiar and unfamiliar Jonin were quietly waiting, which made it awkward for Kurenai and the others to speak up. It's really serious. It's making me nervous, Kurenai thought as she calmed herself down and secretly observed the others in the meeting room. Is this gathering of all Jonin meant to address the impending war? But does Konoha really have the capability to handle a war in its current situation? I hope there won't be a war. Otherwise, many people will die on the battlefield. And Konoha can't afford such losses. Kurenai recalled the recent news and intelligence she had heard, speculating about the purpose of this meeting. The third Hokage seemed much more haggard than the last time, while the 2 elders appeared more spirited than before their injuries. She couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Kurenai noticed that in the front row, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the former advisor, Elder Mito Kamen, were sitting together with the other elder, Tsunade Senju. Hiruzen's face was troubled, while the one-armed Mito and Tsunade looked vibrant, continuously talking to Hiruzen. The changes in the village were indeed unexpected. After Asuma returns, I wonder how he will react. The dramatic changes in Konoha during this time made it difficult for Kurenai to adapt. She suddenly thought of Asuma Sarutobi, who was far away in the land of fire, guarding the 12 guardian ninja for the Fire Lord. That guy has a bad temper. When he returns to the village and sees his father, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in this state, he will probably be very dissatisfied. I hope he doesn't do anything foolish, Kurenai thought as she waited quietly. As the waiting time grew longer, the atmosphere in the meeting room became increasingly tense. Many couldn't help but cast their gazes toward the entrance of the meeting room. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, the door to the meeting room was knocked on again, and a boyish-looking ninja opened the door, exposing himself to everyone's sight. The boy was wearing Uchiha clan clothing, with a Konoha forehead protector tied on his arm, and his slightly immature face showed no expression. The moment the boy was seen, a portion of the people in the meeting room immediately stood up and bowed to him with great respect. These people were all wearing clothing adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, clearly Jonin from the Uchiha clan. Thank you for your patience. The one who entered was naturally Uchiha Sasuke, who first nodded to the Uchiha Jonin who bowed to him and then addressed everyone. However, he did not immediately enter. Instead, he extended his hand to indicate beside him and said, Hyuga clan leader, please. A black-haired, white-eyed, calm middle-aged man appeared as Sasuke's voice fell. It was the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Like the Uchiha clan members, all the Jonin from the Hyuga clan in the meeting room also bowed in greeting. Uchiha clan leader, you're too polite. Hyuga Hayashi nodded to Sasuke, politely responding but not refusing. The simultaneous appearance of the two representing Konoha's two major noble clans brought extreme shock to everyone in the meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bad premonition rising in his heart upon seeing the two. As an experienced leader, he knew very well that the appearance of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hayashi together was no coincidence. It was a very clear political signal. This signal represented that the two major noble clans of Konoha would stand together in this meeting of all Jonin. Damn it! The Uchiha and Hyuga have actually colluded together, Mito Kamen said angrily. Hiruzen, what should we do now? Should we continue with our previous strategy? Tsunade asked with some concern. Although the three of them had gradually faded from the center of power, Konoha was currently facing two major issues, the succession of the Hokage and the threat of war, both of which concerned the survival of Konoha, and they absolutely couldn't rely on others at this time. Let's wait and see how it develops. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, but he could only say that. Chapter 197. An unexpected candidate, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had guessed. The simultaneous appearance of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hayashi had been agreed upon long ago. After the conflict outside the Hokage building ended, Hyuga Hayashi immediately sought out Uchiha Sasuke. It was at that moment that they reached an understanding. This signal also reached all the Jonin in the meeting room. For a moment, hearts were unsettled, and everyone had their speculations. But in this situation, they could only hold back their feelings and wait for the changes that were about to unfold. It seems we were the last ones to arrive. Uchiha Sasuke looked around and found that the meeting room was packed and everyone who needed to be there had arrived. That's right. Since everyone is here, please let the third Hokage begin the meeting. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, and he and Uchiha Sasuke found their seats, then smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the front row. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was complicated, but at this moment, he could only stand up and walk to the podium. After all, he had not yet retired, and this large meeting still had to be hosted by him. Since I am the one to host this meeting of all Jonin, let's not waste time with unnecessary talk. There are two pressing matters at hand that I believe everyone is aware of. The first is the selection of the fifth Hokage. The second is the war threats from the land of lightning and the land of earth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, breaking from his usual habit of rambling, succinctly addressed the assembly from the podium. His words naturally caused a stir. Although many present were aware of the situation outside, being confirmed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the Hokage, still had an impact. These two matters were crucial to the life and death of the entire Konoha village, especially the war. The Third Great Ninja War had just ended, and the land of lightning and the land of earth had made such moves, clearly intending to provoke a new round of ninja world conflict. However, to respond to the war, Konoha must have a Hokage who possesses strength, qualifications, and reputation to be recognized, to help Konoha through this difficult time. I have been Hokage for several decades, and now that I have entered my twilight years, I am truly unable to bear this heavy responsibility. Therefore, it is urgent to find a suitable successor to hand Konoha over to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words elicited various expressions from the crowd below. The elite Jonin directly under the Hokage, reflecting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's contributions to Konoha over the years, felt a sense of regret and lamentation as they saw the old Hokage on stage speaking such words with a melancholic demeanor. Some even became emotional, their eyes reddening with excitement. However, those who were not aligned with the Hokage faction, often marginalized and oppressed in the past, such as the Uchiha clan's Jonin, looked on with cold eyes, wearing mocking smiles on their faces. In the previous meeting of all Jonin, I nominated 2 candidates for the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya and Tsunade. But over the past few days, one of them outright rejected me, while the other has not returned to Konoha at all. Under these circumstances, I can only ask everyone to nominate a candidate for the 5th Hokage again. Anyone can propose their choice for Hokage, but they must meet the standards of strength, experience, and reputation to be included in the final voting. Without further ado, let us begin. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, Mito Kamen and Tsunade stood up immediately and said loudly, "I, Mito Kamen. I, Tsunade. We jointly nominate the disciple of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Takuf, to succeed as the 5th Hokage." Indeed, Akimichi Takuf was the last hope for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. With Jiraiya's refusal and Tsunade's indifference, there was no longer a prominent shadow-level ninja available in the Hokage faction that Sarutobi Hiruzen had spent decades cultivating. Ultimately, they could only choose Akimichi Takuf to take on this position. As a disciple of Senju Tobirama and a classmate of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Akimichi Takuf was a comrade who had trusted each other with their lives on the battlefield. However, for some reasons, he had voluntarily distanced himself from the center of power and had been quietly nurturing the next generation within his family over the years. Being suddenly pushed to the forefront in this setting clearly surprised many. The eyes of those present instinctively searched the conference room for Akimichi Takuf and quickly found their target. After all, the Akimichi clan was known for their large size, and a few of their Jonin, sitting together, took up 2 seats each, making them incredibly conspicuous. With everyone's gaze focused on him, Akimichi Takuf remained calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the mention of his name. It appeared that the 3rd Hokage had already communicated with him privately, which explained his tranquility. Some speculated about Akimichi Takuf's reaction. All right, Takuf is indeed a very good candidate. As a disciple of Lord Tobirama, he has made countless contributions to Konoha on the battlefield. In terms of strength, experience, and reputation, he is a rare choice. I believe Akimichi Takuf should be included in the final voting. Does anyone have any objections? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, first praising Akimichi Takuf profusely, then asked everyone below. Naturally, no one stood up to oppose. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself had said that Akimichi Takuf was suitable, so what more was there to discuss? Furthermore, Akimichi Takuf not only had Sarutobi Hiruzen's support, but also the backing of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, whose combined influence in Konoha was considerable. I, Kuramasaken, I nominate Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Zongyan to succeed as the 5th Hokage. Next, an unremarkable Jonin suddenly stood up and solemnly addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen on the podium. At this point, all eyes turned to Uchiha Zongyan. However, no one was shocked. Rather, it felt like a normal occurrence. The Uchiha clan had coveted the Hokage position for many years, and now that they had finally made a comeback, how could they not attempt to seize that position? However, the fact that Kuramasaken was the one to propose this nomination surprised many. This indicated that the Kurama clan had already sided with the Uchiha clan. Ahem. Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Zongyan is also a very good candidate. Does anyone have other opinions? Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly nodded and asked again. Mito Kamen and Tsunade exchanged glances, both seeing the apprehension in each other's eyes. They both wanted to stand up and voice their opposition, but unfortunately lacked the courage. After this, several others stood up and mentioned 2 names. Yet, everyone knew that these 2 nominees were just fillers with no chance of success. If it's just Uchiha Zongyan, our chances are very high. The Uchiha clan itself has a poor reputation in the village. Although they are powerful now, it will inevitably raise the caution and vigilance of other clans. Even without us inciting them, they will instinctively reject the Uchiha clan. let alone accept Uchiha Zongyan as Hokage. At this moment, Mito came and felt somewhat reassured and excitedly whispered to Tsunade. You are right, but I still feel that it won't be this simple to win. Tsunade expressed her concerns. Just now, Uchiha Zongyan and High-GA Hayashi entered together. Doesn't T that suggests that the High-GA clan will also vote for Uchiha Zongyan? Even if the Uchiha and High-GA join forces, their combined jonin only number in the dozens and cannot change the overall situation. And that Kurama-saken, his entire clan has only one jonin. Mito came and scoffed, a low laugh escaping him as he seemed to be confident of victory. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Uchiha Zongyan. Nominate High-GA clan leader High-GA Hayashi to succeed as the 5th Hokage. Chapter 198. The disruptor liveliness and silence filled the entire Hokage building's first conference room at the same time. The liveliness referred to the moment Uchiha Zongyan finished speaking, when all the Uchiha jonin surrounding him immediately stood up, expressing their support for Uchiha Zongyan's nomination. Naturally, the High-GA clan jonin beside High-GA Hayashi did the same. These elite jonin belonging to Konoha's two major clans expressed their stance with firm and solemn expressions, creating a stark contrast with the other attendees. The jonin from Konoha, excluding the Uchiha and High-GA clan, seemed momentarily caught off guard by this sudden change, most of them staring blankly at Uchiha Zongyan, unable to speak. Please, Uchiha and High-GA jonin, remain calm. We have not yet reached the voting stage. I hope you can sit down and wait for all nominations to be submitted. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief inwardly, wearing a familiar kind smile on his aged face as he reassured the jonin from the two major clans, seemingly unfazed. In reality, when Uchiha Zongyan spoke High-GA Hayashi's name, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Seeing the leaders of the two major clans enter the conference room together made him feel that something beyond his control might happen, leaving him somewhat uneasy. However, now that it was clear that only the jonin from the Uchiha and High-GA clan supported the nomination of High-GA Hayashi, he felt it was not a big deal. It should be noted that there were over 100 jonin attending the meeting in the first conference room. Even though the Uchiha and High-GA clans were prestigious ninja families, the number of jonin from these clans was only a small fraction in this meeting room. Could it really be that a mere small portion of votes could determine the Hokage's position? Everyone, please continue to nominate your candidates for the 5th Hokage. With a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the jonin below, but suddenly his gaze fixed, revealing a hint of panic. The Yamanaka clan supported the nomination of Uchiha clan leader. Unexpectedly, a jonin sitting in the corner, who had not attracted any attention and seemed like an invisible man, suddenly raised his hand and spoke in a deep voice. This jonin wore a silver hooded sweatshirt, with round black sunglasses covering his eyes and the lower half of his face obscured by the collar of his clothing, making his expression unclear. His name was Yamanaka Shimi, the current clan leader of the Yamanaka clan. Like a pot of water being poured into a boiling pot of oil, Yamanaka Shimi's words ignited shock throughout the room. No one expected that Yamanaka Shimi would stand up at this moment to support Uchiha Zongyan's nomination, backing Hyuga Hizashi as the 5th Hokage. Was there some undisclosed transaction that had taken place? Yamanaka clan leader, do you even know what you were saying? Mito Minion suddenly exploded in anger, slamming his remaining hand on the table, standing up and glaring at Yamanaka Shimi, loudly questioning him. What? Is Elder Mito getting too old to hear what the Yamanaka clan leader is saying? If that's the case, you might as well go home and rest early. At your age, you shouldn't be working so hard to attend this meeting. In the face of Mito Minion's accusations, Yamanaka Shimi had not spoken yet. But Uchiha Zongyan spoke up before him, coldly glancing at Mito Minion and sneering. Uchiha clan leader, don't be unreasonable. Elder Minion was only asking the Yamanaka clan leader a question. Does everyone have to remain silent in front of you? Tsurugi Kodaharu quickly stood up to support Mito Minion. And I must remind you, Yamanaka clan leader, the noble jonin, Yamanaka Ryoma, was killed by the Uchiha clan. Have you forgotten this matter? Tsurugi Kodaharu, having reached this point, no longer cared and directly provoked Yamanaka Shimi. The name Yamanaka Ryoma was not well known among the jonin in the #1 conference room. Very few knew about this person, because Yamanaka Ryoma was selected by Danzo Shimura early on to join the route, becoming Danzo's right-hand man. He had been working in the shadows for Danzo over the years, and his name was not known. Ultimately, Yamanaka Ryoma was also killed in a surprise attack by Hitaki Kakashi and 5 elite Uchiha jonin. Tsurugi Kodaharu bringing up old matters at this time was to plant a thorn in Yamanaka Shimi's heart. Otherwise, if they just stood by and watched Yamanaka Shimi lean towards Uchiha Zongyan, the situation would be very unfavorable for their Hokage faction. Yes, Yamanaka Ryoma is indeed my clansman. Faced with Tsurugi Kodaharu's questioning and the gazes of many present, Yamanaka Shimi's expression did not change at all. It seemed that everyone from this clan had a face that was always calm and emotionless, as if they never felt any emotions. However, in my view, ever since he was forcibly taken to the root by Danzo Shimura and was trained like a dog using cursed seals to become a root ninja, he was no longer a part of the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Shimi spoke in a calm tone, saying things that made others uncomfortable. Thinking about it, for so many years, Danzo Shimura had been rampant, and among the ninja clans in Konoha, aside from the powerful Uchiha and Hyuga clans, which ninja clan had not been forcibly abducted by Danzo for their clansmen, especially since everyone knew that once their clansmen entered the root, they would be branded with the curse mark by Danzo and brainwashed continuously in a dog training manner. These people, who were originally their clansmen, were turned into tools with no self-personality, only obeying Danzo's orders. Wouldn't these ninja clans be angry? Wouldn't they hate Danzo? Of course they would. And they would hate him to the point of wanting to skin him alive and turn his bones to ashes. But with Sarutobi Hiruzen backing Danzo, these ninja clans could only endure in silence. Now that they finally waited for Danzo's death and Sarutobi Hiruzen's decline, Tsurugi Kodaharu actually dared to threaten him in such a tone, igniting a fire in Yamanaka Shimi's heart. Compared to Yamanaka Ryoma, who no longer belonged to the Yamanaka clan, I feel more pity for those clansmen who died tragically in the root base. Those who executed Danzo's tasks in the shadows and ultimately died without value. Therefore, I do not want to experience such things anymore. I do not want to watch my clansmen turn into others' pigs and dogs. I want to protect my clansmen with my own hands. So, do you understand why I need to do this? Tsurugi Kodaharu, former elder. Chapter 199. The situation turns around. Everyone from the Yamanaka clan seemed to be born with an invisible buff. Yamanaka Shimi was no exception. Although he was powerful and stood out among the Jonin in Konoha, he did not leave much of an impression on the higher-ups like Minato Yin and Tsurugi Kodaharu. So when Tsurugi Kodaharu heard Yamanaka Shimi's question and the hatred and anger that could be seen even through the black sunglasses, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have never understood this person and did not know what this person had always thought. Tsurugi Kodaharu fell silent, unsure how to respond. Minato Yin was the same, but he instinctively looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, they were two useless people, destined to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's doormats for life. Uchiha Zongyan, seeing this scene, could not help but sneer in his heart, then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He also wanted to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen would deal with the anger that Yamanaka Shimi had hidden for decades, which finally erupted. This is troublesome. I never expected Yamanaka Shimi to choose this moment to explode. This must also be part of Uchiha Zongyan and Hyuga Hizashi's plan. They must have already reached a deal with Yamanaka Shimi in private, securing his support. No, not only that. Since they have convinced Yamanaka Shimi, it means there are definitely more people involved. This is bad. If Uchiha Zongyan and Hyuga Hizashi can rally more ninja clans, then the voting results today are likely to. Damn it. That guy Danzo, even in death, has left me this mess. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept thinking, feeling a huge pressure bearing down on him, making him feel the weight on his shoulders. The situation in the #1 conference room had already exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations, and the drastic changes left him somewhat at a loss, unable to think of a good counter-strategy. Ahem, clan leader Shimi is right. That guy Danzo has indeed committed unforgivable sins. But now that Danzo is dead, we should all look forward. Everyone knows that Kurama is generous and broad-minded. Definitely not like Danzo's radical character. I believe if Kurama takes over as the 5th Hokage, he will absolutely not allow anyone like Danzo Shimura to appear in Konoha again. Nor will he allow such dark events to happen again. Isn't that right, Kurama? Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only start to clearly signal his support for Akimichi Kurama. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had long designated Akimichi Toraifone as the 5th Hokage, but on the surface, he still wanted to maintain an appearance of fairness and justice, lest it provoke resistance from others due to an ugly display of favoritism. However, with Yamanaka Shimi suddenly taking a stance, it would definitely cause a shift in the thoughts of everyone in Conference Room #1. The originally stable situation had become chaotic, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could only brace himself and move forward. On the side of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, The three clan Jainin had always been known for sticking together, so they were now sitting together. These three ninja clans were originally quite weak, significantly outmatched compared to the medium-sized clans like the Yamanaka and Inuzuka. Not to mention the prominent clans like Uchiha and Hyuga. But once the three clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi banded together, leveraging the strength of the boar, the wisdom of the deer, and the intelligence of the butterfly, they formed a formidable interest group that could not be underestimated, making everyone take them seriously. Now this was troublesome. I should have known that even pretending to be ill would have been better to refuse. Greed truly leads to trouble. Despite being of a certain age, I haven't tempered my temperament after so long of idleness, and I was easily stirred up by that guy Hiruzen. Akimichi Toraifong was large in stature, a typical member of the Akimichi clan. Although he was getting older, nearing 60 this year, and belonging to the same generation as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he still had a robust physique that did not show signs of aging. As a former disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Akimichi Toraifong had once been a passionate youth who loved his village and its people, with the ultimate goal of becoming Hokage. However, after witnessing too much darkness and corruption in the power struggles following Senju Tobarama's death and returning to the village with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he gradually became disheartened. This was also the reason why Akimichi Toraifong, despite being a disciple of Senju Tobarama, had withdrawn early from the center of power. Yet, decades later, Akimichi Toraifong still had not cooled his passion. After being persuaded by Sarutobi Hiruzen and tempted by the position of Hokage, he felt a stirring in his heart. After all, to be honest, with Jiraiya and Tsunade both refusing the role of the fifth Hokage, Akimichi Toraifong had become the most respected candidate in Konoha. The meat was right in front of him. There was no reason not to take a bite. So after consulting with Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, the heads of his brother clans, he felt that trying it out couldn't hurt. After all, winning would be a huge profit and failing would not incur a loss. But he never expected that it would turn into this situation. Shikaku, what should we do now? Akimichi Toraifong looked at the confrontation between Yamanaka Shimi and Nara Shikaku, feeling a bit anxious as he consulted Nara Shikaku. Lord Toraifong, if you ask me, I don't know what to do either. Nara Shikaku revealed a wry smile, realizing that the situation had begun to reverse after the recent developments, and it was likely that the ultimate victor today wouldn't beat Akimichi Toraifong. This is truly troublesome. It's no big deal if I can't get the position of Hokage. After all these years, my enthusiasm has waned. Even if I became Hokage at my age, I wouldn't have many years left to live. I just worry that once Hyuga Hisashi takes office, he might make things difficult for our Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans because of today's events. Akimichi Toraifong sighed, expressing his concerns. There's no need to worry about that. Lord Toraifong, even if Hisashi becomes Hokage, he will need a long time to balance the interests of all parties after taking office, and our Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans will be among those he needs to court. Nara Shikaku reassured him. To this, Akimichi Toraifong nodded, showing trust in Nara Shikaku's judgment. Just as they had finished discussing, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out Akimichi Toraifong's name from the podium. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face, Akimichi Toraifong suddenly felt a sense of sadness. The Sarutobi Hiruzen he once admired and trusted as a companion and superior had turned into this after several decades. The third Hokage is right. Shimura Danzo's actions are heinous. I believe that no matter who takes over the position of the fifth Hokage, such things will not happen again. Akimichi Toraifong spoke up. I have always believed that the position of Hokage carries the heavy responsibility of leading the village and protecting all villagers. It requires not only great strength, but also a belief in fairness and justice. Although I am advanced in years, when it comes to contributing to the village, I will not fall behind. Awakened by the changes that had just occurred, the dream of becoming Hokage that had burned in his heart had calmed down, and he felt that even the meat delivered to his mouth required his own strength to bite into. Thus, although he publicly echoed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he subtly expressed a willingness to retreat. Toraifong. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately picked up on Akimichi Toraifong's statement and was taken aback. Toraifong, you are still in your prime. Why be so humble? The village has just experienced war, and now it faces disturbances from the land of lightning and the land of earth. We need someone with your experience and vision to lead us. Mito Minyan urged. Exactly. The village is at a critical juncture. Are you really going to shrink back? Yamanaka Inoichi directly pushed Akimichi Toraifong. In response, Akimichi Toraifong shook his head, choosing not to explain further, and simply sat down. What's going on? Why did Senior Toriphone change his attitude at this moment? I don't know. Could it be that he feels the situation is hopeless? Oof. He must be retreating because Yamanaka Shimi has sided with Hisashi, feeling that the tide is against him. Don't say that. Senior Toriphone has dedicated his life to Konoha. At his age, how can we make it difficult for him? This is likely to go badly. Yamashiro, Aoba, Nara Shikaku, and others whispered among themselves, while Yuhi Kurenai remained silent, listening quietly. Is a Hokage about to emerge from the Hyuga clan? Tsunade, did you foresee this result? Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but recall being ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to find Tsunade and persuade her to return to take over as the 5th Hokage. Chapter 200. The 5th Hokage, after Akimichi Toriphone clearly expressed his intention to sit down, Mito Minyin and Yamanaka Inoichi, the two old fellows, lost their composure. Realizing the shift in direction, they anxiously began to persuade him, making the situation too awkward. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only intervene and ask them to quiet down. Continuing with the proceedings. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, it seemed that the outcome of today had already been foreseen. Is there anyone else who wants to propose a new candidate for the 5th Hokage? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, many in the audience became quiet. No one stood up to respond. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, ultimately announcing, then let us begin the voting. Please choose your preferred candidate among the 3 confirmed candidates. The 3 candidates were Akimichi Toriphone, Uchiha Zongyan, and Hyuga Hisashi. Now, those in favor of Akimichi Toriphone becoming the 5th Hokage, please raise your hands. Although feeling disappointed, Sarutobi Hiruzen still raised his hand to show his stance. Following him, Mito Minyin and Yamanaka Inoichi immediately raised their hands as well. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, and Tsukikari clan, firmly stood alongside the Hokage faction. Yamashiro, Aoba, Nara Shikaku, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Marino Ibiki, and other loyal J-nin of Konoha also raised their hands. Adding a few scattered votes, the total reached 53 votes. Indeed, Uchiha Zongyan and Hyuga Hisashi have not only won over the Yamanaka clan, but also many more ninja clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the voting situation and felt a surge of helplessness. Originally, he had expected that at least 70% of those in the conference room would support Akimichi Toriphone and vote for him, which would amount to about 80 to 90 votes. But now, the final results showed that nearly half of the votes were missing. Those votes that were not cast for Akimichi Toriphone, it goes without saying, would be cast for whom? Bastards! You traitors! What benefits did Uchiha and Hyuga give you to make you change your stance and support them like this? Don't forget, over the years, who has been supporting Konoha Village? Who has been protecting you? Mito Gate looked at the vote count and couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and roared at the ninja representatives who had originally promised in their votes, but had now changed their minds. You guys, don't think that by becoming traitors you can gain benefits. Do you think Uchiha and Hyuga are easy to deal with? Just wait. Watch how Hisashi will deal with you once he is elected Hokage. You will all regret it. Truk Haru was the same, his wrinkled face twisted in anger, with malice almost openly displayed in his eyes. Haru, stop making a scene. The voting among all J-nin is based on voluntary participation. This is a rule set by Lord Hashirama. Are you going to violate Lord Hashirama's will? Sarutobi Hiruzen could only step in and stop his 2 old friends from making a scene. Now, let's continue voting. Those who support Uchiha Zongyan as the 5th Hokage, please raise your hands. This was just a formality, as everyone present knew that Uchiha Zongyan's nomination was merely a facade. However, unexpectedly, aside from Kurama Sakomo, who initially stood up to nominate Uchiha Zongyan, Hyuga Hisashi also raised his hand. Haha, does Hisashi value me this much? Uchiha Zongyan smiled when he saw Hyuga Hisashi raise his hand. In my opinion, clan leader Zongyan will definitely be a very qualified Hokage. The future of Konoha Village depends on you. A noble smile appeared on Hyuga Hisashi's face as he spoke to Uchiha Zongyan. The meaning of this was obvious, hinting that the next Hokage would fully support Uchiha Zongyan's election as a form of repayment. Although Uchiha Zongyan was not interested in becoming Hokage at all, he was quite satisfied with Hyuga Hisashi's statement. What he wanted was just an attitude. Finally, those who support Hyuga Hisashi as the 5th Hokage, please raise your hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled slightly. Uchiha Zongyan raised his hand. All J-nin from the Uchiha clan raised their hands. All J-nin from the Hyuga clan raised their hands. The Yamanaka clan, Inuzuka clan, Uchiha clan, and a series of other clans that were originally loyal to the Hokage faction raised their hands. Additionally, the remaining smaller clans, each with only a few genin, also raised their hands. Itachi Kakashi raised his hand. Standing on the podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew dimmer. He watched as the ninja representatives who had always followed him and remained loyal to him raised their hands at this moment. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen begin to question himself internally. Did I really do something wrong? Why did these people change their minds? Damn it, bastards. Are you really going to become traitors? What benefits did Uchiha Zongyan and Hyuga Hizashi give you to make you do this? Mizukage and Truk Haru's faces flushed red, pointing at those ninja clans and questioning them. These two old men, perhaps because they had become disabled or because they had lost the power they valued as life itself, had completely lost their former high and mighty elder demeanor and had become as detestable as clowns. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very embarrassed and ashamed seeing this. Have you played politics for decades, only to end up like this? Shut up. Don't embarrass yourselves any further. Since the voting has ended, I announce that Hyuga Hizashi will succeed as the 5th Hokage. The succession ceremony will. Hyuga Hizashi suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Lord 3rd Hokage, I believe the succession ceremony is not urgent. The shadow of war has already cast over the ninja world. It would be better to wait until I return victorious from the battlefield to hold the ceremony. Hyuga Hizashi spoke with a righteous expression and a very high posture. This was a political statement, as the Hokage, as the leader of Konoha village, had the primary duty of resisting external enemies and protecting the village. Therefore, if this 5th Hokage could base his position on a victory in war, it would provide a strong endorsement for his reputation and authority. There were risks involved, but Hyuga Hizashi still hoped to take this gamble. All right, I understand. Then we will postpone the succession ceremony until after the victory in war. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked deeply at Hyuga Hizashi and nodded. Now we will begin the second agenda item of the Genin conference, regarding the upcoming war. However, since the 5th Hokage has been established, I, as the former Hokage, have completed my mission and must now return home to apologize as agreed. Please, 5th Hokage, take the stage to oversee the preparations and arrangements for the war. Chapter 201. The 5th Hokage for ordinary people, perhaps on an ordinary day. Events that could have a significant impact on them are happening in places they do not know. Just like now, in Konoha village. On the morning after the Genin conference ended, ordinary villagers stepped out of their homes into the still lingering mist, welcoming another monotonous and repetitive day. They did not know what had happened yesterday, nor did they know that Konoha village had quietly changed its leader. Perhaps even if they knew, they wouldn't care too much. After all, what does it matter to them who becomes Hokage? However, ninjas cannot think this way. They must treat it with more caution. Visibly, the ninjas walking on the streets of Konoha were intentionally or unintentionally casting their gazes toward the Hokage building, as if there was something there that particularly concerned them. Although it had not been officially announced, and various formal processes had not been completed, Hyuga Hizashi had indeed become the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. This news, along with the appointment letter, was swiftly taken by an Umbun ninja to the Land of Fire to report to the daime. Along with it was a personal letter from a newly appointed Hokage, Hyuga Hizashi, to the daime. In the letter, he formally pledged loyalty to the daime, emphasizing the subordinate relationship between Konoha village and the Land of Fire. Then, he shifted the focus to mention that Konoha village would soon head to the battlefield under his leadership, hoping the daime could urgently allocate a sum of military funds to help Konoha village repel external enemies and defend the nation. Regardless of how the daime of the Land of Fire would react upon seeing these two letters, it stands to reason that based on his performance over the past few decades, he would likely respond in a very generous manner, praising Hyuga Hizashi and promptly sending money. In this regard, the differences between the daime of the Land of Fire and those of the other 4 countries became evident. One daime was wealthy and generous, very considerate and cooperative, compared to the stingy daime of the Land of Wind who would rather have their Kazekage digging sand in the desert, and the brain-dead daime of the Land of Water who had almost gone to war with Kirigakure over money. The performance of the daime of the Land of Fire was simply perfect. Hokage building. The most important building in Konoha village has welcomed its new master. The previous master was so short-lived that he moved to the Pure Land in less than a year after moving in. Who knows how long this new master will stay here? Inside the Hokage office, Hyuga Hayashi, dressed in a brand new Hokage robe and wearing a red and white Hokage hat, sits calmly behind the desk. This man, the head of the prestigious Hyuga clan, although he has undergone a significant transformation in status, remains composed due to his long-standing noble upbringing. Even though he is extremely excited inside, he still presents himself with poise and grace. As the future supreme ruler of Konoha village, Hyuga Hayashi is not only satisfied with becoming Hokage, he wants to be a remarkable Hokage. Brother. A deep voice comes from outside the door as a man who closely resembles Hyuga Hayashi pushes the door open and walks in, his face beaming with excitement as he calls out to Hayashi. This is Hyuga Hisashi, Hayashi's younger brother. As twin brothers, their lives have taken two completely different paths due to a slight difference in their birth times. The elder brother, Hyuga Hayashi, was born first and became the heir to the main family, destined to live high above. The younger brother, Hyuga Hisashi, was born just a few minutes later and was forced to bear the heavy and unbreakable shackles of the branch family, destined to be a servant to the main family for life. This starkly different treatment has gradually estranged the two brothers, who were once very close. And Hayashi has long forgotten the last time he saw his brother's sincere smile. Hey, at times like this, there's no need to dampen Hisashi's spirits. When Hayashi heard the word brother, he instinctively frowned and was about to reprimand Hisashi. This is because the Hyuga clan has strict rules that prohibit the use of such intimate addresses in formal occasions. Not to mention that Hayashi is the clan head while Hisashi belongs to the branch family. Most importantly, they are currently in the Hokage office, which adds a layer of political significance. Hisashi should properly address him as Hokage-sama. Even referring to him as clan leader would be incorrect. However, seeing Hisashi's long-lost smile and excitement, Hayashi chose to pretend he didn't hear. Please close the door. Okay. Hisashi closed the office door and saw Hayashi waving him over. Hisashi, come here. I know you're very happy, but you need to pay attention to the occasion. In a place like the Hokage building, more formal titles are required. Do you understand what I mean? Hayashi changed his tone, not wanting to scold his brother too harshly. Yes, I understand. I am Soru, Hokage-sama. Hisashi immediately understood upon hearing this. And when he saw the warning expression on Hayashi's face, he snapped back to reality. He felt a wave of regret, reflecting that he might have been too carried away, leading to such a blunder. Indeed, it wasn't just Hisashi. All members of the Hyuga clan were unusually excited today. Whether it was the high-ranking elders of the main family or the lower-tier members of the branch family, everyone wore the same joyful smile. The Hyuga clan, a 1,000-year-old family, has lost its luster since joining Konoha village. From the era of the Senju and Uchiha clans shining together to the subsequent decline of the Senju clan and the continuous weakening of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan has always been overshadowed. It seems that the once great Hyuga clan has become a second-rate family, no longer shining with the glory of a warring state's overlord. But today is different. The Hyuga clan has produced a Hokage. The head of the Hyuga clan has become the leader of the entire village, guiding all of Konoha. This is something even the Uchiha clan has not accomplished, and the Hyuga clan has done it. The members of the Hyuga clan do not care that Hayashi has attained the position of Hokage, largely due to the support of the Uchiha clan. They only care that the Uchiha, who has always been above them, is not as formidable as they thought. How could they claim to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Senju clan when they have never produced a Hokage? How could the infamous Uchiha Madara suppress the world without having been Hokage? Hayashi as Hokage seems to have injected a stimulant into every member of the Hyuga clan, causing these once blind followers to suddenly come alive, even Hisashi, who is in charge of the branch family. So, for a moment, they all forgot themselves. It's okay. Just pay attention next time. Have you invited the Uchiha clan leader? Have they come? Hayashi, seeing his brother's anxious face, suddenly regretted his earlier warning. But he knew he had to maintain his position, so he shifted the topic and asked. Hayashi has now stepped down from the position of head of the branch family and has taken on a role as secretary to the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi. This is also because Hayashi, as the new Hokage, does not have suitable candidates in his pocket and can only rely on Hisashi. Although the Hyuga clan is a prominent family, they have been suppressed by the Hokage faction for decades and have never successfully reached the upper echelons of Konoha. Additionally, they have not put much effort into building connections in recent years. Therefore, upon Hayashi's ascension, he faced the dilemma of having no one to rely on and could only entrust everything to his close relatives. This stance is very undesirable and could lead to negative consequences. Hayashi has transitioned from being the head of a clan to the leader of a village. His subordinates are not just the members of the Hyuga clan. The entire Konoha village is under his command. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is also the head of the Sarutobi clan, But Hiruzen can freely delegate power and promote various trusted subordinates unrelated to the Sarutobi clan, only allowing his clan members to control the core area of the Umbu. Following a leader like Hiruzen, who shares the spoils, naturally garners loyalty. However, Hayashi's approach only allows his clan members to feast, leaving no soup for others who would want to follow him. Thus, Hayashi's top priority is to take advantage of the war to recruit and cultivate a group of trustworthy subordinates, promoting them as his confidants. Yes, the Uchiha side has indicated that the Uchiha clan leader practices at a fixed time every morning, and unless there is an emergency, he will only have time to meet after finishing his training. So he should be able to come to the Hokage building around 9 o'clock. Hizashi gathered his thoughts and respectfully replied to Hayashi. Hayashi nodded lightly upon hearing this. I understand. What about the third Hokage? Is everything normal there? When Hizashi heard this, an unusual expression appeared on his face. After the conclusion of the entire Jonin meeting yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally fulfilled his agreement with Uchiha Sasuke. During the Jonin meeting, Hiruzen's attempt to support a Hokage who aligned with his vision and he believed was more suitable to lead Konoha ultimately ended in failure. This also led Hiruzen to completely abandon any thoughts of struggle, accepting reality with a heart like dead ashes. Therefore, after the meeting adjourned yesterday, Hiruzen officially announced to everyone that he would be retreating behind closed doors and did not wish for anyone to disturb him. Even when the two old men, Mito Kamen and T-Rin Koharu, were persistent in their attempts to engage him, Hiruzen unhesitatingly brushed them off and returned home. As for the newly appointed Hokage, Hayashi, he also showed enough respect, arranging for 2 Umbu to guard the entrance of Hiruzen's residence, presenting a protective stance. There was no one secretly monitoring, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen breathe a sigh of relief. If he had been confined as soon as he stepped out, his pride would have taken a significant hit. Everything was fine. From last night to today, only Lord Hyuga Pahako had gone out once to buy groceries. Hinata Hizashi looked at the former Hokage now in this situation and felt it was somewhat unreal. He had grown up during Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign and held enough respect for this ninja hero. That was truly wonderful. Hinata Hizashi nodded slightly, appearing relieved. The newly appointed 5th Hokage, Hinata Hizashi, was still in the early stages of his work. Although he faced many troubles, such as the distribution of power and the delineation of various ninja clans' territories, and how to provide a satisfactory return to the Uchiha clan, these were long-term issues. While important, they were not urgent and could be dealt with later. The most crucial task at the moment was, of course, the impending war. Hinata Hizashi. Yes, in my name, send a letter of request for assistance to Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, and please ensure they support the village in winning this war. Hinata Hizashi wrote the letter at his desk and quickly sealed it before the ink dried, handing it to Hinata Hizashi. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will go right away. Hinata Hizashi accepted the order and left with 2 letters personally written by Hinata Hizashi. He needed to arrange suitable people to deliver the letters to Jiraiya and Tsunade. But before that, he had to confirm the locations of both individuals. Jiraiya was easier. Although he had left the village, he often sent back collected intelligence. So his whereabouts were relatively easy to track, and there were records in Konoha. Tsunade was more complicated. Since this princess of the Senju clan left Konoha, she had completely severed ties. The last contact was when Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a team to meet Tsunade, asking her to return as Hokage. Therefore, more manpower was needed to gather information on Tsunade's location to facilitate sending the letter. Chapter 202. About to depart for war by the time UchihaZongyan arrived at the Hokage building, 2 hours had already passed. Hokage-sama, what do you need from me? Hinata Hizashi opened the door for UchihaZongyan, who walked in and saw Hinata Hizashi wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe, placing his hat aside and focused intently on documents. Welcome. Clan leader Sozan, please take a seat. Seeing UchihaZongyan enter, a complex emotion flashed in Hinata Hizashi's eyes, but he greeted him warmly on the surface. To be honest, Hinata Hizashi did feel a wave of dissatisfaction upon seeing UchihaZongyan. After all, he was now wearing the ceremonial robe and hat, the genuine 5th Hokage and the highest authority of Konoha. This shift in status made it normal for Hinata Hizashi to feel a little off balance. So naturally, he was displeased that UchihaZongyan, who kept him waiting for 2 hours, was late. However, as the head of a prominent clan, Hinata Hizashi quickly dispelled his negative thoughts. But the fleeting expression did not escape UchihaZongyan's observation, though he did not care. As long as it did not hinder him, he was indifferent to how others viewed him. Calling me Hokage-sama is too formal. We are already close comrades. If it weren't for the significant age difference, I would even want to call you brother, clan leader Sozen. Hinata Hizashi wore a faint smile, inviting Uchiha Zongyan to sit down while repeatedly exchanging pleasantries. Then do tell me how I should address you. Hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan smirked, fully aware that this was Hinata Hizashi trying to solidify their relationship with the Uchiha clan through this display of intimacy. It was worth noting that apart from the alliance formed at the Senior Ninja Conference, the two clans have been in opposition for a long time. What nonsense about being close comrades? Necessary respect must still be maintained. After all, you are now also the village's shadow. And I know Hokage-sama has just taken office. And I'm sure there are countless matters waiting for you to handle. So let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Indeed, I call clan leader Sozen here for something very important. Hinata Hizashi did not show any unusual reaction to Uchiha Zongyan's cold demeanor. He already knew that the Uchiha clan was not easily swayed. During yesterday's Senior Ninja Conference, a proposal for a decisive counterattack against the joint forces of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth was passed. This was Konoha's top priority moving forward. However, the specifics of troop deployment seemed somewhat hasty in yesterday's resolution. Clan leader Sozen will lead the Uchiha clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Inuzuka clan, and 2,000 Konoha ninjas to intercept the army of the Cloud Village. I, as Hokage, will lead the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Sarutobi clans, along with 3,000 Konoha ninjas to defend against the army of the Rock Village at the border of the Land of Fire. This troop distribution seems a bit unreasonable. Hinata Hizashi sat steadily in his chair, carefully observing the indifferent Uchiha Zongyan, and slowly explained. Oh, does Hokage-sama mean we should split some troops over here? Uchiha Zongyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly asking for clarification. No, that's not it. Although I believe clan leader Sozen and the Uchiha clan can easily handle the forces from the Cloud Village, the Land of Lightning is formidable, gathering over 5,000 troops. So we should be more cautious. In my opinion, since my main responsibility here is to defend at the border and wait for the enemy to tire, and clan leader Sozen's side is to take the initiative to catch the Cloud Village off guard. It would be better if I allocated an additional 1,000 troops to your side. Is that all right? Hinata Hizashi's suggestion demonstrated his genuine desire to win this war. After all, long before the Senior Ninja Conference, they had already decided on a strategy in private regarding how to face the war. The two great clans of Konoha were to lead their clansmen and Konoha ninjas against the two great nations of Lightning and Earth. On one hand, it was about protecting the fruits of victory, and on the other, it was to showcase their strength so that everyone would be convinced. However, now that Hinata Hizashi truly sat in the position of Hokage, he began to feel anxious. Last night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to shake off thoughts of what would happen if this war failed. Would he, the newly appointed 5th Hokage, soon be replaced? Would he be the laughingstock of the ninja world, the Hokage with the shortest tenure in history? After all, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had at least served for a year. The more Hinata Hizashi thought about it, the more worried he became, which is why he had his brother Hinata Hizashi contact the Uchiha clan early this morning, inviting Uchiha Zongyan to the Hokage office to discuss matters. Since they were attacking and defending, with Hinata Hizashi as the defender relying on the abundant resources and defensive facilities of the Land of Fire's border, it would not be difficult to block the advancing forces of the Land of Earth. Uchiha Zongyan, on the other hand, facing the army of the Cloud Village from the Land of Lightning, appeared to be in a more precarious position. If they were to split more troops over, it would certainly be more secure. I see. Then I will graciously accept your offer. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Zongyan nodded and did not refuse Hinata Hizashi's proposal. Although he had been looking forward to this war for a long time and was very confident that he would not miss, the saying goes that the more soldiers, the better. So why not have a few more troops? It's settled then. We will officially mobilize tomorrow. Hinata Hizashi was delighted when he saw Uchiha Zongyan agree. Great. In the Uchiha clan's residence, in Uchiha Zongyan's large house. Having just returned from the Hokage building, it was still not time for lunch. Therefore, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, 2 students from the ninja school, were still studying at school. Only Boa Hancock and Uchiha Rokuka, 2 little girls, were at home. Since the last time Uchiha Zongyan enlightened her with illusion techniques, Boa Hancock finally understood how to use ninjutsu. So, she had been diligently practicing for the past 2 days. using up all the chakra that Uchiha Zongyan had granted her, forcing him to replenish it again. Uchiha Rokuka, on the other hand, was different. Although she was an Uchiha, her father Uchiha Zongsuke had not placed too many demands on her since childhood, and both her mother and brother spoiled her. So, she had not started training even at 5 years old. Therefore, she could only watch Boa Hancock practice. Big brother is back. The moment she saw Uchiha Zongyan, Uchiha Rokuka's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed overexcitedly. You've grown quite a bit. Uchiha Zongyan lifted Uchiha Rokuka in his arms, feeling that his little sister had gained weight, and he couldn't help but laugh. Rokuka will grow up soon. Uchiha Rokuka giggled happily at his words. Lord God, hearing the commotion, Boa Hancock, who had been diligently practicing, immediately stopped and bowed to Uchiha Zongyan. Take a break, come sit over here. Noticing the fine beads of sweat on Boa Hancock's forehead, Uchiha Zongyan knew she had probably been practicing for quite a while today, so he invited her to rest. Sitting down on the floor, Uchiha Zongyan sat on the left, with Uchiha Rokuka on his right and Boa Hancock on his further right. Hancock, how has your training been during this time? Is it effective? I feel great. Thanks to Lord God's grace. I have already learned the transformation technique and the clone technique. That is very good. Since there is still time, keep pushing yourself. If you can learn the shadow clone technique, escaping will be even easier. Yes, I will work hard. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Yes. If there's anything you want to eat, you can also tell me. Yes. Uchiha Zongyan quickly closed his mouth in exasperation. He just wanted to express some concern for Boa Hancock. After all, she was a guest from another world, and he was helping her with her skills. But now, this Boa Hancock was clearly not the future empress who would confuse the masses. She looked like a devoted believer, treating him like a god. And her rigid responses left Uchiha Zongyan feeling quite helpless. He shot a helpless glance at the serious-faced Boa Hancock and turned his head to sigh silently. Big brother, you're so useless. Seeing her brother's helpless expression, Uchiha Rokuka laughed gleefully. What do you know, little brat? Uchiha Zongyan maintained a stern face. Don't underestimate me. I know everything. Clearly, Big Brother wanted to show concern for Sister Hancock, but was thrown off by Sister Hancock's attitude and didn't know how to respond. Am I right? Not at all. You're overthinking it. It's not good for Big Brother to lie. Rokuka can see it clearly. In recent times, Uchiha Rokuka had been interacting with more and more people and making friends, becoming more cheerful and lively. However, it seemed that her transformation was a bit too drastic, now showing a mischievous and playful personality. Did my answer displease Lord God? I'm sorry. I truly apologize. Please forgive me, Lord God. Hearing the conversation between the siblings, Boa Hancock immediately thought that Uchiha Zongyan was angry, and she quickly stood up with a flushed face to apologize to him. Cough, cough. Don't do that. I'm not angry. Uchiha Zongyan was startled by her sudden movement and quickly reassured her, giving Uchiha Rokuka a glare. Look at the chaos you've caused. Now Hancock misunderstood my meaning. Uchiha Rokuka was also taken aback and quickly stood up, holding Boa Hancock's hand and hurriedly explaining. Sister Hancock misunderstood. I was just joking with Big Brother. After some explanation, Boa Hancock finally calmed down. But then she realized that her earlier display had been too poor and lowered her head, blushing, not daring to look at the two. Seeing this, Uchiha Zongyan helplessly glanced at his sister, who quickly stuck her tongue out and made a cute face to try to smooth things over. So he had to change the subject. Hancock, you've been here for about 5 days, right? Yes, Lord God. Then according to this calculation, you should be going back to your hometown in 2 days. Yes, that's right. Boa Hancock's voice immediately dropped. Your visit was too sudden, and since I've been busy with many things, I haven't been able to host you properly. I hope you don't mind. If you mind, just bear with it. After all, the reward must be the best. I wouldn't mind at all. Lord God has already granted me the opportunity to change my fate, and I will be eternally grateful. The little empress's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. So, does that mean Sister Hancock will be leaving in 2 days? Even if Sister Hancock goes back, Rokuka will always miss you. If you have the chance to come to Konoha again, you must come play with me. Uchiha Rokuka, still unaware that Boa Hancock's return meant going back to another world, thought it was just going back home, so she smiled and comforted her, even though she felt some reluctance. Yes, if there is a chance. Boa Hancock dared not directly agree to Uchiha Rokuka's invitation and lowered her head. Well, how should I put this? Normally, I should personally send you back, or at least see you off. But unfortunately, I have to leave on a long trip tomorrow, so I won't have time. Boa Hancock's time to return to the world of One Piece was the day after tomorrow, while Uchiha Zongyan was leading his troops to battle tomorrow. Moreover, It would be appropriate to bring a little girl who couldn't even reach the level of a genin with such a large army. Furthermore, with so many people and eyes in the army, it would be hard to explain the sudden appearance of a little frog and the sudden disappearance of Boa Hancock. The former could be brushed off with summoning techniques, but would she really say she summoned someone over? So Uchiha Zongyan thought it best to have Boa Hancock stay at his home and leave a letter for Uchiha Rokuka explaining things before she disappeared. I don't mind. Lord God's matters are more important. My matters are trivial. Boa Hancock hurriedly said, Are you going to war, big brother? Will it be very dangerous? Uchiha Rokuka was a bit confused and worried. Why was big brother suddenly going to the battlefield? No, big brother is very strong. No one can hurt me. Uchiha Zongyan gave his sister a confident smile. Then big brother must pay attention to safety and come back early. Lord God will definitely be safe. Chapter 203. A greeting gift in Konoha village. Beneath the rebuilt Hokage rock, there was a large open space. On this open ground, a large number of summoned Konoha ninjas have gathered. Although the mobilization order was issued just yesterday, ninjas are highly specialized troops, and one day of preparation is more than enough. Whether they are elite members sent by various clans or common ninjas belonging to the Konoha Hokage faction, most of Konoha's backbone forces have now assembled, just waiting for the order to march. This battle will nearly exhaust all of Konoha's resources. The Hyuga clan sent 500 members. The Sarutobi clan sent 1,000. Other medium-sized clans like the Inazuka, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi each sent at least 100. Even the smaller clans have spared no effort. The Uchiha clan mobilized 300 members. It's worth noting that not long ago, Uchiha Fugaka led 400 clan members in a rebellion, and now they've brought 3/4 of that number, nearly emptying their resources. Additionally, there are over 3,000 ninjas who do not belong to any clan or have lost their lineage. To put it bluntly, if this battle ends in failure and Konoha suffers heavy casualties, the village might be expelled from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi countries. Clearly, the Konoha ninjas present are well aware of this. Having just recovered from the 3rd Great Ninja War, they're extremely resistant to and dislike war. After barely surviving the battlefield, it hasn't been long before they must fight for their lives again. Who would be willing to do that? However, with the news spreading through Konoha village these days, combined with the public opinion guidance under the directives of high-ranking officials like Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi, they have come to understand the most important point. This war was not initiated by Konoha. Konoha is an innocent victim. The ones attempting to start the war are the greedy ambitions of the land of lightning and the land of earth. And Konoha has no choice but to fight back to defend their homeland. Because of this, the Konoha ninjas are willing to accept the mobilization and gather here. Konoha villagers. I am the 5th Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hyuga Hayashi, dressed in the Hokage ceremonial robe and wearing a conical hat securely, stepped up to the high platform and addressed the numerous Konoha ninjas below. I believe you all know that Lord Third, due to his old age, has decided to step down from leadership, and I have won the vote among all the Jonin, thus becoming the 5th Hokage. Normally, every new Hokage should hold a succession ceremony, and I should do the same. However, this is not the time to concern ourselves with that. The wolves from the land of lightning and the land of earth are aggressively approaching us, wanting to invade our homeland. This is something that all Konoha villagers cannot allow. Therefore, for Konoha, for the land of fire, for our peace and stability, let us unite and repel the foreign enemies. Konoha will prevail. A simple oath-taking ceremony slightly raised the morale of the Konoha ninjas. Then, under the leadership of Hyuga Hayashi, the Konoha ninjas prepared to step onto the battlefield, departing from Hokage Rock while under the watchful gaze of Konoha villagers as they exited the village's gates. Next came the moment to split forces. The so-called coalition of the land of lightning and the land of earth is essentially each fighting their own battles. The land of lightning is located in the northeast of the land of fire, separated by the land of frost and the land of hot water. The land of earth is situated in the northwest of the land of fire, with the land of grass, the land of rain, and the land of waterfall acting as buffer zones. From previous Ninja World Wars, the land of lightning typically mobilizes its armies from the land of lightning, passing through the land of frost and the land of hot water to engage Konoha's forces at the borders of the land of fire. After all, the strategic intent of the land of lightning is to occupy the land of fire, while the land of fire has no demands on the land of lightning, always being in a defensive posture. The poor lands of frost and hot water can only watch helplessly as the land of lightning's army passes through their borders, not daring to offer any resistance. As for the land of earth, It has traditionally used the land of rain and the land of grass as the combat zones. The land of waterfall has a ninja village and the Seven Tails residing there, making it not so easy to deal with. Thus, the lands of grass and rain, caught between the two great nations, suffer greatly. To what extent can be seen from the past of Akatsuki's Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko in the original work. Because the land of lightning and the land of earth are far apart, Konoha must split its forces to respond. Fugaku, in this battle against Kumogakure, I'll leave everything on the battlefield to you. I hope you can successfully defeat Kumogakure and win the war for Konoha. Outside the gates of Konoha, Hyuga Hayashi earnestly instructed Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, rest assured, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Hayashi, the battlefield must obey all of clan leader Fugaku's commands. Ensure your clan members are restrained and give everything to win the war. Understood? Yes. Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hayashi obediently bowed at a 90-degree angle and respectfully replied. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is almost like a cheat in battle, allowing Konoha ninjas to often gain the upper hand under its perception. Thus, although this war has two battlefields managed by Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku, Hayashi still dispatched Hyuga Hayashi to lead 100 Hyuga clan ninjas under Uchiha Fugaku's command. With that, there was nothing more to say. Everyone, may victory be ours. Hyuga Hayashi solemnly raised his hand and called out to all Konoha ninjas. According to the intelligence obtained by Konoha, the land of lightning has crossed the borders of the land of frost and the land of hot water in a short time since initially gathering troops. And now their forces are directly aimed at the borders of the land of fire. However, war is not a child's play. It is not as simple as deciding to go to war and immediately deploying all forces to annihilate the enemy and seize victory. The war between ninjas is similar. A war often requires consideration of many factors. When to attack, where to strike, how far to go, and when to end it. All these matters need careful thought. Especially in the world of ninjas, where there are extraordinary powers, wars are naturally different from those on Earth. Therefore, even though the forces of Kumogakure from the land of lightning have early entered the borders of the land of fire, they are still gradually eroding the defensive troops deployed by Konoha at the borders. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed, and flames erupted in the dense jungle, quickly enveloping the area in black smoke. As expected, the base of Konoha ninjas here has been abandoned, leaving only explosive tag traps. A dozen dark figures emerged through the smoke, arriving at the destroyed base. These figures share very similar physical characteristics, all having dark skin and wearing the headbands of Kumogakure, clearly indicating they are ninjas from Kumogakure. Should we chase after them? Asked a burly Kumogakure ninja. No need. Lord Samui's order is to drive away these Konoha ninjas, clean up the territory step by step, and set up our logistics. Let the fleeing rats go. Act now and gather intelligence about the surrounding environment. The leading figure of the Cloud Shinobi is slightly smaller than the burly Cloud Shinobi, but still appears quite robust. He shook his head and said yes. 7 or 8 shadows swiftly moved through the dense forest. All of them were wearing the standard green vests of Konoha and had the Konoha village forehead protectors on them. Captain, are we really just going to abandon the base like this? We shouldn't retreat without even seeing the faces of those Cloud Shinobi, right? A young-looking Konoha ninja, with long black hair tied in a ponytail, couldn't help but voice his doubts. Not long ago, the commander of the border troop base he belonged to ordered them to retreat immediately, leaving explosive tags as traps to destroy the base. Although he executed the orders meticulously, the young ninja still felt a deep sense of misunderstanding. After all, while he knew that the enemy forces were invading, retreating without even seeing the enemy's face seemed too cowardly and weak, lacking the dignity of a Konoha ninja. You brat, don't speak recklessly if you don't know anything. The captain must have his reasons for giving such orders. The person next to the young ninja immediately interjected, reprimanding him while signaling with his eyes to keep quiet and not provoke the captain further. Unfortunately, the young ninja did not take the hint and stubbornly stared at the captain's back ahead. Hey, are you crazy? Hurry up and apologize to the captain. It's fine. I understand Yamuki's feelings. Suddenly, the captain spoke, his voice calm instead of the expected anger. I also don't understand the order to retreat in the face of the enemy's advance. But it is an order from above. I was informed that reinforcements from the village will arrive here soon. This temporary retreat is just to lure the enemy deeper. Once the person in charge of this war arrives, the real battle will begin. At this point, a surge of uncontrollable anger and excitement finally broke through. But this anger was not directed at the one who ordered the retreat, but at those enemies who cross the borders of two countries, willing to go to war to invade the land of fire. That's right, the war is just beginning from this moment. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, unnoticed by the entire team. Whoosh! A barely audible sound of wind passed by, and a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes appeared before them. The young man was clad in blood-red armor, with a Konoha forehead protector tied to his right arm and a sword at his waist, looking impressive. Who are you? Seeing the young man, the team finally reacted and immediately assumed a defensive posture, asking nervously. The captain took out a kunai and held it in front of him, his eyes fixed coldly on the young man's hands, asking, "Who are you and why are you here? Does this forehead protector not signify my identity?" Seeing the tense reaction of the people before him, Uchiha Zongyan smiled and pointed at the forehead protector on his arm. "I'm sorry, but just a forehead protector doesn't prove anything, as they can be easily forged. Please provide your identification or evidence that we can trust." The captain's words were based on experience. The Konoha ninjas guarding the borders of the land of fire no longer blindly trusted anyone wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Many naive individuals had already met their demise. After all, a forehead protector is just a piece of metal engraved with the symbols of various ninja villages. And forging one is effortless. Indeed, that's true. Then this should be something that no one from other countries can forge, right? Uchiha Zongyan nodded, finding the vigilance of these people quite commendable, and then revealed his Sharingan. The pupils of both eyes turned blood red, each surrounded by 3 black tomo rotating around the pupil. So far, outside of Konoha, only 2 pairs of Sharingan have been left in the ninja world. One belongs to Uchiha Madara, who is already dead, and the other to Uchiha Obito, who currently has only 1 Sharingan left and is hiding somewhere. Therefore, for ordinary Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Zongyan Sharingan serves as the best form of identification. Uchiha, the captain of the guard team, was startled at first, then immediately sighed in relief. Regardless of how the Uchiha clan is viewed among Konoha ninjas, at least for now, they are still comrades from the same village and can help each other on the battlefield. "I don't know why you are here. Is the village's forces about to arrive?" The captain of the guard team quickly thought of what Uchiha Zongyan's arrival might signify. You could say that they should be arriving shortly. Uchiha Zongyan nodded. "And the reason I came here? Well, there's only one answer. I am here to deliver a greeting to Kumogakure. I hope they will like it." Chapter 204. The death of a genius from Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage, mobilized a full army of 7,000 troops to the south, aiming to seize a piece of the pie, while Konoha is weak. It is known that even though the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning has a fierce populace and strong military power, the total number of registered ninjas in the entire village is only about 20,000, with a portion being low-ranking ninjas with weak combat capabilities. Therefore, this ninja army, starting with at least Chunin, has considerable combat strength. However, these 7,000 men are not just gathered together in a straightforward attack towards the Land of Fire. The strength of ninjas lies in their flexibility and mobility. They often fight in small teams rather than forming large formations like conventional armies from the Cold Weapon era. Generally, the 4th Raikage divided the 7,000 troops into 3 parts. The vanguard, led by elite Jonin Omo from Kumogakure, consists of 300 small teams, each with 3 to 4 members. The Jinchuriki of the two-tailed beast is stationed in the middle army, which includes medical ninjas, sealing teams, and logistics troops, totaling over 4,000 personnel. Lastly, there's the mobile force led by the 4th Raikage himself, with the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, also included. This mobile force consists of individuals with considerable strength, capable of providing support to other allied forces in the shortest time and concentrating their efforts to strike at the enemy's important units. They can even use the body flicker technique to instantly teleport the 4th Raikage to critical locations. The border of the Land of Fire is long. Generally, in a non-war state, Konoha deploys about 1,000 guard ninjas along the border. These guard ninjas often serve for 1 to 3 years before they have a chance to be replaced and return to Konoha, and this process is quite arduous. After all, being stationed in a border guard unit means enduring hardships and fatigue is the most basic requirement. Moreover, the casualty rate is consistently high, because at the border, anything can happen, and they might encounter dangerous individuals. There are often small-scale skirmishes and exchanges of fire with small enemy units, and losing a few people is the most normal occurrence. To facilitate the stationed border guard units, Konoha has built many defensive structures and supply bases along the border, with each defensive structure housing a small team of 10. So, near the border of the Land of Soup, Konoha has also built dozens of defensive ninja bases. However, they have all been taken over by the vanguard of Kumogakure, even though most of them are now just ruins. Lord Omoai, all the targets marked in the mission have been secured, and we have gained control of this area. However, on Konoha's side, those defensive ninjas seem to have received evacuation orders early on, with most of them blowing up their bases and retreating before we arrived. So we didn't achieve much in terms of battle results. In a dilapidated defensive base, the talented young ninja Omoai from Kumogakure crossed his arms and listened to the report from the ninja beside him. He had short gray hair, skin characteristic of the people of Kumogakure, and a grass root habitually clenched in his mouth. I understand. Just a few defensive ninjas, not important figures. If they ran away, so be it. Omoai raised an eyebrow dismissively and spat out the grass root. Since we've achieved our goal, let's quickly notify the rear. We need to send the information to the people at the Wood Village and the 4th Raikage as soon as possible to avoid delaying their plans. Yes. The ninja beside him immediately went to relay the information, while Omoai stood coldly, staring at the ruined base in front of him. Konoha, not even willing to put up a symbolic resistance. What are they trying to do? From the moment they stepped into the Fire Country's borders, Omoai's vanguard had not encountered any significant resistance, not even the shadow of a Konoha ninja. His vanguard quickly cleared all the defensive bases left by Konoha at the border in a short time, achieving their initial objective and marking a good start for this war. But such an easy victory felt too simple. After all, their enemy was the renowned Konoha. Could it be that Konoha is preparing to surrender? Omoai lowered his head slightly, lost in thought, but suddenly raised it sharply, a look of surprise on his face. In his perception, a violent chakra presence was approaching him at an incredible speed. What a powerful presence. Someone is coming. All units, attention, Omoai commanded, and all the Kumogakure ninjas immediately halted their work, forming ranks to face forward. Clang! Omoai quickly drew his sword from the sheath on his back. The blade pointed towards the dense forest ahead. At that moment, the ninjas of Kumogakure displayed excellent combat discipline, proving they were indeed trained in the most militaristic nation among the 5 great countries, the Land of Lightning. However, after they prepared for battle, 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds passed. Time ticked away, but the anticipated enemy did not appear. What's going on? Omoai's eyes widened in frustration, but the forest remained silent, leading him to doubt his senses. However, the alerts in his mind, the overwhelming sense of pressure that made it hard for him to breathe, told him that danger had indeed arrived, just not yet visible. The other Kumogakure ninjas felt the same, despite their varying strengths. They all sensed the terrifying and brutal chakra fluctuations nearby. It was like a ferocious beast had silently approached from behind, its terrifying jaws poised to strike at their necks. Yet when they turned around, their eyes told them there was nothing there. Who is it? Show yourself. Come out. I want to kill you. Suddenly, a younger-looking Kumogakure ninja couldn't help but shout, unable to control the expression on his face, revealing extreme anger and anxiety as he yelled wildly around him. Tora, shut up. A squad leader next to him shouted angrily, but did not manage to calm Tora's agitation. Captain, find him quickly. I want to kill him. Tora's features were contorted as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face in a state of panic. Omoai's heart trembled. He did not expect his usually well-trained subordinates to behave so poorly, fearing it would lead to extreme panic. If their side fell into chaos, they would be unable to resist regardless of who the enemy was. Be quiet. Don't lose your composure, or the enemy will definitely take advantage of it. Well, taking advantage of it, I don't think that's necessary. Suddenly, a calm voice came from above the Kumogakure ninjas, causing everyone to instinctively look up. A boy clad in blood-red armor, wielding a long sword at his waist, floated in mid-air like a deity. The boy's face was entirely unfamiliar to Omoai. He had never seen such a face before and had not encountered it in the intelligence gathered from Kumogakure. Yet, the boy's strength and terror were evident, and the oppressive aura he exuded was comparable to that of the 4th Raikage. Floating in the air? No wonder I could always sense danger approaching, but couldn't see the enemy. This guy came from the sky. Damn it, in the entire ninja world, I've only heard of the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki from Iwagakure having the ability to float in the air. I've never heard of anyone from Konoha possessing such abilities. This ability to float was incredibly troublesome. How should he respond? Omoai gritted his teeth, his mind racing to find a way to deal with the boy before him. But reality would not give him much time to think. Faced with the sudden appearance of Uchiha Zongyan and his entrance from the air, the ninjas of Kumogakure felt somewhat flustered, many instinctively casting their gaze towards Omoi, hoping to receive orders from him. However, UchihaZongyan did not care. Using his ability to control the rumbling thunder fruit, he lowered his altitude slightly, approaching the Kumogakure ninjas. You're ninjas from Kumogakure, right? I am Uchiha Zongyan, a ninja from Konoha. If you don't mind, could you please tell me where your army is stationed? Uchiha Zongyan wore a polite smile, as if he had asked a very ordinary question. Where the army is stationed. This guy wants to raid the main force. Omoi immediately guessed Uchiha Zongyan's intentions, and a fire ignited in his chest. I say, are you the legendary Uchiha? The Sharingan bloodline limit is quite famous. But how come I've never heard that the Uchiha also has the ability to float in the air? Omoi suppressed his anger, slowly lowering his right hand that held the sword, letting the tip drop to the ground, while his left hand gestured behind him to the Kumogakure ninjas. After realizing Uchiha Zongyan's intentions, he had made up his mind to kill this dangerous individual in front of him. Even though the Uchiha before him was powerful, that was not a reason for him to give up, let alone divulge important intelligence about his village. So, while Omoi pretended to be curious and engaged Uchiha Zongyan in conversation, he was also giving his subordinates combat orders. His small actions seemed to have deceived Uchiha Zongyan, who floated in mid-air and shook his head, saying, "This ability is unique to me. It is not an ability of the Uchiha or the Sharingan. The legendary Uchiha. Such a title is too hated. We Uchiha are just ordinary people, easy to approach and get along with. The young man below, if you're interested in the Uchiha clan, why not join Konoha? I can personally take you back to the clan and satisfy your curiosity. To betray my village as a cloud ninja and go to Konoha? This guy really dares to say anything. You are quite polite. This makes me very tempted. After all, it's the Uchiha. However, as a ninja of the hidden cloud village, betrayal is quite troublesome. I would probably have my legs broken by the fourth Raikage. After all, the Raikage is a very fierce person, and he shows no mercy when he strikes. I'm quite timid and don't want to spend the rest of my life lying in the hospital, so I can only ask you to die for me. Cloud Flow. Crescent Moon / Omoi casually chatted with Uchiha Soma, constantly mocking his own leader. But in the next moment, the cloud genius's expression changed, and an endless killing intent revealed in his cold eyes. He suddenly infused a large amount of chakra into his right hand, holding the sword, and swung a fierce slash towards Uchiha Soma. Instantly, a crescent-shaped slash broke through the air at high speed, reaching Uchiha Soma in the blink of an eye. Lightning release, lightning wave, lightning release, falling thunder, fire release, great fireball technique, wind release, vacuum sphere. Omoi's move seemed to signal his subordinates. The cloud ninjas had long been waiting for this moment. So, at the moment Omoi's sword slashed out, numerous ninjutsu immediately followed, presenting a dazzling array of techniques in front of Uchiha Soma. Of course, a barrage of shuriken was indispensable. Did it succeed? It took a lot for Jiraiya to control his emotions, instinctively looking around anxiously. How could this be? The captain who had scolded him was just about to say they succeeded when he noticed that the scene in front seemed to blur for a moment. The Konoha ninja, shrouded in numerous ninjutsu and slashes, instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, effortlessly escaping from the impenetrable techniques. Lightning release, lightning clone. Omoi's reaction was much faster than his subordinates. The moment he saw Uchiha Soma transform into lightning, he sensed the danger. Instinctively, Omoi wanted to use the lightning clone to avoid possible harm, but what he did still fell a little short. Unfortunately, since you don't want to go to Konoha, then let's head to the Pure Land. Thunderclap. In a movement that the naked eye could not possibly catch, Uchiha Soma instantly escaped from the predicament, surrounded by numerous ninjutsu, and flew right in front of Omoi. In a resigned tone, he uttered these words, as if writing the final note for Omoi's life. A flash of lightning passed, and the head of the cloud genius youth completely separated from his body. Chapter 205. The Fourth Raikage and the Two Tails Jinchuriki. On the border of the Land of Fire, the Fourth Raikage was stationed by a small stream with over 100 cloud ninjas. This tall man, with dark skin like an iron tower, constantly exuded a chilling sense of danger, showcasing the strength of this Raikage at all times. The mobile force he led was not gathered together for action. He only had these 100 or so people by his side, while the other mobile force ninjas were also scattered. Raikage-sama, are we just going to wait like this? Darui, standing behind the fourth Raikage, looked at A's broad back and couldn't help but ask. Like Omoi, he was also a genius among the younger generation of the Hidden Cloud Village, and even in terms of strength and reputation, he was subtly regarded as superior to Omoi. Possessing a powerful storm release bloodline limit and inheriting the formidable black lightning release, Darui's strength was evident. Moreover, the fact that the fourth Raikage chose him for the Umbu Black Ops and trained by his side led the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village to believe that he viewed Darui as a successor. Perhaps this white-haired, dark-skinned ninja with a pair of dead fish eyes would become the fifth Raikage in the near future. And, just as the Hidden Cloud ninjas speculated, Darui indeed inherited the position of Raikage later in the original work. However, the timeline of the original work is still nearly 10 years away, and the two destined saviors have just entered the Konoha Ninja Academy for their studies. At this moment, Darui clearly did not possess the maturity he had in the past. So, initially filled with anxiety and excitement, Darui followed the fourth Raikage onto the battlefield, thinking he must do his utmost to kill Konoha ninjas and sacrifice everything for the future of the Hidden Cloud Village. But now, a week had passed since the Hidden Cloud army set out, and 2 days had gone by since they entered the border of the Land of Fire. Eager and itching for action, Darui had yet to see a single shadow of a Konoha ninja, spending his days merely following the fourth Raikage around. In Darui's view, this behavior was simply a waste of life and a delay of military opportunities. So even though he admired the fourth Raikage, Darui couldn't help but voice his confusion. What do you want then? Hearing Darui's question, didn't even turn his head, still looking into the distance, but coldly retorted. Our army has already entered the Land of Fire, but the Konoha ninjas stationed here have all fled. Shouldn't we take advantage of this victory to pursue them? Should we wait until the Konoha village reacts and sends their army to confront us before we act? If we do that, our comrades will surely pay a greater price. Darui bit his lip, suppressing his anxiety and restlessness. He felt that the ultimate goal of the Hidden Cloud Village's military action was to seize the rich lands of the Land of Fire to alleviate the resource shortage at home. So now that the Hidden Cloud army had driven away the Konoha garrison, why not quickly push forward and seize that vast, fertile land? Did they really have to wait for the Konoha army to arrive and engage in a hard-fought battle? Darui, if you only have such vision and insight, I will kick you out of the Umbu Black Ops when we return to the village. The massive figure of the fourth Raikage turned around. His sharp eyes locked onto Darui's. I will tell you this once. If you can't remember it, it just proves that you will only be a brute for the rest of your life, where you'll go back to the Warring States period to be a crude samurai. Ninja wars are not aimed at capturing land. If you cannot eliminate the enemy's living forces, what does it matter if you occupy this territory for a while? Powerful ninjas can harass you at any time or use large-scale ninjutsu to directly destroy the land you have worked so hard to manage, rendering your efforts futile. Even if we occupy this place, can we stay here for the rest of our lives? Or are we supposed to deploy thousands of troops here? Without a sufficient number of troops stationed here, how can we digest this territory? Konoha's strength still exists. If you occupy it for a short time, once you leave, they can immediately send troops to reclaim it. What meaning does everything we have done have then? The individual strength of ninjas is not the perfect expression of having no shortcomings in war. This is why ninjas become the protagonists. And a ninja's war is about hitting the enemy hard, breaking their bones, forcing them to kneel and surrender, to make them flee at the sight of you. Only then can we claim victory in war and enjoy the fruits of victory. Do you understand? Don't be fooled by the rough appearance of the fourth Raikage and his extremely impulsive and arbitrary style of action. How could the leader of a major nation truly be a fool with nothing but muscles in his head? The reason he behaves this way is that he believes more in his muscles and fists than in conspiracy and cunning. However, at this moment, Darui, the young man admired by A, was filled with worries and questions, prompting A to carefully explain the reasons despite his dissatisfaction and impatience. So that's how it is. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Fourth Raikage. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned your decision. Please punish me. Darui's intellect ranks among the top 10 in the entire Hidden Cloud Village, and with A's clear explanation, he naturally understood immediately. Thus, Darui immediately bowed his head to A. What good is punishing you? Saying such pointless things is just a waste of time. A couldn't bear to punish Darui and snorted disdainfully, considering the matter settled. Lord Raikage, we have received intelligence from the Central Army. It is from Lord Mew. At that moment, a figure appeared from afar. Clearly a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village based on his attire and appearance. Bring it here. A immediately took the intelligence that was handed over. Upon opening it, his expression immediately changed. The dark skin on his face began to show a hint of red, and the killing intent in the fourth Raikage A's eyes surged. He crumpled the intelligence tightly in his hand and roared, "Konoha! Damn bastards! I will tear you to pieces." Watching the fourth Raikage become extremely furious. His body unconsciously overflowed with lightning chakra, wrapping around him like a layer of armor made of lightning. Darui's heart trembled. He couldn't understand what kind of intelligence would provoke such anger from the fourth Raikage. Oh no, what has happened? In the central military camp of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Miu, was stationed here, using his formidable strength to protect the location of the camp. However, not long ago, the returning Hidden Cloud ninjas brought Miu very bad news. Are you sure? Even that brat, Omoi, one returning Cloud ninja, brought Miu the latest intelligence, which caused Miu's face to turn pale. The intelligence revealed that during a patrol, the Cloud Ninja had encountered a chaotic battlefield filled with numerous dead Cloud Ninja bodies, one of whom was Omoi, who had been decapitated. Before this Cloud Ninja returned, the intelligence Miu received had been similar. In other words, there is a powerful Konoha ninja team hunting our vanguard, and this Konoha ninja team is extremely skilled in lightning release techniques. Their power comparable to that of the fourth Raikage, and their speed so fast that they could instantly kill an elite jonin like Omoi. Miu glared at the Cloud Ninja before him, his furious expression terrifying, and questioned word by word. The kneeling Cloud Ninja didn't dare to breathe, crushed by Miu's dangerous aura, and could only nod repeatedly. Yes, Lord Miu, this is my conjecture. In fact, it might not even be a ninja team, but just one person. This sentence was left unspoken by the Cloud Ninja, as he didn't dare to say it. After all, the fact that more than 300 small teams, totaling over 1,000 members of the Hidden Cloud's vanguard, had lost 1/5 of their forces in such a short time without leaving a single survivor was something that was hard to accept. Not to mention, the one who caused such a significant loss to the Hidden Cloud was just one person. Damn it! Useless trash! Miu shouted in anger, smashing his fist down on the table behind him, startling the Cloud Ninja. The atmosphere in the tent instantly became icy, and everyone dared not make a sound. Fearing to provoke the enraged Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Miu, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and deliver the intelligence to Lord Fourth Raikage. Coming back to his senses, Miu saw the Cloud Ninja in front of him with their heads bowed in a daze, and he immediately became furious, driving them all out of the tent, then sat down cross-legged on the ground in anger. Damn it, Yagura, what should we do now? Helpless, Miu calmed his mind and asked the Two-Tails Matatabi sealed within him. Isn't it a bit excessive to ask a tailed beast such a question? Matatabi replied calmly. Although powerful, it was still just a tailed beast, sealed within the body of the Jinchuriki. Asking it such a question was akin to talking to a wall. Damn it, if I catch that guy, I will definitely kill him. Miu was furious, clearly ignited by the deaths of many comrades, and his anger was not something that could be easily quelled. I think it's better if you don't make such big claims. Being able to kill so many ninjas in such a short time and being adept at lightning release with such speed is not something we can easily handle. Matatabi's voice carried a hint of helplessness. So what? How dare he kill so many of my comrades? I will never let him go, I will. Miu was still swearing and vowing, but he was interrupted by Matatabi's voice. Mu, get ready. I sense a dangerous chakra approaching. Miu's heart trembled, and he immediately stood up and ran out of the tent. It seemed he didn't notice that Matatabi's voice carried a slight tremor. Chapter 206, Kanyu Raisin. Tailed beast ball Uchiha Zongyan floated in the air, gazing down at the central military camp of the Hidden Cloud Village. With the power of the Thunder Fruit, he was surrounded by dazzling lightning, looking incredibly striking. If placed on Earth, he might be considered an unidentified flying object by some alien enthusiasts, serving as one of their pieces of evidence for the existence of extraterrestrials. Finally found you. You really made it quite hidden. These Cloud Ninjas, not to mention their tough mouths, only one was willing to tell me their location after so many deaths. Uchiha Zongyan's Sharingan slowly rotated as he carefully observed the layout of the camp. Not long ago, Uchiha Zongyan had abandoned the marching Konoha army and had rushed alone to the border of the Land of Fire, relying on the speed of the Thunder Fruit. Although ninjas can outrun trains, he still outclassed them with his Thunder Fruit abilities. Continuous training and practice had allowed Uchiha Zongyan to master the Thunder Fruit's capabilities increasingly. By now, his speed of movement was unmatched in the ninja world, and even the fourth Raikage, who was also a lightning release expert, was no match for him, even when using lightning chakra to stimulate his cellular activity. However, speed aside, Uchiha Zongyan's reaction ability still had some shortcomings, making it difficult for him to perfectly control his body's responses at peak speed. Fourth Raikage 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, 2 Tails Jinchuriki Mew. This large-scale invasion by the Hidden Cloud Village could be said to have exhausted all their resources. It was indeed a gamble for a nation led by martial artists. If he could deal them a significant blow this time, it should buy a period of peace, right? Uchiha Zongyan murmured to himself as the silver lightning surrounding him grew brighter. Suddenly, enemy attack, enemy attack. All combat ninjas, quickly gather and follow Lord Mew's orders to protect important targets. Sealing team, medical team, hurry and relocate, hurry and relocate. Quick, quick, quick. The Hidden Cloud Village camp below suddenly erupted into chaos, like water splashed into a hot pan. Ninjas carrying orders shouted loudly, spreading the news of an enemy attack throughout the camp. Amidst the chaotic yet orderly arrangements, the ninjas of the entire camp quickly assembled, ready to confront the enemy. Interesting. Did the tailed beast sense my arrival through the wooden body? Is it the malicious perception ability of the tailed beast? Or did it simply detect my chakra fluctuations? Whatever the reason for discovering me, it doesn't matter anymore. Just look forward to my gift. Although the opponent detected my arrival first, Uchiha Zongyan remained completely unfazed. Flowing blade like fire, Uchiha Zongyan let out a low shout. A chilling wave of energy emerged, and terrifying heat gathered in an instant, as if igniting the very space around him. A black long knife appeared in his right hand. The slender blade was wrapped in frightening flames. Unmistakably the Zanpakuto flowing blade like fire. However, after summoning flowing blade like fire, Uchiha Zongyan did not act. Instead, he closed his eyes, fully concentrating on extracting his physical and mental energy, merging them into one. Zizizizi, as chakra continuously generated within him. It immediately transformed into the lightning of the rumble fruit, wrapping around Uchiha Zongyan like a silver snake dancing wildly, its thick bolts flickering incessantly. The more dazzling the lightning, the more terrifying Uchiha Zongyan's aura became, continuously rising as if it had no limits. Where's the enemy? Utai, tell me quickly. The two-tailed wooden person stood in the middle of the Hidden Cloud Village camp, surrounded by ninjas from the Cloud Ninja battle sequence, forming an orderly defensive formation, all appearing calm and composed. Yet, no one expected that the first to discover the enemy's presence and inform them would be the central commander, the two-tailed wooden person, who was unexpectedly flustered. Although she appeared very calm and reliable on the surface, the two-tailed wooden person had been conversing with Utai within her body, hoping to get the enemy's exact location. Don't worry, wooden person, I'm also trying to sense it, Utai comforted. How can I not be anxious? The enemy has already reached the camp, and if we don't respond carefully, it could lead to huge losses for us. How can I bear this responsibility? Moreover, this invasion into the Land of Fire is related to the safety of the entire village. I absolutely cannot allow any mistakes. The two-tailed wooden person clenched her fists tightly, her eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. The Hidden Cloud Village is distinctly different from the other 4 major ninja villages, due to possessing Paradise Island. Also known as Turtle Island, the Hidden Cloud Village has a stable way to produce perfect Jinchuriki. The trials on Turtle Island can help Jinchuriki better understand the will of the tailed beasts, achieving reconciliation with them. This is something the other 4 major ninja villages can only dream of. Just think about it. Apart from the Hidden Cloud Village, how have the Jinchuriki in the other 4 major ninja villages lived? The 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, the first generation, need not be mentioned. The wife of the first Hokage, Princess Uzumaki Mito of the Uzumaki clan. Because of her identity and qualifications, she was naturally not affected by the status of being a Jinchuriki. But starting from the second generation, Uzumaki Kushina was monitored since she arrived in Konoha. If it weren't for her husband becoming the 4th Hokage, her daily life would have been far more constrained. The third 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, need I say more? The 1-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. The 4th Kazekage sacrificed his wife, son, and brother-in-law to control this power, ultimately causing his son to resent him. There is no need to elaborate on these examples. However, the Hidden Cloud Village is entirely different. Perfect Jinchuriki carry no risk of losing control and possess immense power, naturally earning the respect and love of the villagers. Karabi and the two-tailed wooden person in this area are also significant figures with high status in the village. Therefore, in this environment, the two-tailed wooden person holds deep feelings and a sense of responsibility towards the Hidden Cloud Village. She is resolute in not allowing the military camp she protects to suffer destruction at the hands of the enemy. Not to mention this enemy, whose strength is evidently terrifying. Quick, tell me the location. Utai. The two-tailed wooden person urged once more, feeling an extremely bad sensation that made her heart race, plunging her into a state of intense tension. Almost there, almost. Found it. Right. Above. In the sky. Yotai's voice echoed in the two-tailed wooden person's mind, but it unexpectedly carried a hint of uncertainty and even a touch of fear. However, the two-tailed wooden person had no time to ponder these details. She immediately looked up, only to see a shocking sight. Bright, dazzling, even somewhat sacred. A massive blue flash hung in the sky above her head, with visible thick lightning flickering constantly. What is that? It's finally about to be completed. Although I've tested it many times, using it for the first time still consumes quite a bit. But that is acceptable, considering the power. During this build-up, Uchiha Zongyan consumed nearly half of his chakra. He was like a battery, draining his internal energy significantly to charge the new technique he created. Although I don't have an staff and drum, nor his arc maxim, and cannot replicate the enormous power of the techniques he used in One Piece, I have flowing blade like fire, and I can create my own techniques. Feeling the overwhelming power of thunder, Uchiha Zongyan slowly raised his right hand, lifting the flowing blade like fire. This move, while not comparable to Enel's Thousand Thunder, should be close enough. Ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, accept my gift. Boom! In an instant, the previously clear sky was filled with thick dark clouds. These clouds obscured the sun, turning the sky above the Hidden Cloud Village camp gray. Crackle, crackle. Within the dark clouds, thick bolts of lightning brewed, their sounds deafening. Kaminari no Kami. Uchiha Zongyan suddenly swung his knife, pointing the tip of flowing blade like fire toward the ground, as if receiving a command from a king. All the lightning from the thunderclouds fell, descending toward the ground with astonishing momentum. What is that? Is it thundering? Why did the sky suddenly darken? What's going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? On the ground, the cloud ninjas were startled by the sudden change in the weather and quickly looked up at the sky. Each cloud ninja felt a sense of unease, as if extreme danger was approaching. Yet, the enemy's presence remained hidden, with only the flashing lightning in the sky. Spread out. Quick! Suddenly, the two-tailed wooden person shouted loudly, shocking the surrounding cloud ninjas into a daze. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the two-tailed wooden person, only to see the powerful female ninja's face filled with seriousness and anxiety, her restless emotions nearly spilling from her eyes. Hurry! Those who don't want to die, run. Run. At this, the cloud ninjas finally understood the gravity of the situation and realized that the two-tailed wooden person wasn't joking. Well-trained cloud ninjas obeyed commands as if it were etched in their minds. Instantly, all the cloud ninjas scattered in different directions, moving swiftly to evacuate the area. The two-tails Jinchuriki shouted hoarsely, urging Wairi in her mind. Wairi, lend me your power. That is a force neither of us can withstand. I suggest you run away quickly. No way. I am the leader of the central camp. I must protect this place and not let the fourth Hokage and the village down. Hurry and lend me your power. Feeling the determination of the two-tails Jinchuriki, Wairi's voice fell silent. Soon, the massive tailed beast chakra spread from the seal, filling the two-tails Jinchuriki's entire body, altering the appearance of this female ninja. The chakra of the two-tails enveloped her body like a tangible substance. Prepare. Tail Beast Bomb. In the sky, heavy thunderclouds brewed terrifying lightning, striking down at the same time. Blinding lightning illuminated the dim world, casting Uchiha Zongyan, who stood in the midst of the thunder, as if he were a divine being. On the ground, the two-tails Jinchuriki, covered in the tailed beast chakra, disregarded her own body and forced Wairi to assist her in transforming into a tailed beast. Immediately looking up at the sky after the transformation, the giant beast opened its mouth wide, gathering chakra inside, forming a gradually expanding chakra sphere. This was the tailed beast's strongest attack, Tailed Beast Bomb. In today's world, very few ninjas could withstand a tailed beast bomb head-on. This attack, which was immensely powerful and had a vast area of effect, was a winning weapon on the battlefield. That's the tailed beast bomb. Is that in the sky the enemy? Damn it, that guy killed my comrades, including Omo. What terrifying power. Is this really a power that humans can possess? The cloud ninjas, who had scattered under the command of the two-tails Jinchuriki, looked back at the standoff scene, their hearts shaken. One was manipulating the power of heaven and earth, unleashing lightning that resembled divine punishment. The other was wielding the power of the strongest creature in the ninja world, the tailed beast, confronting the lightning head-on. These cloud ninjas had never witnessed such a breathtaking scene in their lives, and for a moment, they couldn't help but worry for the safety of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Quick, get further away. Don't cause trouble for the Jinchuriki and drag her down. A clear-headed cloud ninja urged loudly. They, as ordinary ninjas, could not intervene in such high-level battles. Rushing in would only get them crushed by the aftermath of the battle. It's coming. The lightning is coming down. A cloud ninja shouted in alarm, watching the lightning descend. Jinchuriki, the tailed beast bomb, is formed. Another cloud ninja screamed as he saw the tailed beast bomb successfully condensing in the mouth of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, which was then expelled. Countless eyes focused there, watching as the lightning and the tailed beast bomb were about to collide. In that moment, the world seemed to turn into a silent film, devoid of sound, with only the light and shadow at the center of the battlefield. The blue lightning and the black-tailed beast bomb collided. Contact, entanglement, collision, and finally an explosion. Both forces were massive chakra mixtures, and the result of their collision was naturally a gigantic explosion. Boom! The sound was so loud it felt like it would burst eardrums. Some of the weaker cloud ninjas were immediately knocked unconscious. Subsequently, the dust from the explosion swept through the cloud ninja central base, overturning the arranged tents. Equipment transported from the rear, and supply depots stocked with food and water. Did it succeed? The Two-Tails Jinchuriki's beastly eyes narrowed as she stared intently at Uchiha Zongyan in the sky, questioning in her heart. I don't know, but I have a particularly bad premonition. Run away quickly. Jinchuriki, take this last chance to escape. Wairi sighed, urging the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to flee again. No way. How could I run away? Since we have already blocked the previous attack, we just need to keep doing that. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki retorted, feeling somewhat reassured after the success of the tailed beast bomb. Rumble, 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 rumble. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki's eyes froze instantly, because she saw, among the thunderclouds gathering in the sky, a lightning bolt as thick as the one that had just fallen reappearing. This time, however, it was not just one, but 10. Chapter 207. Let Us Die Together. Building Thunder God is a technique created by Uchiha Zongyan, modeled after the move Max Thunder used by Enel in the Sky Island arc of the original One Piece. The difference lies in the fact that Uchiha Zongyan only possesses the Thunder Fruit, lacking the tools that Enel has, such as Enel's golden staff, the drum on his back, and the Arc Maxim. The above three can amplify the power of the Thunder Fruit's lightning, enhancing Enel's techniques. For example, Max Thunder is a move where Enel uses the Arc Maxim to attract electrons in the air, gathering them to form a massive thundercloud, then uses his Thunder Fruit's lightning to guide the thundercloud, finally causing these agitated electrons to strike down to the ground, creating a divine punishment capable of obliterating an area. Without the Arc Maxim, Enel would not be able to use this move. Uchiha Zongyan is the same. Fortunately, he obtained the strongest Zampicut from the world of death. Flame King, flowing blade like fire. Although this sword is not specifically designed to amplify the Thunder Fruit's abilities like the Arc Maxim, it remarkably fused with the Thunder Fruit's abilities during Uchiha Zongyan's battle with Tsuchikage Shin. The lightning of the Thunder Fruit and the fire of flowing blade like fire, which do not interfere with each other, fuse together due to Uchiha Zongyan being their host, forming a more powerful blue flame. Because of this, flowing blade like fire gained the ability to amplify the Thunder Fruit's power. Thus, Uchiha Zongyan created this brand new building Thunder God, which, like Enel's Max Thunder, belongs to the category of super large area lightning attacks. However, Uchiha Zongyan made some small improvements. Max Thunder involves attracting countless bolts of lightning to fall, which is a large-scale indiscriminate attack. The drawback is that the power of each individual lightning bolt is slightly smaller and cannot inflict significant damage on true strong opponents. Building Thunder God, on the other hand, is more refined, merging those small lightning bolts together to form thicker, more powerful lightning, with a single bolt equivalent to the damage of a tailed beast bomb, though it requires a longer charging time. Just like at this moment, the initial lightning bolt was neutralized by the tailed beast bomb spat out by the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, but now 10 more lightning bolts followed. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki was nearly engulfed in despair. Run, Jinchuriki. Don't hesitate any longer. Anyway, your subordinates have already scattered, right? There is no need to stay here to die. Hurry and run. Keeping your life will allow you to better protect your comrades. Want it? Inside the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Wairi's voice became anxious and restless, continuously urging her to escape, because it felt the danger of the 10 brewing lightning bolts. which was something neither it nor the two-tails Jinchuriki could withstand head-on. The only hope was to escape quickly while there was still time. Damn it. I don't want to die here for no reason. If I die, I'll have to sleep in chaos for years before I can resurrect. Not to mention, I don't want the Jinchuriki to die. Why rethought? Watching Uchiha Zongyan in the sky through the eyes of the two-tails Jinchuriki. Memorizing the boy's slightly immature face, vowing to run far away when he sees this person in the future. Didn't you hear what I said? Jinchuriki, hurry and run. As the two-tails Jinchuriki remained still, the two-tails Yugito immediately roared in anger. I'm Sore, Yugito. Strangely, the two-tails Jinchuriki suddenly apologized to Yugito, leaving her momentarily stunned. Then, as if she guessed something, she questioned in disbelief, Jinchuriki, do you mean to say? That's right, I don't want to run away. If I escape, that guy up in the sky will act without restraint. I can't let him do whatever he wants, regardless of whether his moves can harm my fleeing comrades. As the leader of the main force, Lord Fourth Raikage entrusted me with this important responsibility. I cannot betray his trust, so even if I die here, I will not take a step back. Otherwise, my comrades will be in danger. I'm begging you. Yugito, lend me your power once more. The voice of the two-tails Jinchuriki was resolute, as if she had already made up her mind to sacrifice herself. The thunderclouds above were massive, nearly covering the entire area where the main force camp was stationed. She didn't know how extensive the range of that guy's attacks was, but she understood one thing. If she turned and ran now, even if her comrade from the Cloud Village had escaped far enough, that guy in the sky could easily catch up and kill them. The speed and killing efficiency of that guy were evident, having wiped out 1/5 of the 300 small squads scattered along the Fire Country's border in a short time. Allowing Uchiha Zongyan to hunt down those fleeing Cloud ninjas would likely deplete the essence of the Cloud Village. This outcome was unacceptable for both the Cloud Village and her. The two-tails Jinchuriki. Are you crazy? You'll die. You idiot. If you die, I will die with you. Do you want to kill me too? Bastard. Ever since you became my Jinchuriki, who has been helping you all these years, who has been protecting you, who do you turn to when you're in danger? Now you want to sacrifice me for those Cloud ninjas? Two-tails Jinchuriki. Do you have no conscience at all? Yugito was thoroughly enraged. She couldn't believe that her trusted Jinchuriki would have such thoughts. Moreover, the two-tails Jinchuriki's choice at this moment clearly placed the lives of those Cloud Village comrades above her own and was willing to sacrifice herself to protect them. This was the most unacceptable thing for Yugito. Having acknowledged the two-tails Jinchuriki after the real trials, she was now faced with betrayal. I'm sorry, Yugito. I don't know how to explain this to you, and I can't compensate you. But this is my last request. Please, lend me your power one more time. As the two-tails Jinchuriki spoke, her eyes turned red, tears streamed down her face, and her voice trembled with pleading. A moment of silence passed, and the thunder in the sky grew thicker, as if it was about to strike down. I really owe you for my past life. Not only do I have to toil for you, but in the end, I have to die with you. Yugito's helpless voice rang out, bringing joy to the two-tails Jinchuriki. Since you seek death, then I will let you die swiftly. Prepare to bear my full power. Yugito's roar echoed as an immense chakra surged from the seal. This chakra was far stronger than before, filling the two-tails Jinchuriki with the largest amount of tailed beast chakra she had ever experienced since becoming a Jinchuriki, resulting in immense pain to her body. The violent chakra coursed through her meridians, sending unbearable pain signals to the two-tails Jinchuriki's brain, prompting her to roar. Roar. Completely transformed into a tailed beast, the two-tails Jinchuriki unleashed a roar that resonated through the heavens to welcome the new round of divine punishment. Chapter 208. Did my brother prepare a concert for me? Boom! The thunderous sound of the Thunder God was magnificent, echoing far and wide. The Fourth Raikage, who had become incredibly furious and agitated upon receiving the news of the deaths of Omoi and others, clearly caught this sound and couldn't help but look up. Is that thunderclouds? What's going on? Is it raining over there? The ninjas of the Cloud Village were accustomed to thunder and lightning. The Fourth Raikage immediately recognized that the dark shadow gathering over there was indeed thunderclouds. However, he didn't understand how, under clear skies, thunderclouds could suddenly form. Darui. What direction is that? Initially, the Fourth Raikage glanced and dismissed it, but then his heart skipped a beat as if he sensed something, and he quickly shouted for Darui to come over and ask. That direction is towards a main force camp. Darui was momentarily stunned by the question, but quickly looked up and replied after scanning the area. The main force camp. The Fourth Raikage pondered for a moment, He felt that the sudden appearance of the thunderclouds was somewhat off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. The main force camp was where he had personally sent the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to defend. There shouldn't be any mistakes, but why did he feel uneasy? Where is it? After thinking, the fourth Raikage, A asked again. Lord Killer Bee should have taken another large squad to stand by in the northeast direction. Darui recalled the pre-battle arrangements. The fourth Raikage A had sent Killer Bee with half of the mobile forces ninjas to another location, and they were probably still waiting for orders. Signal him to check the main force camp. I'll go too. You stay here. Ultimately, the fourth Raikage A couldn't shake off his worry and ordered Darui. Whether or not something was happening at the main force camp, it would be enough for him and Killer Bee to go. Bringing too many people would hinder the normal operations of the troops. Raikage-sama, is something happening? Darui was taken aback and looked at the fourth Raikage A, then at the distant main force camp, instinctively asking, if I knew what was happening, it would be great. Hurry up. The fourth Raikage A waved his hand, urging Darui to relay the message to Killer Bee, then exerted himself like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in an instant. What? My brother wants me to check the main force camp? Killer Bee suddenly received the fourth Raikage A's order and looked puzzled. Scratching his head, Killer Bee asked the Eight Tails, Hey, what do you think my brother means by this? How would I know? Just do as you're told, and stop asking me everything. The Eight Tails shot back at Killer Bee. TCH, why are you so stingy? What's wrong with asking you a question? But since my brother said so, I might as well go take a look. With that, Killer Bee started running towards the main force camp, but after just a couple of steps, the Eight Tails interrupted him. Idiot! Shouldn't you inform your subordinates before you leave? Won't they panic if they see you're missing? The Eight Tails scolded him angrily. Oh, you're right. I should have told them earlier. Killer Bee, oblivious to his mistake, ran back to inform a few Cloud Village ninjas that he would be gone for a while. Hey, little Eight, why do you think my brother suddenly wants me to go to the main force camp? Is it possible that the Leaf Ninjas are attacking the main force camp? Is it possible that my big brother has received some latest intelligence and needs me and the two wooden men to carry out a new mission? Hey, I suddenly have a brand new guess. Could it be that on the way to the main camp, Karabi has been constantly speculating about the reason for the fourth Raikage's orders and is articulating his thoughts in his mind? The Eight Tails Gyuki, who is completely uninterested and just wants to be left alone, is annoyed by Karabi's incessant chatter, and with veins popping on his forehead, he interrupts loudly. Shut up. You're really loud. Are you even an adult? Why are you still making noise like a kid all day long? We'll find out the reason when we get there anyway. It's not far now. If you keep making noise, I swear I'll break your legs. Before the Eight Tails Gyuki's voice fell, Karabi suddenly clapped his hands, excitedly talking to himself. That's right. My big brother must think I've been working too hard these past few days and wants to reward me. So he set up a stage for me at the main camp for a concert. Wow, there are thousands of people over there. So many people watching my concert. This is amazing. Oh, my big brother, who prepared such a party but didn't tell me and just made me come over, must want to surprise me. He is so nice to me. Hurry, hurry. Let us speed up. I can't keep the audience waiting for my performance. Infectiously excited by his own guess, Karabi completely ignores the furious roar of the Eight Tails Gyuki inside him and quickens his pace, running while excitedly twisting his body as if warming up for a performance. Boom. Boom. Huh. Is it raining? Oh no. I wonder if my big brother set up a tent. I can't let the audience get wet. Hearing the thunder in the distance, Karabi looks up at the storm clouds in the sky and immediately worries. If there is no tent, I wonder if I can use Earth Release Ninjutsu to build a roof. If that doesn't work, I can use raincoats. After all, there are rainproof cloaks in the marching backpack, so it wouldn't be a problem for everyone to wear cloaks to watch my performance. Karabi, you idiot. You bastard. Kunoyuru. Bakayaro. The Eight Tails Gyuki's furious voice is finally heard by Karabi, who brightens up with excitement and asks, Little Eight, are you imitating my Ran? I didn't expect you to learn that too. Karabi, use your stupid brain to listen to me. There's danger ahead. The Eight Tails Gyuki, forcibly suppressing his anger, solemnly tells Karabi in a gritted teeth tone. What do you mean? What danger? A huge danger. There's terrifying lightning release chakra gathering over there. And the storm clouds in the sky are not a natural phenomenon. They are gathered by someone using ninjutsu. There's an extremely dangerous person at your main camp. Be careful. The Eight Tails Gyuki's words make Karabi's expression tighten, and he no longer looks like the carefree person from before. He slowly nods, carefully checks the low-hanging storm clouds in the sky, and then quickens his pace again, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 209. The Wooden Man, is this Two Tails Jinchuriki not running? Could it be that the explosion just now has damaged his brain? floating beneath the storm clouds. Uchiha Zongyan has heavy dark clouds above his head, and violent lightning is brewing continuously, with dazzling electric light reflecting in his eyes. Just now, the first thunder of the lightning god was blocked by the two-tails Jinchuriki, who was transformed into a tailed beast using a tailed beast ball. But such efforts are like a drop in the bucket. The creation of the lightning god is a large-scale, super S-class ninjutsu with strict usage conditions and a long preparation time. But once it is used, it is not something a two-tails Jinchuriki can block. Even if this is a perfect Jinchuriki capable of maximizing the use of tailed beast chakra, it's still the same. Although the original work mentioned this two-tails Jinchuriki, it only appeared as a background character, captured by the Akatsuki organization as one of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. I didn't expect such a strong-willed personality, willing to sacrifice his life to protect his companions and camp. But now, the camp of the Cloud Village has already been destroyed in the explosion just now. Why does he still insist on staying here? Just now, the thunder of the lightning god was blocked by the two-tails Jinchuriki using the tailed beast ball. But the collision of the two huge chakras was like detonating a large-caliber missile here, turning the entire Cloud Ninja main camp into ruins. Having done this, Uchiha Zongyan's purpose for this trip is halfway complete. As the commander of the Northwest Front in this war for Konoha Village, his biggest responsibility is to repel the invading Cloud Village. Destroying the main camp established by the Cloud Village is almost equivalent to breaking one of their legs, preventing them from continuing southward in a short time. After all, although ninjas are all super soldiers, they still need to drink, eat, and sleep. The Cloud Village currently has only a few supplies like soldier pills and water that the ninjas carry with them. Most of their supplies were stored in the main camp, which is now completely destroyed. This includes medical supplies, weapons, sleeping tents, and so on. Although the Cloud Village can directly requisition supplies from the Land of Water if they are ruthless, it will still take a considerable amount of time and leave many negative impacts. Now that the camp is destroyed, if I can kill more Cloud Village ninjas, my purpose will be fully achieved. Uchiha Zongyan's eyes moved, controlling the thick lightning formed by the lightning god to fall in different directions. 10 bolts of lightning, comparable to tailed beast balls, fell straight towards those Cloud ninjas who thought they had reached a safe distance after fleeing and were now standing still watching the battle. What? This kind of attack is targeting others. The two-tails Jinchuriki just borrowed even more tailed beast chakra and is now in pain due to the violent tailed beast chakra's erosion all over her body. She is ready to die here, but unexpectedly, that guy in the sky actually changed targets. I won't allow it. Roaring with unyielding will, this thought flashed through her mind. But as a tailed beast, she could only let out a mournful beast roar that echoed in the sky. What's going on? Why does it seem like the lightning is coming towards us? That's right. The target is us. Run. Damn, we've already run this far. And it can still reach us? This guy is not human. How can a human have such terrifying power? Run. Run. Lord Fourth Rakage, come save us. I don't want to die. In the distance, the clustered Cloud ninjas who had originally been observing were ignited by the thunderous roar from the sky, which was getting closer. The thick lightning was hidden and unlaunched, but it seemed to be getting closer to them, completely igniting the panic in their hearts. Driven by fear, the Cloud ninjas fled, using all their skills to run faster and further. However, how can a human outrun lightning? Boom! Crackle. In the next moment, the 10 bolts of lightning that had been charged fell with a loud roar, illuminating the entire ground. The striking lightning reached the fleeing Cloud ninjas in an instant, turning them into charred corpses, clearly carbonized by the high temperature of the lightning. Roar! In a fit of anger and desperation, the two-tails Jinchuriki, the woodman, didn't have time to think. Her massive body lunged directly at the closest bolt of lightning, intending to use herself as a shield to give her companions a chance to escape. Roar! The bolt of lightning struck her directly, clearly exceeding the woodman's expectations. After fully transforming into a tailed beast, her body was clad in a cloak of tailed beast chakra, and the woodman was confident in her defensive capabilities. But this was still beyond her imagination. Pain. Excruciating pain. The violent lightning struck her body, instantly dispersing the chakra cloak and creating a massive, deep wound on her back, exposing bone with smaller wounds scattered around it. Upon closer inspection, there wasn't a single intact spot on the woodman's back. Even the flesh around the wounds had been cooked due to the high temperature of the lightning, emitting a strange smell. Woodman, are you okay? The two-tails Jinchuriki felt the immense mental shock experienced by the woodman and hurriedly asked. However, it seemed the woodman didn't hear her cries at all. Her massive body lost the will to stand and crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This is bad. The Woodman has lost consciousness due to the pain. No, this might actually be a good thing. Since the Woodman has lost consciousness, I can take over her body and escape. The Two Tails Jinchuriki, initially anxious about the Woodman's dire situation, suddenly thought of the opportunity to control the body and flee. Isn't this 1,000 times better than sitting here waiting to die? Let us do it, hurry and run. Meanwhile, not far away, the remaining Cloud ninjas who survived thanks to the Woodman's desperate attempt to block the lightning clearly witnessed her suffering from the devastating blow. Woodman, she sacrificed herself to save us. Damn it, we are useless and ended up dragging the Woodman down. I can't take it anymore. I want to kill that bastard. I want to kill him. The Cloud ninjas, who had just fled in fear, were now filled with rage because of the Woodman and stared fiercely at the thunderclouds above, wishing they could perish together with Uchiha Zongyan. Chapter 210. I'm not happy. Even a perfect Jinchuriki, after fully transforming into a tailed beast, could not withstand the terrifying damage of the lightning god. The Two Tails Woodman was severely injured by a bolt of lightning, losing her ability to think for a short time. Her consciousness replaced by the sealed Two Tails Jinchuriki inside her, who quickly began to heal her wounds. Just like the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki in the original story, who could rapidly recover from even the heaviest injuries without leaving any scars or aftereffects, the Two Tails Jinchuriki possessed a similar ability. Under the infusion of a large amount of tailed beast chakra, faint white smoke began to rise from the gaping wounds on the Woodman's back, and the smaller wounds were visibly closing rapidly. Wow, it can recover like this? Truly impressive for a tailed beast. Uchiha Zongyan couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this scene. Although he had been around Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, in Konoha, he wasn't so perverse as to intentionally let Naruto get hurt to test his recovery abilities. So this was his first time witnessing the recovery ability of a tailed beast Jinchuriki, leaving him to marvel at the wonders of chakra. However, with this, my objective is almost achieved. If my Sharingan evolves into the Mangeki, I can directly use it to control the Two Tails and bring her back. After the war, she would definitely be a crucial bargaining chip. Yunin would have to pay a higher price to redeem the Two Tails. But without the Mangeki now, I can only kill the Two Tails Jinchuriki first, to prevent her from recovering later and causing me trouble. A tailed beast is the top strategic resource for a country. The Two Tails Jinchuriki is particularly valuable to Yunin Village, as they have Turtle Island to quickly cultivate perfect Jinchuriki. Unlike other ninja villages that have to invest manpower and resources to guard against tailed beast Jinchuriki going berserk. Therefore, if Uchiha Zongyan could take away the Two Tails Jinchuriki now, it would definitely lead to a significant loss for Yunin Village afterward. Since that's not possible now, I must eliminate this hidden danger. As for the others, like those Yunin ninjas still wailing, lamenting, and agitated in the distance, Uchiha Zongyan no longer considered them a threat. Although the lightning god's 10 bolts of lightning were partially blocked by the Woodman, the other 9 bolts still struck a large number of Yunin ninjas. Out of the 4,000 to 5,000 Yunin ninjas stationed at the central camp, only a little over 3,000 remained. With that one strike, Uchiha Zongyan had directly killed over 1,000 Yunin ninjas and combined with those captured from the advance team while asking about the camp's location. He had nearly killed 2,000 Yunin ninjas on this trip. To note, the total number of Yunin troops was only 7,000. Adding to that the destruction of the central camp by Uchiha Zongyan, a large amount of resources that Yunin had painstakingly accumulated, transported, and stored here were destroyed, severely impacting Yunin's strategy. The lightning god was already the strongest damage skill of my thunder fruit, capable of severely injuring a fully tailed beast form Jinchuriki. But it couldn't deliver a fatal blow. I still need to think of a way to improve this. Otherwise, while it might be sufficient for now, I will eventually face the likes of Pain and Uchiha Madara, who are Super Kage level or even 6 pads level freaks. My lightning god would probably struggle to even break through Uchiha Madara's defenses if it hit his complete Susanoo. Uchiha Zongyan's mind wandered, imagining events far in the future. But his hand didn't stop. The flames on the flowing blade of fire in his right hand suddenly surged. The pure white flames instantly transforming into azure flames, raising the temperature of the surrounding air once again. What is that blade? Why does it give me such a chilling feeling? Even the 6-path Sage S tools didn't feel this dangerous to me. Who exactly is this man? The Two Tails Jinchuriki was pouring all her chakra into helping the Woodman recover from her injuries, and she was about to succeed, soon regaining some ability to move. Once she regained her mobility, she would immediately take the woodman and flee. However, what troubled her was that although the thunderclouds in the sky were gradually dissipating, the enemy, standing in the sky, was approaching with an even more dangerous long knife in hand. As she noticed the azure flames appearing on the long knife, the two-tails Jinchuriki felt a long-lost sense of crisis rising within her, reminding her of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. But while the Sage of Six Paths tools had various miraculous functions, none had the terrifying power of the blade before her. No, unveiled. If I get hit, I will definitely die. Hurry, move. The two-tails Jinchuriki's heart raced with alarm, gritting her teeth and desperately urging her chakra. Under her efforts, the tailed, beast-formed body of the woodman trembled slightly, looking like she would soon regain the ability to move. It's over. Uchiha Zongyan sighed, wanting to end the woodman's life, but suddenly felt a massive wave of chakra approaching him. Lightning release, earth walk. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, yellow springs swamp. As Uchiha Zongyan had anticipated, a large group of Yunin ninjas had now approached him from short distance away, releasing ninjutsu at him from ground. Although these Yunin ninjas had varying levels of individual strength, there were enough of them. Hundreds of cloud shinobi, under the command of some leading captains, uniformly unleashed their most powerful ninjutsu against Uchiha Zongyan in the sky. The quantitative change led to a qualitative change. Even Uchiha Zongyan could not withstand the combined power of hundreds of ninjutsu, unless he had the strength of someone like Uchiha Madara, who could simply disregard it while using his Rinnegan. TCH, I didn't expect them to dare to turn back and attack me at this moment. I was distracted by other thoughts and didn't pay attention. But so what? With a damage panel of 99,999, if you miss, isn't it still 0? Uchiha Zongyan remained completely calm. After elementalizing his body, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, easily avoiding these ninjutsu and instantly appearing in another position. Did I hit him? Did I kill that guy? I must have killed him. With hundreds of us using ninjutsu to attack, even the third Raikage couldn't withstand such an assault, right? That guy must have been turned to dust. Ha ha ha. No matter how strong he is, in the end, he was still killed by us. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and rescue Lord Yuki. As Uchiha Zongyan's figure was engulfed in the fiery sea of hundreds of ninjutsu, the cloud shinobi couldn't help but discuss among themselves. But most believed they had killed Uchiha Zongyan and quickly ran towards the two Yuki. Don't come over. Don't come over. That guy's aura is still there. He just changed position. These fools actually think they killed him and are foolishly running over. Damn it. Now that they're all gathered, it's easier for him to wipe them out. The two-tails Jinchuriki watched helplessly as a large number of cloud shinobi rushed over, feeling anxious and wanting to roar. Your bravery is commendable, but it makes me very unhappy. Suddenly, all the cloud shinobi heard Uchiha Zongyan's cold voice. Chapter 211. Do you two also want to dance? Hearing Uchiha Zongyan's voice, which seemed to come from hell, the cloud shinobi all trembled. He's still alive? What kind of monster is this? My God, such an attack couldn't kill him? What do we have to do to defeat him? Damn it, not only did we not kill him, but that attack didn't even touch his clothes. It all missed. This guy, probably only the fourth Raikage could defeat him. Seeing that Uchiha Zongyan was still alive, the cloud shinobi showed expressions of disbelief. You must know that such a large-scale ninjutsu attack, even the once claimed strongest in defense, the third Raikage, could not withstand it. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Zongyan was unscathed. That attack didn't even graze a corner of his clothing. The fourth Raikage? He could defeat me? Ridiculous. Uchiha Zongyan heard the murmurs of the cloud shinobi, as if he had heard a joke, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. At this moment, Uchiha Zongyan's mindset had changed significantly from before the battle began, perhaps influenced by the Uchiha blood flowing in this body. Even the soul and character of Uchiha Zongyan from the 21st century had changed. Proud, arrogant, the characteristics of the Uchiha were so evident. Moreover, just now, Uchiha Zongyan stood high in the sky, controlling divine thunder like a heavenly punishment, severely injuring the two-tails Jinchuriki and killing countless cloud shinobi with ease, like slaughtering chickens and dogs. This feeling of being above others even intoxicated him, igniting the Uchiha spirit within. Uchiha Zongyan narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, looking down at the cloud shinobi on the ground, and proudly said, "You all revere the fourth Raikage so much. Why not first witness my power? Just right, as witnesses, you can make a good comparison." As he spoke, Uchiha Zongyan suddenly gripped the hilt of the sword Ryu Hua and shouted wildly, run, cry, kneel, and pray to me. In the endless sea of hellfire. Regret for your offense against the gods. Fiery hell. With a swish, Uchiha Zongyan lightly swung his sword, and with this swing, the azure flames on the ground instantly boiled. Dozens of pillars of flame shot up into the sky, carrying a terrifying temperature, turning the entire ground into a real hell. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Don't be dazed. Let's use ninjutsu to defend against it. Otherwise, we will die. Defend against what? Is this kind of power something we can withstand? Run, Lord Yuki. Hurry up and leave. The Cloud Shinobi were thrown into chaos. Some were stunned by the terrifying hell created by Uchiha Zongyan, not knowing how to respond. Some hurriedly shouted to their companions to defend together, but it had no effect at all. The smarter ones quickly turned and ran. Others leaned towards the two Yuki, hoping to urge this hero of the hidden cloud village to escape quickly. Finally, I can move. The Two Tails Jinchuriki finally regained control of the body of the Two Tails Yuki and immediately felt a wave of flames that could ignite it entirely, sweeping towards him. The air became extremely hot, and there was no oxygen left in this space. Who the hell is this guy, and why is he so ridiculously strong? Although he can't compare to the original first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha, he is already at the peak of this era, right? When did Konoha produce such a genius? The Two Tails Jinchuriki looked at Uchiha Zongyan in the sky with a complex expression, then was awakened by the rising temperature and hurriedly controlled his body to stand up. Roar! A massive beast roar at this moment seemed so powerless and weak. The Two Tails Jinchuriki didn't even glance at the cloud shinobi trapped in the sea of fire, desperately channeling chakra from within, and dashed forward to escape. Every movement of the giant beast made an astonishing noise, naturally attracting Uchiha Zongyan's attention. He actually recovered so quickly? But what use is that? Lie down for me. Purify everything. Sever. Uchiha Zongyan's long knife suddenly swung out, and a sword energy carrying scorching flames sliced toward the Two Tails Jinchuriki. The beast's instincts sharply sensed this sword energy, but at this moment, it only wanted to quickly distance itself from Uchiha Zongyan and had no intention of looking back. Swish! Roar! The severing sword energy instantly broke through the chakra shield on the Two Tails Jinchuriki, then slashed into flesh, tearing a terrifying wound on its back. In pain, the Two Tails Jinchuriki let out a pained roar. Its fleeing motion immediately halted, and the giant beast crashed to the ground, creating a massive pit and kicking up countless dust. But the next moment, the Two Tails Jinchuriki stubbornly controlled its body and fled again. This time it no longer spent chakra to heal its injuries, but focused entirely on escaping. This action would undoubtedly leave severe aftereffects on the body of the Two Tails Yuki, but compared to life, it was nothing. Lord Yuki, the Cloud Shinobi struggling to escape in the hellfire. A few had the leisure to pay attention to the movements of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, and upon seeing this scene, they immediately shouted in worry. You still have time to worry about others, didn't you hear? Uchiha Zongyan sneered. What? The Cloud Shinobi, hearing Uchiha Zongyan's words, completely did not understand what he meant. The taste of hell. In the next moment, the dozens of massive columns of flame that shot into the sky began to rapidly converge, and the Cloud Ninja trapped inside were instantly charred to a crisp by the surging high temperatures. Some Cloud Ninja, who had already fled to the edges, on the verge of escaping, also met their demise due to the sudden change. Bang! The next moment, after the columns of flame converged, a tremendous explosion occurred. The explosion pushed the Hellfire Crisis to a new peak. Even those Cloud Ninja, who were not touched by the columns of flame, instantly lost their ability to resist, turning into charred corpses. Stay back. At that moment, all the Cloud Ninja in the fiery hell perished, and Uchiha Zongyan immediately transformed into lightning and dashed after the fleeing Two Tails Jinchuriki. Roar! Answering him was an extremely furious beast roar. The Two Tails clearly harbored deep hatred for him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Uchiha Zongyan was jolted awake from his bizarre state by the radar ability granted by the Thunder Fruit. Two powerful chakra fluctuations rapidly approached him, both carrying strong malice. Lightning release. Thunderclap, Heat Blade. Supersonic Thunderblade. The moment Uchiha Zongyan sensed the approaching malice, he immediately halted his pursuit and darted in another direction. In the next instant, two figures passed by the spot he had just vacated, both using powerful ninjutsu. Did he actually dodge it? Huh. Did he actually manage to evade my sneak attack? After the two figures crossed paths, they each stopped and quickly searched for Uchiha Zongyan's location. Both were dark-skinned, with light yellow hair, and were very muscular and strong. One wore a white cloak without an inner lining, revealing his strong chest and abs, with a small mustache on his chin. The other was dressed in a white combat outfit, wearing black sunglasses and carrying many knives. It turned out to be the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Did you two come specifically for me? I feel truly honored. Before the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee could locate Uchiha Zongyan, he spoke up first. The two looked in the direction of the voice and found Uchiha Zongyan floating far above them in the sky, looking down at them. B, you go take the two tails to a safe place. I'll keep an eye on this guy. The fourth Raikage first instructed Killer Bee, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Zongyan. Observing him, you're a ninja from Konoha? That disgusting Sharingan, is it from the Uchiha clan? Konoha actually sent an Uchiha over at this time. Could it be that your Uchiha has won the Civil War? The fourth Raikage immediately recognized Uchiha Zongyan's Sharingan and questioned him. Well, this information is not something you can know. Uchiha Zongyan shook his head, completely ignoring the fourth Raikage's probing. Instead, he raised the flowing blade of fire, pointing the tip at Killer Bee, who was about to rush towards the two tails after receiving the command, and smiled. The fourth Raikage is indeed as rumored. Exuding en overwhelming yoha. He is confident that he can defeat me alone, so he casually sends the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to look after his subordinates. But before that, why not ask for my opinion? Hearing this, Killer Bee glanced at the fourth Raikage, saw that he had no objections, shrugged, and walked away without paying any attention to Uchiha Zongyan's threat. Oomph. You little brat who doesn't know the sky from the ground. If you have the ability, why not give it a try? Dare to fight me, Uchiha brat. Although the fourth Raikage appears to be a brute on the surface, he is actually a brute with some brains. He wore a disdainful smile as he provocatively looked at Uchiha Zongyan. Hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan in the sky's eyes flickered, and he uttered the line he had long wanted to say. Fourth Raikage, Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Do you both want to dance as well? Chapter 212. The main force in Uchiha Fugaku, just as Uchiha Zongyan and the fourth Raikage were at a standoff on the battlefield far from them. Closer to the borders of the Land of Fire, a large group of Konoha ninjas arrived at the border defense base recently occupied by the Cloud-Hidden Vanguard. These people were naturally part of the Konoha army under Uchiha Zongyan, tasked with resisting the invasion of the Land of Lightning. The reason why Uchiha Zongyan had already fought several battles and killed thousands of Cloud Ninja while these reinforcements arrived late was mainly due to Uchiha Zongyan himself. He took advantage of the Thunder Fruit's ability, transforming into lightning, making him the fastest in the entire ninja world. Furthermore, because he was particularly eager to fight against real strong opponents, he left the main force behind and rushed ahead. On the other hand, the Konoha army had many things to pay attention to while marching. They naturally could not be as carefree as Uchiha Zongyan, needing to always be mindful of formation and the surrounding environment. Additionally, while ordinary ninja could move quickly, far faster than horses in the cold weapon era, the gap between them and the lightning-fast Uchiha Zongyan was too great to catch up. The commander had ordered them not to follow him before he left and to wait for further instructions. Upon reaching the border defense base, Uchiha Fugaku ordered the troops to set up camp and dispatched over 44-man teams to scout and maintain vigilance, while the remaining personnel began preparing logistics. It should be known that fighting a war is not as easy as it seems. It's not just about gathering everyone who can fight and finding a suitable place for a direct duel to determine the winner. Before finding the enemy and finally engaging in close combat, a lot of preparation is required, even after finding a suitable place to camp. Temporary latrines need to be built for the soldiers, and strict regulations on the number of visits, timing, and personnel must be established. In the cold weapon era, whether a unit was elite could even be assessed by how well they built their latrines after camping. If a unit consisted of loosely organized soldiers, with the officers neglecting their duties and allowing the soldiers to do as they pleased, a large number of soldiers might end up caught off guard and lose their heads before they could even pull up their pants when the enemy attacked. Fortunately, this is the ninja world. Ninjas have ninjutsu as a convenient tool, and a simple earth release technique can create a temporary but functional latrine. This guy really has a big heart, actually leaving the main force behind to look for the Cloud Ninja alone. Inside the tent that had been hastily set up, Uchiha Fugaku sat with a frown. This was the first foreign war since the Uchiha clan came to power, and if they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the Uchiha clan could be said to have brought out their full strength, deploying nearly as many troops as during the previous rebellion. The number of participants far exceeded those in previous ninja world wars. After all, in the past, they served Konoha and the Hokage faction. But this time, they were fighting for themselves. Thus, under Uchiha Zongyan's command, Uchiha Fugaku, an elder of the Uchiha clan with a Mangeki Sharingan, also rushed to the battlefield as a deputy commander. This former Uchiha clan leader, although he lost his position due to Uchiha Zongyan's rise and his own mistakes, was tolerated by the Uchiha clan, which had a deep-rooted admiration for strength. The prerequisite being that he must possess strength that could convince them all. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan is the hard power that commands the obedience of other Uchiha clan members. This is an eye that even Uchiha Sojitsu does not possess, which naturally earns Uchiha Fugaku enough respect and status. Additionally, although Uchiha Fugaku previously stood against Uchiha Sojitsu and was publicly defeated by him, he later managed to confront the reality, obediently handing over his power and position, ensuring a smooth power transition within the clan, and demonstrating a commitment to the greater good and the supremacy of the clan. These actions were enough for Uchiha Fugaku to regain the reputation he had lost, allowing Uchiha Sojitsu to confidently appoint him as his deputy to lead the Konoha army. Uchiha Fugaku himself gradually emerged from the pain of losing a son. After all, to be blunt, that eldest son of his truly deserved to die. Moreover, the ongoing war against the Land of Lightning not only concerns the Uchiha clan's future, but also the safety of Konoha village. So Uchiha Fugaku can only exhaust his efforts. Even when Uchiha Sojitsu recklessly left the main force to act alone, Uchiha Fugaku could only patiently reassure his subordinates and safely lead them to the front line, commanding them to set up camp. Only then did he have time to sit in the tent and mumble about the unreliable Uchiha Sojitsu. However, to be fair, this kid really doesn't seem like a member of the Uchiha clan. Over the years, we have suffered under the oppression of the Hokage faction. Although the clan members have deep grievances and often harbor rebellious thoughts, none have ever looked down upon the Hokage like Uchiha Sojitsu does, nor dared to take bold action. Uchiha Fugaku thought he truly could not imagine such a misfit emerging from the clan. Compared to the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sojitsu resembles the former Uchiha Madara. His personality is arrogant, and his actions are bold. He hardly regards others as equals, yet he possesses great strength and always gets what he wants. Coupled with that pride in battle, he is exactly like the Uchiha Madara described by the clan elders. Although Uchiha Fugaku was born after Uchiha Madara had already died at the Valley of the End, that man influenced an era and was a figure standing at the pinnacle of the entire age. Even in death, his stories continue to circulate, and Uchiha Fugaku grew up listening to tales of Uchiha Madara. However, after growing up, he never saw anyone in the clan resembling Uchiha Madara, nor could he ever reach such heights. But now, as the Uchiha clan stands on the brink of destruction, Uchiha Sojitsu appears, and his style of action is quite similar to the Uchiha Madara from the stories, which leaves Uchiha Fugaku both shocked and puzzled. But this is just his own opinion. If Uchiha Sojitsu knew, he would probably seriously refute it. That guy Uchiha Madara only had Hashirama in his eyes. Every time he encountered Hashirama, he acted like a long-neglected wife from a deep boudoir. How could I be similar to him? After thinking for a while, Uchiha Fugaku cast aside these unfounded thoughts, stood up, and walked out of the tent to look into the distance, his brows slightly furrowed. He wondered what the situation was like on Sojitsu's side. If he had launched an attack and failed, even getting injured due to recklessness, this war would be difficult to fight. Clearly, he's a commander, yet he makes such reckless moves. One can only say he truly is a member of the Uchiha clan, right? As Uchiha Fugaku worried, a sturdy Uchiha clansman approached from a distance. Second Elder, just now a group of returning defense troops was found by our reconnaissance team. They seem to have seen clan head Sojitsu. Bring them over. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately ordered the returning defense troops to be brought over. We greet you, my lord. Soon, a small team from the defense troops stationed at the border of the Land of Fire arrived before Uchiha Fugaku. Knowing that they were summoned by the deputy commander of this war, the Konoha ninjas of the team showed great respect, bowing as soon as they met. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the deputy commander for the northeastern front of this war. You are the defense troops stationed at the border, correct? Uchiha Fugaku nodded and introduced himself before immediately asking. Uchiha Fugaku, ISNT he the clan head of the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this name, the team leader immediately associated it with the information he knew, as this name represented the clan head of the Uchiha clan in his memory. But what about the guy who just claimed to be Uchiha clan head Sojitsu? The team leader was momentarily filled with doubts but did not show it, instead lowering his head to conceal his expression. The border defense troops had long periods of stationing, so when he last left Konoha village, Uchiha Fugaku was still the clan head. Not long ago, they heard about the drastic changes in the village, rumored to be due to a rebellion by the Uchiha clan against the Konoha ninjas led by the third Hokage, resulting in a civil war. However, the changes in the village, thousands of miles away, had nothing to do with them, who were suffering at the border. Even the information they received was only fragments from rumors. This time, whether it was the previous Uchiha Sojitsu or the current Uchiha Fugaku, it was clear that both seemed to hold significant power, unlike someone who had failed in a civil war. So, did the Uchiha clan win the civil war? He was also uncertain about the situation of his clan. Did they choose to follow the Uchiha clan to enjoy the spoils, or stand with the third Hokage and meet a miserable fate? The team leader's mind was filled with heavy thoughts, but it was more important to answer Uchiha Fugaku's question, so he suppressed his emotions and replied, "Reporting to you. My lord, I belong to the 7th Squad of the 1st Battalion of the Border Defense, stationed just 14 kilometers ahead. I heard you encountered Sojitsu on the way. Sojitsu? Is it the young man who claims to be Uchiha Sojitsu? It seemed that these two didn't have any conflicts. Could it be that he voluntarily passed on the position of clan head? Reporting to you, my lord. Yes, our squad did indeed encounter a young man who claimed to be Uchiha Sojitsu, wearing blood-red armor and carrying a long sword at his waist." Uchiha Fugaku nodded. From this description, he knew that the person must be Uchiha Sojitsu. It seems Uchiha Sojitsu has likely been within the range of the Cloud Hidden Village for a long time. He wondered how things were going. "Did he have any conversation with you?" Upon hearing this question, the defense team's leader hesitated for a moment, raised his head to look at Uchiha Fugaku, his expression strange. Uchiha Fugaku voiced his inquiry. That Lord Uchiha Sojitsu said he was going to deliver an unforgettable gift to the Cloud Hidden Village. Chapter 213. The Awakening of the Two Wooden Puppets. My head feels so dizzy. Where is this? What happened? The two wooden puppets slowly regained their senses from chaos, bit by bit, but the feeling as if they had just been struck hard in a large bell made it difficult for their minds to fully awaken. Not long ago, the two wooden puppets had used their bodies to block a lightning strike from the deity Kini Raijin to cover their subordinates' retreat, and they were knocked unconscious by the thunder, completely losing consciousness. Before losing consciousness, the two wooden puppets had already prepared for their imminent death. But unexpectedly, they have now regained their senses, feeling as if their bodies are moving rapidly. Why? Why is my body running? The two-tailed wooden man felt a surge of confusion in her heart, forcing herself to open her eyes. At first, everything was blurry and indistinct, but gradually, a vivid scene emerged. The trees were moving? No, it was me moving. I was running fast. As the two-tailed wooden man opened her eyes, she saw the trees speeding past her. And only then did she realize that she was swiftly traversing through the forest. "You're awake?" Two-tailed man. Just as the two-tailed wooden man was puzzled, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Evie, is that you? Are you controlling my body?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of Wai-Bai, the two-tailed wooden man immediately understood the situation. This was not the first time such a thing had happened to her. Many years ago, when she had just become the two-tailed Jinchuriki, she had also experienced the sensation of Wai-Bai seizing control of her body. "That's right. You should thank me. Now you owe me a life. If I hadn't taken you away in a critical moment, what you would see when you open your eyes would not be the forest in front of you, but the third Raikage and the previous two-tailed Jinchuriki sleeping in the Pure Land." Wai-Bai's voice carried a sense of weakness, but also a sense of relief and happiness at having survived. Hearing Wai-Bai's words, the two-tailed wooden man completely understood. It seemed that after I lost consciousness, that leaf ninja had pursued me to try to kill me, and it was you who saved me, right? A warm feeling rose in the heart of the two-tailed wooden man. Although as a perfect Jinchuriki, she and Wai-Bai had long since reached a certain degree of reconciliation, considering each other as companions and friends, even among companions. It was hard not to be moved by Wai-Bai's kindness and actions. Of course, you have to know that it was very dangerous just now. If it weren't for me, Wai-Bai, speaking of this, suddenly became more animated and wanted to recount the thrilling experience of narrowly escaping death, but was interrupted by the two-tailed wooden man's slightly choked voice. "Thank you, Wai-Bai. Hey, what's there to think about? If you die, I will die too, right? I'm not thanking you for that. I'd already made up my mind to die." The two-tailed wooden man shook her head. "I'm thanking you because you have been able to tolerate my willfulness time and again and are willing to do things you shouldn't have done because of my requests. Even though it was my own recklessness and unreasonable behavior, you accepted it. I I really appreciate you. The meaning of the two-tailed wooden man was simple, as a tailed beast controlled by the Cloud Village. It was natural for Waibai to see everyone in Cloud Village as an enemy. But this time, because of the two-tailed wooden man's request, she was willing to involve herself in a situation that might lead to her death to save the Cloud Ninja, who were in opposition to her. Making such a move was enough to prove the two-tailed wooden man's status in Waibai's heart. Well, this kind of thing, Waibai's voice suddenly became a bit dry, and for a moment, it seemed she didn't know how to respond, falling into an awkward silence. A tailed beast that had existed for thousands of years was still unaccustomed to situations that made one feel at a loss. Fortunately, the two-tailed wooden man did not continue, actively changing the subject. Waibai, where are we going now? Is everything okay at the camp? The two-tailed wooden man had lost consciousness after blocking Kenny Raisin, so she naturally didn't know what happened afterward. Of course, we're going to the base we set up behind. If you don't hurry and find a medical ninja to treat these injuries, the consequences will be unimaginable. Only that base has enough medical ninjas and materials. You don't need to worry about the camp. When I left, the fourth Raikage and that guy Karabi had already arrived. By now, they should have driven that guy away. Waibai explained to the two-tailed wooden man. According to the marching route of the Cloud Village army, the central camp where the two-tailed wooden man had previously stationed was the focal point, while the forward base that the vanguard had touched upon was the front point. The rear point was located within the land of hot water, serving as a support base and a storage site for military supplies. Although the Cloud Army consisted entirely of ninjas, ninjas also needed food, drink, and relief. They required substantial logistical support to go to war. The supplies brought over from the Land of Lightning by the Cloud Village were clearly insufficient to support them in marching all the way from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Fire, and then engaging in a prolonged war with the Leaf. Therefore, in addition to the supplies carried by the army itself, they also needed to gather resources within the Land of Hot Water for subsequent replenishment. The two-tailed wooden man was headed there. Only there would there be enough medical ninjas and supplies to treat her. The fourth Raikage and Karabi have already arrived? That's great. This way, I can indeed rest easy. Upon hearing this, the two-tailed wooden man's heart finally relaxed, and she completely let go of her tension. As a ninja from the Cloud Village, and having grown up with the fourth Raikage, the two-tailed wooden man was very clear about the fourth Raikage strength, which was definitely at the top level in the ninja world. Moreover, with a more powerful eight-tailed Jinchuriki like Karabi, even that mysterious and powerful leaf ninja would undoubtedly be defeated with those two together. With those two around, my task is to heal my injuries and recover my combat ability quickly. Waibai, let's hurry back. I'm counting on you. Upon hearing the two-tailed wooden man's words, Waibai secretly curled her lips. Although the fourth Raikage and Karabi were indeed very strong, that man gave me an even more dangerous feeling. I hope they can win, even though they are both very annoying people. Chapter 414. Tell me your name. The central camp of the Cloud Village army is now in ruins, after being struck down by Kenny Raisin like a violent punishment from the heavens. It seemed to have turned into a battlefield that had undergone the baptism of countless bullets and artillery after a large-scale battle. The thousands of Cloud ninjas stationed here, after helplessly abandoning hundreds of their charred comrades' bodies, fled in disarray. Now, the only ones left alive in the field were Uchiha Zongyan, the fourth Raikage, who had rushed over in a hurry, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki Karabi, and the unlucky ones struggling from the hellfire created by the flowing blade of fire, who were left with their last breath. Uchiha Zongyan's words, "Do you two want to dance as well?" completely ignited the fourth Raikage A's fury. "You damn brat. Today, I will definitely tear you to pieces." The fourth Raikage A's already dark face filled with anger, becoming somewhat twisted, his sharp eyes fixed on Uchiha Zongyan, radiating killing intent. Karabi, seeing the fourth Raikage in this state, was slightly surprised and thought to himself, I haven't seen my brother this angry in a long time. It's really scary to see him like this. However, it was normal for his brother to be this angry. The leaf ninja in front of them not only severely injured the wooden man, but also destroyed the entire central camp and all the supply reserves, killing so many of their comrades. Even I, at this moment, would love to stab him hard, let alone my brother. Don't be fooled by Karabi's burly stature and rugged appearance. This eight-tailed Jinchuriki, who enjoys singing, dancing, and running without basketball, is actually a man with a very delicate mind. At this moment, seeing the fourth Raikage AI completely enraged by Uchiha Zongyan's provocation, he rationally chose not to step in and show himself, appearing completely unconcerned. I'll take my leave then. Big brother, be careful. This little brat doesn't seem easy to deal with. Karabi glanced at Uchiha Zongyan and knew that this was not an enemy that could be easily resolved. But his furious brother would obviously not agree to team up against him, so he could only turn around to execute his orders. The Two Tails Jinchuriki's task in the Hidden Cloud Village was of great importance and could not be delayed. He needed to hurry over to check it out. Stop being so verbose. Hurry up. The fourth Reikage AI snapped impatiently, his eyes still fixed on UchihaZongyan. In the sky, UchihaZongyan heard their conversation and frowned in displeasure. I still want to see the strength of the AB combination from the Hidden Cloud Village. You want to leave just like that? Stay here. With a sweep of his blade, the flowing blade like fire suddenly slashed out, forming a dazzling blade of blue flame aimed at the turning Kurabi. Then, a figure appeared at an incredible speed, violently slicing through the blade of light. How ridiculous! A ninja from Konoha thinks they can challenge our Hidden Cloud Village with such petty tricks? The arrogant little brat, unaware of the world. I will teach you a lesson today in place of your parents and elders. So, you will understand that the most important thing in this world is to have respect. The one who shattered the blade of light was, of course, the fourth Reikage AI, whose entire body was wrapped in raging lightning, his white short hair standing on end. Speaking ominously, this was the secret technique of the Reikage lineage from the Hidden Cloud Village, lightning release chakra mode. This technique has a very high entry threshold, requiring exceptionally strong physical attributes and a high affinity for lightning release chakra. So throughout the generations in the Hidden Cloud Village, only the Reikage and his trained disciples could learn it. Those who successfully mastered this technique could almost certainly become the successor to the Reikage position. Moreover, the fourth Reikage AI had added his own innovations to the lightning release chakra mode, creating an even more powerful lightning release armor. After using this technique, it maximizes the stimulation of a user's body, elevating speed to its peak, making even the Uchiha clan's Sharingan unable to capture the moving fourth Reikage AI. In the original work, the fourth Reikage AI relied on this move to instantly dodge when Uchiha Sasuke launched Amaterasu against him, solidifying the reputation of Amaterasu. The flames of kindness. Teach me a lesson? You think you're worthy. Uchiha Zongyan sneered, blue flames wrapping around his body in an instant, mirroring the fourth Reikage AI. Swish! Before the sound of breaking air reached the ears, Uchiha Zongyan's figure had already appeared in front of him, blinking from his original position to behind Kurabi, suddenly slashing down with his sword. Move! Kurabi had no time to react. But the Eight Tails Gyuki inside him sensed the immense danger and couldn't help but shout loudly to warn his host to dodge quickly. However, it seemed Kurabi didn't hear it at all and continued to run forward, completely disregarding the long blade about to strike the back of his head. Bang! Little brat. Don't underestimate people. Once again, it was the fourth Reikage AI, whose speed was equally astonishing, blocking Uchiha Zongyan's long blade again, glaring furiously at him. Bang bang bang. Seeing his two attacks blocked by the fourth Reikage AI, Uchiha Zongyan simply pulled his blade and slashed at him, his cold face showing no expression, only his pupils reflecting the blue blade light. Why didn't you dodge just now? If the fourth Reikage hadn't blocked for you, you would have either died or been severely injured. Taking advantage of the time, the fourth Reikage AI and Uchiha Zongyan were entangled. Kurabi had already created some distance and was now far away. The Eight Tails Gyuki couldn't help but ask in fear, "Little Eight, is that even a question?" Kurabi's rugged face broke into a confident smile, as if it were only natural to answer, because Big Brother will definitely block that strike. What do I have to be afraid of? Having been personally guided and trained by the previous Reikage as the B of the AB combination, Kurabi had essentially grown up alongside the fourth Reikage AI. The bond and tacit understanding they developed over the years gave him complete trust in the fourth Reikage AI. So even though the alarm bells were ringing in his heart just now, he was able to completely ignore them and run forward with determination. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot blade. The fourth Reikage AI transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly closing in on Uchiha Zongyan, his thick arm bent, striking directly at Uchiha Zongyan's throat with the inner side of his elbow. This blow, if it connected, could possibly snap his neck. Zzz. Uchiha Zongyan, seeing this, did not clash head-on, instead using a teleport to leave his original spot. However, in the next moment, the fourth Reikage AI pursued him like a shadow, a smirk of success appearing on his cold face. Heavy flow burst. This technique was 3 times more powerful than the lightning plow hot blade, concentrating all of his lightning release chakra in his elbow, driving it like the sharpest spear deep into the enemy's chest. This was a tactic formed from the fourth Reikage AI's many years of accumulated battle experience. using the lightning plow hot blade to quickly approach the enemy, forcing them to evade or defend, and then following up with a heavy flow burst to defeat them in one blow. Since the fourth Raikage AI had grown up, this series of moves had been almost invincible, bringing him sufficient achievements in the Third Shinobi World War. In fact, the reason why the fourth Raikage AI's combo was so effective was primarily because of the incredible speed he gained after entering Lightning Release Chakra mode. Originally, the Lightning Plow Hot Blade could cause most ninjas to lose the time to evade and defend, so the subsequent second move could easily take the opponent's life. But what if the enemy the fourth Raikage AI faced was faster than him? The answer can be seen in the Third Shinobi World War, where the fourth Raikage AI and the Two Tails Jinchuriki Karabi faced Konoha's Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze against Minato, who had the Flying Thunder God technique as an advantage. The fourth Raikage AI's proud speed was utterly insignificant. He couldn't even touch the hem of the opponent's clothing, let alone injure him. Of course, at that time, Minato had not yet developed the Rasengan, so he couldn't break through the fourth Raikage AI's defense with Kunai, and they were forced to fight to a standstill. And now, with the fourth Raikage AI activating Lightning Release Chakra mode and the strongest Lightning Release armor, he encountered an enemy who was even faster than him. Uchiha Zongyan, having consumed the Thunder Fruit, had completely surpassed his speed. ZZZZ. The fourth Raikage AI's elbow struck against Uchiha Zongyan's chest in an instant, but the sensation that came back made him instinctively frown. What is this? In the next moment, the Uchiha Zongyan, who had just been hit, disappeared, already positioned above the fourth Raikage AI. 30 million volts. Lightning slash. A massive amount of lightning exploded from Uchiha Zongyan's flowing blade, traveling along the blade to the tip and then suddenly slashing down, forming a blade of light that descended like heavenly thunder, directly striking the fourth Raikage AI. Not good. Due to mistakenly believing he had hit Uchiha Zongyan just now, the fourth Raikage AI's reaction was slightly delayed, and by the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. So he decisively gathered Lightning Release Chakra in both hands and smashed it against the descending lightning blade. Lightning Torment level. The fourth Raikage A wrapped his hands in Lightning Chakra, striking down the falling lightning blade with the force of two indestructible blades, dispersing the thunder. However, he was not completely unharmed. He was still struck by the lightning, leaving his hands slightly charred. Who exactly is this kid? When did Konoha get such a powerful lightning user? Just now. He dodged my lightning release. Heavy flow attack in a very strange manner, somewhat similar to Uchiha Shursue's body flicker technique, but not entirely the same. Damn it, he actually injured me with lightning release. This is infuriating. Just now, when the fourth Raikage's heavy flow hit Uchiha Zongyan, he felt nothing. He sensed something was wrong, and, sure enough, the next moment, Uchiha Zongyan attacked him from another position. This feeling of combat reminded the fourth Raikage of the past body flicker Shursue. Uchiha Shursue's body flicker technique had such characteristics. The speed was so extreme that it left an afterimage in place, as if using a shadow clone technique. But that alone wasn't a big deal. Even if Uchiha Shursue were resurrected, the fourth Raikage felt confident he could win, as the gap between them was not small. However, what shocked and angered him the most was that Uchiha Zongyan's lightning release ninjutsu was purer and more powerful than his own, which he had painstakingly studied for decades. How could this be possible? Unlike him, Uchiha Zongyan above was feeling increasingly good. He felt a sense of exhilaration. Fighting against a master of the same level without needing to hold back was truly rare. Among the shadow-level powerhouses he had fought before, only Uchiha Itachi was a true life-and-death rival. Others like Uchiha Fugaku, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya all required consideration of each other's identities and could not fight to the death. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi's fighting style was not one of direct confrontation. He focused more on genjutsu and tactical skills, making the battles less exhilarating. Here it comes. 30 million volts. Lightning slash. Uchiha Zongyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he brought down his blade, wrapped in terrifying lightning, once again. But this time, the fourth Raikage had time to react and would not foolishly remain in place to be hit. He used body flicker to dodge before the lightning struck, landing in an open area. This kid, he is truly dangerous. His speed is on par with mine, and his use of lightning release is even above mine. He can even fly into the air like that old man Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, and that knife in his hand was able to pierce through my strongest lightning release armor. It seems I can't clash with him head on. I must change my fighting style. The fourth Raikage thought to himself And although he recognized Uchiha Zongyan's strength, he felt a competitive spirit and a long-lost excitement rising within him, unable to resist shouting. "You little brat from Konoha, your strength is still far from enough, but you are already among the top in Konoha. Tell me your name. That way, when I kill you and bring your head back to the village, I can tell my subordinates who the owner of this head is." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan let out a cold smile, lifting his right directly at the fourth Raikage, his tone chilling. "Uchiha Zongyan, the name of the person who will kill the fourth Raikage and the 2 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki and destroy the entire Kyumogakure. Do you remember?" Chapter 415. The fourth Raikage being forced to take hits throughout history. Ninjas in the world of shinobi generally possess high attack, but low defense characteristics. Without mastering techniques that can enhance defense or vitality, most ninjas, even those with super strong abilities, often have fragile bodies. Even elite Jonin and Kage from the 5 great nations can be taken down by a tiny kunai. However, the fourth Raikage was not one of those people. He could be called a blood cow. Not only did he have a strong and robust physique, but he also had lightning release chakra mode and the strongest lightning release armor, allowing him to completely disregard low damage attacks. And his stamina and energy far exceeded those of ordinary ninjas. After all, during the Third Great Ninja War, when Minato faced him, he could only scratch him and couldn't truly harm him. On the other side, Uchiha Zongyan, although lacking similar body techniques, had eaten the thunder fruit and, after some time of training, had mastered its abilities, causing him to start transforming into a powerhouse from the world of One Piece. The most immediate changes were in vitality and defense, allowing him to engage in close combat with monsters like the fourth Raikage. Bang! With a loud bang, Uchiha Zongyan's Reinato and the fourth Raikage's hand, wrapped in lightning release chakra, collided, sending both of them flying backward. After all, it was a physical clash against a divine weapon like Ryunako, and the fourth Raikage's hand was cut open with a long wound from the earlier collision. Not only that, but his arms were also covered in fine cuts, and even his chest bore marks. No matter how amazing the defense of the strongest lightning release armor was, it was still just a technique for using lightning release chakra, and it was normal not to defend perfectly against a collision with Ryunako. Moreover, after entering lightning release chakra mode, the fourth Raikage cell activity increased rapidly, and small wounds began to heal quickly, leaving only faint scars. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zongyan appeared completely unscathed. His fair face was spotless, his black hair still smooth, and the blood-red armor he wore gleamed brightly. However, he looked somewhat fatigued, and, after standing still, he took a few small breaths before calming down. The fourth Raikage was truly a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. After such high-intensity combat for 10 minutes, he still seemed to be in control. In contrast, I, relying on speed to maintain the offensive against him, had already consumed almost half of my chakra. The previous lightning release, Thunder God consumed far too much chakra, leaving me unable to fight him at full capacity now. The battle had lasted 10 minutes. 2 of the fastest ninjas in the ninja world had clashed in hand-to-hand combat for 10 minutes, turning the entire area into a mess. Uchiha Zongyan had already used the powerful lightning release, Thunder God technique earlier, so his chakra was less than half. But looking at the fourth Raikage, he seemed to have just entered a state of readiness. How about it, kid? Do you still have the energy to continue fighting? From the looks of you, your chakra must be running low. With this little power, you dare to come here to die. I really don't understand what you guys in Konoha are thinking. The fourth Raikage keenly noticed Uchiha Zongyan's panting and adjustment, instantly realizing that his opponent had exhausted a lot of energy, and immediately provocatively said, "Who is dying is still uncertain, fourth Raikage. In any case, I have already killed nearly 1,000 of your Kyumogakure ninjas and destroyed your central camp. Do you Kyumogakure still have the ability to continue the attack?" Uchiha Zongyan sneered. "Oomph. Our Kyumogakure ninjas, once they step onto the battlefield, are already prepared for sacrifice. Ninjas who have grown up in the harsh environment of the plateau are not like the flowers in your Konoha's greenhouse. Moreover, it's just a bit of supplies. What does that count for? As long as the army presses in and enters the land of fire, R&T, there's supplies everywhere." The fourth Raikage retorted stubbornly, although he knew very well that, given the current situation of losing so many troops and damaging logistics, the most rational decision would be to temporarily retreat to the logistics base in the land of soup for rest and resupply. He would never say such things out loud. As the shadow of a village, he needed to face the enemy with the strongest posture. How stubborn? 30 million volts. Thunder slash. Heavy flow burst. Uchiha Zongyan sneered and, without further ado, charged forward again with his sword. The blade, like fire, carried terrifying thunder and struck directly at the elbow of the fourth Raikage AI, who was enveloped in lightning chakra, creating a dazzling burst of electricity. Bang, bang, bang. One strike was blocked, and then another. Uchiha Zongyan towered above, continuously swinging his long knife, forcing the fourth Raikage AI into a passive defense for the time being. Damn it, another strike. And the fourth Raikage AI could only block it with his elbow, but the impact sent a piercing pain to his mind. His defensive capabilities were indeed impressive, but his body was still made of flesh and blood, and he could still feel pain. This little leaf brat's speed is even faster than mine. Under his assault, I can't find any space to counterattack and can only keep defending passively. Although my stamina and chakra are stronger than his, if this continues, I will ultimately be the victor, but the key is that this little brat has the ability to fly. If it comes to the end and he wants to escape when he is out of stamina, I won't be able to keep him. The fourth Raikage AI was filled with anger. He had been the one taking hits since the battle began. Although the damage was not high, the humiliation was extremely strong. If in the end, Uchiha Zongyan got to enjoy himself, and then just flew away, where would that leave his face? Moreover, this invasion of the leaf could not afford any failure. This kid's strength was so formidable, coupled with speed and flying capabilities. If a full-scale war broke out between the two sides, it would bring tremendous damage to the hidden cloud. This was something the fourth Raikage AI could not tolerate. Since that's the case, there's no other way. The fourth Raikage AI thought of something and steeled his resolve. For the next 3 minutes, the fourth Raikage AI remained in a passive position until he sensed a familiar chakra. The chakra of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is back. Perfect. Let's see what it's like to fight alongside two people. I can almost go back now. Not only the fourth Raikage AI, but Uchiha Zongyan also sensed Killer Bee's chakra fluctuations through his radar. Chapter 416. What is this Versailles? Northeast border of the Land of Fire, border guard base. Generally speaking, the scale of the guard force is not large, so the base is correspondingly quite simple. Therefore, after the army from Konoha arrived here, they could not simply rely on a rudimentary guard base to station thousands of ninjas. Thus, based on the location of the guard base, the Konoha army set up a large number of tents here, categorizing military supplies and materials in different places and also roughly dividing functional areas. For example, in the outermost tents, the action troops responsible for patrolling and guarding were housed. Medical supplies and a temporary battlefield hospital were set up in the central area. And the commander and staff were in the very center, overseeing the situation, and so on. Currently, Uchiha Fugaku was sitting in the central tent, writing furiously. He was the deputy commander of this unit, and in Uchiha Zongyan's absence, he had to oversee everything, make subsequent deployment arrangements, and report the situation here back to the village in a timely manner. Attention! Someone is coming very fast. Suddenly, just as Uchiha Fugaku was writing rapidly, he heard a panicked voice from outside. Is there an ambush? Uchiha Fugaku's heart jumped. He immediately abandoned the half-written report, stood up, and rushed out of the tent. At this moment, his mind and muscles were tense, and his Sharingan was spinning rapidly. It's me. Just as the panicked warning sounded, another familiar voice rang out. And upon hearing it, Uchiha Fugaku immediately relaxed. The next second, he saw a flash of light in the sky ahead, and a boy wrapped in dazzling electric light appeared. And it was indeed Uchiha Zongyan. It's Lord Zongyan? You scared me. I thought it was a sudden attack from the ninjas of the hidden cloud. What are you thinking? With our thousands of troops here, what kind of foolishness would the cloud ninjas commit to send just one person to ambush us? Isn't that a death wish? You guy, what nonsense are you talking about? After realizing it was Uchiha Zongyan, the sensing ninja responsible for the outer perimeter relaxed, and the Konoha ninjas who had rushed out to prepare for battle also began to discuss among themselves. One of them, however, spoke carelessly, making remarks that seemed to hint at Uchiha Zongyan, and was immediately reprimanded by a more mature Konoha ninja nearby. Thank you all for your hard work. You can all go back now. Uchiha Zongyan didn't pay attention to this, and after descending from the sky, he walked straight to the center of the camp. As he had been flying in the air, he was still enveloped in the lightning from the thunder fruit, but upon landing, he dispelled his power, revealing his condition. Nearby, some Konoha ninjas noticed that Uchiha Zongyan's face was somewhat pale, and the blood-red armor that had been intact was now significantly damaged, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. This made the Konoha ninjas entertain some bad thoughts, and they exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Lord Zongyan, are you hurt? Should we take you to the temporary hospital for treatment? A Konoha ninja with a buzz cut hesitated for a moment before finally speaking to Uchiha Zongyan. In fact, Uchiha Zongyan's appearance did indeed raise concerns among the Konoha ninjas nearby. After all, Uchiha Zongyan had previously been perceived as a powerful ninja akin to a deity, and there were no other impressions. This time, they had followed Uchiha Zongyan to the border to confront the Land of Lightning. And both the higher-ups and lower ranks had great confidence in his strength, which led them to hold an optimistic view of the war's outcome. Otherwise, after just coming out of the Third Shinobi World War not long ago, if the Konoha ninjas were to face a difficult war with low chances of victory, their morale would likely plummet. Just like now, with Uchiha Zongyan appearing before them in a wounded state, combined with everyone knowing he had gone alone to scout the situation in the hidden cloud. It was hard not to connect the dots in their minds that Uchiha Zongyan had encountered the enemy while scouting the hidden cloud and had engaged in battle. Looking at his complexion and armor, it was highly likely that he had suffered a defeat. With the pillar of victory in their hearts collapsing, it was understandable that the Konoha ninjas felt somewhat down. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Just a little damage to my armor from a sneak attack by the 4th Raikage AI and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. In comparison, the results I achieved this time are quite good. Uchiha Zongyan was initially taken aback by the sudden concern from the Konoha ninjas, but upon feeling the gazes of many Konoha ninjas around him, he quickly understood what was going on. So he simply stopped, looked around, did not hide his pale face and damaged armor, and even showed a relaxed smile. Faced with Uchiha Zongyan's words, everyone was puzzled. But then they were shocked by what he said next. This time, I killed nearly 1,000 ninjas from the Cloud Village and destroyed their central camp, along with all military supplies and materials. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki stationed there was severely injured by me and won't be able to step on the battlefield for a while. I initially had the chance to directly kill the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, but later the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki came to support, so I could only fight the 2 of them. Although I sustained some minor injuries, that guy, the 4th Raikage, also got stabbed by me and won't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month, so everyone can rest assured. Uchiha Zongyan said these words with a calm expression, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. However, when these events fell on the ears of the crowd, it was like thunder striking, destroying the Cloud Village's central camp, all military supplies and materials, killing over 1,000 Cloud ninjas, severely injuring the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, almost killing her. Most importantly, under the combined attack of the 4th Raikage AI and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, he only sustained minor injuries and even stabbed the 4th Raikage. What the hell is this for Sai? How could someone achieve such earth-shattering feats and still be able to say it so calmly? The eyes of the Konoha ninjas widened, hardly believing what they were hearing. Although everyone found it hard to believe, no one thought Uchiha Zongyan was lying. After all, Uchiha Zongyan's strength spoke for itself. He was already one of the most powerful ninjas in Konoha. Not to mention these achievements could be easily verified and were not fabricated. Therefore, when the people of Konoha came to their senses, hope for victory ignited in their hearts once again. With a strong leader like Lord Zongyan, this war was secure. Chapter 417. Uchiha Fugaku's change of attitude through a display of his impressive military achievements. Uchiha Zongyan not only immediately lifted the morale of the Konoha ninjas, but raised it to a very high level. Seeing this, Uchiha Zongyan smiled and walked towards Uchiha Fugaku under the respectful and admiring gazes of the Konoha ninjas. The usually serious and unsmiling former clan leader of the Uchiha clan also revealed a hint of a smile. He had just heard Uchiha Zongyan's words. Although he felt that the achievements were a bit exaggerated, he also believed that Uchiha Zongyan wouldn't exaggerate or falsely report his accomplishments. Therefore, the vice commander felt relieved in his heart. It should be known that in this upcoming war, Konoha was facing 2 great nations, which was quite exhausting. Although the Uchiha clan had unprecedentedly mobilized their greatest strength, it still could not make up for the disparity in troop strength between Konoha and the Land of Lightning in the northeast. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku had not yet received detailed intelligence on the troop strength from the Cloud Village, but he could roughly guess that the forces they could mobilize were far greater than those on Konoha's side. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku had been carrying a heavy burden of pressure in his heart. He knew that this battle could not afford to fail, as a failure would threaten the hard-won status of the Uchiha clan. Thank you for your hard work, Zongyan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Zongyan, who had walked up to him, and, after examining the traces of battle on him, sincerely said. It was because of this young man in front of him that Uchiha Fugaku felt confident about the upcoming war. Uchiha Zongyan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Uchiha Fugaku to speak to him in such a manner. Ever since Uchiha Zongyan returned to the clan with Uchiha Itachi's head and personally defeated Uchiha Fugaku, a rift had formed between them. Although Uchiha Fugaku had to step up and assist Uchiha Zongyan due to the evolving situation, he had become his deputy, but the ice between them had never melted, and they had been communicating in a business-like tone for a long time. After all, Uchiha Zongyan had killed his son and taken his position. While there was nothing wrong with those actions, one couldn't just force Uchiha Fugaku to lower his head and comply, could they? However, now that Uchiha Fugaku had taken the initiative to show goodwill, Uchiha Zongyan would not reject him, so he nodded and smiled back. You're too polite, Elder Fugaku. It's not politeness. The achievements of clan leader Zongyan this time truly amaze me. Uchiha Fugaku replied solemnly, leading Uchiha Zongyan to the tent entrance where he gestured for him to enter. Please. This attitude surprised Uchiha Zongyan a bit, but he did not say anything and walked directly inside. Clan leader Zongyan, could you share the detailed content of the battle with me? After entering the tent, Uchiha Fugaku poured a cup of tea for Uchiha Zongyan, then knelt down opposite him and asked seriously. Of course. Uchiha Zongyan nodded and recounted how he left the main army, encountered the vanguard of the Cloud Village, and ultimately severely injured the Two Tails Jinchuriki while fighting against the Fourth Raikage AI and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Although Uchiha Zongyan's account was very concise, Uchiha Fugaku saw a lot of things in those few words and regarded Uchiha Zongyan's strength even more highly. So, how long will it take for clan leader Zongyan to fully recover from the injuries dealt by the Fourth Raikage? Uchiha Fugaku asked, as this was crucial for the deployment of the upcoming war and needed to be fully understood. It's not really an injury. I was just ambushed by the two of them. I can recover within a day. Uchiha Zongyan picked up the teacup and took a sip, appearing very calm. In the previous battle, although Uchiha Zongyan sensed the approach of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and had already been on guard, his frenzied fighting spirit prevented him from dodging at the first moment. The Fourth Raikage AI took this opportunity, disregarding being stabbed by Uchiha Zongyan's blade in the stomach, and boldly charged forward to entangle Uchiha Zongyan. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who rushed over, launched a surprise attack with a tail beast bomb. Although Uchiha Zongyan managed to evade most of the attacks at the last moment and did not suffer significant damage, his armor was shattered, and he appeared quite disheveled. Severely injuring the Two Tails Jinchuriki likely means she won't be able to participate in this war. Produce. Injuring the Fourth Raikage means he won't be able to fight for 10 days to half a month. Clan leader Zongyan, your achievements are truly dazzling and hard to believe. After hearing Uchiha Zongyan's description, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but exclaim, a hint of admiration appearing on his originally stern face. Such words should be saved for after the war. It's too early to say that now. Uchiha Fugaku's contrasting attitude made Uchiha Zongyan feel a bit uncomfortable, and he waved his hand to stop the other's praise. That's true. Celebrating prematurely before the war is over is indeed inappropriate. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. If clan leader Zongyan's injuries are not serious, then let us get to work. No problem. What exactly do we need to do? First, we need to document everything that has happened over the past few days and your achievements just now. We will divide it into 2 copies, one to be sent back to the village and the other to be sent to the 5th Hokage in the northwest. Secondly, because you have destroyed the central base and all supplies of Cloud Hidden Village in this battle, the enemy's offensive will surely slow down or even retreat to regroup. Therefore, we need to revise our previously devised combat plan, which requires gathering all the staff and team leaders for a meeting to discuss. Lastly, Elder Zongyan needs to find an appropriate time to recount the recent experiences in front of the entire army to boost morale and confidence. That's about it. Elder Zongyan should have no problem, right? What Uchiha Fugaku said encompasses the transmission of intelligence, adjustments to tactics, and a pre-battle mobilization meeting, all of which are normal matters. Thus, Uchiha Zongyan nodded immediately and agreed. Then, please issue a command for Elder Zongyan to summon everyone for the meeting. Tiawa, at your command, Uchiha Zongyan called out, and a figure swiftly dashed in from outside the tent. It was Uchiha Tiawa. Gather all the staff and squad leaders for a meeting. Yes. Chapter 418, Post-Battle Summary. Senzabeans, victory will ultimately belong to our Konoha, and victory will surely belong to our Konoha. May everyone have great military fortune. In the temporary camp of the Konoha army, nearly all the ninjas who were not on a mission gathered. They stood solemnly in a large open space in the camp, each slightly tilting their heads to look towards the sky. In mid-air, Uchiha Zongyan, with a resolute expression, confidently delivered the final summary. Long live Lord Zongyan. Konoha will triumph. Drive away the damned, cloud-hidden. Victory belongs to us. After Uchiha Zongyan finished his last sentence, the Konoha ninjas below erupted into excited cheers. Among them were loyal members of the Uchiha clan and also Konoha ninjas who had recently attached themselves to the Uchiha clan due to its rising power. However, more were the Konoha ninjas who previously held a poor impression of Uchiha Zongyan. Just a short while ago, they had been in opposition to Uchiha Zongyan and the Uchiha clan in front of the Hokage building, having become enemies. Yet at this moment, they willingly cheered and applauded Uchiha Zongyan's speech. All of this was because Uchiha Zongyan's strength could lead them to win the war and return alive. Uchiha Fugaku, standing among the crowd, observed quietly for a while and nodded in satisfaction. After the temporary speech concluded, Uchiha Zongyan declined the invitation from Uchiha Fugaku and others to dine together, returning alone to his single-person tent. As the overall commander of the northeast battlefield of Konoha, his tent naturally wouldn't be like others, crammed with several people. Puff! As soon as he entered the tent, Uchiha Zongyan's expression changed, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. The tailed beast bomb truly deserves its reputation as a battlefield killing machine. I was just grazed a bit, and yet it has resulted in this. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Zongyan took a couple of deep breaths to calm his churning insides and sat down heavily. Since returning to the Konoha camp, Uchiha Zongyan had been forcing himself to appear unscathed, mainly to soothe the morale. Otherwise, if he displayed weakness by coughing up blood, the morale among Konoha's forces would undoubtedly plummet. That would make future battles difficult, so he had to hold on. Fortunately, Uchiha Zongyan's acting skills were decent. Neither Uchiha Fugaku nor the staff and team leaders summoned for the meeting noticed anything amiss during their close interactions. Although Uchiha Zongyan talked lightly, as if he had merely achieved remarkable results in Cloud Hidden and managed to escape unscathed under the joint efforts of the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The reality was that the reckless actions of the Fourth Raikage AI, seeking mutual destruction, had indeed dealt Uchiha Zongyan an unprecedented blow. He had almost been hit by the tail beast bomb spat out by Killer Bee. Without the help of the Thunder Fruit, that hit would have truly been fatal. He was not like the Fourth Raikage AI, a humanoid Tyrannosaurus who could withstand a tailed beast bomb with preparation. The Fourth Raikage probably thought that hit would severely injure me, causing me to lose combat capability for a short time. But he likely overestimated that. I may not have many things, but I do have a plethora of external aids. The look of brutality and scheming in the Fourth Raikage's eyes at that moment made Uchiha Zongyan smile upon recollection. According to normal logic, taking that hit from the Fourth Raikage should have cost Uchiha Zongyan at least half his life, and he would likely have to stay in Konoha Hospital for several months. But Uchiha Zongyan was not an ordinary person. He was a time-traveling individual with external aids. Senza beans. With a thought, a green bean appeared in the palm of his hand, resembling a broad bean. This small bean contained incredible power. Its basic function was to fill one's stomach. Anyone who eats a senza bean would not feel hunger for at least 10 days. Additionally, the senza bean was also a miraculous medicine that could bring the dead back to life. As long as a person still had a breath left, eating a senza bean would almost instantly restore them to full health and energy, adjusting their body to the optimal state. When Uchiha Zongyan obtained the senza beans, his strength was still in a growth phase. To quickly master the abilities of the Thunder Fruit and the Flowing Blade of Fire, he had drained his last bit of physical and mental energy every day. After getting the senza beans, he crazily increased the intensity of his training several times, which allowed him to grow rapidly. However, the cost was that he had consumed more than half of a small bag of senza beans, leaving only 10 behind. Uchiha Zongyan tossed the senza bean into his mouth and felt a warm energy fill his entire body almost instantly, not only completely healing the internal injuries he had just sustained, but also replenishing the physical and mental energy he had expended. No matter how many times he ate it, each time felt miraculous. Uchiha Zongyan closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, and couldn't he help but click his tongue in amazement. After eating this one, there are still 9 left, which means I have 9 lives left. Doesn't that make me a 9-live cat demon? After calling a Uchiha clansman to bring hot water, Uchiha Zongyan took off his damaged armor and clothes in the tent, washed up, and changed into a completely new outfit. There were no spare armors, so he could only leave them to the clansmen for repairs. Please inform Elder Fugaku that unless there is something important, do not let anyone disturb me. No one is allowed to enter this tent until at least noon tomorrow. Yes, Elder. The Uchiha clansman left with Uchiha Zongyan's orders. Uchiha Zongyan sat cross-legged on the carpet and began to review the details of the recent battle. Indeed, only by fighting against equally strong opponents could one absorb enough nutrients. Uchiha Zongyan carefully felt the aftertaste of the battle and was delighted to discover that after this battle, his strength seemed to have room for further improvement. From the recent battle, my strength is very close to that of the 4th Raikage AI, and our fighting styles are also quite similar, both being fast-paced and favoring close combat with taijutsu. The difference is that my speed is a bit faster due to the ability of the Thunder Fruit, while he has the Lightning Release Chakra mode and the strongest Lightning Release armor, which gives him much stronger defense than mine. This led to a situation where neither of us could do anything to each other. His attacks couldn't hit me, and my attacks had a hard time breaking through his defense, resulting in a battle that almost became a war of attrition. This is probably also the reason why the 4th Raikage was willing to expose a flaw and let me stab him, just to drag me down and eat the tailed beast ball together. Besides this, he couldn't find any way to harm me. Uchiha Zongyan summarized the gains and losses from the battle just now, and he realized the difference between himself and the 4th Raikage. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zongyan frowned. Although I almost achieved a great victory in this battle thanks to the existence of if I encounter the 4th Raikage again, I still won't be able to break through his defenses. Once I am held back by the 4th Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee will have to be dealt with by Uchiha Fugaku. Only Uchiha Fugaku, who possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, can withstand the tailed beast using Susanoo. However, since Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader, he has been neglecting combat, and his strength is only about 60 at most, which puts him at a disadvantage against Killer Bee. If both of our strongest combatants are held back, then Konoha, with its inferior numbers, will have little chance of victory. Uchiha Zongyan thought of this and felt a bit troubled. After all, according to his own feelings, Uchiha Fugaku's hard power is still slightly weaker than the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, it's just that because of the Mangeki Sharingan, he might be able to restrain Killer Bee somewhat. But from the original work, when Uchiha Sasuke's Hawk team hunted the 8 Tails, it was not evident that the Mangeki Sharingan had a strong restraining effect on tailed beasts. If Uchiha Fugaku and the 8 Tails Killer Bee's battle falls into a disadvantage, then this war will be really hard to fight. So ultimately, I still have to rely on myself to break the deadlock. I must think of a way to deal with the 4th Raikage before Uchiha Fugaku is defeated or Konoha's ninjas crumble. Otherwise, winning the war will be impossible. Upon careful consideration, my current strength mainly consists of 3 parts: the Rumble fruit from One Piece, the Zangetsu from Bleach, and the ninjutsu and Sharingan from this world. However, the original owner of this body was too weak, lacking both talent and resources, so there isn't anything in ninjutsu or taijutsu that can help me. If it weren't for the fact that the Sharingan has evolved to 3 Tomo, the things left behind by the original body would be almost useless to me. The original Uchiha Zongyan was just an ordinary Uchiha youth, and his father, Uchiha Zongsuk, was also a very ordinary Nin with poor strength and talent. The Uchiha Zongyan who crossed over naturally couldn't gain any benefits from the original body or his father. Now my strength has reached a bottleneck, and the methods to improve it in a short time are limited. The first is to awaken the Rumble fruit. Once the fruit awakens, it will lead to a leap in strength, as seen in the original One Piece, where awakening the fruit can multiply one's combat power several times. Uchiha Zongyan thought about this, but then shook his head. However, that Enel appeared too early in the story, during the Sky Island arc. Oda probably hadn't even conceived the idea of fruit awakening yet, so I can't directly reference or copy that. I've been trying to figure out how to awaken the fruit myself, but the results have been minimal, and relying on this won't allow me to complete the awakening before the next war. The second way is to achieve the Bankai of Zangetsu. If I could achieve Bankai, my combat power would likely approach the ceiling of this world, making me nearly at the level of the 6 paths, and at that point, there'd be no need for war. I could directly bring about the conclusion. I also know the awakening phrase for Zangetsu's Bankai, but it is completely useless. I can't communicate with Zangetsu at all, let alone use Bankai. Thinking about how Captain Yamamoto used Zangetsu's Bankai in the original Bleach, Uchiha Zongyan drooled. With that kind of power, I could just kill Kagaya Tsutsuki, who is sealed on the moon, and in this world right there. After that, things like Kinemon and Momonosuke would be irrelevant. What does this world have to do with them? But that's just wishful thinking. Uchiha Zongyan has had Zangetsu for so long, and has tried countless times to communicate with it, but there hasn't been any response. He even wondered if the little frog did something to Zangetsu after bringing it back. The third path is quite simple. If I could evolve to the Mangeki Sharingan in a short time, it wouldn't matter what accompanying ocular techniques I get. Just relying on the Susanoo that comes with the Mangeki Sharingan, I would be confident in defeating the fourth Raikage. However, although I absorbed the energy of Amaterasu and Tobi through Zangetsu, which helped me evolve to 3 Tomo, it seems I'm still quite far from the Mangeki. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Zongyan reviewed his strength and the paths to improvement, but couldn't come up with a suitable method. After all, no matter how you look at it, Uchiha Zongyan's strength has already reached a very high level. He has killed Uchiha Itachi, defeated Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hisashi. He has drawn with Jiraiya and fought evenly with the fourth Raikage. He could even escape unscathed from an ambush by the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Uchiha Zongyan's strength has reached the ceiling level in the current ninja world. The only one stronger than him is the Super Kage level 6 Paths Pain. The others are either buried underground, sealed on the moon, or still slowly leveling up. With Uchiha Zongyan at this point, trying to rapidly increase his strength within a short time has become infinitely more difficult. Sigh, after thinking for so long, I still couldn't find a good method. I might have to place my hopes on the little frog again, hoping it can bring me something good. Uchiha Zongyan sighed dejectedly, not knowing how to improve his strength. But when he thought of the little frog and the travel souvenirs, Uchiha Zongyan suddenly remembered that a great gift was about to fall on his head. That little empress. Boa Hancock, who is still practicing shadow clone technique and transformation technique at his home. That's right. The system said that as long as Boa Hancock is satisfied and goes back, she can reward me with one of her peak abilities. The Peak Empress. All 3 types of Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. The fruit ability also includes the Sweet Fruit, and her physical skills are also quite good. As long as she doesn't give me the Conqueror's Haki and Sweet Fruit, anything else could enhance my strength. Uchiha Zongyan's face lit up with excitement. But soon he showed a worried expression. I don't know if the abilities I already have will be given to me again, and whether there will be any stacking buff effects in the future. Moreover, I have already eaten the Rumble Rumble fruit. If I get the Sweet Fruit, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Please don't give me those too. Chapter 219, Boa Hancock about to leave. Konoha Village, Uchiha clan territory. Just as dawn broke, the first cool breeze of the morning blew into Uchiha Zongyan's home, waking the sleeping little empress. Ever since she was inexplicably brought to this world by the little frog, she has been living in this large house owned by Uchiha Zongyan. Generally, a little girl living alone in such a big house might feel scared. But the little empress had already spent over a year in the Celestial Dragon's prison and had long since gotten used to a deeper and more terrifying environment. Good morning, Almighty. I wish you victory without fail and to win the war without a scratch. Boya Hancock, who had just opened her eyes, groggily stretched and immediately stood up from her bed. She walked to a black wooden plaque in the corner of the wall, knelt down respectfully, and solemnly said, "This scene looks particularly strange. A girl kneeling and bowing before a wooden plaque in the corner, praying devoutly. Naturally, the name engraved on this plaque is Uchiha Zongyan. Only the young empress, Boya Hancock, could do such a thing. Since she inexplicably arrived in this world, Boya Hancock went from being panicked and restless, wanting only to hide and avoid harm, to witnessing Uchiha Zongyan's godlike strength and abilities and feeling the kindness he showed her. She immediately regarded him as a deity in her heart. After all, if he weren't a god, how could he have rescued her from the Celestial Dragon's prison and promised to teach her how to save herself and her 2 sisters? Because of this, after Uchiha Zongyan left Konoha for the northeastern battlefield, Boya Hancock, staying home alone, found a plaque and engraved it using a method she didn't know when she had heard. Every morning, the first thing she did was pray to Uchiha Zongyan's plaque, and the same before going to bed at night. Uchiha Zongyan would never have imagined that someone in Konoha was doing this every day. If he knew, he would probably be both amused and exasperated. Then force Boya Hancock to throw the plaque away. Great deity, today is the 7th day since I came to this world. According to your words, I will return to my original world today. Boya Hancock murmured to the plaque engraved with Uchiha Zongyan's name, her eyes closed. It had been 7 days since the little frog brought her to the Naruto world, and now it was the time indicated in the system's explanation for her to return to the One Piece world. Uchiha Zongyan had informed her of this before leaving and made the corresponding arrangements, so Boya Hancock was not panicked about leaving. She only felt a sense of reluctance and fear. The reluctance stemmed from the warmth and kindness she had felt in this world for the first time in a long while, whether from Uchiha Zongyan, Uchiha Rokuka, or the 3 kids, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The fear arose from the fact that she was about to return to that terrifying hell that had imprisoned her for over a year, the ninjutsu that the great deity taught me. I have been working hard to learn and practice every day. Last night, Naruto and Sasuke said I have basically mastered it. But I'm still very scared. Scared that when I return to that world, I'll forget this memory and the ninjutsu I learned. I am even afraid that when I open my eyes again, I will find that all of this was just a dream, and I'm still that pitiful and sad slave destined to be enslaved and abused by the celestial dragons. Eventually killed cruelly by the celestial dragons who find me displeasing. At this point, Boya Hancock's small body trembled slightly. After an unknown amount of time, Boya Hancock sniffed and revealed a shy smile. I'm really sorry for showing this side in front of the great deity. I must look terrible. I hope the great deity won't mind, and it won't happen again next time. Saying this, Boya Hancock put her hands together in front of her and deeply bowed her head. May the great deity bless me. The girl's devout prayer naturally received no response, as the object of her prayer was still at the camp on the border of the Land of Fire, praying to his system father. However, this did not hinder Boya Hancock's spirits. After praying, she even seemed a bit more confident. Sister Hancock, are you awake? At that moment, a clear voice came from outside the room. It was Uchiha Zongyan. Since getting to know Boya Hancock, Uchiha Zongyan had reduced her playtime with her little friends and spent more time accompanying Boya Hancock. For some reason, Uchiha Zongyan felt that she liked this older sister Boya Hancock more, so she was more willing to stick by her side. This was probably the allure of looks. Children are always the simplest and most straightforward. If you look good, I like you. If you don't, I cry when I see you. Oh no, I can't let Zongyan see the great deity's plaque. Hearing Uchiha Zongyan's voice, Boya Hancock's small face showed a panic expression. She quickly found a piece of black cloth to wrap the plaque tightly and then placed it under her pillow. It's hard to believe that the little empress who was just praying devoutly had turned disrespectful in an instant. Bang bang. Sister Hancock, I'm here. Hurry up and get up. The door to the room was knocked on, and Uchiha Zongyan urged, but she didn't push the door open recklessly. Instead, she stood at the door and asked, I'm getting up right away. Just wait a moment, Zongyan. Boya Hancock hurriedly replied, then tidied up her clothes and hair before walking over to open the door. As the door opened, a delicate little girl like a doll appeared in front of Boya Hancock. She had black hair and black eyes and wore a moon-white outfit, with big eyes looking at Boya Hancock in confusion. Sister Hancock, why did you wake up so late today? Did you not sleep well last night? No, I just overslept a bit. Oh, then you definitely haven't had breakfast, right? No, I haven't washed up yet. Uchiha Zongyan's small face revealed a bright smile, her small white teeth shining. Then hurry up and wash up. Mom asked me to invite you to breakfast, saying it's a farewell for you. What does farewell mean? Farewell. Yeah, today is the day I have to go back. Even the great deity's mother knows I'm leaving. Boya Hancock thought for a moment. She had never met Uchiha Zongyan's parents and felt a bit nervous and flustered, waving her hand. Never mind. I'll just eat something casually. I don't want to trouble you. It's not a trouble at all. Mom made a lot of delicious food this morning, and if you don't come, we won't be able to finish it all. Also, Sister Hancock, you haven't told me what farewell means. Boya Hancock looked at Uchiha Zongyan's innocent little face and sighed slightly, explaining, farewell means that when a friend is going far away, you express your feelings. This statement fell on Uchiha Zongyan's ears like a bolt from the blue. Sister Hancock is leaving. I don't want you to go. Chapter 220, Farewell, Gifts, and Departure. At Uchiha Zongyan's parents' home, Uchiha Zongyan sat at the head of the dining table, holding a newspaper published by the Konoha Guard, casually eating breakfast while his mind was entirely on the news in the paper. The so-called newspaper was naturally issued at Uchiha Zongyan's suggestion. Uchiha Zongyan discovered that Konoha lacked channels for information dissemination and sharing. The functions and authority of the Konoha Guard were very suitable for compiling and publishing newspapers. So after reforms were implemented and other clan ninjas were introduced into the Konoha Guard, this newspaper was established. The newspaper was still in its early stages. Most of the content was explanations of cases handled by the Konoha Guard, which also indirectly informed Konoha's residents about the legitimacy and fairness of their law enforcement. In addition, it occasionally published major news, such as the intelligence on Konoha's 2 teams responding to the armies of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth published in today's issue. Naturally, Uchiha Zongyan severely injured the 2 tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village and the 4th Raikage, and the intelligence about destroying important camps and supplies was also published in this newspaper. After all, it's not classified information, and it's such a morale-boosting achievement that Konoha naturally wants to promote it widely, almost eager for all Konoha residents to know about the victory at the front lines. This kid Zongyan, he is really impressive. TSK, TSK, TSK. That S the Rakage. The shadow of a village was actually injured by him. Truly worthy of being my son. Uchiha Zongyan, a mere chunin, naturally doesn't he have a high level of insight. So he is not very clear about the significance of the 2 tails Jinchuriki and the 8 tails Jinchuriki mentioned in the newspaper. He also doesn't understand the impact of the destruction of important camps and supplies on the entire strategy of the Cloud Village. His eyes are only on the 4th Rakage. However, this is indeed the most dazzling achievement of Uchiha Zongyan this time. Injuring the shadow of a village is not something just anyone can do. Don't you know your own weight? To have a son like Zongyan, we must have accumulated several lifetimes of good fortune, and you actually boast about it so proudly. That's quite absurd. His wife, who had already finished breakfast and was chatting with the 2 little girls, Boa Hancock and Uchiha Rokuka, raised her head and gave her husband an annoyed look. What did Zongyan do? Why are you suddenly saying this? Did the Lord God win the war? Almost simultaneously, after hearing Uchiha Zongyan's words, Boa Hancock and Uchiha Rokuka immediately raised their heads and asked, I've told you not to call him Lord God. Zongyan is excellent, but he is just an ordinary person. The mother helplessly rubbed her forehead. She had corrected Boa Hancock several times, but it was of no use. As a mother, hearing a little girl call her son Lord God made her feel very complicated. It's a good thing. Uchiha Zongyan, not minding his wife's eye roll, cheerfully explained to the 2 little girls, Zongyan seriously injured the 2 tails Jinchuriki and the 4th Rakage at the front lines, and destroyed their camps and supplies, making a great contribution. I think this war might be about to end in victory. Don't say that. The mother suddenly felt a sense of toxic milk approaching rapidly and immediately chided. What is wrong with saying it? Zongyan indeed made a great contribution. That's why you shouldn't say we've already won it this time. It brings bad luck. You're so long-winded. How can you believe in such things? The couple started bickering at the dining table, while the 2 little girls wisely chose not to participate. After exchanging glances, they both sped up their eating and quickly finished their breakfast. I'm done. Thank you for the meal. I'm full. After leaving behind a sentence, Uchiha Rokuka led the way out, and after Boa Hancock thanked Uchiha Zongyan's mother with a bow, she followed out as well. The 2 girls immediately began a lively discussion about the intelligence they just received once they reached the yard. Zongyan brother 1. That's great. I hope he quickly drives those bad guys from the Cloud Village back, and then comes home. Yes. I want to write him a letter asking him to bring me some fun and delicious gifts. Uchiha Rokuka said with a happy smile, starting to imagine what kind of gifts her brother would bring her when he came back. Lord God, just safely ending the war and coming back is good enough. Boa Hancock said seriously, offering her blessing. Rokuka, Hancock, are you 2 inside? Suddenly, a loud voice came over, very familiar. Idiot, don't shout so loudly in the morning. You'll disturb others' rest. It's clearly already time to get up. Who is still resting at this hour? Are you deliberately nitpicking? So stupid. Ninjas can't have regular working hours. Many ninjas return home late at night, or even in the early morning after finishing their missions. They can't sleep as long as you, a useless person. Outside, the 2 little boys began their habitual quarrel. It's Naruto and Sasuke. We're here. Coming quickly. As soon as Uchiha Rokuka heard the arguing voices, she knew that the troublemakers Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had arrived. Opening the yard door, she saw one boy with blonde hair and the other with black hair, their foreheads pressed together, with sparks flying from their eyes, giving Boa Hancock a headache. These 2 newly acquainted friends were both kind-hearted people, although one was rough and the other was proud in appearance. After a few days of interaction, they could both feel the sincerity. However, the 2 were like 2 barrels of gunpowder. Whenever they got together, they would explode, arguing endlessly throughout the day, making even Boa Hancock's ears hurt. You 2, hurry up and come in. Standing at the door like that is ridiculous. Upon hearing Boa Hancock's invitation, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke both snorted coldly at the same time, turning their heads away with their necks stuck out, stepping forward to try to enter the yard. But the next moment, both wanted to be the first to enter, and as their shoulders bumped into each other, they got stuck at the door frame, unable to get in. Get out of the way, Sasuke. I want to be the first to go in. Idiot. You're blocking my way. Hurry up and move. After arguing for a long time, Boa Hancock finally couldn't stand it anymore, turning around with Uchiha Rokuka and leaving, which finally made the 2 rivals temporarily stop their quarrel. So what is up? Why did you come here? Boa Hancock asked helplessly. We went to Zongyan's house earlier, but when we knocked on the door, we found you weren't home, so we came here. Uzumaki Naruto said with a silly grin, holding a bag in his left hand and rubbing his hair with his right. Oomph, don't mind this idiot. I heard you're leaving Konoha today to go back to your hometown. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan immediately pouted, her big eyes staring intently at Boa Hancock. She was extremely sad when she learned this news in the morning and had tried hard to convince Boa Hancock to stay. But whether Boa Hancock would return was not something she could decide, and she also bore the mission of saving her two sisters. How could she possibly stay here? Just when she had managed to appease Uchiha Zongyan's mother during breakfast, Uchiha Sasuke brought up the little girl's sad matter again. Yes, you guys knew about it too? Boa Hancock reached out to gently rub Uchiha Zongyan's head as a form of comfort, asking the two boys in return. Huh, is it really true? Why didn't you tell us you were leaving? Aren't we friends? Uzumaki Naruto immediately widened his eyes and questioned. It's just a short trip back. Who knows when I'll be back in Konoha again? This was an excuse. Boa Hancock had just said this to comfort the tearful Uchiha Zongyan. Even so, as friends, we should see you off. Here, this is a gift I prepared for you. A special snack gift pack from Konoha. I bought it at the shop by the entrance of the Uchiha clan. I had to save up my allowance for this. Uzumaki Naruto proudly presented the bag in his hand to Boa Hancock, a hint of pain flashing across his face. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto had been taken care of by Hiruzen Sarutobi before, receiving a little money for food every month, but it wasn't too much. Due to the villagers of Konoha's dislike for Naruto Uzumaki, many shop owners were unwilling to sell him anything when they saw him. Even if they did sell something, they would arbitrarily raise the prices, making Naruto's life quite difficult. Recently, however, things have improved significantly as Uchiha Zongyan took over Naruto's supervision. Not only did his pocket money increase, but under the Uchiha family's banner, no one in the village dared to show Naruto a bad face or speak ill of him anymore. Boa Hancock took the bag, feeling it was quite heavy, and a sense of gratitude arose in her heart. Thank you, Naruto. Hee, you're welcome. Naruto, feeling happy, let slip his mother's catchphrase, inherited from Kushina Uzumaki. This is my gift to you. Wish you a safe journey. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke was much more serious, handing over a wooden box wrapped in green cloth. Thank you too, Sasuke. Boa Hancock sincerely expressed her gratitude without opening the box to see what was inside. These two friends, along with the Uchiha Zongyan family, were the source of warmth she felt after coming to this world and gave her the courage and belief to face hardships. Well, it's about time, let's go. After chatting for a while in the yard, Uchiha Zongyan, with a not-so-good expression, approached Boa Hancock and said, startled. Boa Hancock heard Uchiha Zongyan continue. Zongyan instructed me before he left to send you away at this time today. Is that all right? It turned out to be the arrangement of the divine. Boa Hancock understood in her heart. As someone who was inexplicably brought to this world by a little frog and opened her eyes in Uchiha Zongyan's room, she did not know how she had come here or how she should leave. She could only wait for the end of time. If her departure was a sudden disappearance, it would not do to vanish in front of Uchiha Zongyan's family and her few little friends. Therefore, Uchiha Zongyan had early on instructed Uchiha Zongyan to have their father send Boa Hancock out of the village today to a deserted place to wait for time to reset and automatically return to the world of One Piece. Yes, thank you, Zongyan. Thinking of this, Boa Hancock respectfully bowed to Uchiha Zongyan. Don't be so polite, let's go. Uchiha Zongyan waved his hand and walked out with his hands behind his back. The four little ones arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. After Boa Hancock waved goodbye to her friends, she couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up. As Uchiha Zongyan's father, Uchiha Zongyan also had a prominent name in Konoha village, and the gatekeeping ninjas naturally would not stop them, allowing them to exit the village smoothly. The little friends were reluctant to part, and Boa Hancock followed Uchiha Zongyan into the forest. All right, Zongyan told me to take you here. Although I don't know why Zongyan wants you, a little girl, to walk alone in the forest, he must have his reasons. Can you do it? Uchiha Zongyan stopped and looked down at Boa Hancock. Yes, no problem, Zongyan. During this time, she thanked his family for their care, something she would never forget in her life. Boa Hancock bowed to Uchiha Zongyan one last time, then walked alone into the forest, quickly disappearing from Uchiha Zongyan's sight. Really? I just can't shake this feeling of unease. I should check on her. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Zongyan, still worried about a little girl walking alone, quickly followed her. However, it was clear that after searching for a while, he found nothing. Boa Hancock had already left this world. Chapter 2:21. I must avenge Lord Raikage. The logistics base of Kumobikure is located within the land of hot water, some distance from the border of the land of fire. War is no child's play. Even the reckless fourth Reikage treats it with caution since the consequences of defeat can be severe. Establishing a logistics base in the Land of Hot Water is also to provide a retreat for the Kumogakure forces invading the Land of Fire. Coincidentally, this retreat route was in use now. Alright, I need to see Lord Reikage now. You all go and register. Swish, swish, swish. A large group of cloud ninjas appeared at the entrance of the logistics base, led by a young ninja with dark skin and white hair covering one eye, who commanded the cloud ninjas behind him with an anxious tone. Lord Darui, we also want to visit Lord Reikage. Yes, how could Lord Reikage be injured? This is impossible. Let us go together, otherwise I won't be able to relax. Hearing Darui's command, the cloud ninjas behind him all pleaded, their expressions mirroring Darui's impatience and unease. After all, that was the fourth Reikage. As the leader of Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage held great prestige in the village, and almost all cloud ninjas regarded him as a third Reikage, a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world. But now, the shocking news came that not only had the base where the two-tailed Jinchuriki was stationed been ambushed by enemies, resulting in heavy casualties and loss of supplies, but the fourth Reikage had personally gone to confront the enemy and was actually injured. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving all the cloud ninjas in disbelief. Therefore, Darui, who had been left behind by the fourth Reikage to lead the mobile unit, hurriedly returned with his team. The voices of the cloud ninja companions behind him became increasingly noisy, stirring up Darui's already volatile emotions. But he had been trained since childhood, and at this moment, he managed to maintain his composure. He took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hand to silence the discussions behind him. Quiet. He turned around and surveyed the eager companions wanting to visit the fourth Reikage, speaking coldly. Don't you understand Lord Reikage's personality? If we all rush over to see him, he will only see it as pitying him. Being treated like that could really anger Lord Reikage. Do you want to experience Lord Reikage's fists? In terms of understanding the fourth Reikage, Darui ranked among the top in all of Kumogakure. His threat immediately silenced his companions, making their bodies tremble involuntarily as they recalled the terrifying sight of the fourth Reikage in rage. Understood. Then we'll go report and register first. A bucket of cold water extinguished the flames in their hearts, and the cloud ninjas quickly dispersed. Darui also let out a sigh of relief and quickened his pace to the temporary hospital, where the fourth Reikage was receiving treatment. Mabui, outside the tent serving as the temporary ward, the fourth Reikage's dedicated Secretary Mabui was guarding there. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Darui called out from a distance. It's Darui. Did you bring your entire team back? Yes, everyone has been arranged for registration. Darui nodded. Then a trace of nervousness appeared on his dark face as his eyes unconsciously glanced toward the tent's gap, seemingly wanting to see inside, quietly asking, How is Lord Reikage? Mabui remained calm, knowing the importance of the fourth Reikage in Darui's heart. It was perfectly normal for Darui to be so anxious and excited upon hearing the news of the fourth Reikage's injury. Gently shaking her head, Mabui bit her lip and replied softly, Not very good. At least half a month without intense fighting, and full recovery will require a long treatment. This was the answer given by the medical ninja accompanying them from the hidden cloud village. Mabui had not yet informed the fourth Reikage, fearing that Reikage would have an unsettling reaction upon learning this outcome. What? Darui exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and said, That damn leaf ninja actually hurt Lord Reikage like this. I will definitely not let him go, absolutely not. Seeing Darui's agitated expression, Mabui sighed lightly, stepped forward, and placed her hand on Darui's shoulder, advising, Don't get worked up. Lord Reikage wouldn't want to see you like this. That leaf ninja is incredibly powerful, far beyond what you and I can handle. Don't let anger blind you. Lord Reikage has high hopes for you. In fact, Darui held a prominent position in the hidden cloud village. As the sole inheritor of the unique black lightning style of the third Reikage and a genius boy with the bloodline limit storm release, Darui had always been valued and groomed by the fourth Reikage as his right-hand man. In the original story, Darui's eventual succession to the position of fifth Reikage had been predetermined long ago. He was still young and had a significant amount of potential waiting to be tapped. He couldn't make an irreparable mistake due to a moment of impulse, as that would be a major loss for the hidden cloud village. Understand, I get your point. Darui's face flushed as he took a deep breath to suppress his restless emotions, nodding at Mabui to indicate his understanding. I want to see Lord Reikage, is that okay? Since it's you, Lord Reikage won't refuse. Go on in. Mabui looked at Darui, who had adjusted his emotions in a short time with appreciation, then stepped aside to open the tent door. Bastard, shouldn't you be taking your job seriously at a time like this? Why are you here? In the temporary ward, the fourth Raikage lay on the bed, propped up against the headboard. He was still wearing his signature open-chest cloak, but his waist was wrapped in thick bandages, clearly indicating the location of his injury. The bored fourth Raikage immediately scolded Darui angrily upon seeing him walk in, his temper unchanged from before. Reporting to Lord Raikage, the mobile unit has all returned to the camp and is now reporting for records. I currently have no other tasks on hand. Having no work, don't you find something to do? The fourth Raikage retorted coldly. With war imminent, can you still afford to live leisurely? In response to Darui's explanation, the fourth Raikage snorted and countered, what do you mean what? Rather than wasting time here, you should hurry to do something meaningful. The Land of Water has agreed to prepare supplies for us again, and these supplies need to be transported from nearby. Take the mobile unit to guard the transport of supplies and watch out for those leaf bastards. Do you understand? The strong-willed fourth Raikage did not want his subordinates to see his weak side. Therefore, facing Darui's evident concern, he chose to refuse firmly and immediately wanted to chase Darui out. Darui, accustomed to the way his Raikage spoke, obediently nodded. But he did not immediately turn to leave and follow the fourth Raikage's orders. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the bandaged waist of the fourth Raikage. Lord Raikage, your injury. Huh? Can't you understand what I'm saying? The fourth Raikage was already quite impatient with the bandages, and his mood turned even more irritable. Darui's comment about the injury ignited the fourth Raikage's anger. He immediately glared at Darui and shouted, "Get out of here right now, or you'll taste my fist." Do you hear me, bastard? Saying this, the fourth Raikage extended his right hand to show Darui his fist, which looked like a sandbag, as if he was about to punch Darui in the face at any moment. Yes, Darui trembled all over, immediately recalling the fear of being dominated by the fourth Raikage, and instinctively turned ahead for the door. But just as he reached the entrance and pulled up the curtain, he suddenly turned around and said seriously to the fourth Raikage, "Lord Raikage, I will avenge you. I will not let that leaf ninja go. I swear on my life. Get out." The fourth Raikage threw a cup from the bedside as a weapon, hitting Darui, who quickly escaped outside. Damn it, one after another. These bastards are such a headache. After Darui left, the fourth Raikage's expression suddenly became somewhat grim as he covered the area of his injury with his hand, which was faintly oozing blood. Chapter 222. I'd rather die on the battlefield. The fourth Raikage had never suffered such torturous injuries, even before becoming Raikage. During the Third Shinobi World War, when he fought against powerful ninjas from various villages, he had never left such painful wounds on his body. After all, the ninja body technique of the Raikage lineage from the Hidden Cloud Village provided significant physical enhancements to its users. To go further back, the third Raikage was a prime example. This legendary figure in the ninja world led his troops to ambush the Hidden Stone Village during the Third Shinobi World War, but was outsmarted by the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who had anticipated the attack and laid an ambush with thousands of rock ninja troops. Faced with the army of rock ninja, the third Raikage decisively ordered the Cloud Ninja army to retreat while he stayed behind to hold off the thousands of rock ninja for 3 days and nights. What was even more terrifying was that the third Raikage was ultimately killed only because he ran out of chakra and stamina. The relentless attacks from the thousands of rock ninja failed to break through his indestructible defense. Just thinking about it shows how terrifying that defense was. Although the fourth Raikage was slightly inferior to his father in terms of hard power and did not inherit the third Raikage's unique black lightning, he had inherited the lightning chakra mode of the third Raikage, making his defense unique in the entire ninja world. Even if he couldn't achieve his father's feat of taking on thousands alone, taking on 7,000 or 8,000 would likely not be an issue. However, unexpectedly, this time the fourth Raikage had faltered in his battle against Uchiha Zongyan. The opponent's terrifying long knife not only broke through his defenses but also left wounds on his body, and his speed completely surpassed his own. Even though the injuries were relatively minor, they were already quite rare in the ninja world. In the final blow, the fourth Raikage, in an effort to hold off Uchiha Zongyan and let Karabi launch a surprise attack with the tailed beast bomb, was stabbed in the stomach by the flowing blade like fire. This blow caused the fourth Raikage immense suffering. Damn it, what the hell is this strange chakra? This flame-like chakra seemed to linger in his body like a primordial aid, and he couldn't dispel it no matter what. If it weren't for this chakra, with my recovery abilities, these wounds would have healed long ago. But this time not only did they not heal, they grew deeper. The fourth Raikage furrowed his brows in frustration, carefully sensing the strange chakra within him. This chakra was, of course, caused by the flowing blade like fire. Uchiha Zongyan had combined the devastating thunder fruit of the thunder and the world-burning flowing blade like fire to create the more powerful Qingyan. Although still in a very preliminary stage, Qingyan has already developed unique characteristics. Much like the merciful fire Amaterasu, once it touches the enemy's body, it will burn continuously and is hard to extinguish. Lord Raikage, is there really no way to deal with that chakra? Just as the fourth Raikage was troubled, Mabu-e walked in. The moment she saw the fourth Raikage's expression and the way he looked at the wound, she understood his thoughts and immediately asked, "Oof, it's just a minor injury. It will heal in no time. Why are you fussing over it?" The fourth Raikage AI, even when facing his dedicated Secretary Mabu, wouldn't show weakness and replied firmly, "Lord Raikage, what I mean is, why don't you return to the village for a while? Although this is a logistics base and there are many medical ninjas here, the medical equipment and supplies can't compare to the situation in the village. Your injury needs to be treated quickly to better cope with the upcoming war, right?" Mabu-e ignored the stubborn fourth Raikage AI and advised him once again, "Shut up. Are you ordering me around?" The fourth Raikage AI instinctively glared, and a powerful and dangerous aura immediately emanated from him. But Mabu-e was already used to this. Her eyes even turned red. "Lord Raikage, he has already told me that your wound cannot be used for combat for at least half a month, and it will take a long time to heal properly. Otherwise, it will cause serious after effects. The front line is definitely not a place for recovery. If you stay on the front line, your injury will never heal. So please go back to the village. With the heaven sending technique, if there's an emergency, you can be sent back immediately, right?" Although the Cloud Village has a somewhat militaristic tone, the sense of human warmth in the village is very strong. This can be seen from the composition of the Akatsuki organization, among the 5 great ninja villages. Only the Land of Lightning has no S-rank rogue ninja absorbed by the Akatsuki. From this point, it is evident that the Cloud Village is indeed very united. Whether it's Mabu-e, Daru-e, or the two Jinchuriki, the Wooden Man and Killer Bee, they all hold great respect and trust for the fourth Raikage. And after he was injured, they were all very concerned and agitated. Mabu-e, with red-rimmed eyes, pleaded with her Raikage to return to the village to recuperate. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit heavy, and the fourth Raikage AI also reigned in his anger and changed his expression. Ha ha ha! Just as Mabu-e lowered her head, she suddenly felt a strong, powerful hand patting her shoulder. When she looked up, she saw the fourth Raikage rarely smiling. Although the smile was awkward, Mabu-e felt very warm. "Mabu-e, thank you for your concern. I understand your point. It is very rare for the fourth Raikage AI to say thank you to Mabu-e, which made her slightly stunned. I also know that returning to the village is the best choice for healing my injury, but I cannot make that choice. I am the fourth Raikage. The war is right in front of us. As the leader, my only outcomes are either to lead the village to victory or to fight to the last moment on the battlefield. Returning to the village to wait is absolutely not an option." The fourth Raikage AI's gaze momentarily blanked as he recalled the image of his father, the third Raikage. "Mabu-e, you surely understand the importance of this war better than I do. Since the defeat of the Third Great Ninja War, the situation in the village has been getting worse. The daimyo is troubled by our expanding military and rising military expenses, and this has caused friction between us, making military funding increasingly difficult to obtain. Konoha, as the victor of the Third War, has attracted more people to issue tasks there, a large portion of whom originally belonged to our Cloud Village. The daimyo has less and less money, and the money we can earn is also dwindling. Even the village's mineral resources are becoming harder to sell. If this continues, our Cloud Village will only face chronic death. I cannot accept this. I cannot watch the Cloud Village head down this path step by step." At this point, the fourth Raikage's voice rose, and he looked at Mabu-e with bright eyes, the light in his gaze making her tremble. "Therefore, I must take advantage of Konoha's internal turmoil to instigate war. I must incite this war. Only by biting off a piece of meat from Konoha can we ensure our Cloud Village survives and thrives. And to win this war, I, as the Raikage, must not retreat, but move forward relentlessly. If the village wins, I win. If the village loses, what's the difference between me and being dead? So, even if I die on the battlefield tomorrow, that is the only outcome I can choose. Do you understand what I mean, Mabu-e?" Chapter 223. The reasons for waging war. Mabu-e fell into silence. Her beautiful face was shadowed, biting her lip tightly, and her eyes revealed a hint of guilt and unwillingness. She understood the fourth Raikage AI's words and completely grasped their meaning. In this war that concerns the future fate of the Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage AI must be the man standing at the forefront. Thus, he cannot and will not return to the Cloud Village to recuperate at this time, even though that seems to be the best choice. There are several reasons for this. First, this is just a few years after the Third Great Ninja War, and the entire ninja world has yet to fully recover from the pain of war. Whether it be the leading 5 great nations or the small ninja villages involved in the conflict. After the Third Great Ninja War, which was like a meat grinder, even in a warlike village like the Cloud Village, many people are timid and resistant to new wars due to the suffering caused by the previous conflict. This invasion of Konoha to instigate war was entirely pushed forward by the fourth Raikage AI with his own prestige and skills. Among the Cloud ninjas below, a significant portion do not understand the fourth Raikage's actions and even privately complain about this war and the seemingly impulsive fourth Raikage. This is also why, among nearly 20,000 registered ninjas in the Cloud Village, only 7,000 were mobilized for this war. The remaining people have low morale, and bringing them to the battlefield would create instability. Therefore, at this moment, if the fourth Raikage figure leaves the battlefield, who can take over to ensure the morale of the Cloud ninjas? Who can respond to Konoha's attack? Mabui believes she does not have that capability, nor do others like Killer Bee or Darui. Second, although the Cloud Village has the heaven-sending technique, this ninjutsu requires time to activate and cannot immediately send the fourth Raikage from the Cloud Village to the battlefield. Furthermore, considering Uchiha Zongyan's speed and his efficiency in slaughtering Cloud ninjas, if Uchiha Zongyan strikes again while the fourth Raikage is in the Cloud Village healing, the Cloud Village would suffer heavy losses again. Last time, Uchiha Zongyan killed over 1,000 Cloud ninjas and destroyed the main camp. If such a raid happens 2 more times, the Cloud Village might as well not continue fighting and directly announce their surrender. Third, and the most crucial point, the pride and responsibility of being the Raikage prevent the fourth Raikage from making the choice to return to the Cloud Village. Just like his father, the third Raikage, he would rather choose to die on the battlefield than live in hiding. During that ambush by the Rock Ninja, the third Raikage could have chosen to send a portion of the Cloud Ninja to hold the rear while he led the others to retreat, which would have had a high success rate. A Raikage who can take on thousands alone with great prestige is far more important than the lives of several hundred or thousands of ordinary Cloud Ninja. Although the two cannot be compared, any Cloud Ninja would likely agree that the former is more crucial. However, the third Raikage would not do this, just as the fourth Raikage would also not make such a choice. A Raikage who does not charge to the front is not a Raikage. I'm sorry, Lord Raikage, I was too willful to say such things. Ultimately, I am too weak. Weak to the point where I cannot play any role on the battlefield and cannot provide even a little help to Lord Raikage. Mabui sini fit, apologizing in a dry voice. At this moment, her heart was filled with self-blame and regret. If only she could be a little stronger and more effective, Lord Raikage would not have to risk his injured body. But she, whose talent cannot be considered particularly good, is very clear that her limit in this life is just a Janine. She could never squeeze into the realm of peak shinobi like the fourth Raikage or Uchiha Zongyan. Naturally, she could not help the fourth Raikage to block Uchiha Zongyan. This is what true willfulness is. The fourth Raikage smiled gently, then put on a serious face to reprimand Mabui. Everyone in the village has different roles. You, being such a clever person, can do much more than I, who only knows how to use my fists, and your importance to the village is even greater. If everyone in the village were like me, only capable of angrily smashing tables when something happens, and rushing headlong in a battle upon seeing the enemy, would this village still be able to exist? The fourth Raikage rarely affirms Mabui's abilities and value, and his words made Mabui unable to help but look up, her face revealing a hint of shock. What my brother said is correct. Mabui, it is because of clever people like you that the village can operate smoothly. And because of this, people like us can have enough time and energy to hone ourselves and improve our strength. These two aspects must complement each other, right? At some point, the Eight Tails Jinch Ricky Killer Bee quietly entered. He reached out from behind and patted Mabui on the shoulder, causing the female ninja to jump slightly. Lord Killer Bee, you're here. Seeing that the newcomer was Killer Bee, Mabui quickly greeted him. Don't think too much. The value of a ninja lies in what they are willing to die for. Just like the previous Raikages, they all fought and died to protect the village and its people. This is the responsibility and duty that the position of Raikage bestows upon them. And it is also the moment when their lives shine the brightest. I believe my brother is the same. He is also a Raikage, Killer Bee said. with dazzling light radiating from his small eyes behind his sunglasses, looking directly at the fourth Raikage. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. The fourth Raikage felt a bit embarrassed under Killer B's gaze and quickly changed the subject. What about the daimyo of the Land of Water? After the camp was destroyed by Uchiha Zongyan, the war supplies accumulated by the Cloud Village were reduced by more than half. The remaining supplies are not enough to support a large-scale, long-term war with an army of 7,000. Of course, there are now only 6,000 left, as 1,000 were killed by Uchiha Zongyan. But 6,000 is still not enough. Therefore, after the fourth Raikage, he led the Cloud Ninja army back to the Land of Water. The first thing he did was send Killer B to the capital of the Land of Water to demand supplies from the daimyo. After all, they are now within the borders of the Land of Water, and transporting supplies from the Land of Lightning would be too costly and time-consuming. Although it was called a demand, it was essentially a threat. The Cloud army stationed in the Land of Water made it unlikely for the daimyo to refuse, right? The outcome was, of course, inevitable. It wasn't too long before the daimyo of the Land of Water agreed to the Cloud's requests. Killer B returned with intelligence from the capital of the Land of Water, and the fourth Raikage just wanted to clarify things. Most of the content had already been explained in the intelligence report. The only point to note was that the daimyo of the Land of Water actually asked for an exorbitant price. He hoped to charge 5 times the amount as payment after the war victory, with the money distributed from the war reparations from Konoha. Killer B grinned widely, his 2 rows of white teeth striking. However, when talking about the daimyo of the Land of Water, Killer B's tone was somewhat off, seemingly mocking the daimyo's foolishness. Oof. A fool who doesn't know his own limits. The fourth Raikage A's reaction was even more direct. He snorted coldly, his tone grim. Once we win this war and achieve our set goals, obtaining a piece of land from the Fire Country's border, the Land of Water and the Land of Frost in between will become our obstacles. At that time, he will come begging me. The goals of the Cloud Village in this war are very simple, consisting of 2 parts. First, to get money from Konoha, a lot of money. This money is not only to stimulate the declining economy of Cloud Village, but also to provide funding for future military expansions. Second, to have the Fire Country seed land, a piece of fertile land abundant with water and grass. As a plateau, the Land of Lightning inherently has little arable land, and the land suitable for farming within the Fire Country is even more pitifully scarce. Therefore, in previous wars, the greatest demand for the other countries, Earth, Lightning, and Wind, attacking Konoha was land. These people are drooling over the wealth of the Fire Country. Chapter 224, Rumors News. In the origin of Uchiha Zongyan, the 3 in the temporary sick room finished discussing matters concerning the Land of Water. They had almost set a conclusion for the Land of Water early on, something the daimyo probably never expected. Since the daimyo of the Land of Water is willing to help us gather supplies, our pressure has significantly reduced. Garui has already been sent out, leading the mobile units to ensure the safety of the supply line, guarding against sneak attacks and disruptions from Konoha Ninja. As soon as the fourth Raikage spoke about serious matters, his expression became solemn, completely different from before. But I'm injured now, so the probing and encroachment on the front line should temporarily cease. Killer B, you will be in charge of commanding the front line to prevent that Konoha Ninja from using the same tricks again. Mabu E, you coordinate in the center. Saying this, a cold smile appeared on the fourth Raikage's face. However, that guy was hit by Killer B's tailed beast bomb. Even if he doesn't die, he should be severely injured, and his recovery time will definitely be much longer than mine, so we don't need to fear his attack for now. In his eyes, Uchiha Zongyan, whose physical strength is far inferior to his own, taking a hit from a tailed beast bomb and managing to escape is already an impressive feat. There is no way he can recover in a short time. Thus, although he is also injured, being able to take out a foreign strongman from Konoha is a very good result. By the way, speaking of that guy, when I went to the capital of the Land of Water, I heard quite a few rumors. Killer B suddenly seemed to recall something and immediately spoke up. What rumors? It's about that Konoha ninja. I heard that he seems to be the fuse for this internal conflict in Konoha. Quickly tell me everything you know. Don't leave out any details. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage sat up straighter, looking eager to hear more. The burlap-clad Mabu E was similarly affected, her face displaying curiosity mixed with hatred towards Uchiha Zongyan. That guy named Uchiha Zongyan is a member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. It's said that not long ago, he was just a student at the Ninja Academy, showing no exceptional talent or abilities, and his parents were ordinary chunin, often regarded as marginal figures in the Uchiha clan. Kurabi rubbed his chin, straining to recall the information and rumors he had heard. This kid seemed to have popped up out of nowhere. One day, he was a good student attending school, and the next day, he returned to his clan carrying the head of Uchiha Itachi, the well-known son of the Uchiha clan leader. Afterward, the Uchiha clan leader, angered by the death of his son, confronted Uchiha Zongyan and was also defeated. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's body trembled, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Do you know what you were saying? One day he was a student, and the next he killed Uchiha Itachi and defeated Uchiha Fugaku. These two are a new genius of Konoha, breaking the graduation record of the Ninja Academy. And the other is the clan leader of a prestigious family who made quite a name for himself during the Third Ninja World War. Are you sure these two were both defeated by a ninja school student? Mabu-e also showed a shocked expression, incredulously asking, "That Uchiha Itachi? Our village's Umbu has dealt with him a lot and lost many skilled operatives to him." According to the analysis department's report, although Uchiha Itachi is still young, his strength has already reached the level of an elite jounin, and it's only a matter of time before he becomes a Kaga-level ninja. How could such a person be killed by a student from the Ninja Academy? Beheaded. As the dedicated secretary of the Fourth Raikage, Mabu-e handled many of the tasks in the village since the Fourth Raikage disliked dealing with busy administrative affairs. She had read all the reports from the Umbu and Analysis Department and naturally knew about the rising star of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. This young man, with enormous potential, was destined to become a new pillar of Konoha, and yet he died just like that? Kurabi looked at the two with a hint of confusion, surprised by their doubts, and said with a smirk, "Did you forget something? That Uchiha Zongyan just killed so many of our people not long ago, and even injured my brother. What's so surprising about him killing Uchiha Itachi and defeating Uchiha Fugaku? Could it be that these two are stronger than my brother?" This remark seemed to awaken the two from their daze. Yes, Uchiha Zongyan's displayed strength clearly surpassed that of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. A person who could exchange blows with the Fourth Raikage and even injure him must be a strong figure on par with the Kaga level from various villages. And those two Uchihas, no matter how strong, were merely elite jounin, completely on a different level. All right, I was indeed too surprised, Kurabi admitted, realizing that the claim about Uchiha Zongyan still being a student at the Ninja Academy was too shocking to connect with what had occurred later. Mabu-e smiled wryly and nodded apologetically at Kurabi. Okay, enough chit-chat. Let's continue. The Fourth Raikage felt he hadn't said anything wrong and glared at Kurabi to urge him on. Later on, Uchiha Zongyan established his status and reputation within the Uchiha clan through these two events. And because of the pressure and oppression from Konoha, led by the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the conflict between the two sides had been significant and escalating. Uchiha Zongyan seized this opportunity to lead the Uchiha clan's ninjas to surround the Hokage building, confronting the Konoha ninjas led by the third Hokage. Unfortunately, they didn't engage in a full-blown battle. They only killed an elder, Shimura Danzo, and eliminated the forces under him, which didn't significantly impact Konoha's overall strength. Kurabi expressed his dissatisfaction at this point, seemingly wishing for the Uchiha clan and Konoha to fight to the death. Upon hearing this, the Fourth Raikage's expression flickered. Sensing something was off, Mabu-e also reacted, widening her eyes to look at the Fourth Raikage. "Brother, Mabu-e, what is with your expressions? What is suddenly happening?" Kurabi asked, confused by the strange demeanor of the two. As the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, he usually didn't participate in high-level meetings in the village and had no actual power. Therefore, he was unaware of the Fourth Raikage's decision to initiate war after receiving intelligence about the internal conflict in Konoha. Mabu-e, could this be a conspiracy from Konoha? After a long pause, the Fourth Raikage finally managed to ask, his face alternating between green and white. "Raikage-sama, we still can't confirm whether the rumors that Kurabi-sama heard are true. Moreover, I personally believe that Konoha wouldn't go so far as to use an actual internal war as bait to lure us into war, right? Even if they could use unexpected strength to win a battle, what benefits would they gain?" Seeing the Fourth Raikage's self-doubting expression, Mabu-e quickly spoke to comfort him. "Exactly." The Fourth Raikage finally relaxed, nodding in relief. If this was indeed a conspiracy from Konoha that had tricked him into a trap like a fish caught on a hook, then the village of Kimogakure might suffer heavy losses, a result he could never accept. However, Raikage-sama, I've noticed a problem. The rumors that Kurabi-sama mentioned didn't even reach our spy station in the Land of Fire in Konoha. How could they suddenly appear in the capital of the Land of Soup? Such high-level intelligence. How could Konoha allow it to spread? Mabu questioned. "What do you mean? If these are fabricated rumors, they wouldn't be so detailed. There must be someone behind the scenes stirring things up." Chapter 225, The Behind-the-Scenes Instigator. Uchiha Obito's thorn in the eye. The reason why Kurabi, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, was able to hear tightly sealed information about Uchiha Zongyan from within Konoha in such a remote place as the capital of the Land of Soup was undoubtedly due to someone acting as a catalyst. The origin of this matter came from the Akatsuki organization. In the original work, the Akatsuki organization first appeared during the Shippuden arc, starting with Deidara and Sasori's surprise attack on the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, capturing Gaara, the host of the One Tail, which revealed Akatsuki's goal of collecting tailed beasts. However, this was not the first time the Akatsuki organization had appeared in the ninja world. Long ago, the Akatsuki organization was already born in the Land of Rain, but at that time, the Akatsuki was entirely different from what it is now. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, during the Third Ninja World War, unexpectedly discovered 3 pitiful children in the Land of Rain. It seemed that he was pulled by the strings of fate to take them as his disciples. Later, as the 3 disciples grew up, feeling the brutality and cruelty of war, they resolved to seek peace through their own strength. Thus, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato established the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, gathering like-minded companions who aspired for peace. However, the good times didn't last long. The increasingly declining Land of Rain could not accommodate this emerging organization. And Hanzo of the Salamander, once a demigod that shook the ninja world but had fallen into a paranoid and brutal old man, could not tolerate them either. Adding to the chaos is a troublemaker named Shimura Danzo, who is constantly stirring up trouble. As a result, Hans of the Salamander decides to eliminate them. Using peace talks as bait, Hans invites the Akatsuki members to discuss matters of peace. Yahiko, along with his companions, eagerly attends, only to find that Hans has kidnapped Konan and is forcing Yahiko to commit suicide. Yahiko is somewhat idealistic, to put it bluntly, a bit naive, and he indeed takes his own life. After Yahiko's suicide, Hans immediately orders the extermination of the Akatsuki. At this moment, Nagato, filled with grief, goes berserk and uses the power of the Rinnegan to rewrite the outcome. From then on, the Akatsuki transforms from a naive organization dreaming of peace into a violent organization seeking peace through nuclear deterrence. After Nagato takes over the Akatsuki, he changes their previous style and begins to intervene in the wars of the ninja world. During the Third Great Ninja War, he takes on a contract with the Land of Earth's Iwagakure, becoming a group of mercenaries. The reason for becoming mercenaries is mainly due to Nagato's thoughts. On one hand, they can earn commissions to sustain the organization, and on the other hand, by intervening in the wars of major nations, they can exhaust the power of these nations in the meat grinder of war, which also conveniently lays the groundwork for the future. The same scenario unfolds again. Not long after the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth are eager to stir up war once more. Nagato, who is already disgusted and furious with the reckless actions of the major nations, decides to intervene in this war to an even greater extent. Moreover, he will no longer serve a single ninja village, but will act as the puppet master, continuously pushing the 3 major nations into the whirlpool of war. This is also a way to make the major nations feel pain. Isn't it? Pain. In the Land of Water, several kilometers outside the logistics base of Kumobikure, a man dressed in black with an orange vortex mask stands on a branch, gazing into the distance towards Kumobikure. This man is, of course, Uchiha Obito. Obito, the task you entrusted me with has been completed. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails in Kumobikure has surely received the information I spread out, and by now, he has probably notified the Fourth Raikage. Beside Uchiha Obito, a dark, indistinguishable object emerges from the trunk, reporting to him in a sinister voice. I've told you countless times, call me Madara. Uchiha Obito does not turn his head, still staring towards the logistics base of Kumobikure, but harshly reprimands. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu lowers his head helplessly and respectfully addresses him as Lord, but what he truly thinks is unknown. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Obito does not continue speaking, and Black Zetsu can only ask again. Lord Madara, isn't Pain's action this time a bit too hasty? The deeper the involvement in this war, the greater the risk of exposing the Akatsuki's intelligence. Rather than making some not particularly meaningful moves at this moment, it would be better to continue hiding and waiting for the right opportunity. Black Zetsu is actually very dissatisfied with Pain's orders, but he is nominally just a manifestation of Uchiha Madara's will and cannot have his own thoughts and opinions. He must follow Uchiha Obito's arrangements. Since Uchiha Obito has not spoken against it, he has no position to oppose either. However, as the greatest filial son in the ninja world for 1,000 years, Black Zetsu is solely focused on rescuing his mother, Kaguya Tsutsuki, from her seal, pouring all his efforts and goals into the Eye of the Moon plan. Nagato's impulsive actions now could very likely lead to the Akatsuki being exposed too early, which would be detrimental to future actions. I used to think so too, but after careful consideration, I didn't speak out to stop pain. Uchiha Obito shook his head and calmly explained, "On one hand, our relationship with pain is merely cooperative. If he is determined to act, I cannot stop him without worsening the rift between us. We still have use for him, so he cannot act too soon. On the other hand, while there is some risk, we are only sending out a few ordinary members to do the work. Our objectives and Pain's objectives will not be exposed, so there's no need to worry too much." As he spoke, a flash of brilliance flickered in Uchiha Obito's only visible eye. "Moreover, I have a strange feeling right now. That boy named Uchiha Zongyan is very likely to become a variable. The best way to handle this variable is to eliminate him as soon as possible so that it doesn't affect our plans. Once everything settles, Uchiha Obito will naturally know the final outcome of the Konoha internal conflict. As soon as this intelligence is in hand, he realizes he's been played by Uchiha Zongyan. Originally, Uchiha Obito had promised to help Uchiha Zongyan deal with Shimura Danzo simply to propel Uchiha Zongyan into action, ideally leading to a mutually destructive fight between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction, significantly weakening Konoha's strength. But unexpectedly, that immature boy actually used him. Although a war did break out, it hardly escalated. Konoha only lost Shimura Danzo and some of his root ninjas, while everyone else survived. Even the defeated third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, did not die. He was merely left with a punishment of reflection behind closed doors. As a result, Konoha's strength not only remained intact, but even increased due to the reconciliation between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, who were previously subtly hostile and on edge. This left Uchiha Obito feeling furious, as he had become a stepping stone for the younger generation of his own clan. TCH, what variable? It was just being played by Uchiha Zongyan, feeling utterly embarrassed. Just a Uchiha without even a Sharingan. How could he be considered a variable? Black Zetsu lowered his head, a hint of disdain flashing across his strange face. In the eyes of this filial son, who has survived for over 1,000 years, Uchiha Zongyan's displayed strength is still far from impressive. The heroes of a ninja world have risen and fallen over the past millennium. He has seen too much. Only those as strong as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who are on the verge of reaching the Sage of Six Paths level, or those like Nagato, who possess Rinnegan and have completely transcended the realm of ordinary ninjas, can be called variables. Uchiha Zongyan is still far from it. That is true. However, on the surface, Black Zetsu still nodded in agreement and then asked, "So what is next? What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's ugly face behind the mask curled into a grotesque smile, and he mockingly said, "Of course, we wait for the right moment. Neither side has truly engaged in battle yet. When they reach a point of mutual destruction, that will be our time to strike. It will also be the time for me to collect debts from that kid." Chapter 216. Another battlefield on the northwestern border of the Land of Fire. The Konoha Ninja Corps is stationed here. In the encampment, various tents are arranged in an orderly manner, with many Konoha ninjas moving about, fulfilling their tasks. This army is led by the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Hyuga Hisashi, to resist the invasion of a Wagakure from the Land of Earth. Unlike the situation on the northeastern border, the pressure on the Konoha army here is much less. On one hand, their task is merely to defend. As long as they do not let Iwagakure's army break through this line of defense, they can achieve victory. On the other hand, it seems that Iwagakure is not particularly enthusiastic about this war, as they have only sent small-scale ninja units for harassment and intelligence warfare during this period. Small-scale skirmishes could happen at any time, but they wouldn't cause significant damage. In the large tent at the center of the Konoha camp, the 5th Hokage, Hyuga Hisashi, sat in the prominent position, with his younger brother, the current Hokage's secretary, Hyuga Hayashi, standing behind him. In front of Hyuga Hisashi, on either side, sat the clan leaders Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and Aburame Shibi, along with jonin such as Nara Gurin, Andareku, and Yuhi Kurinai. Although Konoha had divided its forces into two groups this time, many of the stronger elite units were placed under Hyuga Hisashi's command. After all, he was the current Hokage, and the strength of the Uchiha clan overshadowed that of the other clans combined. Moreover, It was important to note that these clans had formed a habit of relying on the Hokage over the years. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had operated this way since joining Konoha. During the third Hokage's reign, they relied on him, and when the fourth Hokage came to power, they became his trusted aides. After the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, they quickly returned to being loyal followers of the third Hokage. This was determined by the habits of the clans and the survival wisdom accumulated by the smaller clans over the years. As for the Jonin like Nara-Gyuren, they carried the direct label of the Hokage's faction, and even if the third Hokage stepped down, they would never turn to Uchiha Zongyan. With Hyuga Hisashi now in power, they naturally aligned themselves under him. The information from the northeastern border sent by the clan leader Zongyan had been reviewed by everyone. Given the impressive results, it was believed that the situation in the northeast was no longer a concern, and clan leader Zongyan would surely deliver impressive results for Konoha. Hyuga Hisashi put down the information scroll in his hand, unable to suppress the excitement and joy on his face. Even as the leader of the traditionally conservative Hyuga clan, he could not contain his emotions at that moment, openly expressing his feelings. As allies, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were in the early stages of a honeymoon period, their interests tightly bound together, and this war was crucial for the safety of the entire Konoha village. Thus, when Hyuga Hisashi received the information, he did not entertain thoughts of Uchiha Zongyan overshadowing him. He was simply delighted. With Hyuga Hisashi so excited, the others below naturally exhibited even more enthusiasm. It was hard to believe that clan leader Zongyan had already achieved this. The two-tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, were both renowned powerful figures. Yet they had been defeated by clan leader Zongyan. Nara-Gyuren was the first to speak, his face filled with admiration. Indeed, while I knew clan leader Zongyan was strong, I never expected him to be this strong. It's a bit unfair, isn't it? The faces of those Kumogakure bastards must be green with envy. Andu Reika laughed heartily, as if imagining the green-faced Kuminin in his mind. Yes, truly impressive. Yuhi Kurnai nodded gently, her face expressing admiration. Not only will the situation in the northeast improve, but our situation here will also greatly improve. Narashikaku, as the chief strategist, chuckled lightly, his voice filled with a sense of excitement. While everyone was happy due to the information, some did not grasp Narashikaku's meaning and looked at him with puzzled expressions, seeking answers. Yes, that's right. Shikaku, please explain the relationship to everyone. Hyuga Hisashi nodded, signaling to Narashikaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. Narashikaku obediently stood up, slightly bowing to Hyuga Hisashi, and then looked around at the crowd, speaking loudly. We all know that this war was initiated by the fourth Raikage of Kumogakure, while the Iwagakure was the side being incited. Although we don't know the specifics of the agreement between them, it's clear that Kumogakure is the more anxious party. After Narashikaku finished speaking, the attendees nodded. It was very straightforward. So why do we say that if Kumogakure suffers setbacks in the northeast, our situation will improve? Someone asked, sounding like a qualified straight man. That's because the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, is a cunning old fox. Everyone is aware of the recent battle situation. Iwagakure has no intention of attacking and is deliberately maintaining a stalemate with us, only sending small forces to keep skirmishes going. Narashikaku smiled, appearing to have a grasp on the situation. Think about it. Why would Onoki make such moves? Isn't he waiting for news from the northeastern border? I believe that once Kumogakure gains the initiative in the northeast, Onoki will not want to fall behind and will immediately send a large army to seize Konoha's cake. But if Kumogakure finds itself at a disadvantage, Onoki will continue to observe and wait for the right moment. Because if both sides fall into intense warfare, and Kumogakure is defeated, our northeastern army could free up to support this battlefield. Iwagakure will immediately find itself in a very passive situation, and will ultimately pay a painful price. At this point, Narashikaku couldn't help but exclaim, truly impressive. Clan leader Zongyan has nearly single-handedly reversed the situation on both battlefronts. Our chances of winning this war have greatly increased, and clan leader Zongyan is the greatest contributor. Exactly. Hyuga Hisashi immediately chimed in, showing no displeasure at Uchiha Zongyan overshadowing him. The Konoha ninjas present, whether they had already understood or were just now catching on, could not help but smile. After all, with the situation improving, everyone's lives and power were better secured. Who wouldn't want to see such a scenario? So, Shikaku, what should we do next? Hyuga Hisashi asked. Let us take the initiative and attack. Clan leader Zongyan has achieved dazzling results. We cannot fall behind. Someone excitedly urged. Let us maintain the status quo and wait for clan leader Zongyan to drive back Kumogakure's reinforcements. One T that allow us to secure victory easily? Another person frowned, wanting a stable win. Hokage-sama. Personally, I lean towards remaining inactive. From my perspective, information from the northeast will reach Iwagakure soon, and the third Tsuchikage will definitely be more cautious and may even pull back defenses. Our advantage lies in having a large number of Byakugan users who can monitor Iwagakure's movements without any blind spots. Whatever actions they take, we can respond quickly. In this case, there is no need for us to take any further actions. After all, our mission is to hold our ground. I assent it. Facing the murmuring crowd, Narashikaku offered his opinion. Upon hearing his views, many of the more aggressive Konoha ninjas looked at him with disapproval, but Narashikaku was unfazed. Shikaku is right. Adapting to changes with steadfastness is the best strategy. Everyone, let us patiently wait for clan leader Zongyan to achieve a great victory over Kumogakure and bring us glorious success. Chapter 227. The four-mad laughter add one more person after being injured. The fourth Raikage stubbornly refused his subordinate suggestion to recuperate in Kumogakure, insisting on staying at the logistics base in the Land of Water to better defend against Konoha's impending counterattack. He was well aware. At this critical moment, when the fourth Raikage was injured, Konoha would undoubtedly take the opportunity to pursue. If he were to return to Kumogakure at this moment, he might receive news of the defeat of their forces halfway, or perhaps be transported back by the heaven-sent technique. Lord Raikage, you should go back and rest first. Karabi is outside, keeping watch. If Konoha makes a move, he will definitely sound the alarm first, Mabu said from behind the fourth Raikage, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. However, the fourth Raikage, stubbornly shook his head, tightening the coat draped over him and staring intently into the distance. He had been anxious for the past 2 days, feeling that Konoha's ninjas were on their way to attack. Therefore, despite Mabu and the medical ninja's advice, he insisted on climbing this mountain to gaze into the distance. Mabu observed all of this, and although he repeatedly spoke up to persuade he could not change the Raikage's mind. Lord Raikage, Mabu slightly shook his head, just about to continue his persuasion when suddenly the fourth Raikage raised his head and exclaimed, "They're really coming. This chakra, that brat actually recovered his fighting strength so quickly? Mabu, quickly sound the alarm. The enemy from Konoha is attacking." The fourth Raikage sensed a familiar chakra wave approaching rapidly from afar, and upon careful identification, he realized it was Uchiha Zongyan, whom he had just fought not long ago. That similar lightning chakra wave was rapidly approaching from the sky, and now that shining point of light was visible to the naked eye. Yes, Mabu's heart tightened as he immediately responded and took out a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch, launching it into the sky. The fourth Raikage had no time to worry about Mabu's actions. He tossed off the coat draped over him, revealing his strong physique, with the bandages around his waist still intact. Bang, bang, bang. With a leap, the fourth Raikage crashed to the ground like a human cannonball, each step heavy and producing a deafening roar as he charged toward the direction where Uchiha Zongyan appeared. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying beast roar echoed from the outskirts of the logistics base. Then, a massive chakra surged forth, and a bizarre creature resembling an ox with 8 octopus tails. The 8 tails appeared in the distance, its enormous body towering over the trees. Bang, bang. The sounds of 2 signal flares exploding followed one after the other, causing the Cloud Ninjas to look up in shock, discovering that 2 flares symbolizing the approach of strong enemies had exploded, one from the front perimeter and the other from the rear headquarters. What is going on? Why are there 2 signal flares? Where's the enemy? Is it in front or behind? Could it be that we are surrounded by the enemy? Damn it. Lord Raikage is still at the back. We need to go support him. That's the 8 tails. Lord Karabi has completely transformed into the tail beast. The enemy is right in front. The Cloud Ninjas were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and the chaotic voices filled the entire logistics base. This situation was extremely dangerous. Because the ninjas were unclear about the enemy's exact location, it was easy for them to panic and start overthinking. Fortunately, a powerful ally appeared beside them. Boom! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed as the fourth Raikage jumped into the crowd from a distance, kicking up dust and creating a large crater on the ground. Crackle! The fourth Raikage was enveloped in brilliant electric light, the dancing lightning snakes wrapping around his entire body, his hair standing on end as he looked imposing and fierce, shouting to the surrounding Cloud Ninjas, "The enemy is right in front. Follow me and let us tear them apart." Yes, Lord Raikage. The appearance of the fourth Raikage gave all the Cloud ninjas a backbone, and the previously chaotic emotions immediately dissipated. With the fourth Raikage leading the way, the Cloud ninjas marched forward in unison. Roar! The fully transformed Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi gathered energy, launching a massive tailed beast ball toward Uchiha Zongyan in the sky. Whoosh! Uchiha Zongyan deftly dodged with a shunshin. Not even a strand of hair touched. Karabi, it looks like you haven't learned your lesson at all. Without the fourth Raikage as assistance, your tailed beast ball can't possibly hit me. Don't you understand that? The wind pressure from the tailed beast ball made Uchiha Zongyan's black hair flutter as he coldly mocked Karabi, dressed in bright red armor and wielding a long black blade. Uchiha Zongyan looked exactly the same as last time, showing no signs of injury. Roar! An angry beast, Roar, answered Uchiha Zongyan. Seeing that he could not harm Uchiha Zongyan, Karabi immediately turned to continue using the tail beast ball. This time, the target was the large group of rapidly approaching Konoha ninjas. Susanoo. In the next moment, among the rushing Konoha army, a middle-aged man with black hair and black eyes narrowed his gaze. The three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes rapidly transformed, becoming a pair of shurikens, each with a black lightning bolt beside the blades. This man was Uchiha Fugaku, and he had come to the battlefield to undertake his corresponding mission. As his Mangeki Sharingan activated, a massive chakra surged forth, and within seconds, a giant Sora like Susanoo took shape, looking comparable to the fully transformed Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi. Long live Lord Zongyan. Long live Lord Fugaku. We are sure to win this war. Is this the power of the Mangeki Sharingan? It's truly terrifying. Charge! Annihilate them. The Konoha ninjas were exhilarated as they watched Uchiha Zongyan easily dodge the tailed beast ball and saw Uchiha Fugaku unleash his Susanoo, transforming into a towering figure. Their morale soared. Everyone held onto the belief of certain victory. Come on, foolish beast. Bow before the Mangeki Sharingan. Any resistance before these eyes is futile. For some reason, Uchiha Fugaku, who usually appeared serious and unsmiling, turned wild once he activated the Mangeki Sharingan and Susanoo, loudly taunting Karabi. This must be the inheritance of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. At the very least, the current form admin would have to add Uchiha Fugaku's name to their ranks as well. Chapter 228, Devour Everything. Fiery Hell. Susanoo is a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, a power that comes with the evolution of the Sharingan into the Mangeki Sharingan, existing in the form of a visual technique. Every Uchiha who awakens the Mangeki Sharingan will naturally learn to use this visual technique. However, each Uchiha's Susanoo takes on a different form. For example, Uchiha's Susanoo appears blue, has 4 arms, and wields long swords. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo is deep purple, armed with a bow and arrow, and its complete form transforms into 2 long swords. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is red. Notably, the weapons used by Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo seem to be of great significance. The left hand holds the Yada mirror, and the right hand wields the Totsuka blade. Both legendary artifacts from the Neon legend, and they are not inherently part of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, but were obtained from somewhere, although there are no related descriptions. Finally, as a father of the 2 brothers, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo is orange, a warm color. As Uchiha Fugaku activated his ocular power to evolve Susanoo to its 3rd stage, the complete form, a towering giant, appeared before the 2 armies. The Susanoo, radiating an orange glow, bore a massive shield on its back, but wielded no weapons. Quite interesting. Uchiha Sasuke, floating in midair, looked at the Susanoo that was almost within reach of his head, finding it very intriguing. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. This trio of father and sons each had their own beliefs and ideas. This could be seen just from the appearance of their Susanoos. The Sharingan, as the eye that reflects the soul, always distinctly showcases the personality traits of its wielder. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi is a contradictory person. He pursues peace while ruthlessly slaughtering his entire clan, protecting his beloved younger brother while subjecting Uchiha Sasuke to a cruel hell without escape. Thus, he holds a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, due to his upbringing and the various abuses he suffered, developed a particularly impulsive and extreme personality. His Susanoo's initial form is a bow, and its complete form transforms into 2 long swords, reflecting his highly aggressive nature. However, Uchiha Fugaku is entirely different. The orange Susanoo giant stands weaponless, with with only a large shield on its back. This reflects Uchiha Fugaku's personality. He is a very conservative and inherently weak person, only wanting to protect his own territory without wishing to take the initiative. Therefore, in the original work, even when he faced oppression and exclusion from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura, and when the radical faction within the clan constantly called for rebellion, Uchiha Fugaku still hesitated. In the end, when his own son approached him with a bloody blade, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, entrusted the boy to his elder son, and calmly accepted his death alongside his wife. Uchiha. Damn Uchiha. Another damned Uchiha. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, as a perfect Jinchuriki, could maintain his consciousness even during full-tailed beast transformation. So when he saw the suddenly appearing Susanoo giant and Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan, he immediately understood the identity of the person before him. This ignited Killer Bee's anger, mixing new grudges with old ones against Uchiha Zongyan. Roar! You bustat! In a fit of rage, Killer Bee lunged forward, using gravity to elbow the Susanoo's chest from above, instantly knocking the Susanoo down to the ground. Boom! The giant fell, and the massive body of Susanoo kicked up countless clouds of dust. Damn it! It's not that easy. Inside the forehead space of Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku shouted angrily, once again unleashing his ocular power to command Susanoo to move, grabbing the arms of the Eight Tails and pushing him back. The two colossal beings grappled with each other, and Uchiha Fugaku, using Susanoo for the second time, found himself at a temporary disadvantage. However, their battle was certainly not one that could be quickly resolved, especially given the high stakes of their battlefield. The ninjas of Konoha did not rush to support Uchiha Fugaku, but instead bypassed the two and continued forward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Cloud Ninja at the logistics base quickly prepared to respond after receiving the alert, but they did not rush out to fight directly. Instead, they relied on various defensive installations around the logistics base to wait for the enemy. Although this logistics base of the Cloud Village was temporary, it had still been fortified with various defenses and traps to prepare for an attack from Konoha. Especially after the central camp was destroyed and the fourth Raikage was injured, he had anticipated this moment. Oof, wanna be a turtle? I want to see how many blades your shell can withstand. Uchiha Zongyan sneered, and the blade in his hand, flowing blade, suddenly erupted, a torrent of flames surging forth, burning everything in a terrifying blaze that dried the surrounding air. All things in nature reduced to ashes. Flowing blade. Devour everything. Hellfire. Uchiha Zongyan swung a blade, causing the ground of the Cloud Logistics base below to tremble irregularly, as if a terrifying prehistoric beast was about to break through the earth. The enemy's attack is coming. Everyone defend together. Barrier squad, quickly deploy the barrier. Faster, even faster. The Cloud Ninjas were like ants frantically repairing their nest under a downpour, their faces filled with anxiety and panic, hurriedly using various ninjutsu and barrier techniques. Barrier, deploy, Earth style, Hokage technique. The Cloud Ninjas were busy, clearly feeling the terror gathering beneath the ground, as if it were about to burst forth and devour their lives at any moment. Bastard, it's you again, old man. In the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning shot out from the Cloud Logistics base, and the roar of the fourth Raikage echoed just as the lightning reached him. No, we can't hold on. Damn it. Are we going to die like this? Various methods were employed. The majority of the shaking ground had stabilized under the effects of various ninjutsu and barriers. However, some leaks still remained, with the ground beginning to crack, and the searing flames erupting made all Cloud Ninjas' hearts race, with some already closing their eyes in despair, waiting for death. Boom, boom. A section of the ground was completely broken through, and flames erupted from below, forming a pillar of fire, shooting upwards. But with a roar, the fourth Raikage leaped high from a distance, unleashing a furious lightning chakra from above. Lightning release, Thunder Axe. The fourth Raikage raised his foot and directly shattered the erupting pillar of fire from above. Chapter 229. Konoha is left with only this essence. We're saved. You scared me. I thought I was going to die. Long live Raikage. The fourth Raikage arrived just in time, using his own strength to disperse several pillars of fire that had not been sealed, saving the Cloud Ninjas stationed here. Following him, a large group of Cloud Ninjas also rushed to support. TCH, you're pretty quick to arrive. I said, fourth Raikage, your injuries aren't even healed yet. Why are you so eager to rush out and die? It will be better to take care of your injuries first, especially since you're not getting any younger and need to pay more attention to your health. Uchiha Zongyan, undeterred by his failed attack, floated in midair and mockingly said, Oomph. You little brat from Konoha. Have you already healed? The sensation of being hit directly by a tailed beast bomb isn't pleasant, is it? What benefits did Konoha give you to make you fight so desperately for them? You're still so young, with plenty of room for growth. Why rush to your death today? The fourth Raikage rubbed his aching arm and looked up at Uchiha Zongyan, countering. In his view, Uchiha Zongyan must still be injured. Remembering the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's Hokage lineage, the fourth Raikage pointedly remarked, I've heard that you little brat recently led your clan in a rebellion in Konoha, not only killing the Konoha elder Danzo Shimura, but also forcing the third Hokage to step down. Such things probably only happen in your Konoha. Unveiled village absolutely does not allow any kind of rebellion to occur, let alone accept those who would seize the opportunity to gain power through rebellion. It's truly disgraceful. The fourth Raikage already had a loud voice, and, at this moment, he deliberately raised his voice even more, aided by chakra, ensuring that the Konoha ninjas across from him could hear him. The rebellion of the Uchiha clan had only just passed not long ago. Uchiha Soma and the other vested interests had not completely whitewashed this incident. After all, washing away such events takes time to settle. Many of the Konoha ninjas who had come here with Uchiha Soma had previously confronted him as enemies. Now, stirred by the fourth Raikage's words, although it wouldn't lead to a mutiny, it still raised their doubts. Who said the fourth Raikage was just a brute with muscles in his head? He was clearly a rough yet meticulous warrior. Uchiha Soma cursed inwardly, as his impression of the fourth Raikage was completely overturned. Enough with the nonsense. Do we in Konoha need you, a Raikage from Unveiled village, to worry about our affairs? Don't forget you are merely an invader trying to take advantage of Konoha's internal turmoil to invade the land of fire. Uchiha Soma pointed the tip of his sword, flowing blade Ruoho directly at the fourth Raikage, finally pulling the Konoha ninjas' thoughts back on track. No matter what had happened before, this war was a patriotic war against invaders, and they had no reason to doubt. Torch. Without waiting for the fourth Raikage to speak again, Uchiha Soma transformed into a flash of lightning and suddenly dove forward, swinging his long knife. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A scorching flame formed a massive tornado rushing towards the fourth Raikage, instantly engulfing those Yun ninjas who couldn't escape, turning them to ashes. You dare, brat. Watching his subordinates suffer casualties, the fourth Raikage's eyes turned red, and he immediately flashed forward to meet the attack. Lightning Fury. The fourth Raikage's hands were wrapped in violent lightning chakra, striking directly at Uchiha Soma's head. Clang. The collision of human hands and blades produced a crisp sound of metal clashing, and the fourth Raikage's powerful blow deflected flowing blade Roho before he rushed in close. Heavy flow fury. Lightning chakra gathered at his elbow. The tip of his elbow shone like a light point, and he slammed it towards Uchiha Soma. Zzz, whoosh. But Uchiha Soma's advantage was his speed, and the elementalization ability of the Thunder Fruit was like a bug in battle, narrowly avoiding the fourth Raikage's furious strike. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Soma and the fourth Raikage engaged in close combat, both being powerful users of lightning chakra. In an instant, they moved like the wind and lightning, battling from the sky to the ground, while the Yun ninjas and Konoha ninjas could only see two streaks of lightning moving swiftly, entangled and colliding. The violent and terrifying lightning chakra rampaged, making the battlefield where the two were located inaccessible to anyone. Listen to my orders. The commander and deputy commander are both engaged in battle, and I will take over the command responsibilities. Among the Konoha ninjas, a tall, slender ninja with a high ponytail stepped forward. His name was Nara Shikaku, one of the strategists for the Northeastern Front in this war. After all, as a member of the Nara clan, each of them was exceptionally intelligent and skilled at planning and strategizing. Therefore, Uchiha Soma had instructed beforehand that when both he and Uchiha Fugaku were tied up with opponents and unable to command, Nara Shikaku would take over the command. Hyuga clan, sensory-type ninjas, I need you to clarify the locations of the traps set by Yunin, with Nara Shikaku's orders. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan ninjas and various sensory-type ninjas immediately stood up to check the locations of the enemy's traps. Uchiha Fugaku activated Susanoo and transformed into a human-sized giant. Uchiha Soma, flying in the sky without touching the ground. These two did not care about the existence of traps, but the ordinary ninjas with fragile bodies could not withstand it. So before launching a large-scale attack, all the traps on the road had to be removed. Report. Found it. The Hyuga clan members and sensory-type ninjas who received the command identified the locations of the traps and then various methods of destroying the traps were employed in succession. Good. Next, don't rush. We cannot directly launch a frontal assault on Yunin Village's base. That would definitely lead to heavy losses and may not succeed. With two high-ranking individuals holding back the enemy's core forces, we just need to proceed steadily. Nara Shikaku continuously issued orders while also calming the Konoha ninjas. On the Yunin side, they relied on defensive fortifications to fight a defensive battle, while they were the ones taking the initiative to attack. In terms of numbers, Konoha was at a disadvantage. If they recklessly pressed forward with a large army, they would definitely not be the side with the advantage. Therefore, they still had to wait for the outcome of the battles involving the two leaders. Konoha could not afford to expend its precious resources in such a meaningless war. Nara Shikaku helplessly glanced at the battlefield still erupting with loud noises, then looked up at the two fighting in the distance, silently pondering. Chapter 230. Armed color hockey. In any world with extraordinary power, the upper and lower limits of individual combat strength can vary greatly. Strong individuals can move mountains, fill seas, and pluck stars, while the weak may not even be as capable as ordinary people on Earth. At least most people on Earth can have enough to eat. While in the extraordinary world, if commoners can eat their fill, it is considered a prosperous era. The same is true in the world of Naruto. The strong, like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, directly overshadow a generation, making others afraid to raise their heads. Furthermore, there are even the Otsutsuki family, who possess world-destroying powers. And what about the weak? In a feudal society, commoners not only suffer from poverty, but also endure various unresistible hardships. In the armies of Yunin Village and Konoha Village, although each ninja is countless times stronger than commoners, they are still far from being able to intervene in the battles of the four elite ninjas: Uchiha Soma, the fourth Raikage, Uchiha Fugaku, and the eight-tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee. Not only can they not participate in the battles of these four, but they also have to stay far away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. This is the power of elite ninjas. In the past, the third Raikage fell into an ambush from IWA Shinobi Village to protect his subordinates. He fought against tens of thousands of IWA ninjas for 3 days and nights, eventually dying from exhaustion. The key point is that it was not because the IWA ninjas surrounded him that he could not break through and was worn down to death. Rather, the third Raikage held back tens of thousands of IWA ninjas to allow his subordinates to escape. Otherwise, with his ability, he could have broken through no matter how many enemies there were. No one could keep him. The gap between the strong and the weak cannot be filled by numbers. Among Uchiha Soma and the other three, each is roughly on par with the third Raikage, and in front of their strength lower-level ninjas are merely numbers. Torch. A blue flame formed a violent tornado, wrapping around the fourth Raikage A. The scorching flames dried up the air, turning everything in its path, be it grass or trees, to ashes, causing the temperature of the battlefield to rise continuously. Lightning release. Lightning plow heat blade. Bang. With a deafening roar that shook the eardrums, the fourth Raikage, wrapped in lightning release chakra, shouted and smashed the tornado, forming in front of him with a hand blade. Then, like a flash of lightning, he swiftly closed the distance to Uchiha Zongyan and struck hard with an elbow. Heavy flow burst. Fire rejection. Uchiha Zongyan activated flowing blade like fire, causing blue flames to explode from his body and form a ring of fire. The fire ring not only had a terrifyingly high temperature, but also carried a repulsive force, forcing the fourth Raikage, A, to abandon his attack and retreat to create distance. Fourth Raikage, you're the most troublesome opponent I have encountered since I started my journey. It's truly exciting to fight you. Now, I almost feel reluctant to kill you. After the fourth Raikage retreated, Uchiha Zongyan did not immediately pursue him. Instead, he exhaled lightly and smiled. This was a sincere thought. The fourth Raikage's fighting style leaned towards being straightforward, without any flashy ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or eye techniques, just solid taijutsu. Fighting such a strong opponent was very helpful for Uchiha Zongyan's combat experience. After all, the abilities he acquired, the Thunder Fruit and Flowing Blade like fire, although they possessed powerful techniques, mostly leaned towards close-range hard hits. Are all the ninjas from the Uchiha clan this foolish? You dare to boast that you don't want to kill me, even though the outcome is undecided? I would like to see how you plan to kill me. The fourth Raikage, A, took the opportunity to calm his breath and sneered. TSK. Being so stubborn is pointless. Look at the wound on your stomach. It's split open and bleeding. You should hurry back to heal. Uchiha Zongyan scoffed, pointing at the bandage on the fourth Raikage's stomach. At this moment, due to the intense battle, The fourth Raikage's already unhealed wound burst open again, blood seeping through the bandage wrapped around his stomach, leaving a stain. A mere scratch. I've experienced countless of those in my life. Only a rookie like you, who's just stepped onto the battlefield, would be so shocked. The fourth Raikage didn't even glance at his wound, as if he didn't care at all. In reality, he had long noticed the wound's rupture, as the spot where Uchiha Zongyan had stabbed him had been throbbing with pain, and the pain doubled when the wound split open. However, the fourth Raikage was like steel, directly suppressing the pain, and his expression didn't change. Really, this old man who doesn't know how to assess the situation is truly annoying. I clearly gave you a way out. Why can't you just step down? Uchiha Zongyan sighed, looking at the fourth Raikage with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. After all, this war was started by you. Why act so fearless and persistent? Could it be that, as invaders, you still have some righteous beliefs supporting you? By the end of this statement, Uchiha Zongyan's voice turned cold. A strange red energy suddenly appeared on his right hand, holding flowing blade like fire, spreading from his palm to the blade, filling the entire long sword in an instant. After being enveloped by this red energy, flowing blade like fire appeared even more imposing. This kid, what new technique is this? The fourth Raikage stared fixedly at the transformed flowing blade like fire, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger. Hey, you little brat from Konoha. You shamelessly want me to surrender voluntarily. Do you think it will be with this child-esque juggling tricks? You don't really think changing its color will make you stronger, do you? Uchiha Zongyan smiled and explained, this is called armament haki. What I am using is a technique of armament haki called wrapping, which means wrapping armament haki around a weapon to enhance its attack power. He swung flowing blade like fire a couple of times, feeling that after wrapping it with armament haki, wielding the sword became more intuitive, and his connection with flowing blade like fire became even closer. Armament haki? What kind of technique is that? Really? Where does this little brat from Konoha get so many strange abilities? First, there's a lightning release stronger than mine, then an unheard of divine blade, and now this haki. Damn, is this still Uchiha? This kid hasn't even used the Sharingan's abilities yet. The fourth Raikage listened in confusion. Armament haki had obviously never appeared in the ninja world before, so even he, well-informed, had never heard of it and could only remain vigilant in his heart. Chapter 231. Darui's Ambush. Black Thunder strikes. Uchiha Zongyan's sudden appearance of armament haki was, of course, something he had just obtained not long ago. After the week-long journey of the little Empress Boa Hancock, who stayed in Konoha, ended and she was sent back to the world of One Piece by the traveling frog, the system automatically began to settle the rewards. Overall, Boa Hancock was very satisfied with her gains from coming to the Naruto world. Not only did she receive chakra seeds from Uchiha Zongyan, but she also learned Shadow Clone Technique and Transformation Technique. With these two ninjutsu, her chances of escaping from the Celestial Dragon prison greatly increased. Perhaps she wouldn't even need to wait for the massive rebellion that would happen nearly 2 years later to escape back to Amazon Lily with her two sisters. Besides gaining abilities, Boa Hancock also met Uchiha Zongyan, whom she revered as a deity, and made friends with Uchiha Rika, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. This journey was very precious, so correspondingly, the rewards Uchiha Zongyan received were the best. The strongest abilities possessed by the peak version of Boa Hancock entered the reward pool: Sweet Fruit, Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Uchiha Zongyan received Armament Haki from these. Moreover, this time the awarded Armament Haki was different from what Uchiha Zongyan had obtained before. It required him to spend time practicing and mastering it to gradually become stronger. This time, the Armament Haki of the peak version of the Empress was directly given to Uchiha Zongyan, without needing to spend time practicing and mastering it. So he decisively issued an order and led the Konoha army to attack the Cloud Village. This time, Uchiha Zongyan no longer used flowing blade like fire from a distance. Instead, he wanted to see how much destructive power flowing blade like fire could cause after being wrapped with armament haki. Whoosh! Zzz! Enveloped in electric light, Uchiha Zongyan dashed forward like a flash of lightning, moving so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Here it comes. The fourth Raikage felt a jolt in his heart, clearly sensing that Uchiha Zongyan's speed had increased slightly. Originally, his speed was inferior to Uchiha Zongyan's, and now the gap between them was even more pronounced. This made the fourth Raikage, known for his speed and strength in the current ninja world, feel very uncomfortable. He used to rely on his extreme speed to close in on opponents and then tear them to shreds with lightning release ninjutsu. But now, Uchiha Zongyan was faster than him, forcing a significant change in his usual combat style. However, Just these changes were far from enough to truly defeat me. You little brat. The fourth Reikage howled, his eyes widening as he quickly shrank back the moment UchihaZongyan's blade came down towards his chest, causing UchihaZongyan's strike to miss. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the fourth Reikage gathered lightning release chakra in his hand and thrust it toward UchihaZongyan's throat. Zzz. But UchihaZongyan directly used the teleportation ability of the Thunder Fruit to evade this deadly strike. Oof. With a missed strike, the fourth Reikage AI was not discouraged. During his battle with UchihaZongyan, he had already figured out the opponent's fighting style and gained a better understanding of UchihaZongyan's abilities. Although UchihaZongyan was faster than him for some unknown reason, he had a fatal flaw. UchihaZongyan's neural response was significantly worse than that of the fourth Reikage. It's important to note that the fourth Reikage had been training in a lightning release chakra mode since he was a child, for several decades now. The lightning release body technique was designed to stimulate the human body with lightning, enhancing speed and strength. After decades of relentless training, not only had the fourth Reikage physique and strength improved, but his neural response had also been honed to a strong level, only slightly inferior to that of the former fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato's neural response was a natural ability, while the fourth Reikage was acquired through training. However, after decades of practice, he was much faster than UchihaZongyan, who had only recently gained the Thunder Fruit. This was also why, despite UchihaZongyan's speed, their battle remained evenly matched. For example, UchihaZongyan was like the wealthy kid driving a GTR in Initial D, able to accelerate infinitely on a straight road due to the GTR's superior performance. In contrast, the fourth Reikage was like Takumi Fujiwara driving an AE-86, which was not in the same league as the GTR in terms of speed, but due to Takumi's driving skills, he could dominate winding mountain roads like Akina. If I had just one more year, with my body having become a fruit user after eating the Thunder Fruit, my neural response would definitely improve to a strong level. After all, this body's innate quality is too poor, resulting in a low starting point. UchihaZongyan had naturally noticed this, but it was not something that could be compensated for in a short time. Unless I immediately acquire observation haki at the same level as Boa Hancock, I wouldn't be able to fill this gap. Observation haki enhances a person's five senses, allowing them to detect changes in the aura of surrounding beings, greatly improving their ability to foresee and judge danger, enabling them to respond earlier. If UchihaZongyan were to acquire observation haki at Hancock's level, it would be enough to elevate his neural response speed to the level of Minato Namikaze, making him slightly stronger than the fourth Reikage. However, even if his neural response was not as good as his, it didn't matter. He could still kill. UchihaZongyan sneered, looking at the bandages on the fourth Reikage's abdomen that were seeping blood, and charged forward with his blade once more. While UchihaZongyan and the fourth Reikage were engaged in a fierce battle, Darui quietly approached the edge of their battlefield, silently watching the two combatants. I said it before. Reikage-sama, I will help you kill him. And I want to avenge Omoi. Darui struggled to suppress the boiling killing intent and anger in his chest. He was very aware that at the level of the fourth Reikage, the perception of killing intent was extremely sharp. If he could not control his emotions, he might easily be detected by UchihaZongyan in the battlefield, causing his ambush plan to fail. That leaf ninja, who could fight against the Reikage to such an extent, was undoubtedly a strong opponent of the same level. I want to ambush him and avenge Omoi. The opportunity is only once. If I fail, the only outcome is death. Darui certainly understood the dire consequences of a failed ambush, but he was not afraid. Even though he knew that his actions were particularly reckless and would earn him a scolding from the fourth Reikage if discovered, he had made up his mind. Lightning clone technique. Darui hid in the shadows, forming hand seals to summon a lightning clone. Then, the two Daruis exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Lightning release. Black Panther Strike. Chapter 232. UchihaZongyan's life hanging by a thread in the midst of the intense battle with the fourth Reikage. UchihaZongyan's focus was not on the radar. The ferocity of their battlefield had already rendered most elite jonin unable to participate, let alone those ninjas with insufficient skill. Recklessly joining would only lead to a tragic death. Additionally, the immense pressure from the fourth Reikage left UchihaZongyan no room to be distracted. Furthermore, Darui was positioned quite far away, and UchihaZongyan had not noticed him. Crackle, crackle. Black lightning erupted from Darui and the lightning clone, as the two Daruis released a torrent of powerful lightning, resembling an electrified battery. This black lightning looked particularly unique, more brutal and terrifying than ordinary lightning. Lightning release. Black Panther strike. When the two Daruists were finally ready for this attack, the lightning clone suddenly disappeared with a bang. This was because the chakra of the lightning clone had been completely drained, unable to maintain its existence. The original Darui's face was also pale, with little chakra remaining. This technique was something he had only recently mastered, inherited from the third Raikage's secret skill. It used black lightning to form a leopard-shaped strike from a distance, capable of directly killing weaker enemies. Even stronger foes would feel unbearable pain and paralysis when struck by this lightning. Raikage-sama, now's the time. As Darui unleashed the Black Panther strike towards Uchiha Zongyan, he immediately shouted loudly to the fourth Raikage. This shout instantly attracted the attention of both combatants on the battlefield. Uchiha Zongyan turned around and immediately saw a black leopard-shaped lightning strike approaching him, leaving him no time to evade. Zzz. Just as the thought of dodging crossed his mind, his body was already struck by the Black Panther strike. The black lightning crackled, penetrating the chakra shield formed by his blue flame and spreading throughout his body in the blink of an eye. Pain. His brain immediately sounded a dangerous alarm, and the overwhelming agony nearly caused Uchiha Zongyan to faint, but his entire body was paralyzed by the black lightning, unable to move. Darui. The fourth Raikage was startled, immediately spotting the pale-faced Darui in the distance. However, being battle-hardened, he quickly reacted, rushing toward the immobilized Uchiha Zongyan without wasting time on words. Lightning release. Lightning plow heat blade. The fourth Raikage's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unleashed a surge of electricity directly into Uchiha Zongyan's chest, sending him flying. Whoosh! With a flash of lightning, the fourth Raikage's figure appeared above the soaring Uchiha Zongyan, raising his foot wrapped in dazzling lightning and slamming it down. Lightning release. Righteous Lightning Fury Axe. This strike, carrying immense destructive power, struck Uchiha Zongyan, bending his body like a shrimp and causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Boom! The powerful kick sent Uchiha Zongyan plummeting from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Oomph! The fourth Raikage, taking advantage of his momentum, followed closely, determined not to stop until Uchiha Zongyan was reduced to a pulp. This dangerous leaf ninja must be eliminated as soon as possible. Lightning release. Lightning brutality. 1,000-year dance. The fourth Raikage concentrated the high-intensity electric current formed by lightning release chakra in his hand and dove down, like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, striking toward the massive crater where Uchiha Zongyan lay. Armament Haki. In a critical moment, Uchiha Zongyan forced himself to focus, issuing a life-saving command in his dizzying mind, enveloping his entire body with Armament Haki, activating hardening. This method can greatly enhance the user's defense. At this moment, Uchiha Zongyan's whole body was paralyzed, his mind was in a daze, and he had no strength to dodge, only able to endure forcefully. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot knife. Lightning release. Heavy flow storm. Lightning release. Lightning bomb. Lightning release. Righteous thunder angry axe. Lightning release. Thunder torture water level. The fourth Raikage was fiercely attacking Uchiha Zongyan in the pit, fully unleashing the techniques he had honed over the decades, almost cycling through all his moves. Bang, bang, bang. Each powerful attack expanded the size of the pit, raising and dropping countless clouds of dust, which were lifted again before they could settle. The area where the two were located was covered in dense dust, making it impossible for Darui in the distance to see the situation. Finally, it was successful. Even the Eight Tails couldn't withstand this level of attack from the Raikage, let alone a mere ninja. Omoi, I have avenged you. Darui sighed in relief as he watched the frenzied fourth Raikage. He approached the battlefield of the two with the determination to die, planning to ambush Uchiha Zongyan to avenge Omoi and fulfill his promise to the Raikage. Now that the mission was accomplished, he had exhausted all his chakra and was completely relaxed, with no strength left. Who? The fourth Raikage gasped heavily. Uchiha Zongyan in front of him was no longer recognizable as a human. Under the fourth Raikage's furious assault, Uchiha Zongyan's body had become a bloody mess. And with such severe injuries, he was likely already dead. There was still a trace of breath. What a tenacious enemy. The fourth Raikage keenly sensed that Uchiha Zongyan was down to his last breath, and he immediately relaxed a bit. At this level of injury, no one in the entire ninja world could survive, let alone counterattack or flee. Darui, you bastard. Only then did the fourth Raikage flash out of the pit and charge towards Darui. When did I allow you to come over? How dare you interrupt my battle? Are you tired of living and want to be sent to Turtle Island to guard for 10 years? Although Darui's ambush was indeed successful and he had achieved great merit, the fourth Raikage character was such that he would never let his subordinates go unpunished for daring to defy him. So before Darui could speak, he was met with a barrage of scolding that made him lower his head and not dare to speak. The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure and the future fifth Raikage were caught in a commotion, and didn't he notice that a light appeared in front of Uchiha Zongyan in the pit? A yellow bean inexplicably appearing out of thin air and then flying into Uchiha Zongyan's mouth. Raikage-sama, now that this enemy is dealt with, shouldn't we go support other battlefields? Brother Killer Bee is still fighting. Let's go help him. After being scolded by the fourth Raikage, but also having been fed a soldier pill and water, Darui's chakra recovered a bit, and he immediately changed the subject. Oof, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Hurry up and roll back to the camp and wait for punishment. You are not allowed to leave a step without my order. I will have Mabui keep an eye on you. At this time, the fourth Raikage had about 70 to 80% of his chakra depleted, and his abdominal injuries were worsening, so he naturally had no ability to support immediately. Besides, he believed in Killer Bee's ability and didn't need to worry. All right, I understand. Raikage-sama, then, be careful. Darui frowned, sighed, and prepared to get up and follow the fourth Raikage back, but suddenly saw a flash of lightning in the distance. His heart sinking as he shouted. In the next moment, before the fourth Raikage could react, Darui unexpectedly pushed the fourth Raikage aside. Zzz. The lightning flashed by, and Darui's neck was severed, his head flying into the air with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 233. Fourth Raikage. D. In the future. At the time of the 5 Kage Summit in the original work, Darui would appear as the captain of the fourth Raikage A's Shadow Guard team. And in the subsequent non-flammable materials, he would become the fifth Raikage, only to have his head severed and die in an instant. Moreover, because his neck was cut by the flowing blade like fire, not a single drop of blood flowed from Darui's wound. The injury was directly burned into char by the flames, emitting a disgusting smell. The fourth Raikage A was completely stunned. He was knocked down by Darui's sudden push and sat on the ground. At this moment, the fourth Raikage A, having just vented his fury on Uchiha Zongyan, was left with very little chakra and had serious wounds that were oozing blood. The bandages on his abdomen were completely soaked in blood, a bright red. Darui. If one were to rank the top 3 most important people in the fourth Raikage A's heart in Kumogakure, Darui would definitely hold a place. After all, this young man who inherited the black lightning techniques of the third Raikage and possessed the talent for wind release was one of the best successors in the fourth Raikage's mind, and he had spent countless efforts and energy training him. Darui did not disappoint his expectations. Although he had many issues with his character, his strength and wisdom were quite impressive. However, he never expected that today he would die right before his eyes. Spit. Uchiha Zongyan spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, disdainfully glancing at Darui's severed head that had been thrown far away. What the hell are you shouting for? Where's your soul now? Uchiha Zongyan now looked extremely disheveled, his body covered in dried blood, his once vibrant red armor now tattered, with only a few pieces of broken armor hanging on him. His black robe was also smeared with various strange colors, red bloodstains, gray-black dirt, and scorch marks from lightning-released chakra, making him hardly look human. Originally, the fourth Raikage A and Darui were right in their assessment. With Uchiha Zongyan in such a state, with no good flesh on his entire body and all his internal organs ruptured, he could only be dead 1,000 times over. But they could never have imagined that Uchiha Zongyan possessed a senzu bean from the Dragon Ball world. Eating a senzu bean could restore any injury in an extremely short time. Thus, Uchiha Zongyan snatched back a life. You bastard! You dare to kill Darui! The fourth Raikage A stood up, glaring at Uchiha Zongyan, his eyes filled with frenzied anger. That was his direct disciple, the future hope and pillar of Kumogakure. And he was killed just like that by Uchiha Zongyan. TCH. Kill Darui? That dog dared to ambush me. Being cut down by me is the best outcome for him. As he spoke, Uchiha Zongyan's dirty face revealed an angry expression, a fury and fear that erupted only after surviving a near-death experience. You know what, fourth Raikage? Let me tell you the truth. I never intended to kill you. I just wanted to push you back and make you pay some money to settle things. Because in the near future, there might still be a need for you Kumogakure. This was Uchiha Zongyan's heartfelt words. Having watched the original Naruto, he knew very well that in this world, the greatest enemy was not the Raikage or Kumogakure. It was the group of extraterrestrial beings from the cosmos. known as the Otsutsuki clan. And before the Otsutsuki clan, there were Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Bito, the Akatsuki organization, and a series of other enemies. When the plot reached its climax, he couldn't withstand the endless stream of villains alone. The phrase "unite all those who can be united" was also etched in Uchiha Zongyan's heart. But the situation was different now. He had just narrowly escaped death here, at the hands of the Fourth Raikage AI and Darui. The two of them were different from him. They would truly act when they decided to kill. As a time traveler, Uchiha Zongyan had never fully integrated into this world, viewing himself as an indigenous person of this world, and thus he wouldn't have any concept of life and death. Although he had been losing hair in large clumps under the immense pressure of Uchiha Itachi. Facing the impending night of the Uchiha Massacre, the knife hadn't truly been at his throat yet, so he didn't have that genuine feeling of danger. But this time was different. Every attack from the Fourth Raikage AI hit him hard, causing him unbearable pain. That pain filled his entire brain. Every part of him, from his limbs to his organs, was sending out frantic warning signals, conveying that he was about to die. By the time he was on the brink of death, it was literally a matter of 1 second before he could close his eyes and leave this world forever. Luckily, he managed to hold on for 1 more second, gaining a chance for self-rescue. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zongyan's killing intent almost solidified, heavily pressing toward the Fourth Raikage, with azure flames burning fiercely on his body, as if he wanted to turn him to ashes. But, "You almost killed me. I was still thinking of letting you go. And the next second, I almost died at your hands. Do you know how scared I was?" "Huh?" Uchiha Zongyan roared, his face contorting into a ferocious expression as he charged forward like an arrow, striking down on the Fourth Raikage AI's chest with his sword. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resounded, leaving a long, narrow wound on the Fourth Raikage's chest, covered by the strongest lightning release armor. The intense heat instantly carbonized the wound, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. "You foolish brat." The Fourth Raikage AI was knocked down to the ground by the strike, barely managing to stand up. His arms raised defensively in front of him, mocking him. He showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. His hard face still bore a domineering expression. "This is war. Can a ninja war allow mercy? Moreover, I never asked you to show mercy. It's just your own wishful thinking. In the end, is this all useless talk? Is this how you Konoha educate your people?" Fueled by rage, Uchiha Zongyan closed in, striking again and again. Each blow added new wounds to the Fourth Raikage's arms. But he remained undeterred. "You damn it. When it comes to being stubborn, no one can compare to you. I want to see after I cut off your head whether your mouth is hard or soft." Uchiha Zongyan was uncontrollably furious, launching a downward strike. 60 million volts. Thunder Slash. Chapter 234. The Fourth Raikage Panic. Revived Uchiha Madara. The battle had reached a point where there was nothing more to say. Uchiha Zongyan and the Fourth Raikage had already engaged in intense combat for a long time, and both sides' stamina and chakra had significantly decreased. Otherwise, Darui wouldn't have been able to launch a successful sneak attack. After Uchiha Zongyan was struck by Darui's black sphere, his limbs went numb, and he nearly fainted. The Fourth Raikage AI seized the opportunity to unleash the remaining chakra he had, aiming to kill Uchiha Zongyan in the shortest time possible. His abdominal injury was worsening, and if he didn't take advantage of the moment, the only outcome would be a defeat and retreat. But now, Uchiha Zongyan had consumed a healing being, returning to full status like he had just respawned in a game, making it easy to deal with a Fourth Raikage who was left with nothing but a thin layer of skin and blood. "Old man, you let your brain rot. You stirred up a war. Initially, there was no issue, yet you had to jump out and cause trouble. I see you're getting old and want to uphold the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly. Yet you had your subordinate sneak attack me and almost kill me. You bastard. I struggled to climb out of the abyss after crossing over, and you two nearly made me drown in your little gutter." With a powerful strike, he broke through the Fourth Raikage AI's defenses, directly severing the arms he raised in front of him. Thud. Finally unable to hold on, the Fourth Raikage AI collapsed to the ground, his body covered in carbonized wounds, and his dark skin revealed a weak pale hue, clearly a sign of severe injury and blood loss. "I'm the Fourth Raikage. You little brat from Konoha, if you cut off my head, go back and claim your reward." The Fourth Raikage AI's face turned pale from blood loss, but his eyes remained sharp and bright, mocking Uchiha Zongyan with a condescending attitude. "Step, step, step." Uchiha Zongyan dragged his long knife slowly towards him, holding it like a flowing blade of fire. "I remember you asked me my name before. I'll repeat it for you now. Even in the afterlife, you must remember My name is Uchiha Zongyan, the one who will kill you. With a whoosh, the flowing blade of fire, engulfed in azure flames, slashed out, enveloping every corner visible to the fourth Raikage AI. Just as the blade of the flowing fire was about to touch the fourth Raikage AI, the space beside him suddenly twisted, as if a vortex had appeared. "Ha, little guy, don't be so murderous." With a light-hearted voice, a short-haired man wearing a swirling mask stepped out from within, dragging the fourth Raikage AI away at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. After saving the fourth Raikage, the masked man looked at Uchiha Zongyan, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes, but he spoke in a particularly comical tone. "Zongyan-chan, last time we made a deal. How about we do it again this time? You let me take this guy away, and I promise you one condition. How about it?" The suddenly appearing masked man was none other than Uchiha Bito. This guy had been lurking in the shadows for several days, observing both sides of the war, waiting for the right moment. According to the orders of the Akatsuki organization's leader, Nagato, they aimed to escalate the war, ideally dragging all 5 great nations into the quagmire, maximizing the depletion of their national strength to lay the foundation for their future plans. Uchiha Bito was not originally a formal member of the Akatsuki organization, but was a collaborator with the leader, Nagato. However, due to Uchiha Zongyan's rise, he felt a sense of vigilance, so he proactively took on the task of waiting for an opportunity on the battlefield between the Cloud Village and Konoha. His Mangeki Sharingan's ability, Kimui, belonged to the realm of space, and once hidden, hardly anyone in the ninja world could find him, whether it was stealth or escape. It was the most useful skill. Thus, during the previous battles, although Uchiha Bito had been watching from the sidelines, neither side had detected him. Until the fourth Raikage AI ultimately fell, on the verge of being killed by Uchiha Zongyan, Uchiha Bito knew it was time to reveal himself. So he used Kimui to appear and rescue the fourth Raikage AI. TSK, isn't this Madara-senpai? How come you have the leisure to come here, and even went through the trouble of saving the leader of the Cloud Village? The moment Uchiha Zongyan saw Uchiha Bito, he realized that the possibility of killing the fourth Raikage AI had decreased significantly, so he simply put on a surprised expression and asked in confusion. Uchiha Bito's abilities are strange. If he simply brought the fourth Raikage into the Kimui space, Uchiha Zongyan would never be able to kill these two. Madara, the fourth Raikage, was currently in a precarious situation, having just survived a near-death experience, and could only listen intently to the conversation between the two. Suddenly, the masked man who saved his life appeared before him, someone he had never seen before, and he was filled with wonder at the strange vortex. At that moment, hearing the name Madara, it was clear that this was the masked man's name, causing a tremor in his heart. "I was just passing by and happened to see you two fighting. Hey, I've long since left Konoha, and the Hidden Cloud is not an enemy village to me. So I thought I could do as I please. Is that a problem?" Uchiha Bito's mouth twitched beneath his mask. He was well aware of Uchiha Zongyan's intent when he casually uttered the name Madara. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan nodded, putting on a respectful demeanor as he said, "Since it is Lord Uchiha Madara who spoke, then a mere fourth Raikage is certainly not a problem. However, what kind of conditions did Lord Uchiha Madara mean?" Uchiha Madara? The moment the fourth Raikage heard this name, his pupils constricted, and his mind instantly filled with various stories associated with this name. One of the 2 strongest figures at the pinnacle of the ninja world, the Shura of the ninja world, one of the founders of Konoha, the wielder of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the man who controlled the 9 tails as a tailed beast, a series of titles, each supported by a string of proud achievements. A man with such a name could overpower everyone no matter where he was. How could such a strong figure suddenly appear and even save his life? Not to mention, it was said that Uchiha Madara had been dead for decades. How could he suddenly reappear now, still wearing a mask? Various questions surged in the mind of the fourth Raikage, making this already dim-witted brute even more of a headache. Chapter 235, Uchiha Fugaku. In the heavenly space, since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the structure of the ninja world has solidified. All the new generations grew up listening to the legends of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The stories of heroes and strong figures are as aspirational as the tales of deities in mythology, especially since both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are regarded as godlike figures by everyone in the ninja world. Although the fourth Raikage, is now nearing middle age, he also grew up hearing such stories. Therefore, when he suddenly heard Uchiha Zongyan mention the name Uchiha Madara, The shock he felt was comparable to waking up one morning to learn that Killer Bee had turned into a woman and married Darui. Oh, Darui is dead? Then it's fine. No, wait. If it's that man named Uchiha Madara, how could he have saved me? Our Hidden Cloud village has no connection to Uchiha Madara, and moreover, the one who wanted to kill me is also an Uchiha. The fourth Reikage, sensed something was off in his heart. However, the current situation made him dare not question, and he could only widen his eyes to watch the two who were conversing. Well, whatever conditions you have, just say them. I can also be considered your ancestor, and asking a small request from an ancestor is not something to refuse, right? Uchiha Obito smirked beneath his mask, speaking in a somewhat sarcastic tone. He knew that Uchiha Zongyan did not believe he was Uchiha Madara, but he still took advantage of this identity. Lord Madara's words are indeed interesting. You, who betrayed the clan, have already been removed from our Uchiha family tree. Now, besides having a slight blood relation to us Uchiha, you have no other connection. Uchiha Zongyan shook his head, wishing he could slash Uchiha Obito with a knife. Enough with the nonsense. My only request is to understand what Lord Madara has experienced over the years. After you fought the first Hokage in the Valley of the End and were clearly killed by him, how did you come back to life and live until now? And why have I never heard any news about you in all these years? Clearly, the first Hokage is dead, and no one in the entire ninja world can stop you from doing anything. Uchiha Zongyan asked knowingly. How could a little brat like you understand an adult's thoughts? In the entire ninja world, the only one worthy of being my opponent is Senju Hashirama. He is dead, and there is no one else worth my effort. Uchiha Obito coldly snorted, mimicking Uchiha Madara's tone. This imitation was quite accurate. A person like Uchiha Madara, who was high-minded, only had Senju Hashirama in his eyes, dismissing everyone else, including Senju Tobirama. In the original story, Uchiha Madara used schemes to obtain Senju Hashirama's flesh and gain the power of the Shinra Tensei, but after recovering, he received news of Senju Hashirama's death and seemed to lose his fighting spirit, spending his days underground preparing for the Eye of the Moon plan. This statement was not wrong. The only one who could defeat Lord Madara would indeed be the first Hokage. Uchiha Zongyan nodded in agreement, but then questioned. Then why did Lord Madara suddenly reappear after disappearing for so many years? Could it be that there's a plan prepared for many years that is about to be executed? Decades have passed since Lord Madara's disappearance, and a plan prepared for so many years must be very interesting. Why not allow me to join in? I'm very interested. Uchiha Zongyan pretended to be particularly excited, but in reality, he just wanted to divulge more information to the fourth Reikage. Although Uchiha Zongyan did not know Uchiha Obito's true purpose in suddenly appearing and saving the fourth Reikage, it was certainly not a good thing. So he first planted a thorn in the fourth Reikage's heart. On one hand, he made the fourth Reikage doubt Uchiha Obito's identity, while also pointing out that Uchiha Obito must have a purpose, making the fourth Reikage vigilant. TCH, Uchiha Obito was angry in his heart, but maintained a disdainful sneer on the surface. Little brat, if I, Uchiha Madara, want to do anything, who in this ninja world can stop me? Don't be so clever. This is a warning from your ancestor. See you next time. Uchiha Obito felt it was about time, and if he continued speaking, he would be exposed. So he left behind a sentence and activated the Kinui of his Manjiki Sharingan, centered around his eyes. A twisted vortex appeared again, sucking Uchiha Obito and the captured fourth Reikage into it, and in the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zongyan, standing opposite them, silently held his sword, flowing blade row with no intention of intervening. The three battlefields of the Hidden Clouds logistics base had one completely concluded. In the remaining two, after the Konoha army carefully cleared the traps and barriers set by the Cloud Ninja, the two armies finally clashed, and the sounds of battle echoed, with various ninja tools and techniques flying about like a fireworks festival, dazzling to behold. However, the Hidden Cloud side relied on their defensive fortifications to hold firm, while the Konoha side was temporarily at a disadvantage. On the other side, the battle between Uchiha Fugaku and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee was also nearing its end. Having used his Manjiki Sharingan only for the second time, Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a disadvantage from the outset. His Susanoo was clumsy and slow, being pounded into the ground by the tailed, beast-empowered Killer Bee. Although he gradually regained some advantages and fought back and forth with the opponent later on, the chakra amount of the Eight Tails Gyuki is second only to the Nine Tails among the nine-tailed beasts, and it can fight for a whole day and night without tiring. Uchiha Fugaku's chakra amount is not much, and using Susanoo consumes his ocular power. As time goes on, he could not hold on. Not only was his chakra depleted, But even his pair of Mangeki Sharingan was painfully unbearable, and the scene before him gradually became blurry. Roar! The Dum Uchiha! Killer Bee shouted fiercely, kicking Susanoo down to the ground, its mouth wide open as it began to gather tailed beast balls. Killer Bee's chakra mixed with the chakra of the Eight Tails Gyuki, and a terrifying energy quickly accumulated in his mouth. Now's the time. Think no Ken. Uchiha Zongyan knew that he would inevitably lose if he engaged in a war of attrition with Killer Bee, so he had been waiting for an opportunity. Just as Killer Bee thought he had found a chance to kill him, Uchiha Zongyan also found his opportunity. The Mangeki Sharingan in his eyes rotated rapidly, an unusual blood-red color that was particularly captivating. Chapter 236. The end of battle. Uchiha Obito left with the fourth Raikage, and naturally, Uchiha Zongyan had no reason to stay. Using the elementalization granted by the Sound Thunder Fruit, he transformed into lightning and quickly arrived above the battlefield where Konoha and Kumogakure were clashing. It's better to end this quickly. A cold killing intent flashed in Uchiha Zongyan's eyes, and now that he had plenty of chakra, he wanted to make a big play. Boom! As Uchiha Zongyan began to channel his chakra, black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Even though it was still sunny, the thunder clouds blocked the sunlight, casting large shadows over the battlefield below. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? No, it's still early. How could it be dark? Look up. There are large dark clouds in the sky. Could it be going to rain? The ninja's senses were sharp, and many noticed something was off when the shadows appeared, looking up at the sky to see the accumulating dark clouds. The Konoha ninjas had not yet figured out what was happening, but the ninjas from Kumogakure had already realized. Most of them were in the central camp and had witnessed Uchiha Zongyan's kenjutsu. At that time, it was the same, with large dark clouds gathering overhead. And then a torrential lightning struck down like divine punishment. That SM, the guy from Konoha, he's back. Someone immediately recalled the painful experience from before and began to panic and shout. Run, run. If we don't run now, it will be too late. If that lightning hits, everyone will die. Even the tailed beast transformed Y Mujin can't withstand that kind of lightning. We will all die. Having witnessed the two Y Mujins suffer severe injuries to block a lightning strike, the Kumogakure ninjas were trembling, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads and necks, unable to help but shout in trembling voices. Wait, isn't the Raikage going to confront that Konoha ninja? Why is he here? Raikage, where's the Raikage? Some Kumogakure ninjas shouted for the fourth Raikage, their faces filled with anxiety. Although there were many jonin leading in Kumogakure, there was no one capable of overseeing the overall situation. The fourth Raikage had been taken away by Uchiha Obito to who knows where. And the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Zongyan, already caught in the Mangeki Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Among the others who could step up, Darui was dead, Omoi was dead, and the two Y Mujin were heavily injured. Therefore, at this moment, the Kumogakure ninjas, although all wanting to escape immediately, were also constantly emphasizing something, but their duties and training kept them firmly in place. What's wrong with those Kumogakure ninjas? What are they shouting about? The Konoha ninjas were somewhat confused, looking at the panicking Kumogakure ninjas in the defensive fortifications and questioning. Idiot, didn't you hear what they said? The clouds in the sky are Uchiha Zongyan's technique. I see. Last time Uchiha Zongyan attacked the Kumogakure central camp with this technique, they suffered heavy losses, and now, when they see it, they want to run. A delighted Konoha ninja reprimanded his questioning comrade, looking up at the sky and smiling. By the way, did you hear that? They are shouting for the fourth Raikage. A sharp-eyed Konoha ninja paused, seemingly realizing something, and his face was filled with wild joy. Just now, it was the fourth Raikage from Kumogakure who stopped Lord Zongyan. And now Lord Zongyan is back, but the fourth Raikage hasn't appeared. Doesn't that mean Lord Zongyan has won? Ha ha ha. Long live Lord Zongyan. The fourth Raikage has been defeated. Maybe he was killed? The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure was killed by Lord Zongyan. What? The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure was beheaded by Lord Zongyan? Pass on. The fourth Raikage was turned into a human stick by Lord Zongyan. The Konoha ninjas erupted into chaos, immediately halting their offensive, and began to shout joyfully to each other. From front to back, from left to right. The emergence of a piece of news rapidly generated countless mutated versions in a short time, and by the end, the news was so outrageous that it was hard to bear. Idiots! Don't waste time. Lord Zongyan is preparing a powerful ninjutsu above. We need to buy time for Lord Zongyan. A respected Konoha jonin stepped forward, pointing toward Kumogakure and shouting loudly. Everyone follow me and charge. Hold those Kumogakure ninjas back. Don't let them escape. Lord Samhain will wipe them all out. Kill. Under the leadership of the commander, the Konoha forces immediately pressed forward. But they soon heard a reprimand. All Konoha forces retreat immediately. Right now, retreat. Uchiha Zongyan in the sky saw that the Konoha ninjas were still rushing forward and immediately shouted to stop them. If the Konoha ninjas got entangled with the Kumogakure ninjas, wouldn't his Kenjutsu end up hurting his own side? That would be striking his allies. The thunder roared, and Uchiha Zongyan's voice transmitted into the ears of the Konoha ninjas along with the booming thunder. The Konoha Jonin, who had just been shouting for an attack, changed his expression and immediately turned to give orders. Lord Samhain has commanded. All retreat. Retreat. The confused Konoha ninjas followed the order to retreat, thousands of them on the battlefield being pulled around like puppets, creating a chaotic scene. Just when the Kumogakure side was at a loss, a figure rushed in from behind. A beautiful female ninja with a worried and anxious look shouted orders to the panicking Kumogakure ninjas. The fourth Raikage has ordered everyone retreat immediately. All forces retreat. The incoming female ninja was Mabui, and with her command, the Kumogakure ninjas immediately turned and ran. They had finally received the order to retreat. 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 Run. The Kumogakure ninjas took off running, and Mabui looked up at the lightning and thunder in the sky, vaguely seeing a man wrapped in lightning. She gritted her teeth and followed the main force in retreat. Kenjutsu. Boom. Boom. Thick bolts of lightning, nearly 2 meters in diameter, fell from the sky, and the overwhelming power shattered everything in front of them. The entire Yun Hidden Village's logistics base was instantly reduced to powder, as the terrifying high temperature turned all buildings to ashes. Among the retreating Yun shinobi forces, those with slower legs were also affected, turning to char before they could even make a sound. The remaining Yun shinobi fled in panic, praying to escape this terrifying hell. Chapter 237. Cooperation. The brief and brutal war was temporarily halted by Uchiha Zongyan's single-handed effort. The forces of the Yun Hidden Village hurriedly fled, abandoning the defenses at the outskirts of the base. Uchiha Zongyan did not pursue the demoralized Yun shinobi, as there was still the mysterious Uchiha Obito lurking somewhere. Since Uchiha Obito had saved the fourth Raikage from his hands, it indicated that the Akatsuki organization had actively intervened in this war. If Uchiha Zongyan recklessly chased after them, what if he fell into an ambush set by Akatsuki members? It should be noted that all official members of Akatsuki were at least S-rank rogue ninjas, possessing the power to destroy nations. The combined strength of these individuals was terrifying, and Uchiha Zongyan did not want to confront them lightly. He coldly glanced at the figures of the fleeing Yun shinobi, then landed on the ground and shouted to the Leaf Village ninjas who were staring at him with fervent expressions. Everyone, we have won. Long live Lord Zongyan. Leaf Village will surely prevail. The aftermath of the war was also a very troublesome matter. Although the duration of the war was short, the intensity of the conflict between ninjas was very high. In a short period, Leaf Village had suffered over 100 casualties and hundreds of light and severe injuries. The identities of the deceased needed to be recorded to facilitate the issuance of compensation once they returned to the village, and the families of the deceased would receive more resources from the village as a result. Leaf Village had always done well in this regard, except for the issue with Shimura Danzo. Danzo's roots relied on the Leaf Orphanage to absorb fresh blood, and most of the martyrs' orphans were trained into Root's dead soldiers, which was undeniably a cruel and inhumane act. Fortunately, with Danzo's death, the rebuilt Leaf Orphanage would get back on track. In addition to recording identities, the bodies of the deceased also needed to be handled. In the world of Naruto, both earth burials and cremations exist, but there are no conditions for earth burials during wartime. Generally, ninjas who die on the battlefield will have their bodies collected by their comrades, and after destroying anything that might leave behind intelligence, the bodies are all burned to ashes. Finally, the ashes and belongings are brought back to the village and placed in the memorial stone's grave. The injured ninjas were even more troublesome. After all, if they did not die on the battlefield, they had to find every possible way to preserve their lives. The medical ninjas in the Leaf Army were busy at this time, with one medical ninja responsible for a dozen or even dozens of wounded. Those with severe injuries needed immediate first aid on the spot, while those with lighter injuries were simply bandaged and taken back for slow recovery. Additionally, there were cleanup tasks on the battlefield, the handover of intelligence, the arrangement of defense zones, and the deployment of patrol teams, among other things. All of these responsibilities piled onto Uchiha Zongyan's head, leaving him dumbfounded. Not to mention that in his previous life, he was just an ordinary corporate worker. with no relevant military knowledge whatsoever. Even though he had taken a few classes at the Ninja Academy after arriving in this world, it was of no use. All right, you handle these matters. Elder Fuchio, you and he cooperate and divide the work to finish up here as soon as possible. I will take the main force back to camp first. Uchiha Zongyan waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Nara Shikaku's report. He was feeling overwhelmed and simply pushed all the work away. Nara Shikaku's expression was calm. He might have anticipated Uchiha Zongyan's reaction, so he was not surprised at all. After all, in Leaf Village, or rather in the entire ninja world, there were very few people who could excel at both commanding an army and personal combat. This was one of the reasons why their Nara clan had endured for so long. Clan leader Zongyan. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Uchiha Fugaku, whose clothes were intact but whose face was pale and bloodless, appeared with bloodshot eyes. He walked over weakly and called out to Uchiha Zongyan. We couldn't capture the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. He faked his death and escaped. It turned out that while Uchiha Zongyan was using Kengo Raijin to repel the Yun Hidden Village's forces, a conclusion was also reached on Uchiha Fugaku's battlefield. After being caught in Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan Genjutsu Tenyomi, Killer Bee almost got killed. Fortunately, the Eight-Tails Gyuki inside him awakened him at a critical moment, and he hurriedly cut off his tail to survive, sacrificing one of his tails to save his life. However, being struck by a Manjiki Sharingan Genjutsu is not something one can easily recover from. Killer Bee would need at least 1 to 2 months to recuperate from the mental damage, during which his combat effectiveness would significantly decline. Uchiha Zongyan learned this outcome from Nara Shikaku and did not express discontent at Uchiha Fugaku's self-blame. Instead, he smiled and comforted him. Elder Fugaku, you have already made a contribution by repelling the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Do not blame yourself. How are you feeling? Do you need to rest immediately? He looked at Uchiha Fugaku's pale face with concern. I'm fine, just a bit of chakra exhaustion. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. All right, please assist Chief Shikaku in handling the battlefield cleanup. I will take the main force back first. Huh? Uchiha Fugaku looked blank. In a dense forest far from the battlefield, space suddenly distorted, and Uchiha Obito and the fourth Raikage appeared from a vortex. Thud! The fourth Raikage's robust body hit the ground with a loud thud. Uchiha Obito did not immediately look at the fourth Raikage. Instead, he closed his eyes to sense the surrounding chakra fluctuations. After not detecting Uchiha Zongyan's pursuing presence, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that guy Uchiha Zongyan had relentlessly pursued him, it would have caused him some trouble. Fourth Raikage, don't you have anything to say? I have a lot to say, but now is not the time for talk. The fourth Raikage replied coldly. Then when do you think it will be appropriate to speak? If you send me back to my subordinates now. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito clicked his tongue and said sarcastically, at least I just saved your life from Uchiha Zongyan's blade. Is this how you speak to your savior? Savior? That's quite laughable. If you had no ulterior motives, how could you possibly save me? The fourth Raikage glared at Uchiha Obito, his eyes sharp. Speak. What exactly is your purpose? The thorn that Uchiha Zongyan planted took effect. The fourth Raikage had many suspicions about Uchiha Obito's identity. But most importantly, although he heard Uchiha Zongyan refer to the masked man as Uchiha Madara, he completely did not believe it was true. Thus, a mysterious person claiming to be Uchiha Madara, who saved him from Uchiha Zongyan of the same clan, must have his own motives. What this motive was would determine the fourth Raikage's attitude towards him. Furrowing his brows, Uchiha Obito asked in confusion, is now the time to ask this? You should know that you lost to Uchiha Zongyan. And when he arrives on the front lines, your Cloud Shinobi will definitely suffer heavy losses because of him. At this moment, as the Raikage, shouldn't you either ask me for help or notify your subordinates to retreat, or take action to block Uchiha Zongyan yourself? Why are you fixating on my identity? In response to Uchiha Obito's question, the fourth Raikage chose to reply with a cold smile. I trust my subordinates. They will make the right choice at the critical moment without you worrying. Furthermore, even if I were to ask you for help, would you agree? Even if you did agree and actually help me block Uchiha Zongyan, the price I would have to pay afterward would likely be much heavier than failing on this battlefield. Right? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Obito nodded. That's true. It seems you're not as reckless and impulsive as you appear, but rather a smart person. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush with you. My only purpose in saving you is to cooperate with your Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage raised an eyebrow and asked in return, what cooperation? Of course, to jointly attack Konoha. Uchiha Obito responded in a tone as if it were obvious. You should have heard how Uchiha Zongyan referred to me just now. Uchiha Madara? Exactly. Uchiha Obito nodded. But the fourth Raikage showed a cold smile. You don't believe me? Oof. An old guy who has been dead for decades suddenly appears wearing a mask. Do you think I should believe that? Uchiha Obito ignored this and continued. Back in the Warring States period, I met Senju Hashirama, and both of us, tired of endless wars, agreed to end the chaos together. Through our efforts, the Uchiha and Senju clans formed an alliance. And then we established the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. The fourth Raikage listened in slight surprise as the masked man began recounting history and gradually kept quiet to listen. The history Uchiha Obito spoke of wasn't a secret. Many people knew it. After Konoha was established, Senju Hashirama became the first Hokage, and he promised me that I would succeed him as the second Hokage in a few years. However, his brother, Senju Tobirama, strongly opposed this and secretly contacted those clans that had joined Konoha to collectively oppose my ascension to Hokage. Uchiha Obito recounted half-true and half-false memories slowly. The position of Hokage was never my goal, and I disdained becoming Hokage. But what should belong to me? No one could take away. Senju Tobirama was selfish and excluded my Uchiha clan, which made me very angry. But that guy, Senju Hashirama, kept protecting his brother, abandoning the promise he made to me and betraying our shared ideals, gradually allowing those clans to seize power in Konoha. Konoha, which has gone down the wrong path, is no longer the Konoha I wanted, and the Senju Hashirama who betrayed our ideals is no longer the Senju Hashirama who fought alongside me. So I left the village. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage realized that most of what Uchiha Obito said aligned with the history he had heard. Only some subjective details were things he had not heard before. However, the authenticity of these details did not concern the fourth Raikage at all. He continued to listen coldly. After some years, I traveled through the ninja world and heard that Konoha had become increasingly corrupt and degenerate, with Senju Tobirama monopolizing all the power of Konoha, using his brother's authority, cultivating his own trusted subordinates. The Uchiha clan I left behind was constantly excluded, turning the originally balanced situation into one dominated by the Senju clan. Not only that, but Senju Hashirama naively wanted to distribute the tailed beasts to the other 4 ninja villages. You should know that our original intention in founding Konoha was to bring peace to the world. While distributing the tailed beasts to other ninja villages could balance their military power, what about the others? Those small countries and small ninja villages, or even countries without any ninjas, how could they resist the powerful countries that possess tailed beasts? Did Senju Hashirama want to maintain the status of the great nations forever, using those small countries as objects of oppression and bullying, exploiting them endlessly? Uchiha Obito feigned anger at this point. I cannot accept such a situation, nor can I accept this Konoha and Senju Hashirama. So I went back and had a decisive battle with Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End. I lost that battle, and many people believed I died in that fight. But in truth, I did not. Uchiha Obito looked at the fourth Raikage with a cold smile. I awakened a new ability while in a state of fake death, allowing me to traverse between the real and the illusory worlds. However, at that time, my power was nearly all lost, and it took me decades to recover before I could return to the real world. Now, my only purpose in reappearing in this world is to destroy the Konoha village that I personally established, but has now become decayed and ugly. And you, the Cloud Village, are at war with Konoha, making you my natural ally, which is why I saved you. Are you satisfied with this reason? The fourth Raikage rolled his eyes internally. Not satisfied? I'm not satisfied at all. Does this guy think he can deceive me by pretending to recount history? It's utterly ridiculous. Do you take me for a fool? You say you are Uchiha Madara resurrected, and I could just as well say I am Senju Hashirama, who heard you were resurrected and specially returned to reality to stop you. The fourth Raikage didn't believe him at all, but that didn't stop him from thinking for a moment before nodding in agreement. Fine. Since you also see Konoha as an enemy, then we are allies. Chapter 238, Nagato and Konan. In a land of rain, Shinobi Village. The sky was shrouded as if covered by a black cloth, gloomy and full of dark clouds. The continuous rain fell like a curtain of beads across the land, the sound of raindrops hitting the ground and buildings incessantly ringing out, making one feel irritable. In this rain-soaked country, besides the sound of the rain, there was no other sound to be found. In the center of Shinobi Village stood a high tower, where a red-haired young man sat in a wheelchair in the corridor, accompanied by a woman with long purple hair. These two were none other than the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato and Konan. Any news come back, Konan? After silently observing the rain outside for a while, Nagato asked expressionlessly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Conan nodded and slowly replied, according to your last arrangement. The battlefield in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire was supposed to be handled by Scorpion and Deidara's team, while the battlefield in the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire was to be managed by Kakuzu and Haiden's Immortality duo. However, for some unknown reason, Uchiha Madara took the initiative to volunteer to be responsible for the side of the Land of Lightning. Scorpion and Deidara, on the other hand, are acting as mobile forces to support both sides. As she said this, a frown appeared on Conan's beautiful face, and she spoke with a tone of skepticism. What feels off to me is that Uchiha Madara suddenly stepping up to take action does not align with his usual style. In the past, he never participated in the organization's operations, but instead did his own thing in secret. Just recently, the internal turmoil in Konoha and the betrayal of the Uchiha clan were also pushed forward by him behind the scenes. This person repeatedly takes bold actions without consulting us, acting on his own, and this time it seems to be the same, which may affect your goals, Nagato. Speaking of which, Conan has always been distrustful of the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, feeling that he has ulterior motives. However, Nagato has his own thoughts and sees the masked man as a partner for cooperation, so Conan cannot go against Nagato's will. This time, the masked man suddenly jumped in, proactively heading to the battlefield between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Conan feels that the masked man will definitely cause a big mess, and if the organization gets involved and has to clean up the mess, it will be difficult to resolve. It's fine, he knows what to do. Nagato gently shook his head, not taking Conan's concerns seriously. With his Rinnegan, he possesses almost divine power in the current ninja world. This has also led to Nagato becoming different from before, with extreme confidence, always feeling that he can easily resolve any issue or trouble as long as he takes action. In fact, over the years, it has indeed been this way. No one has been able to resist under the Rinnegan. Nagato, I think you should take Uchiha Madara seriously. I always feel he has ill intentions and is not on our side. There must be some conspiracy brewing behind the scenes. I certainly know. Nagato nodded in agreement with Conan's suspicion. I have never trusted him, and I have never believed he is the legendary Uchiha Madara. He approached us. Isn't it for my eyes? But as long as I have these eyes, any conspiracy of his is like a moon in the water or a flower in the mirror, and it cannot be realized. Don't worry, I have it under control. Nagato was very confident and did not take the threat posed by Uchiha Obito to heart. Conan looked at Nagato in surprise, her mouth opening as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. News is coming, Nagato suddenly said, closing his eyes and remaining silent for a moment. This was him shifting his attention to the 6 paths of pain. As Nagato gradually grew, the burden the Rinnegan placed on his body also increased. Eventually, it even led to Nagato losing sensation in his lower body and being forced to sit in a wheelchair, cared for by Conan. Therefore, Nagato created the 6 paths of pain, using the corpses of 6 ninjas as puppets, allowing him to control 6 puppets simultaneously with his Rinnegan. Sharing vision. Among them, the Deva path is Nagato's and Conan's former close friend, the first leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko. The Deva path received the news that war had broken out between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. The result is quite interesting. With curiosity in her eyes, Conan saw a slight cold smile from Nagato as he explained. Not long ago, Uchiha Zongyan, who successfully led the Uchiha clan's rebellion, has now become the overall commander of the northeastern army of Konoha, leading Konoha's forces to resist the Cloud Village. He has shone brightly in this war, first seriously injuring the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and eliminating over 1,000 Cloud Ninjas. Then he defeated the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village twice, leading Konoha to gain an advantage on the battlefield. Now, the ninjas from the Cloud Village, who feel terrified of him, have given him the nickname Raijin. A small Uchiha can be called a god? Ridiculous. Nagato, due to his childhood experiences, has an instinctive repulsion and dislike for large ninja villages, especially Konoha, whose ninjas were the ones who broke into his home and killed his parents. Now hearing that Konoha has gained a ninja called Raijin, Nagato can't help but feel annoyed. So, this Uchiha Zongyan defeated the 4th Raikage and other strong opponents by himself, allowing them to temporarily win, right? Then how should we advance our plan? Conan asked. Uchiha Madara has already made a move, and that Uchiha Zongyan almost killed the 4th Raikage, but was stopped at a critical moment by Uchiha Madara. He is now trying to ally with the Cloud Village to jointly attack Konoha's forces. If the 4th Raikage agrees, this war will continue to drag on, eventually turning into a quagmire that will be hard for them to escape. Nagato was pleased with Uchiha Obito's actions. This was the situation he wanted to see. Conan fell silent, knowing that Nagato's goal was to keep the large countries like Konoha, the Cloud, and the Rock entangled in war, forcing them to continuously invest manpower and resources, ultimately turning it into a grueling war of attrition. However, being inherently kind-hearted, she felt that such actions were somewhat cruel. But since Nagato is the most important person to her, Nagato's will is her will, so she had to bury this thought. Since Uchiha Madara has made a move, I also need to urge Kakuzu and Haiden to take action. In the last message received, the Rock and Konoha sides had no intention of engaging in battle and were in a stalemate. I want Kakuzu and Haiden to break this situation and create chaos. Chapter 239. Jiraiya comes to the rescue. In the depths of a quiet forest. A tall man with shoulder-length white hair was moving swiftly. He wore a linen robe with a red overcoat and had a forehead protector with the character on his forehead. Looking at his attire, it was clear that he was Jiraiya, one of the legendary three of Konoha. He was currently heading to the border of the Land of Fire, where the Land of Earth was launching an offensive, preparing to support Konoha. Unlike Tsunade, who had become despondent and was hard to mobilize due to the village leader's orders, Jiraiya still cared deeply about Konoha. Although he wandered throughout the ninja world all day, Jiraiya was always very concerned about the situation in Konoha. He often transmitted important intelligence he collected back to the village. Whenever the village faced significant events requiring his assistance, Jiraiya would also step up without hesitation. In the original story, from the Night of the Nine Tails to the Konoha destruction plan, and ultimately sacrificing his life to test the strength of Pain's 6 paths, Jiraiya has contributed a lot for Konoha. This time was no different. After receiving a distress letter from the new 5th Hokage, Hinata Hisashi, Jiraiya immediately set aside what he was doing, referring to peeping at the women's bath, and rushed to the battlefield without stopping. Although his friendship with Hinata Hisashi wasn't deep, since he had already become Hokage, Jiraiya wouldn't easily refuse his orders. In the letter, Hinata Hisashi gave Jiraiya 2 options: to support Uchiha Zongyan or to assist him. Both sides were important battlefields, leaving Jiraiya to make his own choice. However, Jiraiya chose this side without hesitation. Having fought against Uchiha Zongyan before, he was well aware of how powerful the young-looking ninja was. Having him deal with the Cloud Village would clearly be more reassuring than with Hinata Hisashi's side. Boom! In the depths of the forest, an explosion was heard from afar, catching Jiraiya's attention. It seemed that someone was fighting. Could it be that Konoha's ninjas were clashing with the Rock ninjas? Jiraiya speculated, feeling a heavy heart as he immediately accelerated towards that direction. Dressed in red armor, with a red mask covering the lower half of his face and a straw hat on his head, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, was constantly moving through the forest. He was in a bad mood and regretting his current situation. As a Jonin of the Rock Village and the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han had made many contributions to the Rock Village over the years, but his stubborn temperament made him unpopular in the village, and one could even say he had a relatively bad reputation. However, Han did not feel this was his problem. He had always acted according to his own will over the years. Today was no different. Han was dissatisfied with the orders of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, and felt that since a Wagakure had chosen to go to war, they should not remain in a stalemate with Konohagakure. He stood up at the J-Nin meeting, wanting to lead his troops to attack Konoha, but Inoki resolutely denied his request and insisted that he stay put in the camp. Han, who had long been holding back his anger, could no longer tolerate this and immediately roared in rage, turning on his heel and leaving the Iwagakure camp to clear his head. This had happened many times before. Every time he argued with Inoki, he would storm off, and the ninjas of Iwagakure had become accustomed to this, ignoring him. After a while, Han would cool off and return on his own. But this time, things might be different. Han's anger had subsided, but it seemed he wouldn't have the chance to run back to the camp for a while. 2 strange ninjas dressed in black robes ambushed him, and upon meeting him, they attempted to kill him. One of them wore a bizarre mask, and the exposed skin showed an eerie color, with visible stitching marks in some places, and their eyes were green. The other wielded a strange long weapon and sported a mad grin, looking like a lunatic. After engaging with these 2, Han found himself at a disadvantage, as he couldn't grasp their abilities, and he was nearly severely injured by their peculiar powers. So he could only escape for the time being, hoping that someone from the village would come to rescue him quickly. Wind release, pressure damage. A loud sound suddenly erupted behind him, and a high-pressure wind ball swept in, instantly clearing all the trees in its path like a bulldozer, forming a massive vortex behind Han. Damn it! Boil release. Steam wave. A flash of anger crossed Han's face, but he did not act slowly. He took a deep breath and then exhaled scorching steam from his mouth, forming a long wave that collided with the vortex created by the high-pressure wind ball. Boom! The collision produced an explosion, and Han continued to run forward, propelled by the shockwave. Ha ha ha! Kakuzu, are you helping that Jinchuriki of the Five Tails escape? Why are you using such ninjutsu? He's getting further away. Haiden, who had no long-range attack ninjutsu and only had ordinary taijutsu, was unable to assist much in this pursuit and could only follow behind. However, when he saw Kakuzu's ninjutsu causing a backlash, Haiden even laughed out loud, completely ignoring Kakuzu's murderous gaze, or, rather, not caring if he did notice. "Shut up, stupid idiot," Kakuzu scolded angrily. "If it weren't for your overconfidence allowing him to find an opportunity, we would have completed the mission long ago. Damn it, if we fail to capture him because of your mistake, I'll chop you into meat paste and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Let's see if you can revive this time." Hearing Kakuzu's threat, Haiden curled his lip, wisely refraining from further mocking. Although he was immortal, being turned into meat paste and fed to fish would still be a painful experience. It would take so much time to wait for resurrection that he wouldn't be able to provide offerings to Lord Jashin in time. What if he was blamed by Lord Jashin for that? TCH, we are teammates. Teammates. Kakuzu, stop pushing all the responsibility onto me, okay? I'm useful too. Just think, if you were a bit stronger, wouldn't the mission have been completed by now? Why blame me? Kakuzu felt helpless in his heart. He had lost count of how many times he had thought about changing teammates, but suddenly saw Han, who had been fleeing, stop in his tracks, erupting with intense steam. And roar, "Who are you?" Chapter 240, The Immortal Duo, Han. Jiraiya, the one who made the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han stop and be on guard, was none other than Jiraiya, who had come after smelling the commotion. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned upon seeing Han. Having participated in the Third Shinobi World War, he had seen the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han on the battlefield and immediately recognized him. Feeling wary, "The five-tailed Jinchuriki from Iwagakure? What are you doing here? Where are the Konoha ninjas?" Although Jiraiya was powerful, Jinchuriki were inherently dangerous, so he couldn't help but raise his guard. The scene before him made him instinctively suspect that the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han was fighting against Konoha ninjas, but he couldn't see any Konoha ninjas around, which likely meant they had been killed by Han. Konoha's conspiracy? So, is you Konoha's doing? Han recognized Jiraiya as well and immediately regarded him as an accomplice of the two ninjas pursuing him, believing that his appearance was to surround him. The situation was thus quite dangerous. Two powerful, unfamiliar ninjas, plus a renowned Konoha Sannin, with such a lineup against him. The village of Konoha surely wanted to secure a victory. "Lend me your chakra. Steam armor." The five-tailed Jinchuriki Han immediately called upon the five-tail M within him, borrowing its chakra. In an instant, a dark red chakra erupted from Han's body, wrapping around him and forming a tailed beast coat that altered his appearance. Following that, in addition to the tailed beast chakra, Han's own chakra also erupted, steam continuously billowing from his body, raising the temperature around him significantly. What Konoha conspiracy? What do you mean by that? Jiraiya was perplexed by Han's angry words, suddenly feeling that the reaction of the individual before him was a bit strange, and instinctively asked. But Han was already blinded by rage, and after partially transforming into a tailed beast, he had lost much of his rationality. Roar. Steam punch. The five-tailed Jinchuriki Han ignored Jiraiya's question, as the two unfamiliar ninjas behind him were rapidly closing in. If he waited until the three of them formed encirclement, he would have no chance to escape. Therefore, Han immediately decided to take action, first to repel Jiraiya and break the encirclement to escape. Terrifying steam continued to rise, and the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han instantly unleashed tremendous power, pushing off the ground and charging towards Jiraiya with a mighty stomp that shattered a thick branch. What the hell is going on? Who are those two? At this moment, Jiraiya sensed the approaching chakra from the two figures and immediately felt something was off. But Han's attack had already reached him, and Jiraiya could only use body flicker technique to dodge. Can't dodge it. Damn Konoha ninja. Boil release. Unmatched strength. The steam granted Han immense power and speed. Although Jiraiya avoided his attack, Han immediately raised his chakra to its boiling point, unleashing all his strength in an instant against Jiraiya. What is this? Can't dodge it. As Jiraiya barely evaded Han's punch, Han, enveloped in steam, charged at him once more, this time with a speed that left Jiraiya no time to evade. Ninjutsu. Needle Earth Prison. In desperation, Jiraiya could only immediately infuse chakra into his long white hair, hardening it and wrapping it in front of himself to block Han's strike. Bang! With a loud crash, Jiraiya was violently slammed away by Han, crashing into a nearby tree trunk and creating a large hole. Phew! Han let out a sigh of relief after landing a solid hit. As Jiraiya was pushed back, the encirclement revealed a gap, and he lifted his foot to charge forward. Composite ninja technique, flame wind turbulence. At that moment, although still confused, Kakashi, who had caught up, would not easily let Han escape. He activated his fire release mask and wind release mask. The two strange masks each spat out fire release and wind release techniques, which combined under Kakuzu's control into a more powerful composite ninjutsu. A raging sea of fire appeared on Han's escape route, blocking his way forward. Damn leaf ninja! The intense heat of the wall of fire made Han instinctively retreat, and he angrily shouted at Kaku, his chakra from the Five Tails growing more violent and overwhelming. A brutal, bloodthirsty, beastly nature surged in Han's eyes, as his mind was gradually influenced by the chakra of the Five Tails about to enter a deeper state of tailed beast transformation. Boil release. Unmatched strength. The sound of a steam engine's whistle echoed from Han's body, and the steam emerging from him grew even more terrifying. Layers of smoke dispersed as Han transformed into an afterimage and lunged at Kaku, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Kakuzu's head. Thud! The kick landed, but it hit not Kakuzu but Haiden. Haiden was sent flying far away, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. His chest caved in as if he were a broken doll. Steam punch. In the encirclement of three, two had already been sent flying by Han in an instant. If he were in his right mind, he would definitely take this opportunity to escape. But Han was already delirious. The beastly, bloodthirsty nature influenced his brain, leaving only Kakuzu in his vision, and he relentlessly attacked Kakuzu. Idiot! A hint of disdain flashed in Kakuzu's oddly angled green bean-shaped eyes as he mockingly scolded Han, easily dodging his attack. Then, with steam rising from his body, Han continued to assault Kakuzu, but most of his attacks were evaded by Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Han himself was left battered by Kakuzu's counterattacks. Haiden, you idiot! Stop playing dead. Didn't you see that white hair ninja just now? Go find him. If he is dead, bring him back. If he is not, execute him on the spot. I can deal with the Five Tails Jinchuriki right away. Go carry out your mission. Kakuzu suddenly yelled at Haiden's distant corpse, and the supposedly dead Haiden suddenly sat up eerily. I was almost asleep just now. I felt like I saw Lord Evil God waving at me. Damn Kakuzu, how dare you interrupt my communication with Lord Evil God? It's unforgivable, Haiden mumbled, but obediently got up and ran toward where Jiraiya had fallen. Chapter 241, Faking Death. Ambush. At this moment, Jiraiya was hiding in the shadows, observing the situation. Just now, the furious strike from the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han had hit his Needle Earth prison, and the power enhanced by steam had penetrated through the defense, nearly causing Jiraiya to choke and faint. However, Jiraiya's strength was still there, and after recovering, he had no lingering injuries. But after recovering, he did not immediately reveal himself. Instead, he observed the situation thoughtfully. The Leaf and Rock hidden villages were in a state of war, and these two unfamiliar ninjas actually attacked the Five Tails Jinchuriki at this time. What could their purpose be? Moreover, that Five Tails Jinchuriki mistook me for those two's accomplices and shouted, "Damn Leaf Ninja." Could it be that those two are also from the Leaf? No. Although I don't know many Leaf ninjas, those with the strength to pursue a Jinchuriki are definitely not unknown to me. Plus, the black cloaks with cloud patterns they wore were obviously not Leaf style. If that's the case, Jiraiya thought to this point, anger rising on his face, his eyes flashing coldly. These two unfamiliar ninjas want to take advantage of the war between the Leaf and Rock. Or do they want to shift the blame, making it seem like the Five Tails Jinchuriki went missing or even died because of the Leaf, pushing the Leaf and Rock into a state of no return? Their intentions are despicable. Jiraiya roughly guessed Kakuzu and Haiden's motives and immediately felt restless. Regardless of whether my guess is right or wrong, the current situation absolutely cannot allow those two to succeed. The Leaf is already struggling in this war. If it completely angers the Rock, the losses could be even more severe. Hey, that white-haired old man. Just as Jiraiya was about to move to stop them, Haiden appeared in front of him. Holding a terrifying scythe, Haiden stared at Jiraiya, unable to help but lick his lips. Who are you, and why are you here? At your age, you should be waiting to die at home. Why come out to seek death? Haiden's words made Jiraiya frown, looking at Haiden with confusion, questioning. Who are you two? And why are you hunting the Five Tails Jinchuriki? Also, Are you pretending to be leaf ninjas to achieve some nefarious purpose? Hearing this, Haiden showed a look of astonishment. He tilted his head and sized Jiraiya up, suddenly laughing. Old man, you're not a leaf ninja, are you? Are you trying to stop us? Jiraiya did not answer Haiden's question. His suspicions were confirmed by Haiden's words. This tall man with white hair quietly looked at Haiden, an astonishing aura erupting from his burly body. Since that is the case, then I can't hold back any longer. Fire release. Great fireball. Having made up his mind, Jiraiya did not hesitate to strike. He filled his mouth with oil refined from chakra, and then spat it toward Haiden. The moment he spat out the oil, he ignited it with fire release chakra, instantly shooting a scorching and violent fire pillar toward Haiden. Yar yar. Haiden reacted quickly, carelessly making strange sounds while pushing off the ground to escape the range of the fire pillar, leaping into the air to avoid the great fireball's range. Earth release. Underworld swamp. But before Haiden could land, Jiraiya seemed to predict Haiden's movement and activated the ninjutsu where Haiden was about to land. Earth release chakra flooded the ground, turning the soil into a swamp. When Haiden landed, his feet had no foothold and instantly sank in. Oh no! Haiden exclaimed dramatically, immediately wrapping chakra around his feet, bending his upper body and using his hands to push against the ground to pull his feet out, then rolling away from the range of the underworld swamp. Whoosh! Before Haiden could regain his balance, Jiraiya swiftly lunged at him. Rasengan. A blue glowing sphere condensed in Jiraiya's right palm and slammed hard into Haiden's chest. Although the Rasengan looks like a stable sphere, the wind chakra wrapped inside is incredibly violent. The moment it touches Haiden's chest, it feels like countless small knives are scraping, creating a huge blood hole from skin to flesh. Caught off guard, Haiden's entire heart is shattered by the Rasengan. His atrium looks as if it has been minced. Blood and flesh are a mess. A large mouthful of blood spews from Haiden's mouth, his expression frozen, his eyes wide, as if in disbelief. Thud! Jiraiya retracts his arm, and without any support, Haiden's body collapses softly to the ground. Dead? Jiraiya is slightly taken aback, although he personally shattered Haiden's heart. He is quite surprised that the enemy was killed so easily. After all, this enemy had just been chasing the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from a Wagakure. To think he was killed so easily by himself. But as Jiraiya looks at Haiden's shattered heart and the spurting blood, he accepts this outcome. With the heart in such a state, how could he possibly survive? There's still one more thing. He needs to hurry over and rescue the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya thinks to himself as he swiftly turned around to head toward the location where Kakuzu is fighting the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han. He doesn't notice that in the moment he turns around, Haiden, who is lying dead on the ground, suddenly opens his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Swish! A strange scythe slashes toward Jiraiya's neck. The sound of the blade tearing through the air jolts Jiraiya awake. Ninja technique. Needle Jizo. With no time to dodge, Jiraiya quickly channels chakra into his white hair, and his shoulder-length hair instantly swells, each strand becoming incredibly hard. Wrapping around Jiraiya's neck. Ding! The sound of metal striking metal rings out as Haiden's scythe strikes Jiraiya's needle Jizo, creating sparks. Taking advantage of this force, Jiraiya instantly creates some distance, and then a wave of fear rises within him. What is going on? How can he still be alive after having his heart shattered? An even counterattack? Jiraiya quickly leans against a giant tree, casting a wary glance at Haiden. Haiden, however, shows a regretful expression, wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiles at Jiraiya. Such a pity. Otherwise, I could have taken your head off with this strike. Chapter 242. Can Haiden die if he turns into excrement? Want to take off this sage's head? You can only rely on your strange abilities to sneak attack. Facing me head-on, you're completely outmatched. Haiden's entire body is a bloody mess, his limbs and neck crushed by Jiraiya, turning him into a bloody gourd. The gap in strength between the two is enormous. In a head-on fight, Haiden wouldn't even be able to touch Jiraiya once. If it weren't for Haiden's bizarre immortality making Jiraiya let his guard down, he would never have posed a threat to him. But it's precisely because of the sneak attack from his death and resurrection that Jiraiya feels a wave of fear, prompting him to strike even more fiercely. Summoning technique. Jiraiya bites his finger and slams it on the ground, instantly trapping both him and Haiden in a strange place, as if they've fallen into an invisible shadow cave. Try coming back to life from the feces of the toad, boss this time. Jiraiya glances at Haiden, whose body is rapidly healing. and realizes that his attacks alone seem unable to completely kill this guy. So he summons the Toad Boss from Mayaboka Mountain. This Toad Boss is enormous, the largest one in the entire Mayaboka Mountain. Just summoning the Toad Boss's stomach creates an endless cave. Goodbye, if you can survive this. Jiraiya casually waves at Haiden before leaving the Toad Boss's stomach. Only Haiden remains stubbornly lying on the ground, waiting for his body to recover. Don't underestimate people. With the favor of the great evil god, how could I possibly die? That damn white-haired old man, next time I see you, I will definitely offer you as a sacrifice to the great evil god. Haiden's neck is broken, and he can't even speak at this moment, only able to silently roar in unwilling anger. Soon a large amount of green stomach fluid surges out, engulfing Haiden. To be honest, Haiden's combat ability is really quite average, extremely lacking. Compared to his fellow immortal partner Kakuzu, he falls far behind, which is why he is usually threatened and manipulated by Kakuzu, and can only assist him. From the original work, Haiden is at a disadvantage even when fighting against ordinary elite J-Nin like Asuma Sarutobi. Not to mention that after his ability is cracked, even Nara Shikamaru, a very weak ninja, can kill him. However, Haiden's ability is quite shameless, belonging to the most unresolvable type of immortality in the Naruto world. It is said that even if he is torn to pieces and thrown into the sea to feed the fish, bound with heavy stones to sink to the ocean floor, he can still maintain his life. This time, angered Jiraiya, thrown into the Toad Boss's stomach, hopes to completely dissolve Haiden's body with the Toad's gastric fluid, turning him into inorganic excrement. Who knows if Haiden can still survive to this extent? Roar, roar, boil release. Superhuman strength. On the other battlefield, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, crazily charges at Kakuzu, steam constantly rising from his body, his face twisted in a terrifying snarl. But Kakuzu has lived for many years as an old monster, primarily working as a bounty hunter with extremely rich battle experience. He sees that the Five Tails Jinchuriki has lost his sanity and can only fight on instinct, so he adopts a strategy of avoidance, constantly dodging through the dense forest, as if teasing a frenzied bull. If this continues for a while longer, the Five Tails Jinchuriki's chakra will run out. At that time, it will be easy to capture him. This is really effortless. Using human wisdom to combat a beast is simply not difficult at all. While dodging the Five Tails Jinchuriki's attacks, Kakuzu occasionally casts his gaze toward the direction Haiden went. That idiot Haiden doesn't even know if he succeeded. He isn't just lying there sleeping, is he? With such poor strength and a lazy personality, always mumbling about some evil god, how could the leader send such trash over team up with me? However, I feel like I have some impression of that white-haired ninja. Did I see him on one poster? Kakuzu recalls Jiraiya, who was blasted away by the Five Tails Jinchuriki moments ago, seemingly remembering where he had seen that face. However, after thinking for a while, Kakuzu can't figure it out, so he decides to suppress that thought for now. Once again, like a cat teasing a mouse, the Five Tails Jinchuriki's attacks devastate a large area of the surrounding forest. Similar to the move Tornado destroying the parking lot used by Black Tiger AFO, the Five Tails Jinchuriki's frenzied attacks nearly level a forest the size of a parking lot. Everywhere are fallen giant trees and uneven tree stumps, with countless fallen leaves piled on the ground. Who? After a long period of mindless output, the Five Tails Jinchuriki is heavily panting, having consumed a lot of chakra. However, fortunately, as the chakra of the Five Tails is depleted, his sanity gradually returns. Seeing that the situation is not good, the Five Tails Jinchuriki decides to flee once again. Trying to run, a cold glint flashes in Kakuzu's eyes. He's been dodging the Five Tails Jinchuriki's attacks for a long time in order to exhaust him. How could he let the opponent escape so easily now? You've been hitting me for so long, and now you want to run when I call the police? No way. Earth grudge fear. Under the cloud-patterned robe of Kakuzu, countless small black tentacles suddenly emerged. These black tentacles intertwined and then split into 5 strands, each topped with a white, eerie mask. This is Kakuzu's secret technique and the source of his immortality. Kakuzu was originally a ninja from the Takigakure village. After the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha established Konoha, other forces in the ninja world followed suit, resulting in the emergence of many ninja villages of varying sizes. Later, Hashirama and Madara selected the strongest of these ninja villages to gather for the 5 Kage Summit, where they distributed the tailed beasts they had collected among the villages, hoping to create balance and achieve peace. Although Takigakure was fairly strong, it was overall weaker than the 5 great ninja villages and thus did not receive an invitation. But as compensation, they received the 7 tails. This outcome left the higher-ups of Takigakure very dissatisfied, feeling that Hashirama looked down on them. Therefore, they sent the elite ninja Kakuzu to attack Hashirama. This led to the famous anecdotes of "I fought Hashirama Senju," and "I threw a kunai at Hashirama's wooden clone from 800 miles away." Kakuzu's ambush on Hashirama naturally failed, but Hashirama spared his life. After returning to Takigakure, Kakuzu stole the village's top-secret forbidden technique, denouement technique, and fled, becoming a rogue ninja ever since. Chapter 243. I'm the man who fought Hashirama Senju in Naruto. While there aren't many instances of immortality, there are some. The Otsutsuki clan is one such representative. Powerful members of the Otsutsuki clan can almost not die as long as they don't wish to. Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed for 1,000 years, and once unsealed, she immediately returned to life. Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's physical body decayed, yet his spirit could maintain existence in the ninja world for over 1,000 years. His 2 sons, Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra, had their chakra constantly reincarnating, residing in the strongest ninjas of each era, battling each other for millennia. This level of immortality is achieved solely through their own power and is the inevitable result of their immense strength. Below this level, the 9-tailed beasts also represent a form of immortality. Their massive chakra reserves and unique existence means that even if they are killed, they can resurrect after a few years, which is why they have always been feared and dreaded by ninjas, ultimately leading to their control and manipulation. Next is Haiden, who became immortal through the blessing of one of the 2 outer gods in the Naruto world, the evil god. Kakuzu is the lowest form of immortality. The denouement technique allows him to extend his life by stealing the heart of a still-beating ninja and keeping it within himself. He can also gain corresponding chakra attributes by using hearts of different attributes and perform the corresponding ninjutsu. However, with Kakuzu's method, if his masks are destroyed, it is equivalent to destroying his heart. If all 5 masks are destroyed, he is entirely done for. Wind release, pressure damage, fire release, head hardening, lightning release, false darkness, combined ninjutsu, denouement, final shot. After summoning the masks, Kakuzu gathered 3 of them on his arm and immediately commanded the masks representing wind, fire, and lightning to perform ninjutsu. He then combined these 3 techniques into a terrifying chakra cannon aimed at the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han. Damn it, I'm gonna die. The 5 tails Jinchuriki Han sensed the danger immediately. The chakra cannon in Kakuzu's hand made him smell the scent of death. Run. Without hesitation, he activated his boil release, and the white steam surged again. The 5 tails Jinchuriki quickly distanced himself from Kakuzu, hoping to evade this terrifying attack. It's useless. Kakuzu shouted fiercely, and the chakra cannon shot forth, ruthlessly striking towards Han, reaching him in an instant. Earth release. Multiple earth wall. In a critical moment, Jiraiya rushed over and decisively used ninjutsu. As he formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground, heavy rock walls suddenly rose behind the 5 tails Jinchuriki. These walls blocked the chakra cannon's path, but were quickly shattered. Bang, 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 bang. 4 earth walls were instantly destroyed by the chakra cannon, leaving a massive circular hole in the rock wall. In the next moment, the chakra cannon still hit the 5 tails Jinchuriki, directly blasting half of the robust man's body to a bloody pulp, revealing the stark white bones inside. You dare to stop me? Do you want to die alongside this Jinchuriki? Kakuzu's gaze was icy as he looked at Jiraiya, questioning him in a chilling tone. Well, I originally just came to see the excitement, but I didn't expect to interrupt your battle. I'm just curious. Why are you dealing with the 5 tails Jinchuriki from Iwagakure at such a dangerous time and place, and even pretending to be a Konoha ninja? Are you trying to provoke both sides' fragile nerves? Jiraiya laughed heartily, ruffling his hair, glancing at Kaku, then looking at Han, who lay on the ground, uncertain of his fate. His expression suddenly turning serious as he questioned. Oh, so you are a ninja from Konoha? I suppose so. Although I haven't been back to the village for a long time, I can't turn a blind eye to matters concerning Konoha's safety. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu seemed to suddenly realize, looking Jiraiya up and down. White hair, middle-aged, a Konoha ninja, but has left Konoha. All this information made Kakuzu understand the identity of the person before him. Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? That's right. Jiraiya nodded, confirming his identity. The fame of the legendary three ninjas was still quite prominent, especially since the Third Great Ninja War had just recently concluded, and Jiraiya was one of Konoha's commanders during the war. No wonder. That idiot Haiden was dealt with by you, right? It makes sense that he would be taken out against Jiraiya from Konoha. Kakuzu nodded, understanding why Haiden hadn't appeared for so long. Given Haiden's strength, the outcome against Jiraiya was predictable. That guy's name is Haiden? He has a really troublesome and bizarre ability. It took me quite a bit of effort to deal with him. So, you think that because you dealt with trash like Haiden, you can handle me too? You're mistaken. Although Haiden and I are comrades, we are not on the same level as ninjas. The three masks Kakuzu had gathered slowly drifted away, being pulled by black tentacles as they floated behind him, the five eerie masks seemingly staring at Jiraiya. Is that so? Then it has to be tested to find out. However, I really don't want to fight. I'm getting old, and continuous fighting can be tough on the body. Why don't you just give up? It wouldn't be good for you to accidentally die at my hands, would it? Jiraiya sighed, rubbing his sore shoulders as if genuinely lamenting the passage of time and the wear of years. You don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth, you little brat. Even the first Hokage of Konoha wouldn't dare to speak to me with such an attitude. A man like that has to go all out when fighting me. I didn't expect that just a few decades later, a junior like you would already be so arrogant. Kakuzu snorted coldly, habitually throwing out his proud achievements. The name of Hashirama Senju was indeed frightening. Every time Kakuzu encounters a powerful opponent, he says this to establish his psychological advantage and to put pressure on his opponent. I fought against the legendary Senju Hashirama. Who do you think you are? This psychological tactic may seem simple and straightforward, but it still shook Jiraiya. You actually fought against Lord First Hokage? How is that possible? Jiraiya, who had been a fan of Hashirama since childhood and grew up hearing about his legends, couldn't believe he was facing an enemy who claimed to have fought him. Chapter 244. Mission failed, although Jiraiya was shocked by Kakuzu's claims. A ninja of his level would not simply choose to retreat based on a few words. He needed to engage in battle to assess the situation before making a judgment. Kakuzu claimed to have fought the first Hokage, so Jiraiya naturally had to be even more cautious. Besides his final trump card, the two sage toads from Myaboka Mountain, Fukasaku and Shima, whom he had not summoned for assistance, Jiraiya had already brought out all his strength. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. He started with a long-range ninjutsu attack, suppressing his chakra and forming hand seals before releasing a torrent of golden red flames. The blazing fire scorched the surrounding air and split into three, attacking Kakuzu from different directions. This was Jiraiya's most powerful fire-style technique aside from his combined ninjutsu with the toads. Since Kakuzu claimed to have battled the god of ninjas, Jiraiya naturally wouldn't let his guard down and immediately employed his signature move. Small technique. Water style. Water wall. Kakuzu sneered, controlling his water mass to spray a large amount of water, gathering it in front of himself. However, he didn't expect that as soon as the Fire Dragon Flame bullet hit the water wall, the terrifying temperature would boil the solid water barrier, causing a massive amount of steam to rise and failing to block the attack. The three streams of fire continued to rush toward him. Kakuzu quickly dodged, but the three flames followed relentlessly, as if they had a tracking ability. After circling around the dense forest, Kakuzu finally managed to let the flames crash into a gigantic tree that concealed him. But soon after, the ancient tree, which had stood for who knows how many years, was ignited and a large fire erupted. Earth style. Decapitation technique. At that moment, Jiraiya successfully closed the distance and reached for Kakuzu's ankle from the ground. Lightning style. False darkness. Kakuzu seemed to have anticipated this. His lightning mask immediately shot a bolt of lightning toward Jiraiya's hand. With a bang, the moment the lightning struck, Jiraiya's hand exploded into a cloud of smoke. Rasengan. Jiraiya's voice came from behind Kakuzu, catching him off guard as he was hit directly in the back with the Rasengan, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward, rolling several times on the ground before crashing into a stump. I must say, although you're quite strong, claiming to have fought against Lord First Hokage is quite a stretch. Jiraiya frowned as he looked at the disheveled Kakuzu, unable to believe that such an opponent had once fought the first Hokage. Could someone of this level really battle a powerhouse like Senju Hashirama? Jiraiya was very skeptical and quickly judged that Kakuzu's words were not trustworthy. Kakuzu, with a dark expression, couldn't help but cough up blood, glaring at Jiraiya with murderous intent. The earlier Rasengan had struck his body, piercing through the muscle in his back and directly destroying his heart. However, with the Earth Grudge Fear technique, this injury was not fatal. He could still take 4 more hits. Is this how Konoha's Jiraiya is? I'll remember that name, and you'll pay for this. Kakuzu's stitched wounds sprouted numerous black tendrils, quickly replacing his heart with a new one from his lightning mask, restoring his injuries. But having his heart destroyed so easily by Jiraiya had already planted the seed of retreat in Kakuzu's mind. He fixed his gaze on Jiraiya's face, as if trying to memorize it. Then, Kakuzu leaped into the depths of the forest, quickly disappearing from sight. Looks like he's just a loudmouth. Jiraiya watched Kakuzu's retreating figure, not rushing to pursue him. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, was still lying there, unconscious. If he went after Kakuzu, would he really leave the Five Tails Jinchuriki to die? I hope you don't die like this. That would be a big problem. Jiraiya approached Han's side and reached out to check his vital signs. He soon felt a faint but still present pulse and sighed in relief. As a Jinchuriki, as long as he wasn't mortally wounded, he could rely on his powerful recovery abilities to gradually heal after this ordeal. Since Han hadn't died from Kakuzu's earlier attack, there was no need to worry anymore. I'm really born to be busy, Jiraiya complained, lifting Han's body and running towards Konoha. You're really heavy. In the depths of the forest, Kakuzu ran quickly with a grim expression. Not only had he failed this mission, but he had also lost a heart. This was a significant loss for him. He would need time to collect and replace the lost heart and would also face the leader's reprimand for the failed mission. Damn Jiraiya, I will not let you go. Next time, I'll take your heart as my trophy. Kakuzu silently vowed as he quickly arrived at the designated meeting place. It was a cave where no light could penetrate, and the entire cave was pitch black. Why are you the only one back? Where's the Five Tails? Where's that guy hiding? As Kakuzu entered the cave, a voice suddenly rang out, as if it had been waiting for him there for a long time. On the way, I encountered Jiraiya, one of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas. He took the Five Tails from me. As for that guy hiding. At this point, Kakuzu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Next time, I want the leader to give me a more useful teammate. That useless one didn't help at all and was taken out by Jiraiya. Kakuzu didn't know if Haiden was dead or alive, but regardless of whether Haiden would return, he didn't want to be his teammate anymore. A madman who only shouted strange things like evil gods had no other advantages besides being immortal. Kakuzu had had enough. Konoha's Jiraiya? Understood. Given that you encountered such a strong opponent, it's understandable that your mission failed. However, the leader will definitely require an explanation. You'll have to explain it to him yourself. In the darkness, a figure clad in black, with only white eyes and teeth visible, spoke slowly. Chapter 245. Its teacher Jiraiya in the vast cave, Nagato, appearing in the form of a projection using the art of the light body, listened to Kakuzu's report. He did not express dissatisfaction or blame for Kakuzu's failure in mission, but simply glanced at Kakuzu and said, I see, the Jiraiya from the Hidden Leaf Village, right? I understand. Kakuzu, who was lowering his head, felt relieved upon hearing this indifferent tone. Although he had been with the Akatsuki organization for a long time and was already an elder figure, managing the significant funding source of the organization, he still felt a sense of fear towards the leader, codenamed Zero. Those eyes, reminiscent of the sage of 6 paths from myths, contained an incomprehensible, terrifying power that made even an old guy like him, who had survived for many years, not dare to provoke the other party. The whereabouts of Haiden still needed to be investigated. He shouldn't have died so easily. For now, I want to assign you new teammates or tasks. Take a good rest for a while, or you can go to the exchange center to be more active. After saying this, Nagato's figure disappeared, leaving only Kakuzu in the enormous cave. In the land of rain, Nagato, lying in a wheelchair, slowly opened his eyes. Conan was busy next to him, weaving colorful yarn into a beautiful scarf. Nagato, how do you like the scarf I knitted? Conan asked gently, showing him her work as she noticed he had opened his eyes. It looks great, Nagato replied with a smile and a nod. Hearing this, Conan smiled even more happily. She didn't ask Nagato what he learned from Kakuzu, but instead focused all her attention on her handiwork. Conan was inherently a kind and gentle girl. Back when she, Yahiko, and Nagato huddled together for warmth in the ruined land of rain, she had always been a such character. At that time, 2 older companions protected her, and later they met Jiraiya, becoming his disciple. During those 3 years, they were also protected by Jiraiya. Thus, Conan's personality remained gentle, always yearning for light despite having gone through hardships. However, with Yahiko's death and the sudden destruction of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato's personality changed drastically. Conan had to adapt for Nagato's sake, getting her hands stained with more blood and doing many things she had never dared to imagine before. Now, being able to do some crafts in her spare time and knit a scarf for Nagato was the most comforting time for Conan. After all, there were too few things to do in the perpetually rainy land of rain. Conan, Kakuzu, he failed the mission. Upon hearing this, Conan frowned slightly and turned to look at Nagato. Noticing that there was no dissatisfaction or anger on his face, she said, if he failed, then so be it. After all, there is still plenty of time. Our plan hasn't officially begun yet. What we're doing now is just delaying the recovery speed of the 5 great countries and weakening their power, right? Nagato nodded and inexplicably turned to look at the continuous rain outside the window, his voice lowering a few degrees. It's because of teacher Jiraiya. What? Conan looked at Nagato in surprise, her hands stopping their movements. Kakashi said he and Haiden encountered teacher Jiraiya unexpectedly during their mission and were ultimately defeated by him, forcing them to retreat. The host of the 5 Tails was taken away by teacher Jiraiya. Nagato spoke these words with a complicated emotion. Is that so? Conan responded hesitantly, unsure how to reply. Jiraiya was someone the 3 siblings could never forget, having once shown them kindness and made them feel cared for and protected. Both a teacher and a father figure. That was likely how Nagato and the others viewed Jiraiya. But now, the conflict between them had finally emerged. Jiraiya had become an obstacle in front of their goals. Although Nagato had anticipated this day long ago after making the decision to capture the tailed beasts. As a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, teacher Jiraiya would certainly not allow them to capture the 9 tails. They would eventually confront each other. However, he did not expect this day to come so soon, and it was because of the 5 tails host from the Wagakure. After that, Nagato did not speak again. It seemed he had merely mentioned it casually without much thought. But in reality, both of them understood that not continuing the conversation was the simplest and clearest attitude. To fulfill Yahiko's dream, even if it was teacher Jiraiya standing in front of them, it was the same. No one could obstruct Yahiko's dream. Meanwhile, Jiraiya finally carried the 5 Tails host, Han, to the Hidden Leaf's camp. The patrolling ninjas of the Hidden Leaf initially thought an enemy had arrived and even took the initiative to ambush. Fortunately, Jiraiya was strong. Their attacks missed him as he easily dodged. Afterward, the Hidden Leaf ninjas recognized Jiraiya, and a group of them apologized in fear, which Jiraiya brushed off with a smile. After that, things went much smoother as Jiraiya entered the camp. Lord Jiraiya, you finally made it. I'm so sorry to trouble you again. We really lack decisive power with such a great enemy looming. Hyuga Hizashi had received a report about Jiraiya's arrival early on and hurriedly came out to greet him. Don't call me that. Hizashi, since you become the 5th Hokage, you should pay attention to your authority. Jiraiya first sternly reminded Hizashi with a serious face, then added matter-of-factly. As a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, how could I not come at a time like this? Yes. Hizashi nodded, still struggling to adjust to the situation in his mind. Although he was not much younger than Jiraiya, the gap between them was significant. Even after becoming the head of the Hyuga clan, Jiraiya remained an untouchable peak in front of him. For every ninja of the Hidden Leaf, the legendary Sannin were figures deserving respect. So even as Hokage, Hizashi still instinctively treated Jiraiya with a respectful attitude. However, since the other party had already declined the title, Hizashi felt relieved. I don't know who this person is. Hizashi pointed at the 5 Tails host, Han, slung over Jiraiya's shoulder, and asked in confusion. Ha ha, this is a big shot. Hizashi, since you hurriedly took over as 5th Hokage, consider this guy a congratulatory gift for me. The gift is the 5 Tails host from a Wagakure. Jiraiya laughed heartily, looking quite proud, while Hizashi showed a shocked expression. Chapter 246, the assurance to end the war in the main tent of the Hidden Leaf camp. Important figures such as Hyuga Hizashi, Jiraiya, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Yameka Inoichi, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikaku, and Yuhi Kurinai gathered together. Hizashi sat at the head of the table, with small tables on either side filled with food and drinks, while Jiraiya and the others sat behind the small tables. In front of them, in the middle of the tent, lay the unconscious 5 Tails host, Han. I see. This was truly thrilling. If it weren't for you arriving in time, it would have been disastrous. If those 2 guys had really captured or killed the 5 Tails host, the Wagakure would definitely go completely berserk, and the furious 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, would never let it slide. If that happened, the intensity of the war would be uncontrollable. Hizashi joyfully exclaimed after hearing Jiraiya's explanation. While he listened, he had thought several times about what would happen if the enemy succeeded. Every time Hinata Hizashi thinks about the reckless decision to go to war with a Wagakure, he feels a deep sense of dread. It's not a Wagakure that scares him, but the fear that if the intensity of the war escalates, Konoha will pay an even more painful price. Regardless of whether the war is won or lost, as the newly appointed Hokage, would be the biggest loser. After all, if Konoha, already in a transitional period, suffers another severe blow on his watch, it would be a significant failure for him as Hokage. Ha ha ha, it's just luck that I happened to stumble upon this. Jiraiya laughed heartily, enjoying his drink from a cup in hand. However, what puzzled him was, who were those two unknown ninjas? Why did they choose to attack the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails at this time? Could it be that escalating the war between Konoha and Iwagakure would benefit them? Nara Shikaku stroked his chin and asked in confusion. It must be. I say those two guys could be from Sunagakure or Kirigakure, aiming to make our 3 participating ninja villages suffer greater losses so they can reap the benefits. Nara Shikaku slammed the table, angrily stating, exactly. Isn't that how the Third Great Ninja War went? Those little pups from Kirigakure only declared war after our 4 villages were exhausted, and they even manipulated the 3 tails to attack us. If it weren't for Kakashi thwarting their conspiracy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking back, it seems Kirigakure has similar intentions now. Those scoundrels love to play these tricks. A Konoha Jonin echoed, his face showing hatred as he spoke about Kirigakure. This made Hinata Hizashi serious, contemplating the possibilities. If Kirigakure or Sunagakure really intended to wait until our 3 participating ninja villages exhausted their strength before joining in, it would be dire. That wouldn't be the case. Don't worry. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya waved his hand nonchalantly, wearing a relaxed smile. Why do you say that, Lord Jiraiya? Do you have some insider information? The Konoha crowd asked one after another, and Hinata Hizashi also perked up, looking at Jiraiya. Huh. I haven't just traveled around the ninja world all these years for sightseeing. As far as I know, Kirigakure has been under high pressure due to its ongoing blood mist policy. In the end, not only the lower-level ninjas, but even the elite ninjas couldn't bear it anymore. First, the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza failed to assassinate the 4th Mizukage and defected from Kirigakure, followed by several riots. Although each was suppressed, they still caused significant losses to Kirigakure. Even now, with a great opportunity in front of them, they don't have the strength to participate. Sunagakure is even weaker. After losing the 3rd Great Ninja War, the daimyo of the Land of Wind cut their military funding, and their 4th Kazekage is so busy digging for gold in the desert to subsidize the village that he doesn't even have time to handle governmental affairs. So, both of them are currently preoccupied with their own issues and have no ability to participate, so there is no need to worry, Jiraiya confidently stated. But then he shifted his tone to remind. However, Shikaku's earlier point is correct. These people must be aiming to escalate the war and cause us greater losses. Although we don't know who they are, they're definitely enemies. Upon hearing this, everyone from Konoha nodded seriously. Now, not only do we have powerful enemies from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, but there is also a group of unknown individuals brewing conspiracies in the shadows. This pressure makes everyone feel exhausted. Therefore, the priority now should be to end this war as soon as possible. We must not allow those guys' conspiracy to succeed, Hinata Hizashi said sternly. So, if we want to end this quickly, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki that Jiraiya brought back will be of great use. Hinata Hizashi smiled as he looked at the unconscious 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Exactly. Using the 5 Tails Jinchuriki as bait and revealing those people's conspiracy. Even Inoki, no matter how stubborn he is, will hesitate. At most, we'll have to show our strength and confidence in a couple more battles, and Iwagakure will naturally withdraw. Yamashiro Aoi nodded seriously, feeling relieved. Then it's settled. Once the 5 Tails Jinchuriki wakes up, we'll inform him of the truth, and then have a good talk with the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. He should back down. After all, he came with the intention of taking advantage, and doesn't he have the determination to fight to the end? Hinata Hizashi made the decision. Besides, according to the situation in the northeast, all we need to do is wait patiently. Once Kumogakure is defeated, Inoki will retreat immediately. We just have more assurance now. Nara Shikaku also said confidently with a smile. Hearing the words of these two, Jiraiya became interested. He had rushed over to provide support and was still unaware of the situation with Uchiha Zongyan. Quickly show me the battle report from before. Hinata Hizashi took the information scroll from Hinata Hayashi behind him and stepped forward to hand it to Jiraiya, smiling. Zongyan-kun is really impressive. He single-handedly severely injured the 2 Tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure and destroyed the supplies they had amassed. In the end, he even heavily injured the 4th Raikage. Based on his abilities, we have already won the war against Kumogakure. The two sides are far apart. the most recent battle report from Uchiha Zongyan hasn't arrived. But this report is already astonishing. That kid actually achieved such great results? Impressive. Jiraiya exclaimed in admiration as he carefully read the contents of the report. Chapter 247. Iwagakure's reaction useless. A bunch of useless fools. How could a living person just go missing? What else can you accomplish? In the camp of Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was continuously scolding his subordinates in his tent. His short body, like that of a dwarf, floated in the air using the heavyweight rock technique, allowing him to look down at the IWA shinobi in front of him who dared not meet his gaze. Inoki's face was twisted with rage, his large, red, bulbous nose standing out prominently. Damn it, whether it's you useless fools or that uncouth bastard Han, you all deserve to be stripped of your positions and thrown into prison to reflect. Inoki scolded furiously, a large amount of saliva splattering from his mouth, forcing the few IWA shinobi standing straight to lower their heads in submission, fearing that if they looked up, they would be splashed in the face. Since the meeting yesterday, when the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, had a fierce argument with Inoki and stormed off, it has been almost a day, and he still hasn't returned. Sensing something was wrong, Iwagakure sent out several patrol teams to search for Han's whereabouts, only to find not only had they not located him, but they also discovered numerous signs of battle. These signs likely indicated that after leaving the camp, Han had encountered enemies and engaged in a fierce battle. Moreover, the fact that Han did not return to camp after the fight makes the outcome rather intriguing. This matter is too serious for Huang Tu, the person in charge of the camp patrol, to dare to hide it. He quickly brought a few rock shinobi who had seen Han when the Five-Tails Jinchuriki left, as well as those who had found traces of the battle, and immediately ran to report to his father, Inoki. What awaited them was, of course, Inoki's fury. Huang Tu, you are responsible for the camp's security work. How could Han leave the camp without permission? I had given an order long ago that unless it was a ninja going out on a mission, no one else is allowed to leave the camp. Did you treat my words as mere wind in your ears? Looking at his tall and robust son, who was always a bit overly steady and humble, Inoki felt particularly displeased in his heart and coldly questioned him. In fact, Huang Tu was quite innocent in this matter. He certainly wouldn't go against the order personally issued by his father, the third Tsuchikage, and had always told his subordinates repeatedly not to leave the camp casually. But his subordinates had betrayed him. They simply couldn't refuse Han due to his status as the Five-Tails Jinchuriki and could only let things take their course. However, Huang Tu knew better that at this moment, blaming his subordinates would not only fail to absolve him of responsibility, but would also make his father even angrier. His father wanted a successor who could take responsibility, not a coward who pushes everything away. I'm very sorry, Tsuchikage-sama. It is indeed the fault of my subordinates. Please punish me. So Huang Tu did not make any excuses and immediately took responsibility. Can you really bear the responsibility of losing the Jinchuriki? You're just a lowly jonin. What qualifications do you have to be responsible for such a mistake? Can you even make up for it? Get out of here. Seeing his son's stance, Inoki was somewhat satisfied, but he still coldly drove Huang Tu out without making him bear the responsibility or face due punishment. After all, he was his own son. You, tell me in detail what kind of traces you saw in the forest. The rock shinobi being questioned immediately recounted everything he saw during his patrol. As Inoki listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. From footprints, it seemed that two people had initially attacked Han, and after a fight, Han chose to flee but was pursued by these two. Then another person appeared to intercept Han. A total of 3 people. Being able to engage with Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, was enough to prove that these 3 individuals were not to be underestimated. Moreover, from the traces of the battlefield, there were lightning release, fire release, earth release, and wind release, and even combined ninjutsu. Combined ninjutsu are rare in the ninja world. Those who can perform them are usually core forces from various major ninja villages. At this point, the only possibility for 3 powerful ninjas to ambush Han is 1. Konoha. Inoki gritted his teeth and spoke the words Konoha one by one, his expression icy. Following the rock shinobi's description, Inoki naturally thought of Konoha. After all, with the 2 armies facing off, it was quite normal for Konoha to suddenly attack the isolated Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han. The only puzzling thing was that the rock village hadn't anticipated Han leaving the camp. How could Konoha have ambushed ninjas waiting in advance? Could it be that there was a spy from Konoha in the camp? Third Hokage, a self-proclaimed messenger from Konoha, has arrived at the outer defense unit. He says that the 5th Hokage of Konoha wants to hold a peace talk with you, and both sides have agreed on a time and place, each bringing only a small number of guards. Just as Inoki was rising with suspicion, a guard suddenly lifted the tent flap and walked in. Upon entering, he knelt on one knee before Inoki and explained, Konoha wants to negotiate with me? Understand. Han has indeed been captured by them. Now, they want to use Han as a bargaining chip to force us to retreat? Or perhaps they want us to pay a price in exchange. Inoki almost instantly thought of Konoha's intentions for negotiation. He just didn't know that reality had deviated slightly from his assumptions. Damn Konoha, I will never let them succeed. Inoki clenched his fists and said in a stern voice, even getting so angry that he was about to rise from his cross-legged position. Crack! At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A cracking sound suddenly came from Inoki's back. The previously furious Inoki instinctively placed a hand on his waist, his face showing a painful expression. Ouch. My back. The rock shinobi, already accustomed to this scene, immediately reacted. Some went up to support Inoki, while others rushed out of the tent to call for a doctor. This caused a small-scale commotion. It can only be said that Inoki, at his advanced age, still clung to his position, which was not a good thing at all. Chapter 248, Failed Communication with Flowing Blade Like Fire. Growth of the World Tree in a Strange Space. Boundless flames filled every corner, burning as if it would never end. In the center of this hellish sea of fire, there stood a high altar. The altar was deep red, so dark that even the light of the flames could not illuminate it, and at the top of the altar was inserted a black long knife. Flowing blade like fire, flowing blade like fire. A man's voice suddenly echoed in the hellish sea of fire, whispering as if calling for something. Outside the hellish sea of fire, a mental force seemed to want to enter here. Boom! In an instant, the hellish sea of fire seemed to be stirred, the flames growing fiercer, as if that momentum wanted to burn everything to ashes. But the deep red altar and the black long knife remained completely still, as if in a dead silence. Another failure. At the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, in the camp where the Konoha army was stationed, in the tent where Uchiha Zongyan was located. Uchiha Zongyan, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air, his face showing a hint of disappointment. This was already, I don't know how many times I attempted to communicate with Flowing Blade Like Fire, but each time I received no response from Flowing Blade Like Fire. Is it because Flowing Blade Like Fire does not recognize me as its master? Or is there another reason? I remember that in the setting of the Shinigami, the Zanpakuto is constructed from the soul of the Shinigami itself, and the Shinigami must tap into their own potential to learn the name of the Zanpakuto and communicate with it to gain power. If the flowing blade like fire that I obtained is the one belonging to Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni, the captain commander of the Godai 13, that would mean that the soul form of this flowing blade like fire is the soul of that old man himself. If that is the case, then communicating with flowing blade like fire would be completely impossible for me, let alone fully mastering the power of flowing blade like fire and achieving Bankai. Uchiha Zongyan thought silently, feeling frustrated after many attempts. After all, this is no flowing blade like fire, the most powerful and destructive Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world. In the hands of Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni, it can destroy the entire world. If Uchiha Zongyan could completely master this flowing blade like fire, he could walk through the ninja world with ease, or even directly go to the moon to prepare cremation for Kagaya Otsutsuki, directly bringing about the conclusion. Who knows? However, ever since obtaining the flowing blade of fire, Uchiha Zongyan has failed each time he tried to communicate with it, receiving no feedback at all. He could only set it aside for now and attempt to enhance his strength through communication with the flowing blade of fire later. Uchiha Zongyan sighed softly and withdrew his mental energy from the spiritual space within his body. At that moment, he suddenly felt a signal coming from the World Tree Seed in his dantian. It was an urgent signal, wanting to establish contact with him. Did the World Tree Seed grow again? How could it be so fast? With a hint of surprise, Uchiha Zongyan extended his mental energy into his dantian and connected with the signal sent by the World Tree Seed. A massive tree, reaching into the sky, appeared before Uchiha Zongyan. The overwhelming feeling of grandeur shook him to his core. At the foot of this giant tree, Uchiha Zongyan felt as insignificant as an ant. Looking up, he could only see a part of the trunk, with the rest obscured by clouds and mist. Is this my World Tree Seed? Goodness, this is too big. Compared to this, the divine tree, created by Kagaya Otsutsuki, looks like a sapling. Uchiha Zongyan clicked his tongue in amazement, recalling the divine tree he saw in the original work. The divine tree was magnificent, but it was indeed astonishingly inferior compared to what was before him. Is this a sign for me to go? At that moment, it seemed as if a voice echoed in Uchiha Zongyan's mind. But the voice was vague and unclear, making it impossible to discern the syllables and enunciation, yet strangely, he could understand the message being conveyed. It seemed to want Uchiha Zongyan to go to a certain place on the world tree. No way, this tree is terrifyingly tall. If you wanted to walk there, how long will it take? Although he understood the meaning, Uchiha Zongyan showed a troubled expression. The voice wanted him to go to a specific branch on the trunk, but the dizzying distance made him reluctant to try. Suddenly, a blur appeared before Uchiha Zongyan, and he found himself still among the clouds. He looked down in surprise. Beneath the mist, he could no longer see the ground he had just been on, and Uchiha Zongyan's heart stirred. I just had a thought, and I was directly transported to my destination. So, does this mean I can teleport anywhere in this world? The vague voice immediately sent an affirming message, confirming Uchiha Zongyan's guess. But why bring me here? It seems there is nothing special about this place. Looking at the scene before him, Uchiha Zongyan realized he had arrived on a branch of the world tree. Although it was called a branch, the area beneath his feet was larger than the entire Hidden Leaf village. This means that the cross-section of a branch of the world tree is larger than the area of the Hidden Leaf village. But aside from its size, Uchiha Zongyan hadn't noticed anything particularly special. As if sensing Uchiha Zongyan's confusion, a massive stream of information surged into his brain, causing him a moment of intense headache. The seed of this world tree came from a high-dimensional world that cannot be named. After being brought back to Uchiha Zongyan by the traveling frog, it became his possession and was implanted within him. With the aid of Uchiha Zongyan's life force and energy, the world tree seed began to take root and sprout within him. It wasn't until the traveling frog brought Boa Hancock to the Naruto world that the world tree seed absorbed the unique energy she carried from her world, allowing it to grow to its initial stage. Now, the world tree seed had progressed from its infancy to its growth stage, but it still required a long time to mature fully. Whether it could evolve to the final maturity stage remained uncertain. However, even in its current growth stage, the world tree could already bring many benefits to Uchiha Zongyan. First, a dimensional space originating from within him, just like the Kimui space that accompanies Obito Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Zongyan now had his own space. Although he couldn't rely on the Kimui space to achieve intangibility and ignore attacks like Obito, it provided him with a vast personal space. The space opened up by the world tree was large enough to easily contain half of the ninja world. Now, Uchiha Zongyan no longer needed to carry food and water, ninja, tool scrolls, or change of clothes and armor. Everything could be stored here. He could even carry all the supplies and equipment needed for a large army, greatly enhancing his mobility. The only downside might be that many people couldn't enter the world tree space at the same time. If too many entered, it would consume the energy of the space and slow the growth of the world tree. Therefore, the idea of carrying an entire army with him and releasing them at the right moment to perform tricks like big transformations or a truck full of bread people was not feasible. However, a small elite force could still enter for a short time without issue. Second, the world tree can connect to various other worlds. Just as the traveling frog can traverse different worlds to bring back souvenirs for Uchiha Zongyan, each branch of the world tree can connect to different worlds, even allowing Uchiha Zongyan to enter other worlds through the branches. The prerequisite is that the world tree must have absorbed the unique energy of that particular world to be able to establish positioning and teleportation. For example, Boa Hancock. The world tree has already absorbed the unique energy from the world of One Piece that Boa Hancock carries, meaning Uchiha Zongyan can go to the One Piece world whenever he wishes. If the traveling frog brings characters from other worlds in the future, the worlds Uchiha Zongyan can access will continue to increase. Third, a world tree version of a dimensional chat group. Any character from another world that has had their energy absorbed by the world tree and has been marked can enter the world tree space with Uchiha Zongyan's permission. Uchiha Zongyan can also bestow upon these individuals abilities he possesses through the world tree. For example, he granted chakra to Boa Hancock, enabling her, a character from the One Piece world, to learn ninjutsu. The above three are the main functions of the world tree at this stage. In addition, there are some minor abilities that may come in handy when needed. More abilities will have to wait until the world tree continues to grow. I originally thought the world tree seed was the most useless souvenir I had received. Now it seems to be the item with the highest growth potential and the most value to me. through the stream of information infused into his mind by the will of the World Tree. Uchiha Zongyan quickly understood its abilities and characteristics. This left him astonished. When he first obtained the World Tree seed, not only was it unremarkable in appearance, but the system's description was also vague, leaving Uchiha Zongyan somewhat disappointed. He never expected it to grow into something like this, with even more potential waiting to be tapped. So, is the World Tree suddenly contacting me because something is happening with Boa Hancock? As a character who has absorbed energy from the World Tree and received Uchiha Zongyan's recognition and gifts, Boa Hancock is qualified to enter the World Tree space. However, she needs to obtain Uchiha Zongyan's permission before entering. Uchiha Zongyan instinctively rubbed his chin, pondering and calculating Boa Hancock's departure time. It seems the little Empress left for the One Piece world just as I arrived here with my army. And it's only been 5 days since then. Even though the little Empress has successfully escaped from the Dragon People's prison in the past 5 days, she still has many things to do. So how could she have the time to contact me? One should know that in the world of One Piece, the Dragon People, as world nobles, live in the Holy Land Mariehua, which is heavily guarded and not so easy to escape from. Even if Boa Hancock successfully breaks out using the ninjutsu she learned here, she still has to rescue her 2 sisters and leave the Holy Land Mariehua with them. Moreover, successfully returning to Snake Island from the Holy Land Mariehua would be another difficult adventure. How could she possibly accomplish all this in just 5 days? Is it possible that she encountered some difficulties and wants to ask me for help? Uchiha Zongyan thought of this possibility, nodded, and said, "Then let her in. I also want to know what she needs from me." After receiving Uchiha Zongyan's order, the will of the World Tree immediately opened a space-time rift in front of him, which looked very similar to the distorted vortex created by Uchiha Bido. On the other side, in the world of One Piece, in the room of the little Empress Boa Hancock, the decor was extremely luxurious and exquisite. Wearing a bright cheongsam, Boa Hancock no longer looked like the malnourished figure she was when she first arrived in the Naruto world. Instead, she appeared radiant and full of life. Her body had become much rounder than before, and it seemed she had grown taller. In fact, although only 5 days had passed in the Naruto world where Uchiha Zongyan was, 5 months had already passed for Boa Hancock. During these 5 months, with the chakra seeds and ninjutsu granted by Uchiha Zongyan, Boa Hancock successfully escaped from the Holy Land Mariehua with her 2 sisters. Despite facing countless difficulties along the way, the resolute little Empress managed to return to Snake Island with her sisters. Now that she was back home, Boa Hancock naturally would not have to endure that cruel life anymore, nor would she have to live in fear and anxiety every day. Her once thin and weak body quickly recovered. Moreover, due to the long-term insufficient energy intake, although she was in her growth period, she had always lacked nutrition. Now that her life had improved, she had even grown taller rapidly and was already showing signs of her later stunning beauty. Divine Lord, if you can hear my prayers, please grant my wish. Because of your mercy, I was able to escape from hell, but I have not expressed my gratitude to you since then. If you have time, please let me see you again and express my thanks to you in person. Sitting in front of the vanity, Boa Hancock clasped her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and prayed softly. On the vanity in front of her, there was actually a black wooden plaque with the name Uchiha Zongyan written on it. Ding! As she chanted her prayers, a strange feeling suddenly resonated in Boa Hancock's mind, causing her to open her eyes in surprise. The mirror of the vanity transformed into a vortex, and a faint voice seemed to tell her that if she entered the vortex, her wish would be granted. Although the scene before her was particularly bizarre, her anticipation outweighed her fear. After hesitating for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashed across her small face. She gritted her teeth, extended her hand, and reached toward the vortex. Chapter 249. Hancock's Gratitude. Long time no see, Hancock. After Boa Hancock entered the vortex, a dazzling array of colors appeared before her, and a strong sense of weightlessness enveloped her, causing the little Empress to instinctively close her eyes tightly. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears, instantly making Boa Hancock open her eyes in excitement. Sure enough, what met her gaze was Uchiha Zongyan's calm smile. Divine Lord. Seeing Uchiha Zongyan again, Boa Hancock was elated that her prayers had finally been answered after 5 months. She waved her 2 small, fair hands as if trying to grab Uchiha Zongyan, her round eyes widening and her eyelids starting to redden. All right, don't get too excited. Noticing Boa Hancock's uncontrollable excitement, Uchiha Zongyan instinctively took a step back. He truly had no way to deal with a girl who was about to lose her rationality, and he even felt a bit of fear. So he quickly asked, trying to shift her focus. Is there something important that made you want to see me suddenly? Hmm. Boa Hancock sensed Uchiha Zongyan's slight retreat and immediately felt a bit ashamed for her overly intense reaction, covering her small face with her fair hands. Upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan's inquiry, she began to shake her head like a rattledrum. What is it? Boa Hancock wanted to explain, but was afraid of saying something strange that might upset Uchiha Zongyan, so it took her a while to find the right words. All right, don't rush. Uchiha Zongyan sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless, and could only comfort the little empress's emotions. He took a couple of steps forward and gently placed his palm on Boa Hancock's small head. Slowly, she began to calm down. Do you feel better now? Yes. Thank you, Divine Lord. Boa Hancock took a deep breath. The redness on her face faded considerably, and she returned to a calm demeanor. Thanks to the blessings of the Divine Lord, I successfully brought my sisters out of the Holy Land, Mariewa, after returning to that world and returned to my hometown, Snake Island. The priest said I have the potential to become a king and gave me better treatment, so my sisters and I are living better now. But I know in my heart that all of this comes from the Divine Lord. If it weren't for your mercy, I would have been trapped in the Dragon People's prison for life, eventually dying quietly. Therefore, I want to repay your kindness to the best of my ability. I pray to you every day, hoping to see you again, and unexpectedly, today it finally came true. Boa Hancock babbled on with a serious expression on her small face. In fact, Boa Hancock's fate had been changed by Uchiha Zongyan. According to the original plot, about a year later, Sun Pirates Captain Tigerfisher would come to the Holy Land Mariewa to free the Dragon People's slaves. Boa Hancock and her two sisters, Boa Cindersonia and Boa Marigold, would have the chance to escape and later return to Amazon Lily with the help of Joeldi, Roger, Rayleigh, and Shaki. However, this time, due to Uchiha Zongyan's intervention, Boa Hancock and her sisters were saved over a year earlier, and they likely did not meet Joeldi, Roger, Rayleigh, and Shaki. Whether they would still become the Empress of Amazon Lily and accept the world government's invitation to join the Shichibukai as in the original story remained uncertain. Uchiha Zongyan was aware of all this, so he felt a bit embarrassed by Boa Hancock's sincere gratitude. It's all right, as long as you were able to escape successfully, you don't need to thank me too much. After all, Uchiha Zongyan had only invested a bit of chakra and time, and he had indeed gained the armed color haki of an adult empress. In this transaction, Uchiha Zongyan had taken advantage and did not want to shamelessly think of himself as having helped the little empress. No, who knows? Boa Hancock shook her head firmly, looking seriously at Uchiha Zongyan. Are you doubting my sincerity, Divine Lord? Although I'm still very young and my abilities are not sufficient, after returning to Daughter Island, the priest examined my body and said that I have the potential to become a king. For the past 5 months, I have been diligently cultivating and training, and I have gradually gained the attention of the priests. I believe that as long as I am given a little more time, I will have enough status and power. By then, whatever Daughter Island has, I can offer it to the great deity, whether it is minerals, resources, warriors, or women, although Daughter Island is barren. I can provide everything for you. This is my trivial repayment, and I only hope that the great deity can fulfill my wishes. Boa Hancock said seriously, but Uchiha Zongyan was stunned by the information revealed in her words. 5 months? No, wait a minute. Hancock, did you just say that 5 months have passed for you? Uchiha Zongyan couldn't help but raise his hand to interrupt Boa Hancock, asking in confusion. That's right. Specifically, it has been 5 months and 7 days. I left Holy Land, Mariewa, with my sisters, and the journey back to Daughter Island took nearly a month by boat. When Boa Hancock heard Uchiha Zongyan's question, she was taken aback, but immediately replied, It has only been 5 days for me here. Has 5 months already passed in the world of One Piece? The time flow between the two worlds is surprisingly different. Uchiha Zongyan stroked his chin, a hint of surprise flashing across his face as he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Because the world tree absorbed the energy from Boa Hancock, I can use the world tree to travel to the One Piece world. Initially, I thought that the troubles here in the ninja world were piling up one after another, and I wouldn't have time to explore, but now it seems that there is quite a bit of time. One day in the ninja world can equate to a month. So it seems there is indeed something to work with. The One Piece world is filled with powerful figures, and except for those affiliated with the Navy and the Four Emperors, there isn't much to be cautious about. Unlike in the Naruto world, where strong figures at the Kage level are basically backed by major forces, either from the 5 great ninja villages or the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Zongyan found it somewhat constrained to find someone to fight because he feared that one conflict would lead to a larger escalation. But if he were to enter the One Piece world, apart from the Navy and the Four Emperors, There are basically no forces that Uchiha Zongyan needs to be wary of, allowing him to act freely. Not to mention that he is just a passerby in the One Piece world, with nothing to tie him down, so he doesn't need to worry too much. All right, Hancock. If I have time, I will visit you. You must take good care of me as your guest then. After Uchiha Zongyan figured it out, his gaze towards Boa Hancock became more serious, and he said with a smile, just a moment ago, you seemed indifferent, but now you look so eager. Which surprised Boa Hancock, but she quickly reacted and happily nodded. Yes, I will definitely satisfy the great deity. Chapter 250, A New Souvenir. In fact, the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning had reached this level, which was quite strange. Looking at the reasons for the outbreak of the war, the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning took advantage of the internal chaos in the Leaf Village to gain benefits. Their intention was to take advantage of the great opportunity when the Leaf Village was severely weakened, to gather more allies and jointly divide the delicious cake that is the Leaf Village. However, this goal felt somewhat ill-fated even in the initial preparation stage. The Land of Wind and the Land of Water did not respond to the Fourth Raikage Alliance request, but instead, they shrank back at home and did not intend to come out. The only one responding, the Rock Village of the Land of Earth, was actually a bitter enemy of the Cloud Village, having once surrounded and killed the Third Raikage. Moreover, Inoki's cunning was well known among ninjas. So the Cloud Village did not have high hopes for the Rock Village as an ally and prepared to push through on their own. They did manage to advance, but soon faced a head-on blow. Shortly after entering the territory of the Land of Fire and before fully achieving their initial strategic objective, Uchiha Zongyan arrived. He severely injured the Two Tails Jinchuriki, destroyed the supplies and military equipment that the Cloud Village had painstakingly prepared, and ultimately fought to a standstill with the arriving Fourth Raikage, forcing the Cloud Village to retreat back to the logistical base in the Land of Hot Water. This was like having their legs broken right after they had just extended them, and the Cloud Village's already low morale was significantly diminished. When Uchiha Zongyan came a second time, he brought the army of the Leaf Village with him. In this clash, the Cloud Village suffered heavy losses. The Fourth Raikage nearly killed, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki severely injured, and the designated next Raikage was beheaded. The logistical base was also partially destroyed by Uchiha Zongyan, resulting in significant casualties among the Cloud Village ninjas. Under such circumstances, the Cloud Village had no choice but to either admit defeat and leave or hastily mobilize reinforcements from their village. Yet, strangely, the Cloud Village made no movements at all. This action left the strategists on the Leaf side puzzled, feeling that there was a conspiracy at play. Thus, the Leaf side dispatched more patrol units to infiltrate and gather intelligence on the Cloud Village army. They also sent people to monitor the Cloud Village's home, so that they could know immediately if the Fourth Raikage mobilized reinforcements. Additionally, spies embedded in the Cloud Village began to act, constantly probing the Fourth Raikage's next moves to prepare and respond in advance. The ninja profession inherently leans towards this kind of intelligence work and underground operations. Direct combat is something that only exists in the world of Naruto. 2 days passed like this. The people on the Leaf side were busy, and the strategists were locked in the war room, holding meetings all day. But the overall commander of this war, Uchiha Zongyan, was idly wandering around, feeling bored. After all, he knew nothing about war. He only knew how to draw his sword and kill. It was truly beyond his ability to deduce the situation and formulate battle plans. Fortunately, everyone in the Leaf understood this, and no one expected anything from him. On the other hand, as the highest combat unit of the Leaf side, Uchiha Zongyan could not leave this place for other locations. If he were not here to oversee, no one would be able to withstand the Fourth Raikage offensive when the Cloud Village army arrived. He considered directly leading the charge into battle, driving the Cloud Village back to their homes, but he was always concerned about something. The most important reason for this, Uchiha Zongyan did not tell anyone. After all, he didn't know the true intentions of the Akatsuki organization. According to the original story, the Akatsuki organization had been in hiding during this time and had not made any significant moves. At most, they were taking on some jobs from Inoki to earn some side income. Why now, all of a sudden, did they intervene in the war? Uchiha Zongyan couldn't understand this and thus felt very anxious. As a transmigrator, his familiarity and understanding of the plot were his greatest confidence. But now, the situation had progressed to this point, and the events that occurred were completely beyond his control. Things that were not mentioned in the original work were now unfolding before his eyes, making it impossible for him not to feel anxious. Continuing to drag this out was not a solution. Regardless, the Leaf side had suffered too much damage during the Third Great Ninja War. And with the subsequent Nine Tails incident, another wound had been added. Given the current state of the Leaf, maintaining two large armies in combat would put an enormous strain on logistics. On one hand, an army of tens of thousands consumes a huge amount of money every day. On the other hand, with the ninjas all-out fighting, there are fewer people in the village who can take on missions to earn money, leading to a direct deficit. If it weren't for the military funds sent by the daimyo of the Fire Country, Konoha would not be able to hold on much longer. Compared to the Lightning Country and the Earth Country, Konoha is fighting on two fronts, depleting astronomical amounts of resources on both battlefields. If this stalemate continues, it will surely be disadvantageous for Konoha. I hope this little frog can bring me something useful to help break the deadlock. It's a new week, and it's been 7 days since Boa Hancock returned to the Pirate King world. According to the system's rules, today is the day for the traveling frog to return. Uchiha Zongyan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he waited silently. Ribbit, Uchiha Zongyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, refining chakra, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing the frog's croak. Sure enough, a green frog appeared in front of him, its big watery eyes staring at him. Ribbit, Ribbit. The little frog waved its hand at Uchiha Zongyan and croaked twice as a greeting. However, Uchiha Zongyan did not respond, but looked around instead. He then got off the bed and searched around the entire tent, even bending down to look under the bed. Ribbit? Seeing the scene, the little frog showed a human-like expression of confusion, tilting its head as it looked at Uchiha Zongyan. It's nothing. Uchiha Zongyan, who had searched for a long time without finding anything, smiled awkwardly. Upon seeing the green frog, he instinctively thought of the last time Boa Hancock came, and he subconsciously wondered if the little frog had brought someone with it, so he hurriedly searched around. Of course, he found nothing. So, what did you bring back this time? Upon hearing this, the little frog took off its backpack and pulled out a strange mask from inside. Why a mask? Seeing the mask, Uchiha Zongyan was slightly taken aback, as if he found it familiar. The mask had a white base with purple edges, and its mouth was carved with 2 rows of sharp teeth, giving it a rather chilling and dark vibe. Instinctively reaching out to grab the mask, Uchiha Zongyan examined it closely, suddenly revealing a look of realization. The Clown's Mask. Chapter 251, Clown Mask. New offensive ding. Your traveling frog has returned from its journey and brought you a souvenir, Clown Mask, from the Valoran continent, originally belonging to the demon clown, Zed. Ding. Wearing the Clown Mask will grant you a new ability. The ultimate skill of the demon clown, Zed, Illusion. Ding. Illusion. After use, it creates a fake body identical to the user that cannot be seen through by any ability, possessing 100 of the user's strength and all abilities, excluding equipment, and allowing the user to control it freely. The illusion can last for 3 hours, and when the time is up or the false body is defeated, it will explode, generating 3 scare boxes to attack nearby enemies, causing massive damage. The system's voice echoed in Uchiha Zongyan's mind, explaining the function of the clown mask in front of him. After listening, Uchiha Zongyan moved his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The demon clown, Zed, is a well-known hero from the famous game League of Legends on Earth, which was also the game Uchiha Zongyan played the most in his previous life. He was very familiar with the appearance of this mask and the skills of the demon clown. He never expected to obtain the demon clown's mask and possess his ultimate skill. Goodness, are you trying to make me a cheerful boy? Who the hell plays a clown without some psychological issues? After the little frog turned to leave, Uchiha Zongyan lay on the bed, flipping the clown mask in his hands, unable to help but complain. The demon clown, Zed, is a hero that had many well-known memes in the esports circle in his previous life. Due to its unique skills and mechanics, it made opponents very annoyed. Many players would jokingly say that those who played Zed had some psychological issues and needed to be sent to a mental hospital for treatment. They would affectionately call such players cheerful boys. This phrase was meant as irony and sarcasm. In his previous life, every time Uchiha Zongyan faced a skilled Zed player, it was an incredibly painful experience. He never expected that after crossing over to the Naruto world, the system would want him to be a clown. So, it turns out I am the clown? What? You mean to attack Kumogakure directly now? Nara Shikaku was originally in a meeting with a group of advisors when Uchiha Zongyan walked in and said something that left him speechless. They were clearly in a strategic stalemate phase, and Konoha was at a loss for what to do about the retreating Kumogakure. Their advisory department was trying to figure out Kumogakure's intentions, yet the commander unexpectedly ordered a direct attack. No, Lord Zongyan, we haven't clarified the intelligence on Kumogakure yet. If we act rashly, we could easily fall into a trap. Exactly, Kumogakure hasn't made any moves in recent days. They must be brewing a conspiracy. Let's wait a bit. Lord Zongyan, the troops heading to Kumogakure will arrive soon, and then we can find out what kind of cards they have up their sleeves. As soon as the advisors heard Uchiha Zongyan's order, they stood up and began to advise against it. Don't give me so many reasons. I only ask you one question. If Kumogakure wants to drag this out with us, what are you prepared to do? Everyone knows the logistics in the village. Do I need to remind you? Uchiha Zongyan coldly interrupted the advisors, asking them back. This, Uchiha Zongyan's question, left the advisors looking at each other, unable to respond for a moment. Everyone present was well aware of Konoha's current situation and knew it couldn't be sustained for too long. Therefore, when Uchiha Zongyan posed his question, they had no way to refute it. Lord Zongyan, although the situation is urgent, is it really appropriate to act rashly? Narashikaku hesitated for a moment, but still frowned and asked, then what if we receive intelligence that Kumogakure has mobilized their support troops? Aren't we still going to have to fight? War, in the end, has to be won by force. Isn't that right? According to my orders, everyone go prepare. Notify the troops to get ready to depart. Uchiha Zongyan waved his hand decisively and made his decision. After the advisors left the conference room to relay Uchiha Zongyan's orders, only Uchiha Zongyan and Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained silent, were left in the room. Are you confident? After everyone had left, Uchiha Fugaku asked with concern. Don't worry. Uchiha Zongyan smiled confidently. Over at Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, whose body had been severely injured by Uchiha Zongyan, had recovered somewhat after treatment and rest. He was now capable of action. Meanwhile, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee had not suffered severe mental trauma from Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan illusion. It was not the kind of injury that would be fatal. However, the psychological damage was difficult to treat and would require a long recovery period. Kumogakure's inaction and retreat were simple. The fourth Raikage was waiting for reinforcements from a village. He needed to build up. The fourth Raikage AI is like a gambler who has gone all in, unwilling to admit defeat, even after losing all his chips. At this point, everything, houses, cars, savings, even wives and children, can be put on the betting table, all in the hope of recovering losses. Thus, ignoring the opposition from within the village of Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage AI stubbornly mobilized 5,000 Cloud Shinobi to the battlefield, calling in some powerful Jonin who were stationed in the village. To avoid detection by Konoha, the fourth Raikage AI had these reinforcements take a concealed route, which resulted in a slower arrival. Achamadara, we're the people you promised. It can't just be you alone, right? In the tent of the fourth Raikage, he asked a man in a black cloak who was facing away from him. Since being rescued by Uchiha Bito, the fourth Raikage has chosen to ally with him despite not believing in his identity as Uchiha Madara. Everything is for the purpose of defeating Konoha. You will see them soon. They are all powerful ninjas. Although few in number, their strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Uchiha Bito smiled, not minding the fourth Raikage's shrewdness. At that moment, a Cloud Shinobi suddenly burst into the tent and reported loudly, Raikage-sama, our forward troops have detected that Konoha's army is advancing toward us. It seems the entire army is mobilized. Hearing this, the fourth Raikage AI and Uchiha Bito exchanged glances. Chapter 252, Battle against AB Combination. Since Uchiha Zongyan first launched a surprise attack on the Kumogakure camp, this has been the third confrontation between the two countries. However, this war is significantly different from the past, almost entirely so. Since the first Great Ninja War, wars between major ninja villages have been very long and drawn out. Both sides often stretch the front lines significantly, calculating the gains and losses of each city and territory. The ownership of important strongholds that are advantageous for the war can determine the final outcome. For example, in the Third Great Ninja War, the Wind Country and Fire Country fought over the Kaiki Mountain, and the team led by Minato Namikaze risked their lives to cut off the Kamizumi Bridge, and so on. In these long and brutal wars, important battlefields often become like meat grinders, continuously consuming the flesh and blood of both sides, with countless casualties. The ninjas from both sides entangled, collided, and strangled each other, showcasing the essence of the art of ninja warfare in vivid detail. But this time, it is completely different. What era is this still fighting traditional wars? Uchiha Zongyan's indifferent expression. Konoha is on the defensive in this war. They only need to repel Kumogakure to achieve victory. Meanwhile, Kumogakure must invade the Land of Fire to obtain the land and resources they desire to accomplish their goals. However, facing a ninja like Uchiha Zongyan, who possesses great mobility and destructive power, Kyumogakure cannot split their forces as they did in previous wars to nibble away at Konoha's defenses. The only outcome of that would be to be defeated one by Uchiha Zongyan, who would then slaughter them all. Other than the fourth Raikage and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, no other Cloud Shinobi can last a single round against Uchiha Zongyan. Isn't that just asking for death? A large army must gather, with the fourth Raikage and others restraining Uchiha Zongyan, relying on brute strength to crush Konoha's army to have any hope of victory. Therefore, this time both sides are still clashing with large armies. Fire burns city walls. Uchiha Zongyan charged into the ranks of Cloud Shinobi, wielding his sword, flowing blade like fire with a light swing. In an instant, raging flames filled all directions, coalescing into a tornado that swept the unsuspecting Cloud Shinobi into it, instantly turning them to charcoal. Uchiha Zongyan, your opponent is me. A flash of light, wrapped in dazzling lightning, shot toward Uchiha Zongyan, arriving in an instant. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot knife. The fourth Raikage AI wore a fierce expression, aiming directly for Uchiha Zongyan's throat. Clang! With a loud crash. Uchiha Zongyan raised his sword to block the strike, but was still sent flying backward by the immense force. Blade slash. The dazzling blade light cut through, and the fourth Raikage AI crossed his arms in front of him, enduring the strike with his lightning release armor. Defeated. If it weren't for someone saving you, you would have long been a corpse in a grave. Do you still dare to seek death? Uchiha Zongyan chuckled lightly, transforming into lightning and instantly moving in front of the fourth Raikage, delivering a powerful downward slash. 60 million volts. Thunderbolt slash. The fourth Raikage AI's injuries have not yet healed, or rather, it is impossible for them to heal in a short time. Therefore, in the direct confrontation with Uchiha Zongyan, although he still fought bravely, the increasing scars on his body already indicated the problem. His strength has greatly diminished compared to his peak. The fourth Raikage now is less than 60% of his original power, and he is no longer a match for Uchiha Zongyan. Big brother, I'm here to help you. Another roar echoed as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, charged in, extending his octopus-like chakra tail from behind toward Uchiha Zongyan. Fire reject. Sensing the sneak attack, Uchiha Zongyan's eyes shifted, and the blade of flowing blade like fire erupted with scorching blue flames. Centered around Uchiha Zongyan, a circular blade light expanded, easily cutting off Killer Bee's chakra tail as if it were hot butter. Your opponent is me, you dark little brat. At the bottom of the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku had also arrived. Upon seeing Killer Bee's sneak attack, he rushed forward, his Manjiki Sharingan bursting forth with power, and in an instant, transformed into a giant Susanoo. The giant reached for Killer Bee as if to crush a chick. Fool, I am your opponent. Roar. Suddenly, a female ninja jumped out, her brutal chakra swirling around her. The black-purple chakra enveloped her, her form gradually growing, quickly transforming into a terrifying monster. Then she let out a roar and charged at Uchiha Fugaku. The fourth Raikage AI and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee surrounded Uchiha Zongyan. The two Tails Jinchuriki, Nibi, faced off against Uchiha Fugaku in a one-on-one duel. In an instant, the two battlefields were divided. The ninjas from Konoha and Kyumogakure immediately and instinctively avoided these two battlefields, colliding elsewhere. Soldier against soldier, king against king. Is this what you have been waiting for? Just a mere two Tails Jinchuriki? Do you really think that two of you could defeat me? Uchiha Zongyan slashed open the fourth Raikage AI in front of him while dodging Killer Bee's attack, asking, "Umph." The fourth Raikage's expression darkened, and he snorted without answering. We, the AB combination, are brothers. We have always fought side by side, Killer Bee said nonchalantly, attaching 8 swords to his body in a bizarre manner, making him look like a hedgehog. This is Killer Bee's unique 8-sword style, which looks quite flashy, but in the eyes of true, strong warriors, it is nothing to mention. Oh, is that so? I remember that during the Third Great Ninja War, you two faced off against Minato Namikaze together. But didn't that battle end without any results? Killer Bee's 8-sword style is filled with killing techniques, and every part of his body has blades. In close combat with Uchiha Zongyan, he was unexpectedly left with 2 wounds. However, he didn't mind and instead spoke after creating some distance. At that time, Minato Namikaze didn't have any killing moves. Although he always held the upper hand, he couldn't truly kill you. But I'm different. I have plenty of ways to kill you. So, are you ready? Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, felt a heaviness in their hearts. The two brothers exchanged a glance. their long-standing tacit understanding allowing them to communicate without words. Let's go. The fourth Raikage shouted, unleashing his lightning-release chakra to the maximum, charging forward like a bolt of lightning to attack Uchiha Zongyan. Yes, Tail Beast Bomb. Killer Bee understood immediately that the fourth Raikage was creating an opportunity for him. So he instantly transformed into his complete tailed beast form, a purple-black chakra sphere forming in his massive mouth. Chapter 253, Susanoo vs. Two Tails Jinchuriki that damned Uchiha Zongyan, under the joint attack of Lord Raikage and Killer Bee, is destined to be defeated. This time, we Yunin have surely won this war. The task Lord Raikage entrusted to me is to entangle you, but I don't want to do that. Draped in a bright red-tailed beast cloak, two enormous tails thrashing behind him. The voice of the two tails Jinchuriki echoed from the massive beast's body, sounding chillingly cold. After fully transforming, the two tails Jinchuriki radiated a brutal and terrifying chakra wave, yet she could still speak calmly like a human, which made Uchiha Fugaku's heart sink. Last time it was the eight tails Jinchuriki, and now it's the two tails Jinchuriki. The two major Jinchuriki of Yunin Village can actually maintain their sanity, even in full-tail beast form. How'd they achieve that? It's truly terrifying. Uchiha Fugaku was born during the Second Shinobi World War and led the Uchiha clan to repel the forces of the Land of Water's Kirigakure during the Third Shinobi World War. However, it was only after facing Yunin Village that he witnessed what a perfect Jinchuriki truly is. A tailed beast with human intelligence, experience, and skills is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. This kind of Jinchuriki Uchiha Fugaku had never encountered before. Even the deceased former Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, was not a perfect Jinchuriki. Kushina merely relied on the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to suppress the Nine Tails inside her, forcibly seizing its chakra. Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of caution. He controlled the giant Susanoo to hold its shield in front of him, staring intently at the two tails. I want to use my claws to tear you to shreds. Damn, Konoha Ninja. Even if I can't personally kill Uchiha Zongyan to take revenge, then killing another Uchiha member like him and slaughtering Konoha's ninjas would still be a gratifying revenge. Last time I was seriously injured by Uchiha Zongyan and almost lost my life. I survived thanks to the timely arrival of the two tails and the fourth Raikage, as well as the eight tails Jinchuriki. During this time, the two tails have been lying in the battlefield hospital to heal, relying on the Jinchuriki's super recovery ability to return to the battlefield in such a short time. This grudge had always been in the heart of the two tails, and now she could finally take revenge. Here it comes. Uchiha Fugaku keenly sensed the presence of the two tails Jinchuriki enveloping him, and his heart tightened. Suddenly, the ground shook as the enormous limbs of the two tails exerted force, causing a minor earthquake. The next moment, a crimson beast claw covered Uchiha Fugaku's line of sight. Clang! The terrifying beast claw was blocked by Uchiha Fugaku's shield, and the clash of their powers produced a tremendous roar. Roar! The two tails Jinchuriki let out a beastly roar. The sound immense like that of an ancient ferocious beast. The first strike was blocked by the shield, and the two tails Jinchuriki took advantage of the moment to claw at Susanoo's neck. With a powerful push from her hind legs, Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming force, and Susanoo uncontrollably toppled backward. Boom! The massive giant fell to the ground, shaking the earth and kicking up countless dust and gravel, even crushing a small patch of trees nearby under Susanoo. Fireball! The two tails pinned Susanoo down and opened her beast mouth to spit out a gigantic fireball aimed at Susanoo's face. This was the innate ability of the two tails, and although it couldn't compare to the destructive power of the tailed beast bomb, it still possessed considerable might. Donji! Uchiha Fugaku's face changed as he desperately urged Susanoo to evade the impending damage, but unfortunately, he was constrained by the enormous body of the two tails and couldn't move. Fiery flames rolled and spewed forth, too close for Susanoo to escape. Bang! The fireball hit, and a part of the head of Susanoo, formed from Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan's chakra, was immediately burned away. Fortunately, Susanoo was not a physical entity. The damage to its body could be repaired with chakra. However, it was quite a drain on Uchiha Fugaku. Roar! Seeing a portion of Susanoo's face burned away, the two tails Jinchuriki let out a satisfying roar. When she previously faced Uchiha Zongyan, she had been completely overwhelmed and couldn't fight back at all, but now she finally felt a sense of relief. Just as the two tails was overjoyed, she suddenly locked eyes with Uchiha Fugaku, who was inside Susanoo. She saw the blood-red pupils in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, along with the strange black pinwheel. Jinjutsu, magical restraint technique. Taking advantage of this moment of eye contact, Uchiha Fugaku immediately activated the Uchiha clan's secret Sharingan Jinjutsu. In an instant, the Two-Tails was astonished to find 4 massive wooden sticks flying toward her from 4 directions, yet she had no ability to evade. Thud! The sharp ends of the wooden sticks pierced the limbs of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, pinning her firmly to the ground. Intense pain surged into the Two-Tails' brain, causing her to instinctively want to scream, but no sound escaped her throat. Jinchuriki, wake up! You've fallen under the opponent's Jinjutsu. Hurry and snap out of it. The Two-Tails chakra sensed the disruption caused by the Jinjutsu and immediately alerted her in the mental space. However, Uchiha Fugaku had already taken advantage of the moment when the Two-Tails was under control to pry open her grasping claws, standing up from the ground. Stupid beast. Even a perfect Jinchuriki is still just a beast. A mere Jinjutsu can catch you off guard. Your abilities end there. Uchiha Fugaku's face was cold as he controlled Susanoo to grab the Two-Tails Jinchuriki by the neck, forcefully slamming her down to the ground. Boom! The massive red cat demon was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Following that, Uchiha Fugaku lifted his foot and stomped heavily onto the cat demon's head. Bang! 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 Each stomp of Susanoo was so heavy, driving the cat demon's head deeper into the ground. At this moment, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was like a character from a kung fu movie, having her head beaten into a hole in the ground by a powerful foe. Whoosh! However, this was a battle between tailed beasts and Susanoo, not something ordinary ninjas could separate life and death in an instant. With the help of the Two-Tails, Jinchuriki broke free from the Jinjutsu, her immense pain fueling her rage. Her 2 tails pierced through the air, wrapping around Susanoo's giant foot. Struggling to pull her head out from the ground, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki's head had become deformed, but the crimson-tailed beast chakra rapidly began to heal her injuries, gradually restoring her original form. Roar! The blood-red cat demon let out a furious, beastly roar, her beastly eyes filled with killing intent and a bloodthirsty ferocity. Chapter 254. The ever-burning flame of Amaterasu. The battle between the two-tailed beast and Uchiha Fugaku has been ongoing. The prolonged fight is continuously depleting both sides' stamina and chakra, and Uchiha Fugaku also has to expend his Manjiki Sharingan's power. However, battles between monsters of this level are often complex and troublesome. Both sides lack a decisive finishing move and can only engage in a war of attrition. The opportunity for victory will come when one side can no longer hold on and reveals a flaw. Both are waiting for this chance. Roar! The tailed beast, with its 2 long tails, is now engulfed in a layer of azure flames in addition to its crimson beast cloak. This is the special ability of the 2 tails. Yujito ni. Just as the 1 tail, Shikaku, specializes in wind, the 2 tails specializes in fire. The red and blue cat demon suddenly lunges at the Susanoo giant, angrily swinging its massive beast claws. The claws tear through the air, creating chaotic currents that whip up dust and gravel from the ground, creating an impressive momentum. Boom! Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo simply blocks this strike with its 2-handed shield. The beast's claw strikes the shield, instantly producing a loud roar that reverberates across the battlefield. It must be said, although one side is fully transformed into a tailed beast and the other is in a high-tech armored form, the power of both has increased exponentially with their size, and the destructive force of their every movement has risen dramatically. But in contrast, they also resemble agile zombies. Clearly, they are both exceptionally powerful ninjas with rich experience and skills. Ordinary ninjas can fly around with ninjutsu and tools, but at this moment, it feels like children are fighting. You hit me once, I hit you once, or like 2 women brawling in the street, each grabbing the other's hair and rolling on the ground. It's a contest of willpower and stamina. Truly troublesome. One has to say, as expected of a tailed beast, the chakra seems inexhaustible, and the stamina is still so abundant. The previous 8 tails Jinchuriki was like this, and the current 2 tails Jinchuriki is also the same. If this continues, I fear I won't be able to hold on. Inside the Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku feels the depletion of chakra and ocular power, and has to acknowledge reality. If this entanglement continues, he might be the first to give in. Although his Jinjutsu works well against her, almost every time it succeeds. On one hand, his offensive methods are limited, and even if he controls her with Jinjutsu, he can't deal effective damage in such a short time. On the other hand, while she is easily caught by Jinjutsu, she can quickly break free. Is it because the tailed beast within her is helping? Uchiha Fugaku ponders. After the first hit of the illusionary chains technique, he subconsciously uses Jinjutsu multiple times. Each time, he successfully hits, and the fully tailed beast-formed Yujito, Ni, seems to have no resistance to Jinjutsu, let alone the Jinjutsu cast by the Mangeki Sharingan. But after each hit, Yujito, Ni can quickly awaken and break free with the help of the two tails. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku himself is just a large shield, lacking offensive output. That's why it's so difficult. In fact, the Mangeki Sharingan has a special effect against tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Just like in the original work, Uchiha Obito easily controlled the three tails Jinchuriki, Yagura. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara controlled the six tails Jinchuriki, the third Mizukage. Logically, Uchiha Fugaku should be able to do the same. However, on one hand, Uchiha Fugaku is unaware of this. Although he was once the leader of the Uchiha clan, he never encountered such descriptions in the clan's records. Uchiha Madara, having distanced himself from the clan, and the already traitorous Uchiha Obito certainly wouldn't kindly inform him of this. On the other hand, the two tails Jinchuriki and Killer Bee, both from the Hidden Cloud Village, are fundamentally different from other Jinchuriki. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, while also known as a perfect Jinchuriki, achieved this effect by forcefully suppressing the tailed beast within him, similar to Uzumaki Kushina. But the perfect Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village truly passed a mental trial on Turtle Island and reached an understanding with their tailed beast. The difference lies in that when Yagura is controlled, he won't assist the three tails, and the three tails won't help him. There is a barrier between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast, allowing for individual breakdowns under control. However, when the two tails Jinchuriki is caught in Jinjutsu, she will immediately be reminded by the two tails and eight tails to help break the Jinjutsu. When a tailed beast is caught in Jinjutsu, they will actively assist in resolving it. This is the distinction. Therefore, to control the two perfect Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village, relying solely on the power of the Mangeki Sharingan's ocular power is insufficient. Stronger high-level Jinjutsu or ocular techniques are necessary. The opportunity Uchiha Fugaku has been waiting for finally arrives. Previously, the two tails Jinchuriki has been entangled with him, bringing their distance too close, almost in a hand-to-hand combat state. At this distance, using Amaterasu recklessly could easily affect himself. It would be ridiculous to burn himself. Although he can cancel Amaterasu, then why use it? Thus, Uchiha Fugaku has been waiting for the chance to create some distance between them. Tail Beast Ball. The two tails Jinchuriki opens her mouth wide, gathering a purple-black chakra sphere. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes shift, and he quickly steps back 2 paces, the large windmill in his eyes spinning rapidly. The opportunity has come. Manchki oculaire technique. Amaterasu. Suddenly, a point of black flame appears out of thin air on the body of the two tails Jinchuriki. Then, this black flame spreads rapidly across her body like cancer cells, expanding from small point to engulf her entire form in the blink of an eye. The terrifying high temperature scorches every inch of her skin, and every cell of the two tails Jinchuriki sends out signals of pain. Roar. The process of gathering the tailed beast ball is interrupted, and the two tails Jinchuriki cannot endure the pain, letting out a shrill cry. In just a brief moment, the tailed beast cloak she wears is devoured by the flames of Amaterasu, showing signs of deepening. Stop struggling. This is the fire of Amaterasu. The flames from hell will not extinguish until you are turned to ashes. Uchiha Fugaku watches as the two tails Jinchuriki struggles and rolls on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames of Amaterasu, unable to suppress a cold smile. This battle is mine. Chapter 255. Uchiha Obito in the shadows under the assault of the fourth Raikage A and the eight tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Uchiha S and appears to be handling things with ease. The battle among the three continues, and the terrifying fluctuations are frightening. Meanwhile, in a certain place outside the battlefield, a short-haired man dressed in a black cloak quietly observes the three fighters, wearing a spiral-shaped mask, with only his blood-red pupils and 3 Tomo shapes visible. Obito-kun, are you not going to intervene? A dark object emerges from the ground, resembling a pitcher plant, and asks Uchiha Obito. It's still early, Uchiha Obito replies. What a terrifying genius. Obito-kun, your Uchiha clan always seems to be blessed with incredible talent and abilities that inspire both jealousy and fear. Clearly so young, yet already able to battle alongside the renowned fourth Raikage and the eight tails Jinchuriki, seemingly not falling behind at all. It inevitably brings to mind the golden flash of Konoha Minato Namikaze from the Third Great Ninja War, who managed to suppress these two with 1 against 2, establishing a tremendous reputation. Given time to grow, he might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Madara. Kurizetsu watched the UchihaZongyan fighting wildly in the distance, his green bean-like eyes flickering as he sighed. Oof, it's still too early. Both the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki have sustained significant injuries, their combat power greatly diminished. Otherwise, just the two of them together would not allow UchihaZongyan to win. Uchiha Obito coldly snorted, seemingly in rebuttal to something. However, you're right about one thing. If this guy grows up, he will be a considerable threat. It would be better to eliminate him as soon as possible. He posed no threat to me when we first met, yet now he has become someone I must take seriously. This thought was not voiced by Uchiha Obito, but his gaze was already icy enough, filled with murderous intent. Indeed, an incomplete genius is just a genius. They are far from reaching the level of a true powerhouse. Kurizetsu agreed, adding his own affirmation. To someone like Kurizetsu, who had lived for over 1,000 years, UchihaZongyan's displayed talent was impressive, but his actual combat power and strength were still lacking. After all, in the millennium since then, strong figures in the ninja world have emerged one after another, and those who can dominate are truly powerful beings capable of destroying the world, like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. UchihaZongyan is merely a star overshadowed by the brilliance of the sun and moon. In the era of Hashirama and Madara, he would only be a supporting character. But Obito-kun, didn't you promise the 4th Raikage to find a few more helpers to help him defeat Konoha? Why haven't I seen you go find anyone? Didn't Sasori and Deidara have nothing to do? Why not call them over to help? Kurizetsu suddenly recalled something and asked in confusion. Idiot, don't forget what our goal is. Uchiha Obito shot Kurizetsu a glance. We have never been helpers for either side. We are merely pushing both into a more brutal vortex of war. If I really called Deidara and Sasori over, not to mention the impact of exposing their identities, even if they helped the Cloud Village defeat Konoha and secured a victory in the war, what benefit would that have for us? So you've just been putting on a show and deceiving the 4th Raikage? Kurizetsu understood and laughed sinisterly. Of course, Uchiha Obito's objectives are fundamentally different from those of the 4th Raikage AI. He has his own plans. And the 4th Raikage AI himself doesn't trust him much. The main reason he is willing to cooperate is simply that he doesn't want to admit defeat. A gambler caught up in the thrill still wants to go all in for one last hand. Tail Beast Bomb. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, entered full-tailed beast transformation, his blood-red chakra covering his entire body, transforming into a terrifying monster, his mouth wide open, brewing a purplish-black chakra ball. Lightning release. Violent level. The 4th Raikage charged in, attempting to use the same trick again to bite down on UchihaZongyan and prevent his escape. Idiot. The same move won't work on a Saint Seiya. UchihaZongyan, caught up in the thrill, began to enjoy the battle under the siege of the two powerful figures. And he had now entered the unique frenzy phase of the Uchiha clan. Armament Haki. 60 million volts. Star-crushing slash. Black armament Haki wrapped around the blade of his flowing blade like fire. And in an instant, electric light flickered, the sound of crackling reverberating across the battlefield. Get lost. UchihaZongyan shouted fiercely, striking down on the 4th Raikage's arms. In the past, such an attack could have been blocked by the 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode and strongest lightning release armor. But this time, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger rising in his heart. His brain kept urging him to dodge, but the anger in the 4th Raikage's chest surged. After all, he is the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village. How could he retreat before Kid? Come on, Konoha's brat, the strongest lightning release armor, drawing on every ounce of chakra within him. The lightning release armor wrapping around the 4th Raikage shone even brighter, and amidst the wild dance of silver snakes, 2 bolts of lightning collided, producing a terrifying sound. Boom! The 2 immense forces collided, and in an instant, the 4th Raikage was sent flying away. Big brother. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, with a face full of anxiety, immediately chased after the 4th Raikage figure after launching the Tail Beast Bomb. Ha ha ha! Try a little harder. A little harder. Try to please me. UchihaZongyan laughed wildly, his originally handsome face twisted into a grimace, displaying the traditional facial expressions of the Uchiha clan. Kamui. Suddenly, a distorted spatial vortex appeared behind UchihaZongyan, and he was astonished to find that his body could not move, just as UchihaZongyan was laughing. Uchiha Obito took action at that moment. Lightning release. Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Two powerful sounds rang out simultaneously, and the previously thrown fourth Reikage and the pursuing Eight Tails Jinchuriki appeared at two different positions, one in front and one behind. The two burly men concentrated terrifying chakra in their inner elbows, then crossed over Uchiha Zongyan's body. The opposing forces collided against Uchiha Zongyan's neck. In just an instant, his neck was twisted off. Chapter 256, Nine Heavens, Thunder God. Sweeping the world, the manic smile had not yet disappeared from his face. Only confusion and panic filled his eyes. Uchiha Zongyan's head was thus twisted off and thrown into the air. Got it. X2 feeling the tangible sensation in his hands and the scene before him. The fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki killer felt a surge of joy, lifting a heavy stone that had been weighing on their hearts. The strongest enemy from Konoha had been eliminated just like that. Uchiha Obito felt the same way. In fact, he was even more pleased than the two from the Cloud Village, a smile overflowing from beneath his mask. For some reason, Uchiha Obito had already regarded Uchiha Zongyan as a highly dangerous enemy in his heart. Being able to eliminate him eased Uchiha Obito's mind significantly. Hey. Strangely, the three present suddenly heard a strange and chilling laugh. Confusion and disbelief surged in their hearts. But before they could react, Uchiha Zongyan's headless corpse began to change. Bang! With a crisp explosion, Uchiha Zongyan's corpse exploded from the inside, and three strange box-like objects shot out, surrounding Uchiha Obito, the fourth Reikage, and Killer Bee in the middle. What? The fourth Reikage immediately sensed something was wrong and activated his chakra, wanting to escape. Xiao Ba, protect me and Big Brother. Killer Bee reacted similarly, calling for the Eight Tails inside him. Kamui. Uchiha Obito was even more decisive. He directly activated his Mangeki Sharingan, and a distorted spatial vortex reappeared before him, ready to absorb him. Hee. A strange, elusive laughter echoed as three boxes flew out and opened, revealing bizarre clowns that each shot out needle-like weapons towards the three individuals. Simultaneously, the eerie laughter seemed to penetrate the minds of the three, awakening their deepest fears and the memories they least wanted to recall. Instantly, their mental defenses crumbled, leaving them helplessly immersed in terror. Father, damn Iwagakure, I will kill you all to avenge my father. The fourth Reikage, was filled with a fierce murderous intent. His mind flooded with the image of his father, the third Reikage, being attacked by Iwagakure ninjas. No, I don't want this. This monster is terrifying. I don't want to be a Jinchuriki. Kairabi mumbled, as if he had returned to his childhood before becoming the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, feeling fear and hesitation about becoming a vessel for a giant monster. For Uchiha Obito, it was quite simple. He saw the image of Rin Noara dying. The fourth Reikage, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi, and Uchiha Obito were all lost in their fears, making them unable to resist the harm before them. The shockwave from Uchiha Zongyan's exploding body left them severely injured, with the remarkably defensive fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails chakra-protected Kairabi faring a bit better. But Uchiha Obito was in a dire situation, his black cloak torn to shreds, his frail body exposed to deep wounds that showed bone. Fortunately, with the cells of Senju Hashirama implanted in him, he began to recover quickly despite the damage. However, in addition to the shockwave, the three clown boxes relentlessly inflicted harm upon them. The clown boxes spewed out countless steel needles that pierced their bodies. Before long, all three had become like hedgehogs, their bodies filled with long steel needles. Time rewinds to earlier. After obtaining the clown mask from the traveling frog, Uchiha Zongyan devised this plan. Initially, he was wary of the potential presence of Akatsuki members and the already revealed Uchiha Obito, so he had refrained from acting recklessly. But after acquiring the clown mask, Uchiha Zongyan's confidence soared. The clown mask had the property of perfectly replicating Uchiha Zongyan's abilities, and upon being defeated, it would explode into three boxes of terror. Although it couldn't replicate tools, Uchiha Zongyan directly placed the flowing blade of fire into the hands of the clown clone. This way, the clown clone would be indistinguishable from him before the explosion, using such a decoy to lure the enemy, pretending to be unaware of Uchiha Obito's abilities. He intended to confront the Kumogakure ninjas. If he could directly drive them back, that would be fine. If they defeated him, that would be even better. Uchiha Zongyan had gifts waiting for them. Here it comes. Uchiha Obito actually made a move. Above the battlefield, Uchiha Zongyan's true self was hidden in the clouds, continuously observing the battle below. When he saw Uchiha Obito's signature Kamui Vortex, he immediately sprang into action. Kaminari no Makoto. Chakra poured out uncontrollably as Uchiha Zongyan utilized the power of the sound thunder fruit to rapidly gather the surrounding lightning elements, dazzling electric currents spreading from his body. Silver snakes danced wildly, and thunder roared. At that moment of the decisive battle below, no one noticed the sky above, as Uchiha Zongyan's clone had its head twisted off. The fourth Raikage and the others fell into a frenzy of joy, while Uchiha Zongyan, above, successfully condensed the thunderclouds and began to crazily pour in chakra. Subsequently, the fourth Raikage and the others were paralyzed by the fear caused by the exploding clown boxes. Although the explosion and the boxes could cause considerable damage, it was still far from lethal for the fourth Raikage, Kairabi, and Uchiha Bito. But the fear kept them from escaping, and Uchiha Zongyan's big move was ready. Wait, this is an illusion. Wake up. Uchiha Bito was the first to react, and with his Mangeki Sharingan, his resistance to negative emotions was evidently stronger. Upon waking, he immediately sensed the violent lightning chakra above. Without a second thought, Uchiha Bito activated his ocular power and used Kamui to attempt to escape. Taste my gift, idiots! Uchiha Zongyan roared, controlling the ominous thundercloud to unleash a thick bolt of lightning towards the stunned trio below. At this point, even if the fourth Raikage and the others woke up from their fear, could they possibly be faster than lightning? Boom! Boom! When the lightning struck, the thunderous sound finally echoed. Outside the battlefield, others who were fighting heard the thunderclap and looked up at the sky in realization. They soon saw Uchiha Zongyan standing atop the thundercloud, surrounded by dazzling lightning. In that moment, he resembled a thunder god descending from the heavens, cleansing all evils. Chapter 257, The Outcome Raikage-sama. Isn't that Uchiha from the battle with Raikage-sama? How did he fly up into the sky? All units focus. Quickly support Raikage-sama. Hurry. Damn it. Don't block my way. Like information etched into their DNA, the Kumo ninjas who had experienced Uchiha Zongyan's first ambush immediately recalled that day and the deep-rooted fear. The man seated above the nine heavens used bolts of lightning to kill countless comrades, severely injuring the Two Tails Jinchuriki and crushing the morale of the Kumo ninjas present. As the scene replayed, their spirits collapsed at the sight of the familiar scene. All units, find them. Nara Shikamaru, leading the command, showed a joyful expression as he risked his life to leap onto a giant tree, shouting orders to the Konoha ninjas below. Lord Zongyan has won. He has killed the fourth Raikage of Kumogakure. Now is the time to eliminate these invaders. Leave not a single Kumo ninja alive. Kill. Nara Shikaku's handsome face showed a fierce expression, for this was a long-awaited opportunity. Kill. Lord Zongyan has won. Long live Lord Zongyan. Long live Uchiha. Long live Konoha. Many Konoha ninjas, still unclear about the situation, grew excited after hearing Nara Shikamaru's explanation. The end of the war was in sight. Whether they were civilian ninjas from the Hokage faction or clan ninjas from the Uchiha family or others from various smaller clans at this moment, they all bore expressions of wild joy, their morale soaring as they charged towards the defeated Kumo ninjas. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Fugaku and the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Kimaru, were nearing the end of their battle. After being hit by Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan technique, Amaterasu, Kimaru let out continuous cries of pain. The flames of Amaterasu clung to his body like a relentless curse, spreading to every part of him. The burning fire brought immense suffering, making even the seasoned powerhouse Kimaru unable to endure. However, as a perfect Jinchuriki, Kimaru could draw upon the power of the Two Tails within him. The chakra of the Two Tails surged from within, struggling against the flames of Amaterasu, leading to a prolonged tug-of-war between the two forces. Huff! Huff! Uchiha Fugaku gasped for breath, having nearly exhausted himself in the recent battle. Whether it was physical strength, chakra, or the power of his Mangeki Sharingan, he was on the brink of danger. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't even keep up with the two wooden figures for a fatal strike. He was already unable to maintain the Susanoo giant. The Mangeki Sharingan was forcibly closed, and Uchiha Fugaku slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. Did Zongyan win? However, at that moment, he sensed a strong chakra fluctuation coming from another battlefield, and Uchiha Zongyan's figure appeared in the sky. With certainty in his heart, Uchiha Fugaku knew that this war was truly on the brink of ending. The thunder generated by the thunder god struck the ground. The overwhelming force violently created a massive pit in the ground. What was once a lush green field had now turned into a desolate area filled with smoke and dust. Uchiha Zongyan waved his hand to disperse the surrounding lightning elements and quietly descended into the large pit. Surrounding me? Setting a trap for me? Huh. Uchiha Zongyan sneered disdainfully, his face filled with mockery. Flowing blade like fire, he softly called out, and a firelight suddenly flew out from the pit and landed in Uchiha Zongyan's palm. This was what the clone had used to confuse the opponent. Now that the clone had exploded, it naturally returned to the main body. Let me see how many were killed by this lightning. Casually twirling the blade, Uchiha Zongyan stepped forward into the smoke-filled pit. The shockwave from the explosion threw massive amounts of dust and gravel into the air, obscuring the view. Uchiha Zongyan's Sharingan couldn't see clearly either, but he had the radar from the Thunder Fruit. According to the radar's sensing ability, there were still 2 life signs beneath the pit. No wonder he was an important supporting character driving the plot. Could Uchiha Bito really escape? Kamui is truly unreasonable. As Uchiha Zongyan entered the pit, he finally saw what was in front of him. The 4th Raikage A and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee were both there, but Uchiha Bito was notably absent. Since he had disappeared, it meant that Uchiha Bito had likely dodged the final fatal blow and escaped using the Mangeki Sharingan. Of course, it was also possible that the hiding Kaguya had rescued him. After all, Uchiha Bito was an important tool for Kaguya's plan to save his mother, and it would be hard to find a replacement if he died. However, compared to the escaping Uchiha Bito, the 4th Raikage A and Killer Bee were in a much worse situation. At the bottom of the large pit in front of Uchiha Zongyan lay 2 charred corpses. One of them had lost all human form. One leg was left only from the knee up, and the other was blown off at the thigh, missing an arm as well. The torso was covered in exposed flesh, and all hair, including eyebrows, was completely gone, leaving a face that was unrecognizable. The other body looked much better, though it had various scars. At least the limbs were intact. The high temperature of the lightning had burned off both of their clothes, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Uchiha Zongyan looked closely, but couldn't tell which one was the 4th Raikage and which one was Killer Bee. Both brothers were tall and robust, with similar heights, making it impossible to identify them without their clothes. I really didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on coming to your demise. What should I do? I can only let you have your way. Uchiha Zongyan sighed slightly. He really didn't want to use lethal force at first. From the perspective of the plot, the 5 great nations would ultimately form an alliance to fight against Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Madara, Kaguya, Tsutsuki, and other behind-the-scenes bosses. But that didn't mean Uchiha Zongyan could tolerate the other side pushing their luck. Since you want to seek death, I can only send you to die. Otherwise, it would be hard for me to act. Let's go. We'll see if your lives are tough enough. Taking out a bundle of ropes from his ninja tool pouch, Uchiha Zongyan quickly tied the 2 brothers together, preparing to take them back to Konoha. Chapter 258. The 4th Raikage on the brink of death. The outcome of the war was a complete victory for Konoha. The key combat forces from Kumovikure had been defeated by Konoha's side. The 4th Raikage A and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee were left unknown in life or death, taken as trophies by Uchiha Zongyan. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki was severely injured by Uchiha Fugaka's Amaterasu and ultimately chose to sever its tail to escape. With several leaders defeated, the morale of the Kuminin naturally plummeted. Some wanted to go support the 4th Raikage, while others panicked and tried to flee. On the Konoha side, Narashikaku decisively commanded the army to push forward, biting at the rear of the Kuminin army and causing massive casualties. In the end, less than half of the Kuminin who successfully escaped. This was a severe blow. It should be noted that Kumogakure had dispatched 7,000 ninjas for this war, all of whom were elite forces above the CH9 level. In Uchiha Zongyan's first surprise attack, nearly 1,000 were lost. In this defeat, half of them were lost again. In the end, less than 3,000 Kuminin managed to escape, which could be said to be a thorough loss, leaving no possibility for regrouping and counterattacking. Lord Zongyan, in the station camp in Konoha, the temporary battlefield hospital's tent was set up in the center. A Konoha medical ninja walked out of the tent with a blank expression. Upon seeing Uchiha Zongyan waiting outside, he immediately bowed respectfully, even showing a look of admiration on his face. Uchiha Zongyan had become accustomed to this attitude, not to mention Uchiha Zongyan's own strength and status. Just the fact that he had single-handedly pressed the powerful Kumogakure to the ground in 3 attacks, and even captured the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was enough to make all Konoha ninjas regard him as a deity. Even those Konoha ninjas who were previously loyal to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and stood in opposition to Uchiha Zongyan now treated him with utmost respect, referring to him as Lord. How are the two of them? Uchiha Zongyan waved his hand to let the other stand up, then asked. In response to Lord Zongyan, the conditions of the two injured are not good. Among them, the fourth Raikage's injuries are worse. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is likely protected by the chakra of the tailed beast and his own strong recovery ability. Although he is still in a critical condition, he is gradually improving. However, as for the fourth Raikage, the manpower and resources in the battlefield hospital are insufficient to treat such serious injuries. Please send him back to Konoha quickly. There is a possibility of recovery only at the Konoha hospital. The medical ninja explained the conditions of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, carefully observing Uchiha Zongyan's reaction. He didn't know what kind of outcome the other party wanted. Did he want to save the lives of the two high-ranking officials from Kyomogakure to use as important bargaining chips at the negotiation table for Konoha's greater benefit? Or did he simply want to kill both of them to completely eliminate this relentless enemy? However, even if he knew Uchiha Zongyan's thoughts, it wouldn't help. The truth was that the battlefield hospital's capabilities were limited, and a better outcome could only be achieved by sending them to the Konoha hospital. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Uchiha Zongyan nodded lightly, not showing any other emotions due to this answer. It is our honor to serve Lord Zongyan. The medical ninja quickly straightened his posture and shouted earnestly in response. Uchiha Zongyan had seen such scenes quite a few times in the past 2 days, so he habitually patted the medical ninja's shoulder and turned to leave the tent. Only the medical ninjas remained standing in place, as Uchiha Zongyan's actions revealed a proud and excited expression on his face. So powerful, almost beyond the realm of humanity. A fourth Raikage and an Eight Tails Jinchuriki, both known for their formidable bodies and chakra, were brought to the brink of death by Lord Zongyan. What immense power! Only someone like Lord Zongyan could lead Konoha toward a brighter future. The medical ninjas watched Uchiha Zongyan's back, unable to suppress their admiration. As a medical ninja, he understood better than many how much power was needed to inflict the injuries on the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. And the one responsible for all this, Uchiha Zongyan, was incredibly strong. When Uchiha Zongyan returned to his tent, several people were already waiting inside. Vice Commander Uchiha Fugaku, True Commander Narashikaku, and a group of advisors. Upon seeing Uchiha Zongyan enter, Uchiha Fugaku immediately stood up and asked, "What's the situation?" "Not too good. Killer Bee's life can be saved. But if the fourth Raikage isn't sent to Konoha, he will definitely die." Uchiha Zongyan shook his head and sat down at the main seat. "TSK, that would be bad. If the fourth Raikage dies, even if the Cloud Village admits defeat for now, they will definitely seek revenge later, and there will be more trouble in the future." One of the Konoha advisors said with a worried expression. "Ki, what kind of nonsense is that? If he dies, he dies. What's there to worry about? Since we can defeat the Cloud Village under Lord Zongyan's leadership once, we can do it a second and third time. As long as they don't give up, we will fight until they are completely discouraged. One Raikage is not enough. 2 or 3 will always suffice." Another advisor seemed very annoyed by such remarks and immediately retorted, "That's not how it works. Frequent wars, even if we can achieve victory, are not a good thing. The resources consumed by war, military expenses, and the ninjas who die on the battlefield are all valuable assets for Konoha. Although we won this time with minimal casualties, what about next time? What will happen if Lord Zongyan isn't around? Have you thought about the outcome?" The first speaker immediately countered. Now it was lively, with supporters of both arguments rising one after another, refuting each other and arguing heatedly. To be honest, under the long-term influence of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha had a negative attitude toward war. They preferred to avoid it. In every ninja world war, Konoha was always the one passively responding. After all, with the Land of Fire, Konoha had no interest in the barren lands of other countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a conservative at heart, and as he aged, this tendency became more pronounced. Even after the failure of the Cloud Village's mission to capture Hinata, which led to Hinata Hisashi's death, he used Hisashi's life to silence the Cloud Village. Chapter 259, Var Indemnity. 1 billion Ryo Narashikaku was originally sitting upright, but when he saw Uchiha Zongyan becoming impatient due to the argument below, he immediately slammed his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention. "Bang! You guys should tone it down a bit. This is not a war conference room where you can freely bicker. It's better to be more composed in front of Lord Zongyan." Narashikaku, being the head of the advisors, invoked Uchiha Zongyan's name, which immediately silenced the arguing advisors and turned their gazes toward Uchiha Zongyan. "In fact, I don't care whether the Cloud Village will seek revenge afterward." Uchiha Zongyan spoke indifferently, his expression calm. As the previous speaker said, if I could defeat them once, I can do it a second and third time. Moreover, the Cloud Village itself suffered heavy losses in the Third Ninja World War, and now they have lost over 4,000 ninjas in one go. We have brought back more than 1,600 prisoners. Such a level of loss means that the Cloud Village cannot recover in a short time and will have to stay home to lick their wounds. Uchiha Zongyan's words made the hawkish advisor smile, looking quite pleased. However, I personally still believe that the fourth Raikage should not die. Because of money, Uchiha Zongyan tapped rhythmically on the table, revealing a cold smile. A living Raikage is worth much more than a corpse. I don't know how you handle things during the third Hokage's time, but I'm the one leading this war. The defeated Cloud Village better cough up enough benefits. Otherwise, they won't have a good time returning. Uchiha Zongyan's words made those present understand. Perhaps due to the outcomes of past wars, Konoha, as the victor, had not received corresponding benefits because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's appeasement attitude. Therefore, Konoha had not instinctively thought of this aspect. But Uchiha Zongyan, coming from Earth, certainly wouldn't overlook it. He even had plans early on. Shikaku. Here. Nara Shikaku stood up and respectfully bowed upon hearing Uchiha Zongyan's call. Have someone send a message to the Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and 1,600 ninjas from the Cloud Village. If they want to go back, they must obediently pay up. Whether it's silver, mineral resources, or even the military supplies they prepared this time. I want 1 billion Ryo. If they can't provide 1 billion Ryo or equivalent goods, they can forget about taking these people back. Uchiha Zongyan said, yes. Nara Shikaku responded loudly, feeling invigorated. Meanwhile, the others in the tent were also filled with excitement. 1 billion Ryo. Since the First Ninja World War until now, Konoha had never demanded war indemnities from a victorious position. They even actively allied with the defeated Sand Village of the Wind Country to help stabilize their situation by offering concessions. Konoha had always been seen as a pushover, which led the other 4 great nations to repeatedly infringe upon Konoha's dignity without hesitation. Finally, someone stood up to do the right thing. Nara Shikaku sent a few people to convey the message to the Cloud Village, and the others in the tent also calmed down. I have a few things to instruct you about next, Uchiha Zongyan continued. Due to the severity of the fourth Raikage's injuries, I have to send him back to Konoha for treatment. Otherwise, if he dies, we won't get the money. Secondly, during the time I'm away, I will leave a shadow clone to oversee things so you don't need to worry. This shadow clone is a unique ninjutsu of mine, possessing 100% of my strength. Even if the Cloud Village attempts to attack, I can easily send them to hell. Lastly, please make arrangements for your return as soon as possible. We won't stay here for long. As mentioned earlier, the fourth Raikage's injuries must be treated at a Konoha hospital. The resources and manpower at the field hospital are insufficient. To extort money from the Cloud Village, Uchiha Zongyan decided to personally take the fourth Raikage back. After all, with his speed from the Thunder Fruit, it won't take long for a round trip. Moreover, with the clown mask, Uchiha Zongyan can leave a shadow clone in the camp. When the time comes, he can activate the clown mask with the shadow clone to create a decoy. Even if the Cloud Village launches a large-scale attack, he won't be afraid. The last point is also out of necessity. Uchiha Zongyan had decided to launch a decisive battle due to the logistical issues of the Konoha army. Konoha, emerging from the Third Great Ninja War, could not withstand the wear and tear of war in various aspects, and it was necessary to end it as soon as possible. Moreover, the chances of Cloud Village turning the tide were basically non-existent. So preparations were made for Nara Shikaku and others to return with the troops. Yes, Nara Shikaku and the others responded in unison. Is there anything else? Uchiha Zongyan asked, considering that most urgent matters had already been discussed. Lord Zongyan, the battle report has already been sent to Lord 5th Hokage, Nara Shikaku asked in a low voice. We wanted to ask, since we have already won here, should we go to support Lord 5th Hokage? That's indeed a question. Uchiha Zongyan nodded and began to think. Based on the intelligence and analysis we received before we set off, didn't the third Tsuchika Jonoki over there adopt a wait-and-see approach? Once our results are known, the Rock Village will probably retreat immediately, right? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke up at this moment. That's indeed the case. Previously, Lord Jiraiya also provided support there and encountered 2 unfamiliar ninjas chasing the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Rock Village. He ultimately repelled them and saved the Jinchuriki. Lord 5th Hokage used this as a reason to hold talks with the third Tsuchikage, but it seems the third Tsuchikage has no intention of letting this go. Nara Shikaku said, I understand. I will go over there after sending the fourth Raikage back to Konoha. The main force doesn't need to go for support. The logistics simply can't keep up, Uchiha Zongyan said with understanding. as a powerful figure capable of influencing the outcome of the war. Uchiha Zongyan's personal presence would already be a strong signal. He believed that once Rock Village received this intelligence, they would have to accept this outcome obediently, unless they wanted to suffer the same fate as Cloud Village. Chapter 260, No Matter What. We must rescue Lord Raikage. No matter what, we must rescue Lord Raikage. A woman's hysterical voice echoed, silencing everyone else in the conference room. This was a meeting room at the logistical base of Cloud Village. The participants included 4th Raikage's Secretary Mabu, the elite jonin with relatively high status in the Cloud Army, and some jonin who had previously been dispatched to support the front lines by the 4th Raikage's orders. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived at the front lines, Cloud's defeat was already certain. Even the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the 2 most important figures, had been taken by Konoha. Their fates remained unknown. Therefore, the content of the meeting was about how to deal with the current dire situation and try to wrap things up as best as possible. Among them, Mabu, who was already devastated by the 4th Raikage's capture by Uchiha Zongyan, first set the tone for the meeting. Her originally beautiful face had turned ferocious as she scanned the crowd with a cold gaze. It seemed that anyone who dared to stand up and oppose her would be met with violence. Of course, Lord Raikage is the most important. I agree with Mabu, said Ruikobi, who led the Cloud Ninja support units, as the others in the meeting room remained silent. He appeared older, with short gray hair and heavy wrinkles on his face, but his body still looked very strong and robust. As a veteran jonin from Cloud Village who had experienced the 2nd and 3rd Great Ninja Wars, he was deeply trusted by 4th Raikage, which is why he led the reinforcements to the front lines. Now, Mabu was in a fit of rage, making the others in the meeting room afraid to speak. Only Ruikobi felt he could stand up and speak at this moment. He first echoed Mabuyi's opinion, but then shifted his tone. However, with our current strength, relying on military force to compel Konoha to hand over Lord Raikage and Karabi is probably impossible. I think everyone is aware of this. Originally, there were 7,000 troops when they set out, but now there were less than 3,000 remaining. Moreover, these 3,000 Cloud Ninjas had experienced consecutive defeats and were now devoid of morale. Ruikobi doubted that if they were forcibly sent into battle again, they would immediately collapse. The reinforcements Ruikobi brought were only 2,000 people, which would not play a crucial role at all. Therefore, in this situation, Ruikobi could only speak frankly. Ruikobi is right. Our troops can no longer continue fighting. The repeated blows from defeats have left the troops without morale. Sending them to the battlefield now is tantamount to murder. Moreover, the reinforcements brought by Lord Ruikobi are only 2,000 people. We lost to Konoha with a full force of 7,000. These 2,000 people clearly won't make a difference. Let's think of another way. This war has already failed. With Ruikobi leading, other Cloud Jonin immediately followed suit and spoke up. The facts were clear. Although the ninjas from Cloud Village were all hot-headed fighters, they were not mindless fools. They certainly did not want to engage in a clearly suicidal endeavor. Mabu immediately flew into a rage, abruptly standing up from her seat and pointing at the crowd, loudly questioning, "Are you still Cloud Ninjas? How can you say such things? Has a failure or 2 shattered your pride? Or have you been scared off by Konoha's ninjas and only want to tuck your tails between your legs and run back? That is Lord 4th. He is now trapped in enemy territory, and you don't even have the courage to rescue him? You worthless beings. It's people like you in Cloud Village that are the root of failure." After angrily scolding the jonin below, Mabu turned her ire towards Ruikobi, the first to speak against her. Previously, Mabu had respected Ruikobi, but her attitude had clearly changed now as she berated him. "Ruikobi, how can you say such a thing? Do you remember that your life was given to you by Lord 3rd? If it weren't for Lord 3rd sacrificing himself, you would have long since died at the hands of Rock Village. Moreover, Lord 4th trusts you immensely and entrusted you with the village's affairs before he left. Is this how you repay his trust? Tell me." Ruikobi had followed the 3rd Raikage during the 2nd Great Ninja War to launch a surprise attack on Rock Village. In this battle, the 3rd Raikage achieved the heroic feat of standing against thousands. Ruikobi was one of the fortunate few who escaped because the 3rd Raikage held the line with his life. Apart from Ruikobi, there were a few others in the meeting room who had also participated in that battle, and they all turned red-faced and lowered their heads in silence due to Mabuyi's scolding. Only Ruikobi remained calm, speaking in a gentle tone. "Calm down, young lady." Given his nearly 60 years of age, calling Mabu a young lady was not at all presumptuous. Let us think rationally. Do you think Konoha gains more from killing Lord Fourth Raikage, or from keeping him alive? If Lord Fourth is not killed immediately, Konoha will surely do everything they can to save him. Because a living Fourth Raikage is the key for Konoha to negotiate and gain what they want from us. Let's wait. I believe Konoha's envoy will arrive soon. Ruikobi's words acted like a cold splash of water, extinguishing Mabuyi's fury. Mabuyi was just in a moment of panic, but after being reminded by Ruikobi, she immediately reacted. You're right. Lord Raikage will definitely survive, no matter the cost. I will bring Lord Raikage back. Mabuyi's eyes slightly reddened, her fists clenched tightly at her sides, as if she was trying to convince herself. However, the current situation in the village was too dire. Paying the ransom for the Fourth Raikage seemed too. Shut up, a cloud ninja whispered, seemingly unwilling to part with the astronomical ransom. Upon hearing his words, Mabuyi was about to explode, but someone was faster than her. Ruikobi darted in front of the speaking cloud ninja, his strong arm gripping the man's neck, lifting him off the ground. Cough, cough. The ninja, being choked, immediately turned red, helplessly flailing his arms, but unable to break free. Remember what I said. The Cloud Village absolutely cannot lose the Fourth Raikage. No matter the cost. If you dare to say such things again, I'll kill you. With cold, killing intent in his eyes, Ruikobi threatened the Cloud Ninja in a chilling tone. Chapter 261. What will Cloud Village use to pay off their debt? The envoy sent from Konoha quickly arrived at Cloud Village's logistics base. When the envoy stated that Konoha demanded Cloud Village pay 1 billion ryo in war reparations to ransom the Fourth Raikage, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and 600 capture Cloud Ninjas. The expressions of the Cloud Ninjas collapsed. Some even instinctively wanted to jump up and refuse, but immediately saw the threatening glares from Ruikobi and Mabuyi, and instantly backed down. Although Ruikobi and Mabuyi were eager to rescue the Fourth Raikage and the others, the astronomical figure of 1 billion ryo was not something a couple of people could decide on. Therefore, they could only let the Konoha envoy return first and send a message to Cloud Village urgently. They needed to wait for news from Cloud Village on whether they could raise the 1 billion ryo in reparations and whether they would use that money to rescue the Fourth Raikage and the others. They even had to see if the daimyo of the Land of Lightning would be generous enough to contribute. This back and forth would take some time, but everyone could only wait. Before the final conclusion came out, both sides had to maintain a stalemate. Finally, it arrived. The speed of the lightning release fruit was unmatched in the ninja world, but it still took a considerable amount of time to run back to Konoha from the Land of Water. Moreover, Uchiha Zongyan was carrying a burden on his back. That was the unconscious Fourth Raikage, Lord Zongyan. When Uchiha Zongyan appeared at the gates of Konoha, the patrolling Konoha ninjas noticed him. Initially, these Konoha ninjas were startled, thinking someone was taking advantage of Konoha's internal vulnerability to attack the village. But upon realizing it was Uchiha Zongyan, they immediately relaxed. One by one, they respectfully bowed to Uchiha Zongyan. You've worked hard. I need to rush to Konoha Hospital immediately. Please inform the Umbu Minister, Hitaki Kakashi, the Uchiha clan elder, and the former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to wait for me in the grand conference room. Most of Konoha's heavyweight ninjas were out participating in the war, leaving very few behind. After mentioning 2 names, Uchiha Zongyan hesitated for a moment, but still had the Konoha ninjas look for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understood. After giving these instructions, Uchiha Zongyan once again transformed into lightning and flew toward Konoha Hospital. What is the situation? Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, the Fourth Raikage AI was immediately taken into the operating room. Uchiha Zongyan asked the director of Konoha Hospital who came to receive him. The patient's condition is very severe. Such heavy injuries are almost impossible to recover from, especially his 2 legs and 1 arm. The wounds have already become necrotic and further amputation is needed, with no possibility of reattachment, and there are many inflammations in his body, the bespectacled director explained calmly, but was interrupted halfway by Uchiha Zongyan raising his hand. I don't want to know those details. I just want to know if he can survive. Yes. The director was taken aback by Uchiha Zongyan's question, but quickly nodded. That's good. Please do everything in your power to save his life. The other injuries are secondary. After receiving the director's assurance, Uchiha Zongyan sighed in relief, but his words left the director stunned. Before the director could respond, Uchiha Zongyan turned and left the hospital. In the first conference room of the Hokage building, the same place where the last meeting of all Genin was held, Umbu Minister Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha clan elder Uchiha Shirjino, and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gathered here to wait after receiving the news. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen had doubted the authenticity of the news when he first heard it. After all, Uchiha Zongyan had forced him to reflect in seclusion, and during this time, aside from Mito Kazuma and T-Sun Korin, who always came to his house to stir up trouble, he had been cooped up at home, feeling completely relaxed over time. When he was suddenly informed by Konoha ninjas that Uchiha Zongyan had returned to the village for a meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen even thought there was something wrong with his ears. Creak. Lost in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the conference room door open, and a young figure walked in. Everyone, long time no see. Uchiha Zongyan walked in with a faint smile, greeting the three. Lord Zongyan. Hitaki Kakashi stood up calmly. Zongyan. Uchiha Shurjino had a bright smile, looking at Uchiha Zongyan with a sense of relief. Zongyan, why have you returned this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a complex expression, being the first to speak. Could it be that something happened on the battlefield, and you need support from the village? This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's guess. Otherwise, there was no reason for Uchiha Zongyan, who was commanding the war, to return to the village. I brought back the fourth Reikage. Uchiha Zongyan casually dropped the bombshell, but the effect was significant. The expressions of the three changed to shock, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's old eyes widened in disbelief. I see. No wonder you brought back the fourth Reikage. It's to save his life. Uchiha Shurjino felt greatly relieved, once again shaken by Uchiha Zongyan's achievements, his face filled with smiles. At this moment, the old man had begun to believe that standing on Uchiha Zongyan's side during the conflict at the Southie Shrine was the best decision he had ever made. Who would have thought that not long ago? A boy who was just attending the Ninja Academy, with ordinary talent and aptitude, would leap to greatness in such a short time, becoming one of the few powerful figures in the world. Now he had even single-handedly defeated the fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki working together, bringing both back as captives. Such achievements, perhaps only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could have accomplished since the founding of Konoha. However, what if Cloud Village retaliated because of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, habitually wanted to voice his concerns due to his inherent weakness. But he quickly realized that Konoha was no longer under his command. So he forced a smile and straightforwardly asked, So Zongyan, what do you want us to do with this information? The other two also looked at Uchiha Zongyan. They are not medical ninjas and cannot help treat the fourth Reikage. So what does Uchiha Zongyan want them for? The reason is simple. I think it's very likely that the Cloud Village cannot come up with 1 billion Ryo. So I want you to help think about what kind of things we can have the Cloud Village use to pay off the debt. Whether it's minerals, resources within the Land of Lightning, or even secret techniques from the Cloud Village. These villages should have plenty of intelligence and information. Which method do you think is best? I'll let the Cloud Village use that as payment. Uchiha Zongyan said with a light smile. Chapter 262. Leaving the village again. Intelligence after Uchiha Zongyan made his request. Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Shomei, and Sarutobi Hizashi could only comply with whatever thoughts they had. The reason Uchiha Zongyan didn't do this himself and instead sent these three is mainly because it involves a lot of intelligence work, which requires time and effort to collect and organize. As a time traveler, Uchiha Zongyan was just an ordinary student in his original life. How could he have intelligence about the Land of Lightning? Although he gained the authority to review information after taking power, he didn't have the time and could only rely on others. Among the three, Kakashi Hitaki is the head of the Umbu, overseeing the entire organization. Therefore, the intelligence department naturally falls under his jurisdiction. For many years, the 5 great nations have been in a standoff from the First Shinobi World War to the Third. The frequency of sending spies to gather intelligence and information has been countless, and they naturally possess a lot of information. Sending Kakashi back to the Umbu to find personnel from the intelligence department to sift through the vast amounts of information is the most convenient and quickest approach. Hizashi Sarutobi, as the previous Hokage, would have seen all the intelligence gathered during his tenure, making him one of the most informed people in Konoha. Uchiha Shomei, being an active figure since the first Hokage era, would also play his part. After delegating the task, Uchiha Zongyan did not stay in Konoha any longer. Collecting and organizing intelligence takes time, and analyzing the resources and items within the Land of Lightning that Konoha needs also requires Kakashi and the others to continue their analysis and discussions. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage was still struggling on the brink of life and death, and it would take a long time before he was out of danger. Therefore, there was no point in Uchiha Zongyan staying in Konoha. However, before leaving, Uchiha Zongyan returned home and had dinner with his family. At the dinner table, Uchiha Zongyan casually recounted the events of the war to his family, not mentioning the dangers and brutal truths of the battlefield. At heart, Uchiha Zongyan still hoped his family could live a peaceful and ordinary life without involving themselves in dangerous matters. Brother is so amazing. I've heard the adults say that brother fought those bad guys on the battlefield until they were all bloodied, and even caught the worst one. Little Uchiha Rika was very excited to see her brother after a long time. She couldn't focus on eating, with rice grains sticking to the corners of her mouth, and kept clamoring around Uchiha Zongyan. For a little girl of her age, having a brilliant brother is a great source of pride. Whenever she hears someone praising her brother Uchiha Zongyan outside, she wears a proud smile. And now, Uchiha Zongyan, capturing the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village and bringing him back to the village, quickly spread. Whether among the adult ninjas of the clan or ninjas from outside the clan, whenever Uchiha Zongyan was mentioned, they spoke highly of him, praising him to the skies. Hearing these compliments, Rika was naturally overjoyed. Rika, let your brother finish his meal before talking. Usually if Uchiha Rika was so noisy during dinner, their mother would have been angry long ago. But now, she merely shot Uchiha Rika a glance, warning her, which showed that she was in a good mood. You've worked hard, Zongyan. Only Uchiha Zongyan, as a ninja father, understood the difficulty and danger of this war, and couldn't help but sigh. It's okay. The war will end soon. Uchiha Zongyan smiled and shook his head, reaching out to pat his sister's head. After dinner, two small figures appeared in the yard. Upon hearing the news of Uchiha Zongyan's return, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha couldn't contain their excitement and ran over. As their half-master, Uchiha Zongyan spent some time explaining the problems they encountered in their training. Then he quietly left Konoha. On the battlefield in the northwest of the Land of Fire, in the tent of the fifth Hokage, Hinata, having just received intelligence from the northeast. Hinata hadn't had the time to gather others yet. He immediately impatiently opened the intelligence and began to read it carefully. Ha ha ha, truly deserving of being Zongyan-kun. This war is now a victory. After reading the intelligence, Hinata couldn't help but laugh out loud, praising loudly. Hokage-sama, did the northeast side win again? You seem so happy. The harvest must be considerable, right? Standing behind Hinata Hayashi, despite having Byakugan, did not peek at the contents of the intelligence on the table, but instead asked Hinata. Yes, it is indeed a significant victory. Too important. Hinata nodded and smiled, instructing Hayashi to call everyone over. With this, the war is indeed coming to an end. The fourth Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki have been captured, and the Cloud Village dares not act rashly for fear of repercussions. The massive casualties have drained their war potential, leaving them unable to support large-scale campaigns. We have won. Once Jiraiya, Narashikaku, and other high-ranking officials gathered in Hinata's tent and reviewed the contents of the intelligence, they couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Narashikaku even directly expressed his joy, declaring that the end of the war was just around the corner. That's right. Although the third Tsuchikage Onoki refused our peace talks last time, he has remained still since then, clearly hesitating. With the 5 Tails Jinchuriki in our hands, Onoki will not give up. He is just waiting for the outcome on the other battlefield. Now that the Cloud Village is in decline, I believe Onoki will make a rational decision. Hinata slightly restrained his smile and nodded. It's truly remarkable. Uchiha Zongyan has already achieved this level. Jiraiya couldn't help but cross his arms and sigh. The combination of the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was something even Minato couldn't defeat during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Now, these two have matured and grown stronger, yet they were defeated by Uchiha Zongyan alone. It seems I really am getting old and can't keep up with the times. Jiraiya is still remembered when he was in Konoha. He and Uchiha Zongyan had a sparring match. On the surface, it seemed evenly matched, but Jiraiya had many trump cards he hadn't revealed. At that time, he believed that if it came down to life and death, the one who would survive would definitely be him. But now, seeing Uchiha Zongyan's brilliant achievements, Jiraiya no longer had that confidence. Chapter 263, Flying Thunder God Technique. Just as everyone in the Hyuga Hizashi's tent was cheering over the intelligence from the northeastern battlefield, Uchiha Zongyan, who had set off again from Konoha village, had already arrived. The ninja dispatch from the northeastern front to relay information had left even earlier than Uchiha Zongyan. Moreover, Uchiha Zongyan had made a trip back to Konoha village to send the critically injured 4th Raikage back for treatment. Yet now, both had arrived at the northwestern battlefield one after the other. This clearly indicated how abnormal the speed of Uchiha Zongyan, who possessed the Thunder Fruit, was. Elementalized Uchiha Zongyan dashed through the air like a streak of light, arriving above the Konoha camp in the blink of an eye. Once he spotted the Konoha camp, he halted his movement and began to descend. Since it was wartime, Uchiha Zongyan had to first go through the guards and announce his identity before entering the camp. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for an attacking enemy if he barged in. Who goes there? As Uchiha Zongyan descended from the clouds and approached the Konoha camp, the guarding ninjas on the perimeter immediately noticed him. They became tense, adopting combat stances, and loudly questioned Uchiha Zongyan. "It's me," Uchiha Zongyan replied after landing on the ground. "It's Uchiha Zongyan." "Shut up. You should call him Lord Zongyan now." "Yes, he just defeated the Two Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village and killed thousands of Hidden Cloud ninjas. It's only natural for him to aspire to become Hokage." "Idiot. Don't say such things." Once the guards recognized Uchiha Zongyan's face, they immediately relaxed. They even showed excitement and admiration towards him. At that moment, they were unaware of Uchiha Zongyan's latest achievements. Otherwise, their reactions would likely have been even more intense. Defeating a Two-Tails Jinchuriki and defeating a fourth Raikage along with an Eight-Tails Jinchuriki are not on the same level. It was precisely because of Uchiha Zongyan's accomplishments that these Konoha ninjas, who originally stood against the Uchiha clan, regarded Uchiha Zongyan as a hero. "Lord Zongyan, are you here to support us?" In their excitement, the Konoha guarding ninjas asked with a hint of hope. In the midst of war, even though the fire and earth sides had not yet engaged in a major conflict, the looming threat of war was enough to suffocate these lower-ranking ninjas. If Uchiha Zongyan, who was excelling on another battlefield, appeared here to provide support, it would greatly increase their chances of victory in this battlefield. Their chances of survival would also significantly rise. Therefore, the guarding ninjas hoped Uchiha Zongyan would give a positive answer. "Yes, as you think. I have repelled the enemy from the Hidden Cloud and came here specifically to provide support. Please inform Hokage-sama." Uchiha Zongyan certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to show off. He nodded with a calm expression and casually told the guarding ninjas. Repelled the enemy from the Hidden Cloud? The guarding ninjas caught on to this information and became even more excited. This statement implied that Konoha had already achieved victory on the northeastern battlefield. So it was because Uchiha Zongyan, the overall commander of the northeastern battlefield, had come here to provide support? Yes. The Konoha ninja who had asked the question instinctively straightened his back, looking into Uchiha Zongyan's eyes with admiration. "Thank you for coming. I'll report immediately. Please wait." Unable to hold back his excitement, the guarding ninja quickly turned and rushed into the camp. The other guarding ninjas looked at Uchiha Zongyan with admiration and respect. Yet due to Uchiha Zongyan's prestige and power, they didn't dare to approach him. They exchanged glances, seeing the joy on each other's faces. Soon, Uchiha Zongyan didn't wait long before he saw the reporting guarding ninja return. Behind him were several familiar figures. "Ha ha! Zongyan-kun!" Hyuga Hizashi rushed out with a hearty laugh, completely shedding the demeanor of a noble clan leader. He excitedly grabbed Uchiha Zongyan's arm and warmly praised, "I just received the news of your victory. And you've already arrived, coming back from the northeastern battlefield, and then from the village. Your speed is astonishing. In my opinion, Zongyan-kun can be considered the fastest in the ninja world." In addition to Hyuga Hizashi, there were also Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and Aburame Shibi following behind. Jiraiya, however, trailed slowly at the back. He didn't have much of a relationship with Uchiha Zongyan and had even had some friction due to Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, given Jiraiya's status, he didn't need to show much enthusiasm towards Uchiha Zongyan, so he took his time. "Hokage-sama is overpraising me. In my opinion, only the Flying Thunder God technique of the former fourth Hokage could be called the fastest in the ninja world." Uchiha Zongyan raised an eyebrow and humbly replied. Although the Flying Thunder God technique was created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, this ninjutsu madman created many terrifying techniques throughout his life, with the Flying Thunder God technique being just one of them. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, had an extraordinary neural reflex ability, and combined with the sealing knowledge he inherited from his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, he optimized his Flying Thunder God technique further, making it a true symbol of speed. Uchiha Zongyan's sudden mention of this made Hyuga Hizashi pause for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Hyuga Hizashi maintained his smile. Indeed, the technique of the fourth Hokage is incredibly magical. But unfortunately, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the village, and Konoha no longer has such strong defenders. If Zongyan-kun is willing, why not inherit the will of the fourth Hokage and learn the Flying Thunder God technique to better protect the village? What do you think? At this point, the Konoha ninjas around them were all shaken. The Ino-Shikicho trio, as former subordinates of the 4th Hokage, though they quickly rallied around Hyuga Hisashi, had a vastly different perception of the two Hokages. Hearing Hyuga Hisashi use the Flying Thunder God technique of Namikaze's Minato to win over Uchiha Zongyan stirred up a complex mix of emotions within them. Since Hokage-sama has said so, then I would be remiss not to comply. Uchiha Zongyan didn't he expect that merely mentioning it would lead Hyuga Hisashi to express the intention of passing on the Flying Thunder God technique to him. This was truly an unexpected delight. But when a cake is offered, there is no reason not to eat it. Uchiha Zongyan immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 264. 10 billion Ryo in war reparations. Over 100 million royalties. Everyone noticed Hyuga Hisashi's overly enthusiastic and respectful demeanor. Whether it was his immediate rush to the entrance upon receiving the news of Uchiha Zongyan's arrival, or his instant offer to impart the Flying Thunder God technique, such a high-level forbidden technique, seemed overly humble, as if Uchiha Zongyan were the 5th Hokage instead. Generally speaking, as an upper echelon's leader, one cannot escape the situation of facing subordinates whose merits overshadow the leader. Not to mention that Hyuga Hisashi was a newly appointed Hokage who hadn't even held a succession ceremony. As Uchiha Zongyan's brilliance grew ever more dazzling, his status and authority as the 5th Hokage could potentially be overshadowed by Uchiha Zongyan, even reducing him to a mere supporting role. As long as there is a bit of ambition and drive, those in power often cannot tolerate subordinates like this, even if the current situation does not allow it. One should not appear so humble. In response, Narashikahiza and the others could not help but glance at each other, seeing a hint of doubt on each other's faces. However, they did not know that Hinata Hisashi had already made up his mind. With Uchiha Sawan's strength growing stronger, both his performance on the battlefield and his importance to Konoha were increasing. In this situation, Hinata Hisashi could not suppress him. Any thought of doing so could lead to very bad consequences, and he would likely have to bear the consequences himself. Moreover, Hinata Hisashi understood very clearly that his position as the 5th Hokage relied entirely on Uchiha Sawan's support. If it weren't for Uchiha Sawan leading the Uchiha clan and the support of other clans like the Aburame and Kurama, Hinata Hisashi would never have been able to aspire to this position in his lifetime. The fact that this position fell to him was a result of political compromise. Not to mention the conservative faction led by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The public opinion in Konoha at the time was also against the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Sawan due to the recent civil war. If Uchiha Sawan were to insist on taking power, it could potentially spark a second civil war, and the opposition from the lower-ranking ninjas would certainly have a significant impact. At that time, Konoha was facing invasions from the land of lightning and the land of earth in a critical situation. To win an external war, a stable internal environment was essential. Uchiha Sawan had just pulled down the 3rd Hokage, so he naturally would not want someone from their faction to inherit the Hokage position. He neither wanted to take the position himself nor let his enemies take it, so he could only choose a moderate. Hinata Hisashi thus rose to power. If it had been any other time, Hinata Hisashi would not have had this opportunity. Regardless of personal strength or the uniqueness of the Hyuga clan, it did not allow Hinata Hisashi to become Hokage. From a strength perspective, due to the limitations of the Byakugan and Gentle Fist, Hinata Hisashi's maximum potential was at most that of an elite jonin. A person of his strength could easily be killed by a true powerhouse like Uchiha Sawan. Moreover, the caged bird of the Hyuga clan, whether from the branch family or the main family, had always been looked down upon and could not be accepted by the ninjas in the village. Many ninjas in Konoha would not be willing to see the head of the Hyuga clan become Hokage. However, the current situation had created this outcome. Hinata Hisashi himself was quite content. Being able to become Hokage already made him satisfied. As long as Uchiha Sawan did not come out and overturn him, he was willing to meet Uchiha Sawan's requests. Not to mention just a Flying Thunder God technique, he could allow Uchiha Sawan to freely browse through the entire sealing book. Furthermore, Uchiha Sawan had almost single-handedly crippled Kumobikure on the northeastern battlefield. Such a terrifying achievement was far more than just a Flying Thunder God technique as a reward. There's no need for pleasantries, Hokage-sama. Under Hinata Hisashi's lead, Uchiha Sawan followed him into the tent. Facing Hinata Hisashi's warm hospitality and flattery, Uchiha Sawan felt somewhat impatient and interrupted. I think both Hokage-sama and everyone here are well aware that the current economic situation in the village cannot support a prolonged war. With a large number of ninjas fighting outside, the village's financial resources are not replenishable and cannot sustain the situation. Therefore, we must resolve this quickly. I specifically came here to drive back Iwagakure. Uchiha Zongyan then laid out his plan to demand 10 billion ryo in war reparations from Iwagakure. Using the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, along with over 1,000 Kumogakure captives, as leverage. Hearing this, the Konoha high-ranking officials present were filled with excitement, their faces lighting up with enthusiasm. 10 billion ryo? Did I hear that correctly? My goodness. From the First to the Third Shinobi World War, although Konoha has always won, we have never received war reparations, so every war has been a loss. Can we actually profit from this? That's wonderful. This will greatly alleviate the village's difficulties. The Konoha higher-ups whispered excitedly to each other, all yearning for the 10 billion ryo Uchiha Zongyan mentioned. Even Hinata Hizashi was no exception. He was initially shocked, but then became excited. Zongyan-kun's method is highly feasible. Given the importance of the 4th Raikage and others, Iwagakure cannot refuse at all. Though he said this, Hinata Hizashi was thinking about something else in his heart. He had just taken office as Hokage and had already won an external war, bringing in 10 billion ryo for the village all at once. This was an achievement that previous Hokages had never accomplished. Wouldn't this highlight his abilities as the 5th Hokage? His name would surely be prominently featured in Konoha's history books. Therefore, Hinata Hizashi looked at Uchiha Zongyan with even more fervent eyes. He had made up his mind to cling tightly to Uchiha Zongyan's strong support. Wow, what a big deal. 10 billion ryo. My paradise of affection sells so well, and the royalties are only over 100 million. Jiraiya sighed and couldn't help but marvel. However, his words left everyone else momentarily stunned, speechless. Are you kidding? We went through so much trouble to win the war, capturing the Raikage and Jinchuriki from one of the 5 great nations, along with so many ninjas, and we can barely get 10 billion ryo in reparations. Yet you can earn over 100 million just by peeping at women's baths and writing some little yellow literature. Which of these is more astonishing? Is money so easy to earn? Uchiha Zongyan was also left speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, so what we need to consider next is how to quickly drive back Iwagakure. I wonder if Hokage-sama and everyone else have any opinions? Chapter 265, Information on the Akatsuki Organization, the Final Touch. Hearing Uchiha Zongyan's question, Hinata Hizashi revealed a feint. To be honest, Zongyan-kun, we have already tried before. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. He then recounted how Jiraiya encountered 2 unfamiliar ninjas chasing the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han on his way to provide support. After Jiraiya killed one and drove off the other, he saved the 5 Tails Jinchuriki. The Konoha side realized that something was wrong. The appearance of these people was clearly an attempt to take advantage of the chaos of the ongoing war between the Fire and Earth countries to target the 5 Tails Jinchuriki and even frame Konoha for it. Not wanting to continue the war, Hinata Hizashi immediately contacted Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki to seek an opportunity to end the war, using the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han as a bargaining chip from Konoha. However, to his surprise, Inoki hesitated for a long time before ultimately rejecting the offer. Inoki, that old man, is all show and no substance, clever but indecisive. On one hand, he covets the benefits of defeating Konoha, while on the other he hesitates, wanted to wait for the results from the other battlefield before making a judgment. He is afraid to take risks for great achievements and forgets his life for small gains. At his age, he is still clinging to power, unwilling to hand over authority to the new generation of Iwagakure. He has lived so long only to become a dog. After hearing Hinata Hizashi's words, Uchiha Zongyan sneered and mocked, tearing Inoki apart mercilessly. His words even vaguely pointed to another person. This left everyone present who understood the implications stunned, and no one dared to speak up. Ahem, it's not fair to say that. On the contrary, Inoki has contributed quite a lot to Iwagakure throughout his life. If it weren't for his efforts during the various wars, Iwagakure would probably struggle to maintain its current situation. So let's not be so harsh. Jiraiya had to step in, pretending to cough a couple of times to defend Inoki. But who he was referring to was clear to Uchiha Zongyan. At this moment, Uchiha Zongyan was too lazy to argue with him and directly skipped the topic, asking, Jiraiya-sensei, could you describe in detail those 2 unfamiliar ninjas who chased after the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails? Speaking of which, I encountered some suddenly appearing unfamiliar ninjas during the decisive battle with Kumogakure. Perhaps there is a connection between these 2 incidents. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. The intelligence received from the northeastern battlefield did not mention the appearance of Uchiha Obito. Because Uchiha Obito intervened in the northeastern battlefield twice. Once saving the 4th Raikage EI at the last moment, and the second time teaming up with the 4th Raikage EI and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee to attack Uchiha Zongyan. Only Uchiha Zongyan witnessed these 2 events. The other Konoha ninjas didn't even know he had appeared. Those 2 wore long cloaks with a black background and cloud patterns. One had a mask on his face, and his eyes were shaped like green mung beans, with the ability to control 5 head puppets wearing masks, each possessing a different elemental technique. Likely some sort of forbidden technique. The second looked rather ordinary, with white long hair and wielding a huge scythe. Jiraiya recalled the appearance of the immortal duo he encountered in the forest and paused for a moment before saying, "Interestingly, the masked guy claimed to have fought against the first Hokage, but after fighting him, I found that his strength was far from that level. He was most likely just boasting." As he spoke, Jiraiya revealed a mocking smile, as if ridiculing Kakuzu's self-importance and overestimation of himself. Having fought against the first Hokage, this information caused everyone present to feel a jolt in their hearts. After all, the legend of Senju Hashirama still circulates in Konoha, and everyone has heard of his power that suppressed an era. Even when they heard Jiraiya's later clarification that Kakuzu's strength was insufficient, they still felt shocked. Even Hinata Hisashi was slightly stunned, and after realizing it, he forced a smile and said, "Indeed, that sounds like boasting. If that person was really that strong, he wouldn't have fled in panic after Jiraiya killed his companion in a 2-on-1 situation." At this point, everyone calmed down and subconsciously nodded in agreement. However, Uchiha Zongyan felt a rising doubt in his mind. Kakuzu and Haiden, the immortal duo, had appeared on the battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure, even attacking Iwagakure's 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Was this also orchestrated by Pain or Uchiha Obito? If that's the case, then the Akatsuki organization actually sent the immortal duo plus Uchiha Obito to participate. Or were they after? Did they want to escalate the scale of the war and exhaust the strength of the 3 ninja villages? In the original work, this part of the plot was not described at all. It was as if the other 4 great nations were completely unaware of the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan by Uchiha Itachi that occurred in Konoha. Konoha, which suffered tremendous losses and dropped several tiers in strength, showed no interest at all. I wonder if secretly, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a few old elders traded away their interests for a moment of peace. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. The land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of wind, which have always coveted the fertile land of the land of fire. How could they allow the severely damaged Konoha to recover? But the fact is what it is. The logical issues can only be blamed on Kishimoto Musashi, who doesn't understand Naruto as a manga artist. So during this time, Uchiha Zongyan did not have the advantage of being a time traveler with foresight. He could only rely on gathering intelligence and confronting with strength. I've finished my report on my side. What about yours? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Zongyan and asked. Everyone's gaze also turned to Uchiha Zongyan. When I led my troops to engage in battle with Kumogakure for the first time, I had an opportunity to almost kill the 4th Raikage. Uchiha Zongyan cautiously recounted, trying to avoid revealing too much information. But just this one sentence was enough to leave the Konoha ninjas present dumbfounded. Almost killed the 4th Raikage. Even though everyone already knew that Uchiha Zongyan had personally defeated the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and brought the 4th Raikage back to Konoha as a captive, the established impression was not so easily overturned, especially since he was the leader of one of the 5 great nations. But at the critical moment, a mysterious ninja wearing a vortex mask saved the 4th Raikage. He also wore a long cloak with a black background and cloud patterns. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Zongyan thought for a moment and decided to temporarily provide this information. As for having met Uchiha Obito in Konoha and conducting transactions, and even using Uchiha Obito as a pawn against Shimura Danzo, it was better to keep that confidential for now. However, just this information was enough to shatter everyone's worldview. One by one, the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but stand up, looking at Uchiha Zongyan with disbelief in their eyes. It seemed they were hoping he would say that the person was an impersonator and not the real Uchiha Madara. Even Nara Shikaku, the clever strategist, clenched his hands tightly, his body slightly trembling. Hinata Hisashi instinctively gripped the armrests of his chair, his knuckles turning white. Uchiha Madara. What a terrifying name. Just a name alone was enough to shock many. Cough, cough, cough. This time Jiraiya truly coughed. He choked on his breath and turned red in the face. Still questioning, you didn't misspeak, did you, Uchiha Zongyan? Is it really that name? The legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Zongyan nodded and then shook his head. That masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara and possessed the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. However, I don't believe it. As he spoke, he smiled slightly. If he really were Uchiha Madara, how could I, standing in opposition to him, appear alive before you? Let alone having won that war. The fact that Uchiha Obito was impersonating Uchiha Madara was like a balloon about to burst. Just a poke would pop it. Because the strength of the two was completely unmatched. As soon as Uchiha Obito made a move, his identity would be exposed. At this stage, Uchiha Obito was merely relying on the ocular technique Kimui of the Mangekyo Sharingan to create illusions. Other abilities, such as would release, were practically useless. At most, he was at an average Kage level, far from the level he claimed to be Uchiha Madara. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the gap was greater than that between a human and a dog. So, it wasn't just Uchiha Zongyan, the time traveler who had read the original work. Even within the Akatsuki organization, none of them believed it. After hearing Uchiha Zongyan's explanation, the stiff atmosphere in the tent was finally thawed. The Konoha ninjas, who had just looked pale, now came back to their senses, their eyes flashing with relief. According to the stories they had heard since childhood, even all 5 great nations combined wouldn't be a match for Uchiha Madara. If the enemy were really Uchiha Madara and they had no strong figure like Senju Hashirama to counter him, they might as well surrender. I'm really scared. Fortunately, it's not real. Six-Pad Sage, I don't want to hear such terrifying things anymore. TSK, TSK, TSK. Uchiha Madara. Just hearing that name makes my legs tremble, let alone confronting him on the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas exclaimed as if they had come back to life. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi also relaxed his body, cold sweat running down his back as he sighed. Zongyan-kun, next time, just say it all at once. Another strong person who fought against the first Hokage, and claiming to be Uchiha Madara himself. This kind of information is really a challenge to our nerves. Uchiha Zongyan ignored this remark and continued. In the final battle, the masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara ambushed me, but I was already prepared, so I won that battle, as everyone knows. But that masked man's ability is very strange, similar to space ninjutsu, so he probably survived. Looking at Jiraiya, he noticed a serious expression on his face. I had already suspected the masked man's intentions, and combined with Jiraiya-sensei's information, I speculate that these people might come from the same organization, as the same black, cloud-patterned robes are their mark. They intervened in 2 battlefields, clearly not wanting the war to end easily. Perhaps they want to see our countries mired in war, satisfied only when blood flows like rivers. After saying this, Hinata Hizashi also realized the problem. Whether it was the immortal duo posing as Konoha ninjas to chase the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, or Uchiha Obito saving the 4th Raikage at a critical moment and then helping him surround Uchiha Zongyan, the Akatsuki organization's purpose has become clear. So, it turns out that such a powerful and dangerous organization is hidden in the ninja world. We had never heard of it before. It's really terrifying. Hinata Hizashi's face darkened. Hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan looked at the silent Jiraiya and decided to drop another bombshell. I also have intelligence about this organization. They call themselves Akatsuki. As soon as Uchiha Zongyan finished speaking, Jiraiya was completely stunned. He almost couldn't hold it together, but fortunately, his strong self-control helped him maintain his expression. It's actually Akatsuki. This name brought back too many memories. The rain-soaked land of blood and corpses, the orphans displaced by war, being humiliated by Hanzo, the salamander under the title of 3 ninjas of Konoha, and the child of prophecy he once believed was mentioned by the great sage of toads, Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan. However, just as he lost his composure for a moment, many things flashed through his mind like lightning. Jiraiya did not show any emotions but pretended to be unaffected. Akatsuki? The Konoha ninjas echoed, each with a puzzled expression. Wait, I've heard this name. It seems to be a mercenary organization from the Land of Rain that was hired by the Iwagakure during the 3rd Shinobi World War. After a while, a Konoha ninja stood up in realization, excitedly saying, Land of Rain? Mercenaries from Iwagakure? Did Inoki actually shoot himself in the foot? The organization he hired actually targeted their own Jinchuriki of the 5 tails? Someone asked suspiciously. This is too strange. What exactly is going on? Someone complained in confusion. All right, stop the noise. Anyway, when we meet Inoki, we will naturally get the answer. Hinata Hizashi finally showed the demeanor of a Hokage, raising his hand to stop the discussions in the tent. Now, that Zongyan-kun has also provided support. If Iwagakure still doesn't plan to back down, then we can only take action to drive them back to their lair and make them pay for their greed. What do you think, Zongyan-kun? Facing Hinata Hisashi's fervent gaze, Uchiha Zongyan smiled and nodded. It should be so. Chapter 266. The war ends. Going home is one of the 5 great nations and an ally of the Kyomobikure. The Wagakure is, of course, always paying attention to the situation on the Eastern Front. Moreover, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, chose to maintain a stalemate with Konoha to wait for the results from the Eastern Front. The cunning Inoki was unwilling to let a Wagakure suffer too great a loss. A direct confrontation with Konoha in a war of attrition, to see who could throw more lives into the fray, was something he did not want to accept. Therefore, following the Konoha ninja who came to convey information, the Wagakure side also sent back their report. Are you fooling me, old man? A mere teenager from Konoha actually influenced the outcome of a war? Inoki's first reaction after reading the intelligence sent by the IWA ninja was one of utter absurdity. Then came the anger from feeling deceived, making his large nose turn red. According to the information, Uchiha Zongyan, a name he had never heard of before, looked like a mere young boy from Konoha. Yet he single-handedly defeated Kyomobikure, capturing the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. This effectively determined the outcome of the Eastern Front. Inoki had never heard such an absurd and ridiculous story in his life. Could it be that this Uchiha boy was the reincarnation of the Uchiha Madara who once dominated the ninja world? Instinctively, Inoki suspected the intelligence was false, and he angrily glared at the kneeling IWA ninja, his dwarf-like body suddenly erupting with a terrifying aura. Reporting to Tsuchikage-sama, the information is absolutely true, and I swear I did not lie. I personally witnessed Uchiha Zongyan defeating the 4th Raikage. He used a terrifying ninjutsu, flying in the air and summoning powerful thunder, instantly defeating the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The entire Kyomobikure army quickly collapsed, being pursued by Konoha ninjas. Inoki's imposing aura pressed down on the IWA ninja, making him feel as if a mountain was crushing him, trembling all over. After explaining in fear, the IWA ninja was almost in tears. Bastard, do you think I'm getting old and confused? Inoki, for some reason, felt an even more intense anger rising within him, shouting loudly, Father, don't talk like that. You shouldn't be lying. At this moment, a tall and sturdy figure stood up from the corner of the tent. It was Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi frowned, his expression equally grim, feeling uneasy about this information. He waved his hand, letting the very nervous and fearful IWA ninja exit the tent, and turned to face his angry father. After all, such significant news would soon spread throughout the ninja world. Even if he were lying, he wouldn't exaggerate it so much, so the intelligence was still quite credible. Kuratsuchi was seriously analyzing the authenticity of the information. However, Inoki was becoming increasingly furious, unable to help but interrupt. You idiot, you're all grown up. Do I not know whether this information is true? Do you need to analyze it for me? Upon hearing this, Kuratsuchi was stunned, looking at Inoki in surprise. Just now, Uchiha was adamant about not believing the information. So how could he suddenly insist that it was true? Huangtu's confusion made Uchiha feel even more irritated, and his frail old back began to ache again. What a complete idiot. Fool. Moron. It's precisely because the next generation of a Wagakure is filled with people like you that I've been forced to sit in this position for so many years. I'm almost in my coffin and still can't find peace. Does Uchiha really not believe in the authenticity of the information? Of course not. If he suspected that the informant was lying, he would have had the ninja from the intelligence department take him away for interrogation long ago. The old man just didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe that the powerful Kyomobikure had actually failed like this. He couldn't accept that the 4th Raikage, who nearly rivaled the legendary 3rd Raikage, was defeated by a rookie nobody. The information contained within this simple report was what Uchiha was unwilling to accept. So, old man, you should tell me what you're really thinking. Otherwise, I want to understand what you mean, and I'll get scolded for talking, which puts me in a difficult position. Huangtu scratched the back of his head innocently, speaking with a troubled tone. Although he was the biological son of Uchiha and had received education from the 3rd Tsuchikage since childhood, growing up he often dealt with key tasks in a Wagakure. Unfortunately, Huangtu's brain was inversely proportional to his stature. He was tall and strong, but not particularly bright. Shut up. In formal situations, you should address me as Tsuchikage. Uchiha glared fiercely at Huangtu, then said somewhat dejectedly, Kyomobikure lost too quickly. So quickly that I had no time to prepare. From the intelligence, It seems that Konoha's cost of victory was not high, and they still have the strength to support here at any time. In this situation, we have essentially lost as well. Retreat is our only option. Ohyuki Nato looked at the silently listening Huang Tu and solemnly instructed. What worries me the most is that kid named Uchiha Zongyan. I had never heard of this name before. He actually defeated the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki right out of the gate. Though I have always looked down on the AB combination of Kyumogakure. They are still a formidable force in the ninja world. To be so easily defeated by a mere boy signifies something. It means that as long as that kid Uchiha Zongyan is alive, he can continue to grow, potentially reaching the level of the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the future. It means that as long as that kid exists, Konoha will dominate the ninja world. And the other 4 great nations, including our land of Earth, will have to bow low without any chance of rising. Ohyuki Nato, being very old, had experienced the era when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara suppressed the ninja world in his youth. At that time, even the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, who founded Iwagakure, and his teacher, the second Tsuchikage Mu, had to bow their heads before those two. Otherwise, they would die. Back then, Konoha was like the rising sun, illuminating the world. Other forces in the ninja world could only live in fear, afraid that one day Uchiha Madara would come knocking, destroying their entire force with his strength alone. Now, after seeing Uchiha Zongyan's achievements, Ohyuki Nato instinctively thought of Uchiha Madara. It was this association that filled Ohyuki Nato with immense panic and anxiety. Although he was very old and didn't know when he would die, Iwagakure still existed and needed to continue to thrive, while Uchiha Zongyan was only in his teens. With a long future ahead, this meant that as long as Uchiha Zongyan was alive, Iwagakure would have to live in fear like it once did. Is it really that scary? Yes, just a kid in his teens. Even the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't single-handedly take on an entire village, right? The previous 3rd Raikage was also a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world, and he was ultimately overwhelmed and killed. Wasn't he? Huanta hadn't experienced that era. He had only heard about it from books and rumors, and thus lacked any real concept. He felt his father was exaggerating and couldn't help but question, "You idiot." Huanta's retort made Ohyuki Nato's anger flare up, but after cursing, he could only sigh. I hope you're right. We can't have someone of that caliber appearing again, especially not in Konoha. Determined to quickly end this pointless war, Hinata Hisashi, along with Uchiha Zongyan, Jiraiya, and other high-ranking Konoha officials, headed toward Iwagakure's camp. Of course, before that, Hinata Hisashi sent a messenger into the Iwagakure camp to deliver a letter of state to Ohyuki Nato. It seemed that Ohyuki Nato had anticipated this moment and quickly responded. The two sides decided to hold talks in a nearby wilderness. They agreed not to bring armies, only allowing up to 10 guards from each side as Kage. The talks went smoothly without any issues, and both sides adhered to the rules. After meeting, they encountered no major obstacles in discussing the specifics of ending the war. After all, Konoha could no longer sustain its logistics and needed to retreat quickly. Meanwhile, Iwagakure had completely lost hope of victory since their ally Kyumogakure was defeated, so they naturally did not want to complicate matters. Thus, the final result of the negotiations was a deceptive peace agreement. Both sides maintained their territorial ranges from before the war, agreed not to pay any war reparations or treaties, and retreated together. The only condition was that Konoha needed to return the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han to Iwagakure. Hinata Hisashi and the others perhaps hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, and they all appeared quite pleased. The Konoha ninja accompanying them as guards also sighed in relief, feeling that the state of war had finally ended, greatly reducing their pressure. The 5th Hokage, who is that Uchiha Zongyan? Ohyuki Nato suddenly asked after signing his name on the peace agreement. Hinata Hisashi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled knowingly. He realized that Ohyuki Nato must have heard the intelligence from the Eastern Front and was very interested in the key figure who defeated Kyumogakure, Uchiha Zongyan. That handsome young man was the Konoha hero who single-handedly crushed Kyumogakure, Uchiha Zongyan. Hinata Hisashi gestured to Ohyuki Nato, indicating that the indifferent boy standing not far behind him was the one. Indeed, just a kid in his teens. Damn, why does Konoha always have an endless stream of geniuses and prodigies? Ohyuki Nato looked over and immediately felt a chill in his heart. He saw that although Uchiha Zongyan was of decent height, his face still looked quite youthful, clearly very young. Thinking of Uchiha Zongyan's achievements and strength, his heart sank. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. To be able to defeat a village's Kage and a Jinchuriki at this age is nearly comparable to my youth. Ohyuki Nato scrutinized Uchiha Zongyan for a long time, and finally, under the strange gazes of the Konoha crowd, he forced a smile and complimented, "You're too kind." This remark made everyone present a bit uncomfortable. "You flatter me." Uchiha Zongyan didn't want to bother with this shameless old man, coldly nodding in acknowledgement. "Since that's the case, I hope that in the future, our two countries can uphold this hard-won peace and resolve disputes in a more peaceful way. What do you think?" The fifth Hokage, having encountered a setback with Uchiha Zongyan, even if Noki, with his explosive temper, didn't get angry, he would still have to make a sarcastic remark about respecting elders. However, due to Uchiha Zongyan's achievements, he was also afraid that Zongyan might really take action without regard for consequences, which would make things difficult for him. So, Noki pretended not to hear and shamelessly said to Hyuga Hisashi, "Hee." Hyuga Hisashi involuntarily tugged at the corner of his mouth, unsure how to respond. Yet he nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way. I hope we can create lasting peace this time." After the peace agreement was signed, both the fire and earth sides left cautiously, as if afraid the other had an army lying in wait. After all, this had happened before. When the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, went to the Cloud Village to sign the agreement, he was immediately surrounded and killed by the rebel forces led by the Gold and Silver Brothers. Finally, when Hyuga Hisashi and his group returned to the Konoha camp, they breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally over, and I can give the village chief a report." Hyuga Hisashi sighed, his face showing a sense of relief. It was not false that he felt great pressure, taking over the position of Hokage in the midst of war. If they lost, it would indeed be embarrassing. "Everyone has worked hard, especially you, Zongyan. If it weren't for your brilliant performance, we would have paid a heavy price this time." Uchiha Zongyan did not show humility, but nodded lightly, saying nothing. "Now that everything is settled, I won't be going back with you. I have important matters to attend to." Jiraiya, after this arduous trip, finally let out a breath and planned to leave to continue searching for his child of prophecy. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya, for your assistance." While this was a polite exchange, the Konoha ninjas outside the camp were already impatient. The war was finally over, and everyone was eager to return home. It was unknown who started it, but a wave of excitement grew louder, eventually echoing throughout the Konoha camp. "We're going home. Home." Chapter 267. After the war, a war once again established Konoha's inviolable authority. Even after the end of the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha, so weak, was able to defeat one and repel another when faced with the joint invasion of the two great nations of lightning and earth. The outcome was both unexpected and yet reasonable, but it can be believed that, at least for a long time, no one or any force in the shinobi world would dare to provoke Konoha's wrath at will, for that would lead to a very cruel consequence. As a result of these two wars spread throughout the shinobi world, Konoha not only had a change of Hokage, with Hyuga Hisashi becoming the fifth Hokage, but also saw the rise of a powerful figure expected to dominate the shinobi world for many years. Titles such as Flame Demon, Thunder God, and Konoha's Hell Messenger adorned the same person. This person, of course, was Uchiha Zongyan. The titles Flame Demon and Thunder God depicted Uchiha Zongyan's two different capabilities. While Konoha's Hell Messenger implied his heavy toll of slaughter, as if he were opening the gates of hell to receive the dead. Moreover, due to Uchiha Zongyan's dazzling achievements on the eastern battlefield, the renowned fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village, as well as the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki, became his defeated foes. In the final battle, he simultaneously defeated the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, capturing both. Thus, many in the shinobi world began to sense that Uchiha Zongyan was on the path to replacing the aging Hanzo of the Salamander, becoming the new demigod of the shinobi world. There were even rumors that certain major nation ninja villages had issued notices that if one encountered Uchiha Zongyan during a mission, they could abandon the mission without punishment. Various rumors nearly elevated Uchiha Zongyan to the top position in the shinobi world. Many within Konoha agreed with this sentiment. Ding, your pet, traveling frog, has set off and will return in a week with souvenirs. Dragging his weary body home, Uchiha Zongyan heard the system's voice echo in his mind. Has it been 2 weeks already? Indeed, excessive busyness makes one insensitive to the passage of time. With a soft sigh, Uchiha Zongyan lay down on the bed, feeling the comfortable sound of the soft mattress. It had been 2 weeks since Boa Hancock returned to the world of One Piece. During these 2 weeks, the first week's souvenir brought back by the traveling frog was a clown mask, which helped Uchiha Zongyan gain a surprising victory, securing the overall win on the eastern battlefield. The second week, however, brought back something useless, which Zongyan promptly discarded into the world tree space. Outside, the moonlight was bright, and it was nearing dawn. The reason he returned home so late was simply that he had been too busy during this time. Uchiha Zongyan had nearly sparked a major conflict in Konoha due to his family's resistance. Subsequently, with the joint invasion of the two nations of Lightning and Earth, Konoha was forced to engage in war on two fronts against two of the five major nations. As the overall commander and highest combat power on the eastern battlefield, Uchiha Zongyan had been in a state of high tension, not daring to relax for a moment. After defeating the Cloud Village and capturing the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Zongyan swiftly brought the Fourth Raikage back to Konoha overnight to quickly support the western battlefield. Fortunately, Noki, under pressure, saw no hope of victory and retreated to sign a peace agreement. The dark clouds looming over Konoha finally dissipated, and the war was over. But this was just the beginning. After the war, returning to Konoha was where the real trouble began. As the head of the Uchiha clan and one of the actual controllers of Konoha, Uchiha Zongyan needed to personally participate in various meetings, listening to many opinions before reaching conclusions. The most immediate issues included compensating fallen ninjas, arranging for the widows and orphans of martyrs, finding replacements for vacant positions left by deceased ninjas, and determining rewards and promotions for those who had made military contributions. Additionally, there was the handling of relations with the Lightning and Earth countries, calculating and receiving war reparations from the Cloud Village, and notifying the Fire country's daimyo. Among many other tasks, from the morning he got up, he was dragged into meetings until nearly dawn. Even a strong young man like Uchiha Zongyan was left dizzy from exhaustion, let alone the older ones. Many returned from the battlefield without a scratch, but were overwhelmed by this high-intensity work, and some even fell ill as a result. It was unclear whether they were intentionally taking sick leave to avoid work or if they were genuinely sick. In any case, all the work finally came to a pause, and the remaining tasks no longer required Uchiha Zongyan's input. He could finally take a breather. During this time, I was actually so busy that I didn't even have time to train. If I was this way, one can only imagine how it was for Hyuga Hisashi, the Hokage. Uchiha Zongyan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Time is fair to everyone. If one spends time handling political affairs and work, it will inevitably reduce or even forego training time. The original work has many such examples. The most direct example is the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. After becoming Hokage, he was so busy that he couldn't focus on improving his strength for a long time. In the storyline of the non-combustible materials, Naruto Uzumaki, a powerful figure at the 6 Paths level, find himself forced into a 50-50 situation with various suddenly emerging weaklings, even getting his head pressed down and hammered. Although the combat power breakdown in the non-combustible materials narrative is absurd, it highlights some issues. Fortunately, there's Fugaku to help me. Otherwise, if I had to handle everything alone, I would be done for. As the clan leader, Uchiha Soma not only has to manage village affairs, but also clan matters. The thought of the mountain of work ahead fills Uchiha Soma with dread. Thankfully, Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader, can assist with the less important tasks, giving Uchiha Soma a bit of breathing room. In the end, why am I doing all this? I should have just skipped being the Uchiha clan leader and avoided any rebellion. It would have been better to settle down in some small country with my family, which would give me plenty of time to train. Uchiha Soma couldn't help but complain, though he knew it was impossible, not to mention whether his family would agree. He himself, despite having the ability to resist, would feel unwilling to run away like a coward. Chapter 268, Life-Saving Hair. A day in the life of a regular Uchiha clan member Uchiha Soma fell into a deep sleep while lost in thought, and when he opened his eyes again, it was the morning of the next day. The travel frog appeared as usual, bringing him a souvenir. Ding! Your travel frog has returned and brought you a souvenir, a life-saving hair from Sun Wukong from the journey to the West World. Ding! The life-saving hair is a gift from Sun Wukong to his good friend, the little frog, and was brought back as a souvenir. Its function is to help the user escape from a predicament in emergency situations, specifics to be explored by the host. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Uchiha Soma was completely stunned. He never expected that the travel frog had gone to the journey to the West World and made friends with the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, and received a life-saving hair from him. What an incredible stroke of luck. If my memory serves me right, Sun Wukong's 3 life-saving hairs came from Guanyin Bodhisattva, who granted Sun Wukong the ability to save his life. In the original story, The only time they were used was when Sun Wukong was trapped in the Yin Chi bottle by the golden-winged Great Punk, using the 3 life-saving hairs to transform into tools to escape. The text states, 1 turned into a diamond drill, 1 into a bamboo slice, and 1 into a cotton rope. Pulling the bamboo slice bow, he used the drill to bore a hole at the bottom of the bottle, allowing light to shine through. TSK. I wonder if the great sage gave one of the life-saving hairs to the little frog before or after passing through Lion Camel Ridge. If it was before, he might not be able to escape from the Yin Chi bottle later. Uchiha Soma thought for a moment, marveling at the situation. However, he soon set aside his worries because all the trials in the journey to the west were predetermined. Even if Sun Wukong had only 2 life-saving hairs left, or even none at all, could the celestial beings really allow him to die, just like that? The spread of Buddhism to the east and the rise of the west are already fated. Who could change that? After handing a golden hair to Uchiha Soma, the little frog left on its own. Uchiha Soma held the monkey hair in his palm, continuously observing it. As expected, it fell hard, just as described in the original text. Uchiha Soma squeezed it, feeling the hardness like a steel needle, unsure where to put it. I definitely can't put it on the back of my head like the monkey, but keeping it on my body also feels wrong. I might as well store it in the world tree space. Uchiha Soma thought for a moment and placed the life-saving hair into the world tree space. But at that moment, an idea struck him. When I received the world tree seed, the system described it as an unknowable, unspeakable world, which seemed to be a particularly high-level world. However, the journey to the west should also be considered a high-level world, yet the system did not describe it that way, but rather stated it plainly. This proves that the world tree seed originates from a world of even higher rank than that of journey to the west. Uchiha Soma thought, feeling a surge of curiosity. But now his strength was too weak. He couldn't reach that level of divine being, so thinking about it was meaningless. And he decided to set it aside. Forget it. I'll put it aside for now. This hair might save my life someday. Now I need to finish things here, and then take a long vacation for myself. With the victory of the war, Konoha village erupted with immense vitality. The troops returning from the front lines resumed their various posts, providing momentum to the vast machine that is Konoha. Previously, due to 2 teams being sent to the battlefield, there was a lack of manpower to handle the task center, but now they gradually began to clear the accumulated task commissions. The ninjas who received bonuses and compensations greatly stimulated the village's sluggish economy. Meanwhile, the 10 billion Ryo war reparations from the Cloud Village were continuously brought into Konoha in the form of supplies. With a large sum of money coming in from outside and a good internal consumption cycle, Konoha Village thrived. Uchiha Zongyan was tall and sturdy, with dark skin and a fierce expression. Generally, children would instinctively shy away from men with such appearances, and women would lower their heads. However, in fact, Uchiha Zongyan was not a bloodstained ninja. Rather, he had never killed anyone in his life. Deep down, he was very gentle and kind, which contrasted sharply with his appearance. Coming from the Uchiha clan, he was part of a well-known blacksmith family that had been engaged in blacksmithing for several generations. Uchiha Zongyan had made many of the standard tools for the Uchiha clan members, including kunai, shurikens, long swords, short swords, and armor needed by taijutsu ninjas. This day, Uchiha Zongyan woke up early, dressed quietly, and left his room to wash up. The morning mist and cool breeze were somewhat biting, but Uchiha Zongyan's body, forged through years of training, was extremely robust. Though not a ninja, he was healthier than most ninjas, so he naturally did not fear the slight chill. Head of the family, you're up so early today. Before Uchiha Zongyan could finish washing up, a woman's voice sounded behind him. It was his wife, Uchiha Rina, who had also gotten up, looking at him with sleepy eyes. Yeah, I heard them say yesterday that a batch of new ores would be arriving early today, so I have to hurry and get them. If I wait too long, those guys from the Tanaka and Matsumoto families might snatch them first. Despite trying to be quiet when getting up early to avoid waking his wife, Uchiha Zongyan was still somewhat apologetic that she had been startled awake. However, he had a legitimate reason for getting up early today. After the defeat of the Cloud Village, the 10 billion Ryo war reparations extorted by Uchiha Soma could not be produced in cash immediately. Thus, they could only use supplies to settle the debt. After Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Shomei were assigned tasks by Uchiha Soma, they carefully selected some resources from the Cloud Village that Konoha was lacking. Among them were high-quality minerals abundantly produced in the Land of Lightning, which were quite rare in the Land of Fire. After determining the items for collateral, the Land of Lightning could not possibly send over 10 billion Ryo worth of supplies all at once. that would likely require emptying out one or two mountains. After the war ended, there would be caravans transporting minerals from the Land of Thunder to Konoha for a long time. Uchiha Heitai woke up early yesterday after hearing the news that a batch of caravans would enter the village today. After all, he wasn't the only blacksmith in the Uchiha family. There were many others in Konoha competing with him, and if he couldn't grab this batch of quality iron, or his shop's business might decline significantly in the coming days. The most important thing was that if customers got used to the other shops, it would affect his future business. I see. Then I'll go prepare your bento now. Uchiha Ryona nodded and immediately headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal, but she was stopped by Uchiha Heitai. No need to trouble yourself. It's still early. You can sleep a bit longer. I'll just go eat at Ichiraku Ramen later. Their ramen is quite good. You just need to prepare food for yourself and Shaoan and the bento he needs for school. As Uchiha Heitai said this, he neatly arranged his toiletries, then smiled and gently hugged his wife before turning to leave the house and stepping into the cold wind. If this were in the past, before Uchiha Shaoan initiated the coup, Uchiha Heitai, as a blacksmith, would have had no opportunity to leave the Uchiha clan's territory, let alone eat at the Otsutsuki Ichiraku ramen shop. His son, Uchiha Shaoan, would not have had the chance to attend the Konoha Ninja Academy or show his potential to become a ninja. All these changes stemmed from Uchiha Shaoan, making lower-class Uchihas like Uchiha Heitai grateful to him, including the quality or from the Land of Thunder that Uchiha Heitai was eager to obtain. The trade of or is not a simple matter. A small customer like Uchiha Heitai couldn't just order a whole cart of iron ore. He still had to carefully look and choose, picking the best possible quality. The caravan from the Land of Thunder stopped at the entrance of Konoha village, with hundreds of carts of or stacked on the ground, covered with coarse cloth, allowing people to come and select what they wanted to buy. Once the merchants in Konoha finished their selections, they would organize the remaining or to be sent to the logistics department of Konoha village. The logistics department would then go through it again, and what was left would be transported by Konoha's caravans to various countries for sale. Of course, the money earned from selling the or would be Konoha village's income. The benefits for villagers like Uchiha Heitai were that they could prioritize selecting better quality or, after carefully selecting the ore he needed, Uchiha Heitai had to transport over 1,000 pounds of ore back to his family's blacksmith shop, which had been passed down for generations. Luckily, he was tall and robust. Although he wasn't a ninja, as a Uchiha, he still possessed chakra. However, by the time everything was completed, it was already past 11 in the morning from the early departure at 5. By this time, families in the Uchiha clan were either preparing to eat or already eating. Uchiha Heitai smelled the aroma of food and couldn't help but swallow a few times, hesitating as he looked in the direction of his home. In the end, thinking that he had already told his wife in the morning that he wouldn't be back for lunch, he shook his head and continued out of the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha clan was indeed a prominent family, and regardless of status, there were traditions that ran deep in the clan. Eating early was one of them. But the villagers of Konoha were different. Each family had its own schedule. So when Uchiha Heitai walked into the streets of Konoha, the flow of people was bustling, making it extremely lively. A robust man like Uchiha Heitai always attracted attention as he walked among the crowd. Children instinctively avoided him, and women lowered their heads. But Uchiha Heitai didn't mind, even smiling amicably. He knew very well that this treatment was now completely different from before. Before Uchiha Shaoan initiated the coup and won 2 wars, a person like him, wearing clothes adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, would have to endure various strange looks when stepping out of the clan's territory. There would be wary, disgusted, hateful, and indifferent gazes. Many villagers would immediately distance themselves upon seeing him, whispering and pointing in groups. In contrast, the current situation was much better. Aside from children and women, male villagers would even stop to greet him friendly. Boss, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, 2 eggs, and a bottle of sake. Entering the familiar Ichiraku ramen shop, Uchiha Heitai pushed aside the curtain and called out to the owner. Heitai-kun, long time no see, please have a seat. Quickly bring Heitai-kun some appetizers. The owner of Ichiraku ramen smiled upon seeing Uchiha Heitai. Young Ayam was already helping her father. Hearing the call, she hurriedly brought Uchiha Heitai a plate of pickled vegetables and a bottle of sake, flashing him a sweet smile. That's great. Ayam-chan, you've grown a lot since last time. Pouring himself a cup of sake, he took a delightful sip, then had some of the appetizers, showing a satisfied expression. He then pointed at the busy Ayam and remarked with a smile, "Yeah, but kids at this age eat more than adults. Sometimes I'm worried that the shop's income can't support her." While kneading the dough, The owner joked back, Dad. I am blushed at the teasing and playfully retorted. This elicited friendly smiles from several other customers, including Uchiha Heitai. Hey, I was serious. During the war, when the village had no one and no money, I barely had any customers in the shop each day. I was really worried. Luckily, under the leadership of Lord Fifth and Lord Samhain, we won the war. Otherwise, I don't know how we would have lived in the days to come. The owner waved his hand, a hint of fear still visible on his face. That's right. Our family was the same, worried about what to eat tomorrow. When we heard the news of victory, I celebrated with a whole bottle of sake. I heard Lord Samhain is still quite young, yet so powerful, pushing Kumogakure back and even capturing their Reikage and Jinchuriki. Thanks to Lord Samhain, or who knows how we would be living now. Isn't this person from the Uchiha clan? Do you know how old Lord Samhain is this year? Upon hearing this, the surrounding diners reminisced about the tough times and their fearful feelings, expressing their sentiments. One person, his face flushed as if he'd had quite a bit to drink, noticed Uchiha Heitai's clan emblem and turned to ask about Uchiha Samhain's age. As soon as he spoke, his companion's expressions changed drastically, and one reached out to grab him. Don't speak recklessly. How can you ask about Lord Samhain? For these ordinary villagers, Uchiha Samhain was like the blazing sun in the sky, both respected and feared. It's nothing serious. I heard Lord Samhain is only about 12 this year. Uchiha Heitai observed the villager's fear and casually waved his hand, indicating not to worry, and spoke. Uchiha Samhain is the kind of person who wouldn't mind such discussions. Upon hearing this, the diner who spoke earlier and his companions sighed in relief. The owner also looked up at Uchiha Heitai, and the two older men exchanged knowing glances, both seeing the humor in each other's eyes. How wonderful, having Lord Samhain around. Chapter 269, The World of One Piece. Wow. Where is this? The World Tree Passage should have sent me directly to Snake Island, right? Why is it that as soon as I come out, I am greeted by an endless expanse of ocean? How am I supposed to find it? In the world of One Piece, the vast ocean stretches endlessly. Uchiha Zongyan, dressed in a black training outfit, appears amidst the blue sea and sky. Finally, after handling all the post-war summary work, Uchiha Zongyan can finally relax. Without hesitation, he handed over the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan to the elder Uchiha Shomei and the second elder Uchiha Fugaku. Then, under the pretext of seclusion, he took a half-month vacation. In Uchiha Zongyan's view, one day in the Naruto world is equivalent to 1 month in the One Piece world. So a half-month vacation allows him to stay in the One Piece world for a whole year and 3 months. With such a long time, no matter what Uchiha Zongyan wants to do, it will be enough. It's a pity that after arriving in the One Piece world, even a traveling frog is on vacation. Otherwise, if I stayed in the One Piece world for over a year, I could have reset my CD nearly 70 times. It would be like exploiting a bug. With a slight sigh of regret, Uchiha Zongyan feels quite disappointed about missing out on the system's benefits. This vast ocean, asking me to find Snake Island alone, is just too difficult. Besides, the One Piece world doesn't have any sea charts. I must rely on permanent pointers to accurately find a route to my destination. I don't even have a single sea chart, let alone a permanent pointer for Snake Island. I have no idea where I am right now. Uchiha Zongyan, after elementalization, flies in the air, overlooking the blue ocean below. There isn't even a larger island in sight, just some rocks jutting out of the sea, making it impossible to find a direction. This completely dampens Uchiha Zongyan's excitement about traveling. Well, I'll just fly in a random direction and figure out how to ask for directions once I find land. Fortunately, Uchiha Zongyan possesses the Thunder Fruit, allowing him to fly in the air. Without the ability to fly, if he had fallen into the sea upon arrival, it would have been questionable whether he could survive long enough to reach land. Uchiha Zongyan casually chose a direction and flew off. Along the way, he spotted some islands that seemed to have human settlements, but they didn't appear to be very large. So Uchiha Zongyan decided to find a bigger place to land. Hey, finally found it. After flying for half a day and exhausting more than half of his chakra and stamina, Uchiha Zongyan finally found a suitable spot. He breathed a sigh of relief and slowly descended to the ground. It looked like a rural village. The landing area was an open piece of land surrounded by a fence that resembled a picket fence, indicating that there were fields inside, growing some crops that Uchiha Zongyan didn't recognize. In the distance, he could see human houses, so Uchiha Zongyan walked along the path through the fields toward the residential area. Not long after, as he approached the residential area, Uchiha Zongyan saw an old man dozing against a large tree. The old man looked quite aged, with a large bald patch on his head and only a stubborn tuft of white hair stretching from the left to the right. His skin was a dark red color from years of labor in the sun, and he had a thin physique with hardly any flesh visible. "Old man, wake up." Standing in front of the old man, Uchiha Zongyan slightly bent down and called out. However, the old man seemed to be sleeping quite soundly, and didn't he respond, just nodding off as if about to topple over. Crackle. Uchiha Zongyan raised an eyebrow, slightly releasing some energy from the thunder fruit, creating a burst of electricity near the old man's ear. This electricity wouldn't harm the old man, but would make a loud enough noise to wake him from his slumber. Is it thunder? Who? The old man suddenly woke up, instinctively looking up at the sky, thinking it was about to rain. After seeing the clear sky, he realized something was wrong and noticed Uchiha Zongyan standing in front of him, immediately asking, "Who are you?" "Old man, I'm just a traveling passerby who got a bit lost. So I wanted to ask you for directions, and also if there's a place nearby that sells permanent pointers and sea charts." Traveler? Upon hearing this, the old man scratched his head, moving from the left side of his remaining hair to the right, looking at Uchiha Zongyan with suspicion. Uchiha Zongyan had a tall physique, dressed in a black training outfit that showed off his strong arms, but his face appeared quite youthful, giving off a boyish vibe. His faint smile eased the old man's wariness a bit. "Where do you come from, traveler?" The old man stared at Uchiha Zongyan, pressing for more information. As everyone knows, the One Piece world has a unique world structure, with the larger continents being just that one piece. Other human settlements are scattered across the ocean. So in the One Piece world, as soon as you leave your island, you inevitably have to travel by sea, which has led to the flourishing of maritime trade. Against this backdrop, the number of pirates in the One Piece world has always been considerable. The words of the legendary pirate king, GOLD. Roger before his death caused the number of pirates to surge dramatically. Over the years, people have flocked to the sea, searching for the legendary treasure. And this trend continues to grow each year. However, these pirates are by no means good people. With the increase in pirate numbers, various malicious events and death tolls have also risen sharply. Therefore, when the old man heard that Uchiha Zongyan came from the sea, he immediately raised his guard, fearing that Uchiha Zongyan might be a pirate. The old man's question put Uchiha Zongyan in a difficult position. If only he knew where he came from. Upon arrival, he found himself in the vast ocean, and Uchiha Zongyan had no idea where he had landed. He initially thought he could just brush it off, but seeing the old man's wary gaze, he decided to fabricate a more convincing story. "Frost Moon Village," Uchiha Zongyan answered. He hadn't remembered many place names in the One Piece world, but Frost Moon Village, being Zoro's hometown, was one of them. From that far away, the old man was taken aback, and Uchiha Zongyan was also surprised. He didn't expect the old man to actually know the name Frost Moon Village, which likely meant that he was indeed within the East Blue region. "Well, I originally planned to venture out to sea and do some business. I didn't expect to run into pirates at sea, and luckily, I jumped into the water in time to escape. Then I drifted here with the currents, and I have no idea where I am now." Uchiha Zongyan added a few more details to his backstory. Chapter 270, Windmill Village. The Pirate King Luffy in reality. The place where Uchiha Zongyan landed is indeed in the East Blue. This village is called Windmill Village. It is the place where the main character of One Piece, Monkey D. Luffy, grew up, and is also the hometown of two important supporting characters, GOLD, Ace, and Sabo. Since Luffy and Ace have connections to the current Marine Rear Admiral and Marine hero Monkey D. Garp, who is their grandfather. Garp occasionally returns to Windmill Village to visit his grandsons. Even the nearby Marine base patrols Windmill Village regularly, making it a fixed stop. Thus, although the old man is suspicious that Uchiha Zongyan might be a pirate, he is not overly worried. Hey, if he really is a pirate, then he must be a blind fool. Calculating the time, Garp should be back soon. If this kid is a pirate, then he should be ready to end up in prison after encountering Garp. Garp, with his strength and fame, can be considered the guardian deity of Windmill Village. Therefore, as the time for Garp's return approaches, the old man's courage has grown significantly. After sizing up Uchiha Zongyan, he nodded. "All right, then I'll take you to the store to have a look. But whether we have the permanent log pose and sea charts you want, you'll find out. We're just a small place here. Although Windmill Village is the hometown of the Chosen One, it doesn't have anything particularly special. The streets are clean, but quite simple, and there aren't many shops combined. The only place where noisy chatter can be heard from time to time is the tavern at the entrance of the street, which seems to have a lot of people inside. We're here. This is the store." The old man led Uchiha Zongyan through several twists and turns to a somewhat shabby store entrance. The decor inside looked quite old, with various unfamiliar items scattered on the counter that Uchiha Zongyan felt were strange. "Old Gel, hurry up and come out. We have a customer. Uchiha Zongyan frowned and looked inside the store but saw no one. Then he heard the old man shout loudly. I'm coming. Why are you yelling so loudly? An old man with messy hair and wrinkles that could kill flies walked out from the back door, looking impatiently at the old man, and said, I was just falling asleep when you woke me up. What's going on? A kid who claims to be a traveler came and said he wants to buy a permanent log pose and a sea chart. You take care of him. The old man didn't mind the store owner's attitude, waved his hand to signal Uchiha Zongyan to talk on his own, and then turned to leave with his hands behind his back. You want to buy a permanent log pose and a sea chart? From which place? The store owner, referred to as Old Gel, squinted at Uchiha Zongyan and asked. Uchiha Zongyan was momentarily taken aback by this question. From the old man's words, he knew he was in the East Sea. Therefore, to get to Amazon Lily from the East Sea, he would first have to enter the Grand Line and then find Amazon Lily, which is located in the Calm Belt. Just give me a coordinate that can enter the Grand Line. Anywhere nearby is fine, Uchiha Zongyan said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, the store owner was taken aback and looked at Uchiha Zongyan with a surprised expression. One must know that the Grand Line is currently rampant with pirates, and there have been no reports of travelers going there. Usually, those who enter the Grand Line are either pirates or Navy personnel or powerful merchant groups. Why would ordinary people go to such places? Kid, although I don't know what you want to do in the Grand Line, that place is not somewhere you can just go. It's full of pirates, and who knows how dangerous it is along the way. Can you guarantee your life? The store owner kindly reminded him. Uchiha Zongyan chuckled softly and nodded, saying, Thank you for your kindness. I have quite a bit of confidence in my ability to stay alive. According to Uchiha Zongyan's speculation, comparing the world of One Piece to the world of Naruto, in terms of top-tier strength, the Naruto world is definitely stronger. A Sage of Six Paths level powerhouse can crush the One Piece world. Below the Six Paths level, Super Shadow level strong characters like Hashirama Senju and Nagato are probably also stronger than the 4 emperors and admirals in the One Piece world, with only Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world during his peak, possibly having the strength to contend with them. Other characters, like those described only in the original work but never appearing directly, are not worth discussing. So, with Uchiha Zongyan's strength being the strongest among shadows, he would likely be at least an admiral-level character in the One Piece world. Therefore, there really aren't many people who can threaten his life. TSK. Truly a young calf, not afraid of tigers. But we are just a small place. The farthest we have is the permanent log pose for Water 7. As for the sea charts, there are some that cover farther places, but just looking at the sea charts without navigator skills, you'll definitely get lost at sea. You can see for yourself. The store owner looked at Uchiha Zongyan with a playful gaze, and, after realizing the other party was indeed that confident, pulled out a permanent log pose and a rolled-up sea chart from beneath the counter and handed them to Uchiha Zongyan. The log pose is 200,000, and the sea chart is only 10,000. If you buy the log pose, the sea chart is a gift for you. After saying that, the store owner spread his hands toward Uchiha Zongyan. The 10,000 and 200,000 mentioned by the store owner refer to berries, which is the common currency in the One Piece world. However, Uchiha Zongyan had just arrived in this world, and this village was the first place he saw people. So naturally, he didn't have a single berry on him. Thus, Uchiha Zongyan pretended to reach into the ninja tool pouch behind him, but actually pulled out 2 gold bars from the World Tree Space. This was the money he had prepared before coming, stored in the World Tree Space for emergencies. Gold, although not a typical equivalent, has monetary attributes in any world. Therefore, Uchiha Zongyan felt no qualms about taking out gold to pay. However, as soon as the store owner saw the gold bars in his hand, his expression suddenly changed, and he instinctively looked toward the old man standing at the corner in the distance, signaling with his eyes. Uchiha Zongyan noticed the store owner's expression and turned to look. So it really is a pirate. I didn't expect there would be a pirate who dares to come here. Is that the kid with black hair? He looks pretty handsome. How could he think of being a pirate? Make way. Make way. Women and children to the side. This is dangerous. A group of villagers approached aggressively, and the old man who had just led Uchiha Zongyan into the store was now speaking darkly to a burly woman among them. This woman had curly yellow hair, a face full of excess flesh, and her whole body resembled a barrel. She made noise as she walked, and came to Uchiha Zongyan, asking fiercely, "Which pirate are you from? How dare you run to our windmill village? Do you know this place is under my protection?" Chapter 271, Sun God Nika vs. Moon Goddess in the One Piece world. What is the main job of a pirate? Is it like Luffy and the main character crew, going around playing the justice versus evil game? Of course not. The main job of the pirate is to plunder, to rob. Uchiha Zongyan originally had an unknown background, and as soon as he arrived at the store, he spoke of going to the Grand Line, which made him even more conspicuous. In the end, when it came time to pay, he didn't even take out money, directly pulling out gold bars to pay. Isn't this typical pirate behavior? Who would carry gold bars with them to pay? Only pirates who have stolen gold bars would do that. Therefore, the store owner, who had already made eye contact with the old man, immediately confirmed Uchiha Zongyan's identity as a pirate and summoned the villagers who had been watching to surround him. He himself took the opportunity to slip out the back door of the store while Uchiha Zongyan turned around. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. I am absolutely not a pirate. I'm just a passing traveler. The gold bars are mine, and I didn't use berries because they sank with the ship during a maritime disaster. Uchiha Zongyan frowned and explained sincerely. He didn't want to be enemies with these villagers, even though he could easily flatten the entire village with just one casual move. Still trying to argue. Beat him up, capture him, and hand him over to the Navy. Then we'll know whether he is a pirate or not. The burly woman didn't give Uchiha Zongyan a chance to reason and charged up swinging the large stick in her hand. The villagers behind her immediately flashed to join the group. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Uchiha Zongyan's body, knocking all the villagers rushing towards him to the ground. Some of them trembled with weak legs, as if they had seen something extremely dangerous. Those who were already timid fainted on the spot. What is this? The leading fat woman trembled, looking at Uchiha Zongyan as if he were a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The Mediterranean old man was already leaning against the wall, foaming at the mouth. Ah, this is called Conqueror's Haki. Don't worry, none of you are hurt. I held back. Seeing everyone on the ground, Uchiha Zongyan replied. He then placed the two items he had thrown on the shop counter today into his ninja tool pouch, the permanent pointer and the C chart. Today it was a misunderstanding. I just came to buy something. I believe the value of this gold is definitely worth 210,000 berries, so I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Uchiha Zongyan was about to leave. Feeling quite embarrassed for using Conqueror's Haki in a small village, he just wanted to get away quickly. However, at that moment, a small figure dashed towards him from the group, sprawled out on the ground. You can't leave. Do you think you can just walk away after hurting so many people? I want to duel you. If you lose, you have to apologize to everyone. A very young child with short black hair and big eyes looked very serious. Little friend, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You should find someone else to duel. Uchiha Zongyan didn't care much and didn't see the need to argue with a child, just about to phase out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for encountering the child of the world. Monkey D. Luffy. Ding. Contact established with the child of the world. New branches of the world tree can be unlocked, and control over the time flow of the current world can be adjusted. The sudden system prompt left Uchiha Zongyan in a daze. The child of the world, the protagonist of One Piece, Luffy, the one who ate the gum fruit and turned into the human fruit, sun god Nika at the end? Oh, the old man mentioned earlier that this village is called Windmill Village. Isn't Luffy raised in Windmill Village? Connecting the dots, Uchiha Zongyan immediately realized. Huh. When he came back to his senses, he noticed little Luffy was earnestly punching his own little legs. The fat woman lying on the ground looked anxious, repeatedly shouting, Luffy, run. Don't provoke this person. You'll die. Hurry up. Hearing this, Uchiha Zongyan suddenly felt several black lines appear on his forehead, feeling speechless. Why does it seem like I've become the big villain? The system's prompt earlier said that if he established contact with Luffy, it would add a branch to the world tree. I understand that. Hancock established contact with the world tree through a branch and was able to enter the world tree space. I also came through that tunnel. If a new branch is added, it means Luffy can also enter the world tree space. So, does that mean an additional member in the world chat group? Uchiha Zongyan found it quite amusing, wondering why he had somehow become the group leader of the chat. Moreover, the latter part is quite crucial, as it can control the time difference between the two worlds. Currently, 1 month in One Piece is equivalent to 1 day in the Naruto world. If I could actively adjust this time difference, it could lead to many interesting situations. Uchiha Zongyan thought, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. If I deliberately control the speed of time passing, and Uchiha Madara eventually revives in the Naruto world, Uchiha Zongyan could go to the One Piece world for reinforcements. For example, Luffy in the sun god Nika state, the blind Zoro from Wano, the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, etc. At that time, it would be sun god Nika versus the goddess of the moon, Kaguya Otsutsuki. There could also be reverse operations. For instance, during the Marineford War in the One Piece world, Uchiha Zongyan could suddenly run over from the Naruto world. Once Susanoo is activated, He could take on the 3 admirals with his Bankai, whatever. But I need to have mastered these 2 abilities by then, right? Since the protagonist of the One Piece world, Luffy, can do this, the protagonist of other worlds should be able to as well. Great. If Little Frog brings more companions in the future, there will be even more worlds I can go to. Eventually, there could be a scene where the 3 main characters from the 3 major labor manga face off against Kaguya, Otsutsuki together. Or maybe Son Goku from Dragon Ball descends into the Naruto world and punches the moon, shattering it along with Kaguya sealed inside. Just thinking about it is exciting. Uchiha Zongyan thought about this, bending down to grab Luffy by the collar and lift him up. Little Luffy was still earnestly punching and kicking, but the height and arm span difference made it so he could only hit the air. Moreover, Uchiha Zongyan's gaze was filled with intensity, causing little Luffy to shiver. Chapter 272. Carp arrives. Little brat, don't move around. Your fist can't hurt anyone. What's your name? Uchiha Zongyan suppressed his thoughts, shaking Luffy's collar lightly and asking with a smile. Although he already knew the name and background of the little brat in front of him, and knew that this little brat would eventually replace the current Emperor of the Sea to become the new Yonko, he still had to play along on the surface. My name is Luffy. If you let me down, I will definitely defeat you. Little Luffy shouted, his youthful face serious, as if he were stating a significant matter. Luffy, shut up. Seeing Luffy still provoking and declaring war recklessly, the fat lady on the ground immediately shouted anxiously. She then turned her face to Uchiha Zongyan and seriously reminded him, you must not harm a single hair on Luffy. This kid is the grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Iron Fist Carp. You should know what the consequences would be if you hurt him, right? Moreover, Vice Admiral Carp is about to return. Even if you want to escape, you won't be able to. The fat lady invoked Carp's name, hoping to intimidate Uchiha Zongyan. Generally, this method is quite effective, as Carp's reputation is well known. Most pirates would tremble in fear at the mention of his name. However, this threat had little effect on Uchiha Zongyan. Carp, I just happen to want to know what the difference in strength is between me and the top powerhouses of this world. Uchiha Zongyan thought to himself. Although Carp holds only the rank of Marine Vice Admiral, his displayed combat power in the original work is definitely at the Admiral level. Even though this old man, who likes donuts and picks his nose, hasn't had many direct confrontations, his feat of teaming up with the Pirate King Roger to defeat the Rocks Pirates shows just how strong he is. As for Uchiha Zongyan himself, the reason he came to the One Piece world was precisely to find strong opponents to train his own strength. Being able to clash with a powerhouse like Carp would fulfill his wish. However, even if they were to fight, it shouldn't be in a way that forces him to act by harming his own grandson. Moreover, after receiving the system's prompt, Uchiha Zongyan had already included Luffy as a member of his future team to tackle the Kaguya Otsutsuki dungeon. There was no need to harm him at all. I say, which eye of yours saw that I wanted to harm him? Isn't this kid the one who has been punching and kicking me all along? Uchiha Zongyan rolled his eyes and complained, then looked at Luffy and said, I told you your punches are weak. You can't kill anyone like this. Even if I can't kill them, I still have to fight. I want to protect everyone in Windmill Village. Little Luffy gritted his teeth, and the tiny kid displayed the serious face typical of a passionate anime protagonist. Damn it, is he really the destined main character? Ha ha ha. Who is this divine being that has come to Windmill Village? Why didn't you greet me first? Just then, a hearty laughter came from the distance, followed by a voice that quickly approached where everyone was sitting. With gray short hair, a perfectly tailored suit, and draped in the Navy's distinctive justice cape, it was none other than Navy hero Carp. Today was originally Carp's time to return to Windmill Village to visit his 2 grandsons. That's why the old man outside had the courage to bring Uchiha Zongyan in. While Uchiha Zongyan used a hint of Conqueror's Haki to subdue the villagers of Windmill Village who attacked him, Carp, who had just docked, sensed the residual pressure. Windmill Village is located in the East Sea, the weakest of the 4 seas, surrounded by many Navy bases. It had been years since they encountered a pirate, let alone one with Conqueror's Haki. How could such a high-level pirate be in the East Sea, especially in Windmill Village? With such doubts, Carp hurried over, disregarding his subordinates on the warship. On the way, he thought he would see a brutal scene of pirates rampaging, but to his relief, the sight he encountered was different. Although his grandson was being held by a strange pirate, Luffy seemed to be full of energy as he struggled. The villagers lying on the ground showed no signs of injury, so Carp patiently refrained from attacking immediately and instead asked, Vice Admiral, Iron Fist Carp? Uchiha Obito looked at the newcomer, feeling the intimidating pressure from Carp, and asked excitedly, So it's you, but who are you? A pirate with Conqueror's Haki has no reason to linger in a place like the East Sea. At this moment, Luffy also saw his grandpa and immediately pointed at Uchiha Zongyan, shouting, "Grandpa, quickly defeat this guy. He just knocked everyone down using some unknown method." Although Luffy had been enduring Carp's education of love, he was still very attached to Carp at this age. "Ha ha ha. It's fine, kid. No one is injured." Carp laughed heartily upon hearing this. "So this kid is your grandson. I'll return him to you." Although his punches have no power at all, his incessant chatter is quite annoying. Uchiha Zongyan let go of Luffy's collar, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. After giving Uchiha Zongyan an annoyed glare, little Luffy quickly ran off, but he didn't head towards Carp. Instead, he ran towards the chubby woman from earlier. "Is everyone okay?" Little Luffy struggled to help the chubby woman and others get up, but his strength was far from enough. "You're right. This kid still needs more education. His punches lack power. He needs to hit harder in the future." Carp surprisingly nodded in agreement. "First, let me explain. I am Uchiha Zongyan, a traveling passerby who entered this village only to buy a permanent pointer and see charts, not some foolish and vile pirate." He then showed Carp the permanent pointer and sea chart in his hand and explained, "I had no intention of hurting anyone. I was just defending myself when they attacked me." "Nonsense. If you're not a pirate, why did you pay with gold?" The shop owner suddenly popped his head out from the shop and rebutted loudly. "Is there a rule from the world government that says only pirates can't buy things with gold?" Uchiha Zongyan retorted. But, the shop owner was momentarily at a loss for words. "Ha ha ha. So it was just a misunderstanding." Carp's hearty laughter rang out again as the Navy troops who had followed him began to arrive. "Help those on the ground up, and get the medical officer to check if they are injured." "Yes." At Carp's command, although these Navy personnel looked at Uchiha Zongyan with caution and suspicion, they executed the order immediately. "Even if it was just a misunderstanding, you just said my grandson's punches lack power, which is quite embarrassing for me. How about you try out my punches and see how powerful they are?" "That would be great." Looking at Carp, provocatively showing his gleaming white teeth, Uchiha Zongyan said with a smile. Chapter 273. Uchiha Zongyan vs. Carp. Uchiha Zongyan's purpose in coming to the world of One Piece is to challenge strong enemies. Therefore, he gladly accepted Carp's challenge. Carp's reason for inviting Uchiha Zongyan to fight was mainly due to excitement at finding a person with observation haki in the EC, the weakest sea, especially in Carp's hometown of Windmill Village, a curious coincidence. On the other hand, although Uchiha Zongyan's conflict with the villagers seemed to be a misunderstanding, it was also possible that he was indeed a pirate, and he showed mercy because he sensed Carp's arrival. The most important reason was that Carp's grandson was being held like a puppy by Uchiha Zongyan. To be mocked for having weak punches made Carp's old face somewhat embarrassed. After Carp issued the challenge and Uchiha Zongyan accepted, the Navy troops who had followed Carp were stunned. They looked at Uchiha Zongyan as if he were a fool. After all, this was Iron Fist Carp, a man whose reputation suppresses the entire sea, regardless of how vicious the pirate may be. The first reaction upon encountering Carp should be to run away. Why would someone charge headfirst into danger? Meanwhile, some villagers of Windmill Village had begun to regain their strength and were slowly getting up from the ground. They looked at Uchiha Zongyan with a gloating expression. Although Uchiha Zongyan did not use heavy force, the feeling of being intimidated by Conqueror's haki was not pleasant. And now they could see Carp giving this outsider a good beating, which would somewhat relieve their feelings. Since a fight was about to happen, they first needed to find a suitable venue. Carp was concerned that fighting within Windmill Village would cause too much destruction. So he took Uchiha Zongyan to the seaside where they had landed, while the other Navy personnel and villagers kept their distance to watch. Hit him! Hit him! Grandpa! Give him a good punch!" Little Luffy shouted excitedly while riding on the neck of the chubby woman. "Young man, you go first, so you don't miss your chance to strike later." The sea breeze blew, making Carp's Justice Cape flutter as he smiled, revealing his big white teeth. "All right, I won't hold back." Uchiha Zongyan nodded with a smile, then quickly adjusted his breathing. His eyes locked on a Carp, and his dark pupils suddenly turned blood red, revealing 3 tomo swirling around his pupils. "Huh, why did your eyes change? What ability is this?" In the world of One Piece, there are no eye techniques like Sharingan. So Uchiha Zongyan's Sharingan left Carp momentarily stunned. Kapu stretched out his hand and rubbed his chin, where short stubble felt like steel needles. And a curious expression appeared in his eyes. Everything in existence was reduced to ashes, and the blade flowed like fire. As Uchiha Zongyan softly recited the release incantation, a burst of black flames suddenly erupted, then coalesced into a black long sword in his right hand. The ability to materialize energy into a weapon Is it a devil fruit? Kapu speculated in his heart upon seeing this scene. In the next moment, the appearance of the flowing blade like fire triggered a massive wave of flames, sweeping in from all directions like a rising tide, encircling both Uchiha Zongyan and Kapu. The extremely high temperature of the flames scorched the air, causing the temperature in this space to rise rapidly. Interesting. Really interesting. Kapu felt the heat, making his skin feel like it was being roasted, and the excitement in his eyes grew brighter. Initially, he regarded Uchiha Zongyan as just a minor character, someone to play with for a bit before ending it. Now, however, he realized that this seemingly unremarkable minor character had transformed into an opponent he needed to take seriously. After the flowing blade like fire appeared, the astonishing aura emanating from Uchiha Zongyan thrilled him. Good kid. Now, that's more like it. The old man needs to get serious too. Kapu shouted excitedly, shaking off his justice cloak onto the ground, and his whole body cracked with the sound of bones. Then let's get serious. Uchiha Zongyan also felt the immense pressure from Kapu. Every inch of his skin was subjected to a mountain-like sense of oppression, which made him excited as well. He swung his sword fiercely with his right hand, and the blade of the flowing fire emitted a crimson light as it slashed toward Kapu. Come on, Kapu shouted, not dodging the incoming slash, and in the blink of an eye, his fists were covered in purple-black armed color hockey, smashing down hard toward the blade's light. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blade of light was knocked away by Kapu's iron fist, and Kapu himself was forced back a step. The clash between the top two powerhouses on the sea generated an astonishing vibration and sense of oppression. The roaring sound of the clash between the slash and the hockey made the onlookers tremble in fear. This is too amazing. Does this kid really have such strength? The Navy under Kapu looked on in astonishment. As Kapu's subordinate, their strength was naturally not weak, and they could see the intensity of the battle between the two. However, they never expected that a stranger casually appearing in the East Sea would possess such powerful combat abilities. Admiral, what is the background of that pirate? If that blade had struck us just now. Nearby the Navy, the old man who had led Uchiha Zongyan into the village trembled and stuttered. He was terrified by the blade of light Uchiha Zongyan had unleashed, instinctively thinking that if Uchiha Zongyan had attacked like that, not a single person in the windmill village would have survived. You ask me, and who should I ask? The Navy stared intently at the battlefield, helplessly saying, Go for it, Grandpa, go. Little Luffy could only watch the excitement, his eyes glued to the battlefield as he loudly cheered for Kapu. Meanwhile, not far from here on a high ground, two boys looked down at the scene below, their eyes sparkling with excitement. One with black hair and black eyes, covered in freckles, and the other with yellow hair and black eyes. These two boys were naturally Ace and Sabo. Originally, these two were not in Windmill Village. They had just arrived after Uchiha Zongyan used his Conqueror's Haki to subdue the villagers attacking him, leading some timid villagers to sneak away to find more help. They ended up encountering Ace and Sabo. Upon learning that pirates had come to Windmill Village, the two were flustered and hurried back to help. But before they could enter the village, they spotted the battle between Uchiha Zongyan and Kapu from this high ground. Is this what pirates are like? So cool. Ace instinctively clenched his fists and muttered. Chapter 274. Each injured on the battlefield. Kapu stood on the soft sand, pushed back a step by the force of the slash. Yet, the smile on his face grew even more pronounced, and he added more strength to his clenched fists. Quite good swordsmanship. Kid, that slash of yours was enough to push me back. At the very least, you are at the level of a great swordsman. Why have I never heard your name before? Kapu could responsibly say that Uchiha Zongyan's slash just now was at least at the level of a great swordsman. However, he had never heard of the boy's face or name. When did such a talented hero appear on the sea, especially in the weakest East Sea? Before Uchiha Zongyan could answer, Kapu's whole body shot out like a bolt from a crossbow. The flowing armed color haki wrapped around his fists and arms, breaking through the blazing sea of fire in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Uchiha Zongyan. Meteor Fist, Kapu shouted, swinging his fist with tremendous force, disrupting the air in its path, creating a terrifying airflow that caused the sea of fire generated by the flowing blade to shake violently. Uchiha Zongyan's eyes narrowed. Although he knew Kapu's fist was terrifying, his high fighting spirit made him unwilling to evade. 60 million volts. Thunderbolt slash. Uchiha Zongyan shouted, channeling the power of his thunder fruit. The lightning of the thunder fruit and the fire of the flowing blade instantly fused, forming a more powerful blue flame. The blue, Tangible flames surge from the blade of the flowing fire like constantly flowing magma, fiercely colliding with Kapu's meteor fist. Boom! With a loud bang. Both Uchiha Zongyan and Kapu were blown away by the explosive collision. However, Uchiha Zongyan quickly steadied himself, holding the sword in one hand, and suddenly slashed toward Kapu's face while simultaneously kicking out with his leg like a whip toward Kapu's side. Kapu reacted swiftly, punching to block the flowing blade, then bending his knee to block Uchiha Zongyan's whip kick. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in close combat several times. Here, Uchiha Zongyan combined the powers of the Thunder Fruit, the flowing blade, armed color haki, and the Sharingan. 4 powerful abilities in one. Each movement imbued with immense strength and destructive power, while the Sharingan provided him with exceptional dynamic vision and insight into the enemy's movements. Kapu, on the other hand, was much simpler, relying solely on armed color haki and his heavily trained iron fists. However, his fists were millions of times stronger than those of others, capable of clashing with a divine weapon like the flowing blade without sustaining any damage. In comparison, Kapu was at least 2 tiers stronger than the 4th Raikage. Although both were masters of close combat, the 4th Raikage physique could not compare to Kapu's. And the lightning release chakra mode and the strongest lightning release armor were not as formidable as Kapu's armed color haki. Uchiha Zongyan silently compared the 4th Raikage EI to Kapu in his heart and quickly came to a conclusion. In close combat, it was naturally impossible to block the opponent's attacks every time. Seizing the right moment, Uchiha Zongyan delivered a powerful slash to Kapu's chest. And even though Kapu had covered himself with armed color haki, the flowing blade cut through it, leaving a long, narrow wound. Due to the terrifying flames surrounding the blade, as soon as the wound appeared, it was seared by the high temperature, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Bang! On Uchiha Zongyan's side, he was also struck on the chest by Kapu's punch. Kapu's full-strength punch instantly shattered the protection created by Uchiha Zongyan's blue flames and pierced through his armed color haki, sending Uchiha Zongyan flying. Like a bullet fired from a gun, it transformed into a fleeting shadow in an instant, but then it stopped mid-air. "Hey, not bad, kid. You've actually left a scar on this old man," Karp said, lowering his head to look at the wound caused by Uchiha Zongyan, his expression somewhat complicated. Ever since he defeated the Rocks Pirates and Roger was captured and killed, Karp hadn't been injured for a long time. He didn't expect that during this trip back to his hometown to visit his 2 grandsons, he would acquire such a terrifying wound. At the same time, Karp's perception of Uchiha Zongyan also changed. Initially, he thought he was an interesting kid, then realized he was a formidable swordsman, and finally discovered that he was a strong opponent who could fight him at full strength. Moreover, Uchiha Zongyan's endless abilities made Karp particularly curious. Those changing eyes seemed to provide him with dynamic vision and insight for combat. That energy-manifesting sword, at first, he thought it was a power of a devil fruit. But the lightning that appeared later reminded him of a devil fruit encyclopedia he had seen before. Could it be that he has 2 devil fruit abilities? Furthermore, possessing both Conqueror's haki and armament haki, although the strength of his armament haki was not as strong as Karp's, it was significantly stronger than many Navy vice admirals. How could such a powerful individual be unknown? It was truly strange. Karp felt puzzled. Generally, as long as a powerful individual with some strength stepped onto the sea, they would quickly make a name for themselves in a short time. Whether as a pirate or a bounty hunter, the Navy would receive information. Yet, Uchiha Zongyan's strength had almost reached the level of a Navy admiral. So why was there no trace of him? You're not bad either. It's the first time I've suffered such a big loss after so long in the business. Uchiha Zongyan hovered in midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cocky smile. Ever since he obtained the traveling frog system, and subsequently acquired the Thunder Fruit and Flowing Blade of Fire, Uchiha Zongyan had been on a smooth path. As a bounty hunter, he gained experience by defeating the incompetent Tobarama Senju, killing Uchiha Itachi, defeating Uchiha Fugaku, and defeating Sarutobi Hizashi. He fought evenly with Jiraiya, defeated the 2 wooden figures, and ultimately captured 2 of the 3 in the ambush of the 4th Raikage AI, Killer Bee, and Uchiha Bito, achieving an exceptionally brilliant record throughout. Even when fighting against 4th Raikage AI and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, he was only slightly injured by Tail Beast Ball. Today was indeed the first time he spat blood. Karp's iron fist nearly displaced his internal organs, and his heart almost exploded. But the feeling of battling such a powerful enemy, dancing between life and death, excited Uchiha Zongyan. He opened his mouth, his teeth stained with blood. Looking at Karp with excitement, Continue. Fire burns the city. The flowing blade of fire slashed out violently, and the magma-like azure flame transformed into a giant hand reaching for Carp. Summary: Uchiha Zongyan has crossed over into the world of Naruto. Before long, he will face the night of the Uchiha Massacre. Fortunately, he awakened a golden finger, the traveling frog. Every week, the traveling frog brings back a souvenir for Uchiha Zongyan.